In the realm of cultivation, a millennium has passed since Nian Wangwang traversed the world, ultimately becoming the revered Qingqing Xianzuan of the Tianyan Sect, known to the world as the Supreme Immortal. For centuries, he has dominated the righteous path, reigning over the 5 domains as the foremost figure. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this paragon of virtue is, in truth, the most formidable demon of these lands. In pursuit of immortality, he has cast calamity upon the 5 domains. I am Liu Qingqing, reborn into this realm of cultivation, initially intent on dedicating myself to the art of sword mastery as a celestial maiden. However, fate intervened when I encountered the aloof Xianzuan, leading me to conceive a bold idea inspired by the tales of my past life. I resolved to emulate the narrative of the Supreme Immortal falls in love with me, believing that such a union would elevate me to the heights of glory. Alas, reality proved to be far more complex than I had envisioned, and events began to diverge from my expectations. An elder from certain sect proclaimed, "The Xianzuan, who suppresses the demon race and annihilates the monsters, is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the human race's righteous path. How could he possibly be a demon lord? Do not tarnish the name of our esteemed Xianzuan." Yet, one fateful day, a singular figure subdued the entire 5 domains. As the elder gazed upon that unparalleled white-haired silhouette, he murmured, "The Xianzuan's actions must surely serve a greater purpose. He has his reasons." Chapter 1. A Millennium of Scheming. In the central domain lies the Tianyan Sect, shrouded in mist, where celestial cranes soar amidst towering palaces and elegant pavilions, resembling an ethereal paradise. Yet, within the depths of the sect, there exists a forbidden ground known as Buhui. Here resides a figure who has exerted his influence over the 5 domains for centuries. However, 200 years prior, he battled against the demon race, sustaining grave injuries, and has since secluded himself to heal, detached from the mortal realm. This individual is none other than Nian Wangwang, the Supreme Immortal, the foremost figure of the current age. A decade of nurturing his nascent soul, a century of ascension, and a millennium of tribulations have culminated in his extraordinary presence, overshadowing all cultivators across the 5 domains. On Buhui, delicate snowflakes fell throughout the night, and this morning, the ground, though blanketed in frost, echoed with the sound of shattered jade. The plum blossoms bloomed defiantly in the wind, while withered leaves danced, seemingly in a playful contest with the snow and the breeze. In this serene landscape, a pavilion nestled within the bamboo grove beckoned, as if yearning to witness the transformation of verdant bamboos into crystalline branches through the changing seasons. Elegant and tranquil, it exuded an ethereal aura, akin to the untouched spaces within a traditional ink wash painting. Whoosh! The wind stirred the bamboo, and the fire within the hearth crackled warmly. Inside the pavilion, a man clad in black robes observed the snowflakes with keen interest. He possessed an unparalleled grace and a demeanor that was nothing short of extraordinary. His long hair, as dark as the deepest night, was gathered atop his head with a jade crown, while the remaining strands cascaded freely. His eyes mirrored the calm surface of a tranquil lake, revealing a profound coolness upon the slightest glance. This individual was Nian Wangwang, the Supreme Immortal, the foremost figure of the righteous path. Yet, the title of Paragon did not fully encapsulate his essence. Having dwelled in this world for nearly 1,000 years, he had navigated countless schemes and survived perilous trials to reach his current stature. Who truly cared? No one did. The true Void Master regarded him as a traitor to the sect, while the Infinite Immortal condemned him as a petty thief of divine powers. Even those closest to him were steeped in insincerity. They only perceived him as one who suppressed his peers to seize opportunities, failing to see the young man who once knelt outside the cave, pleading for a single elixir to extend his master's life. But as the heavy snow coated his hair in white, the youth never received that life-giving pill for his master. All that remained was the cold, indifferent voice of the sect leader echoing through the cave, reaching the young man's ears. "The useless person has no need for useful things." On that fateful night, despite fervently advising him against following the heartless path of his master, he perished in the frost-laden night. They have all forgotten, yet I cannot forget, nor do I dare to. Before the spirit of my master, I vowed that the present predicament and hardship would not reoccur. Lacking talent, I shall persevere relentlessly. I will tread my own path and have no regrets until death. Even if alone, one could traverse a great distance. In the years before ascending to the status of the infinite immortal, the voices of those years incessantly condemned him for his unscrupulous methods. Yet the very essence of the cultivation world is to tread upon others to achieve one's own fruits of success. In the journey of cultivation, where's the dichotomy of good and evil? It is merely the victors who speak the truth, while the vanquished are reduced to mere dust within the realm of cultivation. Now, who dares to speak of him? I need only to annihilate the 39 cities of the Eastern Desolation's demon clan and subdue the demon sovereign of the Cloud Heights to be hailed as the leader of the righteous path by the world. The infinite immortal. This is the essence of victory and defeat. Life is like chess, and chess is life. Once a move is made, there is no regret. In the hands of Nian Wangwang, a black piece was placed. As he raised his hand, the crimson cloud patterns on his wide sleeves shimmered brilliantly beneath the fire of snow. It was as if mountains, rivers, and seas were encompassed within his sleeves. Just as Nian Wangwang was about to place another piece, he suddenly paused mid-air. A guest approaches. Below the Unregret Mountain, fine snowflakes drifted down. A woman of striking demeanor in a black robe stood with her hands clasped behind her back. She gazed at the formation at the entrance below the mountain, murmuring, 200 years have passed. Could it be that he truly has transcended as the world claims? I suggest this. A playful voice interjected that the esteemed Lord Liu Qingqing, as a steed, boldly ventures into the mountain to ascertain if the immortal Lord has indeed transcended. The black-robed woman's gaze turned icy as she glanced sideways. Behind her, a stream of crimson swirled, coalescing into a figure in mere moments. The newcomer donned a vibrant red robe, his long black hair cascading down his back. In this bitterly cold weather, he stood with his robe partially open and barefoot. He raised his gaze towards Unregret Mountain, his phoenix-like eyes narrowing, and the red lotus mark between his brows stirred. A man who knows not life or death has suppressed the 5 domains for 200 years. Truly, it is vexing. Vexing? The black-robed woman scoffed. Then why doesn't the esteemed Scarlet Lotus leader ascend to see for himself? The man, addressed as the Scarlet Lotus leader, shrugged. I dare not. You are far more suited. After all, he directed his gaze at the black-robed woman named Liu Qingqing, his smile playful. You are his steed. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even colder. Liu Qingqing clenched her hands behind her back, a chill emanating from her brow, her voice icy. Lian Wuwei. Do you wish to court death? The Scarlet Lotus leader, Lian Wuwei, shrugged, and if I do, you cannot kill me. As he spoke, he gestured towards Unregret Mountain. If you were to plead with the one above, there might be a chance. Is that so? Liu Qingqing smiled, revealing a communication token. Let us not forget, this is the domain of the Tianyan Sect. A leader of a cult daring to invade the forbidden grounds of the Tianyan Sect. What do you think they will do? Upon hearing this, the leader of the Crimson Lotus Sect, Lian Wuwei, raised an eyebrow. Am I unable to escape if I cannot prevail? Then let us charge forth. An aged voice resonated. Tianyan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lian Wuwei's pupils constricted. He then cast an irritated glance at Liu Qingqing, who appeared equally taken aback, clearly unaware of the situation. The arrival was none other than the master of the Tianyan Sect, Yin Wuliang. His hair was streaked with gray, pulled back neatly. Clad in a flowing black robe, he exuded an aura of authority. His sword-like brows arched fiercely, embodying an air of cold dominance. Though he appeared to be around 50 years of age, the faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed the passage of countless years. In truth, he was an ancient being, having lived for several millennia, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. In the central domain, he was a figure of great significance. Indeed, I too am eager to know, he mused. Is the esteemed immortal still alive? Yin Wuliang glided silently through the snow, arriving before the two in an instant, gazing up at the unrepentant mountain. 2 centuries prior, a cataclysmic war erupted between humanity and the demon race, engulfing the 5 domains in chaos and destruction. The immortal, Yin Wang, wielded a single sword and decimated 39 cities of the eastern wilderness demon race, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Furthermore, he subdued the fearsome demon Lord of the Skies. From that moment, he solidified his position as the leader of the righteous path, the foremost figure in the world. Yet, on the day the immortal returned to the sect, Yin Wuliang witnessed firsthand the immortal's waning aura and near collapse of power. He wished to approach and inquire about the circumstances. However, The immortal merely waved his sleeve, enacting a breathtaking formation upon the unrepentant mountain, never to emerge again. Initially, Yin Wuyang presumed that the immortal was in seclusion to heal, biding time until his recovery. Yet as time passed and rumors circulated, doubts began to creep into his mind. Had the esteemed immortal truly passed into the afterlife? Chapter 2. The Bold Invasion of Unrepentant Mountain. You go ahead and charge. Tianyan Jinren Yin Wuyang turned to Liu Qingqing and Lian Wuwei, smiling. The Crimson Lotus Sect leader, Lian Sheng, furrowed his brow, uncertain of the intentions behind Yin Wuyang's actions. The presence of the immortal was the greatest asset of the Tianyan Sect. Should the immortal be dead, the sect's influence would undoubtedly plummet. Yet now, he was sending an outsider to ascertain the immortal's fate. Go. Perhaps there lies a chance for you to survive. But if you do not go, you shall find only the path to death, Yin Wuyang remarked leisurely. What does Tianyan Zhi mean by this? Liu Qingqing asked, her brow knitted in concern. I mean no harm, Yin Wuyang replied. I merely wish to ascertain whether the esteemed immortal has truly passed on. Yin Wuyang spoke with a calm demeanor. If the immortal has indeed departed, I would kindly invite both of you to remain as guests within the sect for a time. The hidden dagger revealed itself. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Crimson Lotus Sect, Lian Wuwei, chuckled. Could it be that Tianyan Zhenren harbors intentions of silencing us? He had previously pondered that the existence of the immortal was the greatest assurance for the Tianyan Sect. Now, he was inviting an outsider to probe into whether their immortal was still alive. As I reflect upon the events, it becomes evident that the celestial master Tianyan never intended for either of them to leave alive. To silence witnesses? A faint, disdainful smile graced the lips of celestial master Tianyan Yin Wuyang. In an instant, his gaze sharpened with fierce intensity. Do you truly believe that the sacred grounds of Tianyan Sect can be entered and exited at your whim? With the mask of civility torn away, the Red Lotus Sect leader, Lian Wuwei, ceased to smile, his face becoming a stoic mask. You old fool, he retorted, you merely suppress me by a minor realm. Do you think that as a peak cultivator in the Great Ascension stage, I cannot escape your grasp? Tianyan Master Yin Wuyang regarded Lian Wuwei with a chuckle. Have you forgotten where you stand? As his words lingered in the air, the ground beneath them erupted in a blinding light. A formation? Both Lian Wuwei and Liu Qingqing's expression shifted, and they prepared to flee. Yet, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, enveloping the very fabric of the world beneath the foot of the unrepentant mountain. Lian Wuwei's body sank, and upon looking up, his countenance darkened. In the air loomed a colossal formation, resembling a celestial canopy, presenting the image of the Nine Heavens Battle Array. The Nine Heavens Battle Array, Lian Wuwei recognized the origins of the formation, glaring at Tianyan Master through gritted teeth. How dare you set a formation beneath the Celestial Sovereign? What is there to fear? Tianyan Master Yin Wuyang replied nonchalantly. In righteousness and integrity, I have established this array solely to thwart you insignificant beings. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of powerful figures within the Tianyan Sect. Countless streaks of light raced toward the unrepentant mountain. Tianyan Master Yin Wuyang cast a glance into the distance before turning his gaze back to Lian Wuwei and Liu Qingqing. Now, you have no choice but to force your way into the unrepentant mountain. You old wretch, what is this? Lian Wuwei clenched his fists, glaring at Tianyan Master Yin Wuyang. I am unable to breach this formation of yours. And how do you propose to dismantle the formation set by the Celestial Sovereign? The entrance's formation is but a paper tiger. Tianyan Master Yin Wuyang shook his head. He then raised his hand to point at the formation at the foot of the unrepentant mountain, and in an instant, the entrance's formation vanished from sight. Tianyan Master Yin Wuyang continued. The formations within the mountain are truly fearsome. Your survival or demise rests solely upon your own fortune. Upon hearing this, Lian Wuwei and Liu Qingqing exchanged glances, each nodding in tacit agreement. With no path left to retreat, they steeled themselves for the challenges ahead. Let us proceed. The two charged into the unrepentant mountain. As they entered, several streaks of light descended behind Tianyan Master. These individuals were all formidable figures from within the Tianyan Sect, exuding a terrifying aura. Master, what has transpired? Why has the Nine Heavens Battle Array been activated? Has someone dared to trespass into the sacred grounds of the unrepentant mountain? Indeed, someone has breached the unrepentant mountain. Tianyan Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding coolly. Damn it! How dare they intrude upon the unrepentant mountain? If they disturb the celestial sovereign's seclusion, what shall we do? Indeed, what if the celestial master holds us accountable? We should venture forth and apprehend that scoundrel. Wait a moment. Did not the celestial master establish a formation? How could that rascal breach it? Are you not aware, third elder? The formation at the foot of the unrepentant mountain is merely an illusion. It was the sect leader who disclosed this to me. The true terror lies within the mountain. What shall we do then? Shall we simply watch as the rogue enters the unrepentant mountain? I doubt that the scoundrel can gain entry. The formation laid by the celestial master is no trivial matter. That rogue is destined to meet his demise within. But we cannot just stand idly by, can we? The eminent beings behind Tianyan Sect exchanged words, each voicing their uncertainty, for this matter was of utmost importance to the celestial master. Only Tianyan Sect remained unfazed and composed. What the predicament? Atop the unrepentant mountain, the Red Lotus Sect master, Nian Wangwang, and Liu Qingqing approached the pavilion, their spirits waning. Nian Wangwang brushed the frost from his crimson robe and surveyed the surroundings, knitting his brow. The heavy snow fell relentlessly, leaving only the pavilion standing. The surroundings were so rudimentary that no cave residence was in sight. Could it be that the Wujizhen master was not present? Yet, they had already reached the mountain summit. He then turned to Liu Qingqing, teasingly inquiring, "Where is your master?" But upon glancing, Nian Wangwang was taken aback. He noticed a flicker of horror in Liu Qingqing's eyes as she gazed behind him, her expression ashen. "Are you looking for me?" A crisp voice resonated. The Red Lotus Sect master, Nian Wangwang, swallowed hard, his neck stiffening as if rusted, turning slowly. To be honest, as a peak practitioner of the Great Ascension stage, he had never felt such tension in his life. Before him stood the Wujizhen master, Nian Wangwang, clad in a dark robe embroidered with gold, his demeanor calm. The Wujizhen master has not perished. Nian Wangwang's pupils constricted, his mouth agape, struggling to utter words, but fear engulfed him. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing had already knelt in the icy wilderness. "Qingqing pays respects to my master." "Rise." The Wujizhen master, Nian Wangwang, cast a glance at Liu Qingqing before turning to Nian Wangwang, asking in a tranquil tone, "Who are you?" Nian Wangwang's eyelids twitched. As the leader of the world's foremost evil sect and a peak practitioner of the Great Ascension stage, he was renowned across the 5 domains. Yet, the Wujizhen master before him did not recognize him. It dawned on him that he had only established the Red Lotus Sect a mere 200 years ago, while the Wujizhen master had long since entered seclusion. 2 centuries prior, when the Wujizhen master dominated the 5 domains, Nian Wangwang was merely a nascent evil cultivator. Through a fortuitous encounter, he had ascended to the Great Ascension stage and founded the most powerful evil sect, the Red Lotus Sect. In the presence of the Wujizhen master, Nian Wangwang dared not refer to himself as this one, stammering his explanation. For the celestial master, "I am the junior, Nian Wangwang." Chapter 3. The celestial being, Nian Wangwang. The supreme immortal, Nian Wangwang, pondered deeply for a moment, but found no recollection of this individual, thus inquired, "A rising star?" "Indeed. Esteemed immortal," replied the junior. "During the 2 centuries of your secluded cultivation, I fortuitously advanced to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage." Nian Wangwang hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Fortuitous?" Nian Wangwang chuckled softly. "What a fortunate claim. One cannot reach the esteemed Great Ascension stage merely by chance. How many souls have you refined to achieve such bloodline mastery?" At these words, Nian Wangwang's countenance turned ashen. It was over. As a practitioner of the dark arts, he had sought the path of blood sacrifice, leading himself to a dead end before the leader of the righteous. Bowing his head, his eyes filled with crimson veins, he thought, "No, I cannot fall here." He was the leader of the foremost dark sect, having reached the Great Ascension peak in just over 1,000 years. In this lifetime, he absolutely aspired to ascend to immortality and glimpse eternity. How could he succumb to? Yet, before him stood the supreme immortal, a master of the tribulation stage. Those who attain complete mastery in the tribulation stage are invariably unparalleled fighters of the same realm, deserving of reverence. Truly, they are celestial beings among mortals. Moreover, this particular individual had been recognized as the world's foremost practitioner by cultivators from the 5 domains 2 centuries prior. In the grand scheme of things, his Great Ascension prowess appeared no different than that of an ant in the eyes of such a being. Was he truly destined to halt his progress here? Nian Wangwang's spirit waned. He felt both reluctant and unwilling. Yet what recourse did he have? Throughout history, righteousness and evil have never coexisted peacefully. Confrontation was inevitable, especially since he had been the one to offend first. How could he seek a path to survival? Immortal, I implore you. He suddenly knelt upright, lowering his head, something he hadn't done in centuries. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his prostration echoed in the snow. Liu Qingqing gazed at the figure bowing repeatedly before the immortal, her expression momentarily dazed. Even a practitioner of the great ascension stage, when faced with an insurmountable existence, is no different from an ordinary mortal. In this brutal realm of cultivation, how far must one advance to escape the fate of being at the mercy of others? An immortal? Is that truly the pinnacle? Throughout the vast expanse of the spirit realm's million-year history, there have been many extraordinary talents who have transcended through tribulation to become immortals. Did they manage to escape their fates? The sight of Lian Wuwei kneeling and bowing nearly destabilized Liu Qingqing's resolve, who stands at the peak at the end of the immortal path. I beseech the immortal, spare my life. Lian Wuwei buried his head in the snow, his voice trembling. He resembled a comical ostrich, an absurd sight. Nian Wangwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the figure kneeling in the snow, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. Why struggle? Because one wishes to live. Why wish to live? Because of ambition. Over the course of a millennium, he too had witnessed many struggle in their dying moments, and had experienced such desperation himself. Initially, he merely sought survival. Yet, as time passed and his cultivation advanced, his ambition burgeoned and expanded. Now, he possessed but a singular goal, awaiting this very day, to achieve immortality and eternal life. How could one, living like an ant, forsake the lofty aspirations of a swan? Have you not heard that 1,000 years ago, he was merely a humble figure on Mount Qingqiang, yet now he stands as the foremost person in the realm? Immortality, the path of the immortal. If one does not behold the splendor from the summit, would it not be a squandered opportunity, a meaningless repetition of this life? You may leave. Moments later, Nian Wangwang waved his sleeve. Bang! A splash of crimson blossomed in the snow-laden wind. Liu Qingqing stared at the pool of blood on the ground, her pupils dilating with shock, her body trembling uncontrollably. As the pinnacle leader of the Red Lotus Sect, how could her corporeal form be utterly annihilated by merely a flick of the sleeve from the Immortal Lord? It seems the Immortal Lord's injuries have fully healed, even surpassing his previous state, exuding an overwhelming presence. Death may be escaped, yet living sins cannot be evaded. Descend the mountain to reconstruct your body, he said, directing his gaze at the still-dazed Yuanying of Lian Wuwei. After speaking, he proceeded towards the pavilion. Qingqing. At his words, Liu Qingqing rose, glanced at Lian Wuwei's Yuanying, and bowed her head as she walked towards the pavilion. Lian Wuwei's Yuanying looked down at his hands, disbelief etched on his face, murmuring, my physical form. Is it truly lost? Just moments ago, he had heard the Immortal Lord grant him reprieve, yet before he could revel in joy, his corporeal body was destroyed. Is this what it means to be the foremost person in the world? Lian Wuwei's Yuanying smiled bitterly. After a brief daze, he found himself devoid of the courage to even glance back, gritting his teeth as he fled. With things having come to this, he could only resign himself to his misfortune. From the very beginning, he had never considered ascending this unrepentant mountain, regardless of whether the Wujixing immortal had transcended. Such an existence, even in transcendence, would leave behind contingencies beyond his capability to contend with. Little did he anticipate being driven to the unrepentant mountain by that accursed Tianyan Sect, resulting in the destruction of his body. Yet, fortunately, he had salvaged his life. As for vengeance or making threats, he lacked the audacity for such thoughts, even the faintest inkling of them. This being exuded a sense of despair. At the foot of unrepentant mountain, upon witnessing Lian Wuwei's Yuanying fleeing in disarray from the mountain, Tianyan Sect Yun Wuliang narrowed his eyes. Was it due to the formation? No, Liu Qingqing, also at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, had not emerged, indicating that the Immortal Lord had not transcended. Tianyan Sect's gaze sharpened. Was it that insignificant Yuanying? An elder attempted to intervene and stop Lian Wuwei's Yuanying, but was halted by Tianyan Sect's hand. Master? The elder queried, puzzled. This fleeing Yuanying was clearly that audacious intruder from the unrepentant mountain. Why then would the master allow this insignificant being to escape? Subsequently, Tianyan Sect Yun Wuliang spoke with a calm demeanor, disregarding such matters, for the Immortal Lord has emerged from seclusion. What? The elders were momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of joy. Splendid. After 200 years, the Immortal Lord has finally emerged from seclusion. Let us see who dares to spread rumors of his transcendence. and those insignificant beings who have sought to ascertain whether the immortal Lord has transcended, frequently sending spies into our Tianyan Sect. The esteemed immortal sovereign has emerged from seclusion, and I wonder if they still possess the audacity to act as they once did. The news of the infinite immortal sovereign's return has undoubtedly invigorated the elders of the Tianyan Sect, for he is their greatest source of confidence. Suddenly, the illustrious master Nian Wangwang cast a glance toward the mountain of no regrets before departing with his hands clasped behind him. Why does the sect master leave alone? With the immortal sovereign's return, should he not be there to greet him? The elders exchanged puzzled glances. To neglect such an important welcome would be to incur the sovereign's wrath. Have you all forgotten the nature of the immortal sovereign after merely 2 centuries? He is not fond of such displays, the voice of Master Tianyan echoed. The elders looked at each other, realization dawning upon them. Although the immortal sovereign holds dominion over the Tianyan Sect, his temperament is notably aloof. He cherishes tranquility and harbors disdain for their obsequious flatteries. Chapter 4. The Fated Phoenix on the Unrepentant Mountain. Within the pavilion, Nian Wangwang donned a flowing black robe, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his tall figure exuding an air of aloof elegance. Beneath the swirling snowflakes, he resembled a delicate painting, imbued with a chilling poetic essence. Outside the pavilion, Liu Qingqing knelt upon the steps, allowing the heavy snow to whiten her hair, her head bowed in silent contemplation. Do you not intend to speak? A crisp voice emanated from within the pavilion. Liu Qingqing lifted her gaze to behold the tall silhouette, biting her lip as she requested, Please, esteemed immortal, punish me. Punish you? Nian Wangwang turned, his cold gaze sending shivers down Liu Qingqing's spine. Do you think that if I have spared him, I would also spare you? Qingqing dared not respond. She understood that the immortal's actions were surely driven by ulterior motives. Shaking her head, she recalled how, centuries ago, she had been a formidable demon of the dragon clan, only to be captured by the current immortal Wajizi and forced to serve as his mount. Over the years spent alongside him, she had come to comprehend the true nature of his character, indifferent and ruthlessly decisive, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. There were dark deeds she had committed on his behalf. Yet her earlier tremors had stemmed not from surprise at his violent action against that troublesome figure, but rather from the realization that he had grown even stronger. As for her silence, it was born from the understanding that further words would serve no purpose. Could she imitate Lian Wangwang and beg for mercy? Such an act was beyond her. Had it not been for the internal strife within the demon clan 8 centuries ago, a conflict specifically targeting the dragon clan, her once mighty lineage would not have fallen from grace, losing its formidable stature. Because of the dragon clan's weakened state, she, as one of the last surviving great demons, could not afford to fall easily. Otherwise, as a proud member of the dragon clan, Liu Qingqing would rather perish than be reduced to a mere mount. Yet, it was somewhat ironic. In becoming the mount of immortal Wajizi, the other great demons no longer dared to bully the dragon clan. There exists a saying among the human race, something along the lines of, one must consider the master before striking the dog. But times have changed. A prodigious talent had emerged from the dragon clan, possessing powers that rivaled her own, perhaps even surpassing them. This individual was fully capable of bearing the banner of the dragon clan. Thus, Liu Qingqing no longer needed to live in such a subservient and humble manner. For the sake of the dragon clan, for her father's long-held aspirations, she had sacrificed immensely, and she was weary. Esteemed immortal, Liu Qingqing slowly raised her head, gazing at the flurries of snow, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. She no longer wished to struggle against the inevitable. With the immortal yet to transcend, and having grown stronger, these 2 truths felt like shackles binding her eternally, leaving her forever trapped. As long as the immortal lived, Liu Qingqing would remain a mount to the human race, a source of profound humiliation. When shall the caged bird take flight? Now is the time. Liu Qingqing rose, her eyes filled with a resolute determination. I beseech the esteemed immortal for a swift end. Do you wish for death? Nian Wangwang's gaze flickered slightly. I do not wish for life, Liu Qingqing replied, shaking her head. So be it. Upon hearing that sigh, Liu Qingqing expressionlessly closed her eyes. Yet her hand tightly clutched the hem of her garment. A chill breeze swept by. Let us depart. Slowly, Liu Qingqing opened her eyes and turned to gaze at the tall figure behind her, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why does the immortal sovereign not slay me? To kill you would bring me no advantage. Nian Wangwang paused, turning back, hands clasped behind his back. I am merely completing one final task for you, to grant you your freedom. Liu Qingqing's eyes widened slightly. A roar echoed from the summit of the Buhui mountain, reverberating across the heavens. Almost all disciples of the Tianyan Sect heard this mighty dragon's roar and looked up in search of its source. Is that the sound of a dragon? Could I be mistaken? How could there be a dragon within the sect? No, it is true. Within the sect resides a dragon. The steed of the Wajizi Immortal Sovereign, a formidable beast of the great ascension stage. Outside the Qingqing Hall, hundreds of inner sect disciples gathered, discussing animatedly when suddenly darkness enveloped them, causing their eyes to widen in shock. They beheld a colossal black dragon soaring into the clouds, exuding a terrifying dragon might. That is the steed of the Wajizi Immortal Sovereign, a peak great ascension dragon beast. One knowledgeable disciple exclaimed, "Goodness, look! There stands a figure atop the dragon's head." What? It truly is. The disciples exchanged glances, a singular thought igniting within them. Could that person be the Wajizi Immortal Sovereign? The Immortal Sovereign has emerged from seclusion. The Sovereign has not perished. The Sovereign has returned. In an instant, excitement surged among the disciples. The Wajizi Immortal Sovereign was an object of reverence for all disciples, and their admiration was fervent. For a millennium, he had been hailed as the foremost individual in the world. Most among them aspired to match his greatness, though it seemed an unattainable dream. Yet, as cultivators, how could they exist without dreams? Among the throng of elated disciples stood a striking female disciple, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She gazed up at the magnificent figure atop the great dragon's head, her heart stirring with emotion. The ethereal sovereign, the greatest in the world. Having been reborn into this realm, could she possibly be the heroine of the novel from her past life? If she is indeed the heroine, does that make the illustrious sovereign her fated male lead, or perhaps an ardent admirer? She was Liu Qingqing. Having perished from a late-night reading binge, she unexpectedly found herself reborn into this world. To have a second chance at life in such a captivating realm of cultivation filled her with joy. Yet, there was one matter that left her both frustrated and exhilarated. After 2 days in this cultivation world, as an inner disciple of the Tianyan Sect, she possessed remarkable talent. She had initially intended to become a carefree and spirited sword immortal. However, she soon discovered that she was unable to cultivate, which left her in utter despair. Yet, what thrilled Liu Qingqing was that this predicament mirrored the experiences often faced by heroines in novels. Moreover, the original owner of this body was still capable of cultivating before plummeting off the cliff. However, once she fell and took control of this form, everything changed. Is this not a quintessential template for protagonists? Furthermore, within the sect, there exists a cold and ethereal celestial master who will undoubtedly become entwined with her fate. How delightful! Indeed, Liu Qingqing gradually began to feel exhilarated. As for the original owner of this body, her experiences bore a striking resemblance to those of Liu Qingqing's previous life. Having indulged in countless tales, she yearned to emulate the protagonists who, after a fall from a cliff, return with divine prowess. Alas, she ended up meeting her own demise. What a frenzied realm of cultivation this is. Contemplating this, a twitch escaped the corner of Liu Qingqing's mouth. Having just been reborn, she was thrust into a challenge of scaling a 100-zhang cliff. How utterly unfair. Who among her family could possibly understand? Yet, surviving such calamity surely heralds future blessings. Her rebirth must be a sign from the heavens, granting her the opportunity to experience the exhilarating life of a heroine. The boundless celestial master, Nian Wangwang. Liu Qingqing murmured, suddenly feeling a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Oh dear, what if the celestial master were to pursue me? Should I consent, or should I consent? If I agree, would I not become the celestial master's lady? Transforming from a mere commoner to a phoenix aloft in the branches? Ba ba ba. A commoner, you say? I am a destined phoenix, reborn in this life. With that thought, Liu Qingqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ho ho ho. The disciples nearby were initially startled, observing Liu Qingqing's exuberant laughter with a furrowed brow. While her appearance was quite pleasing, her mind seemed rather amiss. Chapter 5. The mysterious jade pendant the Hall of Morning Immortals. Suspended above the sea of clouds in the heavenly transformation sect, is shrouded in mystical ambiguity. This grandest palace within the sect belongs to the supreme immortal, Nian Wangwang. Inside the Hall of Morning Immortals, Nian Wangwang sat at his desk, savoring fragrant tea. His demeanor was serene, exuding an aura of celestial detachment, and his gaze alone conveyed a certain ethereal elegance, particularly in the eyes of Liu Qingqing. Please, take a seat, Nian Wangwang said, placing down the teapot and looking towards Liu Qingqing, who stood at the entrance. His tone was unassuming yet carried an undeniable authority. Liu Qingqing did not dare to overstep. She shook her head, acknowledging her reluctance. It must be said that Liu Qingqing, in her humanoid form as a great demon, possessed a striking beauty. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore an intricately embroidered black robe. Her Her sharp features and proud demeanor were captivating. "Sit," Nian Wangwang's voice, though calm, resonated with a sense of unquestionable command. Thus, Liu Qingqing approached and took her seat, maintaining a posture of utmost propriety, careful not to offend in any way. Nian Wangwang leisurely lifted the teapot, his wrist gently bending, and a stream of water cascaded into the cup, producing a delicate sound as it struck the porcelain. Liu Qingqing observed him through the drifting mist, her gaze reminiscent of a solitary moon among distant mountains, with her long lashes gracefully lowered. With fingers as slender and exquisite as jade, she cradled the teacup before her. "Do try it," he suggested. Sitting upright, Liu Qingqing raised the teacup and took a small sip. "Excellent tea," she remarked. After placing the cup down, she turned her attention to Nian Wangwang. Uncertain about what task the immortal had in mind for her, Nian Wangwang raised his eyes to meet hers. "Kill someone for me." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing furrowed her brows momentarily, but refrained from questioning further. Instead, she inquired directly, "Who does the supreme immortal wish to eliminate?" As the mount of Nian Wangwang, she had performed numerous shadowy deeds on his behalf, and such tasks had become second nature to her. However, since he had granted her one final task before setting her free, she was determined to accomplish it, regardless of the difficulty involved. Ning Yuan, the chief protector of the Sword Sect, understood. Liu Qingqing rose without the slightest hesitation, not inquiring about the reasons behind this command. Such confidence? Nian Wangwang raised his teacup, inquiring casually. The Sword Sect, one of the three major sects in the central domain, stood alongside the Heavenly Transformation Sect as a holy land for sword cultivators. As the chief protector, Ning Yuan was undoubtedly formidable, standing at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, on par with Liu Qingqing's own cultivation. "Rest assured, immortal, I shall employ every means to accomplish this task," Liu Qingqing declared, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. She yearned for her freedom, and three paths lay before her. 1. Death. 2. Confronting the supreme immortal. Or 3. Eliminating Ning Yuan, the chief protector of the Sword Sect. It was clear which option was the most favorable. Though Ning Yuan's strength would pose a significant challenge, there was no other choice. "Go," Nian Wangwang instructed, taking a small sip from his cup. "Yes," Liu Qingqing replied, bowing slightly before turning and striding toward the exit of the hall, one hand resting behind her. "Remember to inform the world," he added. "You have betrayed me, forsaking the Celestial Transformation Sect." Liu Qingqing paused, her gaze sharpening, her hands clenched tightly behind her back. She turned to look at the ethereal figure before her. "If it is unattainable, then I cannot survive." "Is that so? Knowing the truth, why inquire further?" The voice, cold and detached, echoed. Standing at the entrance of the hall, a flicker of resentment crossed Liu Qingqing's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. She understood. The Celestial Transformation Sect comprises 120 peaks, serving as the cultivation grounds for outer disciples, the majority of whom are at the foundation establishment stage. Only the disciples of the peak masters surpass this level. The masters overseeing the various branches possess the void transcendent stage of cultivation, capabilities that would be regarded as formidable in the outside world. Beyond these 120 peaks, the sect also houses 3 palaces and 6 halls. Within the 3 palaces reside the personal disciples of the sect leader and esteemed elders, all of whom exhibit extraordinary talents and noble lineage, making them the strongest among the disciples. The 6 halls, on the other hand, serve as the dwelling places for inner disciples. Any outstanding individual noticed by the elders may be granted entry into the 3 palaces, becoming a personal disciple. In the Qingqing Hall, within a room, one is confronted by trials that seem insurmountable. Liu Qingqing sat cross-legged on her bed, feeling utterly exasperated. Although she was unaware of the reason her original self had plummeted from a 100-foot cliff unscathed, she realized one undeniable truth. She could no longer cultivate, and her situation was hopeless. No matter how fervently she invoked the term system or golden finger, no miracle manifested. Unable to refine spiritual energy or advance in cultivation, how could she possibly survive in this realm of immortality? Was the heavens conspiring against her? Must she force herself to seek out the formidable Wuji Xinzuan? Lowering her head in despair, Liu Qingqing suddenly caught sight of the jade pendant around her neck, and her eyes brightened with realization. Could it be? Seizing the pendant, she furiously berated it. "Old thing, stop hiding and show yourself." Inside the pendant, an ancient being in the god transformation stage, who had been recuperating, was startled. "Is someone calling for me?" "No. The owner of this pendant is merely a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. She should not have the capability to sense my presence." Shaking his head, the ancient being prepared to resume his recovery when another voice pierced through the air. "Still pretending to be dead? I'm taking you in. Taking me in? The ancient being's eyes widened in surprise, uncertainty flooding his expression. His name is Qingqing, once the patriarch of a small sect. Unfortunately, he suffered a tragic fate when his sect was annihilated, and his corporeal form destroyed, leaving only his nascent soul to escape. During his flight, he encountered two formidable beings at the Void Transcendent stage, locked in a fierce battle, becoming an unintended casualty. Ultimately, just as his nascent soul was on the verge of dissipating, he stumbled upon the young disciple named Liu Qingqing. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of her jade pendant, he concealed himself within it. While the pendant indeed possesses remarkable qualities, it is a boon solely for Qingqing, yet a harbinger of misfortune for Liu Qingqing. As he discovered the jade pendant, it silently absorbed the spiritual energy from Liu Qingqing's body. Furthermore, it would also allocate some of this energy to nourish Qingfeng's primordial spirit, enabling its growth. In that moment, Qingfeng smiled, a smile filled with joy. Subsequently, he fell into a deep slumber that lasted for 3 long years, only awakening 2 days prior. Upon awakening, he beheld the pendant's owner leaping from a 100-foot precipice. He was taken aback. Could this young girl have suffered some grave misfortune? Just as Liu Qingqing was about to plummet, Qingfeng exerted a feeble thread of spiritual energy to shield her corporeal form. Yet, having only just awakened, his strength was insufficient, and Liu Qingqing still fell, sustaining grave injuries and losing consciousness. This greatly alarmed Qingfeng. However, upon seeing Liu Qingqing completely unconscious, a nefarious thought surfaced within him: to seize her body. In the realm of cultivation, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the act of body snatching is commonplace amidst its brutal realities. Thus, Qingfeng's primordial spirit emerged from the jade pendant and entered Liu Qingqing's body, effortlessly succeeding in the takeover. Yet, once he occupied this new vessel, he suddenly realized, through the memories of the original host, that she was an inner disciple of the Tianyan Sect. What if he were to climb back up the cliff and be discovered by those formidable elders of the Tianyan Sect? Would they not devour him whole? Chapter 6. I seek your assistance in my cultivation. After a tumultuous struggle, Qingfeng ultimately withdrew from Liu Qingqing's body and returned to the jade pendant. He had concealed himself within the pendant for 3 years, evading the detection of the formidable elders of the Tianyan Sect, which undoubtedly suggested a remarkable secret. Thus, remaining within the jade was a safe haven for him. He would prefer to wait for death rather than hasten towards it. The seemingly ethereal and transcendent elders, though appearing to hail from prestigious sects, possessed ruthlessly cunning methods. Qingfeng had no desire to experience the terrifying techniques of these ancient beings. However, Liu Qingqing was already gravely injured, and with Qingfeng seizing her body, her soul had long since been extinguished, leaving her a mere soulless vessel. This realization weighed heavily on Qingfeng's heart, filling him with a sense of regret, though he knew it was futile now. Therefore, he could only remain hidden within the pendant, awaiting a fateful individual to discover it. While he waited, an unexpected event transpired. After lying lifeless for 2 days, Liu Qingqing suddenly emitted a cry of pain, startling Qingfeng to the brink of emerging from the pendant. Was she resurrecting or seeking vengeance? Yet, upon closer observation, he discerned that Liu Qingqing was indeed alive, which brought him a sigh of relief. To facilitate her escape from the perilous cliff, Qingfeng summoned the last vestige of his spiritual energy to heal her wounds. At long last, the heavens rewarded his perseverance. Liu Qingqing revived, vibrant, and full of life. However, it seemed that her mind had suffered a blow, as she incessantly murmured peculiar phrases, such as, "Family, who understands?" The corners of Qingfeng's mouth twitched at the thought. Her family had long since perished. Was she conversing with spirits? Although Qingfeng felt a twinge of guilt, it was not overwhelming. He had expended considerable effort to revive Liu Qingqing. Despite her mental disarray, the resilient Liu Qingqing dedicated herself to rigorous cultivation. Once she emerged from the cliff, she practiced tirelessly, proclaiming her ambition to become a female sword immortal. This invigorated Qingfeng greatly. As Liu Qingqing fervently cultivated, he eagerly absorbed the spiritual energy within her, reveling in the experience. However, it seemed he had inadvertently exposed himself. Extending a faint thread of his consciousness from within the pendant, Qingfeng sought to discern the situation. To his dismay, he encountered a beautiful yet vengeful face, glaring intently at the jade pendant. A chill ran through him. Had he truly been revealed? He had merely absorbed an excess of Liu Qingqing's energy, rendering her recent efforts futile. Surely, that alone should not have led to his exposure. After all, she was merely a foundational stage cultivator. Could it be that a higher authority within her sect had provided her with insights? Old man, I offer you one last chance. Are you truly resolved not to emerge? Liu Qingqing scrutinized the pendant, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. Had she miscalculated? Perhaps she had read too many novels. Just as she was about to set aside the pendant, a voice resonated from within. I harbor no ill intentions. My physical form has been destroyed, and in my utmost desperation, I had no choice but to conceal my primordial spirit within the young lady's jade pendant. The pendant emitted an aged voice, and after a moment of struggle, Qingfeng finally spoke. He merely sought the enigmatic master behind Liu Qingqing, hoping that, in light of his candor, his life might be spared. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing appeared momentarily lost in thought, murmuring to herself, "It truly resembles the tales from novels. Concealed within the jade pendant lies an ancient being." Qingfeng. After a brief silence, the inner essence of Qingfeng within the pendant visibly reddened. In a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, "You little wretch! Are you attempting to deceive me?" Liu Qingqing arched her brows slightly, retorting, "And if I am? It seems my arduous cultivation over the past few days yielded no spiritual energy within me, all because of you. I have not absorbed your spiritual energy." Qingfeng protested. "I never claimed you did." Liu Qingqing chuckled, realizing his inadvertent confession. The Qingfeng within the pendant fell silent. A venerable cultivator of the transformation stage now being outmaneuvered by a mere girl of the foundation stage. "Old man, shall we negotiate?" Liu Qingqing waved the pendant, speaking with a playful smile. "Humph." The pendant emitted a cold snort from Qingfeng, evidently irked by Liu Qingqing's antics and unwilling to engage. "Alas," Liu Qingqing sighed, her tone tinged with resignation, "I intended to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, since you seem unwilling to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to hand the pendant over to the elder." Upon hearing this, Qingfeng grew frantic. "No, please, spare me, young girl." Liu Qingqing's face broke into a triumphant smile. "So, old man, are you willing to listen?" "I am willing," came Qingfeng's response almost immediately. "What was your cultivation level?" he asked, a hint of pride in his voice. "Before my physical form was destroyed, I was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage." Liu Qingqing pondered this, stroking her chin. Although his cultivation was somewhat less than she had surmised, he was nonetheless a transformation stage cultivator. His assistance in her cultivation should suffice. "Very well, old man," she said after a moment's reflection. "I require your help in my cultivation, and in return, I shall aid you in reconstructing your physical form. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Qingfeng within the pendant felt a stirring of interest. Now that his existence was exposed, refusal would only lead to his demise. "Fine. I shall assist you." Thus, Qingfeng made his decision swiftly. Here comes the golden opportunity. Truly, I am the destined heroine. Liu Qingqing's face beamed with joy. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A fearsome dragon's might descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Tianyan Sect, sending tremors through all. Liu Qingqing, possessing only foundation stage cultivation, felt the weight of this dragon's presence, her body freezing in place. She yearned to move, but found herself immobilized. My goodness, this is a great demon of the ascension stage. Qingfeng within the pendant nearly scattered his essence in terror. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed. Liu Qingqing, within the room, distinctly felt the ground shake and exclaimed, "What is happening?" Yet, the Qingfeng within the pendant fell silent. After the tremendous commotion, the terrifying dragon's might vanished without a trace. "Old fool, are you feigning death?" Relieved, Liu Qingqing gazed at the silent Qingfeng, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Was this not a quintessential instance of betrayal by a comrade? The moment trouble arose, he vanished without a trace. "Well, ahem. I was merely investigating the situation outside." Qingfeng's voice was tinged with palpable awkwardness. In truth, it was not entirely his fault. The terrifying presence of a formidable dragon of the Great Ascension stage was indeed overwhelming. Had even a fraction of that oppressive force been directed at him, Qingfeng would have surely been rendered paralyzed with fear. He harbored no belief that this jade pendant could offer him any protection. "Let us venture outside to ascertain the matter," Liu Qingqing said, her brow furrowed as she stepped out of the room. Outside the Hall of Supreme Clarity, as Liu Qingqing reached the entrance, a clamor reached her ears. "What is happening? Why has the mount of the esteemed Celestial Lord suddenly attacked our third hall? I am at a loss as well. Fortunately, no disciples were harmed. Could it be that the Black Dragon has defected? I have no idea." Liu Qingqing, standing at the hall's entrance, was momentarily taken aback. The mount of the Celestial Lord had indeed defected. But what could have provoked such audacity? Was something amiss with the Celestial Lord? Chapter 7. Defection. The Hall of Celestial Ascendance dazzled with brilliance, its intricately carved beams and painted rafters resplendent. Various spirit convergence arrays shimmered with radiant light. Within one of these arrays sat a tall figure, cross-legged on the ground, evidently in a state of meditation. This individual was none other than Nian Wangwang. With his eyes closed and hands resting upon his knees, palms facing upwards, his breathing was steady and prolonged. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Celestial Sovereign, Yun Wuliang requests an audience. Inside the array, Nian Wangwang slowly opened his eyes. Outside the Hall of Celestial Ascendants, amidst the sea of clouds, stood the Celestial Master Yun Wuliang, arms crossed behind him, gazing towards the hall not far ahead. The vast array enveloped the entire edifice, radiating brilliance. Without the permission of the Celestial Sovereign, Yun Wuliang could not step even a foot inside the hall. His purpose for coming was to seek an audience with the Celestial Sovereign. Enter, Nian Wangwang's voice resonated as if conjured from thin air. Subsequently, a gap appeared in the array's barrier, allowing just enough space for a single person to enter. Seeing this, Yun Wuliang flew towards the hall. Celestial Sovereign. Yun Wuliang greeted upon entering, bowing respectfully towards Nian Wangwang. Please, take a seat, Nian Wangwang replied, now seated at a table. Adorned in an exquisite white robe embroidered with gold, his inky hair cascading down to his waist. Yes, Yun Wuliang, unperturbed, approached the table and took a seat with grace. Nian Wangwang regarded him. Your visit pertains to the matter of Liu Qingqing, does it not? Indeed, I seek the Celestial Sovereign's enlightenment. Yun Wuliang responded with a formal gesture. The incident involving Liu Qingqing's assault on the sect had taken him by surprise, yet it did not result in any fatalities. Thus, he understood that this episode had occurred with the tacit consent of the Celestial Sovereign. His purpose here was solely to seek clarification. As for demanding an explanation, he felt unworthy, and none within the sect possessed the standing to request such from the Celestial Sovereign, not even the venerable ancestors in the tribulation stage. Of course, should matters escalate excessively, he would seek out the ancestors, rather than come to the Hall of Celestial Ascendants. To speak candidly, the relationship between their Tianyan Sect and the Celestial Sovereign could be described as one of collaboration. The Celestial Sovereign's original form did not hail from the Tianyan Sect. The reason for his presence at the sect was the result of an agreement made by one of the ancestors. They provided offerings, while the Celestial Sovereign maintained his watchful presence. They would also assist in resolving minor issues for the Celestial Sovereign. The Celestial Sovereign refrained from intervening unless to deter threats across the 5 domains, unless the sect faced dire straits. You need not concern yourself with more than this. Nian Wangwang waved his sleeve, and a set of ethereal tea implements manifested before him. What you must understand is this. She has betrayed me and defected from the sect. With that declaration, Nian Wangwang poured a cup of tea for him. Yun Wuliang lowered his gaze to the swirling steam rising from the teacup, nodding in understanding. He then consumed the tea in one gulp, rising to bow once more. Celestial Sovereign, I take my leave. Go, Nian Wangwang replied. Outside the Hall of Celestial Ascendants, amidst the sea of clouds, the celestial being, Yun Wuliang, traversed the skies, and midway through his journey, he cast a glance back at the Hall of Celestial Ascension. Upon turning away, he lowered his gaze to retrieve the spirit examination mirror, noticing a faint crack upon its surface, murmuring in disbelief. How could this be? Suddenly, the communication talisman trembled. At that moment, a streak of luminous light appeared. Yun Wuliang stowed the mirror and hovered in the air, quietly observing the radiant streak. Judging by its trajectory, it seemed destined for the Hall of Celestial Ascension, where the Supreme Celestial Master resided. Who could it be? Abruptly, the streak altered its course, hurtling towards Yun Wuliang with astonishing speed. Before its arrival, its presence was palpable, an ancient being in the tribulation stage. Yun Wuliang's expression intensified slightly. Taoist Tianyan. A cool voice resonated. Upon perceiving the figure before him, Yun Wuliang momentarily paused, yet found no astonishment in her presence. He clasped his hands in greeting, recognizing the ethereal cloud ascending fairy. The figure standing before him was the true paragon of the 5 domains, the leader of the Midnight Sect, Cold Moon, the cloud ascending fairy. She stood with an air of aloofness, her demeanor seemingly flawless, often adorned in flowing azure garments. Her serene, phoenix-like eyes betrayed no emotion. Her long, dark hair was elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin, revealing a visage capable of captivating for ages. The reason for Yun Wuliang's lack of surprise at her arrival soon became clear. It was widely known that the Supreme Celestial Master shared a profound bond with this cloud-ascending fairy. Many speculated that the two would eventually become companions on the path of enlightenment, weaving a tale for the ages. Yet, due to the Supreme Celestial Master's formidable prowess, many had forgotten that he too was once a paragon of the heavens, a figure unparalleled in the 5 domains. Even the illustrious cloud-ascending fairy, Cold Moon, had toiled for 2 millennia to reach the initial tribulation stage, while the supreme celestial master, Nian Wangwang, accomplished it in merely a millennium. To put it bluntly, Cold Moon was barely qualified to be the companion of the supreme celestial master. However, if she were deemed unworthy, then no woman in the world would possess such qualification. Yun Wuliang regarded Cold Moon and inquired with a smile, "Have you come seeking the supreme celestial master?" Indeed, Cold Moon nodded. A tear mole graced her enchanting eyes, akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, adding a hint of allure to her otherwise serene disposition. "The master is currently at the Hall of Celestial Ascension." "Thank you." With that, Cold Moon transformed into a streak of luminous light, heading toward the hall. Watching her vanish, Yun Wuliang felt a surge of emotion. What a remarkable celestial maiden. He had never anticipated that a female cultivator, merely 2 millennia old, could attain such heights. A woman at the helm of the Midnight Sect, the foremost power in the central domain, commanded respect even from the 3 sections. This was due to her standing as a being in the tribulation stage. Across the 5 domains, no overtly powerful ruler of any prominent faction surpassed the Great Ascension stage in cultivation. Though the Midnight Sect lacked a tribulation stage ancestor or ancient being to anchor it, Cold Moon herself was the greatest foundation they could possess. No, there exists another formidable force, the supreme power that has dominated the 5 realms for countless millennia, the Celestial Palace. Within the Hall of Ascension, 2 extraordinarily graceful figures sit opposite each other. The air around them shrouded in mist, infused with ethereal energy. After 2 centuries of seclusion, your skills have not waned. The Celestial Maiden, Cold Clear Moon, sets down her teacup and gazes at the black-haired man, who resembles a fallen immortal, her brows arching slightly. This exalted leader of the Midnight Sect reveals a hint of softness in his gaze only when looking at her. "Where's your steed?" Cold Clear Moon inquires, casting a glance around, her mind filled with curiosity. During Yin Wuwang's seclusion, that Dragon Clan demon, Liu Qingqing, stood vigil day and night at the edge of the Hall of Ascension amidst the sea of clouds. Yet now, as Yin Wuwang emerges from his retreat, that black dragon, once his mount, has inexplicably vanished. "She has betrayed him," Yin Wuwang replies calmly. Chapter 8. For the Dragon Clan defection? The Celestial Maiden, Cold Qingwei, was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Nian Wangwang nodded. She yearned for freedom and refused to be a caged bird. A caged bird. Cold Qingwei softly murmured the phrase, then shook her head, stating that she was indeed oblivious to her own fortune. Although her innate talent was not lacking, given the current plight of the Dragon Clan, her aspiration to reach the consummation of the Great Ascension stage seemed exceedingly difficult. Setting aside the Dragon Clan's profound heritage, would those formidable demons allow her, Liu Qingqing, to flourish? Were it not for you, the survival of the Dragon Clan itself would still be in question. No wonder she regarded herself as a caged bird. Her perspective was simply too limited. Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang paused with his teacup suspended in midair. Limited perspective? He chuckled softly, took a delicate sip, then set the cup down and remarked coolly that had her perspective truly been limited, she would not have bowed her head for 3 centuries. Now, wishing to escape this so-called cage merely indicated she had the audacity of possessing wings. Audacity? Cold Qingwei furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, "Are you referring to the Dragon Clan's audacity?" Indeed, just based on those 2 formidable demons of the Dragon Clan, a mere peak of the Great Ascension stage might not suffice, even with Liu Qingqing included. The Dragon Clan presently had only 3 at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Cold Qingwei's expression turned indifferent. It was indeed insufficient. This notion, you could conceive, naturally. Qingqing could as well. Nian Wangwang lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Upon hearing the name Qingqing, Cold Qingwei's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent. She asked, "Are you implying that the Dragon Clan has a backup plan?" "Perhaps." Nian Wangwang gazed at Qingwei, his eyes deep, stating that no force could exist perpetually. Prosperity leads to decline, and decline can lead to resurgence. Similarly, no force would remain in a state of weakness indefinitely, unless utterly annihilated. Even the most tenacious of creatures can endure. The Dragon Clan had languished for centuries. Perhaps someone would rise to restore its former glory, becoming the sovereign of all demons. A hidden dragon in the abyss? Cold Qingwei frowned, asserting that even if there was a hidden dragon, aspiring to become the sovereign of all demons seemed far-fetched. Who knows? Nian Wangwang lazily rested his chin on his hand, suggesting that they continue their conflicts. He would no longer concern himself with the Dragon Clan. Having sheltered the Dragon Clan for centuries, his sentiments had come to an end. With that, Nian Wangwang slowly rose. Indeed, that was sufficient. Cold Qingwe lifted her gaze. The reason the dragon clan has managed to survive until now is merely due to past deeds bearing fruit in the present. Years ago, when Nian Wangwang had yet to ascend to the status of immortal sovereign and was nearly trapped in the demon domain, it was the ancestors of the dragon clan who rescued him. This matter was known to Cold Qingwe. The act of taking Liu Qingqing as a steed, seemingly an insult to the dragon clan, was in reality a means of clandestine protection. Because of the dichotomy between humans and demons, and as Nian Wangwang was the rightful leader of the human race, he needed to maintain discretion. Who would dare offend the steed of the immortal sovereign, Nian Wangwang, who had taken a great demon of the dragon clan as his mount? Even if one is unafraid of causing offense, what of the enigmatic supreme master behind Liu Qingqing? This is a case of not merely considering the monk's face, but also respecting the Buddha's countenance. No one dares to test the waters. The repercussions of annihilating the dragon clan and offending the supreme master are unfathomable. This illustrates the duality of Nian Wangwang's public humiliation and private protection. The world finds his stance inscrutable, and none dare to probe further. Even those privy to information would hesitate to speak. Even in the presence of those who dare to speak, how could the world ever believe them? When do you intend to disseminate the news of Liu Qingqing's defection? Inquired the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing. Once the word spreads that Liu Qingqing is no longer the mount of the supreme master, the demon realm shall undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether the dragon clan can withstand such turmoil. The news will undoubtedly spread soon. Nian Wangwang lowered his gaze, casting a detached and profound glance at the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing. Let us await the unfolding events and observe the true fortitude of the dragon clan. Liu Qingqing nodded in agreement. The dragon clan, with its bloodline, reigns supreme over the demon realm. Although three-peaked Great Ascension demons may not stir the waters, Nian Wangwang's words suggest that the dragon clan harbors some semblance of confidence. As a lineage that has endured for millennia, the dragon clan is certainly not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the Tianyan Sect, Liu Qingqing, in human form, held the communication talisman, her expression decidedly grim. Qingqing, have you truly forsaken the Supreme Master? The talisman crackled with an anxious voice. Indeed, replied Liu Qingqing, her tone icy. You, Qingqing, why have you done this? Though you are the mount of the Supreme Master, a position that seems humiliating, it could have provided long-term protection for the Dragon Clan. Now that you have abandoned the Supreme Master, the Dragon Clan will undoubtedly become a target. When that time comes, the existence of Yun Xiao will be revealed. Qingqing, you are being foolish. The voice on the other end grew increasingly frantic, while Liu Qingqing's demeanor remained indifferent. Clenching the talisman, she coldly stated, Elder, it is I who have borne the mantle of Mount for hundreds of years, not you. This is for the Dragon Clan. In response, a voice filled with fury erupted from the talisman. For the Dragon Clan? Then why does the Elder not personally come to the central domain and serve as the mount for the Supreme Master? Upon hearing her words, the talisman fell into silence. After a moment, it finally spoke again. Qingqing, I am the Elder of the Dragon Clan. How could I stoop to become a mount for the human race? The pride of the Dragon Clan, having dominated the demon realm for millennia, runs deep in their bones. They have always been imperious and have never wished to bow down or even face extinction. Hearing the Elder's words, Liu Qingqing's eyes welled with tears. What does it mean that you are the Elder? Am I, Liu Qingqing, to be considered inferior to you? No. Qingqing, you have misunderstood my intentions. The old man expressed that, at present, the position of the Dragon Clan's leader remains vacant, and all matters, both large and small, are inextricably linked to him. Is that so? If I were to return and assume the role of leader, overseeing the clan, then I would kindly ask the Grand Elder to serve as the mount for the immortal sovereign. Given my current strength, I am more than qualified. You are utterly ridiculous. The sound from the communication token was filled with exasperation. Your departure from the immortal sovereign will surely lead to the demise of the Dragon Clan, and you shall be deemed a traitor when that time comes, if you do not wish for. Before the words from the other side of the token could be completed, Liu Qingqing, with an indifferent expression, severed the connection. Though her eyes were tinged with redness, they radiated a fierce resentment. Selfish and arrogant, that is the current state of the Dragon Clan. The clan her father had devoted himself to revitalizing has now become a shadow of its former glory. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan? Huh. Liu Qingqing laughed, a laugh that was chillingly cold. Chapter 9. The little figure of Qingxin Mountain within the Hall of Ascending Immortals. Why the sudden act of tying up one's hair? The ethereal maiden, cold clear moon, gazed at the figure before the window, who was deftly arranging their hair. her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "Where are you off to?" Upon hearing her words, Nian Wangwang paused momentarily. He lowered his gaze to the crimson silk ribbon in his hands, his expression flickering with a hint of habit. After a brief silence, he partially tied back his inky hair. "Is that so? However, the sole purpose of my visit today was to see you. Now that you are well, I can rest easy." The celestial maiden, cold clear moon, approached the threshold of the hall, casting a glance back at the tall figure within. "I shall take my leave," she uttered softly. "Very well," Nian Wangwang replied, standing with his hands clasped behind him, nodding slightly. Noticing his lack of intent to retain her, a trace of disappointment flickered in cold clear moon's eyes. It was well known that she harbored feelings for the esteemed immortal Wujizhen, yet the one before her persistently feigned ignorance. "What troubles you?" Nian Wangwang inquired upon noticing cold clear moon linger at the door. "Do you have something you wish to say to me?" The celestial maiden raised her gaze, her eyes fixated on the depths of Nian Wangwang's serene orbs, as if attempting to glean a whisper of emotion from them. Yet, to her dismay, his eyes remained tranquil, like a still ancient well. "Qingyue," he called softly, causing a glimmer of hope to illuminate cold clear moon's eyes. "Speak," she urged expectantly. Nian Wangwang's hands, which had been clasped behind him, gently caressed each other. "The path of cultivation culminates in solitude. We both understand this. Why indulge in a fleeting dream?" He acknowledged her affection, yet he was disinclined to forge an emotional bond. It was not that cold clear moon was lacking. On the contrary, she was remarkable. In the past, as he traversed the eastern wilderness demon domain, this very celestial maiden had steadfastly supported him, even when faced with the formidable demon sovereign of the clouds. She never wavered. Yet, the path of cultivation is one that must be walked alone. He had already suffered too much loss. From once being inseparable confidants to now sharing naught but silence, he had traversed a millennium. Once, upon his arrival in the realm of cultivation, he had been a spirited youth, brimming with ambition. Alas, he found himself now perched atop an icy peak, where the chill of isolation was most profound. Separation is the first price of ascension. He no longer had the intimate companions to share drinks with, and the myriad words unspoken now lay buried within the cups. Presently, only a heart devoid of desire, untainted by worldly dust, could glimpse the indifferent path to immortality. As for the notion of unwavering sincerity leading to eternal companionship, the path is merciless, and time is equally indifferent. Such gatherings and partings are beyond one's control. At the hall's threshold, cold clear moon listened to Nian Wangwang's chilling words, letting out a soft sigh. "You always perceive the long term. Yet, why can't we seize the fleeting moments?" She countered. Nian Wangwang's hand movement stilled, reflecting on the joys and sorrows of life, the knowledge of transience. Joy and sorrow, the understanding of fullness and emptiness, cold clear moon murmured. And after a brief moment, she grasped the essence of his words, her eyes trembling slightly. What has he truly experienced in his life that has rendered him so indifferent? When she met the esteemed immortal master Nian Wangwang, he was already a figure of astonishing brilliance. However, before his fame, she had no acquaintance with him and remained unaware of the tribulations he had faced. Yet, the trials that could extinguish youthful fervor could not diminish his yearning to transcend mortality. Having comprehended the vastness of the universe, he still holds a fondness for the verdant grass and trees. In the eyes of the world, Nian Wangwang is the venerated leader of righteousness, slaying demons and protecting the populace. Should the world speak of him, they would likely declare that he harbors boundless love for all and dedicates himself entirely to the greater good. Yet, in the eyes of the serene celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, the truth is more nuanced. To her, this ethereal leader, akin to a fallen celestial being, is simultaneously passionate, yet seemingly devoid of emotion. Passionate, for the sake of the world's people, seemingly devoid of emotion, for no one has truly entered his heart. "I understand now," Liu Qingqing murmured, slowly lowering her eyelids with a soft sigh. She turned to depart, only to pause abruptly. "You look to the distant future, while I contend with the present. My affection for you is my own affair. You may refuse me, but you cannot compel me to surrender my feelings." Inside the hall, Nian Wangwang was momentarily taken aback. After Liu Qingqing spoke these words, she soared into the air, transforming into a flash of light before vanishing. Moments later, Nian Wangwang turned toward the table, his expression remaining composed and tranquil. He took his seat and gazed outside the hall. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and the crimson silk ribbon danced freely. Beneath the verdant Xian mountain, the cold moon hung high. A youth sat atop a tiled roof, tilting his head to sip the peach blossom brew, the red silk ribbon flaring gracefully. "Wangwang, you've once again indulged in secret drinking without inviting me. Another youth climbed the ladder to the rooftop. A hint of dissatisfaction etched on his delicate features. The boy adorned with the red silk ribbon tossed the gourd of wine lightly over his shoulder without turning back. Then, he reclined on the roof, hands behind his head, gazing at the myriad of stars with a sparkle in his eyes, imbued with a sense of hope for the future. No regrets. Tomorrow, the sect will arrive in the village to recruit disciples. If you possess the talent for cultivation, who do you aspire to become? The handsome youth casually responded, as if it were a matter of course. I shall undoubtedly become an immortal. His name was Ming Buhui. And in contrast to the elder Nian Wangwang, he was far more exuberant. Ming Buhui took a sip of the peach blossom brew and approached Nian Wangwang. But what about you, Wangwang? Nian Wangwang's gaze deepened. In his past life, he was but a minor figure. In this harsh realm of cultivation, could he truly expect change? I believe, Ming Buhui remarked, glancing at the wooden sword beside Nian Wangwang, his enchanting peach blossom eyes glinting with mirth, that you will one day be the best in the world. The best in the world? Nian Wangwang was taken aback. Indeed, Ming Buhui beamed with delight, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy. In the future, you shall be the finest among mortals, while I, Ming Buhui, shall be the second best. Observing the spirited words of the youth beside him, Nian Wangwang found himself momentarily lost in thought. Wangwang, look. Suddenly, Ming Buhui produced a wooden sword from behind. This was a piece he had secretly carved. Regaining his focus, Nian Wangwang smiled. Are you eager to challenge me? Indeed, came Ming Buhui's earnest nod. Very well, Nian Wangwang replied, raising an eyebrow as he grasped the sword and stood up. Wangwang, behold my technique. Ming Buhui exclaimed, striking a pose with a cheerful smile. As he launched a flamboyant attack, Nian Wangwang shook his head in exasperation. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, which, astonishingly, vanished in the blink of an eye. At the Celestial Palace, Nian Wangwang sat at his desk, propping his head on his hand, eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a state of light slumber. His eyelashes, as delicate as crane feathers, fluttered. Just then, a familiar breeze enveloped him. Sensing something, Nian Wangwang abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils trembling slightly. This gust felt akin to a familiar sword energy, severing the last remnants of his youthful spirit. Wangwang, watch my swordplay. After a prolonged moment of distraction, Nian Wangwang slowly rose to his feet. It was time to return and take a look. Chapter 10. The Elder of Qingqing Mountain in the southern region, where snowfall is a rarity, this winter has seen an unusual accumulation of snow upon Qingqing Mountain. The snow blankets 1,000 peaks, and ice solidifies in myriad ravines. Perched upon this mountain stands a bamboo hut, nestled beside 3 solitary graves, enveloped in an endless solitude. Suddenly, a figure emerges, battling against the swirling snow. It is an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, leaning on a cane. Draped in a voluminous black robe, frost delicately adorns his cloak, yet the vast expanse of white snow cannot bend his spine, which stands tall like a resilient pine. As he approaches the bamboo hut, several luminous golden talismans dart toward him. Who goes there? The elderly man's voice echoes with surprise and anger, for he did not anticipate such an encounter. Though he wishes to resist, these talismans are no ordinary objects. In an instant, they bind him, rendering his foundational cultivation utterly useless. We've caught the old fellow. A few figures leap forth, youthful and clad in sect attire, unmistakably disciples of a sect. Yet, the elder does not recognize them. Struggling to rise, he demands, "Who are you? I have secluded myself here, and I bear no enmity toward you. What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals exchange glances, and one steps forward with a sinister smile. Old man, the mortals at the foot of the mountain speak of a celestial being residing here, one who has lived for 3 or 4 centuries. We initially believed a venerable elder dwelled here, hoping to seek guidance. Yet, to our astonishment, the so-called celestial being is merely a foundational cultivator? Initially, we thought nothing of it. But upon reflection, how could a foundational cultivator possibly live for 3 or 4 centuries? Even a perfected foundational cultivator would not exceed 200 years, and you, an initial foundational cultivator, how could you? As he speaks, the man approaches and slaps the elderly man's face, grinning malevolently. Old man, be honest with us. Is there not some hidden opportunity here? There is no opportunity here. The elder denies vehemently, only to be interrupted by a resounding thud. Old man, still defiant. A youth with a face marked by freckles delivers a powerful kick that sends the elder flying. In an instant, snowflakes scatter like blooming white lotuses. While the elder plunges into the deep snow, enveloped in a hazy veil of white mist. Blood stains the snow. The elder coughs violently. Trembling as he is bereft of spiritual power, reduced to a frail old man incapable of enduring such a blow. At that moment, another individual casts his gaze toward the 3 graves beside the bamboo hut, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. Could the opportunity be hidden within those 3 green tombs? Upon hearing this, the trio directs their attention to the graves. No. The elder, upon hearing their words, becomes agitated, struggling to rise, but the excruciating pain in his abdomen forces him to bend over. There is nothing. He extends a hand in a desperate attempt to intervene. Suddenly, the elderly man, overwhelmed with rage, had not completed his words when a gush of blood erupted from his mouth. Yet, gritting his teeth, he declared, "There is no opportunity." Unbeknownst to him, his agitation only served to reinforce the suspicions of the 3 individuals. "Old fool, do you think we will believe you?" sneered the man with pockmarked skin, casting aside this remark as he strode towards the 3 tombs. The other 2 followed suit. "Stop. I am the guardian of the tombs on behalf of the infinite celestial master. Those 3 graves must not be disturbed." The moment these words escaped the elder's lips, the trio froze in astonishment. How could they not have heard of the infinite celestial master, the preeminent figure in the world? Recent news had spread that the master had re-emerged from seclusion and had fully recovered from his injuries. However, the 3 burst into raucous laughter. One individual even doubled over, tears streaming from his eyes as he laughed. "Old man, you can attempt to deceive people, but at least make it a bit more believable. The esteemed infinite celestial master would not dispatch a nearly expired foundational cultivator like you to guard a tomb." At this point, the laughter ceased, and the man's expression turned icy as he approached the elder step by step. It was common knowledge that the celestial master hailed from the central domain. How could he possibly be associated with a backwater like this, let alone entrust a foundational cultivator to guard his tomb? Standing before the elder, he clenched his fists. "If you truly know the infinite celestial master, I will grant you half a stick of incense's time to summon him here. At that moment, my brothers and I will bow and admit our wrongs." Upon hearing this, the elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a bitter smile. "How could I possibly contact the esteemed master?" Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth, piercing through the elder's body, causing him to collapse once more into the snow. "Humph," the pockmarked man scoffed. "Chenggu, do not listen to this old charlatan. Simply dig up the graves, seize the opportunity, and then eliminate this old wretch. If he truly knows the infinite celestial master, then I will willingly admit defeat. What is there to fear in death?" "Is that so?" A calm voice resonated, one that did not belong to any of the 3 nor the elder. "Who?" The 3 immediately felt an alarm ringing in their minds and glanced around frantically. "Master, you have returned." Only the elderly man, lying in the snow, noticed the figure suspended in midair, a flicker of joy appearing in his murky eyes. "Master?" The 3 turned to the elder and followed his gaze upward, only to be startled. Above them stood a figure resembling a celestial being, draped in white robes with flowing black hair. Though no aura was revealed, an inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped their hearts, a shiver emanating from their very souls. At that moment, the celestial figure gazed down upon them with profound eyes, sending a chill down their spines. "You, and no, esteemed elder." The 3 of us found ourselves somewhat at a loss for words. The newcomer was none other than Nian Wangwang. With his gaze lowered, he directed his attention towards the elderly man in the snow, Zigua, who had aged considerably over the mere 2 centuries of their separation. "You have aged so much," he remarked. In response, the old man chuckled. "The immortal sovereign still retains his grace." Yet, Zigua lamented his own decline. Nian Wangwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a discreet glance at the bamboo cottage, and let out a barely perceptible sigh. "Why do you not utilize those elixirs?" he inquired. Zigua was reluctant to do so, as he wished to demonstrate to the immortal sovereign that he could cultivate without relying on transformative techniques or potions. After expressing his thoughts, the old man gazed at Nian Wangwang with a hint of melancholy, remarking, "Indeed, the path of enlightenment is merciless, and time is even more so. However, you are correct. I lack the innate talent for cultivation, even if I were to devote my entire life to it. Presently, I am merely at the foundational stage." Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang calmly asked, "Do you blame me?" "Not at all," the elder replied, shaking his head, a smile returning to his face, tinged with both pride and a touch of regret. "Yet, the immortal sovereign once imparted a piece of wisdom to me. Life is like a game of chess, with no regrets for the moves made. The choices were mine to make, though it is regrettable that I lacked the ability to realize them. Nevertheless, I have had the honor of knowing such an extraordinary figure as you and have embarked on the path of cultivation, experiencing the thrill of soaring through the heavens. My life therefore, has been worthwhile. Nian Wangwang gradually descended, turning his back to the trio. Meanwhile, the three, overhearing the exchange between the two, were drenched in cold sweat. The man with a pockmarked face suddenly wore a fierce expression, taking a swift step forward in an attempt to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 11. A New Grave Yet. Midway he halted. He gazed at the tall figure before him, whose back was turned, as if bereft of all strength and means. Damn it! The man with a pockmarked face clenched his teeth, striving to conquer the fear within, yet found himself unable. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. Indeed, the person before him must be the immortal master. Otherwise, how could he be stripped of even the courage to launch a surprise attack? The opponent had not revealed the slightest hint of their cultivation. Zhang Kai. The two behind him looked on with concern at the man with the pockmarked face. Zhang Kai, with a visage full of despair, turned back to the two, saying, Chen Gu, Xian Di, we are doomed. Upon hearing this, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the two. The immortal master. At that moment, the old man struggled to rise. Nian Wangwang stepped forward, swiftly reaching the old man's side and extending a hand to help him up. Although the elder was taken aback, he did not hesitate. He studied Nian Wangwang's face, attempting to discern even a trace of age upon it, but found none. When one is nearing death, their courage often swells considerably. The old man smiled and said, when Zigui was still a child, he dared not even meet the immortal master's gaze. Back then, living in a remote, impoverished village, how could he have ever encountered someone as striking as the immortal master? Yet, even now, I have not seen such a sight. As he spoke, the elder's complexion turned crimson, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, staining the snow beneath him, a shocking sight. Nian Wangwang furrowed his brow, his fingers converging as spiritual energy swirled at their tips, poised to heal the elder. However, the old man halted him. You. The elder shook his head. Immortal master, I have lived for over 200 years. I have lived enough. My parents have departed, and Zigui's closest friends have also left. I can no longer tread the path of cultivation. Living holds no hope for me. At this, the old man's expression fell, and he lowered his head. In truth, Zigui had contemplated a question himself. It is said that a decayed tree cannot be carved. But what if the master of carving could? The elder slowly raised his head, tears streaming down his face. Could transform decay into the miraculous? Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang's demeanor appeared tranquil. Yet the hand he bore behind his back had clenched tightly. Supporting the elder, he spoke softly. Are you suggesting that if I had taken you as my disciple back then, things might have changed? Indeed, the elder nodded, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Immortal master. You are a transcendent being akin to a celestial, while I am merely a mortal. Our thoughts are inevitably disparate. Yet, Zigui bears no resentment nor regret. In my youth, driven by ambition to prove myself to the immortal master, despite lacking the aptitude for cultivation, I believed that through sheer determination, a clumsy bird could take flight ahead of the others. Yet, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, Zigui's years of effort yielded no progress, and ultimately, I surrendered. How swiftly the fervor of youth dissipates. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, the elder added, Immortal master, Zigui is weary and wishes to sit. Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang nodded. After helping the elder to sit, the old man lifted his gaze to the gently falling snow. Immortal master, there is something I wish to discuss. Speak, came the reply. May I call you master? Zigui inquired, met with silence. The elder's gaze dimmed slightly. Would he ultimately fail to gain the acknowledgement of the celestial sovereign? Sighing, he exhaled a breath of frustration, feeling increasingly weary, as if his eyelids could scarcely remain open. Just as he hovered on the brink of oblivion, the cool yet subtly warm voice of Nian Wangwang resonated. Very well. Upon hearing this, a flicker of strength surged through the elder, urging him to open his eyes and behold the face so near to him. With an exhilarating laugh, he exclaimed, Master, yes, I am here. There were no regrets. His name was Chun Zigua, a child from a humble village in the southern wilderness 2 centuries prior, who fortuitously encountered Nian Wangwang, thereby stepping into a realm that did not belong to him. Delicate snowflakes danced through the air. In front of the bamboo cottage, a dried leaf swirled up from the ground, landing softly upon the elder, who lay peacefully in the snow. Nian Wangwang stood quietly before Zigua, clad in garments whiter than snow, his tall figure exuding an air of aloofness, his gaze cool and distant. His deep eyes reflected the swirling snow, betraying no discernible emotion. Yet, the 3 individuals behind him, frozen in place, observed the tightly clenched hands of Nian Wangwang. Their spirits had already plummeted to despair. It was over. Everything had come to an end. They could never have imagined that in this remote Qingqing mountain, they would actually encounter the supreme celestial sovereign, only to have insulted a mere cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, thus incurring the wrath of such an unparalleled being. Their path was irrevocably sealed. As this realization dawned upon them, their faces turned pale. At that moment, Nian Wangwang turned to face them, his calm, indifferent gaze sweeping over the trio. Instinctively, they averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet the eyes of the supreme celestial sovereign. Though they yearned to plead for mercy, they understood that someone of his stature would hardly show compassion. Indeed, there were opportunities here, yet they lay within that bamboo cottage, where the elixirs contained therein could elevate them to the nascent soul stage. However, they were not fated to seize such chances. Nian Wangwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the three. Upon hearing his words, one among them, a man named Chenggu, managed a bitter smile, pleading, "Please, celestial sovereign, show mercy and spare our families. As for us three, we accept our fate." The man with a pockmarked face, known as Zhang Kai, wore an expression of despair tinged with regret, though no one wished to inquire into the nature of his remorse. Nian Wangwang, too, showed no interest in knowing. He slowly raised his hand and pressed downwards from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. The sound erupted like firecrackers, and in an instant, the three men shattered into clouds of crimson mist, gradually dissipating into the wind. The blood-stained snow bore no trace of them, as they vanished entirely from this world. Outside the bamboo cottage, a new grave had been added, the graves of father, mother, Ming Buhui, and Shen Zigua. Nian Wangwang stood before the graves, his expression serene. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the bamboo grove. Yet, Nian Wangwang seemed to have sensed something amiss long before, standing with arms crossed before the grave, not bothering to glance towards the source of the sound. Soon, a cautious figure emerged from the bamboo grove, a young girl, clad in coarse linen garments. She timidly regarded the figure before the grave with wide, apprehensive eyes. The girl was perplexed. Had not the villagers spoken of a venerable hermit residing upon this mountain? An elderly man with white hair who had lived for centuries? How could the individual before her possess hair as dark as ink? And judging by their tall and slender form, they could hardly be an old man. Could it be that this was a disciple of the immortal? With this thought, the girl mustered her courage and called out softly, "Hello?" However, the figure by the grave offered no response. Noticing this, she pressed her lips together, her hands, marred by wounds, gripping the hem of her garment, clearly anxious. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage once more and called out, "Senior?" At the sound of her voice, Nian Wangwang turned around. "What is it that you seek?" At that moment, the girl in the coarse linen dress was taken aback. The person before her appeared as if they had stepped forth from a painting of an otherworldly being, with flowing red silk-like hair and a white robe that seemed to transcend the mundane. Their beauty was beyond that of ordinary mortals, yet their pitch-black eyes radiated an unsettling coldness. The girl, having emerged from the village, had never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful, and for a moment, she stood there, utterly entranced. Chapter 12. The Immortal's Touch. Until Nian Wangwang furrowed his brows, the girl clad in coarse linen finally regained her senses. I have come seeking the immortal," she stammered, her complexion slightly flushed, though her sun-kissed skin made it difficult to discern without a keen eye. "Immortal Senior?" Nian Wangwang's brows knitted tighter, as realization dawned upon him when he glanced at the fresh grave nearby. "He is already deceased." The girl stood in bewilderment. Could this handsome man be jesting? How could an immortal possibly die? Believe it or not, this is the truth. With that, Nian Wangwang turned away, no longer regarding the timid girl in her linen attire. After a brief pause, the girl cautiously inquired, "So, was he truly an immortal? What if he was? And what if he wasn't?" At his words, the girl in the coarse linen unexpectedly knelt before Nian Wangwang, bowing her head in reverence. "I wish to become your disciple." Before the grave, Nian Wangwang was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. Slowly, he turned to observe her frail figure. "The path of cultivation is not an easy one. I am unafraid. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall have no regrets," she asserted resolutely. "Why do you yearn for cultivation?" "I seek vengeance. I refuse to remain a mere pawn beneath Qingshuan Mountain, watching helplessly as my parents are harmed." The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes fierce with determination. After a prolonged silence, Nian Wangwang glanced at Chun Zigui's grave, then turned his attention back to the girl. "What is your name?" In response to the esteemed senior, "I am called Liu Qingqing. Do you truly desire to cultivate? Even if it demands everything? Even if it demands everything, then you shall become a mere pawn." Qingqing is willing. The sound of her bowing resonated through the bamboo grove. In the central domain, within the Tianyan Sect, inside the Hall of Ascending Immortals, Nian Wangwang sat before the table, observing the girl, who appeared quite apprehensive. Take a seat, he instructed. Qingqing glanced around the surroundings, feeling that her coarse linen garb was utterly out of place. Bowing her head, she pursed her lips, declaring, "It is sufficient for me to stand." Who exactly is this master before her? At Qingshuan Mountain, he had promised to accept her as a disciple. Yet before she could fully embrace her excitement, she witnessed her master, resembling a celestial being, merely flick his sleeve. In an instant, she felt the world spin, and before she knew it, she found herself in this ethereal hall overflowing with celestial energy. Standing there, a single breath brought her immense comfort, as if she had entered a realm of immortality. It felt as though she was inhaling not mere air, but the very essence of the divine. In truth, the air within the Hall of Ascending Immortals was indeed indistinguishable from celestial energy, rich with spiritual essence. A saying within the Tianyan Sect captures it succinctly. Even if one possesses the finest spiritual stones and sits within a spirit-gathering formation, it pales in comparison to a single breath in the Hall of Ascending Immortals. Suddenly, Nian Wangwang rose from the table. Qingqing was startled and immediately knelt down. "Master, please do not take offense. I am aware of my folly." Nian Wangwang was taken aback, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "What have you done wrong?" The master instructed his disciple to take a seat, yet she remained standing. Qingqing dared not lift her gaze, believing that her refusal to sit must have displeased her master. After all, why would he suddenly rise? Nian Wangwang, rendered speechless, slowly approached Qingqing and extended a hand. Kneeling on the ground with her head bowed, she caught sight of the white boots adorned with cloud patterns, her anxiety intensifying. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped her head, leaving Qingqing momentarily stunned. Just as she contemplated raising her head, a crisp voice commanded, "Do not move." In that instant, she distinctly felt something new within her mind, akin to a fragment of a cultivation technique. This is a remnant of a celestial-grade cultivation method. It stands as one of the highest forms of practice in this world. A method I have cultivated myself. Take it and practice diligently. If you fail to make any progress within 5 years, you must depart from the Chaoxian Hall. I shall seek another master for you, one who will guide you in your cultivation, ensuring your life remains free of worries. Could it be that the celestial master is truly accepting disciples? Accepting disciples? Huh? Are you so blinded by a leaf that you fail to see the forest? Laughter echoed from within the Chaoxian Hall. In the Tianyan Sect, at the square, news spread swiftly. Have you heard? The revered Liu Qingqing celestial master has taken a disciple, and she is but a mortal. What? This person must possess extraordinary fortune. The celestial master has presided over our Tianyan Sect for centuries without taking a disciple. Now, he has chosen a mortal. Mortal? I heard from my master that the sect leader intends to elevate the celestial master's disciple to the status of a holy maiden. I too wish to be a disciple of the celestial master. The announcement of the Liu Qingqing celestial master's acceptance of a mortal disciple quickly traversed the 3 palaces and 6 halls, inciting envy among countless disciples of the Tianyan Sect. It would not be long before this news spread across the 5 domains, leaving many in astonishment. In the Qingqing Hall, within a chamber, Liu Qingqing sat cross-legged upon the bed. From the jade pendant, Qin Feng's incredulous voice emerged. "What? You intend to seek out the Liu Qingqing celestial master?" "Indeed," Liu Qingqing replied, clutching the pendant. "Look, that black dragon has attacked the Tianyan Sect. Perhaps something has befallen the celestial master. If so, I might just be the beauty who saves the hero." A hint of shyness graced Liu Qingqing's face as she mused. "Do you think the celestial master might fall in love with me?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was rendered speechless. He had previously thought the girl clever, as she had managed to deduce his existence. Yet now, she appeared exceedingly foolish. What manner of being was the Liu Qingqing celestial master? What troubles could possibly befall him? Moreover, even if something did happen, what could a mere foundation establishment stage practitioner like her possibly do? Most importantly, if Liu Qingqing truly acted on this whim and approached the Liu Qingqing celestial master, it would spell disaster for him. "Little girl, you absolutely must not do this." Qin Feng's tone was grave. He could not guarantee that Liu Qingqing's jade pendant would elude the gaze of that formidable being. "Why not?" Liu Qingqing queried, perplexed. "Is this plot not quite ordinary? The fallen celestial deity encounters a kind-hearted female disciple, and thus they plunge into a whirlwind romance from which they cannot extricate themselves." Upon hearing Liu Qingqing's inquiry, Qin Feng felt a surge of exasperation. "Little girl, are you trying to bring about my demise? With this jade pendant, do you truly believe it can conceal my existence from the esteemed Wuji Xinzuan?" Regarding the pendant, Liu Qingqing lowered her gaze, suddenly realizing she had overlooked a crucial detail. What exactly was this jade pendant? Qin Lao, what is the true nature of this pendant? Liu Qingqing inquired. I am equally in the dark, Qin Feng replied. Liu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Then what do you know? Ah, you little rascal, Qin Feng retorted. I am a practitioner at the transformation stage, possessing knowledge far beyond your youthful understanding. Noticing the disdain directed at her, Liu Qingqing's eyes twinkled mischievously as she said, Then please enlighten me, Qin Lao, on where I might find opportunities. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng stated, Such opportunities do exist. But your current cultivation is far too feeble. That place requires at least a golden core practitioner. Very well, Liu Qingqing pouted. Enough of this idle chatter. Focus on enhancing your cultivation first. I shall guide you, Qin Feng declared. In the Qingqing Hall, within the Grand Chamber, the spirit gathering array pulsated, rich in spiritual energy. This was meant to be a sanctuary for cultivation, yet at this moment, the inner disciples were wholly distracted. Engrossed in discussions about a singular matter, the Wuji Xianzuan taking on disciples. How could this be? Liu Qingqing, upon arriving at the hall and hearing this news, stood frozen in disbelief, muttering to herself. This opportunity should have belonged to her. How could that aloof celestial deity choose another as a disciple, especially a mere mortal, instead of her? Moreover, the sect leader intended to elevate that mortal to the esteemed status of a holy maiden within the Tianyan Sect. Strangely, Liu Qingqing felt a tinge of jealousy toward the disciple she had yet to meet. In her eyes, the only person who should be connected to the Wuji Xianzuan was herself. Yet now, someone else had taken the initiative. How could she not harbor resentment? Chapter 13. Must the demonic cultivators perish? Time flows like a fleeting shadow. 5 years have swiftly passed. During this period, a significant event transpired in the central region. Several months ago, the chief protector of the Sword Sect, Ning Yuan, was ambushed in the western barbaric domain, sustaining severe injuries and vanishing without a trace. Upon receiving the news, the Sword Sect's leader, Si Wuduan, was filled with thunderous rage, leading 3,000 sword cultivators on a journey to the western wilderness. However, just last month, numerous factions along the border between the central region and the western barbarians witnessed a startling scene. 3,000 sword cultivators clad in white mourning attire, returning while carrying a coffin. The chief protector, Ning Yuan, had perished in the wild demon domain. No one knew who was responsible for his death, nor could anyone comprehend why the chief protector had ventured into the demon domain. They only knew that the one referred to as the Sword Immortal, Si Wuduan, had cleaved the entire heavenly demon mountain range, resulting in the demise of countless demon beasts. In response, the great demons of the western barbaric domain pretended to be oblivious, fearing to demand an explanation. They understood the temperament of the Sword Sect's members, unyielding and indomitable, preferring death over submission. Especially considering that their chief protector had fallen in the west, any great demon daring to seek retribution would surely be courting their own demise. In the central region, at the Tianyan Sect, within the Ziqing Palace, the anguished and resentful voice of a young man echoed, Why must the demonic cultivators be condemned to death? The young man, clad in black, with disheveled hair and a 3-foot-long sword in hand, bore eyes reddened with indignation and a heart full of grievance, resembling a young beast trapped in despair. Surrounding him were his senior brothers and sisters, gazing at the once lauded prodigy, now reduced to this dismal state, leaving them momentarily speechless. The youngest among them, yet possessing the most extraordinary talent, they had never imagined that their young junior's gifts were acquired through the cultivation of demonic arts, devouring the essence of his peers. When I, Gu Jioga, first entered the Tianyan Sect, my master imparted to me the first lesson. The path to immortality is a struggle. I took this to heart. Yet, I am ultimately but a mortal with a mediocre spiritual root, destined to remain forever trapped at the foundation stage. Do you understand? You do not. I have no choice but to cultivate demonic arts to alter my innate abilities. Senior brothers, senior sisters. The black-clad youth, Gu Jioga, lowered his head, his hand gripping the sword trembling incessantly. Will you believe in me? I truly have not harmed my fellow disciples. Slowly, he raised his gaze, tears cascading down his cheeks. In response, only faces betrayed a hint of emotion, yet no one uttered a word of belief. As orthodox practitioners of the mystic sect, how could they speak in favor of the unorthodox path, let alone believe? With a clang, Gu Jioga dropped his sword and knelt upon the ground, his eyes dimming, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Very well, since none of you are willing to believe me, let the swords in your hands be stained with the blood of your former junior. A sigh escaped his lips, laced with helplessness. Eldest elder, eldest elder. The surrounding disciples immediately parted to create a path, bowing deeply to the approaching figure. The figure approaching is none other than the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Transformation Sect, Yun Yiyu, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. Clad in an embroidered white robe adorned with cranes, his silver hair and beard flow gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura as he strides forward. Master, Gu Jiugu kneels before him, gazing upward with a flicker of hope in his eyes. It was the master who had proclaimed that the path to immortality is one of competition. Thus, he had cultivated demonic arts, seeking to alter his innate talents, devouring the spiritual roots of many, even those of his fellow disciples. Yet, that individual deserved his fate. Who told him to witness Gu Jiugu practicing the forbidden arts and use it as leverage, forcing him to obey his every command, even demanding all his spiritual stones and elixirs. Competition, only through competition. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, where the weak are devoured by the strong, one must consume others to avoid being consumed. Hence, he had killed him. Should that individual not have perished? Why must his seniors seek to eliminate him, their junior? The demonic cultivator ought to live. The one who deserved death was that person. A crimson hue flickered in Gu Jiugu's eyes as he knelt on the ground. Observing this, the Grand Elder Yun Yiyu's expression darkened with disappointment, shaking his head. No, upon seeing his master shake his head, Gu Jiugu was startled, regaining his senses, and hurriedly prostrated at the elder's feet. Clutching his master's ankles, he raised his head, a visage of regret etched upon his face. Master, I do not wish to die. I will not practice the demonic arts any longer. Please grant me a chance. The Grand Elder Yun Yiyu lowered his gaze, his eyes filled with complexity as he regarded Gu Jiugu. He sighed deeply. We may be able to offer you a chance, but what of them? At these words, Gu Jiugu froze. Indeed, while his master might extend an opportunity, the sect itself would not. The path of heresy is one that invites universal condemnation. The chief disciple has arrived. A voice rang out, startling the gathered disciples, who promptly turned to look. Gu Jiugu's heart quivered, and he bowed his head. The chief disciple truly had come. They quickly made way. The disciples appeared to hold great fear of this chief disciple, parting to allow passage. Within the 3 halls, there are 3 chief disciples, each the foremost apprentice of the respective palace masters. The master of the Ziqing Palace is none other than the Grand Elder, Yun Yiyu. Master, a cold voice resonated. Gu Jiugu kept his head bowed, yet his gaze caught the familiar sight of silver-white boots. In an instant, his hands and knees trembled uncontrollably, his complexion growing even paler. The one who approached was the chief disciple of the Ziqing Palace, Liu Qingqing. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a mere step away from the Grand Elder, his eyes lowered upon Gu Jiugu, exuding indifference. Suddenly, Gu Jiugu seemed to have made a momentous decision. Brother. He abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the ever-cold chief disciple, his voice hoarse as he cried out, should demonic cultivators truly be condemned to death? But then, his pupils constricted. A sharp sound pierced the air. Liu Qingqing suddenly found a long sword in his hand, driving it straight into Gu Jiugu's body. He looked down from his high perch, indifferent, and said, Little junior brother, rest assured and depart. As his words fell, Liu Qingqing infused his spiritual power into the blade, directly shattering the vitality of his junior brother. Was the chief senior brother truly the one to slay his disciple? The surrounding disciples were momentarily stunned. Yet, they soon deemed it justifiable, for their chief at Ziqing Palace was notoriously ruthless and unyielding. Not to mention, the little junior brother had committed a grave taboo by descending into the demonic path. Clang! Liu Qingqing flicked the blood from the blade and sheathed it, leaving with an expression devoid of emotion. Where he passed, the disciples recoiled in apprehension. The Grand Elder, Yun Yiyu, gazed at the crimson stain beneath his feet, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He waved his hand, stating, The demon disciple has been eradicated. Yet he was ultimately one of our Ziqing Palace's own. Bury him on the back mountain. With that, Grand Elder Yun Yiyu vanished without a trace. Understood, the disciples responded, bowing in acknowledgement. After the Grand Elder's departure, they all gathered around to gaze upon Gu Jiugu's lifeless body. Is the little junior brother truly dead? With no vitality left, he must be gone. Sigh. The chief senior brother is indeed cold and heartless. Heartless? He deserved his fate. As a member of the righteous path, he practiced demonic arts, bringing disgrace to our Ziqing Palace. All right, let us speak less. Chapter 14. The fortuitous immortal Gu on a narrow path outside the Qianqing Hall. 2 disciples were engaged in hushed whispers as they strolled. Have you heard? That exceptionally talented junior disciple from the Ziqing Palace, who practiced demonic arts, has been slain by his master. He deserved it, practicing demonic arts and harming fellow disciples. Moreover, he killed one of our own. If he had lived, Wouldn't it have instilled fear among us? Are our lives as inner disciples worth less than those of the direct disciples? Beneath a tree, Liu Qingqing, filled with ennui, inadvertently overheard their conversation. It must be said that after 5 years, Liu Qingqing had blossomed into an even more resplendent figure, her cultivation having significantly progressed. Now, she stood as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, a paragon within the Qingqing Hall. Furthermore, an elder sought to take her as a direct disciple. Should she be accepted, she would gain entry into one of the 3 esteemed palaces, the Taishu Palace, receiving the sect's focused cultivation. Presently, her striking beauty made her the object of admiration for many disciples, as she treated everyone with warmth and had never encountered any conflicts, even greeting outer disciples with a smile. Consequently, she had captured the hearts of numerous disciples. Under the tree, Liu Qingqing gazed at the departing figures of the 2 disciples, resting her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. A genius fallen into demonic cultivation. Could this be the archetype of a protagonist? Gujioga, that name bears a resemblance. Within the jade pendant, Qin Feng extended a sliver of his consciousness, observing the spark in Liu Qingqing's eyes, and felt a tightening in his chest. Girl, what scheme are you concocting now? His concern was not unfounded. Liu Qingqing had become rather unpredictable. Ever since she became a disciple of the esteemed Wijixian, she had been obsessively expressing her desire to seek him out, leaving him startled and frequently watching her closely. What if one day he were to be abruptly extracted from the jade pendant by the master of the Chaosian Hall while he was in a deep slumber? Who would he turn to for justification? No, the real question was, where would he find a way to survive? Ignoring Qin Feng's musings within the jade pendant, Liu Qingqing pondered to herself, if he is indeed a protagonist, then he should not perish so easily. I shall sneak into the back mountain of the Ziqing Palace tonight to investigate. The back mountain was typically deserted. Even if someone was present, it should pose no danger. As Qin Feng, that ancient being in the jade pendant, had taught her a technique of stealth, it should suffice for infiltrating the back mountain. Surely, they wouldn't station a powerful being there to guard it, would they? In the dead of night, with the cold moon hanging high, the back mountain of the Ziqing Palace was dotted with countless gravestones. At that moment, a solitary figure stood before a newly erected grave, his expression stern and devoid of warmth. This was none other than the cold-faced chief, Liu Xiu. Liu Xiu gazed at the gravestone inscribed with the name Gujioga, his fingers clasped behind his back, the essence of spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a coffin forcibly emerged from the soil. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Liu Xiu unveiled the coffin lid. Gazing upon Gujioga within the coffin, he formed a single-handed gesture, murmuring an arcane and incomprehensible ancient tongue. Suddenly, a peculiar insect emerged from the wound on Gujioga's chest. Abruptly, Gujioga's eyes flew open, his chest heaving erratically, a look of bewilderment clouding his features. He glanced at his own form lying within the coffin, confusion flickering in his eyes. Where am I? How could this be? Liu Xiu's expression shifted subtly as he murmured, "Little junior brother, you are not dead?" He was not. The familiar whisper, entwined with a chilling breeze, startled Gujioga, prompting him to rise hastily from the coffin. Elder brother? Gujioga stared at Liu Xiu, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the coffin, momentarily lost in thought. Lowering his gaze, Gujioga inspected the wound on his chest, clenched his fist, and released a sigh of relief. He was still alive. Moments later, Gujioga turned his gaze toward Liu Xiu, his eyes glistening with emotion. Was it his elder brother who had saved him? However, Liu Xiu offered no response, merely raising his hand slightly. He watched as a blood-patterned insect crawled to his fingertip, then spoke coldly, "Leave the sect. Your temperament is too impetuous. You are unfit to practice the art of mending the heavens." With that, Liu Xiu retracted the blood-colored insect, slowly closed his eyes, only to open them again swiftly. A subtle change flickered in his gaze, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he gently closed his eyes once more. Gujioga, upon hearing his words, displayed a complex expression. He understood that this place no longer harbored a refuge for him. Yet, who could have imagined that the esteemed first disciple of the Ziqing Palace, his elder brother Liu Xiu, was the very one who bestowed upon him the demonic arts? As Gujioga regained his composure, recalling his elder brother's final words, he hurriedly implored, "No, I beseech you, elder brother, grant me a chance. If I must leave the sect, leave the Ziqing Palace, then so be it. But without the art of mending the heavens, how shall I stand in the future?" "I have already afforded you an opportunity," Liu Xiu replied, his face devoid of expression. "But I..." Gujioga lowered his head, a shadow of desolation crossing his features. "Without the art of mending the heavens, how can I cultivate? How can I make those who scorn me regret their disdain? How can I truly live? As he spoke, a hint of bitterness tinged his words. In this realm of cultivation, the weak were no different from mere ants. In the eyes of those exalted immortals, they, the feeble practitioners, were but larger insects, easily crushed underfoot. Return to your life as a mortal, Liu stated, his hands slightly parting. No, elder brother, you may take my life, but you cannot strip me of my right to cultivate. That would be akin to killing me. The youth's furious voice echoed in the air. Yet no sound escaped their confines, for the space they occupied had been ensnared in a formation laid by the chief elder brother Liu. After a moment of stunned silence, Liu regarded Gu Jiogong's angry and defiant visage, and he suddenly broke into laughter. You are truly stubborn. In this harsh world, if the path to becoming strong is lost, then what does it mean to truly live? However, the reason he bestowed this demonic power upon his junior disciple was not out of pity for the latter's plight, but rather a desire to bring about his ruin. Many years ago, he was much like the young disciple Gu Jioga, possessing mediocre talent, yet unwilling to accept a life of mediocrity. There was, however, one significant difference. He was favored by fortune. By chance, he stumbled upon the ancient abode of an immortal, where he discovered a defective immortal insect and a form of demonic technique. The insect, known as the fortuitous insect, possessed the ability to seize the fortune of others for his own gain. The technique, named the sky repairing art, could devour the cultivation and spiritual roots of others, sacrificing their lives to replenish his own. Yet, the sky repairing art came with grave drawbacks. Were he a practitioner of demonic arts, it would be as a fish in water. However, such prominence would inevitably attract attention, and while he might quickly rise to power through the sky repairing art, he would also be at great risk of death. This form of demonic power was not tolerated by the world, and should his true nature be revealed, it would lead to his utter destruction. Thus, he had refrained from practicing it until now. In contrast, the fortuitous insect was different. What is fortune? It is elusive and intangible. Yet, under the influence of this defective insect, he could perceive it clearly. When he utilized this insect, darkness enveloped his surroundings, and only those possessing great fortune appeared as luminous fireflies amidst the shadows. Indeed, nearly everyone possesses some measure of fortune. Those with little fortune merely exude a faint glimmer, tasteless to a cultivator like him. Through the power of the fortuitous insect, he had unknowingly seized the fortunes of countless individuals without detection. Consequently, he had risen to become the chief of the Ziqing Palace and a prodigy within the Tianyan Sect, ranked 7th on the list of outstanding talents. Now, Gu Jioga's fortune had been entirely consumed by the fortuitous insect, leaving him in his current state. In truth, when he first encountered Gu Jioga, he noticed that the latter's fortune was not insignificant, even though he was of mundane spiritual roots. With the assistance of fortune, he managed to join the outer sect. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal like him have caught the attention of the Tianyan Sect, a top-tier power in the central domain? He would not even qualify to enter the outer sect. Throughout the 120 peaks of the outer sect, even the least talented disciples possessed inferior spiritual roots, far removed from the lowly mundane roots. Furthermore, had the fortuitous insect not been siphoning Gu Jioga's fortune, it is likely that his practice of the demonic technique would have gone unnoticed. What Liu did not anticipate, however, was the true intricacy of fortune. Even after he had personally slain Gu Jioga, the latter managed to rise from the coffin. Yet, that was the extent of it. When he took the life of his junior disciple, he employed the immortal insect to observe that all of Gu Jioga's fortune had dissipated. It seemed that it was the last vestige of fortune that saved the junior disciple. Nevertheless, at this point, though he felt a tinge of regret for having acted a bit too hastily, it mattered little. Destiny now belonged to him. With the fortuitous insect in his possession, he was certain to ascend to immortality. Chapter 15. The 9th Great Heart Protection Pill. Go away. I shall not strip you of your qualifications. With those words, Liu ascended into the void and departed. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiogao could no longer contain the tears welling in his eyes, and they cascaded down his cheeks. Subsequently, he emerged from the coffin, bowed deeply to the air, and, while choking back sobs, declared loudly, "This kindness from my elder brother, I shall never forget. If I ever have the opportunity in the future, I shall surely repay it." He vowed that this would be the last time he cried. Henceforth, he would no longer be at the mercy of others. Turning back to gaze upon his coffin, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "From this moment on, there shall be no more Gu Jiogao in this world." A soft gulp echoed from behind the massive stone after the two from the back mountain had left. Liu Qingqing, concealed behind the boulder, swallowed hard, a thin sheen of cold sweat appearing on her brow. She had not anticipated that this junior disciple of the Ziqing Palace had been bestowed with demonic powers by his elder brother, leading him down a path of no return. Was this truly the so-called impartial chief, Liu Xiao? The thought of the admiration the disciples of the Qianqing Hall held for the chief of the Ziqing Palace drew a wry smile from Liu Qingqing. To know someone's face, but not their heart, the world of cultivation was indeed terrifying. Yet, why had Liu Xiao chosen to act in such a manner? Liu Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. Foolish girl, you must leave this place at once. Suddenly, Qin Feng's serious voice rang out. What is the matter? Liu Qingqing was taken aback. Enough with the questions, hurry and go. Qin Feng's tone grew increasingly grave. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Liu Qingqing's heart raced, and she hastily vacated the area. Throughout her escape, she executed her stealth techniques to perfection. She had never seen Qin Feng in such a state. Not long after Liu Qingqing's departure, a pair of silvery long boots landed on the boulder she had previously occupied. Liu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly in the direction Liu Qingqing had taken. How intriguing! A mere inner sect disciple at the Golden Core stage had managed to evade his divine sense. Had it not been for the earlier good fortune of the immortal Gu entering his body, he would not have noticed the radiant presence hidden behind that boulder. As for why Liu Xiao allowed the other to leave, it was simply because he recognized that he could not kill her at this moment, even though he was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm and she was merely at the Golden Core stage. Her formidable fortune was nearly on par with that of Gu Jiugao. It had taken him 2 years to seize Gu Jiugao's fortune. While he had taken a gradual approach, it remained undeniable that those blessed with fortune were exceedingly difficult to deal with. Would the other expose his true nature? Liu Xiao was unconcerned. She was merely an inner sect disciple. Even if she reported him for bestowing demonic powers upon the junior disciple, who would believe her? After all, he was the impartial chief of the Ziqing Palace. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Even if this incident were to come to light, it would not have any significant repercussions. Moreover, the fortune possessed by the other, which was not inferior to Gu Jiugao's, was indeed a gift sent to Liu Xiao, who had his sights set on the chief disciple of the Tai Su Palace of the Tianyan Sect after Gu Jiugao, the favored child of heaven, by Chaoya. Yet, this individual presents a considerable headache for Liu Xiao. As the foremost disciple of the sect leader Yun Wuyang and the number 1 on the talented individuals list, he has already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, merely a step away from the transformation stage. However, Liu Xiao has now set his sights on a new target, a female inner disciple in the Golden Core stage. For him, this should be an effortless endeavor. First, he intends to seize the fortune of this inner disciple, then the fortune of the prodigy by Chaoya. Ultimately, it will lead to the sect's saintess, Yun Qingyi. In Liu Xiao's eyes, Yun Qingyi, who has risen from a mere mortal to the current saintess of the sect, and is also a disciple of the immortal venerable Wuji, possesses an unparalleled fortune. Although he has never laid eyes on the saintess Yun Qingyi, this does not hinder his thoughts. He suspects he is not alone in this belief. It seems everyone regards Yun Qingyi as exceptionally blessed, especially since she has caught the attention of the immortal venerable Wuji, all while being immortal. Yet, the thought of seizing the fortune of the saintess Yun Qingyi sends a chill down Liu Xiao's spine. For any misstep could lead to a confrontation with the world's foremost individual. Even he cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. But that is a matter for the future. In the Qianqing Hall, within a chamber, Liu Qingqing sat by the bedside, repeatedly patting her chest, visibly shaken. After a moment, she lowered her gaze to the jade pendant. Old man, have I truly been discovered? She inquired. Indeed, Elder Qin responded, continuing. That presence belongs to the chief of the Ziqing Palace. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, then why hasn't he revealed himself to capture me? Moreover, he is merely at the nascent soul stage. Did you not say that the stealth technique you taught me cannot be detected by anyone below that realm? How did I become exposed? This, I do not know. Elder Qin's voice took on a serious tone. Perhaps he possesses some unique means. In any case, you should remain wary of Liu Xiao, the chief of the Ziqing Palace. He is quite formidable. At this, Liu Qingqing's expression turned sour. What should I do? He won't resort to silencing me, will he? He might, or he might not, Qin Feng replied. Why might he not? Liu Qingqing pressed. Because it holds little significance. Even if you were to speak out, how many would believe you? A mere inner disciple of the Qianqing Hall versus the chief disciple of the Ziqing Palace. Who would weigh more? If you were in their shoes, whose words would you trust? Besides, his reputation is quite favorable. Though he acts coldly, he is known for being impartial. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing fell silent. It was indeed a harsh reality, but a true one. Sigh. Liu Qingqing exhaled deeply, feeling burdened by this unexpected trouble, unsure of how to proceed. Child, seek a protector. Did not the 12th elder mention that as long as you break through to the late golden core stage within a year, he would accept you as a disciple? An elderly man possesses a method. At the foot of the mountain, the somewhat disheveled Gujioga raised his head and cast a distant glance at the peak where the Ziqing Palace resided, his expression tinged with melancholy. Having departed from the Tianyan Sect, the esteemed sect of the mystical path, he now found himself on the brink of straying into the realm of unorthodox practices. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gujioga's pupils quivered slightly. Had he been discovered? The Grand Elder, Yunyeo, stood suspended in the air, hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon his former disciple. He extended his hand. Bring it forth. What is it that Master wishes me to retrieve? Gujioga's heart tightened. Silence. I am no longer your master, the Grand Elder replied, waving his sleeve dismissively. Hearing this, Gujioga lowered his head, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. Then may I inquire, Grand Elder, what is it you desire me to present? The 9th grade heart protecting pill. Upon hearing this, Gujioga abruptly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face. You knew all along. Did you think yourself undetected? Chapter 16. Compassion. When you initially stole the 9th order heart protecting pill, you inadvertently triggered the formation, which I, the Elder, discovered. The rarity of the 9th order heart protecting pill is such that I would not leave myself defenseless against nefarious individuals. However, what you do not realize is that I had intended to bestow upon you one of these precious pills. You are my most gifted disciple, and naturally, I would reserve a contingency for you, in case of unforeseen circumstances in the future. Little did I anticipate that you would resort to such tactics. Although it pains me greatly, I find myself powerless in this situation. Your talent is remarkable, and I hold you in high regard. The reason I turned a blind eye and did not expose you was to prevent any rift between master and disciple. The 9th order heart protecting pill is a life-preserving elixir. Considering you are under my very gaze, one should suffice. Perhaps, you might not even need it at all. At this juncture, the Grand Elder, Yunyiyu, sighed. You are the youngest and possess a charming disposition, which has led to a certain bias in my treatment of you. Had it been your senior brother, Liu Qingqing, who was discovered practicing demonic arts today instead of you, he would not have escaped this calamity. Upon hearing this, Gujiogu clenched his fists tightly. So the Grand Elder had known all along that I would utilize the 9th order heart protecting pill today and would await me on this path down the mountain. Is that correct? Gujiogu raised his gaze to meet the Grand Elder Yunyiyu's, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Listening to Gujiogu repeatedly address him as Grand Elder, Yunyiyu closed his eyes and nodded affirmatively. Humph. Gujiogu smiled, but suddenly, his expression twisted into one of fury. If that is the case, why did the Grand Elder not inform my senior brothers and sisters, or me, directly from the start? Why wait for the effects of the potion to pass only to condemn me? Why waste a precious 9th order heart protecting pill? Why toy with me? I once believed. Gujiogu staggered, self-mockingly stating, I thought I could still survive. Had I known, I would not have knelt, nor made any vows. Upon awakening, he realized that his senior brother, Liu Qingqing, stood before him, and he instinctively surmised the truth. It was not Liu Qingqing who had come to save him, but rather himself. Perhaps Liu Qingqing had come to the back mountain to ascertain whether he was alive or for some other reason. In any case, it was not to rescue him. What does it feel like to escape death only to return to the same place? Now, only Gujiogu knows the answer. He gazed at the Grand Elder Yunyiyu and then slowly closed his eyes. Grand Elder, please proceed. Sigh. Humans are not made of wood or grass. Who can be devoid of feelings? The Grand Elder Yunyiyu sighed deeply. My purpose in coming here is solely to retrieve the 9th order heart protecting pill. As for you, you are no longer my concern. Gujiogu is already dead. Upon hearing this, Gujiogu opened his eyes. Looking at the master who had once cherished him deeply, his heart trembled. You truly will not kill me? Then bring it forth. The Grand Elder Yunyiyu extended his hand once more. Gujiogu pressed her lips together, ultimately retrieving a vial of the 9th tier heart protection pill from her storage ring. The Grand Elder, Yunyiyu, effortlessly summoned the pill back to him, then scanned the vial with his spiritual sense. There were only 3 left. Indeed, one was missing. The rarity of this elixir was such that it had taken him considerable effort to acquire even this single vial, which contained merely 4 pills. Just one could preserve a life at a critical moment, even creating the illusion of death, truly invaluable. Leave now. From this day forth, we shall have no further ties, he declared, and without pausing, Grand Elder Yunyiyu departed, hands clasped behind him, leaving Gujiogu in a state of astonishment. In the celestial realm above, within the morning immortal palace, a woman clad in white sat cross-legged in meditation. Her beauty was striking, impossible to forget. Draped in elegant white, she exuded grace akin to that of an orchid. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with a silver hairpin, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her eyes reflecting autumn waves. Should anyone have seen her 5 years prior and then encountered her in this form, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. After overcoming their astonishment, they would likely sigh in admiration, remarking on how cultivation indeed nurtures one's appearance. This woman in white was none other than Liu Qingqing, the disciple of the supreme immortal Wu Ji, taken under his wing 5 years ago. Back then, she was merely a dusty-faced girl from Qingxin Mountain. Even now, she felt as though she existed within a dream. 5 years ago, she had been whisked away to the morning immortal palace in the blink of an eye. Having seen little of the world, she had thought her master to be an immensely powerful practitioner. It was only upon exiting the palace and gazing upon the vast sea of clouds that she grasped the reality of residing in the heavens. Is my master truly an immortal? This implausible thought flickered through Liu Qingqing's mind. How could her master possibly be an immortal? Mortals referred to cultivators as immortals merely as a term of respect. She understood that true immortals were exceedingly rare, especially in the small locale of Qingxin Mountain in the southern wilderness. Later on, she encountered an enigmatic elderly man with white hair in the morning immortal palace, whom she presumed to be her master's master. In her panic, she called him ancestor, startling the elderly man so much that he nearly faltered, hastily waving his hands in denial and glancing around as if fearing eavesdroppers. After this incident, she erased the impression of that unfathomable elder from her mind. Subsequently, the elder began to refer to her as the saintess, often imparting lessons on cultivation and reciting principles of conduct. In her eyes, that once enigmatic elderly figure had transformed into a bothersome old man. Eventually, this elderly gentleman took her from the morning immortal palace to a grand sect below, imbued with ethereal energy and bustling with people. Surprisingly, it turned out that this bothersome old man held a high status, as many others greeted him with astonishment before respectfully addressing him as ancestor. Afterwards, he introduced her to a formidable-looking man, seemingly in his 50s, who appeared to be his disciple, known as Tianyan Sect. Later, the esteemed master Tianyan revealed to her a multitude of revelations that nearly left her in a state of disbelief. Her revered teacher was, indeed, the foremost individual in the world. That bothersome old man was actually an ancient ancestor in the tribulation phase, and his equally irksome disciple was none other than the leader of the Tianyan Sect, one of the 3 paramount powers in the central domain. It was no wonder that the vexatious elder incessantly proclaimed her destiny to be one of celestial fortune, a sentiment she initially struggled to comprehend. At last, the truth dawned upon her. The aloof teacher she had pledged her allegiance to on Qingxin Mountain was, without a doubt, a genuine immortal of the realm. In a mere 5 years, she had transformed from a mortal devoid of any cultivation to a mid-stage golden core practitioner. However, Liu Qingqing was acutely aware that when her teacher gazed upon her with those emotionless eyes, there lingered a hint of pity. Indeed, it was pity. Her master felt pity for her. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely for her sake, as there were times when her teacher would mistakenly call her by another name. A name that seemed to resonate with Zigui. Occasionally, she would catch a glimpse of her master, seated quietly by the window, her profound eyes reflecting a hue of nostalgia. Chapter 17, The Old Taoist in the Pavilion. Nian Wangwang, holding a black piece, suddenly noticed a change in the edge of the chessboard, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he brought his fingers together, muttering incantations, and then pointed at the chessboard on the stone table. In an instant, the chessboard burst forth with a blinding radiance. Just as Nian Wangwang squinted his eyes, a sweet taste filled his throat, and he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it onto the chessboard. The vivid crimson stain was striking, yet at that moment, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. After hiding for so many years, it has finally emerged. Inside the main hall, Nian Wangwang, garbed in a black robe, sat at the table, his gaze lowered as he gently wiped a sword with a handkerchief. This sword was not an extraordinary celestial artifact, but rather an utterly ordinary mortal weapon. However, it was steeped in the blood of heroes from the 5 realms. Master, a figure approached from outside the hall. Come in. Nian Wangwang did not lift his head, continuing to polish the blade. The newcomer was Liu Qingqing. She held a teapot. Stepping closer, her demeanor restrained as she lowered her gaze and said, Master, the tea is ready. Nian Wangwang replied lightly. Liu Qingqing glanced at the sword he was cleaning, then placed the teapot down and poured a cup. After completing these tasks, she quietly stepped aside, aware that her master preferred tranquility. Nian Wangwang paused briefly before raising his eyes to regard the quietly standing Liu Qingqing. Is there something you wish to say? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing nodded vigorously. Speak. Nian Wangwang sheathed the sword. Liu Qingqing bit her lip. Old Liu mentioned that the grand competition for prodigies will take place in 7 days, just once every decade. She hesitated, cautiously observing her master's expression. He wishes for me to attend this competition and would like to know your opinion. Should you wish to go, then go. Nian Wangwang stored the sword in his spatial ring, gently caressing the black, mysterious, ancient ring. As I have said, I will not interfere in your decisions. Yes, master. Having spoken, Liu Qingqing did not leave. Noticing her lingering presence, Nian Wangwang lifted the cup and looked at her. Is there something else? Liu Qingqing lowered her head, her small hands gripping the hem of her clothing. After a moment, she looked up, a trace of hope in her eyes as she asked, Will you be attending, master? The conflicts of the younger generation are of no concern to me. His response was as anticipated. Liu Qingqing bit her lip, slowly lowering her head, a fleeting shadow of disappointment flashing across her eyes. Master, then I shall take my leave. Her voice carried a palpable sadness. Yet, Nian Wangwang seemed oblivious, sipping his tea before setting down the cup and nodding. Shortly after Liu Qingqing departed, the grand hall was left empty. Only the white mist rose from the cups on the table. In the central region, in the city of Baidao, outside a tea house, several young scions were embroiled in an argument with a 10-year-old little Taoist. My master is a disciple of the great void real person, Tai Su, the little Taoist exclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with indignation. Disciple of the great void real person? Tai Hung real person? Ha ha. A group of young scions erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing the words. What are you laughing at? The young Taoist furrowed his brow in discontent. Begone. Who is this impostor posing as a Taoist, deceiving others? One among them waved his hand dismissively, impatience evident in his tone. We, the disciples of the Tao City, are under the auspices of the Tao Sect. There is no figure named Master Taiheng within the sect. Seeing your youth, I shall not hold it against you. Consider this bottle of elixir a mere reprimand. If you were to swindle under the name of the Tao Sect, the consequences would be far graver. With that, he attempted to stow the elixir away. Return it to me. The young Taoist, upon witnessing the act, became frantic. Bang! The would-be thief was sent flying by a swift kick. The man looked coldly at the dirt-streaked young Taoist, stating, Do not overstep your bounds. Let it be. He is just a child, urged a companion nearby. Humph. The man scoffed, flicked his sleeve, and departed. With everyone gone and the elixir taken from him, the young Taoist sat despondently, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, a stooped figure approached. What troubles you, my dear disciple? Why the tears? Who has wronged you? A broad hand rested gently upon the young Taoist's head. The boy, sobbing, looked up to see his master and immediately recounted, Master, the elixir you gave me was taken by someone else. They claim there is no such person as master in the Tao Sect. Woe is me. Fear not. We shall not hold it against him. Let us return to the sect, the elder Taoist replied, bending down to stroke the boy's head. Very well. In the central region, at Taiping Mountain, lies the sacred entrance of the Tao Sect, one of the 3 esteemed sections. As they ascended the path, the elder Taoist and the young disciple walked together. Master, master. The young Taoist pointed excitedly at the mountain gate at the top of the steps, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is that the Tao Sect? Indeed, my dear disciple, the elder replied, looking up with a smile, proudly stroking his beard. This is one of the 3 renowned sects that resound throughout the world. Suddenly, a figure soared through the air above them. Master, that person is flying. Are they a disciple of our Tao Sect? The young Taoist exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the figure aloft. The elder also looked up, confirming, yes. Wow. The young boy cheered, waving at the figure. Greetings, senior brother. I am to be your junior apprentice. The commotion caught the attention of the figure in the sky. As they looked down and recognized the two, their expression shifted slightly, and they hastily flew away. Huh. The young Taoist tilted his head, puzzled. Master, why did the senior brother leave upon seeing us? The elder gently patted the boy's head and chuckled. Perhaps he was startled by your enthusiasm. Come, let us continue. Oh, halfway up, the young Taoist seemed to recall something and suddenly halted, turning to inquire of the elder's retreating figure, Master. In this present time, does the esteemed Wuji Xianzuan, who presides over the Tianyan Sect, truly hail from our Taoist lineage? Upon hearing the words of the young acolyte, the elder Taoist paused momentarily. He turned to gaze at the 10-year-old novice and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Where did you hear such a thing? It was spoken by the master of Taijing Temple, replied the young one. The elder Taoist frowned at the mention of Taijing Temple's master. pondering how a deceased individual could still utter so many words. He then explained to the young acolyte, such claims are mere fabrications, unworthy of belief. But the senior brothers from Taijing Temple have said the same. The little novice scratched his head in confusion. Hearing this, the elder Taoist felt a sense of helplessness, reiterating, these are all nonsensical tales. To spread falsehoods invites retribution. Have you not noticed that your former master and brothers at the Taishu Temple all met untimely fates? The words of the deceased hold no truth. Very well. The young acolyte nodded, though only partially comprehending. The elder Taoist, satisfied with the response, resumed his walk. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he was met with the soft voice of the young novice from behind. Master, you once told me that a cultivator must never speak falsehoods. The elder Taoist figure stiffened. Master, is it true or false? Chapter 18. The true immortal of the void. The old Taoist hesitated for a moment, ultimately letting out a sigh and nodding in affirmation. It is indeed true. However, the young disciple remained perplexed, questioning why the supreme immortal was at the Tianyan Sect instead of being with our Taoist lineage. As soon as the young disciple finished speaking, the old Taoist's hand trembled slightly, and a complex expression emerged in his eyes. Indeed, that individual should have been within the ranks of the Taoist sect, the foremost person in the world. Ah, brother, you have schemed your entire life, yet still committed a grave error, the old Taoist murmured bitterly. The Taoist sect is not particularly powerful, with its disciples significantly fewer compared to other top-tier forces due to the exceedingly stringent admission requirements. Furthermore, the sect is divided into three major factions: the path of forgetting emotions, the path of thunder, and the path of array. Among these, the path of thunder is the mainstream, while the path of array serves as a supplementary faction. Only the path of forgetting emotions has witnessed a decline in its disciples. Even the last sect leader, who was a master of the path of forgetting emotions, found no one willing to pursue this path. The reason is simple: the entry requirements are too demanding. The methods are profound and difficult to comprehend. The very first requirement already proves unattainable for the majority. The path of forgetting emotions emphasizes that one must first possess emotions before severing them to achieve the path of emotionlessness. This severance does not entail cutting ties with a beloved, but rather involves self-mutilation of the mundane roots of emotional attachment, advocating for equality among all beings, regardless of proximity or kinship. If the heart does not perish, the path does not flourish. If desires are not extinguished, the path does not exist. Yet, how many are willing to ascend to sainthood? Thus, the path of forgetting emotions has dwindled. However, the path of forgetting emotions is not solely represented by the supreme method of forgetting emotions. There exists another technique that has faded into obscurity over the ages: the supreme path of emotionlessness. Ironically, this technique, which should have been forgotten, has resurfaced and become known across the 5 domains. No one could have anticipated that a disciple of the path of thunder would cultivate the path of emotionlessness, emerging as the foremost individual in the world. Regrettably, the Taoist sect, which was destined to thrive, was obliterated by the true immortal of the void. The true immortal, who has honed the supreme method of forgetting emotions to its zenith, inevitably attracts hostility. The practitioner of the path of emotionlessness should have been the greatest source of strength for the Taoist sect, yet fate plays its hand cruelly. Merely due to a single elixir, that individual betrayed the sect and even attacked the true immortal, causing the latter to fall into madness. All for an elixir that could extend life for merely a few days. Since then, the true immortal has been missing for several centuries, with no sign of return. Perhaps, he has not truly gone mad. If the current supreme immortal, Wu Wang, were to discover his whereabouts, he might have already lost his life. On the mountainside, the old Taoist led the young disciple, taking deliberate steps toward the sect above. Throughout the journey, the young disciple incessantly inquired, Master, why did the supreme immortal betray the sect? The old Taoist walked ahead, his silhouette shrouded in silence. Master, could it truly be because of Elder Tai Su? Before the young disciple could finish, the old Taoist's expression shifted, and he abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at the young disciple. Enough. It was merely an elixir, merely an elixir. His master was nearing death. What good would a life-extending elixir do for just a few more days? It would be far better to reserve it for someone truly worthy. With such a narrow-minded perspective, what significance would it hold to become the greatest in the world if one ultimately could not attain immortality? The young Taoist stood frozen, struck by the sudden intensity of his master's emotions, his countenance twisted in rage. It was merely a single pill. Was this his fault? No, it was not. The old Taoist muttered to himself, displaying signs of madness. Master, behind you. At that moment, the young Taoist pointed behind the old man. Senior brother Tai Su. A voice echoed from behind, causing the old Taoist to whirl around. His expression contorted in fury as he bellowed, "Why must you bring him up?" Behind the old Taoist, a group of Taoists had appeared on the steps, their expressions a mix of complexity as they regarded him. Particularly, the white-robed Taoist at the forefront, with sparse brows, his eyes blurred with tears. The old Taoist's anger faltered, and he asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, why do you weep?" Upon hearing this, the white-robed Taoist raised his frail hand to cover his eyes, yet tears still trickled through his fingers. His voice trembled as he spoke, "Senior brother Tai Su, do you not remember your junior disciple?" The old Taoist frowned slightly, taking a step back. "What are you saying, fellow Taoist? Who is this senior brother Tai Su?" "I am not Tai Su. I am Tai Hong, the junior disciple of Tai Su Jinren." At this revelation, the expressions of the onlookers grew even more intricate. "Senior brother." The white-robed Taoist's voice became choked, bitter, and discordant. "You only have one junior disciple. It is I, Yu Xiao, your junior brother Wang Qing." The moment those words left his lips, the old Taoist's expression fell into a daze as he murmured, "Wang Qing, junior disciple. Senior brother." Yu Xiao Jinren Wang Qing could no longer bear to witness the old Taoist's state and stepped forward. "Let us return to the sect." "Return to the sect?" The old Taoist gazed vacantly at Yu Xiao Jinren Wang Qing, cautiously probing, "Are you truly my senior brother?" After a moment of silence, Yu Xiao Jinren Wang Qing nodded. "Ha ha ha. Am I Tai Su? Am I the sinner of the Taoist sect?" The old Taoist first laughed, then as the laughter continued, he began to weep, collapsing onto the steps, appearing deranged. "Ha ha, I am the sinner. I am indeed the sinner." On the steps, the elderly and young Taoists alike turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. "Senior brother." Yu Xiao Jinren Wang Qing firmly placed his hand on the old Taoist's shoulder. "Let us return to the sect, to our home." "Home," the old Taoist murmured, lost in thought. Yu Xiao Jinren Wang Qing turned to his disciples behind him, his gaze stern. "Seal the mountain. What transpired today must not be disclosed." Yes, several disciples received their orders and flew down the mountain. Subsequently, Yu Xiao Jinren assisted the old Taoist to his feet, gazing at the tattered robe he wore, sighing deeply. "Why must it be this way, senior brother? You were meant to cultivate the path of Taishang's detachment from emotion. How did you come to harbor guilt toward the sect, leading you to madness?" In the eyes of his junior disciple, you have always been the most indifferent of characters. Yet who would have thought? Alas, before he could finish his words, Master Yu Xiao let out a deep sigh. However, today's events must remain confidential. Should that person discover the news of senior brother's return to the sect, the Tao sect shall know no peace. Fortunately, when that individual ascended to supremacy years ago, senior brother had already vanished without a trace, leaving no one capable of locating him. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a fierce wind swept across the ground. Master Yu Xiao slowly raised his head, allowing a drop of rain to land upon his shoulder, shaking his head as he lamented. "A storm is brewing." He then steadied the old Taoist and turned to return to the sect. However, as he turned, his gaze fell upon a tall figure standing at the summit of the steps by the mountain gate. With Master Yu Xiao's cultivation, it was impossible not to discern the identity of the visitor, yet upon recognition, his expression shifted dramatically. "Wuji." At those words, everyone turned in astonishment, including the deranged old Taoist, whose reaction was even more pronounced upon hearing the name Wuji. There stood Nian Wangwang, draped in a black robe at the mountain gate, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept over the crowd, his dark hair billowing in the wind, imbued with a sense of nostalgia and reunion. With a gentle smile, he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I trust you are all well." Yet, within the eyes of the onlookers, the smile of the immortal Wuji radiated a delight that was akin to that of a predator spotting its prey. For, the true Master Tai Su was present. Without delay, as they had anticipated, Nian Wangwang's gaze turned coldly towards the old Taoist, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. "Master, have you been well?" Chapter 19. Beyond the human realm at this moment, the immortal venerable Wuji, Nian Wangwang, emitted not a shred of aura, yet he rendered everyone motionless. Meanwhile, the esteemed Master Yu Xiao, Wang Qing, gazed at Nian Wangwang, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. Why is it that the moment my senior brother arrives at the Tao sect, this immortal venerable follows closely behind? Could he possess celestial abilities? Upon catching sight of Nian Wangwang, the old Taoist fell into a state of stupor. "Wuji," a trembling voice arose from behind him. Wang Qing abruptly turned, witnessing the old Taoist shivering in fear, and he shouted, "Senior brother." The old Taoist froze, looking towards Wang Qing. "Junior brother?" Suddenly, he pointed toward the mountain gate where Nian Wangwang stood, urgency etched across his face. Junior brother, flee. Quickly. He has come for revenge. Is it merely a pill? Why must he drive me to my demise? Everyone in the sect blames me, blames me. The old Taoist clutched his head in anguish, repeating his lament. Seeing this, Wang Qing's anger flared. He pointed toward the mountain gate and bellowed, Senior brother, this is the Tao sect. Why must we run? The former sect leader of the Tao sect, the master of the forgetting emotion sect, a perfected ascendant practitioner, and my senior brother. How could he have fallen to this state, cowering before the immortal venerable, as a mouse before a cat? Indeed, this is the Tao sect. The old Taoist suddenly lifted his head. Yet, recalling something, he shook his head vehemently. No, we must flee. He is now the most formidable being in the world. Even the demon lord of the demon domain has perished at his hands. At that moment, Nian Wangwang chuckled lightly, regarding the old Taoist. Sect leader, it seems you are not yet mad. With that, a slender sword materialized in his grasp, and he advanced step by step toward the old Taoist. An icy glint in his eyes. Sect leader, it is time for reckoning. Wuji. Wang Qing stepped forward, locking eyes with Nian Wangwang. Do you truly intend to annihilate us? Regarding the death of Yang Shuzi, do you mean to lay all the blame upon my senior brother? Is it merely a pill? Wang Qing's sleeves swept in indignation. In response, Nian Wangwang regarded Wang Qing with an impassive expression, his gaze chilling. Merely a pill? He was able to stand by and watch a life perish for the sake of a pill, and today, I can likewise allow him to perish for that same pill. Furthermore, why not inquire what he did back then? You are grasping at straws. My senior brother has lost his mind. How could I ask? Wang Qing was consumed by rage. And what of it? Nian Wangwang slowly raised the tip of his sword, pointing it at the crowd. Must I justify my actions throughout my life to you? Do you truly believe that the Tao sect fears you? Wang Qing laughed in exasperation, turning to the elders and disciples at his side. Form up. Yet the elders and disciples wore hesitant expressions, remaining motionless. Did they truly intend to confront the already deranged Tai Su Zhenrun and Wu Ji Xianzun head-on? At that moment, a gentle sigh resonated from nowhere. Fellow cultivator, one should show mercy when possible. It was the voice of the ancestor. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of the Tao sect breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure from Wu Ji Xianzun diminish significantly. Should you persist? Enough. Yen Wang's gaze turned slightly cold as he flicked his wrist. In an instant, a sword chi of unparalleled might surged forth, cleaving through the air towards the crowd. Witnessing this, the expression on Yushao Zhenren Wang Qing's face changed dramatically, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the entire space trembled in that fleeting moment. Countless layers of steps crumbled under the impact of the sword chi, debris scattering and dust billowing into the air. In mid-air, the Tao sect members, saved by the ancestor, looked down at the devastation below, their hearts still racing. They had not anticipated Wu Ji Xianzun would strike so suddenly, especially before the ancestor. Senior brother. Yushao Zhenren Wang Qing muttered, lost in thought. Everyone had been saved by the ancestor, including the 10-year-old young cultivator behind his senior brother. Yet, his senior brother alone had not survived. He understood that the instant Wu Ji Xianzun unleashed his sword, the surrounding space had been sealed off. No spatial techniques could be employed, not even by the ancestor. In other words, had Wu Ji Xianzun wished to eliminate them all at that moment, the ancestor would have been unable to intervene in time. Fellow cultivator, to destroy my mountain gate and slay my disciples is rather excessive. The ancestor's voice clearly suppressed his fury. At the mountain gate, Yen Wangwang stood with his sword, eyes slightly closed, speaking softly. What do you intend to do? At this utterance, the atmosphere fell into silence. The disciples of the Tao sect exchanged glances. Was this the confidence of the world's foremost individual, acting recklessly with his own power, heedless of consequences? Very well, very well, very well. How utterly arrogant. Wu Ji, have you truly been blinded by the flattery of the world? Today, I shall inform you. There are others beyond the mortal realm, and heavens beyond the skies. Several voices, filled with ire, resounded. These were the reclusive ancestors of the Tao sect who could no longer remain seated due to the commotion caused by Wu Ji Xianzun's sword. And they emerged one after another. Form the formation. With this fierce command, the entire Tao sect was set into motion, countless powerful figures soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, the protective grand formation of the Tao sect activated, enveloping the entire sect beneath a colossal light screen like a celestial dome. What of the world's foremost individual? We, as cultivators, fear not a battle. A towering Dharma form stood solemnly in the air above the Tao sect, wielding the demon suppression sword and adorned in Qilin armor, exuding a steady and formidable aura. In the central region, the celestial palace. Elevated above the 9 heavens, it sits atop the clouds. This is the realm of the Celestial Palace. The palatial complex, floating amidst the sea of clouds, is magnificent and resplendent, resembling a realm of the immortals. Surrounding clouds swirl, occasionally accompanied by the harmonious calls of celestial cranes. Within the ethereal halls of the Celestial Palace, enchanting melodies wafted through the air. Several celestial maidens, their bare feet gracing the ground, were veiled in delicate white gauze, revealing only their mesmerizing eyes that captivated the soul. Their figures were graceful, each step a blossoming flower. Every smile and frown a breathtaking sight, stirring the hearts of onlookers. In the throne's exalted position, an extraordinary elder with flowing black hair applauded with enthusiasm. Draped in a robe adorned with the image of a yellow dragon, his brows arched elegantly, and his long beard cascaded down to his chest, enhancing his regal and formidable presence. This venerable figure was none other than the lord of the Celestial Palace, Dong Huangqing. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly approached, treading upon the mist. Observing the commotion, Lord Dong Huangqing furrowed his brow, pondering the cause of such haste. The Dao sect is engaged in a conflict, reported the individual. Upon hearing this, Dong Huangqing remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor, "Let them fight. What is there to fret about? Those Taoists on Taiping Mountain. How many forces in the central domain could possibly contend with them? As for the three sects, they would not resort to war lightly." After a moment's reflection, Dong Huangqing stroked his long beard and inquired, "But is it the three sects that have clashed with the Taoists?" "No," the individual shook his head. "Then let the music continue," Dong Huangqing instructed. However, before he could finish his sentence, the messenger added, "It is the Wujie Xinzuan." "What?" Dong Huangqing sprang to his feet. At this, the celestial melodies ceased abruptly. The maidens bowed gracefully before departing in a fluttering motion. Chapter 20. The Celestial in the painting within the Azure Sky Palace. The Eastern Emperor Qing, seated upon the dragon throne, mused with uncertainty. What could have provoked the conflict between the Tianyan Sect and the Dao sect? Uncertain, he paced the steps with his hands clasped behind his back, a frown creasing his brow. This is no trivial matter. The Taoists from Taiping Mountain possess exceedingly fierce temperaments, rivaling those of the Sword sect. With a sigh, he waved his sleeve dismissively. "You may take your leave." "Yes, my lord." Atop Taiping Mountain, the infinite immortal, Nian Wangwang, stood suspended in midair, confronting three towering manifestations of the ancestors with his solitary sword. In the distance, the younger generation of the Dao sect, shielded by their leader and elders, observed with trepidation. Such a battle transcended their capabilities to intervene. Even the esteemed Yu Shaozhenren was powerless. The Daoist disciples trembled at the sight of the infinite immortal, their elders bearing grave expressions. Despite the diminutive figure of Nian Wangwang beneath the colossal manifestations, none dared to underestimate him, nor did anyone perceive him as the weaker party. Moments prior, the combined strike of the three tribulation period ancestors had been effortlessly thwarted by him, shattering the protective array of the sect with a mere stroke of his sword. Currently, if the three tribulation period ancestors continued their assault against the infinite immortal without the protection of their formation, it was entirely possible that millennia of their legacy could be obliterated in an instant. Infinity, if the Wuyang immortal has yet to ascend, how dare you act with such impunity here? One of the manifestations thundered, his voice reverberating like a clap of thunder. "Wuyang, he hastens his ascension merely out of fear that I may slay him to prove my path," Nian Wangwang retorted, his robes billowing as he slowly raised his hand, pointing his sword at the three towering manifestations. Impudent. This declaration was met with a chorus of furious rebukes. Among them, the manifestation wielding the Zhenyao sword surged with renewed vigor, exclaiming, "You have insulted our Dao sect to this extent. Today, we shall demand an explanation." As the words lingered in the air, a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, descending directly toward Taiping Mountain. Moments later, a figure materialized above, clad in resplendent golden armor, exuding an aura of valor and authority. "Who is this?" a young Taoist inquired. "One from the Heavenly Palace. General Xianzhan of the Golden Armored Guards," another answered. Yu Shaozhenren, Wang Qing, narrowed his eyes. The Heavenly Palace's 3,000 golden armored guards instilled fear across the 5 domains. Each warrior was an immensely powerful cultivator, with the weakest among them possessing the capabilities of the Dongshu stage. No army in the realm could match their might, particularly under the command of General Xianzhan, who could invoke the 9 heavens immortal binding array to contend with tribulation period powers. "What brings the Heavenly Palace here?" one of the elders of the Dao sect questioned, his brow furrowed in concern. "To mediate," Yu Shaozhenren, Wang Qing, uttered a single word. As the supreme power of the central domain, the Heavenly Palace had a penchant for playing peacemaker, seldom intervening in minor squabbles. However, should the conflict involve top-tier forces, they would undoubtedly make their presence known, under the pretext of preventing infighting among the human race in the face of external threats. True to Yu Shaozhenren's expectations, General Xianzhan of the Golden Armored Guards approached the Infinite Immortal and the Tao Sect's ancestors, clasping his hands in greeting. "I pay my respects to all esteemed elders. The humble General Xianzhan has come, under the orders of the Palace Master, to mediate." Yet, scarcely had he spoken when a formidable figure scoffed. "Mediation? Today's matters are beyond your interference. Should the Eternal Venerable provide no explanation, we shall persist obstinately, regardless of who intervenes." Upon hearing this, General Xianzhan of the Golden Guard let out a weary sigh, fully aware that this would be the outcome. The affairs among those of the Tribulation Transcendence phase are far beyond the reach of a mere junior of the Ascension phase. Even with the backing of the Celestial Palace, it mattered little. Unless the Palace Master himself were to appear, these esteemed ancestors would grant him no courtesy. With this thought, General Xianzhan shook his head, summoning a scroll from the void. He then unfurled it before the three revered ancestors of the Tao Sect and the Eternal Venerable, addressing them, "Esteemed seniors, I come not solely at the behest of the Palace Master, but also on behalf of this individual." Intrigued, the assembled elders focused their gaze upon the image depicted in the scroll. The figure appeared ethereal, as if descended from the heavens, adorned in a white robe against a black backdrop, crowned with silver. His hair was as dark as lacquer, and a golden ribbon danced at his waist. With a sword resting on his left shoulder and a flower delicately held between his fingers, he embodied the essence of a true celestial being. Who is this? As the three ancestors of the Tao Sect recognized the figure, the palpable anger radiating from their vast forms diminished somewhat. One of them spoke slowly, his expression grave. "Qing Xianxianzun, Jiang Xuanxin. Qing Xianxianzun Jiang Xuanxin, the former master of the Celestial Palace, an unparalleled sword immortal, renowned alongside the Eternal Venerable for having once overshadowed the talents of the five domains. A celestial swordsman from the Celestial Palace and a venerable immortal from the Tao Sect. They had once made the entire realm of cultivators bow their heads in reverence, while the Tao Sect elder had already ascended. The whereabouts of Jiang Xuanxin remained shrouded in mystery. Whether he had perished or ascended to higher realms, none could say. Should Qing Xianxianzun still be alive, the claim of the Eternal Venerable as the foremost in this world would inevitably face scrutiny. Now, this General Xianzhan dared to present the likeness of Jiang Xuanxin, asserting he came on his authority. Is he truly alive? One of the Tao Sect elders gazed at the painting, perplexed. Could this be a ruse? Another elder interjected coldly. Centuries ago, before the ascension of the Infinite Venerable, he had remarked that the talents of Qing Xianxianzun were not inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing them. Now, as the Infinite Venerable approached ascension, and with Jiang Xuanxin having vanished for so long, it was plausible he had already ascended to higher realms, or, perhaps, had met his demise. In any case, he could not possibly remain in the lower realms. Throughout our cultivation journey, there has always been a singular goal: to attain enlightenment and ascend to the celestial plane. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to probe further. For Qing Xianxianzun shared a complex history with their Infinite Venerable, and it would be unwise to provide anyone with leverage. Offending two celestial beings at once would be a burden even the Tao Sect's substantial foundation would find difficult to bear. With this contemplation, the three towering figures dissipated into the ether, while the three Tao Sect ancestors stood poised in midair, one of them finally speaking. "Young one, should the esteemed Qing Xianxianzun still reside in this realm, I beseech him to manifest in person, rather than relying on this portrait to intimidate us." Upon hearing these words, General Xianzhan of the Jinui nodded, channeling his spiritual energy to point towards the image. In but a moment, the portrait gleamed with resplendent golden light. Why must we resort to such grandiose measures? A cool voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a figure emerged, adorned in a silver crown and white robes, with golden silk billowing around him. He truly remains. The three venerable ancestors were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Even the esteemed Wuji Xianzuan, Nian Wangwang, felt a twinge of surprise, his profound gaze fixed upon that figure. Why, even the illustrious Wuliang Xianzuan of the Tao Sect has ascended to the higher realms. Why does the former lord of the Celestial Palace, Qing Xianzuan, linger in this world, reluctant to ascend? What holds him back from taking that step? Who would believe it? This individual stands as the foremost figure of our era, the unparalleled leader of the righteous path, Wuji Xianzuan, does he not? Qing Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanxin, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes glimmering with a playful light as he regarded Wu Qianzuan. Chapter 21. The Celestial Master Qingxian, Jiang Xuanxin, Nian Wangwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly remarking, "Indeed, the river of time yields new talents." The Celestial Master Qingxian, Jiang Xuanxin, sighed softly, then turned his gaze towards the several venerable ancestors of the Dao sect hovering in the air. "My esteemed friends, cultivation is a challenging path. Is it truly worth your while to engage in conflict over a deceased individual?" Upon hearing this, the three venerable ancestors displayed expressions of discontent. What did he mean by a deceased individual? That person was their disciple, a consummate practitioner at the Great Ascension stage, and the previous leader of the Dao sect. Humans vie for dignity, just as Buddhas contest for a moment of incense. The Supreme Master Wujia had gone too far, slaying their sect members and desecrating their mountain gate. If they remained passive, would they not become a laughingstock among the cultivators of the 5 domains? Celestial Master Qingxian, do you intend to insult our Dao sect? One ancestor inquired, his expression darkening. Insult? Jiang Xuanxin was taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. I harbor no intention of insulting your sect. I merely speak the truth. With the demonic and monstrous clans eyeing us hungrily, and with 2 of the 5 domains having fallen to them, if the human race continues its internal strife, will it not provide an opportunity for the external clans to invade? Having spoken, Jiang Xuanxin turned his attention to the Supreme Master Wujia, smiling as he continued. I am well aware of the circumstances. To speak candidly, my friends, the death of the Taishu real person is hardly a loss. Celestial Master, do not rush. My friends, Jiang Xuanxin raised his hand and continued, you are undoubtedly aware of the actions of the Taishu real person. If we were to lay everything bare, it is your sect that bears the blame. With these words, Jiang Xuanxin's gaze turned cold as he looked at the 3 venerable ancestors of the Dao sect. Moreover, have you forgotten? I have long-standing enmity with the Wuliang Celestial Master, though I have chosen not to provoke others. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I would not hesitate to join forces with the Supreme Master Wujia to expunge your sect from the annals of history. Let us see if those ancient and immortal beings can withstand the combined might of myself and the Supreme Master Wujia. It was a blatant threat. The expressions of the 3 venerable ancestors turned exceedingly grim. Nevertheless, Qingxian's Celestial Master had left them a measure of dignity. His words were spoken in a manner that only they could hear. After a long silence, one of the venerable ancestors bowed slightly to Jiang Xuanxin, acknowledging his wisdom. We shall return to the sect. The 3 ancestors departed with stoic expressions, their sleeves sweeping the air. Observing this, Jiang Xuanxin turned to Nian Wangwang, smiling as he clasped his fists in farewell. Until we meet again, my friend. Without waiting for a response, his form gradually became ethereal, then dissipated into the air. Nian Wangwang, hands still clasped behind him, rubbed his palms thoughtfully, casting one last glance in the direction of the Dao sect before departing the scene. His purpose for this journey had been to address the Taishu real person, and he held no particular designs against the Dao sect. Moreover, this venture had yielded an unexpected revelation. The strongest among the heavenly palace still lived. It seemed that Jiang Xuanxin had yet to ascend, and was evidently privy to certain secrets. 2 days later, the news of the destruction of the Dao sect's mountain gate and the assassination of the previous sect leader, the esteemed Tai Su Zhenren, spread rapidly across the lands, akin to a boulder plunging into water, creating ripples that surged to great heights. Upon first hearing this news, the majority were incredulous, finding it too absurd to fathom. Throughout the 5 domains, who would dare to assault the Dao sect, one of the 3 sects, let alone slay Tai Su Zhenren? Who was Tai Su Zhenren? You may ask. He was the former leader of the Dao sect, a perfected practitioner of the Great Ascension stage. Although he had suffered misfortunes that led him to madness, he was not someone that just anyone could vanquish. However, upon learning that it was the renowned Wu Qianzun who had committed this act, silence enveloped the crowd. So it was Wu Qianzun. Then all was well. Centuries ago, when Nian Wangwang had yet to ascend to the status of Wu Qianzun, he was also a prodigy of the Dao sect, having mastered the profound and unfeeling way of the Taishang, as well as the path of thunder, with few peers to rival him. However, he later betrayed the Dao sect and attacked the then sect leader, Tai Su Zhenren, causing him to fall into madness. This incident stirred considerable uproar at the time, inciting countless righteous individuals to denounce Nian Wangwang, accusing him of betraying his master and his lineage. Losing all sense of humanity, some even claimed he had fallen into the demonic path, justifying his actions as deserving of execution. These individuals, ignorant of the underlying circumstances, believed only what their ears had heard. Consequently, the The still maturing Nian Wangwang faced relentless pursuit. Many speculated how someone at the initial stage of integration could assault a perfected practitioner like Tai Su Zhenren and drive him to madness. While some sensed there was more to the story, the fury directed at Nian Wangwang silenced further inquiry. Every cause has its consequence. Today, Wu Ji Xianzun occupies a position of power at Tianyan Sect, thanks to the old ancestor of Tianyan Sect who provided refuge to the beleaguered Nian Wangwang. As time progressed, Nian Wangwang gradually rose to prominence, ultimately becoming Wu Ji Xianzun, his strength growing formidable and fearsome. As the world began to regard his power with trepidation, discussions about the events of that year grew increasingly muted, although whispers of condemnation persisted in the shadows. It was not until an ancestor of the tribulation stage from Tianyan Sect revealed the full story that the public began to comprehend the truth. It turned out that Nian Wangwang's betrayal of the Dao sect stemmed from Tai Su Zhenren's failure to offer aid in a time of dire need, fostering a deep-seated resentment within him. Moreover, Tai Su Zhenren had committed an act that any cultivator would hold in perpetual grievance. He had sent assassins to eliminate Nian Wangwang's sole close companion, a mortal woman from a small village in the southern region who had lived for centuries. It was said that she was Nian Wangwang's beloved. Her longevity was attributed to the countless resources Nian Wangwang had sought to procure for her. Tragically, she was slain by Tai Su Zhenren. Thus, with Wu Ji Xianzun's vengeance upon Tai Su Zhenren and the destruction of the Mountain Gate, the world found no surprise in the turn of events. Had they been in his position, they would have acted likewise. In the realm of cultivation, clarity of thought is paramount. Should one's mind become clouded, inner demons will inevitably arise. To put it plainly, if I do not eliminate you, my path will falter. In the face of the solitary ascent of the infinite immortal master to the Dao sect, where he vanquished the esteemed Taishu Zhenren, the disciples were filled with exhilaration and admiration. Truly, the immortal master embodies genuine character. The Dao sect has lost all semblance of dignity. They have rightly earned this disgrace for their foolish actions. Fortuitously, our venerable ancestor possesses keen insight. Otherwise, the foremost position in this world would not be held by our Tianyan sect. It is only fitting that we extend our gratitude to the Dao sect, and to Taishu Zhenren as well. How amusing. I am eager to witness the countenance of the Dao sect's disciples and elders at the upcoming grand competition of prodigies in 5 days. Let us observe. Perhaps it would be best to expel the Dao sect from the 3 sects entirely, for they have undoubtedly forfeited their right to belong. Within the Qingqing hall, Liu Qingqing listened to the fervent discussions of her fellow disciples, her heart stirred with anticipation. How wonderful it would be to have the infinite immortal master as a formidable ally. During this time, she has lived in trepidation, rarely stepping beyond the confines of the Qingqing hall, fearful of encountering the esteemed Lu Xiao from the Ziqing palace. After all, even the venerable Qin within the Jade Pendant has remarked upon the exceptional capabilities of this junior named Lu Xiao. With the infinite immortal master as her backing, how could she ever be intimidated? Who would dare to cross her? Chapter 22. The distinction between immortals and mortals. As the night deepens, the moonlight, like silver, spills over the glazed tiles of the morning immortal hall, casting a cool, ethereal glow. Within the hall, the flickering candlelight dances, and a figure leans against the window, lost in contemplation. What thoughts occupy the mind of the saintess? Suddenly, a shadow appears before the window. Startled, Liu Qingqing's heart leaps, and upon recognizing the visitor, she retorts with irritation, "Old senior, I beseech you, could you refrain from appearing so suddenly? It is truly frightening." What? Is the saintess afraid of ghosts? The newcomer, clad in a cloud-patterned robe, exudes an aura of celestial grace, yet the mischievous smile on his face feels somewhat out of place. Frightened of people, Liu Qingqing rolls her eyes. Before her stands the vexatious old man, Lu Xiaoyao, while others in the sect regard him with reverence. She finds it difficult to feel the same awe. Outside, he appears stern and unapproachable, yet with her, he drops all pretenses and often teases her. Lacking the demeanor expected of an elder at the tribulation stage, resembling more a playful old man. Frightened of people? Lu Xiaoyao chuckles, nodding in agreement. Ghosts are indeed not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the human heart. Liu Qingqing shoots him a disdainful glance, anticipating yet another philosophical discourse from the annoying elder. However, to her surprise, Lu Xiaoyao does not continue. Instead, his expression turns serious as he inquires, "What were you pondering, saintess?" Upon hearing the term saintess, Liu Qingqing pinches the bridge of her nose, feeling exasperated. "Old senior, I am simply the saintess, not some saintess girl. Why must you call me that?" Lu Xiaoyao digs in his ear, shrugging, "Because you are both a saintess and, in my eyes, a little girl." Liu Qingqing is momentarily taken aback. Hey girl. Liu Xiaoyao steps closer, asking, what were you truly thinking about? At his words, a look of concern crosses Liu Qingqing's face as she questions him. Old senior. Is my master injured? After hearing the news of her master daringly infiltrating the Dao sect alone, she made haste to the main hall. But there was no sign of him. Although she had not heard any reports of his injury, the Dao sect is a formidable force, renowned alongside the Tianyan Sect. Injured? Liu Xiaoyao raises an eyebrow, chuckling. Child, there is no need to worry about your master. Who is he? With his strength, what is there to fear? Those from the Dao sect could hardly inflict harm on him. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing gazes at Liu Xiaoyao, puzzled. But why has he not returned? Sighing, Liu Xiaoyao clasps his hands behind his back, gazing at the moonlight as he slowly replies. He may have gone to pay respects to an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Indeed, after finally avenging that person, he can now face that solitary grave. At this revelation, Liu Qingqing recalls the rumors surrounding her master and asks, that person, was he your master's beloved? Beloved? Liu Xiaoyao was taken aback by the words and turned to gaze at Liu Qingqing, then shook his head with a smile, saying, Child, do you truly believe that your master possesses a romantic interest given his nature? Do not heed the fanciful tales spun by others. However, it is true that a mortal woman harbors affection for your master. Alas, it is a case of unrequited love. Even if the waters were to reciprocate, fate would still dictate their separation. Despite the pursuit of immortality, one cannot easily escape the constraints of destiny. Liu Qingqing, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Senior Liu, how do you know this? From hearsay, Liu Xiaoyao replied, scratching his nose. Liu Qingqing's expression darkened. So this was what the old man meant by advising her not to believe the tales of others? It turns out he was simply indulging in his own fanciful notions. How amusing. Observing her gloomy demeanor, Liu Xiaoyao burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ah, what a foolish child. He then ambled away, hands clasped behind his back. Between the celestial and the mortal, there exists a distinction, echoed Liu Xiaoyao's voice. Celestial and mortal? Liu Qingqing pondered, perplexed. She then asked, Senior Liu, what does it mean that there is a distinction between the celestial and the mortal? It is better that you remain ignorant. The essence of this matter is truly ineffable, came Liu Xiaoyao's distant voice, as he vanished from sight. Celestial and mortal, Liu Qingqing murmured softly, standing by the window. In the southern region, several dozen miles from the Qingxian mountain, the moonlight cast a mottled and chilling glow. Beneath a peach blossom tree, a solitary figure sat, indulging in wine. Clad in a black robe, his red silk sash fluttered in the cold breeze. Beside him lay a solitary grave. The inscription upon the tombstone read, Zigui. This individual was Nian Wangwang, who, after leaving the Dao sect, did not return to the Tianyan sect, but instead arrived here. Slowly tilting his head back, he poured the wine down his throat until the gourd was empty, then lowered his gaze to the sword cradled in his arms. As he beheld the blade, an overwhelming sense of desolation filled his eyes. This sword was a gift from a mortal woman, its scabbard inscribed with the words Nian Luan. Time's passage etches longing into the bones, as one awaits the dawn through the long night. At 13, Nian Wangwang, while frolicking in the fields with childhood companions, looked up to see an immortal soaring on a sword, igniting within him a sense of admiration. At 14, he learned that in a few days, a sect would come to the village to recruit disciples, and he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The villagers all praised him for his innate intelligence, believing he possessed spiritual roots and would one day tread the path of cultivation, becoming an extraordinary practitioner. Thus, he began to entertain such notions himself. Yet, as the day approached for the sect to test the villagers' spiritual roots, anxiety gripped him once more. In truth, there was nothing extraordinary about his intellect. He simply retained memories from a past life, which made him appear different from his peers. He feared he would remain a mere nobody, accomplishing nothing, just as in his previous life. He also dreaded disappointing the hopes of the villagers, his parents, and his companions. Fortunately, when the celestial masters arrived that day, he was tested and found to possess spiritual roots, thus paving his path toward cultivation. The villagers rejoiced. In the village, there are whispers of a future immortal emerging. Yet, two individuals experience a blend of joy and sorrow, his father and mother. They harbor concerns that the outside world is rife with deceit and treachery, fearing their child may suffer. Nevertheless, they acknowledge that their offspring is growing up. The excitement and yearning in his eyes upon discovering his spiritual affinity cannot be feigned. Those who love you only wish for your well-being. Thus, despite their inner reluctance and anxiety, the parents feign smiles and encourage the young man, urging him not to worry and to take care of himself in the world beyond. The 14-year-old, filled with exhilaration, responds with determination. Vowing to achieve greatness and master the arts of immortality to grant his parents eternal life. Alongside him, a boy a year younger and a girl 2 years his junior share in his joy, yet are engulfed in profound disappointment. For they lack the spiritual roots necessary for cultivation. In their youth, they had promised one another to become immortals together, to traverse the heavens and behold the majesty of mountains, rivers, and seas. Alas, that dream now slips from their grasp. Chapter 23. The homebound bird. Amidst the adoration of the crowd, Nian Wangwang observed his 2 companions standing at the periphery, their expressions tinged with a hint of melancholy. One was named Ming Buhui, and the other, Zihui. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Nian Wangwang's perceptiveness was keen, and the excitement in his eyes diminished considerably. Upon feeling his gaze, Ming Buhui and Zihui broke into smiles, offering their blessings. Notably, Zihui, as if anticipating her own lack of cultivation talent, presented a gift she had prepared long in advance. Brother Wangwang, congratulations. Before you depart, I wish to present you with a gift. Can you guess what it is? Despite her simple linen attire, the young girl produced a sword from an unknown source, her face alight with joy. Brother Wangwang, this sword is for you. Take good care of it. And when you become the greatest in the world, do not forget that it was I who gifted it to you. Ming Buhui approached with a smile, patting Nian Wangwang on the shoulder. Brother Wangwang, I was right, wasn't I? I've known all along that you possess cultivation talent and will become an immortal. Please do not forget about me. At the age of 14, Nian Wangwang fell silent. He gazed at the celestial masters, wishing to bring Ming Buhui and Zihui into the sect, and the masters consented. One of them spoke with a profound expression. There is a distinction between the celestial and the mortal. Do not harbor regrets. Nian Wangwang was unsure if he understood, or perhaps he did. He believed that with his resilience and perseverance, he would undoubtedly become a powerful immortal, finding a way for Ming Buhui and Zihui to cultivate. Thus, he opened his mouth to invite Ming Buhui and Zihui to join him in the sect, but was met with refusal. Brother Wangwang, Zihui said, I lack a spiritual root, so I will not go to the sect. I will wait for you to return to the village. When you become an immortal, will you teach me how to cultivate? Is that all right? Zihui wished to remain by Nian Wangwang's side, her smile perpetually radiant. Ming Buhui also declined, feigning indifference as he said, Brother Wangwang, truth be told, I have no desire to cultivate. I simply wish to stay home with my parents. Besides, if you leave and I go too, won't Zihui be left all alone and bored? Brother Wangwang, go with peace of mind. We will wait for you in the village. On that day, as the 14-year-old Nian Wangwang was whisked away by the celestial masters, he looked down to see them waving goodbye. He believed that opportunities were boundless. After joining the sect, Nian Wangwang diligently pursued his cultivation, only to discover that dreams are seldom realized overnight. They require the test of time. 3 years passed. At 17, Nian Wangwang had become a foundation establishment cultivator. Achieving foundation establishment in 3 years was a rare feat within this modest sect in the southern wilderness, earning him the title of genius. The elders valued him, and his peers admired him. Life seemed to flourish. Yet, he longed for home. However, the sect had recently forged an irreconcilable enmity with another sect, and encounters between the two would inevitably lead to life and death struggles. Naturally, the sect was unwilling to permit Nian Wangwang to leave. Yet, under his fervent pleas, the sect ultimately dispatched an elder to personally escort him back to that humble village. However, midway through their journey, news of his return was inexplicably leaked, and hostile sects suddenly emerged from the shadows, intent on extinguishing this once-in-a-century talent. It was only through the elder's desperate protection that Nian Wangwang managed to escape with his life, burdened with guilt towards the elder. He cast a glance towards the direction of Qingqing Mountain, hesitating to return, fearful of endangering the villagers. Thus, he traversed in secrecy, hiding and evading for several days until he finally reached the foot of the sect's mountain. As he ascended, a horrifying scene unfolded before him, leaving Nian Wangwang paralyzed with shock. The ground within the sect was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely, and once familiar faces lay lifeless in pools of crimson. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, trembling uncontrollably. Initially, he thought the metallic scent of blood was merely the result of some disciples' indulgence in slaughtering chickens and sheep. But as the stench intensified, he remained in disbelief that calamity had befallen the sect. In his eyes, the sect leader and elders were formidable beings, capable of cleaving rivers and mountains. He never imagined that they would be the ones to fall. It became clear that the weak were no different from cattle and sheep. A voice reached Nian Wangwang's ears. questioning whether any disciples might foolishly return from their travels. Regaining his senses, he fled aimlessly, running until exhaustion overcame him. At 17, Nian Wangwang lay within a cave, tears streaming down his face, his heart engulfed in confusion and terror. He was uncertain of where to go. The sect was no more, and returning to the village was out of the question. He feared involving his parents, as well as Ming Buhui, Zihui, and the other villagers. In the course of his flight, Nian Wangwang encountered an elderly Taoist priest. The priest, moved by his plight, wished to take him as a disciple, but only under one condition. He must sever all ties with the mundane world. Initially, Nian Wangwang was reluctant to agree. Yet, finding himself at a dead end, he recognized the arduous and bitter path of a foundation-building rogue cultivator. Thus, he pretended to acquiesce. 7 years passed. Nian Wangwang had ascended to the realm of the nascent soul. The sect he belonged to, unlike the small sect in the southern wilderness, was a top-tier power in the central domain, one of the 3 great sects, the Tao sect. The old Taoist indeed accepted him as a disciple, treating him well and imparting all his knowledge. No longer was he the foundation-building cultivator of yore. It had been 10 years since he left Qingqing Mountain, and countless nights were fraught with anxiety, fearing that everything had changed irreparably. He longed to return to the village, but the sect strictly forbade any connections between its disciples and the mundane world, threatening expulsion and the loss of cultivation for any violators. During an outing for training, an inexplicable yearning for home surged within Nian Wangwang, overwhelming him. Consequently, he defied the rules. He traversed through teleportation arrays, crossing an unknown distance, until he finally returned to Qingqing Mountain in the southern wilderness. Standing at the village's entrance, 24-year-old Nian Wangwang felt a tumult of anxiety, guilt, and unease. After a decade of absence, he was filled with trepidation at the thought of any misfortunes that may have befallen his village. Yet, fortunately, the years had been kind to Qingqing Mountain. His parents remained, as did Ming Buhui and Zihui, and the villagers were all safe and sound. Upon his return, the villagers regarded him with caution, perceiving him as a stranger, but upon closer inspection, they recognized the boy who had departed 10 years prior. Along the way, the villagers greeted him with cheerful inquiries, asking if he had ascended to become an immortal. Only when he reached the low-walled, modest home did he catch sight of his parents, visibly aged, their eyes red-rimmed as they questioned him. "Have you suffered while away? Have you been wronged?" Nian Wangwang reflected on his journey, smiling gently as he assured them not to worry. He had become a Yuanying stage cultivator, and few could dare to bully him now. However, his parents remained unaware of what being a Yuanying stage cultivator entailed. They only sensed that their child must have endured considerable hardship. In a loving home, one cannot help but feel the pull of nostalgia. Sitting at the table, Nian Wangwang quietly observed his parents bustling in the kitchen, feeling utterly at ease. In truth, he had long since ceased to require sustenance. After their meal, his parents joined him at the table and spoke of various matters concerning the village. A few years prior, Ming Buhui had ventured into the city, proclaiming his desire to carve out a space for himself in the world. Nian Wangwang listened intently, understanding that Ming Buhui's spirited nature could never allow him to remain content in the village. What surprised him, however, was when his mother mentioned that after 10 years, Zihui had yet to marry. The expressions exchanged between his parents were laden with complexity. Having experienced love themselves, they could hardly be oblivious to Zihui's affections for Nian Wangwang. His mother recognized Zihui as a good girl, desiring to speak to Nian Wangwang about it, yet she fell silent. They had heard the immortals' words about the divide between mortals and immortals, only pretending to disregard them. Now that their child had become an immortal, marrying Zihui would inevitably bring the sorrow of separation, for she was but a mortal. Chapter 24. Life and Death in a Day. The following day, Nian Wangwang awoke from a deep slumber, feeling refreshed. Upon rising, he retrieved 2 longevity pills from his storage ring and presented them to his father and mother. Though they initially resisted, they ultimately acquiesced to his insistence and accepted the gifts. Aware that he could not linger in the village for long, lest his presence draw the attention of the sect, Nian Wangwang bid farewell to his parents. As he hesitated on whether to seek out Zihui, he discovered that she had already been waiting for him. Now in her 20s, Zihui had shed her youthful innocence, but remained as pure and beautiful as ever. Just as a decade prior, she stood beneath the peach blossom tree outside Nian Wangwang's courtyard. Her smile shy as she called out to him, "Wangwang Gij." Gazing at Zihui, Nian Wangwang felt a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. He found himself at a loss for words. Even his master had asserted that without spiritual roots, one could not attain celestial destiny, and thus, the path of cultivation remained inaccessible to him. Zihui, however, did not inquire about his training, but instead asked how he had been. Nian Wangwang nodded affirmatively, reassuring her. Although Zihue's heart was set at ease, her countenance dimmed when she noticed that Nian Wangwang held nothing in his hands. Wangwang Gij, has that sword been broken? Upon seeing the sorrow in her eyes, Nian Wangwang hesitated for a moment before hastily retrieving the sword from his storage ring. The sight of it brought an instantaneous smile to Zihue's face, stirring a complex mix of emotions within Nian Wangwang. He had long been aware of the affection she harbored for him, yet he felt unworthy of such sentiments. Despite her feelings, Nian Wangwang's aspirations lay elsewhere. He yearned to become an immortal, to traverse the world in search of methods that would ensure the safety of those he cherished. Romantic entanglements were a luxury he could not afford. He could not bear to witness his childhood companion and his parents age before his eyes. Yet he harbored a selfish desire to behold the vistas at the pinnacle of existence. Having tasted death once, he understood the value of life and longed for immortality. Just as Nian Wangwang contemplated expressing his thoughts to Zihue, he was interrupted by the startled voices of villagers exclaiming, "An immortal has arrived." At the sound of those words, his expression shifted. Wanger, a voice he knew all too well, echoed in the air, yet he dared not raise his gaze. It was the voice of his master. His esteemed teacher, indeed, possessed extraordinary powers. The thought of the consequences of his cultivation being rendered ineffective sent his mind into turmoil. Filled with regret, amidst his anxiety, his kind-hearted master descended behind him and sighed. Without uttering much more, his master led him away from the village. It was evident that this was an opportunity granted to Nian Wangwang. Humans are not mere grass and trees. Who can be devoid of emotions? The profound bond forged over 7 years of mentorship had culminated in this chance, yet it would be the last. The two remained silent throughout their journey. Once they returned to the sect, his master commanded Nian Wangwang to kneel before the revered Jinwu ancestor, imparting many words of wisdom. The realms of mortals and immortals were distinct, and the path of the great Tao was unrelenting. From the moment all things met, separation became inevitable, and even cultivators remained powerless against it. Mountains and birds tread divergent paths from the moment you embarked on the journey of immortality. It was predetermined that vast distances would separate you. With your lofty ambitions aimed at the pinnacle of existence, why do you frequently glance back, hesitating and stagnant? Relationships may fade and scatter, all dictated by fate. As a cultivator, one ought to adhere to the heavenly principles, understanding when to relinquish and when to advance. Upon hearing the master's earnest words, the kneeling Nian Wangwang raised his gaze and retorted, "Cultivators are meant to seize the celestial transformations and defy the heavens. Why then must we conform to their dictates? If the path of cultivation emphasizes clarity of thought, why must we forcibly sever our desires? Can this truly be called enlightenment?" The master, witnessing his disciple's obstinate nature, was momentarily rendered speechless by frustration. After a prolonged silence, he waved his sleeve and departed, leaving Nian Wangwang kneeling before the Grand Master, to remain until clarity dawned upon him. Days turned into 10. Nian Wangwang did not budge an inch from the ancestral temple. Upon returning to the temple, the master gazed at the figure kneeling before the Grand Master, unable to suppress his compassion. He sighed deeply and inquired, "Wangwang, have you come to an understanding?" Nian Wangwang rose, unrestrained, his long black hair cascading to his waist, his demeanor cold and distant. He turned to his master and replied, "I have come to a realization." The master, taken aback by the lack of warmth in his disciple's eyes, felt an inexplicable pang of regret. 15 years passed. Nian Wangwang, nearing 40, showed no sign of aging, his allure unchanged. Yet, his deep black eyes became increasingly devoid of warmth. During these 15 years, he reached the divine transformation stage and became a renowned prodigy of the Tao sect. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Eventually, he developed an interest in the supreme forgetting emotion technique practiced by the sect leader, Taisu Jinren. Mastering this technique would undoubtedly enhance his abilities. However, it would also mean abandoning his lineage within the Thunder Path and the bond with his master. After 22 years of camaraderie, was strength worth such a sacrifice? Nian Wangwang hesitated, until he recalled his master's words. Mortals and immortals are distinct. The Tao is indifferent. From the moment all things converge, separation is inescapable, even for cultivators. Resolute, Nian Wangwang made up his mind. As he sought out his master, he discovered that the master was absent from the cave for meditation. He thought little of it, believing it was merely an opportunity to ponder further. The following day, however, he learned that his master, who had a century of lifespan remaining, had forcibly attempted to break through to the fusion stage but failed, resulting in the destruction of his cultivation and leaving him with little time left. Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang was stunned. The once formidable master now lay bedridden, gazing at his disciple with reddened eyes and a bitter smile, saying, "Foolish boy, what is there to weep for? Every life must face parting. 100 years for mortals, 1,000 for immortals. Ultimately, one is no different from a mayfly, born in the morning and perishing by dusk. Longevity? How distant it seems. Presently, my master's hair is disheveled and white, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his once bright eyes have dulled into a murky gaze." As he spoke, I, Nian Wangwang, could sense a flicker of unwillingness and a hint of regret within his eyes. Yet, I remain oblivious to the source of his remorse. Perhaps I misread his expression. I expressed my desire to cultivate the supreme forgetting emotion technique, only to be met with my master's refusal. He believes that I, still tethered to the mundane world, am ill-suited for such a path. A moment's carelessness could give rise to inner demons, a fate akin to self-sabotage. However, I hold a different conviction. I firmly believe that the path I tread is indeed my own, one that cannot be altered by any external force. My master's frailty intensifies. He appears drained of vigor, his speech fragmented. Yet, despite his weakened state, he persists in advising me against pursuing the supreme forgetting emotion technique. With countless paths leading to immortality, why invite unnecessary troubles? I am uncertain if his words resonate within me, and observing his condition, I chose to depart in silence. As delicate snowflakes fluttered down, I found myself kneeling in the icy expanse outside the cave, beseeching the sect leader for a life-prolonging elixir. However, the sect leader, a practitioner of the supreme forgetting emotion technique, is adept at discernment and would not be swayed by sentiment. He declared, "The useless need not possess what is of use." Startled by his words, my head snapped up, revealing the essence of what the supreme forgetting emotion technique truly entails. Chapter 25. The red silk headband. The master has departed. Succumbing to the frost-laden night. When Nian Wangwang beheld his master, the latter's eyes were already closed, yet his hand clutched a piece of paper tightly. Scrawled upon it were the words, "Wanger, I am acutely aware of your attachment to the mortal realm and the myriad experiences it brings. After all, I too was once a mere mortal, witnessing the departure of those beside me, transitioning from reluctance to numbing acceptance. Such sensations are indeed arduous to endure. Yet, parting is an inevitable lesson of life. The path of the great Tao is devoid of sentiment. From the moment you embarked on the journey of cultivation, your fate became irrevocably severed from that of the worldly. Everything is predestined. You must learn to align with the celestial order. Indeed, your words hold truth. We cultivators seize the essence of heaven and earth, deliberately defying the natural order. Why then must we conform to it? Yet, how many possess the true ability to defy the heavens? Cultivators, after all, are but a mere part of the vast multitude, akin to ephemeral insects. The notion of aligning with the celestial order is merely a resignation to circumstance. I desire not to witness you bear such anguish. Only by relinquishing your attachments can you break free. Should you genuinely let go, I shall not hinder your pursuit of the supreme forgetting emotion technique. A heart devoid of affection is a lofty ideal, yet one you may find challenging to attain. Wanger, I still have many words to impart, numerous truths to convey, yet my strength wanes. I am remorseful, do not hold it against me. Even a millennium of life passes as swiftly as a blink. Truly, it is all but a grand dream. Master Yang Shuzi, a grand dream indeed. Nian Wangwang stood at the doorway, gazing into the vast expanse of snow. A flicker of flame ignited in his palm, consuming the paper entirely. His cold, dark eyes mirrored the swirling snowflakes, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet, deep within, it seemed a restless fire simmered, yearning to obliterate the encroaching wintry gloom, to align with heaven and respond to humanity, to heed the natural flow. When human affairs are insufficient, why submit to fate? To sever worldly ties and become an unfeeling immortal? Would not the original intent of stepping beyond the village be lost amidst this vast cosmos, fading into the mundane? Outside, Nian Wangwang closed his eyes. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he recognized that all suffering stemmed from his past impotence. The snow had ceased. When Nian Wangwang finally opened his eyes, his gaze was profoundly serene, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. The extraordinary prodigy of the Thunder Path shifting to the way of forgetting emotions sent shockwaves throughout the Tao sect. Some disciples of the Thunder Path muttered curses, accusing Nian Wangwang of betrayal. Meanwhile, elder Taoists were left perplexed and regretful. The supreme forgetting emotion technique was not something the ordinary could cultivate. To self-destruct thus surely severed any chance of an immortal path. Yet, reality delivered them a resounding slap. The sect leader, the esteemed Taishu Jinren, regarded Nian Wangwang as a treasure and proclaimed him to be an unparalleled talent in the way of forgetting emotions, a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon. No one dared to question the words of Taishu Shinran. From initial skepticism to later elation, the confluence of the thunder path and the way of forgetting emotions flourished, as if he were a fish in water. With this child, the way of forgetting emotions was destined to thrive, and the Dao sect would prosper in due course. A decade has elapsed. The Dao sect has produced an unparalleled genius, renowned throughout the world. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this prodigy of the Dao sect descends the mountain with a demeanor reminiscent of a rogue practitioner. He subdues his peers and seizes opportunities, exhausting every means in his quest for longevity elixirs, resorting even to thievery. To evade detection, he eradicates all traces without mercy, his hands stained with the blood of countless victims. At the foot of Mount Qingqian, a figure clad in a black robe, Nian Wangwang, stands amidst the fields, his long, dark hair cascading down to his waist, dancing in the gentle breeze. Brother Wangwang, a soft call breaks the silence, prompting Nian Wangwang to turn. His once cold gaze warms slightly as it falls upon a familiar silhouette in the distance. It has been so long. Ziguai stands nearby, her head bowed. Why does she lower her gaze? Nian Wangwang's brow furrows slightly as he steps forward. Brother Wangwang, please do not approach. Ziguai's voice trembles, her demeanor evasive. Nian Wangwang's frown deepens as he strides forth, closing the distance to stand before Ziguai in the blink of an eye. He raises his hand, only to have it halted by Ziguai's own slender fingers. Nian Wangwang gazes down at her hand resting on his arm, frail and yellowed, reminiscent of dried tree bark. Before he can examine it further, Ziguai abruptly withdraws her hand, persistently avoiding his gaze. Undeterred, Nian Wangwang gently lifts her chin, and upon meeting her eyes, his expression shifts imperceptibly. Time has rendered its mark upon her. While he remains as striking as ever, the once radiant girl before him has succumbed to the passage of years. Now over 40 and fading, he had forgotten. Observing Ziguai's discomfort, Nian Wangwang lowers his hand, falling into a deep silence before finally speaking. Return to the village and await me. I shall procure a rejuvenation pill for you. As he turns to leave, Ziguai boldly grasps his hand. Feeling warmth radiate from his palm, a blush rising to her cheeks, a sensation long forgotten. In her heart, she muses that holding hands feels remarkably delightful. Alas, she laments her own faded beauty, while Brother Wangwang still possesses his timeless allure. She lacks the courage to meet his gaze directly, fearing he may see her as she truly is. Nian Wangwang does not retract his hand, for he is not an untouchable figure. Ziguai, now in her 40s and still unmarried, understands that love in this world cannot be forced. Ziguai, with just one rejuvenation pill, you can regain your youthful visage. Coupled with a longevity pill, you need never fear aging again, Nian Wangwang whispers softly. Ziguai, still averting her gaze, inquires, but I do not require such things. Those pills must be quite expensive, no? Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang feels an unseen weight constricting his chest, making it difficult to breathe. They are not expensive, he replies, tenderly stroking her hair with his hand, as white as jade, stark against her withered locks. Is that truly so? Ziguai's heart flutters. Perhaps, after taking the rejuvenation pill, the villagers will regard her with newfound eyes. However, she was even more reluctant for Brother Wangwang to witness her in such a state, feeling a sense of annoyance. Truly. Beneath the peach blossom tree outside the courtyard, Zihui held a bronze mirror, her delight nearly overflowing as she gazed upon her own reflection. Nian Wangwang stood beside her, a smile gracing his features. Brother Wangwang, thank you, Zihui said as she approached him, her thoughts a mystery, her cheeks flushed. After a moment's hesitation, she tucked away the mirror, rose onto her toes, and gently pressed her lips against the astonished face of Nian Wangwang. He could have halted her. Yet he did not, unsure of the reason behind his inaction. Brother Wangwang, why have you stopped tying your hair? Zihui asked, her face aglow. Has the red silk ribbon I gifted you become damaged? Just as Nian Wangwang was about to clarify, Zihui continued. I happen to want to present you with a new one. Zihui still preferred the sight of Brother Wangwang with his hair tied. His unbound locks conveyed a sense of weariness. Upon hearing her words, Nian Wangwang lowered his gaze to the red silk ribbon nestled in Zihui's palm and nodded, all right. Underneath the peach blossom tree, the young woman gracefully and skillfully tied the red silk ribbon in the man's hair, her movements tender. A gentle breeze stirred, causing petals to cascade like snowflakes. In an instant, their figures became blurred and indistinct. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as if one could glimpse the scene from decades past, where a young girl tied the hair of a young boy beneath the very same peach tree. Chapter 26. The footless bird does not look back at the edge of the precipice on Mount Qingqian. A slender figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. He resembled a solitary and proud plum tree, standing resolutely amidst the vast mountains. Nian Wangwang gazed intently at the distant peaks. Over the span of 10 years, through the mastery of the Taishang Wanqing technique and relentless endeavors, he had achieved the consummation of the transformation god stage, mere steps away from the void stage. His head bowed and eyes downcast, his palms empty, yet he seemed to perceive a strong scent of blood. Throughout these 10 years, the desperate struggles and cries of those he encountered often resurfaced in his mind. Regret? Perhaps only the wind knows. The wind howled atop the mountain, whipping through his dark tresses, which danced wildly in the gusts. A red silk ribbon fluttered in the breeze. Suddenly, a piercing cry that shattered the tranquility of the mountaintop rang out, soaring skyward. A magnificent bird, robust and regal, took flight from the summit behind Nian Wangwang. Ascending against the wind, Nian Wangwang looked up, feeling a tinge of regret. Although the bird was powerful and majestic, it lacked feet. Once more, a resonant and spirited cry echoed. The footless bird, resembling an arrow released from its bow, shot straight toward the heavens, its cries growing increasingly thunderous, as if it sought to pierce the clouds and challenge the heavens. Its form and defiant spirit contrasted starkly with the solitary and proud figure below. Akin to a breathtaking ink wash painting, Nian Wangwang gazed at the soaring silhouette, suddenly smiling, a vibrant expression illuminating his face. The footless bird did not look back. Days later, Nian Wangwang returned to his sect to enter seclusion. This retreat would last at least several years, perhaps even a decade, as his goal was to attain the void stage. As for his village, he held no worries. The longevity pills he had provided to his parents and Zihui were more than sufficient to grant them another century of life. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Nian Wangwang emerged from his cave dwelling, his countenance darkened. He was but a step away from the void stage. Yet that very step had eluded him for 5 decades. At that moment, the sect leader, Taishu Jinren, arrived. With a discerning eye, he perceived Nian Wangwang's restlessness and spoke. Cultivation cannot be rushed. You are still quite young. Why the urgency for success? Nian Wangwang remained silent. For Taishu Jinren did not comprehend the reasons behind his impatience. The longevity pills could extend a mortal's life by 200 years, but to seek better methods, one must elevate their cultivation to access higher realms. Moreover, Nian Wangwang's eagerness raised suspicions in Taishu Jinren's mind, leading him to believe that the young man harbored unspoken burdens. After a thorough investigation, Taishu Jinren finally grasped the root of Nian Wangwang's urgency. There were attachments in the mundane world. Cultivation was arduous, and he had not anticipated that one of his disciples would dare to risk their cultivation by entangling themselves with the secular realm. Although the sect's rules must not be broken, Nian Wangwang is a rare genius, a talent seldom seen in a millennium. The esteemed Taishu Jinren hesitated. He wished to sever Nian Wangwang's worldly attachments, yet he feared that such an action might breed resentment towards the sect in the young man's heart. There was also a perplexing matter that troubled Taishu Jinren. Despite having mastered the supreme emotionless art, why did Nian Wangwang's heart remain so troubled? Those who practice the supreme emotionless art are meant to be untouched by worldly turmoil, to sever emotional ties and purify their souls. Only with a heart free of attachments can one truly cultivate this path. Yet, paradoxically, Nian Wangwang had succeeded in mastering the supreme emotionless art while still clinging to worldly concerns. Taishu Jinren pondered this conundrum for quite some time until a thought suddenly struck him. Heaven and earth serve as the furnace, refining my mortal heart. Could it be that Nian Wangwang was, in fact, honing his mortal heart? To forge the mortal heart, one must endure significant upheaval, should such trials lead to profound enlightenment. A glimpse of the great Tao may be attained. However, it is also perilously easy to become ensnared in such struggles. Taishu Jinren furrowed his brow. This phrase belonged to another method of cultivation, distinct from the supreme emotionless art. That method was known as the supreme unfeeling path, yet it had long since faded into obscurity, becoming nothing more than dust of history. In a twist of fate, Nian Wangwang had inadvertently veered toward the path of the supreme unfeeling. After much contemplation, Taishu Jinren resolved to observe the situation further before making a decision. The Tao sect was currently in a state of transition, having finally produced a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy, particularly one from the lineage of the supreme emotionless art. Taishu Jinren did not wish to sacrifice a great opportunity for the sake of a minor concern. 10 years later, Nian Wangwang emerged once again from his secluded chamber. This time, he had yet to break through to the Dongshu stage. Ironically, the more he struggled, the more fervently he yearned for success, nearly driving himself to madness, which resulted in a few strands of white hair at his temples. Just as he was about to re-enter his chamber, he suddenly froze in place. Almost forgotten, 60 years had passed. Though such a span felt fleeting to him, it was an eternity for his mortal parents. In a moment of panic, Nian Wangwang abandoned his obsession with advancing his cultivation and departed the sect, heading toward the southern borders. Unbeknownst to him, the usually indifferent Taishu Jinren quietly followed in his wake. Have you heard? Zhang San has acquired a precious herb said to extend life by decades, even for mortals. Damn, that Zhang San is truly fortunate. A voice reached Nian Wangwang's ears during his journey. Where is Zhang San? Nian Wangwang landed before the two individuals. Who are you? What reason do we have to tell you? Look at him. He must have just overheard us talking and wants that herb. Let us just tell him. Consider it an act of kindness. The two exchanged knowing glances, their expressions rife with ill intent, but not directed at Nian Wangwang. Rather, it was aimed at Zhang San. Jealousy truly can be a lethal force. In a secluded courtyard within the city. If you want this precious herb, you'll have to take my life. Father. Sanner. Father. I implore you, it is merely a precious herb. Do not sacrifice your life for it. Bestow it upon this celestial being. Nian Wangwang was enshrouded in a dark robe, while beneath him, a man clung desperately to his leg, unwilling to let go. At the entrance stood a distressed elderly couple, accompanied by a darling granddaughter who was weeping inconsolably. You old fool, what do you understand? Zhang San, gripping Nian Wangwang's leg with a twisted visage, turned to his father and shouted in fury, this precious herb is worth its weight in gold. It is my sole opportunity for redemption and must not be seized. The majority of Nian Wangwang's face was shrouded in the shadows of his hood, revealing only the clean, sharp contour of his jaw, obscuring his expression. Release me, came the chilling voice. Nian Wangwang gazed down at Zhang San, and from beneath the hood, a pair of eyes glimmered like cold stars. Return the precious herb to me, or you shall face death. Zhang San raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. In response, Nian Wangwang, with an impassive countenance, lifted his hand. Chapter 27. The grass-rooted life in the presence of the celestial being. The elderly man outside immediately knelt down, pleading with the youthful figure, I beseech you, noble sir. Show mercy. I was merely momentarily confused. Please, do not take his life. Thud, thud, thud. The old man continued to bow, and upon witnessing this, the elderly woman alongside him also knelt, urging her granddaughter to join in, all three of them bowing in earnest. The crisp sound of their supplications caused a slight tremor in the eyes of the young man. Yet, Zhang San remained steadfast, clinging to his leg with unwavering determination. After a moment of silence, the young man slowly relaxed his grip, allowing a precious herb to fall to the ground. Upon seeing this, Zhang San hurriedly retrieved the herb, a radiant smile illuminating his face. My treasure, it is still here. The young man frowned slightly, glancing back at the elderly couple and the little girl, then turned his gaze towards Zhang San. Your treasure, he intoned, is not this. It is them. However, Zhang San remained oblivious, his eyes fixated on the precious herb in his hands. Just as the young man decided to leave, his expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the entrance to the courtyard. Bang! The courtyard door was forcefully kicked open, and a throng of fierce-looking men surged into the yard. Among them, a scar-faced brute greedily eyed the herb in Zhang San's possession before turning his gaze to the young man. His expression soured as he bellowed. Is it you who dares to commit such villainy, snatching my brother's precious herb? Brother, it is him. A woman cried, pointing at the young man. She was Zhang San's wife. Previously, upon the young man's intrusion, she had rushed to seek help from Zhang San's elder brother. Zhang San turned to look at the scar-faced man, his expression shifting in alarm. Brother, how did you come here? Then, spotting his wife beside his brother, realization dawned upon him, and he could not help but lash out. You foolish wretch. Zhang San's wife looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why her husband would scold her. Yet, the reason soon became clear. The scar-faced man, grinning menacingly at the young man, declared, Dare to steal my brother's precious herb? Regardless of who you are, you must perish. With that, he turned to Zhang San, saying, Brother, fortunate it is that I arrived in time today, otherwise. He continued, As for this act of saving your family, let this precious herb serve as my reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang San's countenance turned ashen. He understood the nature of his brother, a figure of greed and brutality. This precious herb was beyond his protection. Even if his parents bowed in supplication once more, it would not suffice. It is all because of that foolish woman. Zhang San shot a furious glance at his wife, wishing to confront her with a thrashing. The so-called celestial being had relinquished the herb, and yet this foolish woman had instigated trouble. As for the young man, he had merely observed the commotion with a detached demeanor, taking in the expressions of those around him, greed, resentment. At that moment, the young man expressionlessly raised his hand, pointing towards the gang of men. In an instant, a formidable surge of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, launching forth towards the fierce men. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed through the courtyard like the crack of firecrackers. Zhang San's wife appeared utterly dazed, her visage and garments stained crimson. She resembled a specter of blood. The once menacing gang of brutish men had been reduced to mere wisps of sanguine mist, dissipating with the breeze. At this moment, apart from Nian Wangwang, all others who remained alive bore expressions of shock, rendered speechless by the horror they had witnessed. They had never encountered such a scene. Even Zhang San, who fancied himself worldly, was now completely stupefied, his gaze no longer fixated on the precious elixir. A smudge of blood adorned his face, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. In Zhang San's eyes, knowing a cultivator at the qi refinement stage was already an extraordinary feat, especially in this small town where few cultivators resided. Yet now, this esteemed cultivator had been reduced to a mere puddle of gore, dispatched with a mere flick of the wrist by the assailant. Zhang San trembled. Having believed the figure in the black cloak, who had stormed in to seize the elixir without immediately resorting to murder, was not a formidable character. He realized that those capable of such ruthless slaughter were rarely ostentatious. I no longer desire the elixir, Zhang San muttered, lowering his gaze and extending the precious item with trembling hands, his body quivering in fear, his complexion ashen. In that instant, he felt utterly drained of strength. Is that so? Nian Wangwang suddenly leaned down, his eyes, shrouded in shadow, cold and unfeeling. I have taken your elixir. Will you not harbor resentment against me? Zhang San's body quivered, and he hastily shook his head. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I bear no ill will. Nian Wangwang reached out, gripping Zhang San's chin, observing the flicker of panic in his eyes, and smiled. I noticed the way you looked at your wife. Upon hearing this, Zhang San's eyes widened in alarm. He attempted to explain, but a sudden crack echoed as Nian Wangwang swiftly and decisively snapped Zhang San's neck. Son, husband. A heart-wrenching wail erupted. Nian Wangwang slowly rose, coldly surveying Zhang San's lifeless form. I do not fear your vengeance. Yet, I too have family. Individuals like Zhang San, who displayed such malice in their gaze towards their spouses, were to be regarded with caution. Though he was but a common man, one could never predict if fortune might smile upon him in the future, potentially posing a threat to the villagers. True, he was unaware of Nian Wangwang's identity. But Nian Wangwang was unwilling to take such a gamble. He preferred to eradicate threats before they could take root. Outside the door, an elderly man sat slumped on the ground. The elderly woman beside him shielded her granddaughter's face, preventing her from witnessing the grim tableau. As for Zhang San's wife, despite her anguished cries, she dared not approach Nian Wangwang even a single step. Immortal, the elderly man quavered as he rose unsteadily, gazing at Nian Wangwang. Will you eradicate all threats? The child is still so young. Nian Wangwang raised a hand to interrupt, looking at the elder and speaking slowly. Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. Seeing you, he paused, reminds me of my father and mother. They were good people. After speaking, Nian Wangwang turned to leave. At that moment, the agitated elderly woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, exclaimed, if they were truly good people, how could they have spawned such a vile creature, one who treats human life with utter contempt? As her words echoed in the air, Nian Wangwang's figure froze. Silence. The old man scolded the woman angrily, then murmured, do you wish to bring harm to Yaya? Just as the old man intended to apologize to Nian Wangwang, he realized the courtyard was devoid of the latter's presence. Yet, in the spot where Nian Wangwang had stood, a bulging bag remained, its contents a mystery. Mrs. Zhang San approached with trembling steps, opened the bag, and gasped, Father, so much money. Who desires his filthy money? Can wealth justify the murder of my son? The elderly woman cried, her voice laced with anger and despair. The old man gazed at his child's lifeless body, letting out a profound sigh, lamenting the cannibalistic nature of this world. An innocent man bears the guilt of possessing something precious. Unlike the woman, he remained composed, aware that given his child's temperament, calamity was inevitable. Whether by the hands of that cloaked figure or that avaricious scar-faced brother, disaster loomed. Yet, his child was not at fault. The true error lay within this treacherous world. Chapter 28. The Heartless One. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, the village appeared much the same. Yet, Nian Wangwang lingered at the entrance, hesitant to step inside. For beneath his perceptive gaze, the familiar silhouettes of the low walls and humble dwellings had vanished. What significance did the son of an immortal hold? Ultimately, He was but a heartless individual, having forsaken his home for decades. The elderly couple would pass away relying on the kindness of strangers for their final rites. Alas, how pitiable is Zihui, enamored with an immortal, destined to remain unmarried, awaiting a heartless man, and ultimately tasked with the burial of the elderly couple. As villagers passed by his home, their murmurs reached Nian Wang's ears with clarity. Have father and mother departed? Nian Wangwang faltered, his expression one of confusion. Had he not bestowed upon them longevity pills? What? Why had it come to this? Within the dwelling, a figure sat before the vanity, gazing into the copper mirror at her unchanged visage. Were it not for the profound weariness reflected in her eyes, she might still believe herself in her prime. Yet, the eyes cannot deceive. Zihui, a voice resonated from behind. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Zihui's heart trembled, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She turned to behold Nian Wangwang, still possessing an air of elegance. As she wept and laughed, wiping her tears, "Brother Wangwang, I knew you would return. You are not the heartless person they claim. Your absence for so many years surely harbors a reason." Nian Wangwang's face was obscured by his hood, his expression unreadable, yet the atmosphere around him was laden with melancholy. A reason? Perhaps. Brother Wangwang, before uncle and the others departed, they instructed me to tell you not to be sorrowful. They lived long enough. Their only regret is... Here, Zihui hesitated, words lingering in the air. What is it? He prompted, not having seen you once more. Yet, uncle and the others understood you well, recognizing the hardships faced outside, and they did not blame you for your absence. Nian Wangwang turned away, his voice as tranquil as ever. Father and mother, why did they not consume the longevity pills? Uncle and the others said. They did not wish to be a burden to you. Having lived nearly a century, it was enough. Zihui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a bittersweet smile, she added, In truth, I only consumed one. Nian Wangwang abruptly turned to face Zihui, his eyes trembling beneath the hood. You, why? Zihui lowered her gaze. Is it not strange? One truly seems to sense their impending demise. Years ago, I had a premonition. Initially reluctant to take that longevity pill, I feared that when you returned to the village, you would not know whom to seek. Zihui offered a gentle smile, her heart aching for Nian Wangwang. Brother Wangwang, I feel for you. Why? He inquired. Because I sense that living too long brings its own burdens, watching those around me depart one by one. Zihui slowly rose to her feet, extending her frail hand to caress the face of Nian Wangwang, speaking softly. Brother Wangwang, may I ask you a question? Have you ever felt a flicker of affection for me? Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang fell silent. Silence is often the most eloquent response, and Zihui, forced a smile, reassured him, It's all right, Brother Wangwang. I had anticipated this. It is merely a twinge of regret. As she lowered her hand, feeling its dampness, she continued gently, Brother Wangwang, you should not weep. Having chosen the path of cultivation, you must not look back. Such actions will only bring additional sorrow. There was a flicker of affection. Nian Wangwang suddenly admitted. Zihui paused, then smiled. Brother Wangwang, there's no need to comfort me. This is not comfort. There was indeed something, he replied, removing his hood to reveal a noble face now marked by tears. He grasped Zihui's hand tightly, almost pleadingly, and said, Zihui, will you promise to live well? Wait for me to find a way for your cultivation, and then we shall marry. I do not wish. Zihui interrupted him, her heart aching as she gazed into his reddened eyes. Brother Wangwang, are you afraid of solitude? I. Nian Wangwang lowered his gaze, uncertain whether he was reluctant to part from Zihui or fearful of being alone in the world thereafter. Perhaps both sentiments lingered within him. Yet, Zihui too feared solitude. She was but a mortal, and the decades of cultivation that Nian Wangwang underwent would be a lifetime for her. Zihui shook her head. Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang's expression shifted slightly. Zihui was correct. His years of seclusion would feel like mere moments to him. Yet for her, the weight would be unbearable and cruel. Contemplating this, Nian Wangwang's gaze dimmed as he lowered his eyelids, murmuring, I am sorry. I have been selfish. Do not apologize, Brother Wangwang. From beginning to end, it was my own choice. I hold no blame towards you, nor should you blame yourself. Observing Nian Wangwang's troubled state, Zihui suddenly approached the vanity. Retrieving a vial of elixir from a drawer, she took out a pill and swallowed it in front of him, offering him a radiant smile. Brother Wangwang, I've changed my mind. Zihui waits for you for 100 years. If you cannot fulfill your promise within that century, then I shall wait another 100. Zihui, I cannot bear to see you alone. It is too pitiful. The effect of the longevity pill, no matter how many she consumed, could only extend a mortal's life by 200 years. Very well, Nian Wangwang's hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. The following day, Nian Wangwang departed from Qingqing Mountain, transforming into a beam of radiant light, soaring towards Qingqing, the closest city to Qingqing Mountain. Qingqing held his childhood friend, Ming Buhui, to whom, alongside his parents and Zihui, he had generously given many longevity pills. Nian Wangwang, guided by his memories, arrived outside a grand residence. This was the manor he had purchased for Ming Buhui. He knocked gently on the door, yet no response echoed back. He continued to tap patiently, perhaps arriving too early. He refrained from using his spiritual senses to scan the interior, as he wished to remain unaware of any secrets within. "Who is it?" A voice called from inside the residence. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, revealing a figure who rubbed his eyes and yawned, grumbling. Who could be knocking at such an early hour? But upon catching sight of Nian Wangwang cloaked in his dark robe, the individual's drowsiness dissipated instantly, replaced by a look of wariness. "Don't do anything reckless. My father knows celestial beings." Upon observing the familiar features that bore a resemblance to Ming Buhui, Nian Wangwang lowered his hood. "I mean no harm. I have come seeking Ming Buhui. My name is Nian Wangwang." The young man in the residence appeared momentarily taken aback, then expressed incredulity. "You are Uncle Nian?" Nian Wangwang, equally surprised, replied, "You are Ming Buhui's?" "I am my father's son," the youth responded with a grin. "My name is Ming Dashan." As he scratched his head and laughed, Nian Wangwang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The child of Ming Buhui appeared somewhat less than astute. It was astonishing to realize, after decades of separation, that Ming Buhui's offspring had grown so much, looking decidedly older than he himself. Chapter 29. The Journey to the Immortals Platform. Where is your father? Nian Wangwang's gaze shifted towards the rear of Ming Dashan, eager to discern the current appearance of Ming Buhui. Years ago, when he encountered Ming Buhui, he presented her with both a beauty pill and a longevity pill. Yet she only accepted the latter, claiming that if she were to have children, she would appear younger than them as they grew. Wasn't that rather peculiar? Upon hearing those words at the time, Nian Wangwang found a semblance of logic in her reasoning and thus refrained from further persuasion. Now, he harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding the visage of that once wild youth in his old age. "Uncle Nian, my father has long departed." Ming Dashan's words left Nian Wangwang momentarily stunned. Ming Buhui had already passed? Had she not consumed the longevity pill? At the Dao Sect, outside the mountain gate, two disciples soared through the air when they suddenly spotted a slender figure ascending the steps. Upon closer inspection, they exchanged puzzled glances. "Isn't that senior brother Nian? What is he doing on the steps?" "I'm not sure." "On the steps?" Nian Wangwang maintained a serene demeanor, placing one foot after the other as he approached the mountain gate. Ultimately, he remained ensnared in the mundane world. In the void, the sect leader, Taishu Jinren, concealed himself, observing Nian Wangwang's solitary figure with a glint of coldness in his eyes. If that were the case, he could not be blamed for his lack of compassion. As a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium within the Dao Sect, how could he allow himself to be shackled by worldly concerns? 3 years later, in the air above the Dao Sect, numerous elders hovered in suspension. Below, the disciples gazed in exhilaration as the ominous clouds on the distant mountain dissipated, the thunderous wrath abating. "Look, the thunder tribulation has vanished. Senior brother Nian has successfully transcended the tribulation. At a century, he had reached the void realm. Truly an unparalleled figure. If granted another millennium, he might even attain the grand completion stage, astonishing the world. Nay, even the tribulation stage is too far-fetched. Our sect leader, in his youth, was exceptionally gifted but could not achieve the tribulation stage within a millennium." Upon the solitary mountain, Nian Wangwang sat cross-legged, his black robe billowing dramatically, exuding an astonishing aura of the void realm. After 3 years of seclusion, he had finally attained this state. 10 miles from Qingshuan Mountain, a tall figure stood upon a sword, a wine jug in hand, making his way toward Qingshuan Mountain. In but a moment of tilting his head to drink, Nian Wangwang had already soared to the foot of Qingshuan Mountain. He beheld the desolate scenery before him, momentarily taken aback. In merely 3 years' absence, had he truly lost his way? Nian Wangwang shook his head with a chuckle. Yet, had he truly forgotten? That little village, which occupied his thoughts, could he, now at the void realm, truly have erased it from his memory? Crash! The wine jug fell to the ground with a dull thud. Nian Wangwang staggered, retreating repeatedly until his legs weakened, and he sank despondently to the earth, his gaze vacant. He murmured softly, his voice trembling noticeably, "Why has it come to this?" A withered leaf was swept up by the wind, landing in the barren village, imprinting itself in Nian Wangwang's eyes. In those eyes, a profound emptiness lingered, akin to a still lake, devoid of any ripples. At this moment, Nian Wangwang resembled a lost soul, wandering aimlessly, unsure of where to find solace. The village was gone. He possessed no home. From henceforth, he was utterly alone. Only himself remained. In his youth, springtime flourished, and the peach blossoms bloomed brilliantly. A few friends frolicked joyfully, the low walls and modest homes alive with the warmth of life, while beneath the peach trees, maidens smiled sweetly. Little did they comprehend the fleeting nature of encounters or the importance of cherishing the present. They were oblivious to the complexities of fate, which weaves in myriad ways. Now, a millennium has passed. Having grown accustomed to farewells, he understands the transience of human connections. Life's meetings are brief. There may be affinity, yet no lasting bond. Still, a solitary soul can traverse great distances. The moonlight was hazy and distant. The lonely grave beneath the peach tree exuded an eerie solitude. Within lay nothingness. Pitter-patter. The rain fell softly. In the woods before the grave, the peach tree swayed gently in the fine drizzle, producing a whispering sound. Amidst the misty rain, a figure emerged slowly from the depths of the peach grove, each step sending ripples through the air. He walked alone beneath an umbrella, his expression serene. A chill breeze caressed his face, the red silk ribbon fluttering freely, as he extended his hand to catch a raindrop that fell into his palm. Alone with the umbrella, the rain would not touch his shoulders. Did he regret it? No, he did not. Those beautiful moments would forever remain etched in his memory. The pain was merely a price to pay. He longed for the celestial realm, unperturbed by earthly affections. Now, Nian Wangwang harbored a singular ambition, to attain immortality and transcendence. Beneath a withered tree on a solitary mountain, he sat cross-legged, cradling a tattered ancient tome in his hands. His gaze lowered slightly as he opened the book, which unveiled the secrets of the upper realm, the so-called celestial world. The first page bore a chilling line written in blood. Falsehoods abound. All is a deception. The celestial realm is a lie. Do not seek ascension. The beings of the upper realm feast upon the practitioners of our kind. It was evident that the author penned these words in a state of great agitation. Turning to the second page, he read, "Heaven knows no justice. The immortals are devoid of compassion. They regard humanity as mere livestock. Should future generations find this tome, it serves as a warning, if only they choose to believe. Alas, how tragic. They have been poisoned too deeply by the heavenly court. Why do they not heed my words?" The third and fourth pages depicted grotesque, hideous creatures, their gaping maws devouring human practitioners, entirely unrelated to the essence of immortality. In the final pages, the author's fervor intensified. "I, at last, have discovered a path, a true path to ascension. This is the path of calamity for the immortals. If I succeed, I shall eradicate those evil beings from beyond, leaving none behind. I have succeeded," he declared. "No, I have still faltered. Of the 12 heavenly tribulations, I have only passed through 9. The impending tribulation is truly terrifying. Even with the Tianyan immortal banner in hand, I have lost my celestial form. This path is exceedingly arduous. As for those who follow, I have lost all hope. Yet, you possess it. To have seen this tome, it is certain that you have also acquired the Tianyan immortal banner beside you. To refine the Tianyan immortal banner, one must offer the blood of the 5 realms, a process that, while harsh and unjust, is deemed necessary. To take one life is to save another, a matter of innocence. To take 10 lives is to save 100, an act of great virtue. To take 1,000 lives is to save 10,000, a feat of immeasurable merit. Only by refining the Tianyan immortal banner can one withstand the tribulation and ascend to the realm of the tribulation immortal. Should the successors succeed, they will safeguard the human race and preserve the beings of this world. The refiner of life, the demon sovereign Liu Qingqing, remained composed as he merged the ancient texts with the present. Centuries prior, he had already acquired this ancient tome, hence his tranquility now. When he first laid eyes upon this tome, after perusing its contents, was he not also taken aback? Amidst that astonishment, he harbored some doubts. It is universally acknowledged that the immortal realm is a realm devoid of discord, serene and harmonious, where all seek the great path. Yet now, a cultivator who claims to be the refiner of life has left behind an ancient tome, proclaiming it to be a grand deception. Chapter 30. The Tribulation. At that moment, Nian Wangwang furrowed his brow, feeling both the absurdity of the situation and the unnecessary effort the other party had expended to deceive him, leaving behind a treasure of celestial proportions, the Tianyan immortal banner. Centuries ago, he had waged a fierce battle against the demonic clan, vanquishing the revered demon lord of the clouds and slaughtering 39 cities of the demon domain. Was it truly for the sake of the world's populace? No, it was merely for his own selfish desires. He gathered the essence of heaven and earth, the grievances of all beings, solely to verify the authenticity of the Tianyan immortal banner. The evidence confirmed that the banner was indeed as described in ancient texts, capable of absorbing all spirits and grievances from the world. The more it absorbed, the greater its power became, capable of shaking the heavens and dimming the sun and moon. Yet, even after absorbing the grievances of 1,000,000 demonic spirits, along with the complete essence of the perfected demon Lord of the Clouds, it was still insufficient to fully refine the Tianyan immortal banner. It appeared that, as the ancient text suggested, the blood of beings from the 5 domains was needed for complete refinement. This Tianyan immortal banner was something he must possess, even if it meant instigating a war among the 5 domains. When Nian Wangwang observed that the celestial lord of Qingqing had yet to ascend, his conviction deepened. The ancient texts held a high degree of truth. Even if they were not entirely accurate, the realm of transcending tribulations certainly existed. To confirm its existence, Nian Wangwang had perused countless ancient tomes, and various clues indicated that in antiquity, there were indeed cultivators who had entered the realm of transcending tribulations. Much like the ruthless path he currently practiced, it had gradually been forgotten by the world due to its stringent conditions. The realm of transcending tribulations represented the opportunity to leap through the dragon gate and become a true dragon. If one could withstand the 12 layers of the 9 heavens tribulation, they would achieve the immortal body of a celestial king, soaring into the azure skies. Conversely, failure would lead to death and the obliteration of millennia of accumulated power. Although Nian Wangwang was unaware of the exact nature of this celestial king's realm, it was evident that it must surpass the realm of ascension. Otherwise, the already ascended refining life demon lord would not have gone through such elaborate efforts to embark on the path of transcending tribulations. Moreover, one point puzzled Nian Wangwang. Why had the refining life demon lord, who had already ascended, been able to descend to the lower realms? If he could, did that not imply that all ascended cultivators could return to the lower realms? This reasoning did not hold. Nian Wangwang narrowed his eyes, contemplating a significant possibility. Perhaps they could indeed return to the lower realms, but they had all perished in the upper realms. After all, the ancient texts mentioned that the extraterrestrial demons feasted on human cultivators. Yet, this too was illogical. If the 2 realms could traverse freely, why would those extraterrestrial demons wait idly? Why not descend directly and devour all the cultivators of the 5 domains? Enough of this. Nian Wangwang tucked away the ancient tome. He would face challenges as they came and let the waters cover the earth. If he could not comprehend it now, he would ponder the affairs of the upper realms once he ascended to the realm of transcending tribulations. Overthinking would only lead to unnecessary troubles. A rasping, dissonant cry echoed across the solitary mountain, sending a chill down one's spine. As Nian Wangwang raised his gaze, he beheld a raven as dark as ink soaring towards him with remarkable speed. Then, a curious scene unfolded. The ebony raven seemed intimately familiar with Nian Wangwang, landing directly upon his shoulder. What is happening? Nian Wangwang slowly rose to his feet. Liu Qingqing had returned to the Dragon Clan and clashed with the Grand Elder, seeking to ascend to the position of clan leader. Astonishingly, the raven spoke human words. Has the Golden-Winged Rock clan remained unresponsive? Nian Wangwang glanced at the raven and inquired. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is the sworn enemy of the Dragon Clan. They are still observing, replied the raven. Observing? Perhaps they perceive your lordship's stance as ambiguous. The raven continued. Then let us provide them with a clear stance. Nian Wangwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Caw, the raven screeched, its pupils flashing with excitement. The grand scheme of the immortal sovereign across the 5 domains is finally about to commence. Outside the Hall of Immortals, in a pavilion, 2 figures engaged in a game of chess. He has returned. Liu Xiaoyao placed a piece and looked toward the main hall. Liu Qingqing's eyes brightened. She was about to rise, but was abruptly halted by Liu Xiaoyao, whose expression had shifted. Do not move. Liu Xiaoyao raised his head, eyes filled with astonishment. The entire formation barrier of the Hall of Immortals had vanished. Above, dark clouds seemed to be drawn together by an invisible giant hand, instantly shrouding the sky. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, the lightning illuminated Liu Qingqing's bewildered face. What is happening? Boom. A deep rumble of thunder rolled down from the heavens. Following that, the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles darkened, a formidable divine might looming. This is the heavenly tribulation. Liu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Could it be that the heart demon has been dispelled and the immortal sovereign is about to transcend? The master is ascending? Liu Qingqing was taken aback. How could this occur so suddenly, without any warning? Simultaneously, Disciples and elders of the Tianyan Sect felt this terrifying divine might. Figures soared into the air, gazing upward. This divine might was indeed fearsome. Even with the cultivation of an integration stage elder, merely observing it left one breathless. Why would such a terrifying heavenly tribulation descend? It is evident. Only the figure within the hall of immortals above could summon such a formidable tribulation. Is the immortal sovereign truly ascending? How could it happen so abruptly? I do not know. In midair, the elders were all furrowing their brows. The ascension of the immortal sovereign is certainly not a favorable event for the Tianyan Sect. Should the immortal sovereign succeed in ascending, it would signify a significant loss of strength for their sect. As for failure, the distinction would be negligible. Outside the purple clear palace, the disciples gazed at the spectacle in the sky, their expressions filled with shock. The heavenly tribulation invoked by the immortal sovereign was indeed awe-inspiring, sending shivers through their souls. Among the crowd, Liu Qingqing also looked up at the sky, astonished. The immortal sovereign was truly about to ascend? This is entirely different from what she had imagined. Could it be that the supreme immortal, the foremost figure in the world, is merely a bystander, destined to have no connection with her future? As the sect leader approached, the elders in midair bowed in reverence to the figure soaring towards them. It was none other than the esteemed Tianyan Jinren. Sect leader Nian Wangwang, what is happening? Why has the immortal master suddenly ascended? Upon the arrival of sect leader Nian Wangwang, several elders inquired, their expressions filled with confusion. Yet, it was evident that sect leader Nian Wangwang was equally perplexed. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he gazed at the gathering tribulation clouds above, narrowing his eyes, admitting, I too am unaware of the circumstances. Look, a figure is charging towards the tribulation clouds. Beneath the heavens, a silhouette stood with hands clasped behind his back. Was that the supreme immortal? Indeed, it was the immortal master. The reality was laid bare before them, and they were compelled to believe that the immortal master was truly set to ascend. Boom. Above the firmament, Nian Wangwang stood with hands clasped, his robes billowing, spiritual energy swirling around him as if he were preparing to contest the heavenly tribulation. Compared to the elusive might of the heavens, which sent shivers through the soul, his oppressive aura was even more domineering. Even the disciples of Tianyan Sect below felt their hearts race, their faces as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Chapter 31. The Fall of the Celestial. Is this the true extent of the Celestial Lord's power? Upon the Grand Hall, the elders, under the immense pressure, gradually descended, their expressions tinged with astonishment. It was not only the disciples who felt the strain, even these deeply cultivated elders were affected. For several centuries, the imperishable Celestial Lord had presided over the Tianyan Sect, yet this was the first time they directly confronted the overwhelming aura of the Celestial Lord. For words echoed in their minds, invincible in the world. Even the formidable sect leader, Nian Wangwang, at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, slowly descended from the air. Channeling his spiritual energy, he waved his sleeve to shield the disciples of the Tianyan Sect from this oppressive force. Still, the unsettling sensation lingered in the hearts of the disciples, an echo of trepidation that resonated from the depths of their souls. Boom! The darkened sky was suddenly illuminated. Countless silver lightning serpents, like winding dragons, descended upon Nian Wangwang alone. Not only that, amidst the roiling dark clouds, a terrifying purple lightning bolt targeted Nian Wangwang, seemingly intent on bringing about his demise. In the central domain, within the celestial palace, a stone pavilion stood resolutely amidst the swirling mists. The celestial Lord Qingqing, clad in white robes, paused momentarily, then rose to gaze in a particular direction, his brows furrowing. Is he about to ascend? The commotion above the Tianyan Sect was immense, and the celestial might extended over a radius of 100,000 miles, awakening many ancient beings who scanned the Tianyan Sect with their divine senses, observing this tribulation. However, they dared not intervene. For any who would disrupt the ascension of the tribulation bearer would also bear the brunt of this terrifying heavenly calamity, with its power magnified. In such circumstances, both the ascender and the disruptor faced a singular fate, death and obliteration. This mutual destruction was something these fearful ancients would never willingly embrace. Even if the tribulation bearer were their arch-nemesis, they would refrain from interference, for there was no advantage to gain. Should the ascension succeed, they could then seek vengeance upon the sect's disciples to relieve their pent-up resentment. Conversely, if it failed, it would be even better. Throughout history, none who attempted ascension during their tribulation have managed to retreat unscathed. All suffered a catastrophic decline in power, waiting for their lifespan to dwindle. Within the Tianyan Sect, the disciples pondered, surely the Celestial Lord will succeed in his ascension? It should be without issue. The earlier lightning was effortlessly repelled by the Celestial Lord. How enviable it is to be the Celestial Lord, who, after a millennium of cultivation, may ascend to the celestial realm and glimpse eternity. The disciples gazed at the unparalleled figure in the sky, their faces filled with admiration. Yet, the elders of the Tianyan Sect wore solemn expressions, acutely aware that the Celestial Lord's aura was weakening, while the might of the heavenly tribulation grew ever more formidable. Could it be that the Celestial Lord would fail in his tribulation? An incredulous thought began to rise among the elders, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. One elder turned to sect leader Nian Wangwang, hesitatingly inquiring, "Sect leader, what of the Celestial Lord? Let us observe the unfolding events." The master, Nian Wangwang, stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking calmly. In the pavilion of the morning immortals, Liu Xiaoyao, who had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage, was the first to perceive the subtle changes in the aura of the supreme immortal Nian Wangwang. His brow furrowed, a look of concern etched upon his face. Seeing Liu Xiaoyao's demeanor, Liu Qingqing's worry intensified, and she softly called out, "Elder Liu, what about our master? Let us observe the unfolding events for now." Liu Xiaoyao replied slowly, shaking his head. "This tribulation cannot be interfered with by anyone, nor does anyone possess such qualifications. It is solely reliant upon the immortal sovereign himself." As soon as Liu Xiaoyao's words fell, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the heavens and the earth. Following that, a radiant beam of light erupted from the tribulation clouds, illuminating the sky within 100,000 miles, bright as day and blindingly dazzling, rendering it impossible to behold directly. How blinding! The disciples and elders of the Tianyan Sect instinctively closed their eyes and turned away. With a resounding boom, the might of heaven surged forth. When they opened their eyes once more, their expressions were filled with horror. "Look, how could this be?" They gasped in disbelief as they beheld the supreme immortal plummeting rapidly from the heavens, his aura now feeble and diminished. It was evident that he had failed in his tribulation. How could the supreme immortal fail in his tribulation? Was there someone scheming against him? But who would dare to do such a thing? The disciples were both shocked and confused. He has fallen. The immortal sovereign truly did not succeed in his tribulation. The deeply cultivated elders also displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly caught off guard. The fall of an immortal. Master Nian Wangwang stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at the fallen supreme immortal and then at the dissipating tribulation clouds. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if lost in thought. At that moment, a figure appeared in an instant, catching the unconscious supreme immortal. "Who is that?" the disciples exclaimed, pointing at the figure. "Impudent." An elder nearby admonished sharply, "Withdraw your hand at once. The ancestor is not someone you can point at." "Ancestor?" The disciples were taken aback and quickly withdrew their hands. At this moment, numerous elders bowed in respect to the figure suspended in midair, greeting the ancestor. Liu Xiaoyao floated in the air, supporting the unconscious Nian Wangwang. Scanning the expressions of the crowd, he opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed, carrying the weakened supreme immortal away. The incident of the fallen immortal could not be concealed. From the moment the tribulation created such a tremendous uproar, countless individuals had been drawn to this scene. The supreme immortal's failure in his tribulation would undoubtedly lead to unforeseen repercussions, a truly troubling matter. In the air, Liu Xiaoyao held the unconscious Nian Wangwang. Flying towards the pavilion of the morning immortals, his brow tightly knitted. He looked down at the supreme immortal, now with strands of white hair, and could not help but shake his head and sigh once more. Within the pavilion of the morning immortals, two figures stood before the bed where the supreme immortal Nian Wangwang lay. Sighing, Liu Xiaoyao withdrew his senses. Beside him, Liu Qingqing immediately expressed her concern, asking, "Elder Liu, how is our master?" Liu Xiaoyao shook his head. Although his cultivation had not been entirely lost, his realm had plummeted to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage and would continue to decline until the force of divine retribution dissipated from him. With a sigh, he approached the window, expressing his dismay. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing, upon hearing his words, glanced at her master on the bed, her eyes still reflecting a sense of bewilderment. To the world, her master was the pinnacle of righteousness, the foremost in the realm. In Liu Qingqing's eyes, he was no different. Yet, this formidable master had failed in his tribulation, causing his cultivation to rapidly diminish. At that moment, the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, gracefully descended outside the hall. "Old ancestor." He bowed to Liu Xiaoyao before extending his divine sense into the Chaoxian hall, only to be met by an even more potent divine presence that obstructed him. "What brings you here?" Liu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow at the window. Undeterred by the block, Nian Wangwang maintained his composure. He first surveyed the interior of the hall before turning his gaze back to Liu Xiaoyao, concern etched on his face. Old ancestor, regarding the immortal lord's condition. Liu Xiaoyao waved his sleeve dismissively. This matter is of no concern to you. Focus on calming the hearts of the people. As his words echoed, a gentle yet irresistible spiritual force ushered Yun Wuliang away, suspended in midair outside the Chaoxian Hall. Yun Wuliang glanced back at the hall before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Chapter 32. The Power of Divine Retribution. The following day, the news of the fall of the Supreme Master Wujia had spread across the 5 domains within a mere 24 hours. This news traveled even faster than the earlier report of the death of Ning Yuan, the chief guardian of the Sword Sect, in the Demon Domain. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Naturally, the Tianyan Sect and a few close associates of the Supreme Master were filled with concern, though they were not many. Conversely, the various powerful factions celebrated. Whether it was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, the Western Barbarian Beast Tribe, or the forces of the 3 human domains, all were in high spirits. The monumental burden that had loomed over them had finally been lifted. Most notably, the Dao Sect was particularly elated. Following the incident with the true immortal of the void, the Dao Sect had found itself at odds with the Supreme Master Wujia, and now, with his failure during the tribulation, they had undoubtedly been relieved of a significant threat. However, they dared not show their joy openly. They needed to witness the Supreme Master's condition firsthand. Speculation abounded regarding possible conspiracies, as the circumstances surrounding the event appeared rather peculiar. Yet, the majority deemed such notions unlikely. Who would dare to orchestrate a scheme involving a tribulation? The stakes seemed far too high. The overwhelming celestial might that accompanied the Supreme Master's tribulation was indisputable and truly terrifying. Within the Tianyan Sect in the central domain, in the Hall of Immortal Ascension, Master Liu Qingqing gazed at her mentor, who lay on the bed with eyes firmly shut, her own eyes brimming with unshed tears. She could sense the weakening aura of her master. Little girl, you should rest. You have kept vigil all night, Liu Xiaoyao remarked as he entered the hall. No. Liu Qingqing shook her head and turned to Liu Xiaoyao. Senior Liu, when will master awaken? Upon hearing her words, Liu Xiaoyao's consciousness swept over Nian Wangwang, and he furrowed his brow. I am uncertain, but it should not be long now. Although your master's spirit has suffered significant damage, the power of divine retribution does not specifically target the soul. Liu Qingqing looked at her master, Nian Wangwang, noticing that the once jet-black hair was gradually turning white. She lowered her gaze and asked softly, Senior Liu, is there no way to resolve this divine retribution? None, Liu Xiaoyao replied as he moved closer to Liu Qingqing. The power of divine retribution is beyond the capacity of human intervention. Senior Liu, a clear, cold voice interrupted. Both Liu Xiaoyao and Liu Qingqing turned to face the source of the voice, where a figure elegantly approached the entrance of the hall, clad in green garments. The newcomer exuded an air of calmness, yet a hint of urgency flickered in her eyes. It was the celestial maiden of Yun, Liu Qingqing. Liu Xiaoyao offered a slight nod, recognizing her as the leader of the Sangung Tian. Though Liu Qingqing's demeanor appeared serene, the barely concealed anxiety in her gaze was palpable. She stepped forward, swiftly arriving beside the two. Liu Xiaoyao did not impede her approach, aware of the bond between Liu Qingqing and the Supreme Master Wujia. Standing solemnly before the bed, Liu Qingqing lowered her eyes to observe the current state of the Supreme Master, her heart tightening. Subsequently, she extended her consciousness. After scanning, Liu Qingqing stood as still as a statue, frozen in place. The hands folded behind him trembled incessantly. Seeing this, Liu Xiaoyao sighed helplessly, stating, I am at a loss as to why he chose to transcend and ascend so suddenly, and moreover, why he failed. Liu Qingqing observed the dazed, azure-clad female immortal, speculating quietly about her identity. Judging by Liu's demeanor, it was evident that this azure-clad immortal shared a significant connection with her master. It is worth noting that even the sect leader's desire to visit her master had been thwarted by Liu. Liu Xiaoyao, too, was uncertain about his sudden behavior. The celestial maiden, Yun Shangxian, Song Qingwei, gazed at Liu Xiaoyao. Indeed, Liu Xiaoyao nodded, adding, after slaying the true man of Tai Su from the Dao Sect, I did not return to the Tianyan Sect immediately. Yet upon my return, such calamity ensued. The Dao Sect. Song Qingyue's eyes narrowed as her hands clenched tightly behind her, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping her. The master of the Sangung Tian was no ordinary opponent. Though revered as Yun Shangxian, all cultivators who had lived for millennia understood that she emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Her hands stained with far more sins than her contemporaries. Furthermore, the Sangung Tian she established was steeped in a profound atmosphere of violence, its internal rules exceedingly harsh. Yun Shangxian, this matter has no bearing on the Dao sect. It is improbable that such an event could affect him. You must realize this, Lu Xiaoyao hastily interjected. Aware of Cang Qingyue's thoughts, she suspected the Dao sect had disturbed the mind of the Wuji Xianzuan, prompting such an irrational act. Although Wuji Xianzuan had practiced for merely a millennium, his experiences were not less than those of others. The incident involving the Dao sect would hardly sway him. Lu Xiaoyao's quick defense of the Dao sect stemmed from his concern that Cang Qingyue's temperament might lead to conflict with them. Though the Sangung Tian ranked among the top forces beneath the three sects, engaging in war with the deeply rooted Dao sect would undoubtedly result in a self-destructive outcome. Is that so? Cang Qingyue responded with an indifferent tone, her trust in Lu Xiaoyao's words ambiguous. Does Lu Xiaoyao possess any solutions? She inquired, glancing at Nian Wangwang, who lay on the bed, before turning her gaze back to Lu Xiaoyao. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoyao replied, "The power of divine retribution is beyond our control. Humanity cannot triumph over heaven. I shall seek a solution." Upon finishing his words, Cang Qingyue vanished from sight in an instant. Lu Xiaoyao, once Cang Qingyue departed, Yun Qingqing, who had been contemplating for some time, turned to Lu Xiaoyao and asked, "Who is this Yun Shangxian? What is her relationship with my master?" In response, Lu Xiaoyao remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "She is the leader of the Sangung Tian, a premier force beneath the three sects. A prodigious female talent in the early stages of transcending tribulations, having cultivated for merely 2 millennia. Moreover," he continued, glancing at the Wuji Xianzuan Nian Wangwang resting on the bed, "her relationship with your master is quite amicable. There were once those who speculated that your master and this Yun Shangxian would share a remarkable tale together, as they are indeed well matched, both possessing extraordinary talents and striking appearances. However," Yun Qingqing suddenly interjected, "is it not true that flowing water possesses feelings, while falling blossoms remain indifferent?" Lu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yun Qingqing in astonishment. "How did you come to know this, my dear girl?" he inquired. "I guessed it. Earlier, when it came to Master Elder Lu remarked something similar," Yun Qingqing replied. She truly believed that with Master S' aloof demeanor, he would not harbor affection for any woman. Moreover, considering Master S' unparalleled elegance, which woman in the world could possibly be deemed worthy of him? Even that fairy from the clouds is nearly 1,000 years his senior. Does that truly make for a fitting match? In her eyes, it was akin to an old vine nourishing a tender shoot. "My dear girl, the grand tournament of talents is imminent," Lu Xiaoyao slowly remarked. Yet before he could finish, he noticed Yun Qingqing shaking her head resolutely. "I shall not go. I wish to remain by Master's side." Lu Xiaoyao felt a slight headache. "Child, your filial piety is commendable, but staying here serves little purpose. This grand tournament presents a rare opportunity for enlightenment, a grand clash among the 3 realms of humanity, occurring once every decade, an occasion not to be missed. Furthermore, do you truly believe that, given your master's temperament, he would desire you to witness him in such a state? Rest assured, for I am here to protect you." Chapter 33. The Heroic Competition. Upon hearing these words, Yun Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Lu, the elder, spoke true. Given her master's temperament, he would certainly not wish to witness her in such a state. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Qingqing nodded. "Very well." In the central domain, Dao Zong awaited developments. When the day of the heroic competition arrived, they would probe the Tianyan Sect to ascertain its stance. After Master Yu Xiao had spoken these words, he waved his sleeve and departed. The esteemed elders nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy. Regardless of whether the Wujia immortal succeeded or failed in his tribulation, it was advantageous for them. However, they would prefer the latter outcome. In the Western barbarian demon domain, within the golden-winged Great Peng clan, the discourse unfolded. 10 days. If there is no news of the Wujia immortal within that time, we shall concoct a reason to launch an assault on the Dragon Clan. Why seek justification? One questioned. Our kin are the natural enemies of the Dragon Clan. The Great Protector's words are misguided, another retorted. What if the Wujia immortal surpasses this trial? Surpass the trial? Are you not aware that failure results in bearing the wrath of heaven? Few have endured such a fate throughout history. Is it conceivable that the Wujia possesses limitless power? What if? There are not so many what ifs. Enough. A voice interjected. There is a saying among humankind. Caution steers a ship for 1,000 years. Exercising prudence is not detrimental. The 10-day period is merely a test. Should there be no response from him, we will unite with the other clans and jointly eradicate the Dragon Clan in one fell swoop. Yes, Chief. Yes, Chief. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Clan's lair at Zhifu Mountain. A figure cloaked in dark robes, Liu Qingqing, stood atop the peak, the fierce winds howling around her, her crimson cloak billowing ominously behind. The Wujia immortal has failed his tribulation? Huh. Liu Qingqing chuckled lightly. She would believe anyone else could fail their tribulation. But she could not fathom the Wujia immortal experiencing such a fate. She understood the Wujia immortal, as well as the man known as Nian Wangwang, cunning and deeply calculating. Would someone of his caliber venture into tribulation without preparation, let alone fail? My esteemed immortal, what grand scheme could compel you to act in such a manner? Liu Qingqing murmured. At that moment, a colossal black dragon, measuring hundreds of feet, soared towards her. Lowering its immense head, it addressed her with deference, clan leader. The great elder is willing to accept the command. Excellent, Liu Qingqing replied with a satisfied smile, her fingers curling slightly, ambition radiating from her gaze. If our dragon clan stands united, what is there to fear in our quest for greatness? At this juncture, Liu Qingqing had reached the pinnacle of the great ascension stage and had also become the leader of the dragon clan. Though the means by which she achieved this remained a mystery, she was indeed a formidable female warlord. 2 days later, in the central domain. At Heroic City, this city had been established by the Heavenly Palace with the sole purpose of hosting the heroic competition held once every decade. Today marked the day of that long-anticipated event. At this moment, within the grand arena of the Young Talents Tournament, banners from various esteemed sects fluttered majestically in the wind, creating an impressive spectacle. The spectator area was teeming with representatives from diverse forces. Many elders accompanied their younger kin, eager to broaden their horizons. Participation in this prestigious tournament was exclusive to the top 100 on the Young Talents list, rendering all others ineligible. Each of these top contenders could be hailed as the youthful leaders of their respective factions, marking this event as a true contest of prodigious talent. As per tradition, the tournament was overseen by the elders of the Celestial Palace. Naturally, the eminent Tianyan Sect, a preeminent force in the central domain, had brought its disciples. Among them the talented Liu Qingqing. Notably, within the expansive Tianyan Sect, spanning 3 palaces and 6 halls, along with 120 outer peaks, only 4 individuals were participating. The grandeur of the venue left Liu Qingqing awestruck as she surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the sight of nearly 10,000 people gathered in one place without a hint of crowding, a spectacle she had never witnessed in either her past or present life. Her gaze fell upon the center of the arena, where a massive circular platform stood, its edges intricately carved with protective formations to safeguard the arena and prevent the leakage of spiritual energy that might harm others. Beneath this grand platform, nearly 100 spirited figures stood, basking in the limelight of public attention. Why has the event not commenced? One disciple of the Tianyan Sect, glancing at the elder from the Celestial Palace who seemed to be in a meditative state, voiced his confusion. Have you not noticed that our representatives have yet to arrive? Another disciple whispered. Upon hearing this, the initially puzzled disciple looked towards the platform and realized the truth of the matter. It appeared that not only their own members were absent, the sulky-faced disciple from the Sword Sect was also missing from the platform, raising his eyebrows in surprise. None of the disciples from our 3 sects have arrived. Why is that? Another disciple remarked with a knowing smile. You missed the last tournament, so it's understandable that you are unaware. This is what is known as a grand entrance. As the esteemed 3 sects of the central domain, none are worthy of keeping us waiting. Rather, it is they who must wait for us. With that, the disciple displayed an air of arrogance. Indeed, another agreed, nodding in understanding. Disciples of the Dao sect, enter. With this announcement, the crowd fixated on the entrance. 2 figures emerged, one in front of the other. The leading figure was clad in simple attire, a wooden hairpin securing their hair, and donned an immaculate Taoist robe, exuding an otherworldly calmness. This was none other than Zhao Zhenwu, the Taoist son of the Dao sect. Behold, a true prodigy, ranked 3rd on the Young Talents list, possessing the demeanor of one destined for immortality. Given time, he is sure to surpass all in the younger generation, an excited rogue cultivator exclaimed, his words animated. Beside him, another individual wore a peculiar expression, nudging the rogue with an elbow. Hey, how many spirit stones did the Dao sect bestow upon you? Surely, wealth cannot be hoarded by one alone. Ah, but who is that squint-eyed little Taoist following Zhao Zhenwu? I don't believe I have ever seen him before. It is quite normal for you to be unaware, as it was only recently that a certain individual managed to ascend into the top 100 of the talented individuals list. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Swankingzi. Isnt it rather peculiar that among the esteemed Dao sect, which is one of the 3 major sects, there are only 2 disciples listed on the talented individuals list? Alas, it truly reflects a lack of succession. The voices of discussion echoed incessantly from the spectator stands. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing gazed at the entering Taoist Zhao Zhenwu, her heart remaining largely unperturbed. In her eyes, Zhao Zhenwu, ranked third on the talented individuals list, was merely a supporting character. Only the one who holds the first position could capture her attention. Even the second place fails to impress her. Disciples of the Sword Sect are entering. A loud announcement reverberated. Several figures strode into the arena, exuding an overwhelming aura. Particularly striking was the leading figure, whose brilliance shone distinctly. Those of lesser cultivation felt a piercing sensation merely from gazing upon him. Chapter 34. In high spirits, second on the talents list. The Sword Sect's Swordmaster, Page Yuechen. Upon the sight of this individual, the murmurs from the audience diminished significantly, eventually falling into a profound silence. They were acutely aware that Page Yuechen, the Swordmaster of the Sword Sect, was exceedingly domineering and did not take kindly to being discussed by others. During the last grand competition of talents, one individual, having carelessly uttered a remark, was fortuitously overheard by Page Yuechen. Consequently, that person had his arm severed. Even the elder responsible for the competition from the Heavenly Palace had nonchalantly remarked, "Words can be a source of calamity, do not blame others." With even the elder of the Heavenly Palace turning a blind eye, no one dared to harbor any delusions of fortune in discussing Page Yuechen this time. However, the individual in question lacked significant backing, merely a disciple from a minor faction in the central domain. It was not only the Heavenly Palace elder who remained indifferent. Even that disciple's master refrained from intervening, fearing the wrath of the Sword Sect. As the disciples from the Sword Sect and the Tao Sect entered, the crowd remained expectantly focused on the entrance, yet no one emerged. Many began to wonder, where were the disciples of the Tianyan Sect? The Tianyan Sect certainly held a grandiose stance. Page Yuechen, standing with his sword embraced, spoke in a calm, yet resonant tone that echoed in the quiet surroundings. It seems the Tianyan Sect has an air of arrogance. Some spectators displayed expressions of intrigue, recognizing Page Yuechen's audacity in confronting the Tianyan Sect directly. Others, however, bore expressions of contemplation, surmising that the Sword Sect was initiating a probe. At that moment, Page Yuechen deftly sidestepped a blade of energy, the wind billowing the cloud patterns on his robe like undulating waves. Simultaneously, a voice resounded. "Disciples of the Tianyan Sect have entered." Page Yuechen directed his cold gaze toward the figure emerging from the entrance. "Bai Chao, do you have a penchant for ambushes?" From the entrance, a tall figure stepped forth. Bai Chao, seemingly unfazed, sheathed his sword, the gilded dragon patterns on his ink-colored sleeves gleaming under the light. He replied with a light-hearted chuckle. It was merely a slip of the hand. Surely, the Swordmaster can handle even this blade of energy? If not, perhaps it would be wise to withdraw from this grand competition early, lest you fail to secure even the second position. Their exchange was sharp and pointed. Page Yuechen's expression turned even colder. Here comes the unrivaled prodigy of our Tianyan Sect. Bai Chao, first on the talents list. The disciples of the Tianyan Sect erupted in fervent cheers. "Headmaster Bai? Headmaster Bai?" A group of youthful talents, radiating brilliance. On the high platform, the elder from the Heavenly Palace overseeing the competition opened his eyes, a hint of amusement flickering within. He then descended from the platform, hands clasped within his sleeves, and called out to the heavens, "Let the heads of the three sects take their seats." At his words, the entire venue fell into an instantaneous hush, a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. What kind of figures were the heads of the three sects? Their mere presence could cause the entire central domain to tremble. Unlike the burgeoning talents beneath the arena, they were the true titans of their realms. Who would dare to speak out of turn before them? On the high platform, three figures materialized before 5 chairs, their presence understated yet exuding an overwhelming authority. The head of the Tianyan Sect, the esteemed Yun Wuyang, at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. The head of the Sword Sect, the Sword Immortal, Si Wuduan, has achieved the consummation of the great ascension stage, as has the master of the Tao Sect, Yu Shaozhenren Wangqing. These three individuals are the sovereigns of their respective sects, and even the elders of the Heavenly Palace, responsible for the grand competition, do not dare to sit alongside them. As Tianyan Jinren Yun Wuyang took his seat, nearly everyone present turned their gaze towards him, eager to glean any hint of the situation. Alas, Tianyan Jinren Yun Wuyang, having lived for millennia, was not so easily discernible. A soft exclamation arose from the high platform. Sword Immortal Si Wuduan glanced at the 2 empty chairs with curiosity, inquiring, "Why are there 2 extra chairs this year? Surely, a familiar face is expected." Wang Qing, the Yu Shaozhenren, stroked his white beard and smiled. Compared to the impassive demeanor of Tianyan Jinren Yun Wuliang, the spirits of the other two were evidently buoyant. A familiar face? Si Wuduan raised an eyebrow. In the 5 domains, with the absence of those ancient beings, who else could possibly sit at their level? Suddenly, he recalled someone, a smile gracing his lips. Surely, it cannot be her? Indeed, Wang Qing affirmed with a nod. Tianyan Jinren Yun Wuliang, seated in the center, quietly listened to the banter between the two. Exuding an air of calm authority, he was well aware of who would occupy one of the chairs, and wondered if the other was reserved for someone from the heavenly palace. A sidelong glance at the elders below revealed one of them adjusting his sleeves, calling out once more, welcoming the master of the 3 Gung Tian, the celestial maiden of the clouds. As the words fell, a clear and chilling voice resonated. Greetings, fellow Taoists, it has been a long time. A figure gracefully descended from the sky, swiftly arriving on the high platform. It was indeed the celestial maiden of the clouds. How delightful to see her again. The 3 on the platform rose to return her greeting, while the various factions in the audience were left astounded. It is the master of the 3 Gung Tian, the celestial maiden of the clouds. She is a formidable being of the tribulation transcendent stage. The unexpected presence of the celestial maiden elicited awe, as many wondered who else could stand alongside these 3. Is that so? What about the Qingqing immortal sovereign? I heard that the one from the heavenly palace has not ascended yet, and was recently spotted within the Tao sect. Is that even a comparable level? You are being fanciful. On the high platform, the celestial maiden of the clouds, clad in azure robes, returned the greetings before gracefully taking her seat. After settling down, she seemingly cast an indifferent glance at Wang Qing, the Yu Shaozhenren. You appear to be in particularly good spirits today, my Tao friend. Your smile is hard to conceal. Wang Qing's eyelids twitched as he retracted his smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. You jest, celestial maiden. He nearly forgot that this master of the 3 Gung Tian had a rather complex relationship with the Wajizi immortal sovereign. Yet, with the current circumstances unclear, he preferred not to offend her. Thus, he shifted the conversation towards Yun Wuliang. Tao friend Tianyan, has your sect's saintess not arrived? The once-in-a-decade contest of the celestial prodigies is an event one cannot afford to miss, lest it be deemed a lamentable loss. The venerable Tianyan, upon hearing these words, cast his gaze towards the figure on the dais, surrounded by adoring admirers, and replied, Our sect's saintess shall undoubtedly be present. Upon hearing this, not only did the ethereal fairy, Liu Qingqing, follow his gaze, but the leaders of the other 2 sects did as well. Their curiosity piqued regarding the extraordinary appearance of the sole disciple of the revered Wajixian. Whom were these 4 esteemed individuals observing? The various factions, intrigued by the attention of these 4 titans, also turned their focus in that direction. On the dais, the disciples of the Tianyan Sect, who were the objects of scrutiny from numerous factions, including the 4 eminent figures above, appeared bewildered. Did they adorn their faces with flowers? Why were all eyes fixed upon them? Chapter 35. Undermining the wall, the disciple of the immortal Lord indeed possesses extraordinary intelligence and grace. At this moment, the sword immortal Si Wuduan, seated upon the high platform, spoke with a smile. The disciple of the immortal Lord? Could it be the holy maiden of the Tianyan Sect? Where is she? A younger member craned his neck, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his head. Just as he was about to turn and curse, he noticed it was his own master and immediately fell silent. What are you doing? Lower your head. Let me see, commanded the master. There, on the viewing platform of the Tianyan Sect, a figure sat majestically, much like a star surrounded by admirers, clad in flowing white robes. Her long silken hair cascaded like a waterfall, adorned with a silver hairpin. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Elegant as an orchid, her beauty was indeed breathtaking. Many young onlookers found themselves entranced. This was Liu Qingqing, the holy maiden of the Tianyan Sect, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Wajixian Lord 5 years prior. Yet, at this moment, her brow was furrowed, clearly troubled by some concern. Those observing couldn't help but be intrigued. The holy maiden's worried expression seemed to indicate her anxiety for her master, the Wajixian Lord. It appeared that his situation was dire. Only Liu Qingqing noticed that the attention directed toward the holy maiden was causing her countenance to darken. She clenched her silver teeth. Had she been chosen as the disciple of the immortal Lord, the crowd's focus would have been upon her. Although the Wajixian Lord had suffered a calamity, potentially losing all his cultivation, Liu Qingqing still relied on him to become the holy maiden of her sect. Junior sister, is the sun too bright today? It seems to have darkened your complexion, inquired a senior brother beside Liu Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing's expression grew even darker. Suppressing her anger, she forced a smile. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Seeing her smile, he was momentarily taken aback, his ears flushed slightly as he softly replied. That is good to hear. On the high platform, the real person Yu Xiao observed Liu Qingqing, stroking his white beard, his smile deepening as he remarked. The holy maiden is indeed exceptionally gifted. Your sect is truly blessed with talent. You flatter us, Yun Wuliang, the Tianyan real person, replied coolly. Suddenly, the celestial maiden Liu Qingqing interjected. Indeed, your sect is blessed with talent, yet it seems there is a lack of continuity. At her words, Yu Xiao real person Wang Qing's expression darkened, and the mirth in his eyes vanished. He turned to Liu Qingqing, speaking in a grave tone. Celestial maiden, have I offended you in any way? I merely spoke the truth. Seated on the high platform, Liu Qingqing gazed down at the disciples of the Dao sect and continued. Indeed, quite right, Wang Qing repeated emphatically, clearly agitated. Even a clay figurine retains some spirit. How much more so for Wang Qing, the head of the Dao sect? You claim my sect lacks continuity, yet why do we not see any of your disciples at this gathering of prodigies? Wang Qing narrowed his eyes. Disciples of the third watch have arrived. As the words fell, a voice immediately resonated, akin to a resounding slap upon the countenance of the esteemed Yu Xiao. On the elevated platform, Yu Xiao's figure, Wang Qing, gazed down at the four disciples of the Sangung Tian, his brow furrowing in perplexity. When had four disciples from Sangung Tian ascended to the ranks of the Tianjiao list, and he remained utterly oblivious to this fact. Do not dwell on it too much, Taoist Yu Xiao. My disciples just entered the Tianjiao list the other day, spoke the ethereal fairy of the clouds, Liu Qingqing. In a tranquil tone, there are 5 chairs, yet one remains unoccupied. At this juncture, the sword immortal, Si Wuduan, stroked his chin in contemplation before addressing the elder from the heavenly palace below the platform. Taoist Zhang Ri, when shall this grand competition for the Tianjiao commence? After speaking, Si Wuduan's gaze shifted towards the vacant chair, pondering if someone had yet to arrive. Forgive me, it shall commence shortly, the heavenly palace elder replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant beam of golden light suddenly pierced through the clouds above, descending directly onto the solitary empty chair upon the platform. What is this? A collective astonishment enveloped all present in the viewing stands. Welcome, esteemed Grand Elder, welcome, Holy Son. The elder in charge of the competition from the heavenly palace bowed respectfully towards the spot where the golden light had landed. Holy Son, Grand Elder? Does this imply that, in addition to this elder, the heavenly palace intends to have another Grand Elder oversee the Tianjiao competition? And who, pray tell, is this Holy Son? I have never heard of such a figure before. The heavenly palace has always been shrouded in mystery, with few aware of its influence or having encountered its younger generation. Yet today, a Holy Son has graced their presence. Greetings to all esteemed friends. I am the Grand Elder of the heavenly palace, Ji Ba, declared a venerable elder with flowing black hair, donned in resplendent golden robes, as he clasped his hands in salutation towards the assembly. The gazes of the onlookers lingered only briefly on this Grand Elder of the heavenly palace before swiftly focusing on the young man beside him. At the perfected stage of the nascent soul, his cultivation evidently surpasses even that of Bai Chaoya, the first on the Tianjiao list, which is truly formidable. The various factions in the stands were utterly astonished, yet it felt only natural to them. As the supreme force of the human race, how could the cultivation of the Holy Son of the heavenly palace be inferior to others? On the elevated platform, the Grand Elder of the heavenly palace turned his attention to the leaders of the 3 sects and Fairy Liu Qingqing. Esteemed friends, I extend my greetings. Too kind, the 4 responded in kind. Although the Grand Elder of the heavenly palace was merely at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, they did not dare to overestimate themselves, for the might of the heavenly palace loomed behind him. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder Ji Ba cleared his throat and gestured towards the black-haired young man beside him, proclaiming loudly, esteemed guests, allow me to introduce our Holy Son of the heavenly palace, Ji Wushuang. The Holy Son, strikingly handsome, possessed a pair of fox-like eyes that sparkled with mirth, his long, raven hair cascading down to his waist, with a simple white jade hairpin loosely securing his hair, and a single dot of cinnabar adorning his brow. His voice was warm and melodious. Junior pays respects to all esteemed seniors. Ji Wushuang bowed towards the 4 on the elevated platform. Young friend, you are too gracious. Yu Xiao, the esteemed Wang Qing, responded with a jovial smile. The sword immortal, along with the celestial master of destiny and the fairy of the clouds, merely exchanged nods. Ultimately, the younger generation remains just that. Regardless of their prodigious talents, if they have yet to mature, they are not worthy of serious consideration. Esteemed friends, intoned the elder from the heavenly palace, who presided over the competition for the young prodigies, addressing the assembly with a resonant voice. The rules of this contest will differ from those of the past, and the rewards for the victors will far surpass previous offerings. Pray, enlighten us further, venerable elder. Someone interjected. Esteemed colleagues, the elder continued. The reason our human race has been able to dominate the three domains while the demon and beast races can only occupy their small corners lies in our unwavering unity. Today, for the future of humanity, the Palace Master has set a precedent. Any among the top 50 on the prodigy rankings shall be granted entry into our heavenly palace. We shall nurture them selflessly, solely for the revitalization of our race. At this declaration, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Was this not a blatant attempt by the heavenly palace to undermine all their respective factions in plain view? Chapter 36. Observing from the sidelines in the Celestial Transformation Sect. Within the Hall of Ascension, a solitary figure stood before the window, hands clasped behind his back. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist. It was the Celestial Sovereign. Why, my lord? Liu Xiaoyao, standing behind him, sensed the decline of the Sovereign's cultivation and asked bitterly. The figure at the window was none other than the awakened Nian Wangwang. Old Liu, it appears I have awakened from a grand dream. Only to find it all for naught. Nian Wangwang turned to face Liu Xiaoyao, a hint of a smile inexplicably gracing his deep-set eyes. Despite his cultivation having plummeted to the late stages of tribulation, Liu Xiaoyao was taken aback. Sovereign, you have been struck by the wrath of heaven and your cultivation has fallen. How can you still find joy in this? Sovereign, what compelled you to ascend so suddenly? Without any preparation? Liu Xiaoyao pressed, his brow furrowed with concern. As the ancestor of the Celestial Transformation Sect, he was among the few who genuinely wished for the well-being of the infinite sovereign. When Nian Wangwang had been hunted in his time of despair, it was Liu Xiaoyao who had extended a helping hand, thus earning his gratitude. Seeing Nian Wangwang in such a state now pained him deeply. Yet, Nian Wangwang seemed reluctant to answer Liu Xiaoyao's inquiry, responding coolly, Old Liu, I must trouble you to look after my disciple. Liu Xiaoyao's brow knitted tighter as he stepped forward, gazing intently at Nian Wangwang. What do you mean by that? Close off the world. Destiny may defy man. Yet man may also defy destiny. The outcome of this trial will reveal all, Nian Wangwang replied, turning his gaze to the peach blossom tree outside, his expression serene. Can closing oneself off truly resolve this? Liu Xiaoyao questioned, feeling a sense of unease. Is the wrath of heaven something that can be countered by mere human will? One must seek the treasures that can seize the very essence of heaven and earth for even a glimmer of hope. Just wait and see. In the central domain, within the city of prodigies, the earlier remarks made by the elder from the heavenly palace had undoubtedly offended the majority of the factions present, including the three sections. However, most forces, daunted by the heavenly palace's might, could only seethe in silence, their expressions dark. At that moment, only the four individuals on the high platform dared to speak up. The heavenly palace has calculated well, the ethereal celestial maiden Qingqing remarked, narrowing her eyes at the elder of the heavenly palace. Esteemed elder, is this truly wise? Jianxian Si Wuduan also directed a cold gaze toward the elder, his demeanor noticeably chillier. Does the heavenly palace wish to incite public outrage? The celestial transformation master Yun Wuliang replied indifferently, it is not so. The elder of the heavenly palace waved his hand with a smile. Esteemed guests, please do not misunderstand. The heavenly palace has no intention of coercing anyone. Whether one wishes to join the heavenly palace is entirely a matter of personal choice. Moreover, our actions are aimed at strengthening the human race. Should your exceptionally gifted disciples join the heavenly palace, they would thrive in their environment. Once they achieve success, they may return to their sects as they please. The heavenly palace would never force anyone to stay. Jianxian Si Wuduan let out a soft laugh, gradually rising to his feet. Casting a piercing glance at the elder of the heavenly palace, his presence commanding. Strengthening the human race? What a noble pretense. Do you truly believe that there is no one in my sword sect worthy of teaching? Upon hearing this, the grand elder of the celestial palace smiled faintly and replied in a leisurely manner, naturally, I would not dare. But, what is it? The sword immortal's brows furrowed slightly. This is the intention of the esteemed Qingxian Xinzuan, the grand elder Ji-Ba said, bowing his hands towards the heavens. As soon as his words fell, the gazes of all four on the high platform turned towards the grand elder. The intention of Qingxian Xinzuan? What a statement regarding Qingxian Xinzuan. The sword immortal's expression turned as cold as ice, and with a disdainful snort, he retorted, do you dare to use Qingxian Xinzuan to pressure us? The grand elder of the celestial palace, with hands clasped within his sleeves, continued with a smile. I merely convey the intention. Convey? Wang Qing, the real person of Yuxiao, narrowed his eyes. Are we, the four sects, to be subservient to your celestial palace? Gentlemen, do temper your tempers, the Grand Elder chuckled. Do you not trust your own disciples? Whether they join the celestial palace is entirely voluntary. Then let us proceed. The real person of Tianyan, Nian Wangwang, stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, both the Sword Immortal and Wang Qing exchanged bewildered glances. How could the real person of Tianyan suddenly relent? If the four great sects did not stand united, would they not allow the celestial palace to act even more recklessly? Let us begin, spoke the celestial maiden, Qingyue, as well. Observing this, the Sword Immortal and Wang Qing exchanged looks filled with confusion, while the Grand Elder's smile deepened. He surveyed the oddly tense atmosphere of the platform and proclaimed, the grand competition for talents shall now commence. Several hours passed. The top 10 contenders were announced, by Chaoyue from the Tianyan Sect, Liu Xiao from the Tianyan Sect, Pei Juechen from the Sword Sect, and Zhao Zhenwu from the Dao Sect. As the elder responsible for the competition proclaimed the top 10, a figure descended onto the arena. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Holy Son of the Celestial Palace, Ji Wushuang. Yet, what business did the Holy Son have on the stage? When the grand competition had already concluded, most spectators assumed he had come merely to make an appearance, given that he had not participated in the competition earlier. However, now that it had ended, he ascended the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace gradually rose. Is there anyone willing to join our Celestial Palace? At this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The 100 talented individuals below the arena exchanged glances, many of the lower-ranked disciples displaying signs of hesitation. Meanwhile, the various factions in the stands glanced at their own disciples and then back at the Grand Elder. Many cursed inwardly, deeming the Celestial Palace despicable and shameless. Yet, why did the four great sects choose to remain passive? Were they not concerned? Furthermore, even if their disciples would not join the Celestial Palace, what of the others? The top 100 on the talents ranking would undoubtedly grow formidable in the future, but if they entered the Celestial Palace, it would be a significant loss for any sect. Should we remain passive and allow the Celestial Palace to undermine us? Would it not be tantamount to watching the Celestial Palace grow in power? Observing the silent leaders of the four major sects, an unsettling chill gripped the hearts of the various factions. Could it be that they had conspired together? Yet, what benefit would such an alliance bring to the four major sects? Might it be that the Celestial Palace has offered them hush money? Contemplating this, one voice broke the silence. Elder of the Celestial Palace, now that the Celestial Heroes Tournament has concluded, I shall return with my disciples. Who are you? The Elder of the Celestial Palace, perched high above, looked down with a frigid demeanor at the speaker. The speaker was the leader of the Tianyan Sect, a prominent force in the southern region, bolstered by several grandmasters in the ascendant stage. However, in the eyes of the Celestial Palace, they were hardly of consequence. Return to the Celestial Palace, the Tianyan Sect leader replied with measured composure. I am the leader of the Tianyan Sect in the southern region. Tianyan Sect? The elder of the Celestial Palace chuckled softly, his tone imperious. Then allow me to finish speaking. He then inquired, has any of your disciples made it onto the Celestial Heroes list? If so, which young friend might it be? The elder of the Celestial Palace stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping across the 100 young prodigies gathered below the arena. Chapter 37. Betrayal of the Sect. The leader of the Tianyan Sect lowered his head, exhibiting a hint of hesitation. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace narrowed his eyes. Replying to the esteemed elder, it is I, declared a man clad in azure from the audience below the arena. Upon hearing this, the Tianyan Sect leader abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the figure of his disciple in the crowd, his heart sinking. Early stage of the nascent soul. Indeed. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace turned his attention to the azure-clad man, stroking his beard with a smile. Do you wish to join my Heavenly Palace? Elder. The Tianyan Sect leader called out anxiously. What are you shouting for? The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace furrowed his brow, displaying displeasure. I. The Tianyan Sect leader looked at the expression of the Grand Elder, his lips parting slightly, yet he steeled himself to speak. Replying to the Grand Elder. My disciple possesses a character that is overly magnanimous, lacking the ability to refuse the goodwill of others. However, I assure you, he has no intention of joining your esteemed sect at present. In southern wilderness, he still has family. Though the Tianyan Sect leader was wary of the Heavenly Palace's might, that disciple was the future star of the sect. He could not easily relinquish him. Oh, the Grand Elder's gaze shifted from the Tianyan Sect leader to the hesitant disciple. Having family, they could certainly join my Heavenly Palace together. Even if they do not join, who in this world would dare lay a hand on a disciple of the Heavenly Palace? His words were imbued with an unmistakable aura of dominance. As the Grand Elder Ji Ba of the supreme power of the Heavenly Palace, he indeed had the authority to utter such statements. Please. The Tianyan Sect leader attempted to protest further. Silence. The Grand Elder Ji Ba shot him a cold glance. Immediately, the overwhelming pressure of someone at the Great Ascension stage surged forth, sweeping over the seating area where the Tianyan Sect leader stood. In an instant, this oppressive force caused everyone beside the Tianyan Sect leader to bend at the waist, especially the Tianyan Sect leader himself, who gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Although his cultivation was not low, having reached the integration stage, he still found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the pressure from the peak of the Great Ascension stage. To the Grand Elder, these individuals were but small fish, easily extinguished with a mere wave of his hand. Though he claimed not to be domineering, this was only in reference to the leaders of the 4 major sections. Is this not excessive? The actions of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace undoubtedly offended all the forces backing the disciples participating in the Young Master competition. Yet, striking down the prominent figure had rendered everyone momentarily mute, witnessing the demeanor of their sect leader. The disciple of the Tianyan Sect who had entered the Young Master rankings made his decision. He stepped forward, bowing to the Grand Elder on the high platform. Junior is willing to join the Heavenly Palace. With these words, the Tianyan Sect leader, already overshadowed by the pressure of the Great Ascension stage, instantaneously felt his strength wane. A big fish devours a small fish, huh? The Tianyan Sect leader shook his head bitterly. Truly shameless. Betraying the sect, heartless and ungrateful. At that moment, someone shouted in anger, but the target of the ire was not the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace, but rather the disciple who had betrayed his sect. Yet, it was evidently a veiled rebuke. Well said. Such individuals bring disgrace to our sect. Regardless of their innate talent, they are nothing but ingrate wolves, unworthy of our order. In an instant, the audience in the stands found their outlet, hurling incessant insults at the disciple of the Tianyan Sect. The disciple, subjected to their scornful gazes and vitriol, had already flushed with embarrassment. Enough, a calm voice resonated. The Grand Elder of Tiangong surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "A wise bird chooses its perch. What fault lies with him? Would any of you forsake a good opportunity on the path of cultivation for a poor one? Do not muddle the waters." One individual, blood surging, could not contain himself and retorted at the Grand Elder, "What did you say?" The Grand Elder turned to him, and the piercing gaze silenced the man, compelling him to bow his head in contemplation. Pleased, the Grand Elder smiled at the disciple of the Tianyan Sect. "You are wise. Joining Tiangong will bring you no misfortune." Now he addressed the other outstanding disciples below the arena. Who else wishes to join Tiangong? Yet, apart from the Qingyang disciple, the other 100 elite disciples remained silent. Despite the Qingyang disciple being mercilessly berated, some still displayed signs of hesitation. A wise bird chooses its perch, indeed. The cultivation world is inherently ruthless. Notions of right and wrong are but illusions. Sighing at the prevailing silence, the Grand Elder lamented, "Why cling to worldly conventions? I act in your best interest. When it comes to nurturing disciples, no one in Tiangong can surpass us. If you doubt this, let actions speak. How shall we see this truth?" The sword immortal Si Wuduan finally could not hold back, addressing the Grand Elder with a serious tone. "Our holy son of Tiangong is the finest testament." The Grand Elder replied with a slight smile. At this, all eyes turned to the holy son of Tiangong, Ji Wushuang, on the stage. Should anyone best our holy son, Tiangong shall no longer pursue this matter. The Grand Elder stated confidently. "Please, share your insights." Ji Wushuang, the holy son, bowed to the many young prodigies below the arena, grinning like a cunning fox. "I will take the challenge." Page Yuechen, having received a message from the sect leader, stepped forward. "Welcome," Ji Wushuang gestured with a smile. Page Yuechen's demeanor was stoic, holding his sword tightly as he approached the arena, an aura of sword intent radiating from him. As he passed a certain individual, the latter remarked, "He is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Can you match him?" The speaker was by Chaoye of the Tianyan Sect. "I see only a paper tiger," Page Yuechen replied coldly, his eyes narrowing, before leaping into the air. Clang, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. He emanated an astonishing presence. "After you," Ji Wushuang said, one hand resting behind his back, appearing calm and unruffled compared to the sharp-edged Page Yuechen. "How courteous." Page Yuechen let out a cold laugh, choosing not to utter another word. With a swift twist of his wrist, a blade of sword energy sliced toward his opponent. The sword energy was piercingly fierce, yet the holy son Ji Wushuang merely leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. But that was not the end of it. A chilling voice echoed nearby, and as Ji Wushuang turned her gaze, a flash of cold light manifested before her. Clash. The strike landed squarely. However, the expression on Page Yuechen's face was far from pleasant. His sword had been firmly pinched between Ji Wushuang's two fingers, unable to advance even a fraction. Quite swift. Ji Wushuang remarked with a smile. The numerous prodigies outside the arena and the various factions in the stands had already widened their eyes in astonishment. Faced with the strongest among the younger generation of the Sword Sect, Ji Wushuang appeared utterly unfazed. Even Bai Zhaonai, the first on the prodigy rankings, could hardly achieve such effortless composure, could he? Many turned their attention towards Bai Zhaonai, eager to discern his reaction. After all, with the presence of this celestial holy son, Bai Zhaonai's position at the pinnacle of the rankings was not guaranteed. As for Bai Zhaonai, he maintained a calm demeanor. The outcome had yet to be determined, and he understood Page Yuechen's capabilities well. They were far beyond what had just been displayed. Chapter 38. Internal strife. As the incense burned for a while, a figure was seen soaring out of the arena. Page Yuechen of the Sword Sect was defeated. The one who flew out was Page Yuechen, his breath chaotic, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Upon landing, he staggered back, only supported by others to avoid collapsing. In stark contrast, Ji Wushuang, the holy son of the heavenly palace, stood on the arena, clad in a golden attire on a white base, exhibiting no signs of distress. However, his jade hairpin had been severed by Page Yuechen's sword energy, leaving his dark hair cascading down his shoulders. Yet, he retained an extraordinary demeanor. Bowing slightly to Page Yuechen in acknowledgement of his defeat, the spectators were left in stunned silence. Page Yuechen of the Sword Sect had lost? He was a prodigy capable of contending with Bai Chaui, yet he succumbed to the relatively obscure holy son of the heavenly palace? Despite the emergence of this new contender, they had more faith in Page Yuechen's victory. What if the opponent was at the peak of the nascent soul stage? The world was not devoid of paper tigers. Perhaps the opponent had relied on elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Yet the outcome was clear. Page Yuechen had faced a crushing defeat, consistently at a disadvantage throughout the confrontation. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace laughed heartily, addressing the assembly. Did you all witness that? Once you join our Heavenly Palace, your future is boundless. The various factions fell into contemplative silence. If Page Yuechen had been so soundly defeated, how many among the top 100 in the prodigy rankings could stand against this holy son? Bai Chaui of the Tianyan Sect? Zhao Zhenwu of the Dao Sect? Or perhaps those from the Midnight Sect? Yet, their demonstrated strength seemed to pale in comparison to that of Ji Wushuang. At this juncture, the esteemed Yu Shao real person spoke up, directing his gaze at Yun Wuliang of the Tianyan Sect. Why does Bai Chaui, being the foremost on the prodigy ranking, not challenge this holy son on the arena? In response, Yun Wuliang cast a fleeting glance at Yu Shao, dismissing the notion. There is no need for that. With that, he slowly rose and addressed the members of the Tianyan Sect in the stands. Return to the sect. Return to the sect? The disciples and elders of the Tianyan Sect were taken aback. Were they truly leaving just like that? However, the command had been issued, and they began to rise in unison. Bai Chaui, standing below the arena, crossed his arms and turned away without the slightest hesitation. Observing this, Lu Xiao and the others followed suit. Was the Tianyan Sect truly departing? A wave of astonishment swept through the various factions in the stands. It appeared that the recruitment of disciples by the Heavenly Palace had not yet concluded, yet the Tianyan Sect intended to leave without further ado, showing blatant disregard for the Heavenly Palace. Tianyan Daoist, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace, addressed Yun Wuliang, his expression somewhat grave. What is the meaning of this? To his surprise, Yun Wuliang did not even glance at him, speaking with indifference. Our Heavenly Palace. Before the Grand Elder could finish, he was interrupted by Yun Wuliang, who named a few of his disciples listed on the prodigy rankings and inquired, Bai Chaui, Lu Xiao, do you wish to join the Heavenly Palace? No. The voices from outside the arena echoed without a hint of hesitation. What now? The esteemed Master Yun Wuliang of the Tianyan Sect spoke with an air of indifference, stating that since none of his disciples were inclined to ascend to the Heavenly Palace, this matter bore no consequence for the Tianyan Sect. His words rang out with a stinging effect, causing the expression of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace to darken. In the next moment, an elder from the Tianyan Sect waved his robe, unleashing a stream of light that soared into the sky, transforming into a magnificent spiritual vessel. Master Yun Wuliang stepped forward, effortlessly arriving at the bow of the vessel, casting a gaze down upon the gathering, particularly upon the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace. Subsequently, the disciples and elders of the Tianyan Sect soared towards the spiritual vessel in the sky. In that case, I shall not linger here any longer, declared the ethereal celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, as she rose. Addressing the various factions present, She continued, since your disciples are unwilling to enter the heavenly palace, you may depart at your leisure. After all, the heavenly palace does not compel anyone against their will. With a hint of mockery, she glanced at the Grand Elder of the heavenly palace and smiled lightly. Upon her utterance, the assembly of factions became agitated. Foolish child, what are you waiting for? Quickly return to the sect with me. Asian, let us return. The principle of not drawing attention to oneself had kept the factions silent, but now, with voices raised, they felt emboldened, especially with two formidable hawks leading the charge. The heavenly palace could not afford to treat them as they had the Tianyan Sect. Thus, they felt justified in following the prevailing winds. Below the arena, most of the prodigies were called away by their elders, eager to vacate the premises. Hold on. A voice resonated throughout the area, prompting the crowd to turn and look. The Grand Elder of the heavenly palace stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim. The various factions felt a sudden chill. Surely the heavenly palace would not succumb to rage and humiliation? At that moment, a calm voice broke through the tension, alleviating some of the pressure on the factions. From the bow of the spiritual vessel, the celestial maiden Liu Qingqing inquired, "What further business do you have, Grand Elder of the heavenly palace?" The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent for a moment before opening them with a piercing gaze that swept across the assembly. "Esteemed guests," he began, "the Prodigy Conference is hosted by our heavenly palace, and the Prodigy City was established solely by our efforts. You may come and go as you please, but do you intend to disregard the authority of the heavenly palace?" As his words settled, a golden barrier spread across the sky, enveloping the entirety of Prodigy City, including all present factions. "Heba, what is the meaning of this?" roared the sword immortal Si Wudwan from the Sword Sect's spiritual vessel. To obstruct other factions was one thing, but to impede their three sects was sheer audacity. Did the heavenly palace intend to offend all factions and invite its own demise? The expressions of the various factions turned sour as they fixed their gazes intently upon the Grand Elder of the heavenly palace. Our heavenly palace has stood for countless millennia across the 5 domains, through the turmoil of the East and the calamities of the West. How many loyal guards have we lost? How many great Mahayana practitioners are there? The Grand Elder of the celestial palace closed his eyes and continued speaking. Humanity, bound by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, is not exempt even as cultivators. The root of internal strife has plagued humanity for countless millennia. The Tao Sect, the Sword Sect, and the Tianyan Sect, the Sword Immortal Si Wudwan, and the esteemed Master Wang Qing of Yuxiao, Master Yun Wuliang of Tianyan. Have you, the descendants, forgotten how your ancestors once bowed and scraped before the celestial palace? Were it not for my celestial palace safeguarding the 3 realms of humanity, your 3 sects and various factions might still be struggling against the demonic tribes. Now, with the absolute power of the supreme immortal reduced to nothing, humanity has lost a formidable warrior. The demonic tribes will undoubtedly stir up trouble. My celestial palace merely seeks to cultivate talents for humanity, to serve as the future pillars of our race. Yet you are so uncooperative. Chapter 39. The Toast of Penalty. After the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace concluded his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the various factions, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Did your celestial palace truly fend off the 2 races of demons? Can it be that the valiant expedition of 100,000 disciples from the Sword Sect to the eastern wilderness 3 millennia ago, who perished in the desert, was merely a fabrication? The Sword Sect's Si Wudwan, with piercing eyes and an imposing presence, fixed his gaze upon the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace. Even now, the bones of our esteemed ancestors lie interred in the sands of the desert, yet remain unfound. Well said, remarked the esteemed Yuxiao, Wang Qing, casting a cold glance at the Grand Elder. Our forebears bowed humbly to your celestial palace, not wishing to extinguish the incense of the Tao Sect. Have you forgotten the tyrannical deeds of the celestial palace in those days, while our ancestors sought survival in the crevices? Without the humility of your, how could we stand tall today? Meanwhile, the indifferent Yuntian Junren, Yun Wuliang, remained silent, observing the Grand Elder with a furrowed brow. The actions of the celestial palace today were undeniably peculiar, with every move seemingly offending all factions. Had the Grand Elder lost his senses? Even though the celestial palace stands as the paramount force of the human race, fortified by millennia of heritage, to assume supremacy over all factions single-handedly is but a fanciful delusion. Yet, how could one so seasoned suddenly act irrationally? What hidden schemes lay beneath? Yun Wuliang stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind him, gazing up at the golden barrier with a vague sense of unease. The failure of the immortal Wujie during tribulation had prompted the celestial palace to resort to such measures, leaving him feeling unsteady. The revered Qingqian immortal still walked the earth. Yet surely, boom, before Yun Wuliang could ponder further, a formidable attack struck the golden barrier with tremendous force. The entire celestial city trembled. The assailant was the ethereal cold Qingyue, who continuously gathered spiritual energy in her palm, her gaze glinting with cold determination as she attacked the golden barrier once more. Boom, boom. Under the relentless assault of this early tribulation powerhouse, fissures began to mar the golden barrier. Truly, the celestial maiden of the clouds possesses remarkable tenacity. The various factions were invigorated. On the high platform, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace observed the unfolding scene with a frosty demeanor, murmuring, "What is the necessity of this?" With that, the Elder Ji-Ba turned his attention to the elder overseeing the competition below the platform, instructing, "Summon the ancestor." "Yes." The Celestial Palace Elder responded respectfully. Subsequently, he waved his sleeve, producing an image in his hand. Having been attentive to the high platform, Yu Xiao, Wang Qing, felt a jolt at the sight of this familiar scene. This is not good. The Celestial Palace is truly serious, he intoned gravely. Back in the Dao Sect, it was a similar image that had summoned the Qingqian immortal. Now, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace was employing the same tactic once more. "Esteemed ones." A calm voice resonated throughout the realm. Then, an indescribable and overwhelming pressure descended from above, bearing down upon all present. Buzz. Even the spiritual vessel of the three sects began to falter under this immense weight, descending toward the ground. What terrifying pressure! Who could it be? In just a moment, everyone fell to the ground, bewildered and glancing around in astonishment. A thunderous sound reverberated as even the massive spirit vessel of the three sects descended to the earth, creating a tremendous commotion. However, there remained one spirit ship suspended in midair, the vessel of the midnight sky. The ethereal maiden, Cold Moon, stood resolutely against the oppressive force, her cold gaze fixed intently on a certain direction in the void. As the soul being currently in the tribulation stage, she was the first to sense a formidable aura approaching. This presence rivaled that of the supreme immortal. It surpassed any fully realized ancestor she had encountered, instilling a profound sense of dread within her. Simultaneously, she deduced the identity of this being, Qingqian, the immortal who had appeared at the Dao Sect that day. The pinnacle of Heavenly Palace's combat prowess, Jiang Xuanqing. Soon, all the major powers present beheld an image manifesting in the void, radiant with golden light. In an instant, a figure began to coalesce in the air, clad in a white robe with a black base, adorned with a silver crown atop his head. His jet-black hair flowed like ink, while golden ribbons danced at his waist. It was the transcendent Qingqian. The truth of the Dao Sect's news was undeniable. He was indeed alive. Who? Qingqian, the immortal. The crowd, awestruck, lifted their gazes in horror. What was the Heavenly Palace attempting to accomplish by summoning such a figure? Esteemed ones, Jiang Xuanqing, the immortal Qingqian, floated in the air with one hand behind his back, his eyes sweeping over the assembly with a hint of a smile. Why must one drink the bitter wine when there is sweet to be had? Upon his words, a profound silence enveloped the three sections. The leaders of the various factions fell into a hushed reverie. In the presence of this eminent figure, neither the rulers of the three sects nor those of any other power possessed the authority to speak. As the adage in the cultivation world states, the weak have no voice before the strong. After all, they are but fish, and he the cleaver. Life and death lie within the whims of the powerful. Could one truly compel respect through virtue, or contest right and wrong with him? No, such notions were utterly futile. History has shown that only the victors dictate the narrative. Yet, there remained one individual capable of standing on par with the exalted Qingqian, and that was the ethereal maiden on the spirit vessel. At that moment, she too spoke up. "May I inquire, immortal Qingqian, do you intend to annihilate all factions?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuanqing turned his gaze towards Cold Moon, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. "You must be the ethereal maiden. Indeed, the most enchanting beauty of this realm. Even after all my years, I have never encountered a celestial being of such extraordinary grace. Yet why does the supreme immortal overlook you?" This statement elicited gasps of shock from all present. How could the immortal Qingqian so brazenly insult the ethereal maiden? On the spirit vessel, Cold Moon furrowed her brow slightly, yet there was no trace of anger in her demeanor as she replied softly, "And what of it? There is no one in this world who can compare to him. Moreover, not everyone is destined to be a match. Fate need not be bestowed by the heavens. We cultivators do not believe in destiny. The esteemed Qingxian Xinzuan, despite being a senior, pales in comparison to him in every aspect, be it demeanor or resolve. In the exchange of words, the two were at odds. Yet, Qingxian Xinzuan remained unfazed, responding with a light laugh. Well said. Among the disciples of Tianyan Sect, Liu Qingqing silently applauded, fully aware of the underlying dynamics. The moment the Wajixianzan encountered trouble, Qingxian Xinzuan emerged, feigning disinterest beforehand. Had Wajixianzan not failed in his tribulation, this smiling tiger, Qingxian Xinzuan, would not dare to be so audacious. Although she indeed admires strength, the fact remains that her life is under threat. Thus, Liu Qingqing harbors a deep-seated disdain for Qingxian Xinzuan, constantly cursing him in her mind. As for the jade pendant, Liu Qingqing did not carry it with her. She understood that this grand competition of prodigies would undoubtedly attract many formidable beings. What if the Elder Qin within the pendant were to be discovered? If Elder Qin were present, he would likely be as flustered as she was, for such a scene was utterly terrifying. Chapter 40. Failure to recognize reality. You individuals truly fail to grasp the reality of the situation, sighed the esteemed Qingxian immortal, shaking his head with a smile. At this moment, numerous leaders of various factions attempted to use transmission tokens to contact the elders within their sects, including the 3 sects. However, it was evident that the Celestial Palace had come prepared, as no means of communication could escape the confines of the Celestial City. What is happening? The transmission tokens are utterly ineffective. This is intolerable. The various factions began to panic, realizing that their attempts to communicate were in vain. Do not waste your efforts. My friends, since you are unable to comprehend the reality, allow me to enlighten you, declared Qingxian immortal Jiang Xuanxin. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the cloud fairy, Lung Qingwei, and slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, a colossal golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the protective barrier and targeting the grand spirit ship of the 3 midnight sky. The Celestial Palace has truly made its move. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment. With a resounding crash, boom, the massive spirit ship, where the 3 midnight sky resided, was instantly penetrated by the golden pillar's force. Before the ship could even touch the ground, it was consumed by flames, leaving only ashes to drift through the air. The cloud fairy remains unharmed. In a certain part of the arena, the cloud fairy Lung Qingwei stood coldly, flanked by only a handful of disciples. The 3 midnight sky had brought nearly 30 individuals. It was clear that under Qingxian Immortal's strike, almost half of their number had been annihilated. Even though Lung Qingwei had prepared for this encounter, the space around them was sealed, making it difficult to enact her strategies. While she could barely withstand Jiang Xuanxin's attack, she could not protect her disciples and elders from the ensuing devastation. The residual power of an immortal-esque strike could obliterate even the mightiest of cultivators, let alone those disciples. Thus, Lung Qingwei could only do her utmost to lead her disciples and elders away from the ship. Clap, clap. Qingxian immortal Jiang Xuanxin applauded, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he regarded the cloud fairy. Truly, she is deserving of her title. She managed to forcibly break through the spatial blockade the moment I made my move. This was a mark of appreciation towards his prey, taking pleasure in watching them struggle in their final moments. The expression of the cloud fairy was icy to the extreme, her palms seemingly clutching something tightly, though its nature remained unknown. Next, let us see who can evade my strike. Jiang Xuanxin stood suspended in the air, one hand resting behind his back, casting his gaze over the various factions. The leaders of the factions lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the esteemed Qingxian immortal. In this dire situation, they were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter. Shall we confront him together? A fierce tiger does not fear a pack of wolves. Moreover, with only one cloud fairy at the tribulation stage among them, they could barely be considered a pack of wolves, more akin to sheep awaiting the butcher. Only you, he declared. And at his words, the leaders of the various factions abruptly raised their heads, terrified of being singled out by the Qingxian immortal. Among them, the leader of the Tianyan Sect from the southern region was no exception. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, his eyes widened in horror. No, an astonishing sword aura erupted from the fingertips of the celestial master Qingxian, hurtling towards the direction of the Tianyan Sect. In a mere instant, this sword strike obliterated everything in its path. The dozens of disciples, elders, and even the sect leader of Tianyan Sect were rendered to nothingness beneath this deadly blade. Blood mist filled the air, and even those at the nascent soul stage were annihilated. Witnessing such a scene, many disciples from various factions turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They had never anticipated such a fate would befall them when they accompanied their sect leader and elders to this place. With their sect leader and several elders present, Alongside the gathering of renowned sects in the Talent City, the thought of their own demise had never crossed their minds, even when considering the possibility of dying outside their sect. Yet, here it was, unfolding before their eyes. At this moment, the gaze of Celestial Master Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin, unexpectedly fell upon the most powerful among the three sects, the Tianyan Sect. The disciples of Tianyan Sect immediately felt a change in their countenance. Even with their esteemed master and sect leader, the revered Nian Wangwang, standing before them, it was difficult to dispel the fear that gripped their hearts. Oh no! Liu Qingqing panicked. Could it be that she was not the destined heroine? Otherwise, why was she perpetually beset by misfortune? In the Tianyan Sect, she feared that the chief disciple, Liu Xiao, would silence her to prevent any loose ends. And now, outside, there was the formidable celestial master Qingqian, not targeting her specifically, but posing a threat to everyone. How unfortunate! This was hardly the treatment befitting a destined protagonist. Since her arrival in this realm, the only significant encounter she had was with Elder Qin, who was merely at the transformation stage. It hardly constituted a momentous opportunity. Oh, my ethereal master, come to my rescue. Liu Qingqing lamented, tears unshed. Holy maiden, come behind me, called out the venerable Nian Wangwang, standing at the forefront. At his words, the holy maiden, Yin Qingyi, paused in surprise. Go, holy maiden. Even if Celestial Master Qingqian takes action, the sect leader should be able to ensure your safety, advised an elder gravely nearby. Bai Chaoyue, Liu Xiao, you two come here, Nian Wangwang commanded again. Yes, Bai Chaoyue and Liu Xiao, the most gifted disciples of the sect, approached without hesitation. No one wished for death, including the holy maiden, Yin Qingyi, who also stepped behind the revered leader. Observing this, the disciples of Tianyan Sect appeared somewhat despondent, yet they understood their own worth. Why? Liu Qingqing glared at the back of holy maiden Yin Qingyi, biting her silver teeth in frustration. Why did this holy maiden receive the protection of the sect leader while she was left to fret and await her doom? Should not all individuals be treated equally? Moreover, this holy maiden was merely a country girl, a mortal with likely mediocre talents. She had only been fortunate enough to become a disciple of the Wuji celestial master. Do you intend to harm his disciple? At this moment, the celestial fairy Liu Qingqing fixed her gaze upon celestial master Qingqian, her expression hardening. Why should I not? Celestial master Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin, shrugged with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing tightened her grip on her belongings. If you dare to harm his disciple, then I, Liu Qingqing, shall pursue an unending vendetta against you. As long as I draw breath today, every celestial being from your heavenly court that I encounter shall meet their demise at my hands. With these words, the various factions turned their gazes towards the figure of the Tianyan Sect, encircled by a constellation of stars. The cloud fairy, Liu Qingqing, had audaciously declared such a stance for the sake of the sect's saints. The disciples who perished earlier during the third watch were mere trifles, their deaths inconsequential. However, those whom the cloud fairy had spared held some degree of significance. Now, she was proclaiming a relentless battle against the esteemed Qingqian Xianjuan for the sake of this saintess. Yin Qingyi, was she truly willing to forsake the legacy of the third watch? It must be noted that the wrath of a tribulation-crossing cultivator, driven by vengeance, is a formidable force that no faction can withstand, provided they remain alive and unencumbered. Clearly, this was the implication of the cloud fairy's words. No one dared to question the veracity of her declaration, fully aware of her unwavering nature. What she said was absolute. Huh, an unending vendetta? Qingqian Xianjuan exclaimed in astonishment, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Fairy, do you still believe that you can emerge from this alive? Why not? Observing the confidence radiating from the cloud fairy, Qingqian Xianjuan could not help but furrow his brow. Did she possess some hidden card? Or perhaps the failed tribulation of the Wuji Xianzuan had bequeathed her with some form of power. The earlier reports received by the Heavenly Court had mentioned that after the Wuji Xianzuan's failed tribulation, Liu Qingqing had ventured to the Tianyan Sect. Chapter 41. The arrival of the ancestor, the celestial being above the clouds, exuded a remarkable confidence. You possess quite the audacity, remarked the celestial sovereign Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin, with a smile that swiftly turned fierce. Let me test your resolve. With these words, he raised his hand once more. The members of the Tianyan Sect felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. At this critical moment, a dazzling streak of light descended from the heavens, moving with astonishing speed. Hold! The presence arrived before the figure did. It was the aura of someone at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. Which ancestor from the three sects has come? A wave of ecstatic surprise surged through the crowd. The newcomer was indeed at the peak of the tribulation stage. And aside from the heavenly palace, Only the three sects could boast such a powerful presence. Clearly, reinforcements had arrived. However, the celestial sovereign Qingqian had no intention of halting his assault. With a chilling gaze, he unleashed a palm strike towards the Tianyan Sect. In an instant, a tempest erupted, wreaking havoc in its wake, bearing down upon the Tianyan Sect's members. Impudent! A voice thundered. At that moment, a sword descended from the sky, intercepting the terrifying gust unleashed by Qingqian. You are the one who is impudent. Jiang Xuanxin, the celestial sovereign, manifested a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, pointing it at the white-robed elder who had appeared, bellowing in defiance. The mighty sword energy reverberated, causing the entire Tianjiao city to tremble as if a great dragon had stirred beneath the earth. The crowd swayed, their expressions betraying their unease. What madness had seized the celestial sovereign? How dare he accuse me of impudence? With an imposing stride through the void, the celestial sovereign advanced towards the white-robed elder. His countenance icy. Who do you think you are? Even Wuji would not dare to claim I am impudent in my presence. What are you, then? The elder stood suspended in midair, drawing the sword that had been thrust before the Tianyan Sect into his grasp. He regarded the approaching celestial sovereign with a furrowed brow and a grave tone. Celestial sovereign Qingqian, do not overstep your bounds. And if I do? What if I were to annihilate all of you? In this world, who could possibly stop me? The elder's expression shifted slightly. Are you truly prepared to make enemies of the world, of all factions? What's the matter? Are you, an ancient relic of the sword sect, afraid? Jiang Xuanxin laughed mockingly. Si Cheng, I believe this celestial sovereign has lost his mind, a voice interjected. More reinforcements? The crowd lifted their gazes in unison. It was the ancestor. Upon witnessing the newcomer, the members of the Tianyan Sect rejoiced. The arrival was none other than their ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao. Liu Xiaoyao, you have finally arrived, sighed Si Cheng, the sword sect's ancestor, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Though he and the celestial sovereign were both at the peak of the tribulation stage, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Little girl, are you unharmed? Liu Xiaoyao inquired, hands clasped behind his back, turning to glance at the holy maiden Liu Qingqing of the Tianyan Sect with a smile. Liu Qingqing nodded, but suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression shifting as she wished to inquire about her master's well-being. However, sensing her concern, Liu Xiaoyao preemptively conveyed through voice transmission, do not worry. Your master has already awakened. Later inquiries can wait. Upon hearing this, the saintess Liu Qingqing felt a wave of relief. Her master had finally awakened. What a blessing! Suddenly, a voice resonated, and upon hearing it, everyone immediately recognized its source. It was undoubtedly the ancestor of the Dao sect. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, an elderly figure clad in a blue Taoist robe appeared, holding a whisk. Greetings to both fellow Taoists. Greetings to you, Taoist Qingxiu. The three ancestors exchanged courteous gestures, and subsequently, these three transcendent beings took their positions on either side, creating a formidable standoff with the celestial master Jiang Xuanxin. Excellent. The ancestors of the three sects have arrived. We are saved. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Liu Xiaoyao, why have you come here instead of guarding Wujia? The celestial master turned his gaze towards Liu Xiaoyao. The celestial master has awakened. There is no need for my concern, Liu Xiaoyao replied nonchalantly. The world's foremost figure, the Wujia celestial master, has awakened? Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone sparkled with hope. When the Wujia celestial master was stationed in the central domain, the celestial master of the heavenly palace had yet to show his face. Yet, following the Wujia celestial master's failed tribulation that left him in a coma, the celestial master of the heavenly palace immediately seized the opportunity to threaten the various factions. How despicable! But now, their righteous leader had returned. Yet, what good would it do? The celestial master had failed his tribulation and fallen from grace. His cultivation was uncertain. Someone murmured suddenly, and the crowd fell silent. Indeed, it was a universally acknowledged truth that the Wujia celestial master had failed his tribulation. After such a failure, it was akin to reaching a dead end, nearly impossible to return to his former glory. Throughout history, no transcendent being had ever fully recovered after a failed tribulation. They could only watch helplessly as the heavenly retribution ravaged their bodies, their cultivation diminished, and their lifespan significantly reduced. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that the ancestors of the three sects had arrived. Even without the Wujia celestial master, they could still survive. In the air, the celestial master of the heavenly palace, with a sword in one hand, smiled faintly upon hearing this. He had finally awakened. Liu Xiaoyao's brows furrowed slightly. What did the demeanor of the celestial master signify? It seemed as though he was pleased to see the celestial master awake. Now that he has awakened, if I were to annihilate all of you, Would that righteous leader remain indifferent? Would he choose to turn a blind eye to preserve his own safety? Or would he come here, bearing the burden of heavenly retribution? The celestial master genuinely wished to witness the outcome. His smile grew increasingly radiant. As his words faded, 6 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, each landing in 6 distinct positions behind the celestial master. Immediately, 6 figures materialized, their auras rivaling those of the ancestors of the 3 sects. Are these individuals from the heavenly palace? The crowd gasped in terror. Was this not evident? A sect leader of the integration stage turned pale, hope extinguished in his eyes. With 6 fully realized beings of the tribulation stage from the heavenly palace, along with the celestial master, their demise was inevitable. In the air, the expressions of the 3 sect ancestors darkened profoundly. Celestial master, if you destroy us, humanity shall face dire consequences. The venerable ancestor of the Tao sect, Qingsu, spoke with a deep voice. He remained perplexed about the celestial palace's intentions. What advantage could come from their annihilation? If they were to perish here, the human race would inevitably face a debilitating fracture, taking millennia to restore its vitality. No, it would not merely span a millennium, but rather extend to 10,000 years. This place harbors the foremost 100 prodigies from the 3 realms of humanity. Should they also meet their demise here, the human lineage would be left in disarray, vulnerable to the encroachment of the demon and monster races, leading humanity down the path of extinction. Would humanity not be in grave peril? The esteemed Qingqing smiled lightly, remarking, "You are but a band of disobedient pests. What harm is there in eradicating you?" At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Palace, Jiba, coughed lightly and addressed the assembly with a booming voice. "Now, are there any prodigies willing to join our Celestial Palace?" Upon hearing this, numerous talented disciples from various sects found themselves swayed. They were reluctant to embrace death, clinging to life and betraying their sects. What mattered the scorn they might face? Such earthly morals were of little consequence. Could anything be deemed more significant than the preservation of life? Once dead, all would be lost. The recent imagery of the Qingqing exterminating the Tianyan Sect and others lingered vividly in their minds. Chapter 42. The verbal oath. As the prominent figures hesitated, the esteemed Qing Xianzuan suddenly raised a hand and pressed downward through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The arena erupted once more into a cloud of crimson mist. The onlookers, their pupils trembling in astonishment, beheld a spectacle. The once numerous sect representatives, nearly 100 in number, dissipated into the wind. The ancestors of the 3 sects sought to intervene, yet they were ensnared by the divine consciousness of the 6 consummate beings from the heavenly palace. Any attempt to act would be thwarted. "Is there anyone?" The Grand Elder of the heavenly palace inquired again, his raspy voice echoing like a death knell in the ears of the crowd. "I am willing." Finally, a genius ranked among the top 100 in the celestial list could no longer bear the pressure and shouted aloud. This declaration shattered a certain resolve. "I am willing." "So am I." "I too." In an instant, voices arose in a chorus. On the high platform, the Grand Elder of the heavenly palace's smile deepened. Those who wish to enter the heavenly palace, step forward below the platform, to avoid mistakenly harming the innocent. His words carried an implied meaning, further dismantling the psychological defenses of those who had been struggling in silence. "I am willing." Under the watchful gaze of their sect elders and fellow disciples, one by one, figures bowed their heads and walked toward the high platform. Their fists were clenched tightly, unwilling to raise their heads, their faces painted with shame and humiliation. Yet their bodies no longer trembled as before, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of relief. To survive. In midair, the Taoist ancestor Qingxu closed his eyes briefly, then opened them to regard Qing Xianzuan, his expression complex. "Qing Xianzuan, what is it?" Qing Xianzuan asked with a hint of mockery. "Does the esteemed Qingxu also wish to join my heavenly palace? I would welcome you warmly." "You." The Taoist ancestor Qingxu, exasperated, cast a glance at the direction of the Taoist sect below and clasped his hands. "Qing Xianzuan, this matter shall not concern my sect. May I take my disciples back?" At these words, disbelief swept across the faces of the various factions. Was the Taoist sect truly abandoning them? "Oh." Qing Xianzuan raised an eyebrow. It seems some still grasped the reality of the situation. "And what of the 2 of you?" He turned his gaze towards Liu Xiaoyao, the ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, and Si Cheng, the ancestor of the Sword Sect. Si Cheng, the ancestor of the Sword Sect, also glanced back at his disciples, his expression shifting between light and shadow. As a swordsman, one should remain unyielding. Yet, if he truly remained unyielding, would he not doom the Sword Sect's millennium legacy to his own hand? After a moment of silence, Si Cheng, with a somewhat dejected expression, clasped his hands. I too am willing. As long as my disciples can leave this place safely, I shall not interfere. Witnessing even the two ancestors capitulate, the expressions of the various factions in the arena grew increasingly despondent. Suddenly, Qingxian Xianzuan erupted into laughter. Pointing at the two ancestors of the Sword and Taoist sects, I thought you truly recognized reality. Yet it appears that you are indeed uncarvable rotten wood. The celestial master Qingxian retracted his smile, casting a cold gaze upon the two venerable ancestors. What authority do you possess to negotiate terms with me? Upon hearing this, the two ancestral figures from the Sword sect and the Tao sect felt as though they had been struck across the face, their expressions burning with indignation. Now, you have but two choices. Either submit and live, or resist and perish. Of course, should the half-lifeless Wujing of the Tianyan Sect be willing to intervene, perhaps you might find a glimmer of hope. Even if he has faltered in his tribulation, the wrath of heaven has not yet wreaked havoc for long. His strength should not have diminished significantly. The celestial master stood with his sword, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. At these words, all eyes turned toward the Tianyan Sect, glimmers of hope flickering within them. Although Wujing had failed his tribulation, his long-standing reputation commanded a degree of respect. Saintis, a disciple from the Tianyan Sect, murmured, Wujing is your master, perhaps silence. An elder beside him rebuked. As long as Wujing does not reveal himself, his true condition remains unknown, and thus the Tianyan Sect retains its deterrent power. There is an adage, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. However, should the celestial master appear and reveal the truth, the Tianyan Sect will lose a significant source of intimidation. This situation is exceedingly disadvantageous for the Tianyan Sect. Esteemed members of the Tianyan Sect, we implore the celestial master Wujing to come forth and save our lives. A voice of desperation echoed. Soon, a chorus of similar pleas followed. Indeed, the Tianyan Sect is the true orthodoxy, and Wujing, as the leader of the righteous path, would not forsake us, would he? If he saves us today, we shall forever regard the Tianyan Sect as our guiding star, a debt of gratitude that will never be forgotten. Master Tianyan, my own uncle, holds the position of outer elder in the Tianyan Sect. I beseech you to save me. Elder Lu's expression darkened as he hovered in midair. He discerned the underlying motive behind the actions of celestial master Qingxian. It was evident that he aimed to test Wujing. Empty promises held little weight. The notion of revering the Tianyan Sect as a guiding star was, in his eyes, laughable. Do the members of the Tianyan Sect truly believe their words? Qingxuan's indifferent gaze swept over them. These individuals fear death, yet are unwilling to make any sacrifices. If they genuinely believe they would regard the Tianyan Sect as their guiding star, why would they not simply submit to my heavenly palace? Instead, they expect the Tianyan Sect to bear the burden and offer such empty assurances. It is indeed amusing. At this, the faces of the various factions shifted between shades of red and green as they attempted to defend themselves. Your heavenly palace acts with such tyranny. We would rather follow the Tianyan Sect than submit to you. Upon hearing this, Qingxian let out a scornful laugh. If that is the case, then you may beg. A single incense stick's time. Should Wujing choose not to appear, Qingxuan's icy stare pierced through the crowd. Then I shall eradicate every last one of you who refuses to submit. A stick of incense? The various factions, in a state of urgency, turned their attention towards the direction of the Tianyan Sect, imploring, esteemed members of the Tianyan Sect, please summon the revered Wuji Xianzuan. Sectmaster, perhaps it would be prudent to invite the esteemed Xianzuan to emerge. Given the current predicament, we can only rely on the Xianzuan's wisdom. Even among the disciples of the Tianyan Sect, such sentiments echoed, with several elders expressing similar concerns. At that moment, a female disciple stepped forward, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at the back of the holy maiden, Liu Qingqing. You are a disciple of the Xianzuan, and we hold you in high regard as our holy maiden. Now that we find ourselves in dire straits, how can you remain silent behind the sect master? Urgently send a message to the Xianzuan. Liu Qingqing's body trembled. Indeed, since the holy maiden is a disciple of the Xianzuan, it is incumbent upon you to summon the Xianzuan. Liu Qingqing also stepped forward, observing the somber expressions of the surrounding disciples, and questioned, as the holy maiden of our sect, do you not feel compelled to take action? Chapter 43. A bystander in distress. Upon hearing the words, the previously hesitant disciples of the Tianyan Sect found themselves swayed, agreeing with the sentiment expressed. Indeed, they implored the saintess to summon the esteemed immortal master to rescue them from their plight. Initially, the fact that Liu Qingqing, a mere mortal, had become a disciple of the immortal master had sparked jealousy among many disciples. Now, it seemed they had discovered a means to vent their frustrations. Casting moral obligations upon the saintess, Liu Qingqing With her back turned to the gathered disciples, the saintess appeared flustered, unsure of how to respond. They all were acutely aware of their master's deteriorating condition. Why then did they insist on summoning him here? She too wished to live. She too did not wish for death. Yet, given her master's current state, could he truly emerge unscathed if he were to arrive? No, it was implausible. The image of her master, frail and bedridden, with strands of silver threading through his hair, haunted her thoughts. She could hardly believe that if he came to their aid, she would emerge unscathed. Though her master often appeared cold, he was, in truth, an exceedingly kind individual. Throughout her years of cultivation in the Palace of Ascendance, even when she made numerous minor errors, he had never once chastised her. Furthermore, upon learning of her deep-seated grievances, he had personally guided her in seeking vengeance. On that day, flames ascended to the heavens. Standing behind her master, she witnessed her enemies consumed by the inferno, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction enveloping her. It was also on that day that her master clasped her hand, delivering the final blow to her last adversary. Her master truly was a remarkable mentor. Saintess, speak up. A thunderous voice interrupted Liu Qingqing's reverie. Will you stand idly by as we face death? Saintess, please save us. The venerable Tianyan master, Nian Wangwang, stood silently before Liu Qingqing, flanked by the elders who were equally mute. In such dire circumstances, even their ancestor was powerless. What could they possibly devise? Esteemed colleagues, Liu Qingqing suddenly raised her voice, pointing accusingly at the saintess, addressing the various factions. This is our sect's saintess. You are all aware that she is the sole disciple of the revered Wuji, immortal master. If you wish to preserve your lives, you must beseech our saintess for mercy, urging her to convey our plight to the Wuji, immortal master, for salvation. After articulating her demand, Liu Qingqing observed the trembling silhouette of Liu Qingqing with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. She had long harbored resentment toward the once ascendant newcomer and had now seized the opportunity to strike. The various factions, upon hearing her words, swiftly turned their gazes toward the saintess, urging her to act. Saintess, please contact the immortal master. Saintess, I implore you, I do not wish to perish. As desperation mounted, many began to kneel and prostrate themselves before Liu Qingqing, as if she were the true villain in this scenario. Liu Qingqing gazed at the throng before her, her eyes misty, her hands gripping the hem of her garment tightly, engulfed in confusion and helplessness. Previously, she had been the center of attention, revered and celebrated. Now, although the elders still shielded her, she felt increasingly isolated and vulnerable, a solitary figure amidst the tumult. Time was running out. The cold voice of the esteemed Qing Xian echoed through the air. In an instant, many were seized by desperation. In this life and death moment, they feared no repercussions. They hurled insults at the saintess Liu Qingqing, exclaiming, "Bah, you claim to be the authentic saintess of the Xian men, yet you are nothing but a witch. You stand idly by as we perish, utterly indifferent. Did you truly believe that with your ancestors' protection, you would emerge unscathed? Do you think the heavenly palace is a place to be trifled with? You have brought ruin upon us all. You are unworthy of the title saintess and even less deserving to be a disciple of the immortal sovereign. You have brought shame upon your master." The more silent saintess Liu Qingqing remained, the more the Tianyan Sect faltered, and the harsher the insults became, inciting the wrath of the crowd. Qing Xian shook his head and addressed the assembly. Since you harbor such hatred for her, perhaps it would be best if I were to eliminate her first? Very well. Let us take her down with us. Indeed, if we must perish, let it be together. Ha ha ha. Let her witness the consequences of her inaction. The crowd, already on the brink of despair, now seemed almost deranged. You dare. In midair, Lu Xiaoyao glared fiercely at Qing Xian, his aura surging. Yet, in mere moments, 6 distinct pressures bore down upon him, stifling his presence. Fool. Qing Xian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoyao before striding purposefully toward Liu Qingqing. Witnessing this, the onlookers hastily distanced themselves from the Tianyan Sect's location, fleeing as if from venomous serpents. Even some disciples of the Tianyan Sect retreated to the sidelines, creating space between themselves and Saintess Liu Qingqing. In the air, Qing Xian advanced step by step, each movement resonating deeply within the hearts of the spectators, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. An elder of the Tianyan Sect dared to glance at the subdued ancestor, and fear overcame him. He turned his gaze away and bowed toward the saintess. Saintess, my apologies. With that, he swiftly flew aside. Saintess, forgive me. As the elders of the Tianyan Sect one by one vacated the area, only 2 figures remained steadfast in their original position. One was naturally Saintess Liu Qingqing, and the other was the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing as Qingqing approached. Sect leader. An elder attempted to persuade him to step aside, as the saintess was merely at the golden core stage, hardly a paragon of talent. Moreover, her master, the immortal sovereign Wu Ji, had failed his tribulation. There was no need to risk his life for her. Why do you not retreat? Qingqing inquired. Intrigued by the unwavering stance of the Tianyan Sect leader, Nian Wangwang. I am the sect leader, Nian Wangwang replied, his expression serene. The sect leader? Qingqing chuckled silently, continuing his leisurely approach toward Liu Qingqing, while all eyes remained fixated upon him. Suddenly, a surge of divine consciousness locked onto Qingqing. He paused, turning to regard a figure clad in green. Yunshang, do you intend to obstruct me? Indeed. The ethereal fairy, Cold Moon, stepped forward, her words concise. Her hands tightly clasped behind her back. Let us give it a try then. The celestial master, Qingqing, smiled faintly, but his gaze suddenly sharpened, his figure vanishing in an instant. You dare! Liu Xiaoyao, suspended in midair, erupted in fury, unable to restrain himself any longer, yet 3 figures charged towards him. They were the 3 perfected tribulation stage experts from the heavenly palace. In a heartbeat, the enraged Liu Xiaoyao was embroiled in combat with the trio of formidable opponents. The air reverberated with the sounds of their clash. Below, a mighty sword aura surged forth, overwhelming the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, who had been standing in front of Liu Qingqing, forcing him to the ground. Only Liu Qingqing remained standing alone. At that moment, the previously vanished celestial master, Qingqing, arrived with a murderous intent, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. Child. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Liu Xiaoyao's eyes were bloodshot, his aura escalating as he fought with all his might, while the ancestors of the 2 sects chose to remain spectators. Chapter 44. Relying on oneself rather than others. If one must place blame, let it be upon the misfortunes of fate. The white-robed figure, the celestial sovereign of Qingqing, stood with one hand clasped behind his back, wielding a 3-foot azure blade in the other, his expression devoid of emotion. With that, he thrust the sword towards Liu Qingqing. Liu Qingqing stood frozen, her mind a blank canvas, overwhelmed by the encroaching dread of death. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, a talisman shot toward the celestial sovereign of Qingqing. He glanced sideways, his eyes narrowing slightly. He sensed a hint of menace emanating from the talisman. Nevertheless, his movements did not falter. What of the threat? It was merely a talisman after all. How many in this world could impede him? The sword's aura was chilling, and the shadow of death loomed closer, causing the saintess Liu Qingqing to involuntarily shut her eyes. Memories flashed through her mind, her master's teachings, the figure of Elder Liu, and the loving faces of her parents. She was unwilling to face death. Yet, she had no choice in the matter. Indeed, it came. A cry of alarm rang out. The saintess Liu Qingqing trembled, her eyes fluttering open. She had not perished? Upon seeing the tall figure before her, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Master, Wujia. The 3-foot azure blade of the celestial sovereign of Qingqing came to a halt, as if ensnared by an invisible force. This force emanated from the white-haired man before her, who effortlessly pinched the blade between his fingers. Wujia, the celestial sovereign of Wujia, stood resolute. How wonderful, we are saved. Wujia has finally arrived. The celestial sovereign of Wujia stood protectively in front of Liu Qingqing, his dark sleeves billowing, his white hair dancing in the sword wind. One hand held the azure blade steady, while the other grasped the approaching talisman. Then, Wujia turned his gaze to the celestial sovereign of Qingqing, his demeanor calm. Are you truly in such a hurry? Celestial sovereign of Qingqing, with his sword diminished to an ethereal form, reined in his murderous intent and stood with hands clasped behind his back, chuckling softly. Could one not be anxious? Ever since Wujia's tribulation failure led to his fall from grace, I have been deeply concerned for your well-being. Then you may witness it for yourself, replied Qingqing, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Are you serious in your words? Indeed, Wujia stated, standing composed and unyielding. He allowed the celestial sovereign of Qingquan's divine sense to sweep over him without interference. Are you now satisfied? Celestial sovereign of Qingqing withdrew his divine sense, casting a complex glance at Wujia. What is your true intention? Once, this Wujia stood at an equal height as him. Yet now he had plummeted to the pinnacle of tribulation. The divine retribution within him continued to wreak havoc, eroding his cultivation and lifespan. Initially, he suspected Wujia had employed some illusion, orchestrating a grand scheme from the shadows. Yet now, it seemed the fall was genuine. He could not fathom that Wujia possessed the ability to deceive his divine sense, for they were once peers at the same level. A mere twist of fate. The supreme being of the infinite, Nian Wangwang, appeared unfazed, as though the current predicament was of little consequence. After uttering these words, he raised his gaze to the heavens. Observing this, the esteemed Qingqian immortal raised his hand and declared, "Cease your actions." Upon hearing this, the three formidable beings from the heavenly palace, who had been besieging Liu Xiaoyao, immediately halted their onslaught. At this moment, Liu Xiaoyao, the venerable ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, was disheveled and gasping for breath. Casting a glance at the three powerful figures before lowering his eyes to the infinite supreme being, Nian Wangwang, his brow furrowed slightly. Ultimately, he had been exposed before all. Yet, he understood that the current situation was entirely beyond his control. "Very well," Qingqian Immortal said with a faint smile, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Today, I shall grant my friend a favor." All members of the Tianyan Sect may depart. At this proclamation, apart from the jubilant members of the Tianyan Sect, the expressions of the representatives from the various factions transformed drastically. What did it mean that the members of the Tianyan Sect could leave? Did this imply that even with the infinite supreme being present, the Qingqian Immortal was unwilling to spare them? After all, he had previously stated that if the infinite supreme being came to their aid, they would all survive. Now, he was contradicting himself. "Esteemed Qingqian Immortal, did you not previously assert that if the infinite supreme being came to our rescue, we would be spared? Why now only allow the Tianyan Sect to leave?" An elderly man inquired cautiously. The Qingqian Immortal cast a glance at the elder and replied coolly, "Indeed, I did say so. However, the prerequisite is whether he possesses the capability to do so." With this, Qingqian Immortal surveyed the various factions and smirked, "Surely, you do not believe that the infinite Taoist, now ensnared by heavenly retribution, would risk his safety to oppose me for your sakes, do you? What say you, infinite Taoist?" He turned his gaze towards Nian Wangwang, smiling as he inquired. "Feel free to act as you wish. This matter does not concern me." The infinite supreme being replied with a dispassionate expression, "Immortal, you must intervene. You must save us." The various factions, witnessing this, grew increasingly anxious. If the infinite supreme being chose to disregard them, what distinction did they hold in the eyes of the heavenly palace but that of sheep awaiting slaughter? As for the infinite supreme being bound by heavenly retribution, with his strength nearly depleted, the various factions had not even contemplated the possibility of his ability to rival the Qingqian Immortal. Their singular desire was to survive. "Esteemed infinite supreme being, you are the leader of righteousness. How can you abandon us? Indeed, if even the infinite supreme being does not come to our aid, we are as good as dead." Those desperate for survival, after bowing before the holy maiden Liu Qingqing, hastily knelt before the infinite supreme being. Even the leaders of the various factions bowed in reverence, pleading earnestly for his assistance. The infinite supreme being had become their last glimmer of hope, and thus they clung to him desperately. Only those who had entered the ranks of the top 100 talents displayed a semblance of calm amidst their anxiety, for they still held a second option, to betray their sect and join the heavenly palace. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. The immortal master gazed at the various factions, coldly uttering a single phrase before approaching Liu Qingqing. "Let us depart. Return to the sect." Liu Qingqing lifted her gaze to meet her master's white-haired visage, her eyes trembling slightly. "Master, your hair. Is it not pleasing?" The immortal master, with a seemingly light-hearted spirit, unexpectedly smiled at his disciple. Liu Qingqing, who had rarely witnessed her master's smile, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed her master was in exceptionally good spirits. But what could be the reason behind it? Was it possible that her master, concerned for her worries, was feigning joy? The thought stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within Liu Qingqing. "Do you see this, everyone?" At that moment, the esteemed Qingqing Immortal turned away, addressing the various factions with a resonant voice. "Now, no one can save you. Will you submit, or will you perish?" Chapter 43. Breaking the deadlock. As the voice of the esteemed Qingqian Shinzuan faded, the gazes of various factions converged upon the figure with white hair. There was resentment, helplessness, and fury. At this moment, the outcome had been irrevocably determined. Finally, dozens of talented disciples from the top 100 of the Tianjiao list made their decision. They emerged one by one, bowing their heads in submission to the heavenly palace, under the watchful eyes of their respective sect leaders. These betrayed leaders could only watch in despair as the traitors they had painstakingly nurtured turned against them, their eyes filled with anger and a profound sense of helplessness. At this juncture, a breach appeared in the golden barrier. Qingqian Shinzuan Zhang Xuanqing turned to the Wajidian Shinzuan Nian Wangwang, extending a hand with a smile. "Friend Wajidian, please proceed." Without uttering a word, Wajidian Shinzuan, accompanied by the saintess Liu Qingqing, made his way toward the Lingzhou of the Tianyan Sect. The elders and disciples of the Tianyan Sect, upon witnessing this, hurriedly followed in Wijidian Xianzuan's footsteps, as if fearful of being left behind. Among them was Liu Qingqing. She glanced back cautiously at Qingxian Xianzuan, her mind racing with thoughts. The once mighty Xianzuan of her sect was no longer at his zenith, while the Qingxian Xianzuan of the Heavenly Palace. A fleeting thought crossed Liu Qingqing's mind, yet she obediently trailed behind the group. Given her current strength, even if she wished to betray her sect and join the Heavenly Palace, she feared she would not be deemed worthy. As for the guilt of betraying her sect, it was absent from her heart. After all, she was the destined heroine of this world, yet she could only remain a mere inner disciple of the Tianyan Sect. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at Wijidian Xianzuan for his lack of discernment. Forsaking such a destined heroine for a disciple who could only weep in the face of adversity. It seemed that Liu Qingqing was also a victim of misfortune. The moment Wijidian Xianzuan accepted her as a disciple, a series of unfortunate events ensued. Had he chosen Liu Qingqing instead, her destined aura would surely have brought him good fortune, preventing any calamity during his tribulation. Deep down, Liu Qingqing still yearned to become Wijidian Xianzuan's disciple, even in light of his failed tribulation. After all, he was once regarded as the foremost figure in the world, and could even ascend to the role of saintess of the Tianyan Sect, enjoying the finest resources of the sect. Regrettably, throughout her time at the Tianyan Sect, Wijidian Xianzuan had never acknowledged her presence. Just as they boarded the Lingzhou of the Tianyan Sect, a furious voice rang out, "Wijidian Xianzuan, you turn a blind eye to the dying. You are unworthy to lead the righteous path." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tianyan Sect froze in place, all eyes turning to the white-haired figure at the forefront. "Then let it be you," came a chilling voice. "You shall take on the mantle of the righteous leader and save all." With that, Wijidian Xianzuan Nian Wangwang, accompanied by Saintess Liu Qingqing, stepped onto the Lingzhou without a backward glance. "Master." After boarding the Lingzhou, Liu Qingqing gazed at her master's retreating figure, concern etched in her eyes. "Let him say what he wishes. I have long grown accustomed to it," Wijidian Xianzuan replied with a calm demeanor. Through a millennium of witnessing the vicissitudes of life, he had learned one fundamental truth: caring too deeply about others would only bring personal suffering. Only by becoming formidable oneself could one silence the multitude. Everyone, the esteemed Qingxian Celestial Master observed the talented disciples of various sects gathering beneath the high platform, and once more proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I have revised my decision." At this proclamation, the crowd abruptly raised their heads, pondering whether the Celestial Master would spare their lives. He continued, "Except for the top 100 on the genius ranking. If any of you exceptional individuals wish to join my heavenly palace, you may do so. After all, we are all of the human race. Why escalate matters to the point of death?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the major factions turned grim, not with joy, but with a profound sense of dread. Though the Celestial Master spoke elegantly, his true intention was to annex their various powers. Was this not akin to condemning them to death? Cultivation is arduous. You should cherish your journey, Qingxian Celestial Master remarked with a hand behind his back and a smile upon his face. A sect leader retorted with bitterness, "To abandon our ancestral foundations and join your heavenly palace. How is that any different from death?" "Oh." The Celestial Master turned his gaze towards the speaker, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and calmly replied, "Then you may meet your demise." In that instant, the sect leader was struck down by sword energy, his head flying into the air and landing heavily on the ground. The headless corpse gushed blood like a fountain, instilling terror in all who witnessed. The various factions fell silent, paralyzed by fear. Faced with a Celestial Master who could kill without uttering a word, none dared to speak out or voice any objections. As for attempting to bind him with notions of righteousness and morality, who would dare? So many had already perished. Who was unaware that the Celestial Master harbored no sense of justice or morality? Esteemed Celestial Master, an elderly ancestor of a sect trembled and spoke. "I have a question." "Speak," the Celestial Master replied. The ancestor cautiously glanced at Qingxian and tentatively inquired, "If we were to bow and submit to the heavenly palace, what would become of our sect's millennia-long heritage? Would we be permitted to return to our sect? Should the heavenly palace issue commands, we shall dutifully comply." Upon hearing this, Qingxian Celestial Master smiled with amusement. "Your aspirations are rather lofty. I have stated that you shall enter my heavenly palace. As for your sect's millennia of heritage, that too shall be incorporated into my heavenly palace. Do you comprehend now?" The ancestor's expression shifted subtly as he lowered his head, humbly acknowledging, "I understand." Suddenly, the Celestial Master furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the figure at the forefront of the Lingzhou of the Tianyan Sect. "Friend Wujia, why do you linger? Do you require me to request your departure?" On the Lingzhou, the white-haired Wujie Celestial Master, Nian Wangwang, regarded Qingqian Celestial Master with profound eyes. Your appetite is indeed grand. Why not allow me to enter your heavenly palace as well? In response, Qingqian Celestial Master waved his hand with a smile. That will not be necessary. My heavenly palace cannot accommodate a great Buddha such as yourself. And what of the Tianyan Sect? Wujie Celestial Master inquired further. Seeing this, Qingqian Celestial Master slightly furrowed his brow. Friend Wujie, do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? I merely worry whether you can handle it. Wujie Celestial Master replied nonchalantly. Such concerns are unnecessary for you to bear, Qingqian Celestial Master stated without a hint of emotion. Is that so? The eternal immortal, Wujie, smiled slightly before turning away from the bow of the ship, vanishing from sight. With a thunderous roar, the colossal spiritual vessel soared into the sky. Yet it did not head towards the gap in the golden light barrier. Instead, it hurtled directly towards the intact barrier. Observing this, the Celestial Master Qingqian furrowed his brow deeper, perplexed by the intentions of his adversary. Just as the vessel was on the verge of collision, a gigantic hand emerged from the ship, forcefully tearing apart the golden light barrier. The expression of Celestial Master Qingqian shifted subtly, clearly having anticipated such a sudden maneuver from Wujie. In an instant, the golden light barrier enveloping the entire hero city was shattered, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. The spatial confinement array had been breached. Flee! At that moment, an ancient ancestor at the integration stage seized the opportunity, ripping through the fabric of space to escape with his disciples. Moreover, everyone reacted with remarkable swiftness, taking advantage of the chaos to vacate the premises. Even the ancestors of the Dao Sect and Sword Sect promptly whisked their disciples away, retreating from the scene, as did the ethereal fairy of the cloud at the witching hour. It seemed as if they had all conspired together. Within moments, the majority of the prominent forces had fled, leaving behind only a handful of individuals who were slow to react, predominantly from smaller factions. Wujie, Chapter 44. Observing the gains, the Celestial Sovereign Qingqian was engulfed in fury, his terrifying aura relentlessly surging and spreading wildly in all directions. In an instant, it extended to a distance of 1,000 miles. He intended to use his immense spiritual power to seal off a space spanning thousands of miles, rendering these individuals utterly unable to escape. However, a divine consciousness obstructed him from doing so. Far away, 1,000 miles distant, the figure of Wujing emerged. Do you dare to toy with me? The Celestial Sovereign Qingqian's divine perception identified the person as the Celestial Sovereign Wujing from the Ling boat of the Tianyan Sect. The elite spirit boats of the major factions could tear through space and flee 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Although the boats of the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect remained on the field, they were far slower than the two fully fledged ancestors who had taken flight. Celestial Sovereign, shall we pursue? 6 figures approached, casting glances at the solemn Qingqian below. With their capabilities, even if many had escaped, they could retrieve all but those from the 3 sections. Below the high platform, the so-called geniuses who had betrayed their sects to join the heavenly palace now wore expressions of shock and stupor. No pursuit. The Celestial Sovereign Qingqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor regaining composure. He gazed at the dozens of so-called prodigies below, his eyes devoid of warmth. It was sufficient for him. Above the clouds, a massive spirit boat burst forth from the mist, traversing 100 miles in an instant. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The Celestial Sovereign had been outwitted, leaving Qingqian in a state of bewilderment. One could only imagine the fury etched on Qingqian's face. The thought alone was exhilarating. Was it not likely that the Celestial Sovereign had conferred with the leaders of the major factions prior to his arrival? Otherwise, how could the leaders have reacted so swiftly once the formation was breached? I believe so. The Celestial Sovereign Wujing was renowned for his unmatched intellect. How could he be compared to someone like Qingqian? On the spirit boat, the disciples and elders who had narrowly escaped wore smiles of relief, finding even the ordinary sea of clouds to be extraordinarily beautiful at that moment. Among those aboard the spirit boat were not just disciples of the Tianyan Sect, but also members of the Tianyan Sect. Within the confines of the vessel, only 4 individuals remained: the ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, the saintess Liu Qingqing, Celestial Sovereign Wujing Nian Wangwang, and the Celestial Maiden Liu Qingqing. Take it back. Celestial Sovereign Wujing Nian Wangwang returned the talisman to Celestial Maiden Liu Qingqing. She accepted the talisman, reaching out to gently stroke his white hair, her expression tinged with concern. Does the power of divine retribution cause you pain? Beside them, the saintess Liu Qingqing observed this intimate gesture, her eyes widening in surprise, while ancestor Liu Xiaoyao remained composed. How could there be any pain? Wujing Nian Wangwang stepped back. evading the touch of Liu Qingqing, and spoke in a soft tone. Her hand lingered in the air, eyes cast downward, creating an awkward atmosphere. Noticing this, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao suddenly remarked, "Today, the Heavenly Palace has truly made a colossal blunder. It is rumored that all factions have fled, and the Heavenly Palace is bound to face the wrath of various forces. Just earlier, even the Patriarch of the Sword Sect transmitted a message to me, proposing a collaboration among the three sections, a grand scheme. Indeed, the unbounded immortal sovereign, Nian Wangwang, turned his gaze toward Liu Xiaoyao, stating that today was not merely a matter of me besting him in strategy. Do you truly believe that the esteemed Qingqian immortal sovereign would risk offending the major powers solely to test me?" Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyao shook his head and replied gravely, "I too sense something peculiar about this matter. If it were merely to test you, he could easily have provoked only my Tianyan Sect without antagonizing the entire array of major factions. However, I cannot fathom what exactly the Qingqian immortal sovereign aims to achieve." The unbounded immortal sovereign, Nian Wangwang, stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes narrowed. His intentions were clearly not confined to mere indulgence. The Qingqian immortal sovereign had two explicit objectives today: to probe my defenses and to absorb the major powers. While the latter may be difficult to actualize, it appears to be his public facade. Yet, if the Qingqian immortal sovereign truly intended to devour the major factions, do you believe those individuals could escape? Apart from our three sects, could their speed of retreat possibly surpass that of the six from the Heavenly Palace? Therefore, the Qingqian immortal sovereign's aims, beyond testing me, are mere illusions, a guise to conceal his true motives. Moreover, his ambitions are vast, even to the point of jeopardizing his standing with the major powers, thus tarnishing the Heavenly Palace's millennia-long prestige. After speaking, the unbounded immortal sovereign gazed at Liu Xiaoyao and inquired, "What do you suppose is the design behind such actions that would warrant his commitment?" Upon hearing the unbounded immortal sovereign's words, Liu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed tightly, a sense of alarm washing over him. What grand scheme could the Qingqian immortal sovereign possibly harbor that would compel him to risk offending the major factions? Furthermore, this Qingqian immortal sovereign and the Wuliang immortal sovereign belong to the same era, with talents surpassing those of Wuliang. Yet, the latter has already ascended, while the former chose to remain in this realm, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. After a prolonged reflection, Liu Xiaoyao ultimately shook his head and remarked, "I cannot comprehend this. The Heavenly Palace stands as a paramount force, and as for the Qingqian immortal sovereign." At this moment, the celestial being, Liu Qingqing, cast a glance at the immortal sovereign Nian Wangwang, paused briefly, and continued her analysis. Currently, he can be regarded as the foremost among humanity. Seekers of the Tao have but two aspirations: to attain immortality and eternal life. Yet the Qingqian immortal sovereign has not chosen ascension. Is there an unspoken reason, or is it a matter of desire? The unbounded immortal sovereign rubbed his hands behind his back, his gaze deepening as he mused. To observe the benefits he seeks and to speculate on his schemes. His actions today yield two outcomes. First, to compel my emergence. Second, to gather those numerous prodigies. For many years, the Heavenly Palace has frequently hosted prodigy gatherings, selecting the most talented from the three realms of humanity. In order to entice the genius disciples of various sects to participate, the rewards have been exceedingly generous. What, then, is the Heavenly Palace's true intent? In my view, it is but a bait to ensnare. And now, it is time to net the catch. As for the reasons behind this, it is difficult to ascertain. In any case, if one wishes to uncover the underlying clues, one must commence with those few exceptional individuals. However, Liu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Those few paragons must have already been taken into the Heavenly Palace. How shall we proceed?" "That is a matter for you," replied the immortal sovereign Wuji, Nian Wangwang, with an indifferent tone. "At present, I can scarcely safeguard myself and have forfeited my right to maneuver. Hence, it falls upon you to engage him in a game." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyao let out a sigh. "I shall assist you," the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, remarked earnestly as she gazed at Nian Wangwang. "Assist me?" The immortal sovereign Wuji shook his head. "There is no need. You should focus on your own well-being. The three sects possess a millennia-old great formation to guard against the Heavenly Palace, but you have no such protection at the third watch of the night. The talisman I bestowed upon you can only severely injure one at the peak of the tribulation phase. It is utterly insufficient to thwart Qingqian. His strength, I have yet to fully discern." The immortal sovereign Wuji narrowed his eyes. Chapter 45. Unable to defy destiny in the central domain, within the Heavenly Palace. Dozens of elites from various powerful factions tread cautiously through the swirling mists. Many among them harbored regrets. Had it not been for the instinct for survival, they would not have chosen to join the Heavenly Palace. After all, this was an unfamiliar realm, akin to lambs entering a den of wolves. Their lives hung by a thread, dictated by the whims of others. Yet now, it was too late for remorse. A formidable figure from the Heavenly Palace, having reached the culmination of the tribulation stage, led these elites toward a grand hall. Along the way, they encountered several inhabitants of the palace, whose gazes were far from benevolent, brimming with arrogance and mockery. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy doors of the hall creaked open. The group stood before the entrance, their hearts racing as they peered into the dimly lit interior. "Elder, where is this place?" one of the elites inquired cautiously. "This is where you are meant to be," replied the tribulation stage powerhouse, his back turned to the group, his expression inscrutable. Upon hearing his response, the elites inwardly cursed. What was the difference between this and silence? Truly, a single utterance from him was worth more than volumes of words. "Enter," he commanded. At this, they exchanged wary glances, each reflecting the anxiety and trepidation that gripped them, compounded by an overwhelming fear of the unknown. What are you still hesitating for?" A voice tinged with annoyance echoed, prompting the group to steel their nerves and step inside. As they did, the heavy doors began to close ominously behind them. With the doors sealing shut, the external light was gradually consumed, leaving only a few flickering lamps casting a feeble glow. Gulp. In the oppressive darkness, someone swallowed hard. It was not merely the tension of their surroundings that caused this reaction. As cultivators, they could see clearly even in complete darkness. Rather, it was the sight before them, an enormous blood-red pool, its contents seemingly still in motion, emanating a nauseating metallic odor that threatened to induce vomiting. Drip. In the silent hall, they could almost hear their own breaths, when suddenly, the sharp sound of a water droplet echoed as it fell into the blood pool, sending ripples across its surface. Their hearts constricted in unison. Looking up in unison to discern the source of the sound, their eyes widened in horror. Above the blood pool hung dozens of emaciated, naked figures, suspended by thick iron chains, swaying grotesquely in the air. Their skin clung tightly to their bones, resembling the very essence of vitality being drained away. Their hair hung disheveled, obscuring their faces, leaving their state, whether alive or dead, ambiguous. What instilled even greater fear were the countless wounds marring their bodies. Yet curiously, no blood flowed from them. Only an occasional drop plummeted into the blood pool below, suggesting that their lifeblood had long since dried up. What on earth is happening here? The voice that pierced the silence belonged to a woman, her tone quivering with palpable trepidation. She was the pride of her sect, a rare female cultivator among the elite 100 of the celestial rankings, who, in a desperate bid for survival, betrayed her own order. Upon witnessing her sect's escape from the clutches of the Heavenly Palace, she felt no profound regret. In fact, a sense of relief washed over her, alleviating much of her guilt. Originating from a moderately influential sect in the northern region, she was regarded as a treasure by her order, yet the old adage rang true, a man untainted, yet burdened by precious stones. The foremost powers in the northern region, driven by the desire to possess this prodigy, resorted to every conceivable means. Her sect endured relentless attacks, yet persevered, for they viewed her as the beacon of their resurgence. Particularly, her master cherished her like a precious gem, shadowing her even during her journeys beyond the sect, ensuring her protection. However, one fateful day, she witnessed her master fall before her eyes, slain by an unknown assailant, who spared her life and allowed her to depart, leaving behind a mocking remark. "A tall tree attracts the wind. Though your talents are commendable, alas, the forest cannot shield you." This statement derided her master's inadequacy and mocked her sect's impotence. Consequently, she discerned the identities of those who had covertly compelled her betrayal. She harbored deep resentment towards her own inadequacies and those of her sect. Despite her exceptional gifts, the obstinacy of the sect's leadership, unwilling to step aside, led her to a path fraught with tribulations. She had been coerced into joining rival forces, her loved ones threatened, and she had borne witness to the demise of her beloved master. Had she belonged to one of the three great sects of the Central Region or the Heavenly Palace, such calamities would never have befallen her. Like the esteemed Saintess Liu Qingqing of the Tianyan Sect, who, despite seemingly modest talents, was favored by the world's foremost figure and enjoyed the privileges of her sect without effort, she contrasted starkly with her own plight. While others received aid even from celestial beings, she, endowed with remarkable prowess, treaded a path strewn with thorns and scars. From the moment her master perished before her, a singular thought took root in her mind: to join a top-tier sect and alter her fate. A wise bird selects the finest tree to roost upon. Long before the Heavenly Palace resorted to threats against various powers, her heart had already begun to stir with ambition. Later, in her quest for survival, she resolutely chose to join the Heavenly Palace, recognizing that she was not alone in her fear of death. Yet now, what was unfolding? Was this blood pool a manifestation of some dark sorcery? Why were so many souls suspended above, their essence congealing into the pool? It had to be some form of malevolent magic. Cursed be the Heavenly Palace for leading them to this place. Did they harbor some nefarious scheme? I refuse to die here. I am destined to oversee the sect. No, wait. I have already betrayed my sect. She beheld the once proud and haughty elites around her, now reduced to a state of panic and disarray. A peculiar sense of pleasure surged within her. It was absurd, yet undeniably true. Was she not the same? Despite her remarkable talents and a future that promised brilliance, she had endured numerous tribulations. Why should this be? Observing the once mighty figures now sharing her plight, she suddenly burst into laughter. Amidst the crowd, expressions of confusion, anger, and ferocity mingled with bitterness. Yet her laughter shone with unparalleled radiance. A keen-eyed man clad in black noticed her mirth and stepped forward, demanding loudly, "What is so amusing?" At his words, all eyes turned toward her. What was she laughing at? At their pitiable state. What did all their efforts amount to? What significance did their exceptional gifts hold? Nothing could withstand the will of fate. Her laughter grew brighter, her gaze even bordering on madness. We, the unfortunate souls, are destined for despair. Whatever we undertake is in vain. There remains but one path, a path leading to inevitable doom. Her maniacal voice echoed through the eerie hall, lingering in the air and sending shivers down spines. Chapter 46. The coming storm. The news of the Heavenly Palace's ambition to engulf the major factions spread swiftly throughout the three realms of humanity within a mere day. The world was taken aback. In the minds of most, the once revered supreme immortal of the Tianyan Sect was considered the pinnacle of righteousness, while the Heavenly Palace stood as the foremost authority of the Xianmen. Traditionally, whenever conflicts arose among the elite factions of humanity, it was the Heavenly Palace, the elder brother, that intervened to mediate. Yet now, this elder brother had transformed, seeking to annex them and unify the three realms of humanity. They even resorted to coercing the lives of various factions, employing ruthlessly domineering tactics that shattered the populace's perceptions. 5 days later, the three paramount factions, led by the Tianyan Sect, the Sword Sect, and the Dao Sect, jointly issued a decree known as the Heavenly Violation Order. The essence of this decree called upon all factions suffering from the Heavenly Palace's tyranny to unite and form a cohesive front against this supreme power. In response, all major factions rallied with enthusiasm, particularly those whose talented disciples had been abducted by the Heavenly Palace, who were filled with righteous indignation. They tirelessly posted proclamations within their territories, enumerating the transgressions of the Heavenly Palace, even exaggerating their misdeeds. Observing this, the factions led by the three sects replicated the strategy, disseminating their own notices throughout their domains. In no time, even those who were indifferent to the affairs of cultivation were made aware of the situation. The Heavenly Palace swiftly became synonymous with egregious villainy, as the cacophony of curses surged like a tidal wave, aspiring to bring the celestial entity crashing down from its lofty heights. The prestige the Heavenly Palace had accumulated over millennia vanished in an instant. To be virtuous requires enduring numerous tribulations, yet to become a villain can occur in the blink of an eye, often through mere whispers of others. As the storm approached, a considerable internal strife erupted among humanity, coinciding with turmoil in the demon realm. The Golden-Winged Rock clan led a war against the Dragon clan, igniting a full-scale conflict. The territories under the Dragon clan's control were engulfed in flames, lamentation echoing throughout. Weakened for ages, the Dragon clan could not withstand the might of the resurgent Golden-Winged Rock clan, facing an overwhelming defeat along all fronts. Moreover, it was not solely the Golden-Winged Rock clan that sought to capitalize on the situation. Numerous factions, once enemies of the Dragon clan, also seized the opportunity to strike, seemingly intent on annihilating this ancient lineage. With chaos erupting among humanity and the demon race, the once relatively tranquil five realms were suddenly shrouded in the smoke of war, a palpable aura of bloodshed permeating the atmosphere. Those with foresight sensed the ominous winds of upheaval brewing on the horizon. Strangely, the traditionally tumultuous demon race exhibited an unusual calm. Since the defeat of the Cloud Sky Demon Sovereign at the hands of the Supreme Immortal, the Demon Clan had not raised arms for many years. few realized that the demon race had yet to recover from that monumental conflict. In the heavens, there is but one sun, yet in the demon realm, two great suns hang in the sky, one of which belonged to the subdued cloud sky demon sovereign. In another round, there was the inquiry regarding the enigmatic demon Lord of Heaven. The individual in question, known as the demon Lord of Heaven, has always been shrouded in mystery, never intervening in the affairs of even the demon realm. Consequently, the domain has been under the control of the demon Lord of Cloudy Skies. It is rumored that the demon Lord of Cloudy Skies and the demon Lord of Heaven are actually blood brothers, born of the same mother, though this remains merely speculation. Even within the demon realm, many remain skeptical. This skepticism is fueled by the fact that since the day the demon Lord of Cloudy Skies was vanquished by the supreme immortal of the infinite, the demon Lord of Heaven has not made an appearance. In fact, to this day, he has yet to reveal himself. Some conjecture that the demon Lord of Heaven may have already perished. Regardless of whether these two demon lords share fraternal ties, it is inconceivable that one could witness a fellow powerful being of their own kin perish at the hands of an outsider, even amid enmity. In unity, there is strength. In loss, there is sorrow. As a demon lord, how could one not comprehend this fundamental truth? While no one is privy to the fate of the demon Lord of Heaven, whispers have surfaced about a young demon lord emerging from the ranks of the demon clan. This prodigious talent is said to rival the stature of the demon lords. However, the sole point of contention lies in the fact that this young demon lord is of a hybrid lineage, born of both human and demon heritage. What does it mean to be a hybrid? It signifies an offspring born from the union of a human and a demon. Such beings are inherently pitiful, shunned by both the demon and human realms, regarded as a disgrace, and often wished away. Yet, in a striking departure from their usual prideful demeanor, the demon clan has shown an unexpected tolerance towards this hybrid young demon lord. Perhaps it is due to the prodigious talent and strength of the individual, or perhaps it is a reflection of the current disarray within the demon clan, which, lacking a leader, finds itself in need of this young demon lord. Regardless of his hybrid nature, the title of young demon lord is attributed to him simply because he is yet to fully transcend to the tribulation stage, although he stands on the precipice of achieving it. Moreover, this title is not one easily bestowed. This young demon lord is, without question, unrivaled within his realm, at least within the demon domain. In the eastern wilderness, the demon domain, the dwelling place of the demon clan, is not the foreboding and shadowy realm depicted in mundane tales. The dark earth, littered with withered trees, may occasionally reverberate with eerie cries that send chills down one's spine. The true eastern wilderness of the demon domain is an endless expanse of desert, beneath an azure sky that stretches to infinity. Standing atop a hill, one feels the untamed winds whirl around, stirring the soul with an exhilarating sense of freedom and grandeur. Furthermore, the demon clan does not possess the grotesque features often attributed to them. Rather, they bear a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with prominent horns and towering physiques. Their eyes, distinct and unsettling, radiate a bloodthirsty restlessness, as if born for war. A combative spirit is etched into the very essence of the demon clan. Deep within the desert lies the ancestral hall. Statues of venerable ancestors from generations past stand resolutely on either side. The dim light emitted by the eternal lamps hanging from the stone pillars casts shadows upon the figures seated upon the throne of bones. A crimson figure sits regally. At this moment, an aged figure enters the hall, and upon seeing the occupant of the throne, he is momentarily taken aback. This is the seat of the demon lords of yore. How dare you presume to occupy it? Intones the robust elder with broken horns. The seat of the demon lord? The figure upon the throne chuckles softly. In days of yore, the demonic clan traversed the lands with fervor, igniting the flames of war across the 5 realms, reigning supreme over the world. Such dominance was made possible by the rule of the demon lord. Now, however, the demon race finds itself leaderless. While both the human and demon tribes are engulfed in turmoil, a time fraught with tribulation, should this fervent blaze extend its reach into the demon realm. The crimson figure upon the throne of bones slowly rises, revealing a face shrouded in silver, partially obscured by shadows. Though only half of his visage is visible, it exudes an extraordinary beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. The red lotus mark upon his brow glows vividly, his eyes glinting with a frigid light, brimming with the ambition of one who seeks dominion. Great Protector, what course of action shall you take? In the grand hall, the imposing elder, serving as the great protector of the demon race, furrows his brow, pondering the implications of such a query. A well-known adage among humans states that a nation cannot be without a sovereign for even a day, nor can a household exist without a master. Yet now, our vast demon realm is akin to scattered sand, unable to reclaim its former glory. To navigate out of this predicament, there exists but one solution. And what might that solution be? That solution is for me to ascend as the leader of this disarrayed assembly. The voice, imbued with an aggressive fervor, reverberates within the ancestral hall, echoing the sentiments of generations of demon forebears. Chapter 47. The Apex of Dragons. The Apex of Dragons? The countenance of the demon clan's Grand Protector shifted slightly as he gazed at the enigmatic figure in the crimson robe seated upon the throne. Do you aspire to ascend to the position of Demon Lord? Indeed. The word fell with an undeniable gravity. Absolutely not. The Grand Protector of the Demon Clan furrowed his brow. Hong Lian, your bloodline is impure. You are of both human and demon descent. They will never consent to this. Moreover, your cultivation is. Before the Grand Protector could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Human-demon descent? The man in the crimson robe swept down the steps with deliberate strides, his aura surging ever higher. These rigid confines of the demon clan, spare me. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed upon the Grand Protector. I have narrowly escaped the clutches of the abyss of 10,000 demons. I did not come here to be shackled. This position of Demon Lord has been claimed by our ancestors. I, Hong Lian, am equally worthy to claim it. Having reached the pinnacle of the tribulation phase, feeling the intensity of the other's aura, the Grand Protector of the Demon Clan's pupils constricted in shock. The winds of change were stirring. Fierce gusts blew into the hall. The crimson-robed man's dark hair billowed wildly, his sleeves dancing as an air of lethal intent enveloped him. Should anyone dare to obstruct me, they shall meet their demise, even if it is the revered demon sovereign. After enduring countless tribulations, I have now attained the pinnacle of my cultivation. There is no one in this world I need fear, not even that individual who once obliterated my physical form with a mere gesture. Outside the Qingqing hall of the Tianyan Sect, slap, a sharp sound echoed, the sound of a crisp slap resonating in the air. Ouch, it looks painful. The elder from the Ziqing Palace was not holding back. A group of disciples nearby gasped in astonishment. It must be genuine. I heard she made the saintess the target of scorn at the talent convention. I know that, but isn't that a trivial matter? After all, the celestial sovereign is her master. It is understandable for everyone to seek self-preservation in such a context. Indeed. But the target in question is the saintess, Liu Qingqing. Applying this to her is simply unacceptable. The disciples nearby engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing, kneeling outside the Qingqing hall, felt a burning sensation on her face, the imprint of a slap starkly visible. Liu Qingqing, you have sown discord, turning the ire of various factions upon the saintess. How audacious of you! Do you take everyone for fools, believing your words to be without flaw? Apologize to the saintess at once. Several elders stood with their hands behind their backs, casting dark glances at Liu Qingqing, reprimanding her with stern expressions. One of them was the elder who had previously sought to take Liu Qingqing as a disciple, and he too was now chastising her. They had intended to punish Liu Qingqing days prior, but the saintess, Liu Qingqing, had declined to meet with them. Today, however, as the infinite celestial sovereign had entered seclusion, the saintess was finally willing to appear. Slap. Apologize to the saintess immediately. Another forceful slap struck Liu Qingqing's face. She winced in pain, covering her face as her hairpin fell to the ground, her long hair cascading messily to the side. She slightly raised her gaze, catching a glimpse of the white figure amidst the elders, her eyes harboring resentment. What have I done wrong? You still dare to be obstinate? The elder, infuriated, was poised to strike. Stop! Exclaimed the saintess Liu Qingqing, adorned in white. You summoned me merely to witness your violence? The elders fell silent at her words, momentarily taken aback. The elder who had intended to slap Liu Qingqing turned around, awkwardly chuckling. Saintess, this disciple harbors ill intentions. It is unavoidable to discipline her. There's no need, Liu Qingqing replied nonchalantly. She merely wishes to survive. She has committed no grave error. Let this matter rest. With that, Liu Qingqing turned to leave. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a peculiar sentiment. This saintess truly embodies her title. Her kindness is remarkable. Liu Qingqing, this female disciple, had been so overtly antagonistic towards the saintess during the Celestial Talents Conference. Yet the saintess remained blissfully unaware and indifferent. Such benevolence in the realm of cultivation is not always a virtue. However, the saintess has her supporters, which mitigates her vulnerability. Those who act kindly without backing often invite calamity upon themselves. Today, we aim to expel you from the sect, but the saintess, in her kindness, has granted you clemency. You shall be penalized with a 6-month forfeiture of your disciple's stipend. Should you dare to offend the saintess again, expulsion will be the least of your worries. After issuing their warnings, the elders departed, hands clasped behind their backs. Is that all? The observing disciples in the distance expressed their disappointment, anticipating a more dramatic spectacle. For offending the saintess is no trivial matter. It is said that even the ancestors dote upon her. The saintess is far too benevolent. If someone were to target me in such a manner, I would not let it go unpunished. Indeed, as the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. But it matters not. The saintess is above all. Who would dare to bully her? Liu Qingqing is merely an example. Outside the hall, Liu Qingqing knelt on the ground, her hands covering her face. The searing pain on her cheeks paled in comparison to the humiliation she felt under the gaze of the observing disciples. As for the elders' claim that the saintess had shown her mercy, she held no gratitude and no belief in such a pretense. It was merely a facade of benevolence, using her as a stepping stone to garner acclaim. Perhaps these elders were summoned by Liu Qingqing herself. Inside the chamber, Liu Qingqing sat on the edge of the bed, her expression dark and brooding. "Child, what troubles you?" came the voice of Qin Feng through the jade pendant. "It is that wretched saintess Liu Qingqing who commanded the elders to force me to kneel before so many. She even struck me. And then she pretends to be the Good Samaritan." Liu Qingqing's face was marred with hatred. Sighing, Qin Lao remarked, "My dear, I have long advised you to let it go. You cannot contend with her. Her master is the immortal venerable Wuji, and she is the sect's saintess, while you are merely an inner disciple. How can you hope to rival her?" Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing displayed no sign of regret. She squinted her eyes and declared, "I refuse to believe it." Subsequently, she lowered her gaze to the jade pendant in her palm. "Elder Qin, is there a way for me to significantly enhance my cultivation? I wish to enter the 3 palaces and become a disciple of direct transmission." The elder Qin within the pendant fell silent for a moment before responding. "There is a way, but it is exceedingly perilous." "I am unafraid," Liu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with determination. Her declaration of fearlessness did not stem from a disregard for death, but rather from a confidence in her fortune to navigate dangers successfully. This endeavor was fraught with peril. "Child, are you certain?" Qin Feng's voice took on a serious tone. "Certain," Liu Qingqing replied without a moment's hesitation. She had grown weary of her current circumstances. Qin Feng cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "Then you must first entrust the jade pendant to someone close to you. I shall refrain from accompanying you." Liu Qingqing furrowed her brow. Cough. Qin Feng coughed once more, explaining, "The place is not only dangerous but also poses threats to the soul. Given my current state, if I were to venture there, I fear I would perish even faster than you. Bring me a map, and I shall delineate a route for you, thus ensuring you do not lose your way." Chapter 48. Alliance and Strategy. The following day, Liu Qingqing descended the mountain, departing from her sect. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow had been observing her from behind throughout her descent. In the depths of the Tianyan Sect, shrouded in swirling mists that obscured vision, a figure walked through the fog, with hands clasped behind him and hair graying at the temples. This individual was none other than the esteemed Tianyan Jinren, Nian Wangwang. This sacred ground was a forbidden area of the sect, the secluded retreat of the venerable ancestor during the tribulation period. "How is it?" A voice, imbued with the weight of ages, resonated from within the depths. Reporting to the ancestor, the sect leader Nian Wangwang replied with a slight bow and clasped fists. "I am uncertain whether Wuji is indeed under the oppressive force of divine retribution." "Why is that?" During the recent Tianjiao conference, the Celestial Palace, as Nian Wangwang elucidated the sequence of events, a figure gradually emerged from the depths of the forbidden area. "Are you saying that the esteemed Qingxian Xianzuan from the Celestial Palace also believes Wuji is beset by divine retribution, hence allowing him to depart unimpeded?" "Indeed." Nian Wangwang acknowledged with a nod. "And what of the spirit testing mirror? His spiritual fluctuations should have caused it to crack, yet now he cannot withstand the tribulation?" At this, Nian Wangwang fell into silence. Previously, when Wuji had failed his tribulation before the eyes of many, he had been incredulous. That day, upon Wuji's emergence from seclusion, he had been commanded by the ancestor to take the spirit-testing mirror to the Chaosian Palace to assess Wuji's strength. The mirror, which was impervious to even the ancestor's spiritual fluctuations, had surprisingly manifested cracks before Wuji. The ancestor possessed immeasurable strength, far surpassing that of his own master, Liu Xiaoyao. It could even be said that ascending to immortality was well within reach. The reason the ancestor had not ascended was due to the absence of immortals for countless millennia, although this realm harbored the repulsive force of the heavenly Tao, preventing any tribulation transcending immortals from lingering. It was implausible that none had managed to convey messages back to the lower realm over all these years. The conditions in the upper realm remained enigmatic. Thus, the ancestor had wisely refrained from ascending recklessly, even with only a few hundred years of life remaining. Wuji's failure in tribulation and Qingxuan's non-ascension. Could it truly be that neither possessed the capability to transcend? Do you believe that? The white-robed ancestor inquired, gazing at the sect leader Yun Wuliang. I do not. Yun Wuliang shook his head. These two certainly know something. And what of your master? The white-robed ancestor suddenly asked. In the Chaosian Palace, Yun Wuliang replied truthfully. Humph, the white-robed ancestor scoffed coldly. Your master is quite a character, guarding an outsider. It is my fault. Had it not been for the envy of Wuji back then, my master would not have distanced himself from the sect, and from me, his disciple. Humph. The white-robed ancestor snorted, narrowing his eyes slightly. What fault do you bear? Luring the tiger to frighten the wolves is utterly foolish. He should consider which lineage the Tianyan Sect will ultimately align with. Fortunately, he was indifferent to power. But what if he were to care? If one day the old ancestor were to pass away, would the Tianyan Sect be governed by your words or by that Wuji? In the southern wilderness, a mountain. In the northern domain, a city. In the central region, 3 sects and 1 palace. Having lived for so many years, I have yet to witness a power that requires an outsider emperor to guard it. Not even mortal dynasties would stoop to such a level. Upon hearing this, the Tianyan true person, Yun Wuliang, fell into silence. Initially, when Wuji first arrived at the Tianyan Sect, he did not mind, and even felt a sense of joy. How could he not rejoice at the addition of a prodigy to the sect? However, Wuji's rapid growth became somewhat alarming, instilling within him a sense of threat. As Wuji gradually reached a comparable height to him, unease took root in his heart. At that time, watching his master grow so close to Wuji, he feared that his position as sect leader would be usurped. He dreaded the prospect of the Tianyan Sect becoming a realm governed by outsiders, watching a millennium of legacy crumble under his stewardship. Thus, he sought to harm Wuji at every opportunity, yet always fell short. Eventually, he was discovered by his master, the esteemed ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. For the sake of an outsider, his master severed their master-disciple relationship, treating him as a stranger, which only deepened his resentment. Yet, he soon realized that each time he targeted Wuji, the latter only grew stronger. As they ceased to exist on the same plane, fear began to gnaw at him. Worried about retribution, he found it difficult to calm his mind for cultivation, living in constant anxiety. At that time, aside from the ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, the other elders were in secluded meditation. Fortunately, his master, having severed ties, interceded on his behalf. Let us observe the changes for now. Remember, regarding the affairs of the Celestial Palace, our Tianyan Sect can bear the banner, but we must never lead the charge. After saying this, the white-robed ancestor extended his divine sense to scan Tianyan true person Yun Wuliang, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Have you broken through? Responding to the ancestor, Yun Wuliang nodded. Excellent. The white-robed ancestor smiled with satisfaction. Your talent has never been lacking, and your breakthrough to the Tribulation Crossing stage is surely a natural progression. Once you achieve the Tribulation Crossing stage, I shall assist you in reaching even greater heights. Thank you, ancestor. Months later, the Western Barbarian Demon Domain was engulfed in war. The conflict between the Dragon Clan and the forces led by the Golden-Winged Roc was expected to be one-sided. Yet, the Dragon Clan's leader, Liu Qingqing, was a formidable heroine with immense courage. Initially, she devised a strategy of alliances, uniting the weakened ancient 4 clans, dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, and golden crows, to confront the power of the Golden-Winged Roc. Then, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, Liu Qingqing boldly infiltrated the territory of the Golden-Winged Roc alone, wreaking havoc and slaughter, forcing the Golden-Winged Roc to dispatch 3 peak Great Ascension-level demons to intercept her. Yet, Liu Qingqing, despite suffering grave injuries, decisively vanquished 3 peak-level great demons of the Ascendant stage. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace. The Golden-Winged Roc clan hesitated to wager whether this Dragon Clan's leader had returned to her kin for healing. Thus, they sought the assistance of the Jiao Dragon Clan, borrowing a fully realized great demon of the Ascendant stage to guard their rear. Just as the Golden-Winged Roc clan began to feel a semblance of relief, turmoil erupted in the Black Sea, where Liu Qingqing resurfaced, ruthlessly slaughtering 2 major factions under the Jiao Dragon Clan's banner, resulting in countless casualties. Even 2 late-stage great demons fell in this onslaught. In response, the Golden-Winged Roc clan and other factions were filled with both astonishment and fury, astonished that Liu Qingqing was willing to risk her life, even in her injured state, to disrupt their rear. Their anger stemmed from her cunning nature, as she never ventured too deep into their territory, fully aware of the formidable great demons stationed there. The factions that were decimated, though not of her own clan, were nevertheless under her command, causing her immense heartache. Chapter 49. The soldiers brought by the human race 3,000 miles away, at Zhifu Mountain, a resounding roar echoed, shaking the very earth. The leader of the golden-winged rock tribe shattered 3 small mountains with a single punch, bellowing into the sky, cursed Liu Qingqing. Should I ever catch you, rest assured, you shall find no escape from life, nor solace in death. The guardians of the golden-winged tribe exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Liu Qingqing had returned from the human realm after centuries, now transformed into a cunning adversary. One guardian sighed, shaking his head. This is the soldier brought forth by the human race. At this moment, the atmosphere in the 3 domains of the human realm was rather delicate. Compared to the beleaguered demon race, humans appeared to prefer verbal disputes over physical confrontations. The cries denouncing the heavenly palace were incessant. Yet no faction dared to sound the trumpet of war against it. The sole exception was the Sword Sect, whose sword cultivators eradicated a nefarious force known as the underworld, leaving no trace behind. They claimed the underworld was an underling of the heavenly palace. Otherwise, why would their names differ by but a single character? This notion seemed absurd, yet many factions began to imitate their actions, uniting to eliminate their rivals. In a short span, these orthodox sects commenced a campaign against evil, causing countless malevolent forces to suffer dire consequences. However, unbeknownst to them, as they purged various sinister factions, an inconspicuous black crow silently observed their carnage, clutching a small flag in its beak. In the central domain, within the desolate wooded forest, a disheveled figure emerged, clad in tattered robes that revealed a patch of pristine white. Yet, a glimmer of joy adorned their face. It was Liu Qingqing, clutching a stone tightly. She glanced back at the shadowy woods, her heart still racing. Elder Qin was indeed correct. I nearly perished within those depths, but I am fortunate to have survived. With that, she surveyed her surroundings, concealed the object in her storage ring, and took flight away from the area. Not long after Liu Qingqing departed, a figure clad in white emerged calmly, gazing in the direction she had taken. In his hand, he held a stone emanating a faint glow, and not just one, but 3. Liu Xiao, dressed in a fitted white robe, looked down at the 3 stones, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Heavenly spirit stones. Truly remarkable treasures. It seems fortune favors me. However, pondering fortune, Liu Xiao furrowed his brow. Why had Liu Qingqing's luck so suddenly diminished? A person stripped of all fortune is easily beset by calamity, risking their very life. Chase. Do not let him escape. Suddenly, several figures, resembling disciples of the orthodox sects, pursued a figure in a black robe. Liu Xiao observed quietly, choosing not to intervene. It was of no concern to him. Then, the ground trembled violently. A furious roar erupted. Old ancestor Beifeng, I curse your 18 generations. You have already destroyed my sect, and now you relentlessly pursue me, you old scoundrel. 2 streaks of light, one trailing the other, traversed the horizon, emanating an overwhelming aura. Indeed, it was a tumultuous autumn. Liu Xiao furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Ever since the Celestial Heroes Conference, skirmishes had erupted incessantly outside. Vendettas, brutal slaughters, every conceivable chaos was unfolding. It was as if the populace had been liberated from their shackles, plunging into utter disorder. In times of tranquility among the great powers, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, yet now, they transpired with alarming frequency. Even the Sword Sect. The mere thought of the Sword Sect's annihilation in the underground palace caused Liu Xiao's lips to twitch. Although the underground palace was a stronghold of the Sinister Path, it could hardly be considered a faction under the auspices of the Celestial Palace. Previously, an elder from the underground palace had been effortlessly slain by a formidable being from the Celestial Palace passing by. How could such a faction be affiliated with the Celestial Palace? In this era, even sword cultivators were indiscriminately taking lives. No, they were inherently inclined towards bloodshed. However, the years of peace had lulled him into forgetting that these sword cultivators embraced a path steeped in slaughter. Disorder, while it may have its advantages, bore far more detriment. Liu Xiao could seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to claim others' fortunes. But what if the turmoil led to his own demise? He couldn't help but reminisce about the days when the illustrious, immortal Venerable Wuji presided over the Tianyan Sect. Although he was a formidable mountain that instilled fear, it allowed him to strategize and gradually siphon others' fortunes. In this current world, tranquility felt increasingly elusive. Suddenly, a tremor shook the earth, and Liu Xiao swayed as he raised his gaze to the distance, his pupils contracting in alarm. He beheld a cloud of dust billowing forth, with shattered stones flying about. A crack had formed in the ground. Liu Xiao's expression shifted as he swiftly ascended into the air. Which ancient monstrosity was engaged in battle now? He pondered, bewildered, casting his eyes towards the commotion. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted. Countless fragments of stone, propelled from the enveloping dust, hurtled past him, some even aimed directly at him. Liu Xiao cursed under his breath and hastily fled. They say when immortals clash, mortals suffer. Now, he had become one of those unfortunate mortals. Within the Tianyan Sect, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Goodness gracious, do you know, outside our sect, for thousands of miles, two beings at the integration stage are locked in fierce combat. The intensity is unimaginable, earth-shattering, skies collapsing, light of sun and moon obscured. Unbeknownst to how many mortals perished in the chaos, even the withered wood forest was obliterated, and its creatures met dire fates. Just as Liu Xiao returned to the sect, hearing the mention of the withered wood forest and the plight of its beasts, his expression froze. Were they referring to him? The beasts within the withered wood forest had long been deserving of their fates. It was the innocent mortals he felt pity for. Alas! A few disciples of the Tianyan Sect, engrossed in their discussion, suddenly felt a chill creeping up their spines. Turning to look, they found the chief disciple of the Ziqing Palace, known for his frigid demeanor, regarding them with a piercing, icy gaze. They chuckled derisively and clasped their fists in greeting. "We have met Brother Liu." Brother Liu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon them. Several disciples of the Tianyan Sect felt a prickling unease beneath his stare, exchanging glances. They clasped their fists once more. "Brother Liu, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Farewell." With that, they fled hastily. The night was still young, and the lanterns flickered softly in the dim light. Within the Hall of Celestial Ascension, in the Vice Hall, the young lady spoke. "I heard you let that female disciple off the hook?" The saintess, Liu Qingqing, who had been deep in meditation, opened her eyes and turned to the incoming Liu Xiaoyao, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed." Liu Xiaoyao sighed several times. "My dear girl, being overly kind-hearted is not always a virtue. If I had been targeted so in my youth, I would have eliminated her to prevent future troubles." The saintess, Liu Qingqing, pursed her lips. Throughout her years of cultivation, she had retained her mortal heart, firmly believing that life should not be so easily devalued. Taking a life at the slightest disagreement did not align with her nature. Chapter 50. The 10,000 Worms Cave. Observing the silent demeanor of the saintess Liu Qingqing, Liu Xiaoyao discerned that she did not share his perspective. Ultimately, she remained but a gilded canary, having experienced far too little. Were she to truly comprehend the malevolence that exists in this world, how many would still choose to treat others with kindness? "Very well, my dear girl. I shall refrain from lecturing you further. Time is a splendid teacher. It will impart many lessons upon you, so take your time." With that, Liu Xiaoyao took his leave, leaving her seemingly burdened with unspoken thoughts. Outside the hall, in the stone pavilion, Liu Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the moonlit sky, his eyes reflecting sorrow and complexity. His worry stemmed from the ominous signs of chaos arising beyond the mountain gates. Years of tranquility had suppressed these individuals for far too long. Now that disorder had begun to unfold, bloodshed was rampant. The complexity lay in his inability to fathom how the supreme immortal Wu Ji had arrived at this juncture. Though he referred to him as an immortal, he still regarded Wu Ji with the eyes of a mentor. After all, he had witnessed Nian Wangwang's gradual ascent until he became the supreme immortal. Yet, the reasons behind the fall from grace remained unspoken by Nian Wangwang, and Liu Xiaoyao found it inappropriate to inquire. When the heights of their interactions differ, many words become difficult to articulate, not out of intent to create distance, but rather an invisible chasm that emerges. "Senior Liu," a gentle call broke the silence. Turning around, Liu Xiaoyao was taken aback to see Saintess Liu Qingqing approaching. "My dear girl, what brings you here? I noticed that you seemed troubled, so I came to keep you company," she replied softly as she entered the pavilion. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyao chuckled lightly. "You, my dear, appear carefree, yet that is far from the truth. I am not a mere plant. How could I lack a heart?" Liu Qingqing shook her head in response. Liu Xiaoyao paused, then inquired, "Did you take my earlier words to heart?" Despite his insistence on not lecturing, he couldn't help himself. Liu Qingqing nodded, her white attire appearing immaculate under the moonlight. Liu Xiaoyao studied her features for a moment, then responded ambiguously, "Let us hope so. Can one truly change overnight? Unless one undergoes a tremendous upheaval in a single night." While he wished for Liu Qingqing's transformation, he was loath to subject this young girl to such upheaval. The experience was undeniably painful. "My dear girl," he suddenly asked, "can you access the main hall where your master resides?" I cannot, she replied, shaking her head. Ever since my master announced her seclusion, a formation has been set in place. This revelation plunged Liu Xiaoyao into deep contemplation. During his years at the helm of the Tianyan Sect, he had always preferred to seclude himself on the Buhui mountain. Yet now, he found himself unusually retreating within the Chaoxian Hall. Unbeknownst to him, the supreme immortal Nian Wangwang was not present in the Chaoxian Hall. Aside from the two of them, the hall stood empty. Half a year passed. In the Western Barbarians, the demon domain, at Zhifu Mountain, 1,000 miles away. Amidst the sprawling expanse, myriad demons lay in wait, their malevolent energy saturating the skies. A few golden-winged rocks soared high above, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, their speed truly striking terror. Atop the peaks of the mountains, the chieftain of the golden-winged rock clan stood resolute, gazing into the distant horizon where the tallest mountain loomed, a place known as the Slumbering Mountain, home to the Dragon Clan. Half a year had passed, and the formidable army led by the Golden-Winged Rock clan had only managed to advance a mere 2,000 miles. After a moment, he cast his gaze 100 miles away, where the air was thick with demonic energy. There, the ancient four clans of the demon race had gathered in force. 100 miles away, at the foot of the mountains, stood Liu Qingqing, draped in a tattered cloak, gazing into the distance. Chieftain, they have arrived. Liu Qingqing turned to see a group of figures, cloaked in black robes, approaching. Unlike the surrounding demonic presence, their aura unmistakably belonged to the human race. Greetings to you all. Liu Qingqing performed a respectful gesture towards the black-robed figures, then stood with arms crossed, surveying the assembly. May I inquire which among you is the second clan leader? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply entrust this place to us, came a raspy voice. Liu Qingqing's eyes narrowed slightly. These sorcerers from the southern wilderness indeed possessed considerable prowess. Even with her cultivation level, she could not discern their true strength. The 10,000 Insects cave in the southern wilderness had always been shrouded in mystery. However, all human factions were aware that the dominant force in the southern wilderness was undoubtedly the 10,000 Insects cave. The 12 clan leaders were each formidable in their own right. Thousands of years ago, when the Sword Sect had yet to ascend to the ranks of the three sects, it was already a leading power in the central domain, with a late-stage tribulation ancestor residing within its ranks. There was another force that stood on par with the Sword Sect, the notorious Knife Sect, known for their ruthless actions and contempt for others. At that time, rumors circulated that within the 10,000 Insects cave, there existed a celestial insect capable of seizing a person's fortune for its own use. Thus, the Knife Sect's leader, eager to break through to the tribulation stage, ventured to the 10,000 Insects cave with nothing but his blade, intent on forcibly acquiring the celestial insect. As a ruler among the elite forces of the central domain, the Knife Sect's leader dismissed the southern wilderness factions, even the enigmatic 10,000 Insects cave. Yet, this very figure met his demise in the southern wilderness, his corpse displayed at the 10,000 Insects cave, ravaged by insects. Subsequently, the late-stage tribulation ancestor of the Knife Sect, upon learning of this, was consumed by rage and sought to raise the 10,000 Insects cave to avenge his fallen comrade and restore the sect's honor. However, he too met his end in the southern wilderness, joining the Knife Sect's leader in death. Moreover, the sorcerers of the 10,000 Insects cave proved to be merciless, infiltrating the central domain and erasing the Knife Sect from existence. Thus, the Knife Sect faded into the annals of history. Following this battle, the 10,000 Insects cave's reputation soared, and few dared to provoke them. Now, this band of sorcerers had journeyed thousands of miles to the demon domain, seemingly intent on aiding Liu Qingqing. Since the second clan leader was reluctant to reveal himself, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, Liu Qingqing scrutinized the sorcerers, questioning, "What is it that you seek in aiding the Dragon Clan?" "To refine insects." A hoarse voice resonated once more, succinct and to the point. Liu Qingqing squinted thoughtfully for a moment before slightly clasping her fists in respect towards the individuals from Wangudong. "In that case, I shall take my leave with my companions, and I extend my gratitude to all for your timely assistance." With that, Liu Qingqing issued a resolute command. "Return to Zhifu Mountain." As her words echoed, a multitude of creatures soared into the sky. Furthermore, the imposing figures of other ancient demon clans manifested, their formidable presence shrouding the heavens. The black-robed Gu cultivators from Wangudong appeared insignificant beneath the shadows of these ancient beings. Yet, they remained unfazed, their faces concealed beneath hoods, expressions inscrutable. Liu Qingqing cast a final glance at the Gu cultivators of Wangudong before ascending into the air, leading the myriad of demons back. In the midst of their ascent towards Zhifu Mountain, a fiery red Qilin approached Liu Qingqing, its voice deep and rumbling. Dragon Clan leader, do you truly trust the human race with that task? Are you not concerned that the golden-winged clan may conspire with these Gu cultivators from Wangudong to devise schemes that compel us to retreat? Concerned, yet unafraid. Why am I unafraid? Because it is no longer a time for mere defense. It is time for us to strike back. After all, it is merely Zhifu Mountain. If they desire it, let them have it. Liu Qingqing traversed the skies, her demeanor cold and detached. Chapter 51. Like a dragon entering the sea, is it possible for the leader of the dragon clan, Liu Qingqing, to relinquish the dormant mountain to the golden-winged Great Peng clan? This mountain has been the foundation of the dragon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. How could Liu Qingqing possess such audacity? Does he not fear inciting the discontent of his kin? The fiery red Qilin's eyes flickered with astonishment. Could it be that this leader of the dragon clan has lost his senses? Yet, it is evident that he is no fool. After launching an assault on the forces of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, he successfully annihilated 3 peak-level demons, compelling the leading forces of the golden-winged Great Peng to divert their attention back to defend against further attacks. Even though Liu Qingqing now stands at the front lines, the army led by the golden-winged Great Peng still dares not recall their defending forces, fearing a repeat of previous tactics. From this, it is clear that Liu Qingqing, the leader of the dragon clan, is far from foolish. Rather, he is a formidable strategist. However, his decision to cede the dormant mountain remains perplexing. What does retaliation entail? The fiery red Qilin inquired once more. The forces led by the golden-winged Great Peng are assaulting our millennia-old foundation. Why should we not emulate their actions? We will take the dormant mountain in exchange for their golden phoenix mountain. Let us see if the ancient demons of the golden-winged Great Peng can withstand our might. Liu Qingqing replied calmly. How could this be timely? The fiery red Qilin was bewildered. The dormant mountain and golden phoenix mountain are separated by a great distance. By the time they reach the vicinity of golden phoenix mountain, the golden-winged Great Peng clan will have already seized the dormant mountain and returned in force. At that point, they would be trapped like fish in a barrel. It is not too late. The Great Protector would not believe that this clan leader has merely been a steed for the human race for a few hundred years, would he? During my time among the humans, I have learned much, Liu Qingqing remarked, casting a faint smile at the fiery red Qilin. As he spoke, a diminutive artifact began to swirl in the palm of Liu Qingqing's hand, imbued with immense spatial power. This is a teleportation array. I had already set up several teleportation devices before launching the attack on the golden-winged Great Peng's rear. Now, as we enter the domain of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, it can be likened to a dragon diving into the sea or a fish finding water, he stated. Upon hearing this, the fiery red Qilin's eyes widened in astonishment. Liu Qingqing is indeed formidable. No wonder the clan leader warned against underestimating him. One must treat him with the utmost seriousness. At this moment, the Qilin finally comprehended. Simultaneously, it recalled a certain individual, the human's Wuji Xianzuan. If Liu Qingqing, who willingly became a steed for several centuries, is so terrifying, what kind of being must the master of such a steed be? If this group of Gu cultivators from Wangudong genuinely assists us, that would be splendid. Yet even if they do not, I harbor no fear. Do you understand, Great Protector? Liu Qingqing gazed at the fiery red Qilin, who could only nod in a daze. After listening to Liu Qingqing's words, it felt as though its mind was awakening, as if it were about to grow a new brain. Atop the mountain peaks, the leader of the golden-winged Great Peng extended his consciousness once more, reaching out 100 miles distant. However, upon this inquiry, his expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? Where are the demons? Where have all the demons of the dragon clan and the ancient 3 clans vanished to? Beneath its divine perception, not a single demon could be found within 100 miles, save for the lingering aura of some formidable fiends, evidently having departed not long ago. But why have they fled? With so many demons lurking, merely awaiting the opportune moment to launch an assault on the slumbering mountain. Yet now, the defensive legions of the ancient 4 clans have completely disappeared, treating them as inconsequential. What trickery is Liu Qingqing up to? The leader of the golden-winged rock tribe gritted his teeth in frustration. Had it been in the past, unaware of Liu Qingqing's cunning, he might have assumed she was directing her forces straight for the slumbering mountain by now. However, presently, he dared not act rashly, fearing that Liu Qingqing might be enacting some sinister scheme. Yet, given the circumstances, an attack on the slumbering mountain was unavoidable. Relay the orders to the army. Change the course. Advance directly towards the slumbering mountain. Remember to remain vigilant. Report immediately upon noticing any anomalies, declared a colossal golden-winged rock. Soaring down to gaze upon the seemingly endless horde of demons, his voice grave. A seemingly boundless army of demons surged towards the slumbering mountain. Despite their efforts to diminish their presence, they appeared anything but subtle, their might undeniable. Dozens of golden-winged rocks soared through the air, their keen eyes scanning for any unusual occurrences. The leader's repeated warnings heightened the tension, urging them to be wary of their surroundings, lest they fall into Liu Qingqing's trap. Suddenly, a raspy voice pierced the air. The dozens of golden-winged rocks in mid-flight turned to see a crow flitting past, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Wait, a crow? Under the oppressive aura of so many powerful demons, how dare a crow fly so brazenly among them? A sense of foreboding washed over several golden-winged rocks, and just as they prepared to act, darkness enveloped them. The sky had turned black. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the demon army looked up in astonishment. Witnessing the darkening sky was due to swarms of Gu insects, descending upon them with reckless abandon. Moreover, some weaker demon beasts suddenly froze, their eyes turning blood-red as they turned savagely upon their comrades. At the base of the slumbering mountain, several miles away, Liu Qingqing, by your ancestors. The sky was filled with Gu insects battling the horde of demons, their cries echoing incessantly. The enraged roars of the golden-winged rock leader resonated with boundless fury and resentment. Why take a detour? Out of fear. Why fear? Out of dread of traps. In the end, despite their efforts, they still fell into a trap, inciting the leader's exasperation. A figure stood high above, cloaked in black robes, the sleeves billowing as silver strands danced about. A pitch-black crow perched upon his shoulder, its deep-set eyes observing the distant carnage. In his hand, he held a fluttering banner. Amid the chaotic battle, thousands of crimson glimmers were being voraciously consumed by the small flag like a relentless torrent. The streams of blood flow, invisible to the ordinary eye, can only be perceived by the master of the banner. Too slow. The figure cloaked in black suddenly spoke, his voice sharp and clear. Caw. The raven upon his shoulder let out a cry, astonishingly uttering human words. Liu Qingqing has gone to Jintong Mountain. A great battle is expected there. I have commanded several clan members to take the soul-devouring banner there. How many soul-devouring banners are filled now? 120, replied the raven. Liu Qingqing, you truly exceed my expectations. Next, once the golden-winged Great Peng clan shows signs of decline, it will be time to summon the Sword Sect to unleash the flames of war upon the central domain. Having said this, the figure in black vanished without a trace, leaving only the dark banner suspended in midair. The raven spread its wings and gently perched upon the banner, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the distant battlefield. Chapter 52. What should be done in the central domain? At the Tianyan Sect, the soul lantern has been extinguished. An elder of the Tianyan Sect widened his eyes in despair. Our sect's unparalleled genius, born once in a millennium, has now met such a tragic end at the hands of the heavenly palace. He cried out to the heavens, consumed by grief and indignation. Such calamities did not only befall the Tianyan Sect. The sects from which disciples had been abducted by the heavenly palace shared in this anguish. The malevolent deeds of the heavenly palace are beyond enumeration. Various powerful factions, stifling their righteous fury, frequently sought alliances with the top 3 sects, yearning to retaliate against the heavenly palace. Yet, they received only ambiguous responses, leaving them feeling powerless. Moreover, a piece of news emerged that astonished countless individuals. The Sword Sect's leader, Si Wuduan, accompanied by 3 peak elders of the Great Ascension stage and 3,000 sword cultivators, set forth towards the western barbarian demon domain. Many were bewildered as to why the Sword Sect would venture into the demon domain, especially amidst its raging wars, where one misstep could lead to annihilation. However, some speculated that the Sword Sect's chief protector had perished in the demon domain, presumably in connection with a formidable demon. This group of vengeful sword cultivators from the Sword Sect seemed to embark on this journey for the sake of retribution. In the central domain, at the Dao Sect, the era of chaos is approaching. Realizing this, the esteemed Master Yushao, Wang Qingya, gazed at the celestial signs and sighed. Master, a figure approached slowly in the twilight. It was the disciple, Zhao Zhenwu. Standing on the pavilion steps, Zhao Zhenwu softly inquired, Master, if chaos descends upon us, what should we do? What shall be done? Master Yushao Wang Qing turned to face Zhao Zhenwu. What do you believe you can accomplish? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenwu fell silent. The world is fraught with hardships. Most individuals act not from their true will. This holds true for mortals and for us alike. You ask what we should do in times of chaos. There is but one answer: submit to fate. Master Yushao let out a long sigh, stating that in the midst of turmoil, we are like floating weeds, powerless to change our destiny. Zhao Zhenwu stared blankly at Master Yushao. How could one of the leaders of the top 3 sects, a fully realized Great Ascension cultivator, utter such words? If chaos were to arise, were they to simply stand by and watch? With a furrowed brow, Zhao Zhenwu asked, Master, does this mean we should protect ourselves? Master Yu Xiao did not respond directly, but countered with a question, what can a disciple do? Zhao Zhenwu clenched his hidden hands and, in a solemn tone, replied, if chaos descends upon us, we should exert our modest strength. This time, it was Master Yu Xiao who fell silent. A long sigh echoed in the desolate pavilion as a solitary figure stood in contemplation. Months later, at the border between the central domain and the western barbarians, a seemingly endless great wall stood majestically upon the earth, like a divine dragon coiled in grandeur. This was the western barbarian Great Wall, erected since ancient times to protect humanity from the demon race. The forces stationed here were known as the Demon Suppression Army, which originated from the imperial army of the ancient Tianyan dynasty, never having left the western barbarian Great Wall for a single step. Even though the venerable sages who once guarded this land have perished, their descendants remain steadfast at the western barbarians' Great Wall. Furthermore, the eastern wilderness Great Wall is also home to a formidable demon-subduing army, which similarly traces its origins to the celestial mysterious dynasty. Despite the fall of the dynasty and the passing of the sages, they persist in their duty here, serving as a bulwark for humanity. While some may express confusion, the prevailing sentiment is one of admiration and respect. Both the eastern wilderness and western barbarians' Great Walls are places that no faction dares to covet. Firstly, any who dare to lay claim to these fortifications shall be reviled by society, deemed traitors to humanity. Secondly, seizing these territories offers little advantage, aside from the ancient formations left behind, and one must remain vigilant against incursions from the demon and monster clans. The cost outweighs the benefit. Thus, the demon-subduing army and the demon-suppressing army continue to grow in strength, with pinnacle cultivators stationed at both walls. Above the western barbarians' Great Wall, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Yet, tranquility soon returned. General, he has achieved a complete breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. The soldiers at the western barbarians' Great Wall gazed in exhilaration at the magnificent figure beneath the vast sky, General Liu Qingqing, the master of the western barbarians' Great Wall and the descendant of the previous general. Given that General Liu Qingqing has attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, how could the soldiers not rejoice? After all, the power of the demon-suppressing stronghold has been significantly enhanced, deterring even the most audacious of lesser demons. It is noteworthy that behind the western barbarians' Great Wall lie more than a dozen mortal cities. Some may wonder why these mortals would establish their cities in such a perilous borderland. The answer lies in their deeper fear of the cultivators. The demon-subduing army, in contrast, has never been known to take lives recklessly and maintains strict discipline. Moreover, General Liu Qingqing provides protection for these mortal cities, forbidding any killing within their walls. Hence, these mortals prefer to reside in this locale. Amidst the western barbarians' Great Wall, the sounds of congratulations echoed resoundingly. General, he has achieved a complete breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage. The soldiers' cheers were heartfelt, and none harbored any disrespect towards the general. Throughout the millennia, whenever a great demon has threatened the western barbarians' Great Wall, it has always been General Liu Qingqing leading the charge. Here, the lives of the soldiers are valued. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated through the air, that of General Liu Qingqing. From this day forth, no demon shall invade the western barbarians' Great Wall. His commanding shout reverberated like rolling thunder. The soldiers were invigorated, raising their weapons in unison and proclaiming, no demon shall invade the western barbarians' Great Wall. No demon shall invade the western barbarians' Great Wall. Their collective voices rang out. Then, with smiles illuminating their faces, the soldiers looked up at the figure of their general and exclaimed, General, now that you have reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, should we not celebrate with a feast and let the brothers indulge in revelry? Indeed, it has been far too long since they last celebrated with such abandon. After all, the demon realm is engulfed in conflict and will not pose a threat in the near future. Even if they were to indulge, their spiritual energy would swiftly dispel the effects of intoxication. Speaking of this wine, the peach blossom brew from Anyang City is truly intoxicating. The intent of the drunken man lies not in the wine. Old Wang, you must be yearning for your little delicate wife back in Anyang City, aren't you? Oh, please don't expose me. Ha ha. The soldiers atop the city wall burst into hearty laughter. The General Liu Qingqing, suspended in midair, observed quietly, his gaze imbued with tenderness, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he turned abruptly towards the direction of the demon domain. As a powerful shout resonated from that way, all swords returned to their origin. The proclamation thundered across the heavens, reverberating endlessly. Moments later, the long swords, which had been sheathed by the soldiers, began to tremble violently. They were drawn forth by an overwhelming force, soaring towards the source of the sound. Moreover, this compelling power was not limited to the long swords held by the soldiers atop the Western barbarian city. From the depths of the city behind the Great Wall of the Western barbarians, countless long swords ascended from every corner, rising into the air. A myriad of swords flew in unison like silver dragons cleaving through waves, racing towards the demon domain, leaving all in utter astonishment. The soldiers on the Great Wall of the Western barbarians stood transfixed. Moments later, a tremor emanated from the direction of the demon domain. The soldiers crouched on the city wall gazed at the sword shadows that blotted out the sun, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Enveloped by the overwhelming sword shadows was an enormous black dragon, nearly 10,000 feet in length, radiating a formidable demonic might. In the air, a figure landed upon the city wall. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers immediately called out, inquiring, "General, what is happening?" General Liu Qingqing remained silent, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of the demon domain, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Sound the alarm," he commanded, taking a deep breath, and added, "The demon army is advancing." With that, he turned and departed, his black cloak billowing dramatically in the fierce wind. What? Chapter 53. The resounding battle hymn. The soldiers surrounding them were initially struck with astonishment, yet they quickly regained their composure and rushed towards the city tower. A resounding clang echoed through the heavens, prompting countless individuals to cast their gazes skyward. Particularly those commoners residing within the city behind the Western barbarian wall were thrown into a state of panic. They had dwelled in this place for an extended period, having never before heard the thunderous toll of the bells from the Western barbarian wall, which rang out 9 times in total. At that moment, outside the Western barbarian wall, a one-armed swordsman clad in white appeared in a state of disarray, pursued by several feeble elder men. This one-armed swordsman was none other than Si Wuduan, the leader of the Sword Sect. Behind them loomed an endless horde of demon tribes, advancing towards the Western barbarian wall. At the forefront of this army, upon the head of a colossal white dragon, stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp and piercing, clad in dark armor. His raven hair billowed in the wind. This individual was none other than Liu Qingqing. The Qilin clan, the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, and the Jinwu clan, Liu Qingqing, stationed atop the city wall, wore a solemn expression. What was transpiring? Wasn't he the ancient 4 clans engaged in an all-out war against the forces led by the Golden Winged Rock? Why had they arrived at the Western barbarian wall, seemingly intent on breaching it? Yet, why hadn't the spies he had placed within the demon domain reported a whisper of this? "General, what shall we do?" A soldier beside him swallowed hard, his eyes wide with trepidation as he gazed at the approaching demon army. "Fight to the death, do not retreat." General Liu Qingqing's gaze regained its tranquility. Observing the general's calm demeanor, the previously anxious soldiers found a measure of steadiness. "Fight to the death." Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air. The soldiers atop the wall were momentarily taken aback, turning to see General Liu Qingqing unsheathing his sword, his fierce eyes radiating an overwhelming aura. He raised his battle blade high and bellowed, "Where is the demon suppression army? Here. Where is the demon suppression army? Here. Here. Today, the Western barbarian wall shall not fall into our hands, even if it means spilling blood across the skies. We shall never allow a single demon to step beyond the Western barbarian wall and tarnish the esteemed legacy of our forebears. Fight to the death, do not retreat. Fight to the death, do not retreat. Fight to the death, do not retreat." The soldiers' collective roar was deafening, intertwining with the howls of the demon army, creating a resounding battle hymn. Within Anyang City, a lone rogue cultivator stared blankly at his empty palm, tears brimming in his eyes as he cried out to the heavens. "Which vile wretch is responsible? Who could dare take away the flying sword I painstakingly acquired with my life savings? My flying sword, I curse you. Did you not hear the tolling of the bells from the Western barbarian wall? Instead of fleeing, you linger here lamenting over your flying sword." A companion approached, laden with a bundle, and scolded him. The rogue cultivator was taken aback. "Surely not. Isn't there a demon suppression army stationed at the Western barbarian wall?" For so many years. Before he could complete his sentence, he was hastily interrupted by a companion beside him. "You truly have a bold heart. Do you know what the 9 chimes signify?" "What?" "The 9 chimes herald the fierce battle at the Western barbarian's great wall, urging the mortals in the rear to flee." Outside Anyang City, a slender figure approached the city gates. His features were delicate, and his expression resolute. I, Li Qingqing, have been granted a second chance at life. Though I remain an insignificant figure, I hold fast to my belief. Heaven does not utterly forsake those who strive. Just as Li Qingqing was about to continue, he noticed a throng of figures surging out from the city gates. Run! The demon clan has breached our defenses. The frantic cries echoed from afar, and Li Qingqing found himself momentarily paralyzed, lost in uncertainty. The demon clan has invaded? But my parents are still within the city. After a moment's contemplation, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, after all, I do not harbor deep affections for them. It is not worth risking my life. I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation, merely a novice in the body refinement stage. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. I have only just begun my journey into the realm of immortality. Li Qingqing clenched his fists, lowering his head as he whispered, I do not wish to perish so soon. With that, he turned to leave, but after taking just 2 steps, he abruptly halted. Damn it! If death is to be my fate, then so be it. In my previous life, I was devoid of parental love. Must I again become an orphan in this life? Heaven! Li Qingqing gazed up at the vast, azure sky, a slow smile spreading across his face as he raised his middle finger. You delight in tormenting others, do you? At this moment, chaos reigned outside Anyang city gates. Make way. Do not obstruct my path. A burly man shoved through the crowd, his countenance fierce. Ah Xing, where have you run off to? Mother is here, mother is here. A woman, burdened with a satchel, frantically searched for her child, her expression fraught with anxiety. Wow, father. I want to go home. Be patient. Once General Yi of the Western Barbarians repels the demon clan, we shall return home, all right? The 3-year-old wailed, and the father comforted him gently. Quickly clear the way. Do not impede the Lord City's carriage. Dozens of formidable soldiers, clad in armor and wielding long spears, shielded a carriage as it exited the city gates. Those unwilling to step aside were trampled by the horses, while the soldiers merely cast cold glances, unwilling to waste a moment. Though armed, their weapons served merely as tools of intimidation against the populace rather than instruments for vanquishing demons. Inside the carriage sat a man of Foundation Establishment Cultivation, the Lord of Anyang City. Yet, in this moment, his status became a means of escape, while the soldiers meant to protect the city transformed into mere pageantry. The myriad of human experiences unfolded before them. Some flowed with the tide, while others surged against it. The woman, laden with her burdens, dashed into the city in search of her child, refusing to yield even when pushed. And there was Li Qingqing. Although fear was evident on his face, he charged into the city, undeterred by the cacophony of desperate cries echoing in his ears. As Li Qingqing entered the city, his expression shifted slightly. How could it be that chaos had already enveloped the town before the demon army had even breached its gates? Flames erupted in every direction, and the air was thick with anguished screams. Amidst the turmoil, rampant looting and abominable acts unfolded before his eyes. A young woman, in the bloom of her youth, was dragged into a house by a coarse, frenzied brute, a grotesque smile plastered across his face. Meanwhile, a wealthy merchant's carriage was besieged by civilians. Stripped bare of its provisions and treasures, the corpulent merchant clutched his trembling daughter tightly, helplessly watching as their belongings were seized. As he beheld the inferno consuming the city, a flicker of hope within Li Qingqing was extinguished. In such dire circumstances, could his parents possibly survive? Just as he prepared to flee towards his home, several figures soared through the air. Standing upon flying swords, they resembled celestial beings. Li Qingqing initially deemed them to be reinforcements swimming against the tide, only to discover they were, in fact, fleeing soldiers swept away by the current. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from his sight. Chapter 54. The Demon Suppression Army. Amidst the pervasive sense of dread, Li Qingqing gazed towards the departing figures of the celestial beings, who soared upon their flying swords. A sudden smile gracing his lips, whether it be one of bitterness or a hint of derision, remained ambiguous. Half a stick of incense later, outside the gates of Anyang City, a gaunt silhouette meandered aimlessly amidst the throngs of panicked souls. He allowed himself to be jostled and shoved, maintaining a bowed head, his countenance shrouded in gloom. How am I to survive? Li Qingqing murmured to himself, lost in thought. Having finally discovered a method to cultivate his abilities and having entered the body refinement stage, which promised an improved future, he now found himself beset by calamity. Such is the plight of the insignificant, so fragile and easily shattered. When misfortune descends, one finds oneself powerless to alter fate. Suddenly, a voice rife with despair pierced the air. How can we escape? How can mere mortals flee from the beasts? A man knelt upon the ground, his expression one of utter defeat. Those surrounding him fell silent, for his words rang true. Once the Western barbarian Great Wall fell, there would be no sanctuary for them, regardless of their efforts to flee. Yet, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the will to survive kept them moving forward. Then, without warning, the earth began to tremble. The crowd's instinctual reaction was to fear the advance of the demon army. But what echoed instead was the sound of thundering hooves. Liu Qingqing craned his neck to gaze upwards, the dull rumble of hooves resonating from above. The tremors intensified, the once muted sound transforming into a cacophony akin to rolling thunder that reverberated through the hearts of the people, instilling a sense of exhilaration. Could it be reinforcements? The fleeing masses looked up in anticipation. On the distant horizon, a sea of banners unfurled, blocking out the sun, flapping resolutely in the wind. Following this spectacle was an endless torrent of dark figures cascading down from the heights. Those with keen eyes discerned the words Tiger Ben emblazoned upon the flags. Their spirits lifting, it was none other than the young General Yi Ting, the sole heir of Yi Qingqiang. He commanded the Tiger Ben army, stationed to guard the rear, yet had come to their aid. Despite his youthful moniker, the young general had lived for over 1,000 years. His appellation owing more to the towering legacy of his father, General Yi Qingqiang, than to any semblance of youthful appearance. Young general, many of the townsfolk, beneficiaries of Yi Qingqiang's kindness, waved fervently in greeting. The mounts of the Tiger Ben army were no ordinary steeds, hailing from the demon realm and as swift as the wind. At the forefront, the young general clad in silver armor and a white cloak possessed a fierce countenance, reminiscent of his formidable father. Addressing the panicked populace, he proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Do not fear. With the demon suppression army and the Tiger Ben army here, the Western barbarian Great Wall shall not fall." His resolute declaration resonated through the heavens. Subsequently, the resounding roar of hundreds of thousands of the Tiger Ben army echoed, powerful and resonant. The Western barbarian Great Wall shall not fall. The sound was deafening, sending shivers down one's spine. Those fleeing could not help but feel their blood surge with fervor, their eyes brimming with hope, as they shouted in unison, "Young general, you must triumph. Young general, vanquish those accursed demon tribes." "Of course," replied the young general, yeeting softly from the forefront of the Tiger Ben army, donning a cold mask. Beneath the mask, his gaze grew ever more resolute. Above, the grim sky was shrouded in a heavy gloom, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. Beneath this somber expanse, a multitude of demons swirled, their presence formidable. The Western barbarian Great Wall, which had withstood the test of time for countless years, now lay in ruins. All that could be seen were severed limbs and broken bodies. Countless ferocious beasts feasted upon the fallen soldiers' remains beneath the debris. The winds howled fiercely around the Western barbarian Great Wall. A dry leaf was swept up by the gusts, drifting slowly into the eyes of the solitary general. He knelt on the ground, clutching a tattered banner, his armor and the cloak behind him stained a dark crimson. The caw of a crow pierced the silence. Echoing like a mournful dirge, the leaf settled upon the bloodied earth, and General Yi Qingqiang gazed down, his heart heavy with profound sorrow. Yet, he refused to relinquish the banner even for a moment. In the air above, a colossal white dragon coiled, and Liu Qingqing stood poised atop its head, looking down imperiously at General Yi Qingqiang. "General," she spoke slowly, her sharp phoenix eyes devoid of any sympathy, "the Western barbarian Great Wall has fallen. Your demon suppression army has been annihilated. Why do you persist in futile resistance? Do you wish for our clan leader to eradicate your nascent soul, ensuring you can never transcend the demon suppression army?" General Yi Qingqiang slowly rose, brandishing the banner towards the lofty Liu Qingqing, his voice deep and commanding. "As long as I am here, as long as this banner remains, the demon suppression army shall not perish." With that declaration, he surveyed the surrounding demons, his aura swelling once more. "Where is the demon suppression army?" He stepped forward, wielding the banner to conjure a tempest. This fierce wind, imbued with terrifying spiritual power, tore through the surrounding demons, reducing flesh to bone. "Where is the demon suppression army?" General Yi Qingqiang removed his helmet, his gray hair dancing wildly in the wind, and roared once more. The sight of this fully realized being in the ascendant realm in a frenzy instilled fear even among the throngs of demons, regardless of their numbers. Suddenly, a large demon launched a sneak attack from behind. Boom. Yet, General Yi Qingqiang swiftly pressed it into the earth, blood and flesh erupting, splattering his visage. The ground beneath him cracked like spider webs, spreading wildly in all directions. He raised his voice in fury, shaking the heavens. "Where is the demon suppression army?" Liu Qingqing, atop the dragon's head, furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that the great General Yi Qingqiang has succumbed to madness? As one gazes across the vast expanse of the Western Barbarian's Great Wall, where is the demon suppression army? Presently, he stands alone. Suddenly, a voice echoes from afar. Here, here. The responses come in quick succession. Subsequently, the earth trembles, and an endless torrent of darkness, laden with murderous intent, approaches, aimed at the demon army before the Great Wall. In shock, the horde of demons instinctively recoils a few steps. Clutching a tattered banner, General Liu Qingqing glances back, and upon seeing the words Tiger Ben, he grips the flag tighter. My son. Several hours later, the Western Barbarian's Great Wall is devoid of both men and demons. What remains is a scene of utter devastation, strewn with lifeless bodies. Among the fallen are beasts of the demon kind, yet more numerous are the soldiers' remains. Their mutilated forms lying amidst rivers of blood, akin to unanchored leaves awaiting their return to the earth. Beside a blood-stained leaf lies a towering figure, shielding a slender form in his arms. Yet both are lifeless, their eyes a pale gray, never to close again. General Liu Qingqing has perished in battle. Young General Yi Ting has also met his end. The demon suppression army has been annihilated, with not a single soldier escaping from the Great Wall they defended for a lifetime, all interred here. Perhaps future generations will deem them foolish. Why cling to a position without retreat, believing that the mountains will remain green and that they may return anew? Yet their green mountains reside within this very Western Barbarian's Great Wall. Chapter 55. Discussing the grand strategy several hundred miles beyond the Western Barbarian Great Wall. Beneath the vast ancient trees, Liu Qingqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly strolling leisurely through the forest, accompanied by several formidable demons. Suddenly, one of the transformed Kirin clan's great protectors could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Clan leader Liu, why must we return to the demon domain after capturing the Western Barbarian Great Wall, instead of advancing directly into the central domain? Liu Qingqing paused, his cloak fluttering gently in the breeze, and replied calmly, the time has not yet come. The human realms are not yet in chaos. With our strength, even with millions of demon troops, we would struggle to withstand the wrath of humanity. But the great protector of the Kirin clan expressed dissatisfaction. Fear not. When the time arrives, no one shall impede our demon army from seizing the central domain, not even the esteemed Qingxian immortal. At present, the Western Barbarian Great Wall, an obstacle that has stood for hundreds of thousands of years, has finally been removed by us. This achievement is unprecedented for the demon domain. I, as the clan leader, am eager to see whether the heavenly barbarian demon lord will honor his promise and cease to protect the golden-winged rock clan. Months prior, Liu Qingqing, employing his wits and aided by the Gu cultivators from the southern wilderness, successfully turned the tide of the situation. Just half a month ago, they decisively altered the course of the battle. Liu Qingqing led the forces of the golden-winged rock clan to a crushing defeat far beyond Mount Buhui, resulting in nearly 1 million demon casualties, a truly gruesome affair. Furthermore, Liu Qingqing led the armies of the ancient four clans to the very foot of Mount Buhui, only to be intercepted by the heavenly barbarian demon lord. He advised the ancient four clans that the demons should not engage in internal strife. Yet, the countenance of the dragon clan members was grim. Even the clan leader Liu Qingqing displayed a cold demeanor. This was because the golden-winged rock clan had attacked their dragon clan without seeing the heavenly barbarian demon lord come to their aid. Nonetheless, the heavenly barbarian demon lord remains a paramount figure in the demon domain, a being of great respect. Despite their anger, the ancient four clans dared not confront him. Under Liu Qingqing's logical arguments, the heavenly barbarian demon lord recognized his own shortcomings and thus made an agreement with Liu Qingqing. Should she conquer the Western Barbarian Great Wall, he would no longer intervene with the golden-winged rock clan, allowing her to proceed as she wished. This was one of the reasons for the fall of the Western Barbarian Great Wall. As for the Sword Sect and their sword cultivators, it is somewhat amusing. They had originally prepared to ambush the Dragon Clan, only to be detected by the heavenly barbarian demon lord. Thus unfolded the events surrounding the Western Barbarian Great Wall. At the Tianyan Sect, atop the unrepentant mountain, the supreme immortal sat alone in a pavilion, with flowing white hair and clad in a black robe. He placed a black stone upon the board before him. As the stone descended, a wave of energy surged across the chessboard, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. The supreme immortal's sleeves billowed as he lowered his gaze, observing the stark contrast of black and white on the board, the situation becoming ever clearer. At this moment, the oppressive force of heavenly retribution no longer ravaged his essence, and his cultivation no longer waned. Indeed, there was an emerging sense of returning to his former pinnacle. 2 days later, The news of the demon army breaching the Western barbarian Great Wall spread rapidly throughout the three realms of humanity, shocking countless individuals. However, a sigh of relief was breathed by various factions as the demon race did not press forward relentlessly but retreated back to their domain. Yet another piece of news left people both astonished and unsurprised. The Sword Sect suffered considerable losses in the demon realm. Its leader, Si Wuduan, returned to the sect gravely injured, accompanied by a handful of elders, their retreat marked by a sense of disgrace. In response to this, the onlookers could only express admiration. What audacity it takes to ambush others on their own territory. Truly, the sword cultivators live up to their reputation of being fearless and unyielding. While it was anticipated that the Sword Sect would face setbacks, the magnitude of their losses came as a shock. They set out in grand procession but returned in utter disarray, with only the sect leader and a few elders managing to escape. As for the sword cultivators under their banner, it was clear they had perished in the West barbarian demon domain. Speculation arose that perhaps the Sword Sect's actions provoked the demon race, which was embroiled in internal strife, to dispatch a formidable army that breached the West barbarian wall. Within the Tianyan Sect, the disciples engaged in fervent discussions regarding the breach of the West barbarian wall, yet Liu Qingqing appeared lost in thought. Having achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, she was fully qualified to become a direct disciple, yet no elder was willing to accept her. A consequence of having offended the Holy Maiden. Cursed be Yunqingyi. Liu Qingqing harbored deep resentment, silently cursing. If you think to oppress me due to your status as the Holy Maiden, then I shall endeavor to seize everything from you. Even if the supreme immortal Wuji has failed his tribulation, I will exhaust every means to have him acknowledge me as his disciple, thus usurping your identity as the Holy Maiden. Her gaze flickered with determination. In the celestial realm above, within the heavenly palace, the immortal sovereigns deliberated. The West barbarian wall has been breached. What shall we do? Should we take action? The lord of the heavenly palace, Dong Huangqing, furrowed his brow in concern as he glanced at the silhouette of the Qingxian immortal sovereign. There is no need for action. For countless millennia, we have toiled for humanity. Yet they remain obstinately unyielding. Should the demon race invade, it would serve them well to confront reality. When they can no longer withstand the demon onslaught, they will inevitably seek our aid. In the face of survival, humanity is capable of anything. And only then will they understand who truly governs the fate of the human race, spoke the Qingxian immortal sovereign, Jiang Xuanxin, with a detached tone. Dong Huangqing hesitated. If they truly allowed the demon race to penetrate the central domain, countless lives would be lost. Startled, Dong Huangqing quickly bowed and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, I shall obey the immortal sovereign's command. What is it? Jiang Xuanxin turned with a smile, gazing at Dong Huangqing. After so many years as the lord of the heavenly palace, have you grown so accustomed that you have forgotten who the true master is? I dare not. Dong Huangqing hastily shook his head, responding with utmost humility, I would never forget. Please rest assured, immortal sovereign. Though Jiang Xuanxin's voice remained calm and his expression cheerful, it instilled a profound fear in Dong Huangqing. The esteemed Qingxian immortal lord Jiang Xuanxin inclined his head slightly, then inquired, furthermore, has the pure Tao body been forged yet? It is still lacking a bit, replied Dong Huangqing. Then send someone to capture it. The pure Tao body can be crafted. They are merely saplings for now. Once they mature into towering ancient trees, they would be better served for my purposes. As you command. In a modest and unadorned chamber of the Tao sect, the creaking of a wooden door echoed as it was gently pushed open. The disciple Zhao Zhenwu, who was engrossed in his cultivation, opened his eyes in surprise upon seeing the visitor. Sectmaster, let us go, said the real person Yu Xiao, Wang Qing, standing outside the door. Where are we going? Zhao Zhenwu asked, though he was already rising to his feet. To the Tianyan Sect. With that, real person Yu Xiao Wang Qing turned and stood quietly outside the door, waiting for Zhao Zhenwu to emerge. Sectmaster, why are we heading to the Tianyan Sect? Zhao Zhenwu inquired as he approached Wang Qing. You have previously asked me what we should do now that chaos has arisen. And now the Western barbarian Great Wall has been breached by the demon clan. The leaders of various factions are intent on convening at the Tianyan Sect to discuss how to respond to the current situation. Today, you shall accompany me to the Tianyan Sect and observe how these leaders make their choices, Wang Qing replied calmly. Zhao Zhenwu paused in contemplation, then clasped his hands respectfully and said, Yes, Sectmaster. Chapter 56. Gathering of forces at the Heavenly Transformation Sect within the grand, imposing hall. The leaders of nearly every faction from the central domain convened. Even the sword immortal, Si Wuduan, who had recently returned defeated from the demon domain, occupied a seat. though his pallor indicated that his wounds had yet to heal. In the presence of the Sword Sect's master, Si Wuduan, the various factions dared not engage in the same discussions they would in private. They even averted their gazes, for the countenance of the Sword Immortal was notably grim. "Esteemed friends, I appreciate your patience," intoned the Heavenly Transformation Master, Nian Wangwang, as he entered the hall with hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Not at all, not at all. We have only just arrived." The leaders of the various factions responded in unison, rising to express their greetings. Yet, the masters of the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect, Si Wuduan and the Jade Cloud Master, remained seated, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Nian Wangwang. This was due to the current parity among the three sects, a rare state of equality that persisted except during the times when the Supreme Immortal presided over the Heavenly Transformation Sect. The posture of the two sects drew curious glances from the other factions, but Nian Wangwang remained unfazed, walking with an air of composure toward the foremost chair. Once settled, he addressed the assembly. "Let us commence our deliberations. Please, share your suggestions freely." Upon hearing this, the leaders exchanged glances, then turned their attention to the masters of the Dao and Sword sects. They possessed no real authority to speak. Their presence was merely ceremonial, primarily to observe the three sections. An offensive against the demon domain, Si Wuduan stated coldly, startling the other leaders. "Are you suggesting that the Sword Sect's master has been profoundly affected by his recent defeat, to speak so impulsively?" Historically, the human race had never initiated an assault on the demon domain. Their stance had always been one of defense. The various factions, embroiled in their own intrigues, were reluctant to expend their resources in an attack. The frequent incursions by the demon race on the Western Barbarian Wall were deemed inconsequential to them. That was a matter for the Western barbarians alone. "How is it?" Si Wuduan scrutinized the silent assembly, his voice icy. "Do you intend to cower like turtles? The Western Barbarian Wall, the demon suppression army, will you not seek retribution for this grievance? Should we not focus outward when faced with external threats? Have you all forgotten? The demon race is perilously close to riding upon our necks, and yet you wish to continue your internal strife?" The clarity of Si Wuduan's words struck the other leaders, leaving them momentarily stunned. After years of scheming against one another, they had nearly forgotten the wisdom passed down through generations. While internal conflicts could persist, when faced with an external enemy, unity was paramount. However, they were reluctant to engage in infighting, particularly with the Celestial Palace looming ominously overhead. "If the power of our sect is dispersed, will the Heavenly Palace not be able to dispatch a few individuals to annihilate us?" Some have considered this and hesitated to speak, only to find the true man of Tianyan casting a glance in their direction. The leader of the Earth and Wood sect. "Do not hesitate to voice your thoughts." The true man of Tianyan, Nian Wangwang, inquired. The one hesitating was indeed the leader of the Earth and Wood sect. Although he appeared exceedingly robust, his words came out haltingly. After all, among the various powers present, his sect was the weakest, thus he treaded carefully in his speech. "Speak," urged the leader of the Sword Sect, Si Wuduan, with a hint of impatience. Faced with this, the leader of the Earth and Wood sect steeled himself and said, "Let us set aside the question of whether to attack the demon domain. Merely in defending the Western Barbarian Great Wall, our sect's forces are scattered. What will the Heavenly Palace do?" Upon hearing the mention of the Heavenly Palace, the countenance of the various powers darkened, as if a mountain of pressure had descended upon them. It felt akin to invoking the name of the former Supreme Immortal who once presided over the Tianyan Sect. Merely uttering that name brought forth an overwhelming weight. Back then, the Heavenly Palace rarely revealed itself. Nor was there news of the revered Qingqing Immortal still being among the living. The various powers could afford to regard it as non-existent. However, at that time, the Tianyan Sect, under the aegis of the Supreme Immortal, was at its zenith and frequently made its presence known, making it impossible for the other powers to overlook. Now, it was the turn of the Heavenly Palace. The leader of the Tianyan Sect, Nian Wangwang, wondered what the current state of the Immortal was, and whether he possessed the power to address the celestial retribution. If only the Immortal were present, we would not need to worry about the Heavenly Palace's minions and could defend ourselves against the demon race with ease. A voice suddenly inquired. This query struck a chord with the various powers. If an Immortal were present, then all would be well. Perhaps, like before, the Immortal would single-handedly suppress the demon domain, thus sparing lives. The leaders of the various powers gazed at Nian Wangwang with hopeful eyes. Previously, they had wished to be free from the shadow of the Supreme Immortal looming over them. Now, quite the opposite. They fervently hoped for that very shadow to provide them shelter. Underneath a great tree, one finds solace, at the foot of a mountain. One fears not the sun's scorching rays. Compared to the wolf in sheep's clothing from the heavenly palace, they preferred the righteous leader, the supreme immortal. Although the weight was indeed upon them, this mountain did not consume them, nor did it crush them. Turning their attention back to the heavenly palace, they saw the underhanded maneuvering. Once the supreme immortal encountered trouble, they immediately leaped forth to flaunt their power, even attempting to swallow the various sections. Fortunately, the supreme immortal arrived to save the day. Despite his cold demeanor, he was indeed kind-hearted, seemingly unwilling to intervene, but ultimately coming to their aid. When the various powers inquired about the supreme immortal, the true man of Tianyan, Nian Wangwang, maintained his composure. He spoke softly, "Rest assured, esteemed colleagues. The immortal is currently in seclusion, addressing the celestial retribution within. I believe that in due time, the esteemed immortal will emerge, once again displaying his formidable presence." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in the eyes of the various powers. This implied that the supreme immortal was still unable to step forward and resolve the immediate predicament facing them. If the supreme immortal cannot assist them in overcoming their current predicament, it would be best for him to refrain from showcasing his prowess in the future, lest the heavens bear two sons, suffocating them beneath their weight. When deities clash, mortals suffer. When the heavens rage, even the divine are not spared. Alas, with external threats looming, the human race is embroiled in internal strife. In the absence of the supreme immortal, the vermin of the heavenly palace reign supreme. Could it be that the heavens wish to bring about the demise of humanity? An elderly patriarch pounded his chest in despair, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. "Old fool, why don't you simply perish? With your constant lamentations, you only serve to dampen our spirits. You should take your place in a coffin instead. As for the heavens wishing to extinguish humanity, I would rather see you buried." A voice, laden with vulgarity, erupted from outside the hall. All the major factions were taken aback. Who was this audacious individual, speaking so coarsely? The sighing patriarch was momentarily stunned, before his face flushed with indignation, and he rose to glare at the entrance. "Who dares to insult me? I, your father." Chapter 57. Liu Qingqing of the White Emperor City, my father? Upon hearing this, the old patriarch was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't his father already passed away? Was he to emerge from his grave? He regretted not having secured the coffin more thoroughly. No, wait. Realizing he had been deceived, the old patriarch cast an angry glare toward the hall's entrance, eager to discern who possessed such audacity. After all, he was a venerable figure in his own right. However, upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, his expression shifted, and he promptly returned to his seat, feigning an air of composure. Internally, he cursed, "How has the scourge of the northern region arrived?" A man draped in a white fox fur cloak strode confidently into the hall, his dark eyes casting a sweeping glance at the assembly. Which old fool was lamenting just now? At this, the old patriarch straightened his posture, daring not to cast a glance at the visitor. The individual was none other than Liu Qingqing, the lord of the White Emperor City. This lord was no ordinary man. He was known for his overbearing nature and decisive actions, truly the sovereign of the northern region. The power wielded by the White Emperor City was formidable, commanding respect even from the three sects, which instilled a sense of dread in the old patriarch. Yet, the gazes of the various factions shifted from Liu Qingqing, clad in his white cloak, back to the old patriarch, causing him to feel as if he were sitting on needles. Liu Qingqing regarded him with a smile that was not quite a smile, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down the old patriarch's brow. It was evident that Liu Qingqing was fully aware of who had been lamenting, and the current situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Finally, unable to withstand the scrutiny from all directions, the old patriarch managed a sheepish smile at Liu Qingqing. "You seem to enjoy lamenting," Liu Qingqing remarked, arms crossed, as he prepared to step forward. However, he was interrupted by the voice of the celestial master, Nian Wangwang. "Friend Liu, what brings you such a great distance from the northern region to our sect?" The celestial master was clearly puzzled, as he had not extended an invitation to the lord of the White Emperor City regarding the discussions among the major factions concerning the Western barbarian Great Wall. All present were from the central region. Why had he come? Liu Qingqing paused, first directing his gaze toward the celestial master, then surveying the crowd. "I have come, of course, for the matter of the Western barbarian Great Wall." As he spoke, he stroked the stubble on his chin, continuing, "I simply did not anticipate that the resolve of the major factions in the central region would pale in comparison to that of a one-armed swordsman, let alone the heroes of my northern region." A one-armed swordsman? The various factions turned their attention to the sword sect's master, Si Wuduan, pondering how audacious the lord of the White Emperor City was to directly expose the wounds of the sword sect's leader. Fortunately, Si Wuduan remained calm. merely observing Liu Qingqing in silence. The celestial master, Nian Wangwang, also scrutinized Liu Qingqing, contemplating the true purpose of his visit. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. How was it that he could not discern Liu Qingqing's cultivation level? At this moment, the previously silent Dao sect finally spoke up. "Friend Liu, what insights do you have regarding the demonic army and the heavenly palace?" inquired the celestial master, Yu Shao, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing feigned contemplation, then turned to the assembly with a smile and proclaimed, "A nation cannot be without a sovereign for even a single day. Since the major factions are inclined to unite against the demon race and the heavenly palace, why not forge an alliance directly? In this manner, a leader can emerge amidst the throng. Otherwise, we are but a scattering of sand." As he broached the subject of the position of alliance leader, Liu Qingqing cast his gaze upon Master Nian Wangwang of the Tianyan Sect, suggesting that he assumed the role, being one of the three great sects. And with Master Yin serving as the sect leader, he was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate for this esteemed position, both in strength and heritage. As his words settled, the leaders of the various factions furrowed their brows, perplexed by Liu Qingqing's true intentions. Was this a veiled compliment or a genuine proposal? Furthermore, given that this was a discussion among the major powers of the central region, what business did the White Emperor city of the northern region have in this matter? Did they also wish to form an alliance? Continuing, the Lord of White Emperor City, Liu Qingqing, declared, "My northern region, White Emperor City, shall also ally with you all, including the various factions of the northern region. As for the southern frontier, I shall personally journey there to persuade the major powers to join us." Upon hearing this, the assembly was utterly astonished. The White Emperor City, along with its lord, was willing to take a back seat? Master Nian Wangwang felt a stir of interest. If he could indeed become the leader of the alliance representing the major factions of the human race across the three regions, it would be a monumental advantage for both him and the Tianyan Sect, yielding nothing but benefits. Yet, what was Liu Qingqing's true objective? The demon race had breached the western barbarian Great Wall, with the central region being the first to bear the brunt, and the heavenly palace also residing therein. The northern region could certainly remain a passive observer, detached from the unfolding events. Yet, Liu Qingqing sought to unite the three human regions to confront the demon race and the heavenly palace. Was this truly an act of benevolence for the sake of humanity? Master Nian Wangwang harbored doubts, for those who ascended to such heights rarely place the greater good above their own interests. If this alliance is to be formed, Master Yun would naturally assume the role of leader, and I shall take on the position of deputy leader. I trust you have no objections? With that, Liu Qingqing's aura became evident. He was at the initial stage of transcending tribulation. The crowd was taken aback. The three power holders of the three sects, Yun Wuyang, Si Wuduan, and Wang Qing, also exhibited signs of unease. When had Liu Qingqing stepped into the tribulation stage? For the three of them, having a single leader from the three sects, such as the celestial fairy of the cloud, Lung Qingyue, was already sufficient. Now, another lord from the northern region, surpassing them in cultivation, had emerged. What face did they have left? A being of the tribulation stage could only assume the role of deputy leader, while one who had achieved full mastery in the Great Ascension became the leader. Was this a mockery of Master Yun Wuyang? Liu, my fellow Taoist, you are indeed well concealed. Master Yun Wuyang narrowed his eyes. Concealed? The Lord of White Emperor City, Liu Qingqing, chuckled and raised his hands in a gesture of openness. This lord has not concealed anything. I merely acted upon an instinctive feeling that led me to take this step. The sword sect's leader, Si Wuduan, responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes. What a fortunate turn of events. Given the impressive prowess of Taoist Liu, it seems somewhat inappropriate for the esteemed one to assume the position of the leader. Perhaps it would be more fitting for Taoist Liu to take on this role, even if it means having a representative from the northern region. After all, we all share the same bloodline. The venerable Tianyan gazed at the various factions and remarked, I trust you all would not object? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing narrowed his eyes, recognizing the cunning nature of the speaker, clearly desiring the position for himself. He feigned retreat to advance his agenda, framing it as a consideration for the northern region in front of the central domain's factions. It wasn't long before dissent emerged from the ranks. This cannot be. The position of leader cannot rely solely on strength. Indeed, while the venerable Tianyan may be slightly inferior in cultivation compared to Lord Liu, he commands greater respect and trust. It would be most appropriate for the venerable Tianyan to occupy this esteemed position, and we wholeheartedly support this notion. Yet, there are concerns that the northern region's factions may not acquiesce. One voice raised its apprehension, expressing a desire for the forces of the three human domains to unite. thus rendering them impervious to the threats posed by the Celestial Palace and the Demon Clan. Chapter 58. The Alliance of Peace Across the Seas. Rest assured, everyone. As long as I, the City Lord, speak, the other forces in the Northern Domain will certainly harbor no grievances, Liu Qingqing remarked indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about the position of the Alliance leader. Upon hearing this, representatives from various factions bowed in respect, declaring, City Lord Liu possesses profound wisdom. We are in admiration. Given City Lord Liu's considerable influence in the Northern Domain, he is the most fitting candidate for this position. Indeed, Liu Qingqing, the Lord of Baidi City, did not hesitate to accept, smiling, then I shall graciously accept this honor. The crowd harmonized in agreement. Yet the members from the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect remained silent, seated in quiet contemplation. Wait, Tianyan Wangwang called out, turning his gaze toward the two leaders of the Dao Sect and the Sword Sect. What do you two friends think? The leader of the Sword Sect, Si Wuduan, pondered for a moment before nodding. I have no objections. With this, the assembly turned their attention to Yu Xiaozhenren. I too have no objections. Yu Xiaozhenren Wang Qing affirmed while stroking his beard. Thus, let it be proclaimed across the 5 domains. Tianyan Wangwang rose, addressing the assembly with a resonant voice. This alliance shall be named the Alliance of Peace Across the Seas. 100 miles away, on the spiritual vessel of the Dao Sect, Yu Xiaozhenren Wang Qing stood alone, his expression reflecting a tangle of emotions. Master, Daozi Zhao Zhenwu approached. Wang Qing turned to him, sighing. Zhenwu, do you have clarity in your heart now? Zhao Zhenwu pressed his lips together, shaking his head in silence. He felt that while the various factions were ostensibly discussing how to fend off the demon race and the Heavenly Palace, they merely forged an alliance. Yet, in the end, it was but a superficial agreement, proclaiming to the 5 domains that the forces of the 3 human realms had united to intimidate the demon race and the Heavenly Palace. However, this was merely a faade, lacking any substantive measures against the true threats. The matter regarding the Western Barbarian Great Wall remained unaddressed. Zhao Zhenwu was left bewildered. Moreover, the Dao Sect and the Sword Sect, once equal in prominence, inexplicably found themselves subordinated to Tianyan Sect. How could they oppose Tianyan Zhenren's ascension as leader? All factions had consented, including Liu Qingqing from Baidi City in the Northern Domain, who immediately endorsed Tianyan Zhenren as the leader. Given that even he was in favor, any dissent from the Dao Sect and the Sword Sect would undoubtedly invite criticism. Everything felt as though they were being herded like ducks to water. Zhao Zhenwu began to suspect that this entire arrangement had been premeditated between Tianyan Sect and the other factions. Zhenwu, most people are preoccupied with their own interests. Outwardly, they form an alliance to resist the demon race and the Heavenly Palace. But what of their true intentions? Wang Qing shook his head. True intentions? Zhao Zhenwu queried, perplexed. Did you not notice that in the end, they reached no decisive conclusion regarding the demon race and the Heavenly Palace? I have observed that they do not lack understanding of the situation. Rather, they are simply unwilling to make a definitive choice. As long as the demon race and the Heavenly Palace do not threaten their interests, this so-called alliance of peace across the seas holds no real weight. Only when their interests are jeopardized do they regard this so-called alliance as genuine, and only then will they take action. As for the weaker factions, the lives of wandering cultivators and mortals are of no concern to them. The Four Seas Peace Alliance does not protect humanity or the myriad beings. It safeguards its own interests. The esteemed Master Wang Qing of Yuxiao spoke with profound earnestness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenwu was momentarily taken aback. Master, do the people of the Dao Sect share this sentiment as well? A gentle breeze swept by, causing the sleeves of Master Wang Qing to flutter as he stood silently, turning his back to Zhao Zhenwu. Far away, at the Western Barbarian Great Wall, thousands of miles distant, fine snow fell upon the land trampled by demonic beasts, with remnants of white bones faintly visible by the roadside. In a mere 3 years, the situation across the 5 domains had transformed dramatically. What began as scattered demonic beasts encroaching upon human territory for sustenance morphed into an overwhelming onslaught. 1/6 of the central domain has already succumbed to the slaughterhouse of these beasts, with bones littering the expanse. Is the Four Seas Peace Alliance inactive? Not at all. They have acted. As the roars of the demonic beasts enveloped the anxious human cities, a young Taoist stood resolutely upon the city walls. After the young Taoist fell in battle, several venerable Taoists, enraged, descended from the heavens. When the mortals looked up, believing the sky had darkened, it was in fact the shadow of the demonic beasts descending upon them. Yet, a streak of sword energy cleaved through the night. However, in the end, mortals cannot contend against the will of fate. No one anticipated that the demonic tribes would conspire with the demonic entities, one emerging from the east and the other from the west, invading the central domain and encroaching upon humanity. Who is to blame? Is it the internal strife within the human race that has depleted their strength? Is it the indifference of the celestial palace allowing the beasts to rampage unchecked? Is it the fact that some within the Four Seas Peace Alliance strive desperately to protect the cities while others seek only to preserve their own safety? Is it the demonic forces exploiting the chaos? Or is it simply an indictment of one's own weakness? The three tribes jointly established the 5 domains. A great war is inevitable. What does it matter if one attains perfection in the Great Ascension stage or lives for 10,000 years? Who can withstand the torrent of destiny? Not even Master Wang Qing of Yuxiao, who, in his quest to protect the tens of thousands of mortals within the city, perished amidst the tide of the demonic army. That city, it seems, was called Baidao City. In the forest, a cry of alarm rang out. "Saintus, save me!" A disciple of the Tianyan Sect was on the brink of being devoured by a beast, terror etched across his face. With a flash, a streak of blood illuminated the air. A woman wielding a 3-foot cold sword appeared, her raven hair elegantly tied up with a simple silver hairpin. With eyebrows slender like willow leaves, she was enveloped in a white robe that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding an aura of serene elegance, as if born of nature itself. Her beauty was breathtaking, with a few stray locks cascading down, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. With a clang, the white-clad woman sheathed her sword, and the green-faced, fanged mid-stage golden core demonic beast collapsed thunderously behind her, sending a flurry of snow into the air. "Thank you, Saintus, for your rescue." The terrified disciple of the Tianyan Sect scrambled to his feet, his face filled with gratitude as he bowed deeply to the white-clad woman. The only one whom the disciples of the Tianyan Sect would refer to as Saintus was none other than Liu Qingqing. The Saintus Liu Qingqing cast a backward glance at the disciple of the Tianyan Sect and said, "Let us go, to seek the elders." Compared to the bashful demeanor she exhibited 3 years ago, she now radiated a more mature aura, her expression tinged with a hint of aloofness. In the brook, the seemingly crystalline waters flowed, tainted by a trace of crimson, meandering gently downstream. On the bank stood numerous figures. An elder of the Tianyan Sect furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the east, pondering why the disciples had yet to return. It would be best if they had perished. Behind the elder, Liu Qingqing's eyes flickered with unease. Now a practitioner at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, her remarkable talent had finally earned her a place as a direct disciple of the elder, becoming a cherished pupil of the Taishu Palace. However, she dared not venture to the Ziqing Palace, for the ominous figure of Lu Xiu loomed there, and her encounters with him had become increasingly frequent, instilling in her a profound sense of dread. Thus, she promptly accompanied her master, the 11th elder, down the mountain on a mission to vanquish demons. To her surprise, the Saintus Liu Qingqing was also present. Over the past 3 years, she had not refrained from trying to undermine the Saintus, yet ironically, she had failed to succeed in her schemes, almost inciting the Saintus's ire instead. Fortunately, the kind-hearted Saintus Liu Qingqing ultimately chose not to hold a grudge against her. Nevertheless, the shift in attitude during this period had become somewhat. Chapter 59. The ungrateful sighing, Elder 11, who stood before Liu Qingqing and was also her mentor, expressed his concerns. "Surely, the Saintus will not encounter any misfortune? Perhaps I should go and check on her. If anything were to befall the Saintus, we would not only incur the wrath of the esteemed immortal, but even the fury of our ancestor would be beyond our capacity to endure." Rest assured, another elder interjected. "The Saintus has made remarkable strides in her cultivation under the guidance of our ancestor. She is now at the late stage of the nascent soul. There is no cause for alarm." As he spoke, he glanced toward the east, a smile breaking upon his face. "Isn't she arriving now?" On the riverbank, a multitude of figures appeared. From the east, a group of disciples from the Tianyan Sect soared through the air on their swords, led by none other than the Saintus Liu Qingqing. "Saintus." The disciples by the stream greeted her with exuberance upon her arrival. Recently, the reputation of Saintus Liu Qingqing had soared, despite her noble status. She frequently descended the mountain to vanquish demons alongside her fellow disciples, treating all with utmost kindness. As a result, the disciples held her in high esteem and admiration, contrasting sharply with Liu Qingqing, who appeared inexplicably envious. Among all the disciples of the Tianyan Sect, few shared her sentiments. Most felt nothing but admiration. Why is she still alive? Liu Qingqing inwardly cursed as she observed Saintus Liu Qingqing gracefully descend amid her entourage. Yet, as the Saintus approached, Liu Qingqing quickly averted her gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. "Saintus, is there something amiss?" Elder 11, Liu Qingqing's mentor hurried forward, concern etched across his features. This only fueled Liu Qingqing's ire. No, nothing at all, Saintess Yunqingyi replied with a shake of her head. Then we shall return to the sect. Is that all? Saintess Yunqingyi expressed surprise at the response. There are reports that the demon tribe intends to amass their forces, preparing to raise the nearby cities. Elder 11's brow furrowed with worry. What? The disciples gasped in shock. Although they were nearly 10,000 miles from the Tianyan Sect, just last month, the demon army had been held at bay by the coalition formed by their Four Seas Peace Alliance, which had positioned itself 30,000 miles away. How could they now be poised to attack nearby cities? Could it be? The harsh reality was revealed as Elder 11 spoke. The army was utterly defeated. The remnants have fled back to their respective sections. How could this happen? A disciple questioned in confusion. It was just a stalemate. How did it suddenly turn to such a complete rout? Has the demon tribe sent another army? News had spread from the demon realm that the formidable Tianyan demon sovereign would personally descend upon the central domain, striking fear into many. The coalition of 100,000 cultivators from the Four Seas Peace Alliance had fled in disarray, with over 30,000 lost in the ensuing chaos. To compound their troubles, the detestable leader of the dragon clan, Liu Qingqing, had actually cultivated the path of slaughter and entered the tribulation stage. Liu Qingqing. The familiar name cast a shadow over the hearts of the Tianyan Sect's disciples. Over the past 3 years of the demon tribe's aggressive incursions into the central domain, the notoriety of Liu Qingqing had become overwhelmingly prominent. The original leader of the Dao sect, the esteemed Yushao Zhenren Wangqing, met his demise at the hands of Liu Qingqing. It is rumored that in the invasion of the demon realm against the human race, apart from the formidable Tianyan demon sovereign, Liu Qingqing assumed command. Her reputation echoes across the 5 domains. Yet, such a formidable female demon once merely served as a steed for their esteemed immortal lord. Humph. A disciple gritted his teeth and cursed. That ungrateful Liu Qingqing. If it weren't for the immense fortune she received under the immortal lord, would she have achieved her current stature? At this moment, the immortal lord remains in seclusion. Before the disciple could finish his tirade, a cold voice interjected. Am I truly the ungrateful one? A figure emerged from the forest, hands clasped behind her back. Clad in a dark armored robe, her sharp gaze bore a hint of amusement as she regarded the members of the Tianyan Sect. The expressions of the 11 and 12 elders of Tianyan Sect shifted drastically upon seeing her. Liu Qingqing. They had previously encountered her in her human form while she was still the immortal lord's steed and recognized her instantly. She is indeed Liu Qingqing? The disciples of Tianyan Sect were struck with astonishment. Meanwhile, the disciple who had earlier vilified Liu Qingqing's ingratitude now found his face devoid of color, an overwhelming terror filling his eyes. Why? Why has this happened? How could he be so unfortunate? He had merely been cursing the demon race in general, without naming any particular demon. Yet, upon hearing the name of the traitor Liu Qingqing, he had vented his frustration. Ironically, the very subject of his scorn had arrived and overheard him. As a member of the dragon clan, it is a profound humiliation to serve as a mount among humans. You claim I am ungrateful? Liu Qingqing's gaze fixated on the disciple as she continued. I acknowledge that I have indeed received blessings under him. However, they were rightfully mine, earned through centuries of humiliation. With that, Liu Qingqing vanished from sight in an instant. Be careful. The 11 and 12 elders' expressions changed dramatically as they hastily summoned their full spiritual power. Yet, Liu Qingqing stood before them, her tribulation phase aura causing them to falter in breath. Their spiritual energy constricted. With a swift motion, she crushed the skulls of the 2 combined phase elders, blood splattering across her face, intensifying her fierce and murderous demeanor. The surrounding disciples, paralyzed by fear, particularly Liu Qingqing, who stood behind the 11 elder, witnessed her once mighty master being crushed like a watermelon with a single hand. Her face, now smeared with her master's blood, reflected sheer horror. Now, Liu Qingqing licked the blood from her fingers and turned her gaze toward the disciple who had called her ungrateful. It is your turn. No. Please. The disciple frantically bowed and pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me, please. Before he could finish his desperate pleas, he saw a pair of black combat boots enter his line of sight. Then, with a resounding thud, blood splattered across the ground. His skull was crushed under the weight of Liu Qingqing's foot. Faced with such formidable power, the disciples of the Tianyan Sect lacked even the courage to flee, each one of them wearing expressions of sheer terror. Liu Qingqing lifted her leg from a heap of mangled flesh and turned her gaze towards the pale-faced Saintess Yunqingyi, inquiring, You are the disciple he took in, are you not? Yes, Saintess Yunqingyi nodded, striving to maintain her composure, though her countenance remained ashen. Her hands were tightly clenched, revealing a bluish hue. Initially, upon hearing that he had taken a mere mortal as his disciple, I was skeptical. However, seeing her now, it is indeed quite ordinary. Liu Qingqing, with her hands clad in black leather and resting on her hips, regarded Liu Qingqing with a hint of disdain. As she spoke, her gaze swept over a certain part of Liu Qingqing, then lowered to her own feet, where she could see no toes. Where is Wu Ji? Call him forth. Otherwise, not only will they be in peril, but your own life shall also be in jeopardy, Liu Qingqing stated leisurely. Chapter 60. The unyielding spirit of Liu Qingqing once again. She demanded her master to appear. This time, the saintess Liu Qingqing broke her silence, gazing intently at Liu Qingqing, and declared, "My master is in seclusion. You may kill or torture as you wish." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing tilted her head, somewhat astonished. "You possess quite the spirit. In that case." Just as she raised her hand, the desperate Liu Qingqing, yearning for survival, shouted at Liu Qingqing, "Hurry and call her. Are you going to watch us die without intervening?" Liu Qingqing, unfazed by the interruption, arched an eyebrow and lowered her hand, intrigued. Her demonic army was approaching rapidly, no matter how many from the Tianyan Sect came. It would be futile. Silence. The saintess Liu Qingqing coldly regarded Liu Qingqing. Silence. Liu Qingqing pointed at herself, exasperated yet laughing. "Liu Qingqing, I am aware that you harbor grievances against me. Indeed, I admit I feel the same way about you. However, this matter transcends just the two of us." She gestured towards the disciples, who were already petrified with fear. "You may wish to perish alongside me, but what about them? Do you intend to drag them into this as well?" At her words, the disciples of Tianyan Sect stared blankly at the cold-faced saintess Liu Qingqing. Suddenly, Liu Qingqing interjected. "How about this? I will eliminate both you and her, and I shall spare the rest. What say you?" "Very well." The saintess Liu Qingqing nodded without hesitation. In contrast, Liu Qingqing's expression shifted, her voice faltering. Why? This wretched Liu Qingqing was not adhering to the expected script. Her words were merely a ploy to ensure her own survival, forcing Liu Qingqing to summon her master. Liu Qingqing's thoughts wavered, inwardly cursing Liu Qingqing for her madness. "What is the matter? Are you not the paragon of virtue? Did you not wish to save them? Why hesitate now?" Liu Qingqing regarded Liu Qingqing with confusion. Liu Qingqing glanced at the apprehensive disciples of Tianyan Sect, momentarily at a loss for words. "How pretentious," Liu Qingqing scoffed. At her remark, Liu Qingqing's face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Forget it, just summon Wu Ji." Liu Qingqing turned her gaze to the saintess Liu Qingqing. Her visit to the Tianyan Sect was not prompted by a mere insult from one of its disciples. What did it matter? Such things held no weight for her. Her purpose here was to probe Wu Ji. Although it appeared that the celestial lord Wu Ji might have indeed failed his tribulation, for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling disbelief. A lingering anxiety gnawed at her. Were it not for the backing of the demon sovereign, she would never dare to lead her army against the human domain. "I have stated, my master is in seclusion," the saintess Liu Qingqing asserted firmly. "In seclusion? Perhaps she is merely hiding like a coward," Liu Qingqing scoffed coldly. "In that case, you shall meet your demise." As she spoke, Liu Qingqing slowly raised her hand. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. "Liu Qingqing, you possess remarkable audacity." Liu Qingqing's expression stiffened instantly. That familiar voice. Is he here? It is the master. Liu Qingqing lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with warmth. Over these past years, the demon race had relentlessly slaughtered the human populace of the central region, yet her master had never made an appearance. She almost thought, is the celestial master arriving? The disciples of Tianyan Sect rose in excitement, looking around eagerly to catch a glimpse of that figure with white hair. Liu Qingqing felt the same. Regardless of everything, as long as they could survive, it was enough. "Look!" shouted a disciple, pointing joyfully to the sky. Indeed, in midair stood a figure with hands clasped behind his back. His hair, as white as snow and as pure as jade, resembled an otherworldly being descending upon the mortal realm. The supreme celestial master had finally emerged from his secluded meditation. The disciples of Tianyan Sect were on the verge of tears, their previous gloom lifting entirely. Creak. Liu Qingqing gazed upward at the supreme celestial master, her fists clenched tightly, producing a sound of tension. Thunder rumbled. From 100 miles away, the demon army advanced with great momentum. "Supreme Celestial," Liu Qingqing called out coldly, soaring into the air to match the height of the supreme celestial master. She scrutinized him and stated solemnly, "The Liu Qingqing of today is no longer the one you once knew. Is that so?" The supreme celestial master, Wu Ji, stood with his hands behind his back, speaking softly. "You have fortuitously comprehended the path of slaughter, stepping into the tribulation phase through death. Is this your confidence? No. There is also the heavenly barbarian demon lord, and the million-strong army of my demon race. Liu Qingqing shook her head. Suddenly a voice echoed in her mind, causing her to pause momentarily. After a brief moment, Liu Qingqing smiled, radiating genuine joy. She then slowly closed her eyes, reopening them to gaze at the supreme celestial master with piercing intensity. No longer a trace of fear remained. Wuji, today is different from the past. If you were at your peak, I might have feared you to some extent. But what about now? At the pinnacle of the tribulation phase? Ultimately, you have still suffered the weight of heavenly retribution, and now you are merely holding on. Today, you shall endure the fury I have harbored for centuries, and witness what it means to bear a century of humiliation, waiting for this very moment. Liu Qingqing's voice echoed throughout the realm. Behind her, the demon army surged with even greater fervor, their demonic energy filling the skies, seemingly intimidating the supreme celestial master. Then watch closely. The supreme celestial master raised his hand, pointing to the azure sky. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot upwards into the heavens. Boom. In an instant, the world trembled. Everyone's vision darkened, and they looked up to see the sky turning black. Liu Qingqing, retreat. A thunderous shout rang from a distance. What? Liu Qingqing was taken aback, turning to look. The once fierce demon army was also startled into stillness by that explosive command. Before they could react, the ominous clouds that obscured the sky were torn asunder, revealing blinding rays of golden light. Moments later, the entire void solidified like amber. A colossal hand, adorned with intricate runes, emanating a chilling aura, materialized from the heavens above. With a swift motion, the enormous hand rent the fabric of the sky and descended. Even a single fingertip dwarfed mountains in size. Before the colossal hand could land, the immense pressure it generated rendered the very earth unable to withstand its might. Peaks crumbled, and the ground buckled. The once formidable army of monsters appeared diminutive beneath this overwhelming presence, akin to mere ants. Some weaker beasts met their demise under the terrifying pressure, bursting into clouds of crimson mist. Those with greater fortitude heard their bones creak under the unbearable strain, their visages contorted in agony. Roar! With a face transformed in horror, Liu Qingqing morphed into a gargantuan black dragon, seeking to flee with utmost speed. Yet, from the colossal hand emerged several chains of confinement, ensnaring Liu Qingqing without mercy. Roar! Roar! Liu Qingqing's vertical pupils dilated in terror as her massive form thrashed in a futile struggle. How could this be? Confusion and fury coursed through her. The celestial barbarian demon sovereign had communicated that the supreme immortal's powers had waned, no longer at their zenith. Yet, what was this overwhelming force? Demon sovereign, save me, Liu Qingqing bellowed. However, in the distance, there was naught but silence. Was this to be her demise? She gazed upward, her heart heavy as the terrifying hand loomed ever closer, a tinge of desolation glimmering in her eyes. Chapter 61. Spare me, celestial sovereign. In a moment of disorientation, Liu Qingqing seemed to glimpse the tapestry of her life woven within the intricate patterns of a palm. As the sole heir of the dragon clan, her existence had been fraught with more suffering than that of any other clan member. From the early loss of her father to her emergence among the younger generation, she had traversed a path riddled with tribulations. Once cradled in her father's hands, untouched by violence, she now bore the blood of her kin upon her face. Through relentless struggles amidst flames and bloodshed, she had clawed her way to the realm of the great demons. From the pinnacle of the ascendant stage, she had been reduced to a mere steed for humanity, enduring centuries of humiliation, only to rise again as the commanding leader of a million-strong dragon army. Witnessing the fracturing of her clan transform into a united front, she had weathered storms of adversity and vanquished the formidable golden-winged rock clan. Her journey was marked by unyielding determination, battling through blood and fire to become the pillar of her lineage. The tears and blood shed over millennia could not be in vain. She refused to be reduced to a mere speck of dust beneath a colossal hand. Her spirit would not be quelled. Liu Qingqing suddenly turned her gaze towards a figure, the indifferent silhouette of the celestial sovereign reflected in her golden-slit pupils. Celestial sovereign, I implore you, spare my life. The desperate cry echoed through the heavens. The once proud Liu Qingqing, who had boldly uttered the name of the celestial sovereign with derision, now chose to humble herself in desperation for survival. Boom! The enormous hand, obscuring the sun, descended with a thunderous crash, causing the earth within 1,000 miles to tremble violently. In that instant, the million-strong demon army was reduced to ashes, dissipating without a trace, leaving not a ripple in the wake of such devastation. The ground bore a bottomless imprint of the hand, resembling a celestial mark. Such was the power of one who could attain the status of a sovereign at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, the might of the world's foremost being. Even with the celestial sovereign's current diminished state, he could still instill fear in the hearts of the distant Tianman demon sovereign, rendering him immobile. He could only watch as the demon army was obliterated, fear evident in his heart. The celestial sovereign's strike was formidable, yet he could not seal the space within 1,000 miles. Was this truly the pinnacle of the tribulation stage? The Tianman demon sovereign chuckled bitterly, the smile on his face more grotesque than sorrow. It seemed absurd. The celestial sovereign had indeed concealed his strength well. Having battled the cloud sky demon sovereign multiple times, he was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities. Yet, the cloud sky demon sovereign, nearly his equal, had managed to severely injure him during the celestial sovereign's peak. What a jest! The Tianman demon sovereign clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. He acknowledged that he had no chance against the celestial sovereign at his peak, let alone in his current state. Even if it meant trading his life for the other's injury, he would never succeed. He had been outmaneuvered. With a bitter smile, the Tianman demon sovereign realized he had been ensnared by the celestial sovereign's cunning. With the celestial sovereign present, how could he, the Tianman demon sovereign, hope to claim any influence in this central region? At that moment, the Tianman demon sovereign's expression shifted slightly. Run. Transformed into a corporeal form, the celestial demon sovereign, with hair dancing wildly, unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the barriers of space, tearing through dimensions to escape. All of this transpired in an instant. The celestial demon sovereign, feeling the weight of scrutiny, exhibited not the slightest hesitation. Even when it blinked away to a distance of 20,000 miles, there was no intention of halting. It fled further into the demon realm. As long as the infinite realm remains unvanquished, the celestial demon shall never set foot in the central realm. A myriad of miles away, what was once a landscape of undulating mountains had been reduced to a flat expanse. In midair, the infinite celestial sovereign withdrew his gaze, directing it towards the now corporeal Liu Qingqing below. Liu Qingqing knelt upon the ground, her fingers deeply embedded in the soil, continuously bowing her head in reverence towards the infinite sovereign. Please spare me, O sovereign, she implored repeatedly, her face devoid of any expression, resembling a marionette on strings. Beside her, the holy maiden Liu Qingqing and the disciples of the Tianyan Sect beheld this scene with a sense of absurdity. Previously, this dragon clan leader had exuded such dominance, yet now she was reduced to this abject supplication. The stark contrast left them somewhat disconcerted. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing cast a glance at Liu Qingqing, then shifted her gaze to the white-haired figure in the sky, her heart already fluttering. This cool and distant sovereign was indeed formidable, though perhaps not as powerful as the Qingxian sovereign of the heavenly palace. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Furthermore, it was evident that the infinite celestial sovereign would undoubtedly reclaim his zenith in the future. If she could express her affection during his decline, he might genuinely come to love her. There is a saying, to become the general's wife, one must first be his consort when he is still a mere soldier. Proximity to the water source yields the first fruits. Liu Qingqing gazed intently at the silhouette of the infinite sovereign, daring bold thoughts swirling in her mind. Just then, the holy maiden Liu Qingqing glanced at Liu Qingqing, her brow furrowing slightly as she approached. Slap! A sudden strike across Liu Qingqing's face snapped her out of her reverie. Liu Qingqing, how dare you strike me? She exclaimed, covering her face in indignation. Refrain from that ghastly gaze. Your master is not a mere object of your fantasies. Liu Qingqing replied coldly. As a woman herself, how could she fail to comprehend the implications of Liu Qingqing's earlier expression? Meanwhile, the disciples behind them stood in stunned silence, pondering what had transpired. What had Liu Qingqing done to provoke the usually gentle holy maiden Liu Qingqing? Could it have been those prior remarks? Before anyone could grasp the situation, they suddenly felt the world spinning around them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back at the Tianyan Sect, while the infinite celestial sovereign and Liu Qingqing had vanished without a trace. The holy maiden Liu Qingqing shot a cold glance at Liu Qingqing, who was now under a gaze of resentment as she soared towards the celestial hall. What happened? Some disciples who were already at the sect exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Liu Qingqing and her companion's sudden appearance, rushing forward to inquire. Did you not descend the mountain to vanquish the demons? How is it that you have suddenly reappeared at the sect? The disciples, still recovering from the unexpected events, stammered in their responses. What do you mean by not first? What is it that you wish to do? One individual, displaying impatience, pressed for clarification, yet the others remained in a state of shock. In this moment, he turned to the distressed Liu Qingqing, forcing a smile as he inquired, Sister, what transpired? Get lost. Liu Qingqing retorted sharply, turning away. The disciple, taken aback, looked at her retreating figure, pondering whether she had lost her senses. Alas, it would be wise to avoid provoking her, remarked another disciple, who had regained his composure. We were attacked by the demon clan earlier. Elders 11 and 12 perished at the hands of that dragon, Liu Qingqing. Fortunately, however, the esteemed Wujie Xianzuan appeared. As he recounted this, his expression transformed with excitement. You should have witnessed how the immortal master obliterated a million-strong demon army with a single strike. That scene is etched in my memory forever. What? The immortal master has emerged from seclusion? Splendid. Quickly, share every detail with us. The surrounding disciples of the Tianyan Sect were aflame with enthusiasm. Yet, the disciple who was questioned appeared somewhat deflated, shaking his head. It's hard to convey it all at once, but I will do my best to be succinct. Very well, then, be succinct. But, what is it? However, it is a long story. Will you speak or not? One disciple inhaled deeply. Oh, it is indeed a lengthy tale. Ah no, I cannot bear this. Let us deal with him. The disciples fell into silence, resorting merely to playful punches and kicks. Chapter 62. The Ancient Barbarian Sovereign at the Celestial Pavilion. Liu Qingqing, with her cascading black hair, returned once more to this familiar place, kneeling outside the pavilion. A soft sound echoed as the Supreme Celestial Master dropped a piece, his voice gently reaching Liu Qingqing's ears. You have changed. Taken aback, Liu Qingqing pondered. Have I truly changed? You are no longer the Liu Qingqing of old. The previous Liu Qingqing would rather perish than bow before me again. Yet now, you kneel at my command. Is it the allure of power that binds you? At these words, Liu Qingqing's gaze flickered, her lips quivering as if poised to speak. But in the end, she opted for silence. I am curious, continued the Supreme Celestial Master, dropping another piece. Are you acting under the orders of the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign, or is this your own volition? I wish to test the esteemed Celestial Master, Liu Qingqing murmured softly. You possess a certain cleverness, the Supreme Celestial Master replied, rising slowly to gaze down upon the kneeling Liu Qingqing, his eyes cold and penetrating. You believe that aligning with the heavenly barbarian grants you the right to test me? While you struggle in your despair, the heavenly barbarian has fled thousands of miles away, oblivious to being used as a pawn. Hearing this, Liu Qingqing lowered her head, her dark hair cascading on either side, obscuring her expression. Not so, he continued. You, Liu Qingqing, are not a fool. Testing me offers you little advantage. As for the heavenly barbarian, his intent is merely to discover how many in this central domain can withstand him. But what of you, Liu Qingqing? Conquering the central domain is not your destiny. Are you risking yourself merely for the sake of testing? The Supreme Celestial Master chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his back. Ah, Liu Qingqing. You continually pride yourself on your intellect while underestimating others. Yet you forget, having served under me for centuries, I am acutely aware of your true nature. You are one who acts only in self-interest. You feign compliance with the heavenly barbarian, compelling me, who has failed to transcend my tribulation, to appear, all the while intending to use me as a weapon against him, hoping for mutual destruction. Humans and demons have been arch-enemies since time immemorial. Should I reveal myself, weakened as I am, would the heavenly barbarian not harbor murderous intent? In your eyes, do you think my pride would allow me to abandon my disciple in the face of a formidable foe? You understand my power well enough to know that despite my failure, I can still severely injure the heavenly barbarian. But you overlook one crucial point. I, too, have risen from humble beginnings. While you, Liu Qingqing, may bow and scrape for survival, do you think I would embrace death for the sake of pride? My arrival here indicates I possess considerable assurance. The calm tone of the Supreme Celestial Master sent a shiver through Liu Qingqing, her pupils contracting as a chill enveloped her. But I remain somewhat curious. Even if the heavenly barbarian is gravely injured, how do you, at the early stages of your tribulation, possess the means to secure victory? How? After toppling the heavenly barbarian from his pedestal, do you intend to ascend to divine heights yourself? The consequences of the demon realm without the presence of the demon sovereign are quite evident. The pallor on the face of the figure with flowing ink-black hair is unmistakable. Liu Qingqing trembles in trepidation, her legs weak beneath her. She lacks even the courage to gaze at Wujie, her former master, whose keen insight effortlessly dismantles her carefully laid schemes, reducing them to mere folly. Suddenly, a raven descends. Liu Qingqing lifts her gaze, her eyes narrowing in recognition. This raven appears eerily familiar, as if she has encountered it before, and it has made its way into the Hall of Celestial Ascension. Yet, the hall is protected by a barrier. How could this unremarkable raven breach such defenses? Furthermore, it exudes no discernible aura, seemingly an ordinary creature. Before Liu Qingqing can fully comprehend the situation, She watches in astonishment as the raven transforms into a man clad in black, landing gracefully on the ground. What manner of being is this, capable of evading her tribulation stage perception? Master. The term, once intimately familiar to Liu Qingqing, escapes the lips of the man who has now taken on a human form. Master, I have uncovered the truth. The man, ignoring Liu Qingqing entirely, strides to the steps and reports to Wuji. There exists an extraordinary prodigy among the dragon clan, one of the 10 supreme bodies of ancient ancestors, the ancient barbarian overlord body. As soon as the words leave his mouth, Liu Qingqing's expression shifts dramatically, her gaze fixated on the black-clad figure, shock evident in her eyes. This information had been known only to a few elders of the dragon clan and herself. How could this raven possess such knowledge? The ancient barbarian overlord body is exceedingly rare among the demon race, and its mastery could elevate one to the status of a saintly being, rivaling the celestial form. The last individual to wield this body was an ancestor of the dragon clan from ancient times, long ascended after transcending tribulations. The current dragon clan bears little resemblance to its ancient lineage, lacking even a single demon of tribulation stage. The ancient barbarian overlord body. Wuji turns his gaze toward Liu Qingqing. So this is the source of your dragon clan's majesty. Had the celestial sovereign perceived this long ago? Liu Qingqing looks up at Wuji, her heart heavy with realization. You would willingly submit to me for centuries for the sake of the dragon clan. Yet now you refuse to bend your knee, even to the death? Surely, I can discern the underlying motives. At these words, Liu Qingqing's expression darkens. To have such an adversary is indeed formidable. With such a lineage within your dragon clan, it is inevitable that you will reclaim the glory of your kind and ascend to prominence in the demon realm. However, if the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign were to learn of this, what do you think would transpire? Wuji states calmly. Liu Qingqing's demeanor shifts markedly. Celestial sovereign, do you truly intend to eradicate the dragon clan entirely? Our grievances lie solely between us and do not extend to my kin. Our grievances? Wuji scoffs. You are of the demon race, while I belong to the human race. Now that the demon race has infiltrated the central domain, do you still insist on framing this as merely our personal conflict, one that should avoid involving others? Liu Qingqing nearly grinds her silver teeth in frustration, forcing herself to ask, Celestial Sovereign, what is it that you truly desire? Tell me, how can you be so confident in your ability to eliminate the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign, and what means do you possess to ascend so rapidly? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, what are you laughing at, little earthworm? The man in black beside her furrowed his brow. What did you call me? Liu Qingqing's expression hardened as she glared at the man in black. Little earthworm. The crow transformed into a man in black replied, offering a smile as he enunciated each word clearly. Impudent. Liu Qingqing, embodying the pride of the dragon lineage, felt her fierce aura surge forth in response to such humiliation. However, an even more formidable presence soon bore down upon her, causing her expression to freeze. This overwhelming force did not emanate from the immortal sovereign of Boundless, but rather from the man clad in black, a mid-stage tribulation cultivator. Quite fierce for a little earthworm, the man remarked, arms crossed and brow raised. Chapter 63. The chessboard of heaven and earth. In Liu Qingqing's eyes, there was an expression of astonishment. What was the origin of this seemingly unremarkable crow that possessed such formidable prowess? Moreover, it appeared to be a subordinate of the Wujixian Zun. Yet she had never encountered it before. Suddenly, a thought struck Liu Qingqing, and she let out a self-deprecating smile, almost forgetting an essential point. Although she had once been a mount for the Wujixian Zun, he had never regarded her as one of his own. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that there were matters she was unaware of. I am He Tian, the leader of the Xuanya clan, the crow declared. The Xuanya clan? Liu Qingqing asked, momentarily taken aback. Isn't your clan long extinct? The Xuanya clan, although it had existed since ancient times, was incredibly weak and had almost no presence in history. Eventually, it was annihilated by a certain great demon, disappearing completely from the annals of time. Yet now, it not only reappeared but, in a certain sense, the Xuanya clan may even be considered superior to the dragon clan, for the latter lacked any beings at the mid-transcendent stage. Little earthworm, He Tian scoffed. You possess immense fortune, yet still choose to toil away within the dragon clan. I cannot fathom your reasoning. He then turned to the Wujixian Zun within the pavilion and bowed, saying, if it were not for the guidance of the immortal lord, I would not be where I am today. Afterward, He Tian turned to Liu Qingqing, warning her, little earthworm, you would do well to answer all of the immortal lord's questions truthfully. Otherwise, my fists are not made of dough. If I speak, will the dragon clan remain unharmed? Liu Qingqing inquired, glancing at the impassive Wujixian Zun. Suddenly, Tian darted forward and delivered a resounding slap across Liu Qingqing's face. You little earthworm truly fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. What right do you have to negotiate with the immortal lord? You. Liu Qingqing trembled with rage. Moments later, however, she unexpectedly burst into laughter, genuinely amused. Turning to the Wujixian Zun, she said, My esteemed immortal lord, do you also experience fear at times? Upon hearing this, the Wujixian Zun furrowed his brow slightly. Huh. Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Liu Qingqing. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense. Liu Qingqing sneered. Glancing at the Wujixian Zun. Immortal lord, your investigation into the Dragon Clan's affairs stems from your fear of our resurgence, does it not? Now, upon hearing the words ancient barbarian overlord, do you not feel a twinge of apprehension? Rest assured, I will never divulge what you wish to know, for given your character. How could you possibly allow a future threat to persist? Regardless of whether I speak or remain silent, the Dragon Clan is doomed to extinction. As she spoke, Liu Qingqing's expression hardened. Ha! This time, it was Tian's turn to laugh uproariously. Liu Qingqing's expression faltered as she turned to Tian. What are you laughing at? Ha! You are killing me with laughter. Tian exclaimed, clutching his stomach while pointing at Liu Qingqing. Does the immortal lord truly fear your Dragon Clan? Ha! Tears streamed down Tian's face from laughter, and after wiping his eyes, he shook his head, saying, Liu Qingqing, oh Liu Qingqing, I truly cannot fathom the source of your unwavering confidence, or perhaps it is merely blind arrogance. Do you truly believe that the gaze of the celestial sovereign is fixated upon these mere 5 domains? Liu Qingqing furrowed her brows, perplexed. What do you mean? A frog in a well? You would not comprehend even if I explained. Tian's expression turned scornful. Liu Qingqing felt a surge of anger. She realized that Tian was astonishingly contemptible. Enough. The celestial sovereign stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. Liu Qingqing, I shall pose a singular question to you. Do you wish to live or perish? If the Dragon Clan were to perish, what significance would my existence hold? Liu Qingqing clenched her fists and replied, I can spare the Dragon Clan and refrain from slaying you. However, you must become a mere pawn. With that, the celestial sovereign summoned a chessboard from afar. This was his former chessboard, upon which the black pieces held overwhelming dominance while the white pieces languished. Liu Qingqing gazed at the floating chessboard in the celestial sovereign's hands and inquired, how does one become a pawn? If it ensures the survival of the Dragon Clan, even if it means becoming a mount for the human race once more, it is worth it. To become a piece upon this board. Tian elaborated. This chessboard is known as the celestial chessboard. All who enter the game become pawns, regardless of your prowess. It cannot be altered unless you can surpass the one who controls the game. At this point, a smile of pride adorned Tian's face. I too am but a pawn of the celestial sovereign. Liu Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. Such a remarkable object existed in the hands of the celestial sovereign. She had often observed him playing chess, yet had never discerned the profundity of this board. What shall it be? To bow and submit, or to perish defiantly? The celestial sovereign regarded Liu Qingqing, and the chessboard hovering in his hand evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation, as if it were an unfathomable abyss from which one could never return. After a prolonged silence, Liu Qingqing lifted her gaze to the celestial sovereign, opened her mouth, and ultimately declared, Qingqing is willing to become a pawn of the celestial sovereign. However, what is it that the sovereign desires of me? Eliminate the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign. You shall become the ruler of the demon clan. At these words, Liu Qingqing's pupils constricted. Does the celestial sovereign intend to become the sovereign of the 5 domains? Why else would he entrust her with dominion over the demon realm? Yet, mere moments ago, Tian, that wretched crow, had proclaimed that the celestial sovereign's gaze no longer rests upon the 5 domains. What then does this signify? Liu Qingqing felt bewildered. Yet after having served as the celestial sovereign's mount for centuries, she understood that certain matters were best left unasked. Therefore, she furrowed her brows and replied, The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign is at the height of his power. I cannot achieve this alone. The 10,000 Gu cave will assist you. The celestial sovereign replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing's composure shattered. The 10,000 Gu cave will aid her? How could the celestial sovereign be so certain? Could it be that the Gu cultivators of the 10,000 Gu cave are also pawns of the celestial sovereign? Liu Qingqing's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and the more she pondered, the colder her heart felt. She lifted her gaze to the celestial sovereign, forcing a bitter smile, as her spirit dissipated in that moment. So it was. The internal strife within the demon clan was indeed orchestrated by the celestial sovereign himself. The Golden-Winged Rock clan has long refrained from taking action against the Dragon clan due to their fear of you. even in my betrayal of you. The Golden-Winged Rock clan remains uncertain of your stance, which has rendered them hesitant to act. However, the Celestial Sovereign desires discord among the demon clans, thus orchestrating the farce of failed tribulation. Yet, if such internal strife were to be easily resolved, it would not be deemed true discord. Therefore, witnessing the weakened state of my dragon clan, the Celestial Sovereign has dispatched the practitioners of 10,000 Gu caves to assist me. No, Liu Qingqing pondered something and shook her head again. It is not merely that. She gazed at the impassive expression of the boundless Celestial Sovereign, her complexion paling, and her heart filled with increasing dread. The Celestial Sovereign's intention is not only to incite chaos within the demon clans, but to incite turmoil among the human race and throughout the 5 domains. Liu Qingqing could not help but take a step back. With turmoil among the demon clans, chaos would ensue among the humans as well. Even the demon race has encroached upon the central domain. The root of all this turmoil lies solely with you, Celestial Sovereign. Liu Qingqing lowered her head, her pupils trembling with madness. What exactly does the boundless Celestial Sovereign seek? The instigation of chaos across the 5 domains. What advantage could this possibly confer upon him? Moreover, such plans have evidently been laid out long in advance. From the moment she departed from the Tianyan Sect, even without entering the game board, she had already become a pawn. It is absurd, truly absurd. From being the chief protector of the Killing Sword Sect to regaining her freedom, seeking a breakthrough in the face of life and death battles, to controlling the Grand Elder, tainting her own kin's blood, and ultimately becoming the clan leader to lead the Dragon Clan. Then allying with the ancient 3 clans to jointly combat the Golden-Winged Rock clan, subsequently defeating them. Finally, reaching an accord with the Celestial Demon Sovereign to breach the western barbarian wall of the human race, igniting the flames of war across the 5 domains. All that she had once taken pride in now feels utterly like a farce. Chapter 64. A retreat of 10,000 miles far beyond the Tianyan Sect. A colossal spiritual vessel pierced through clouds and mist, gradually decelerating as it approached the earth below. In midair, disciples of the heavenly palace beheld the awe-inspiring scene beneath them, rendered momentarily speechless. A profound and seemingly endless handprint was forever imprinted upon this land, rendering the grand spiritual vessel of the heavenly palace insignificant, akin to a bird nestled within a palm. With a thunderous roar, the enormous vessel landed. An elder emerged, gazing intently at the sunken ground beneath him, his expression tightening with trepidation. Indeed, as the palace master had stated, the infinite immortal had annihilated a 1,000,000-strong demon army with a mere gesture, and remnants of their presence lingered here. Another elder flew forth, his eyes narrowing in shock as he scrutinized the ground before him. Moreover, he bent down, feeling the soil, murmuring, "The chilling essence of that formidable presence still resides here. The infinite immortal has regained his peak strength, and we have previously committed such extreme acts. The true leader of the Orthodox sect shall no longer be the heavenly palace," remarked another elder gravely. He had never understood why the esteemed Qingqian immortal had acted in such a manner during the Young Talents Conference. Silence. Are you questioning the immortal? The elder in front slowly rose, casting a stern glance back at him. The disciples aboard the spiritual vessel were chattering amongst themselves, their words laced with disdain for the infinite immortal. Among them stood a remarkably weak cultivator who appeared utterly out of place. This incongruous figure was none other than the timid Liu Qingqing from the western barbarian wall. Yet, at this moment, an aura of lethal intent enveloped him, his demeanor no longer reflecting the innocence of his earlier days. It was unclear what trials he had endured during his flight, resulting in such a profound transformation. As Liu Qingqing listened to the discussions of the Heavenly Palace disciples, a slight frown creased his brow. Had not the elder who brought him to the Heavenly Palace proclaimed it the leader of the Orthodox sect? Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. These disciples seemed to harbor a notable disdain for the infinite immortal, who had obliterated 1,000,000 demon warriors with a single strike. In contrast to the reclusive Qingqian immortal, Liu Qingqing found himself harboring a certain affinity for the infinite immortal, for he loathed the demon race. Far beyond the eastern wilderness wall, thousands of miles away, a vast military camp stood resolutely within a valley filled with demon kind. Inside the tent, a man clad in red sat before a mirror, idly arranging his hair, his expression languid, possessing an androgynous, otherworldly beauty. Should Liu Qingqing have been present, she would have been utterly astonished. For this individual was none other than Nian Wangwang, the Red Lotus Sect master who had once been obliterated by the infinite immortal on the Mount of No Regrets. Now, he had become the demon lord of the demon race. Demon lord, demon lord. A demon guardian hastily entered the tent. Nian Wangwang. with his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, set down the comb and turned to the demon guardian, frowning. What is all this commotion? The guardian, oblivious to whether his impetuousness had angered the demon lord, quickly responded. The supreme immortal master has emerged from his seclusion. The shadow cast upon the demon race by the supreme immortal master is indeed profound, which explains the palpable anxiety of the demon guardian. Upon hearing this, the Scarlet Lotus demon lord felt a jolt. The scene at the unrepentant mountain replayed vividly in his mind. A moment when his aspirations of ascension were shattered with a mere flick of the wrist, nearly fracturing his very heart. Fortunately, the bitter trials have now yielded sweet rewards. Although a lingering dread of the supreme immortal master remains, the Scarlet Lotus is well aware that the latter had failed his tribulation. Thus, feigning calm, he inquired. He has emerged, and then what? As soon as the supreme immortal master manifested, he extended his hand from the cloud and annihilated a million-strong demon army. At this revelation, the Scarlet Lotus demon lord felt another jolt. Subsequently, the demon guardian gulped and continued. Moreover, the celestial barbarian demon lord of the demon race has reportedly caught a whiff of the supreme immortal master's presence from miles away and fled without a backward glance, leaving the dragon clan leader, Liu Qingqing, captured and the million-demon army obliterated by a single strike from the supreme immortal master. It is estimated that the celestial barbarian demon lord has retreated back to the demon realm. Enough. The Scarlet Lotus demon lord abruptly rose and strode toward the tent's exit. Where are you going, my lord? The demon guardian asked, bewildered. Order the army to retreat 5,000 miles, came the voice of the Scarlet Lotus demon lord from outside the tent. No. Retreat 10,000 miles. No. Back to the demon realm directly. Whoever wishes to duel that monster may do so. I have no intention of participating. Upon hearing this, the demon guardian nodded in agreement, involuntarily giving the Scarlet Lotus demon lord a thumbs up. Truly a wise decision, my lord. The supreme immortal master is utterly terrifying. Back in the day, our demon realm nearly became one of the 4 domains of humanity. Now, to send mere mortals to contend with the supreme immortal master? That is sheer folly. Unless the Cloud Sky Demon Lord were to be resurrected, along with the Inquiry Heaven Demon Lord and the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord, then perhaps they might stand a chance together. Within the celestial palace of the Tianyan Sect, the supreme immortal master, Nian Wangwang, cloaked in black, sat before a table, surrounded by swirling dark energy. An aura of profound malevolence emanated from him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to freezing levels. In his palm, a pitch-black flag hovered, exuding overwhelming ferocity and killing intent. This flag was the Tianyan Immortal Banner. At that moment, the supreme immortal master Nian Wangwang formed a hand seal. His white hair billowed, and an imposing aura radiated from him. The air shimmered with ripples. He brought his fingers together, pointing towards the Tianyan Immortal Banner, and the surrounding dark energy surged into him like a tide. His eyes underwent a swift transformation. The originally pitch-black pupils turned a deep crimson, a hue of extreme malevolence. In that instant, the supreme immortal master appeared particularly sinister, with his snow-white hair and mismatched eyes. After a brief moment, when the supreme immortal master Nian Wangwang opened his eyes again, the once blood-red pupils had returned to normal. The Tianyan Immortal Banner had vanished from his palm, having been completely refined by him. The moonlight enveloped the entire Tianyan Sect. A chilling breeze swept through the courtyard, rustling the leaves as it passed beneath the eaves. Beneath a withered tree stood a solitary figure, hands clasped behind his back. His countenance was shrouded in gloom, with a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes, yet moments later, a fierce determination emerged. O ancestor, now that the supreme immortal of the infinite has emerged from seclusion, what shall you do? What is it that you truly seek? Are you troubled by my well-being? Or by the fate of our sect? Yet you once confided in me that your sole ambition is immortality. Why then do you not ascend? Is it truly due to uncertainty regarding the conditions of the higher realms? Do we, as cultivators, fear the unknown? Ancestor, do you truly wish to ascend, or are you unable to? He slowly lifted his gaze, uncertain whether he was looking at the cold moon suspended in the sky or at the celestial palace above. The celestial palace, the Hall of Ascension. Chapter 65. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan at the Western Barbarian Great Wall. Upon learning of the return of the infinite immortal, all demon clans that had ventured into the central domain retreated to the Western Barbarian Great Wall. However, to their astonishment, the captured Dragon Clan leader, Liu Qingqing, had returned. It remains unclear what method she employed to escape the grasp of the infinite immortal. Some great demons speculate that her return might be the result of an unavoidable agreement. Yet, none dared to question her, For among the assembled demons, Liu Qingqing stood as the sole transcendent figure in the tribulation phase. In the demon realm, strength is the ultimate currency. On the desolate, crumbling battlements, the biting wind howled. The formidable Liu Qingqing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing towards the direction of the demon domain, her dark cloak billowing ominously behind her. "Leader, did you summon me?" A figure descended from the skies. Clad in a fitted green attire, he was remarkably robust, with menacing dragon horns atop his head and a thick dragon tail trailing behind him. He was Qing'an, the possessor of the ancient barbarian's dominance, a rare prodigy of the dragon clan, seldom seen in hundreds of thousands of years. "Leader?" Qing'an called again. Noticing Liu Qingqing's silence, her gaze sharpened, bringing her back to the moment, her expression layered with complexity as she spoke slowly. "Qing'an, can the dragon clan truly thrive under my leadership?" Upon hearing this, Qing'an immediately nodded. "I believe in you, leader, and so does every clan member." Ever since their victory over the Golden Wing Duping clan, he had held Liu Qingqing in high regard, even nurturing feelings of admiration. She was a strikingly charismatic female leader, exuding an indescribable charm in her every action. Deep within, he yearned to conquer her, yet felt compelled to keep his feelings concealed. He was convinced that once he mastered the dominance, Liu Qingqing would eventually become his. "Can I truly revitalize the dragon clan?" Liu Qingqing murmured, lost in thought. "Absolutely, leader." Qing'an, though puzzled by her demeanor, affirmed with unwavering conviction. Liu Qingqing lowered her gaze, her hands clenched tightly behind her back, her voice imbued with an inscrutable emotion. "Then, would you be willing to lend me your strength?" Qing'an's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded, "Leader, I am willing to go through fire and water for you." "Go through fire and water?" Liu Qingqing's phoenix eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of ferocity. Qing'an nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, my loyalty is as steadfast as the sun and moon." "Very well." As soon as Liu Qingqing's words fell, a sudden tempest arose. Qing'an's hair whipped wildly in the wind, his expression taken aback. Soon after, an indescribable pressure descended upon him, rendering his spiritual energy completely immobilized. "Leader?" Qing'an gazed at Liu Qingqing in confusion, realizing that this overwhelming force emanated from her. But why was this happening? "Qing'an, do you know a saying from the human realm? It goes, a common man is innocent, yet bearing treasures brings calamity." Liu Qingqing slowly turned around, her gaze calm and indifferent. "For the sake of the dragon clan's grand endeavor, you shall relinquish your dragon bones to me." Upon hearing this, Qing'an was momentarily taken aback. Liu Qingqing slightly bent her body, channeling a surge of immense spiritual power into her fist, breaking through the air pressure as she struck towards Qing'an's head. The force of the wind rushed towards him, prompting Qing'an to instinctively close his eyes. Just then, a furious voice echoed, "Impudent." Boom. A terrifying wave of energy swept through, with Liu Qingqing's fist merely inches away from Qing'an's face. Yet, it was not that Liu Qingqing had suddenly refrained from killing Qing'an. Rather, a protective barrier shielded him. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Liu Qingqing's gaze sharpened slightly, yet her power continued to gather in her arm, intent on shattering the barrier in one blow. "Unfilial descendant, as the leader of the dragon clan, you would extinguish the hope of your kin. Are you betraying the dragon clan?" Qing'an suddenly opened his eyes, the green pupils radiating an indescribable authority, his demeanor shifting dramatically. This aura. Liu Qingqing's brow furrowed involuntarily. She sensed the presence of an ancestor within Qing'an. What could this mean? Crack. The barrier protecting Qing'an began to show faint fissures. Despite her confusion, Liu Qingqing's resolve remained unyielding, revealing the intensity of her murderous intent. "Cease your actions. I am Qing Xiao, the 100th leader of the dragon clan." Qing'an, now imbued with the will of the ancestors, spoke in a deep voice. "I command you to halt immediately. This child embodies the hope of the dragon clan's resurgence. He must not be destroyed. Otherwise, you shall be a sinner of the dragon clan for eternity." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing halted her momentum and regarded Qing'an. "Are you the ancestor Qing Xiao?" "Indeed," replied Qing'an, his authoritative gaze fixed upon her. "To which lineage of the dragon clan do you belong?" "I am Liu Qingqing, the sole daughter of the Luo clan, the 200th leader of the dragon clan," she responded calmly. "So you are of the main lineage of the Luo family." Qing'an, now possessing the will of the ancestors, displayed a look of reminiscence. He then sighed deeply. "I did not expect our dragon clan to have weakened to such a state, where one in the early stages of tribulation can assume the position of leader, especially being a woman." After his sigh, Qing'an, still embodying the will of the ancestors, turned his gaze back to Liu Qingqing. Then why do you seek to kill him? To revive the dragon clan, Liu Qingqing stated softly. Nonsense. Qing Nuo, imbued with ancestral will, nearly fumed with anger. Is this your idea of reviving the dragon clan? You are clearly stifling its hope. Only when this child has fully matured can the dragon clan be revitalized. As of now, I command you to nurture him at all costs and protect him until he reaches his full potential. This is your mission, as well as that of all dragon clan members. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing nodded, though she expressed her confusion. With the ancestor present, who could possibly harm him? In response, Qing Nuo, embodying the will of the ancestors, shook his head. I am but a manifestation of will. Tens of thousands of years ago, I foresaw that a descendant of the Qing family would awaken the ancient barbarian dominance. Thus, the will was preserved within the lineage of the Qing clan, passed down through generations, awaiting the emergence of a descendant possessing the ancient barbarian's formidable physique. However, this ancestral will was not intended to safeguard him, but rather to bestow upon him an opportunity. Liu Qingqing suddenly chuckled. The Qing Niao, possessed by the ancestral will, furrowed his brow and inquired, why do you laugh? Descendant of the Liu clan? It is merely a remnant of will. Liu Qingqing's eyes gleamed with a frosty light. What do you intend to do? The countenance of Qing Niao shifted slightly. Should the true form of ancestor Qing Shao be present, I would undoubtedly yield to your every command. Yet now, ancestor Qing Shao, you are but a fragment of will. What authority do you have to command me? His words revealed an indomitable spirit. Liu Qingqing's fingers curled, her strength coalescing anew. Disgraceful descendant, Liu Qingqing, you have offended. You, insolent. Before the will of ancestor Qing Shao could utter more, Liu Qingqing's fingers clenched forcefully, slightly bowing as she launched a fist toward Qing Niao once more. This strike produced a tremendous upheaval, carving a chasm in the earth behind Qing Niao that extended for thousands of miles. In an instant, Qing Niao had become a headless corpse. The hot blood of his kin stained Liu Qingqing's face once more, augmenting her cold demeanor. A spiritual entity emerged from the headless corpse of Qing Niao, its expression a mixture of shock, fury, and terror. This was the lingering will of ancestor Qing Shao. Chapter 66. The path is walked alone, descendant of the Liu family. What have you done? Why? The will of the ancestor Qing Shao roared. Liu Qingqing, with her flowing, ink-black hair, raised her gaze to ancestor Qing Shao and coldly declared, unfilial descendant Liu Qingqing, I implore the ancestor to lend me your strength to revive the dragon clan. As her words fell, Liu Qingqing directed her palm towards ancestor Qing Shao, unleashing a terrifying force that enveloped him. Liu Qingqing, as a member of the demon clan, you dare to cultivate the techniques of the human race. You have betrayed the demon clan, betrayed the dragon clan. You shall be the eternal sinner of the dragon clan. Ancestor Qing Xiao's will cried out in anguish. Moments later, ancestor Qing Xiao's spiritual form vanished entirely, while Liu Qingqing's vitality surged dramatically. What is happening? Several figures soared into view. They were elders of the dragon clan. Upon glimpsing the vast chasm stretching for thousands of miles and the headless corpse atop the city tower, their expressions changed drastically. No, this is the hope of our dragon clan. Who did this? Who? Liu Qingqing stepped forward, placing her hand on the shoulder of the headless corpse, belonging to a member of the ancient ape clan. Her voice remained calm, her face still stained with the blood of King. A member of the ancient ape clan? The dragon elders exchanged glances, for the Tianyan demon sovereign was indeed the leader of the ancient ape clan. Could it be that the Tianyan demon sovereign discovered King's unique constitution and thus sent someone to slay him? Rest assured, elders, the ancient barbarian's dominant physique shall not fade from this world. I possess the means to seize the body, Liu Qingqing said softly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the dragon elders grew perplexed as they regarded Liu Qingqing, their clan leader. Yet, at this point, words were futile. As long as the dragon clan retained the ancient barbarian's dominant physique, there was hope for revival. Furthermore, the ancient ape clan's act of slaying our dragon clan's prodigy shall not go unpunished. War will be declared against them. What? War with the Tianyan demon sovereign? Clan leader. That is unthinkable. Our dragon clan is weak. How can we engage in battle with the flourishing ancient ape clan? Give me time. After uttering this, Liu Qingqing seized the headless corpse beside her and vanished in an instant, leaving several dragon elders suspended in the air, bewildered. In the Tai Su palace of the Tianyan Sect, the sect master Yun Wuliang was in the midst of his cultivation when a voice resonated in his ear. Wuliang, come to the forbidden ground to see me. Sect master Yun Wuliang opened his eyes, his expression turning slightly cold. Moments later, he rose and departed the grand hall. Deep within the forbidden ground, an elderly man in a blue robe sat cross-legged. At that moment, He opened his eyes and gazed ahead, a flicker of remorse passing through his murky gaze. Ancestor. The visitor was none other than Sect Master Nian Wangwang. He bowed respectfully to the elderly man, a complex expression in his eyes, and inquired, "Might I ask, Ancestor, why have you summoned me?" Upon hearing this, the flicker of remorse in the blue-robed elder's eyes vanished, and he asked, "Has he emerged from seclusion?" Tianyan Sect pondered the identity of the individual mentioned by the venerable ancestor and nodded in response. To answer the ancestor, "I have emerged from seclusion and have resolved the power of divine retribution." The old man in the blue robe muttered softly, a bitter expression surfacing on his face. Indeed, this individual is astonishingly extraordinary. Throughout the annals of history, I have never heard of any hero capable of overcoming the power of divine retribution. Yet now, such a being has appeared. Time and again, what I believe to be unattainable has been achieved by others. Why is this so? Is it due to inadequate talent? Or perhaps a lack of opportunity? Is it that he is exceptionally favored by fate? None of these. The blue-robed elder shook his head, casting his gaze upon his frail hands, recognizing his own hesitance to take that leap. Even now, it remains unchanged. Hearing this, the sect leader Nian Wangwang looked up at the blue-robed elder. Ancestor, a person of his caliber is destined to be no mere figure. There is no sense of powerlessness in us. No, the blue-robed elder shook his head once more. Are you, Nian Wangwang, a small character? Yes and no. You are the leader of the Tianyan Sect, a renowned figure, respected by countless individuals. Yet, when faced with the immortal venerable Wajizi, what are you? Merely a speck of dust in the vast sky. But will immortal venerable Wajizi, in the future, experience the same sense of helplessness when confronted by extraordinary heroes? Those who appear once in 10,000 years, or even a million. Yes, for we are all but insignificant and ordinary beings among the multitude. We are all small characters. We have struggled in our dying moments. We have cried out in despair. We have blamed the heavens and others. Yet, what has brought you and me, including immortal venerable Wajizi, to this point? Talent, you may ask? No, we cannot see the blood and tears behind each other's talents, just as others cannot perceive our perseverance. We both understand. Even immortal venerable Wajizi was once a small character. He too has struggled and lamented. Without innate talent, he persistently tried again and again. We have all done so. Immortal venerable Wajizi has too. Some are unyielding, while others resign themselves to fate. Do you recall the founder of the Sword Sect? Initially, he was merely immortal without spiritual roots, yet he became the grandmaster of the Sword Sect, transcending to the heavens. Some say that even without spiritual roots, others thrived in the sword path, yet they fail to realize that this grandmaster, despite lacking spiritual roots, practiced swordsmanship day and night. Those around him were perplexed, even scornful, urging him to abandon his lofty dreams and instead secure a stable livelihood to support his family. In truth, there is merit in their words. Each perspective is different, each thought unique. Those around him could not comprehend his dreams, just as he could not fathom the hardships of those around him. Mountains and birds traverse different paths, just as individuals cannot truly empathize with one another due to the absence of personal experience. Ultimately, the journey is one that each must undertake alone. At this juncture, the elderly man in the azure robe, with a reflective gaze, remarked, "Though the true intentions behind the creation of this plight of failed tribulation by the Supreme Immortal remain a mystery, it is evident that he harbors great ambition. To dare to risk oneself and endure the wrath of the heavens, all in pursuit of a lofty aspiration, is indeed a feat beyond the capabilities of most. Individuals like the Supreme Immortal can traverse great distances alone." The celestial being, Nian Wangwang, listened intently to the elderly man's lengthy discourse, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The elder's gaze settled upon the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, as he spoke slowly. "My lifespan is nearing its end. My cultivation and strength have diminished significantly, and I have long since lost the courage to transcend and become an immortal. Yet, I am unwilling to resign myself to fate." Nian Wangwang's expression sharpened. The elder continued, "Therefore, I wish to usurp your form to pave my path to immortality. After all, I refuse to accept destiny and aspire to remain unyielding. In the end, the journey is one that must be undertaken alone." With that, the elderly man conjured a colossal hand, reaching towards Nian Wangwang. However, the celestial being remained remarkably composed, unfazed even as the massive hand advanced, his eyes reflecting only a myriad of complex emotions. Chapter 67. Willing to be a chess piece, just as the colossal hand was about to strike, a figure with flowing white hair suddenly appeared beside the celestial being. Nian Wangwang. With a mere flick of his hand, the fabric of space ahead tore apart, and the advancing giant hand was instantaneously obliterated. Wuji, the elderly man in the azure robe, was momentarily taken aback. Standing beside the master, Yun Wuliang, was none other than the revered Wuji Xianzuan. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist, and his voluminous sleeves billowed with the gusting wind as he gazed at the azure-robed elder. Zhenyang Laozu. It has indeed been a long time. The azure-robed elder remained silent for a considerable time before finally acknowledging the reality with a resigned smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Xianzuan, you still possess your remarkable demeanor. He did not struggle in vain, for he had already endured such futile resistance before and had ultimately succumbed. Then, the azure-robed elder turned his gaze towards the master, Yun Wuliang, and inquired with a smile. Wuliang, did you foresee this all along? Yun Wuliang, still respectful towards the elder, clasped his hands and replied, returning to Laozu, the disciple understands. If I were in Laozu's position, I too would be reluctant to see a millennium of cultivation vanish into thin air. The elder is not mistaken. After all, the path of cultivation is one that must ultimately be traversed alone. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will conspire against them. Upon hearing this, the azure-robed elder let out a soft sigh, his gaze towards Yun Wuliang imbued with a hint of admiration. Indeed, this world is filled with extraordinary heroes. Like fish crossing a river, the Tianyan Sect shall not perish in your hands. Although I harbor some reluctance, defeat is defeat. I concede, it is far better than resigning to an inevitable demise within this forbidden land. The azure-robed elder slowly rose, shaking his head. He looked towards Wuji Xianzuan, then back at Yun Wuliang, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, henceforth, the path shall be traversed by you young ones. After all, I am but a remnant of a bygone era. What a spectacle! To witness such an enthralling scene before my demise is truly worthwhile. Come, Wuji, to die at your hands is no disgrace to my identity. The azure-robed elder opened his arms, closed his eyes, and faced his fate with tranquility, devoid of any semblance of a defeated demeanor. Just as the force of the hand approached, the azure-robed elder suddenly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of indifference. Wuji, this cruel path of cultivation, you must persevere and shatter the confines of the two realms. When will the caged bird take flight? This very day? Bang! Without a hint of resistance, the azure-robed elder was annihilated by a single strike, his essence and spirit flowing towards Wuji Xianzuan's palm. In his hand floated a small flag, the essence of a millennium of cultivation transformed into nourishment for the Tianyan immortal banner. The elder's final cry resonated, and Wuji Xianzuan heard it. He stowed the Tianyan immortal banner and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It seems these ancient beings, who have long remained in their mortal forms, are well aware of certain matters in the upper realms. Zhenyang Laozu and Qingxin Xianzuan, Wuji was acutely aware of their knowledge. And what of the formidable asking of the demon lord from the demon domain? The Tianyan immortal banner, along with that dilapidated ancient tome, remained solely in his possession. The esteemed Qingxian immortal sovereign and the venerable patriarch Zhenyang. How did they come to possess such knowledge? The gaze of the Wujia immortal sovereign was profound, and a subtle sound of footsteps could be heard approaching from behind. It was the sect leader, Yun Wuliang. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before the Wujia immortal sovereign. Wuliang is willing to serve as a pawn. His relationship with the Wujia immortal sovereign was far from cordial. Although he could set aside his dignity and plead with his master, Liu Xiaoyao, to assist him in thwarting the patriarch Zhenyang's attempts at possession, he understood that regardless of the outcome, he would lose his support. Thus, steeling his resolve, he chose to submit to the Wujia immortal sovereign, becoming a mere piece in his game. Firstly, this would resolve the issue with patriarch Zhenyang. Secondly, he would gain a far greater backing. Thirdly, as a disciple of the Wujia immortal sovereign, he would no longer have to worry about the position of sect leader, for the entire Tianyan sect would unite in allegiance. Submitting to a powerful figure is not a disgrace, especially when that power inspires a sense of despair. Following someone as formidable as the Wujia immortal sovereign might just present extraordinary opportunities. Standing at the pinnacle of fortune, even a mere pig could ascend to the heavens, though it could equally face a tragic demise. Yet what of it? Yun Wuliang was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without extraordinary fortune or a benefactor, ascending to greatness would be nigh impossible. Now was the time to seize this opportunity. At the Tianyan Sect, atop the mountain, two figures stood beneath a withered tree, one behind the other. I truly do not understand how the saintess thinks. I have clearly informed you that Liu Qingqing is no harmless character and harbors significant hostility towards you. Why then does the saintess choose to show mercy? Lu Xiao, the chief disciple of the Ziqing Palace, gazed perplexedly at the saintess Yun Qingyi. After a moment of silence, the saintess replied, "It is not mercy. As a disciple of my master, I am certain there are many disciples of the Tianyan Sect who harbor enmity towards me as well. Should I eliminate them one by one?" Liu sighed. The issue is that they do not dare to reveal their feelings, yet Liu Qingqing does. If you remain indifferent to her repeated provocations, she will only escalate her actions. How about this? I shall take care of her on behalf of the saintess. Upon hearing this, the saintess's pupils constricted as she turned to Liu Xiao. You intend to eliminate a fellow disciple? Indeed. I cannot bear to see my saintess constantly wear a cold expression due to Liu Qingqing's antics, Liu Xiao said indifferently. The mention of my saintess caused the saintess Nian Wangwang to furrow her brow, muttering a curse, rogue. To her surprise, Liu Xiao erupted into hearty laughter. Ah, it is rare to witness the saintess cursing. This is the expression a woman should possess. Why must you maintain a perpetual cold demeanor? As he spoke, Liu Xiao hesitated. Realizing he had overstepped, the saintess raised an eyebrow, gazing meaningfully at him. Why have you stopped? Who are you imitating with that perpetual cold face? Liu Xiao rubbed his nose, pondering who would dare to utter such words. He would only dare to ponder them internally, fearful of the consequences should someone overhear. The consequences were too daunting for him to contemplate. Very well, Liu Qingqing, you need not involve yourself. I shall handle it to spare you from the stigma of annihilating your own kin. After the saintess Nian Wangwang uttered these words, she soared into the sky. Liu Xiao gazed at her graceful silhouette illuminated by the moonlight and murmured, "Murder does not necessarily require overt actions." With that, he turned and departed with his hands clasped behind his back. As for how he and the saintess Nian Wangwang became acquainted, it was during a shared descent from the mountain to vanquish demons, where he had saved her life. It must be said that this saintess Nian Wangwang was truly exceptional, though not in the usual sense. Her kindness was almost overwhelming. Nevertheless, over the years, she had undergone some transformation. At least her expressions had changed, resembling her master more each day, wearing a perpetually stern countenance. In truth, he yearned to convey a single thought to Saintess Nian Wangwang, even draped in a dragon robe. One cannot resemble a prince. The immortal sovereign, with his cold demeanor, was deemed to be the epitome of authority, as he was regarded as the foremost person in the world, necessitating the maintenance of an imposing presence. Yet, as for the Saintess Nian Wangwang, never mind. Recalling her feigned indifference, Liu Xiao shook his head and chuckled softly. She was truly endearing. Chapter 68. As one approaches death outside the Hall of Ascension, a figure moved stealthily. It was perplexing. It was not as she had envisioned. Why was there a barrier obstructing her path? How did the heroines in novels manage to breach the palace of the immortal sovereign and orchestrate their fateful encounters? Liu Qingqing gazed at the barrier before her. Her expression clouded with disappointment. She could hardly contain her eagerness. She had traveled to the Hall of Ascension with the sole purpose of experiencing a perfect encounter with the immortal sovereign. And then, inevitably, the sovereign would fall in love with her. Yet the harsh reality was that she could not even enter the Hall of Ascension, thwarted by this very barrier. What are you doing? A cold voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Liu Qingqing was taken aback and turned to see the holy maiden, Nian Wangwang, standing behind her. Her countenance exceptionally grim. Liu Qingqing, unfazed by being caught, shot back without a moment's thought. Why should I care what you think? Are you afraid I might steal your master away? Nian Wangwang regarded Liu Qingqing with icy disdain. A wild chicken aspires to ascend to the branches and transform into a phoenix? Such foolish dreams. Am I a wild chicken? Liu Qingqing exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at herself and chuckling. You are the true wild chicken. You, a mere mortal, have caught the attention of the immortal sovereign. Now that is the real ascent of a wild chicken to the branches. As for me, Liu Qingqing, I am a direct disciple of the Supreme Void Palace, far more esteemed than your former mortal self. How dare you label me a wild chicken? In the midst of her tirade, Liu Qingqing's expression suddenly froze, her gaze fixating behind the holy maiden. There, a white-haired man appeared, accompanied by an imposing elder, none other than the immortal sovereign, Nian Wangwang, and the sect leader, Yun Wuliang. The holy maiden, following Liu Qingqing's gaze, turned to see her master, her face lighting up with surprise. Master, the immortal sovereign replied indifferently, casting a cold glance at Liu Qingqing before slightly turning his face. I leave her to you. Understood, immortal sovereign, the sect leader, Yun Wuliang, responded with utmost reverence. With that, the immortal sovereign strode into the Hall of Ascension, not sparing Liu Qingqing a single glance. Meanwhile, Yun Wuliang's stern gaze fixed upon Liu Qingqing as he declared, Dare to intrude upon the Hall of Ascension? Your cultivation shall be revoked, and you will be expelled from the sect. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing's face drained of color. Was she to be expelled from the sect and have her cultivation stripped away simply for intruding upon the Hall of Ascension? Why was it so different from what she had imagined? Disbelief flickered in her eyes. At that moment, she noticed the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, slowly raising his hand, and panic surged within her. In desperation, Liu Qingqing turned to the white-haired figure and shouted, "Immortal Sovereign." The Immortal Sovereign halted. Seizing the moment of hope, Liu Qingqing hastily continued, "Disciple Liu Qingqing, a direct disciple of the Supreme Void Palace. I did not mean any harm by intruding upon the Hall of Ascension. I merely wished to seek the Immortal Sovereign as my master. Moreover," at this point, she glanced at Holy Maiden Liu Qingqing. "My talent undoubtedly far surpasses that of the Holy Maiden and will not tarnish the Immortal Sovereign's reputation. To take me as your disciple?" The Supreme Immortal turned to face Liu Qingqing, his cold gaze piercing through her. "You do not worship me. Rather, you venerate your own desires. This world is never short of extraordinary talents. You possess remarkable gifts. What of it? How do you compare to Bai Zhaoye or Liu Xiao? Liu Qingqing is my disciple. Even the most gifted among our sect, Bai Zhaoye, must show her utmost respect. Regardless of your superior cultivation or the fact that Liu Qingqing is merely a mortal, incapable of cultivation, as long as I exist, you so-called prodigies shall bow in submission." With that, the Supreme Immortal ceased his discourse and strode into the Hall of Ascension. Liu Qingqing stood frozen, astonished by the Immortal's fierce protectiveness and his ability to see through her hidden motives. The phrase, "You do not worship him, but your desire," resonated deeply within her soul. Similarly, the Saintess Liu Qingqing was taken aback. She had never anticipated her master would defend her so fervently. "Master." Liu Qingqing's beautiful eyes reflected her master's tall figure, stirring a feeling within her reminiscent of the affection she once received from her father. A father's love is as solid as a mountain, unspoken yet profound. Even the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, was taken aback. He cast a surprised glance at the Saintess Liu Qingqing, realizing that the Supreme Immortal, a figure of such stature, could exhibit protectiveness, and it appeared that the Saintess held significant weight in the Immortal's heart. Contemplating this, sect leader Nian Wangwang's gaze towards Liu Qingqing grew increasingly frigid. She was tainted by malice and deserved death. "No." Liu Qingqing collapsed to the ground, shaking her head frantically. "Do not kill me. I do not wish to die." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face as she crawled toward the Saintess Liu Qingqing. "Saintess, I beseech you, intercede with the Immortal and the sect leader to spare my life. I was wrong, truly wrong." Grasping the hem of the Saintess's garment, she pleaded incessantly, her heart filled with remorse. The dread of death engulfed her like a relentless tide. The Saintess Liu Qingqing looked down, her heart heavy with compassion, and then turned her gaze to sect leader Nian Wangwang. "Sect leader," she implored. "Speak, Saintess." The heavenly fate master Nian Wangwang responded with a smile, for he dared not show any disrespect to the Saintess, who had now become a pawn of the Supreme Immortal. "Expel her from the sect. There is no need for execution." Hearing this, sect leader Nian Wangwang hesitated. To eradicate the roots of evil is essential. After all, a weed may spring anew with the spring breeze. Upon their arrival at the Hall of Ascension, he had discerned that this female disciple was excessively envious. Such individuals possess a narrow-mindedness that poses a future threat if not thoroughly eradicated. "Let it be," the Saintess Liu Qingqing interjected. "There is no point in harboring grievances against those who will not walk the same path as us." "Very well," sect leader Nian Wangwang conceded, albeit reluctantly. However, his thoughts were far from aligned with his words. As the first light of dawn broke at the foot of Tianyan Sect's mountain, Liu Xiao sat perched upon a tree branch, observing a disheveled figure approaching, and he sighed as he raised his gaze. "Oh, my dear Saintess, your boundless kindness is truly remarkable. To assist you in this manner, yet allow this Liu Qingqing to escape. Very well, permit me to resolve this matter for you." With that, Liu Xiao swiftly descended from the tree, positioning himself in the middle of the path, gazing at the approaching Liu Qingqing. "You." Upon seeing Liu Xiao, Liu Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. She was well aware of Liu Xiao's secret and had endured his repeated targeting during this period. It was evident that he harbored murderous intent. Now, this insufferable chief of Xiqing Palace, Liu Xiao, blocking her path, could only mean one thing. He intended to silence her permanently. "Child, run," came the voice of Elder Qin from the jade pendant. "Can I even escape?" Liu Qingqing's demeanor turned despondent. After all her struggles to survive, she had now fallen into the clutches of a demon. The disparity in strength between her and Liu Xiao was insurmountable. How could she possibly flee, especially considering she had inexplicably been stripped of her powers? Reflecting on this, Liu Qingqing became convinced that it was that pretentious saintess, Liu Qingqing, who had orchestrated this. How utterly repugnant. Chapter 69. Only heaven knows, my dear child, do not surrender. Should an opportunity for escape arise, I shall devote all my strength to assist you. The voice of Elder Qin resonated once more from within the jade pendant. Having known the girl Liu Qingqing for many years, he recognized her jealousy. Yet she had always treated him with utmost kindness. While others may perceive Liu Qingqing as a villain, in Elder Qin's eyes, she was a virtuous soul. That alone sufficed. I will not flee, Elder Qin, Liu Qingqing murmured as she caressed the jade pendant. Perhaps I have erred gravely, but it is of little consequence now. I am weary. I can only apologize, Elder Qin, for my ineptitude. I have yet to aid you in reconstructing your physical form. Forgive me, Elder Qin. Liu Qingqing gazed up at the azure sky and the drifting clouds, softly reflecting, this realm of cultivation is not as enchanting as one might hope. Lu Xiao observed Liu Qingqing's soliloquy, his heart a placid lake, having witnessed many express their sentiments before facing their demise. Liu Qingqing turned her gaze toward him. What is it? Seeking mercy? I am not the saintly Yun Qingyi. Liu Xiao, with arms crossed behind his back, replied coldly, no. Liu Qingqing shook her head. I wish to request one thing from you. What is it? Liu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. She removed the jade pendant from her neck, cradling it in her palm, and spoke softly, within this pendant lies my opportunity. An elder of the transformation stage, his corporeal form destroyed, resides within. He nurtures his soul and gathers essence here. Though his cultivation is merely at the transformation stage, I have relied upon him throughout my journey. After my departure from this world, would you treat him kindly? Liu Qingqing looked at Liu Xiao with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Liu Xiao nodded. Very well. Liu Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She cast a final glance at the jade pendant, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Farewell, Elder Qin. Farewell to this cruel realm of cultivation. Child, in the central domain, under the cover of night. Master, I bring good tidings. The infinite celestial sovereign has emerged from seclusion and has returned to his peak, annihilating a million-strong demon army with a single strike. A disciple hurried into the hall, his face alight with joy as he gazed up at the figure seated in the main seat. He had anticipated that the master would be elated, yet was met with a mere, I see. You may leave now. The disciple was taken aback. What was amiss with the master? Why was she not as jubilant as he had imagined upon hearing the news of the infinite celestial sovereign's return? Once the disciple departed, the celestial maiden, Qingyue, the master of the Midnight Sect, sat in her seat, her expression a tapestry of complexity. It was well known that she harbored feelings for the infinite celestial sovereign. Yet in this moment, she felt lost. Following the sovereign's failure during his tribulation, she had vowed to seek a means to counteract the divine retribution he faced. However, chaos engulfed the 5 domains. Between her loyalty to the Midnight Sect and her feelings for the sovereign, she chose to remain at her post, dispatching only a few elders to search for a solution. Indeed, they discovered a potential remedy. But it required venturing into the perilous Forbidden Valley of the Severed Immortals in the far north, a place fraught with danger. No one has ever emerged from that place. Not even the ancient beings nearing the end of their lives during the tribulation. It is merely rumored that immense opportunities and means to resolve heavenly retribution lie within. Lung Qingyue hesitated, pondering that it was just a rumor, not worthy of such perilous risk. Yet, the dire situation of the one she adored, the immortal venerable Wuji, left her torn. This indecision lasted until the moment Wuji returned from his seclusion. She felt a mix of relief and self-loathing, for while she professed her love, she was unwilling to risk herself. Reflecting on her past, she realized she had never witnessed Nian Wangwang before he ascended to the status of immortal venerable. She had not shared in his wanderings through the world, nor had she seen his desolation, the solitary struggles he endured in the depths of night, or the desperate fights for survival against relentless pursuers. She had never witnessed him as an ordinary mortal. Instead, she only saw the revered figure praised by the masses, the pinnacle of righteousness, the foremost in the world. She admired the heart that, despite numerous setbacks, sought immortality with unwavering calmness in his eyes. Undeterred by the thorny path ahead, was it Nian Wangwang, the immortal venerable she cherished, or the exalted figure idolized by the world? Perhaps the only one who truly loved Nian Wangwang was the woman who gifted him the red silk headband. Within the grand hall, the celestial maiden Lung Qingyue let out a barely perceptible sigh, her eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Did she still possess the right to seek the immortal venerable? Yet, he shone too brightly, the most extraordinary man in existence. From the moment she encountered the immortal venerable, her heart had no room for any other man. A single glance had misled her for a millennium. In the hall of celestial ascension, the immortal venerable Nian Wangwang sat before a table, his long hair partially bound, pouring himself a cup of tea at a leisurely pace. Cloaked in the ethereal mist, his already serene visage appeared even more indistinct, imbued with an air of detachment. His white hair resembled that of a true celestial being, untouched by the mundane. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall outside the hall. Within, the immortal venerable sat alone, his long, jade-like fingers cradling the teacup. His tranquil gaze pierced through the thin veil of misty rain, observing the clouds drifting outside, devoid of noise and clamor. In this moment, he found solace in the fragrance of incense and the sound of rain, gazing at the sea of clouds, feeling as if the heavens had conspired to provide him with this exquisite tranquility. A swan soared through the clouds, while sparrows perched on the branches. He continued his solitary journey without looking back. After a brief moment of enjoying the rain, the immortal venerable Nian Wangwang strolled to the window, his gaze fixated on the peach blossom tree. As he contemplated the cyclical passage of time marked by the tree, his expression grew obscure. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards the window, where a blood-red butterfly emerged from the rain, fluttering toward him. Upon reaching him, the butterfly alighted in the palm of his hand, raising its gaze to meet his deep, profound eyes, exhibiting a hint of sentience. Transforming from cocoon to butterfly, it seemed to convey a message: your children have grown, have they not? The immortal venerable gazed at the blood-red butterfly, a gentle smile gracing his features, clearly in high spirits. Just then, a figure approached swiftly. The one who has arrived is none other than the esteemed ancestor of the Tianyan Sect, Liu Xiaoyao. The Archmage Sovereign did not shy away from Liu Xiaoyao's presence. Keeping his gaze fixed on the crimson butterfly resting in his palm, Liu Xiaoyao stepped forward, drawing closer. Is this a gu? The well-versed ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, raised an eyebrow at the blood-colored butterfly in the Archmage Sovereign's hand. Indeed, the sovereign replied with a calm voice. This gu appears quite extraordinary. Liu Xiaoyao stroked his white beard, admiring the remarkably beautiful crimson butterfly. Suddenly, a look of puzzlement crossed his face as he turned to the Archmage Sovereign and inquired, "But why does the sovereign possess a gu? Could it be that the sovereign ventured into the Wangu cave to seize one?" "Seize?" The Archmage Sovereign smiled faintly. "I have no need to seize." "Why?" Liu Xiaoyao asked, somewhat perplexed. Gu are traditionally the domain of those gu masters from the southern wilderness. Moreover, this blood-colored butterfly clearly seems exceptional, undoubtedly crafted by those from the Wangu cave. "Only the heavens know," the Archmage Sovereign replied, tilting his head to break through the layers of rain, his pupils reflecting the boundless azure sky. Liu Xiaoyao. Chapter 70. The lark time swiftly passed, and 2 decades elapsed. Over these 20 years, peace prevailed considerably due to the return of the supreme immortal lord to the central region, rendering the presence of monstrous beasts a rare occurrence. Although a few stray demons occasionally ventured from the western barbarian Great Wall into the central region, they were merely scattered and insignificant. The grand invasions by the demon race were no longer witnessed. The situation on the demonic side mirrored this tranquility. Furthermore, an internal strife erupted within the demon domain, with the dragon clan taking center stage once more. However, this time, their adversary astonished the 5 regions, for they faced the ancient ape clan, a formidable force in its own right. The ancient ape clan boasted immense power. Not only did they have several formidable beings in the tribulation transcendent stage, but the renowned heavenly barbarian demon lord alone instilled fear with his formidable reputation. He was a revered figure, arguably the strongest among those who had perfected their tribulation transcendence. Most astonishingly, since the demon army's retreat from the central region, the dragon clan's leader, Liu Qingqing, made remarkable progress over these 20 years, advancing to the late tribulation stage and even hinting at a potential breakthrough to the pinnacle of tribulation. With the assistance of the southern human clans gu masters and other ancient clans, the dragon clan found themselves in a stalemate against the ancient ape clan. Perhaps due to the heavenly barbarian demon lord's excessively tyrannical methods, numerous demon factions, witnessing the dragon clan's potential to topple the demon lord, extended their support to the dragons. This incited the wrath of the heavenly barbarian demon lord, yet he remained unperturbed, for as long as he stood, the ancient ape clan would not falter. Such was the confidence of a demon lord. On the side of the human race, although there were no overt conflicts, an undercurrent of tension brewed, hinting at a potential upheaval. The Four Seas Tranquility Alliance, led by powers such as the Tianyan Sect, the White Emperor City of the Northern Region, the Sword Sect, and the Dao Sect, directed their focus towards the Heavenly Palace. With the Supreme Immortal Lord providing his backing, these factions, though not openly at war with the Heavenly Palace, frequently dispatched individuals to seize the Heavenly Palace's precious spiritual mines, fabricating justifications for their encroachments. There were those who mocked the heavenly palace, likening its situation to that of a jungle lacking a tiger, where a monkey dared to claim kingship, only to retreat upon the tiger's return. The arrogance displayed by the heavenly palace during the supreme immortal lord's seclusion was still fresh in everyone's memory. However, with the lord's emergence and subsequent display of power, the heavenly palace adopted a far more subdued demeanor, abandoning its former bravado. Yet, behind the scenes, they likely engaged in unsavory deeds, as talented disciples from various factions mysteriously vanished, only for their soul lamps to extinguish. While the major factions seethed with indignation, the actions of the heavenly palace did not threaten their foundations. Talent was abundant across the 5 regions. As long as their most exceptional disciples remained unharmed, they were content. The appropriation of the heavenly palace's precious spiritual minds and resources genuinely undermined its foundation, a calculated risk with assured gains. With sufficient resources, even a pig could transform into a formidable demon. In the southern wilderness, in the bustling city of Manman, a young boy approached passers-by, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know where Wangu Cave is?" Upon hearing the name Wangu Cave, those questioned displayed an expression of caution and hurriedly waved him off, departing in haste. Unable to find it, the young boy's expression was one of dejection. In his dark eyes, the bustling crowd reflected a stark contrast to his frail figure, which seemed out of place amidst the revelry. He was not originally from this world. Fortune had smiled upon him, bringing him to this realm of cultivation. The name of the original owner of this body was Yunk. It was not a surname he could proudly bear, as it was one he dared not claim. For when he first revealed his name to others, he was met with ridicule and scorn. Initially, he felt a surge of anger and confusion. In time, however, he came to understand the reasons behind it. Whenever someone inquired about his name thereafter, he simply stated that he was called Yunk. Upon his arrival to this realm of cultivation, excitement filled him, his eyes brimming with curiosity and exploration. Yet, he soon discovered the harshness of the cultivation world, where human life was as insignificant as floating weeds. Upon hearing that the Wangu Cave had transcended the need for spiritual roots, a thought blossomed in his mind, to become a goo cultivator. Thus, he sought the traces of Wangu Cave far and wide. But those he questioned seemed to treat the subject with great caution, unwilling to divulge any information. "Young lad." At that moment, a frail voice broke through. Young turned towards the source and beheld a disheveled old man seated on the street, holding a tattered bowl, resembling a beggar. Yet the man's words filled Yunk with elation. "You wish to find Wangu Cave?" the old man exclaimed. "I shall tell you." Yunk hurried over, clasping his hands in respect. "Please, senior, enlighten me." Outside of Manman City, a slender figure embarked on the journey to seek Wangu Cave, his gaze imbued with visions of a promising future. He believed his destiny was extraordinary. Having lived again in this world, he was certain his future would be remarkable. Suddenly, Yunk's eyes widened, for the sky had darkened abruptly, rendering him unable to see his own hand before his face. Just moments ago, it had been daylight. What was happening? He raised his head in confusion. Boom! A resounding crash echoed from the distant heavens and earth. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth from afar, and before Yunk could react, he was swept away several meters. Thud! He collided with a tree and lost consciousness. When Yunk awoke, a pounding headache plagued him, and as he instinctively touched his head, he felt a large bump. What terrible luck! He closed his eyes. Boom! The heavens again resounded with a mighty crash. Startled, Yunk instinctively shielded his head, fearing he would be swept away once more and collide with the tree. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Was it safe? He opened his eyes and slowly rose to his feet, only to discover that the wave had not yet arrived. The moment had simply not come. The dreadful wave surged again. What on earth was happening? Once more, Yunk was flung away, his furious shouts dissipating in the howling wind. Fortunately, this time, he did not collide with a tree, but rather fell onto the muddy path in a rather undignified manner. It must be said that Yunk's body was quite resilient. He quickly got back up and pointed to the sky, shouting in anger. "Heavens! If you intend to bring about my demise, strike me down with your thunder. Why must you torment me so?" With a resounding boom, the words echoed, and a thunderclap reverberated. The lark shrank back. Is this for real? The thunder grew increasingly deafening. The timorous lark opened its eyes, gazing towards the tempestuous horizon, instantly struck with astonishment. In the dim sky, countless bolts of lightning rent the night, cascading downwards. The sight was utterly breathtaking. Who could be undergoing tribulation? The lark muttered in a daze. This scene mirrored the descriptions found in tales, yet the magnitude here was overwhelming. Though it appeared distant, the shockwave approached with alarming swiftness, leaving chaos in its wake. Moreover, the direction seemed eerily aligned with the location of the Wangu Cave as indicated by that old beggar. Could it be that a formidable being from Wangu Cave is transcending? Chapter 71. The art of mending the sky outside the Wangu Cave. Mist enveloped the river, and the night deepened. The river bore an unmistakable aura of danger, with floating corpses drifting upon its surface. Yet, a solitary boat resolutely advanced. Yunk, donning a bamboo hat, stood against the wind, his gaze fixed upon the water, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, a hint of vigilance gracing his handsome features. Suddenly, a clear and melodious flute sound echoed through the air. The tune seemed distant yet oddly resonant against the stillness of the river, creating an eerie atmosphere. As the notes danced in the air, the water before Yunk began to stir, as if some living entity was emerging. With a clang, Yunk's brow furrowed in surprise as he unsheathed his sword. Under his watchful gaze, a pale corpse, thoroughly soaked, surfaced from the depths. No sooner had the body risen than a rope broke through the mist, ensnaring it. In an instant, the rope coiled around the corpse like a river serpent, dragging it into the obscurity of the fog. Observing this, Yunk felt an unexpected thrill of joy and called out loudly, "Is that you, esteemed elder of the Wangu Cave?" At his words, the surroundings fell into silence. After a brief pause, a voice laced with surprise reverberated across the water. "Oh, crossing the river at such a late hour. Is it to seek the Wangu Cave?" Upon receiving a response, Yunk's excitement surged, and he sheathed his sword, exclaiming, "As you have said, esteemed elder, I have journeyed across the river to seek the Wangu Cave, to apprentice and learn the art of Gu cultivation." "Learn Gu?" The voice replied. "Your accent suggests you are not from the southern border." "The elder possesses keen ears. I hail from the central domain," Yunk explained. "To travel such a distance to learn Gu in the southern border is indeed commendable. Alas, the Wangu Cave does not permit outsiders to enter." Upon hearing this, Yunk's head drooped, a veil of despondency clouding his features, and his fists clenched unconsciously. "Is there truly no path forward?" he murmured to himself. However, since learning Gu seems unattainable, why not learn the art of corpse guiding instead? The voice shifted its tone. Yunk furrowed his brow at the suggestion. "Are you not one of the Wangu Cave's people?" "I never claimed to be," came the teasing reply. At this response, Yunk felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hope still lingered. Yet, the voice continued, casting his spirits into despair once more. "But I am aware of the Wangu Cave's rules. Those stubborn elders within do not allow outsiders to learn Gu. Thus, you should learn the art of corpse guiding with me." Yunk's expression darkened. Is this person deranged? Yet, considering that this individual might possess great wisdom, he restrained his irritation and clasped his fists in gratitude. "I appreciate your kind offer, esteemed elder, but I still wish to seek my answers personally." How intriguing! The voice suddenly drew nearer. Almost immediately, a small boat emerged from the mist before Yunk's eyes. Standing at the bow was a figure clad in a flowing white robe, exuding grace, with a blood flute in hand. The individual stood tall and graceful, possessing an admirable countenance, yet the scene that lingered behind him sent shivers down the spine. There lay several swollen corpses, devoid of life, standing rigidly as if manipulated by unseen strings, akin to puppets. Although Yun-Kei was taken aback, he had traversed from the central domain to the southern wilderness and had heard tales of some nefarious practitioners in a place like the southern wilderness. Such occurrences were not particularly surprising. After calming the tumult within, he courteously clasped his fists before the man in white, who held a blood flute. Junior Yun-Kei pays respects to Senior. Yun-Kei? A delightful name. The man in white responded with a smile, then lightly sprang into the air. In the blink of an eye, he descended before Yun-Kei's vessel, his garments billowing gracefully. Gazing at Yun-Kei's face, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The youth was indeed striking. Yet, compared to me, you still fall short, he mused with a chuckle before swiftly shifting his tone. However, with your appearance, you might just barely qualify to be my personal disciple in corpse manipulation. Upon finishing his words, the man's figure flickered, and, in an instant, he stood beside Yun-Quebec. He grasped Yun-Kei's pulse, his brows slightly raised, a hint of excitement in his voice. A rare find indeed. In my travels across the 5 realms, I have yet to encounter a cultivation physique as rare as yours. At this, Yun-Kei's eyes brightened. Does this mean I can embark upon the path of martial arts? No, the man in white replied, shaking his head. You possess an innate waist pulse, born of extreme ease. Your physique, though visually appealing, is ultimately impotent. No wonder you sought out the myriad Gu cavern to study the art of Gu. Releasing Yun-Kei's hand, the man sighed. What a pity, were it not for the heavy energy within you. Mastering the art of the utmost Yin would have propelled you to great heights. Yet, your excessive Yin energy has led to the deterioration of your meridians. Hearing this, Yunke lowered his gaze. Initially, he had held on to a sliver of hope regarding his potential in cultivation, but now it appeared that fate had sealed his path. Had it not been for his innate waste pulse, he would not have embarked on this arduous journey to the southern wilderness, seeking the myriad Gu cavern to delve into the art of Gu. Nevertheless, the man in white continued, shifting topics once more. Yet Yunke, unwilling to listen any longer, clasped his fists and earnestly implored, "I beseech you, senior, please reveal to me how I may locate the myriad Gu cavern." Unperturbed by the interruption, the man replied, "Even if you manage to find it, entry will be barred to you. Do you still wish to attempt it?" Attempt. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight was particularly cold. A solitary boat rested at the shore, devoid of any presence. A creaking sound emerged from the forest. Flames danced wildly upon the kindling. As Yunke sat cross-legged beside the campfire, the flickering light illuminating his handsome visage. He lowered his gaze, noticing the fire waning. Yet his thoughts wandered back to the earlier encounter upon the river. "Since you are so determined to go, I shall point you towards a path that will allow you to relinquish all hope." Yet, would you truly believe that the art of Gu cultivation relies solely on the Gu itself, without the need for personal refinement? The inclusion of the character for cultivation in Gu cultivation signifies that it is not merely about the Gu. If it were solely about the Gu, one would be referred to as a Gu master. A Gu master, at best, can only dominate among mortals. However, while the path of cultivation may be elusive to you, there exists a method worth exploring. The prerequisite, however, is that you must enter the Wanggu cave. By the flickering campfire, Yunk retrieved a tome of techniques from within his robes, prominently inscribed with 3 formidable characters: the art of mending the heavens. The heavens possess a principle of loss and surplus. Thus, in human affairs, one must learn to balance deficiency with abundance. Those who practice the art of mending the heavens must treat all things as mere fodder, nurturing their bodies with lethal energy, harmonizing the yang to replenish the yin. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the woods behind him. A surge of anxiety gripped Yunk's heart as he promptly stowed away the art of mending the heavens, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. In an instant, he turned to face the source of the disturbance, only to be met by a pair of eyes, fierce and filled with animosity, piercing through the veil of shadows. Chapter 72. I desire unmatched sorcery. Upon encountering a girl of similar age, Yunk instinctively exhaled in relief. Yet, this seemingly harmless maiden bore a glint of malice within her phoenix-like eyes. As Yunk perceived this, the girl made her move. A flash of cold light abruptly emerged in the night. Clang! Yunk reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to parry the short blade in her grasp. Sparks flew as he beheld her exquisite features, confusion evident in his gaze. Why did she attempt to take his life upon their first meeting, despite their lack of acquaintance? Before Yunk could ponder further, the girl launched a series of fierce attacks, akin to a clawing cat. Although her strikes were fierce, they lacked the strength to overpower him. Despite his lack of cultivation, Yunk was a man of experience, having faced countless battles. The girl before him was not yet formidable enough to ensnare him in peril. "Who are you?" Yunk demanded coldly, forcing her back with a powerful strike. The girl stumbled a few steps, her arm tingling from the impact, furrowing her brow as she regarded him with a perplexed expression. "Are you feigning ignorance?" she retorted, her eyes narrowing with caution. Feigning ignorance? Yunk's brow furrowed deeper. Having just crossed the river to arrive at this mountain, he was assailed without provocation, and now she accused him of pretending. Was it the custom here to kill upon sight? Absurd. He reacted quickly. She was a worthy adversary, but if he could not subdue her now, retreat was the wiser option to prevent others from reaping the benefits of their conflict. The girl scrutinized Yunk, her mind racing as she slowly backed away, still gripping her short blade. Observing her retreat, Yunk took a step forward, pressing for answers. "Why strike at me without cause?" The girl halted, her gaze fixed intently on the confusion etched on his face, her delicate brows knitting together. Was he truly oblivious, or was he merely pretending? However, she evidently preferred not to engage in further dialogue, resuming her cautious retreat. Yet, Yunk was unwilling to remain in a fog of uncertainty and advanced another step. Did she intend to leave without explanation? The girl remained silent, merely clutching her blade as she continued to withdraw, her eyes fixed on him as if wary of a potential ambush. Under the moonlight, their movements through the woods, one advancing, the other retreating, created an oddly tense atmosphere in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air, accompanied by an ominous voice that intruded upon their exchange. Drip, drip. From the shadows behind the girl, a figure emerged, brandishing a bloodied blade. In an instant, the girl found herself cornered, trapped between a wolf and a tiger, entirely at a loss for how to proceed. "Brother, shall we join forces to eliminate the weaker one first?" The voice proposed. Upon hearing this, the girl tensed immediately. Young's brow furrowed. Had he not arrived at Wanggu Cave? Why did these individuals resort to violence upon their initial encounter? "Eliminating the weaker one benefits us both," the voice continued. The girl, now sweating with anxiety, frantically searched her mind for an escape route. Observing the lingering perplexity on the lark's face, the young girl, driven by a sense of curiosity, inquired, "How did you come to this place?" "By crossing the river," he replied. "What was your purpose, and from where did you arrive?" "I hail from the central domain, seeking the renowned Wanggu Cave to study the art of Gu." Upon hearing this, the girl took a deep breath. For this was indeed the trial of nurturing Gu from Wanggu Cave. Wanggu Cave? The trial of nurturing Gu? The mention of the elusive Wanggu Cave ignited a spark of hope in the lark's eyes. Indeed, this mountain's trial accommodates a total of 18 participants. Yet only 2 may survive. Only those who endure are granted the privilege to learn about Gu. Hence, this is why I aim to eliminate you upon our first encounter. The girl elucidated. Such a brutal trial, the lark murmured, her demeanor reminiscent of the sinister characters depicted in tales of old. Yet, those who pursued Gu in those narratives were seldom virtuous. Since you two desire to enter Wanggu Cave and learn about Gu, why not join forces to ensure our survival? You are an outsider, and Wanggu Cave's rules do not permit outsiders entry, but I can assist you. At that moment, the lark discerned a glimmer of sincerity in the girl's gaze, stirring a resolve within him. This was an opportunity to enter Wanggu Cave. He could not let it slip away. Even if the girl deceived him, he felt compelled to take the chance. "Very well, you assist me, and I shall assist you." After a brief contemplation, the lark nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the girl finally exhaled in relief. Within the depths of the forest, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent, as a lifeless body lay concealed in the grass. "What is your name?" "Lark. I am Wangwang, by the brook." The lark cupped water in his hands and took a few sips, quenching his parched throat. The girl, Wangwang, did likewise, both of them unable to mask the lingering scent of blood upon their forms. Hours had passed, and now, perhaps only 3 or 4 of us remain. Wangwang gazed up at the sky, murmuring, "Are you so certain they are engaged in combat, rather than, like you, waiting to reap the benefits?" The lark turned his gaze towards Wangwang. "Certain?" She shook her head. "It is a gamble. As a mere woman, what right do I have to confront them in battle? Thus, I can only wager." The lark nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. In such ruthless circumstances, the weakest and the strongest often become the primary targets. It is so arduous even before learning about Gu. Why do you, a woman, wish to study it? The lark suddenly inquired. Is it forbidden for women to learn? Wangwang furrowed her brow. Do all men perceive women as inferior? Not at all, the lark quickly interjected, realizing his misstep. You misunderstand me. I merely meant to suggest that given the brutality of learning Gu, why not seek a proper sect and pursue the path of cultivation? Cultivation? Wangwang scoffed lightly. In our southern lands, aside from Gu, we have little of worth to present. Unlike your middle domain, where sects flourish and powerful individuals abound. One can even discover divine skills by falling off a cliff. In the southern wilderness, for those of us, is the pursuit of immortality merely a matter of desire? Even if one undertakes cultivation, it is merely half-hearted, unable to achieve any significant result. Yet the art of Gu is a legacy passed down through generations. How could we, the people of the southern wilderness, forget our roots? The rules of the 10,000 Gu cave may be harsh, but just one individual stepping forth from it can instill terror in the hearts of cultivators in the middle domain. Gu can equally shine brilliantly. One day, I shall master the art of Gu unparalleled. Wangwang's eyes sparkled with a light. Was it the glow of determination or of ambition? Yunke was momentarily taken aback, hardly expecting a woman like Wangwang to harbor such grand aspirations. After declaring her intentions, Wangwang braced for mockery, thinking that such bold claims could only be uttered by the Grand Master of the 10,000 Gu cave. Yet, suddenly, Yunke chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Wangwang paused, turning her gaze toward Yunke, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Chapter 73. Betrayal in the Blood-Soaked Woods. A young boy and girl sat back to back on the ground, panting heavily. Surrounding them lay several nameless corpses. At this moment, the morning light was faintly breaking. In the pitch-black night, the silvery rays of dawn finally dispelled the gloom. Sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the weary faces of Yunk and Wangwang. At last, it was over. Yunk let out a sigh, his robe stained with blood, the bloodied sword resting on the grass beside him. Yes, it was finally coming to an end. Mo Wanine gripped her dagger tightly, her expression inscrutable. She had not anticipated that within a single night, they would transition from adversaries to comrades in arms. Indeed, this world was truly remarkable. Just as Yunk was about to speak with a smile, a sudden sound pierced the air, a dagger plunged through his back. He froze, momentarily oblivious to the pain, instinctively turning to look. There stood Mo Wanine, slowly rising, gazing down at him with a hint of ruthlessness, yet also an undercurrent of guilt. I deceived you. Only one of the 18 can survive. Mo Wanine did not deliver the final blow, instead explaining to Yunk, the one nearing death. I could have spared you. After all, the other 17 are already dead, but this is my only chance. The sole opportunity to live well in this world. Hence I cannot relinquish it. I must not allow this chance to slip away. So I am sorry. While Mo Wanine uttered these words of apology, her eyes revealed a stark lack of compassion. Sorry. Yunk chuckled softly. I detest the phrase I am sorry. If one has acted, there is no need to express regret. Very well. Mo Wanine nodded, stepping closer to Yunk and withdrawing the dagger with a swift motion. With a soft thud, Yunk collapsed to the ground, blood slowly soaking through his garments. This world is a predatory one. I am not in the wrong. I merely wish to survive in this realm, Mo Wanine stated with an air of nonchalance, though her hand trembled uncontrollably around the bloody dagger. Is that so? Yunk's vision blurred further. In that moment, he was uncertain of his own feelings, whether it was regret or resentment. The fleeting nature of life left him no time to ponder. Just then, a soft sigh echoed. Mo Wanine stiffened, abruptly turning to look. Behind her stood a man in white, holding a blood flute, his gaze fixed upon the fallen Yunk, a trace of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Ah, the unpredictability of life. Just as a bit of amusement arises, it is about to vanish. Noticing the white-clad man seemed familiar with Yunk, Mo Wanine felt a jolt of alarm and retreated. Who are you? She asked, brandishing her dagger coldly. However, the man in white paid her no heed, instead smiling as he addressed Yunk. Do you wish to live? At these words, a flicker of vitality returned to Yunk's eyes as he replied, in a halting manner. Senior, I yearn to live. The man in white smiled and nodded, then cast a glance filled with a hint of amusement towards Mo Wanine. Who exactly are you? Mo Wanine's voice was sharp and filled with fury. Qingqing, the one who shall end your life, replied the man in white with a slight smile. With a sudden thud, blood erupted, splattering hot droplets onto the face of Yunk. Beside him lay the headless corpse of a woman. At that moment, a shadow loomed over him. The figure in white, Qingqing, bent down and said with a grin, in this world, if you wish to survive, you must learn to devour others. Did you hear that? Repeat it. Yunk, with great difficulty, opened his mouth to echo. To live, one must learn to eat people. Indeed, Qingqing said, rising with a satisfied nod. Now, let us cross the river. That mountain ahead is where the victors of the Gu breeding trial reside. Soon, people from the Wangu cave will gather. On the riverbank, the figure in white, holding a blood flute, gazed toward the mountains shrouded in mist. Upon hearing this, Yunk stepped onto a small boat and cupped his fists towards Qingqing on the shore, saying, Thank you, senior. I will repay this life-saving grace in the future. No need. Qingqing waved his hand dismissively, adopting an indifferent tone. You are far too weak. I have no need for you. Yunk pressed his lips together, choosing not to speak further. He understood that words were futile. It was better to take action in the future. This kindness would forever be etched in his heart. A small boat glided across the river. Yunk stood upon it, observing the many boats docked along the shore, his excitement mounting. The senior Qingqing had spoken the truth. As the boat reached the shore, Yunk ventured into the mountains. The path was fraught with thorns, tearing at his clothing. Yet, he bore no grievances. Instead, his heart was filled with visions of becoming unparalleled in the art of Gu after apprenticing at Wangu Cave. After a while, Yunk finally emerged from the thorny path, his view suddenly expansive. Before him lay a vast expanse of grassy land, where over a dozen young men and women stood, all exuding a scent of blood. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. A figure appeared on a massive stone in the grass, resembling a ghost. Victors, follow me. The person in the black robe had an obscured visage, yet the tattooed sigils on their hand revealed their identity as a member of Wangu Cave. With those words, the figure leaped down from the stone and strode forward. The crowd, including Yunk, followed suit. Deep within Wangu Cave, fine snow had fallen throughout the night, blanketing the mountaintops in white. A bamboo house nestled within a grove of bamboos, as if to witness the transformation of green bamboos into jade branches through the seasons. Outside the bamboo house, a figure treaded upon the snow without leaving a trace, swiftly arriving at the door and bowing towards the interior. Congratulations, immortal lord, on your return to perfection. Stepping into the realm of tribulation is just around the corner. Outside the door stood a figure clad in white, remarkably striking, holding a blood-red flute, embodying an air of elegance. This individual was none other than the white-clad man who had previously bestowed upon Yunk the celestial art of mending the heavens, known as Qingqing. After years of nurturing the gu, he had endured much toil. Within the room, a clear voice resonated. Hearing this, Qingqing outside the door smiled and replied, "It is an honor to serve the immortal sovereign. Please, do allow me to enter." Upon hearing this, Qingqing pushed open the door and stepped inside. On a meditation cushion sat a solitary figure. His visage was shrouded beneath a hood, a prominent nose gracing his face, with wisps of white hair cascading down either side. "Have the Hongyanzigu matured?" he inquired in a calm tone. Responding to the immortal sovereign, Qingqing clasped his fists in respect and answered earnestly. "Within the span of 300 years, 79 Hongyanzigu have matured. There remain 20 still in their juvenile phase." Then, Qingqing continued, "However, please rest assured, immortal sovereign, that in merely 10 years, they shall all reach maturity for your use." 10 years. The man in the black robe with white hair slowly extended his slender fingers, a blood-colored butterfly materializing between them. "The Hongyan mother gu has matured. It is now hungry." The man in the black robe turned his gaze towards Qingqing, his eyes beneath the hood resembling cold stars. "I grant you 3 years' time. Ensure that all the child gu are fully matured." Chapter 74. The fortune gu. Upon hearing these words, Qingqing's face revealed a look of difficulty. In the 5 domains, before the Great War erupted, it took over 300 years for only 40 fortune gus to mature. Had it not been for the turmoil in the central domain decades ago, achieving 79 mature fortune gus would have been as challenging as ascending to the heavens. With the immortal sovereign now guarding the central domain, it loomed over the various powers in the 5 domains like a towering mountain, making chaos nearly impossible. Under such circumstances, how could one discuss maturing all the fortune gus within 3 years? As Qingqing pondered over the challenges, a cold word escaped the lips of the white-haired man in black robes, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Kill." Seated upon the meditation mat was none other than the immortal sovereign of Boundless. Who else could exert such overwhelming pressure on the major powers of the 5 domains? Within 3 years, you must spare no effort to pave the way for the owners of the fortune gus until they reach maturity. Remember, by any means necessary, without regard for consequences. I aim to step into the realm of the transcendent immortal 3 years hence. The immortal sovereign slowly rose, a blood-red butterfly landing upon his shoulder, his voice devoid of emotion. 3 years later, in the central domain, within the Tianyan Sect. "Greetings, senior brother." "Salutations, senior brother." As a figure strode by, the disciples of the Tianyan Sect greeted him with utmost respect. This individual was Bai Chaoyue, the most gifted disciple of the sect. Now at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, not far away, another figure stood beneath a tree, silently observing this scene, or more accurately, Bai Chaoyue. "Why is that?" he murmured, his silver-white boots pressing against the soft grass, hands clasped behind his back. This person was Liu Xiao, having absorbed nearly all of Liu Qingqing's fortune. His sights were now set on Bai Chaoyue. Yet, what perplexed him was that despite his own rapid progress in cultivation through the fortune gu, reaching the late stage of the transformation realm, he could not surpass Bai Chaoyue. Moreover, over the years of observation, he noted that Bai Chaoyue's fortune had grown increasingly formidable. What could be the reason for this? Liu Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Bai Chaoyue's figure, and at that moment, the latter turned to look in his direction, offering a smile. What is he smiling about? Liu Xiao's brow tightened, a sense of unease creeping into his gaze. Typically, Bai Chaoyue regarded him with indifference. But today's glance made him feel as if he had become the prey. In a chamber of the Ziqing Palace, Liu Xiao paced back and forth, his brow deeply furrowed. The saintess was likely ensnared in the schemes laid by the immortal sovereign, making it difficult to find any flaws. Even when feigning closeness, with her abundant fortune, he could only watch helplessly. Yet, what was the matter with Bai Chaoyue? His fortune now seemed nearly comparable to that of the saintess. Coupled with Bai Chaoyue's earlier gaze, Liu Xiao sensed that the other harbored secrets of his own. It was as though he had detected Liu Xiao's malice. Alternatively, he harbors malice towards himself. No, this cannot continue. Since Bai Chaoyue and the saintess find it challenging to seize fortune, the focus must shift to others. Tomorrow, the hunt for fortune shall commence. Liu Xiao's gaze burned fiercely. The look in Bai Chaoyue's eyes earlier had truly instilled a sense of crisis within him. Days later, In the shadowy depths of the forest, two figures descended from the sky, one following the other, gracefully landing upon the ground. Is the opportunity spoken of by Brother Liu truly found here? Page Yuechen, with sword in hand, turned to regard Liu Xiao. Indeed, Liu Xiao stood behind him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What is the meaning of this? Why does Page Yuechen's fortune appear to be nearly on par with Bai Chao's, as if his own fortune is merely a shade weaker? Today, he had intended to invite the Sword Sect's Page Yuechen to this secluded spot with the notion of ambushing him. To his surprise, Page Yuechen had readily agreed, displaying not a hint of hesitation. It seemed he bore no suspicion whatsoever. This place is indeed quite remote. Page Yuechen glanced around the surroundings and remarked inexplicably, "It is somewhat secluded." Liu Xiao replied absent-mindedly, nodding. Clang. Suddenly, Page Yuechen unsheathed his sword. Hearing the sound of the blade being drawn, Liu Xiao snapped back to reality, staring at Page Yuechen in bewilderment. "Brother Pei, what is this?" "There is no reason to refuse a gift of prey. Even if you are a disciple of the Tianyan Sect, our excursion today is a secret between us, is it not? After all, your intentions are hardly pure." Page Yuechen stood with his sword poised, his eyes icy. Before Liu Xiao could grasp the situation, Page Yuechen lunged forward, his eyes brimming with a chilling resolve. Boom! The surge of spiritual power shattered the dense forest, creating an open expanse as trees were obliterated. The two prodigies, each harboring their own ambitions, clashed fiercely amidst the wilderness. Neither wished to change the battlefield, seemingly intent on annihilating the other in this secluded locale. Thud! In midair, Liu Xiao was forced back to the ground by Page Yuechen's strike, dust swirling around him. Before the dust could settle, Page Yuechen sought to advance once more, denying Liu Xiao even a moment to breathe. "Halt!" Liu Xiao bellowed, his dark hair billowing as the ground beneath him cracked like spiderwebs. "What are you doing?" Page Yuechen hovered in the air, his brow slightly furrowed. "Why do you seek to kill me?" Liu Xiao's expression darkened. "It is only natural that I would kill you, given your ill intentions." Page Yuechen replied coldly from midair. "You speak nonsense." Liu Xiao, enraged, retorted, "You previously stated it was a feigned approach, a guise to kill me. Now you claim it is because of my ill will that you wish to end my life. What pretense do you maintain at this juncture? Is that so? I seem to have forgotten. Yet, as a corpse, what do you have to contend with?" Page Yuechen remarked indifferently. "Arrogant. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Liu Xiao seethed with fury. "Junior brother." At that moment, a light and ethereal voice resounded. Upon hearing it, Page Yuechen, suspended in midair, slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that the newcomer was certainly not one of his own. As a disciple of the Sword Sect, he had no senior brothers. Indeed, a figure clad in dark attire, Bai Zhaonai, suddenly appeared, standing gracefully in the air, with a smile in his eyes. He directed his gaze towards Liu Xiao, suggesting, "Junior brother, considering Page Yuechen's arrogance, why not join forces to eliminate him?" However, Liu Xiao did not share his enthusiasm. Instead, he looked at Bai Zhaonai with a grim expression and asked, "Senior brother, have you been following me?" Bai Zhaonai responded with a faint smile. "It is not that you ventured down the mountain alone. I happened to see you and came to ensure your safety." He then gestured towards Page Yuechen, saying, "Had I not arrived, would you not have faced a dire fate today, junior brother?" Chapter 75. The ephemeral insect suspended in midair. Page Yuechen raised an eyebrow upon overhearing the conversation between his two fellow disciples. The atmosphere between them felt decidedly off. "There is no need for concern, senior brother." Liu Xiao retreated a step, casting a wary glance at Page Yuechen and Bai Chaoyue, his eyes brimming with caution. The events of the day had surpassed his expectations. He had initially believed himself to be the hunter, but now it seemed he had unwittingly become the prey, still locked in a standoff with the two hunters. Liu Xiao was not particularly afraid of Page Yuechen, recognizing that his previous disadvantage was merely a feigned weakness. However, when it came to Bai Chaoyue, Liu Xiao regarded the composed Bai Chaoyue with narrowed eyes, feeling a distinct lack of confidence. Noticing the apprehension in Liu Xiao's gaze, Bai Chaoyue sighed, pondering why his junior brother held such distrust. With external threats looming, why harbor suspicion from within? Coughing weakly, Liu Xiao managed to speak. "Since you insist, senior brother, I implore you to take action." "Junior brother, I am truly at a loss," Liu Xiao declared, then unexpectedly seated himself upon the ground to commence his healing. "Oh, junior brother," Bai Chaoyue chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then turned his attention to Page Yuechen. "In that case, let us begin with you." With that, Bai Chaoyue ceased to conceal his aura. He had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Both Liu Xiao and Page Yuechen were taken aback, shocked to discover that Bai Chaoyue had been hiding his true cultivation level. particularly for Page Yuechen, who believed their strengths were nearly equal, with only a slight disparity. Yet now, the reality was that Bai Chaoyue had surpassed him in cultivation. Despite his relentless efforts and possessing immense opportunities, he had consistently fallen short of Bai Chaoyue. Why was this so? This cursed good fortune. The sword cultivator Page Yuechen's eyes blazed with fury. Just then, his expression shifted dramatically. He dropped his sword, allowing it to fall towards the ground, seemingly oblivious to its descent. What is happening? Lu Xiao and Bai Chaoyue exchanged glances, bewildered by Page Yuechen's sudden disregard for his weapon. To their astonishment, Page Yuechen knelt midair, clutching his throat with both hands, his face contorted in distress, as if he were about to expel something. Before Lu Xiao and Bai Chaoyue could comprehend the situation, they too found themselves kneeling, mimicking Page Yuechen's actions. Moments later, a blood-colored goo worm erupted from Page Yuechen's mouth. His expression shifted to one of horror as he reached out in a futile attempt to stop it. No. My fortune goo. Yet the blood-colored goo worm was unresponsive to Page Yuechen's command, fluttering in the air. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao and Bai Chaoyue, both still on their knees, gaped at the scene before them in sheer terror. Soon after, they too were involuntarily compelled to open their mouths, and blood-colored goo worms emerged from them as well. The typically composed Bai Chaoyue could no longer maintain his calm, his shock evident as he beheld the spectacle unfolding in the air. 3 blood-colored goo worms fluttered together, almost identical in appearance. However, was the fortune goo not supposed to be unique? Bai Chaoyue gazed at Lu Xiao and Page Yuechen, astonished. Why do they possess it as well? Damn it! Lu Xiao slammed the ground with force, his expression contorted with rage. The moment the Hongyun immortal goo emerged from his body, he felt a severance of the connection with it, as if he had lost something profound. Lu Xiao understood. It was the fortune he had painstakingly seized. Come back. Page Yuechen reached for one of the Hongyun immortal gus. A melodious chime rang out, and just as he was about to grasp the goo, a wave of torment surged through his mind. The 3 crimson goo insects, upon hearing the chime, flew towards its source. Who is it? Page Yuechen clutched his head, letting out a pained growl. Lu Xiao and Bai Chaoyue were similarly afflicted, as if the chime was their nemesis, leaving them utterly defenseless. In the desolate expanse, Lu Xiao, Page Yuechen, and Bai Chaoyue exchanged wide-eyed glances. The ominous chime had ceased, and with it, the Hongyun immortal goo had vanished. Throughout the ordeal, they had not even laid eyes on their foe, yet they had lost the goo. We have been schemed against. Lu Xiao's countenance was shrouded in gloom. Need you say more? Page Yuechen's expression was equally grim. In short, the 3 of them bore expressions of discontent. Where did you acquire the Hongyun immortal goo? From a cave dwelling. You too? The trio fell into a contemplative silence, each believing themselves to be the fated ones who had stumbled upon immense fortune, only to realize they had been used as pawns for another's gain. The opportunity that fell from the heavens was, in fact, a trap. What infuriated them most was the fact that they did not even know who had reaped the benefits of their misfortune, feeling utterly foolish. Do you think it possible that more than just the 3 of us have been deceived? Bai Chaoyue looked at the other 2. Upon hearing this, Page Yuechen and Lu Xiao's eyes brightened, their hearts feeling somewhat reassured. In the southern wilderness, in the depths of the Wangu cave, the humble mayflies remain oblivious to the obscurities of fate. Master, your century of cultivation and countless murders were solely for the purpose of refining goo, making you a figure of great malevolence. Why, then, do you refuse to tolerate your disciple practicing this exceedingly dark and sinister art? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold glimmer flashed in the youth's eyes. In an instant, the master, clad in black robes, his eyes filled with murderous intent, glared at his handsome disciple, astonished and enraged. I kill for goo, targeting only outsiders. Yet you, Lark. Clang. Lark repelled the cold, poisonous force with a swift strike, gazing at the retreating figure with a frigid glare. What has happened to you? Cough. The master, afflicted by the goo poison and now bearing the backlash of his own power, spat forth a mouthful of blood. His trembling finger pointed at Lark, his voice filled with fury. You slay your fellow disciples, and now seek to betray your master and destroy your lineage. What difference is there between you and a beast? Slaying fellow disciples, betraying master and lineage? At these words, Lark tilted his head, causing his half-tied hair to sway. Huh. Suddenly, he began to chuckle softly. The senior brother intended to kill his disciple and seize the disciple's techniques. Should the disciple simply allow himself to be slaughtered? But you cannot kill him. The dark-robed master fell silent for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he declared, He is my own flesh and blood. What? Yunk was momentarily taken aback. Just then, As Yunk was lost in thought, the dark-robed master flicked his finger, sending an invisible shadow darting towards the young man. An unusual itch in his nose snapped Yunk back to reality, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. "Old wretch, are you playing tricks?" Yunk's demeanor hardened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, the old are indeed more cunning." The dark-robed master laughed heartily, his face radiating with triumphant glee. "This curse is a death curse. If you do not obtain the antidote, within 3 days, you shall perish in a deluge of blood from your 7 orifices." Although Yunk was his direct disciple and naturally possessed some knowledge of curse techniques, this particular curse was one he had never taught Yunk to unravel. "Are you feeling the sting of defeat?" The dark-robed master observed his disciple's increasingly ashen face, reveling in his torment. "Come now. Did you not always pride yourself on your ruthlessness? Let us perish together." Taking a step forward, the dark-robed master provoked Yunk further. "I must inform you, your beloved junior sister met her demise at my hands. Do you know why? Because she had the audacity to steal my cursed insects to extend your life when you were on the brink of death. Although I discovered her transgression too late, it still pained me greatly. In a fit of rage, I killed her to refine the curse." Sighing, the dark-robed master continued, "Though I desired to kill you as well. The insects have already been wasted on you. It would be a loss to take your life now. It is far better to extract your worth in the days to come, for you are my cherished disciple. To nurture you, I even refined your beloved junior sister's flesh and blood into a curse to aid in your cultivation." Chapter 76. Manipulated by others, you seek your own demise. Yunk gripped the hilt of his sword with increasing intensity, veins bulging as he roared like a wild beast. With a clang, the master in the black robe set down his knife. "Come, kill me. Yet, I wonder." He approached Yunk step by step, his words dripping with provocation. "You, who fancies yourself destined to be unparalleled in the art of sorcery, do you dare to perish alongside this old fool? Ha ha. Ah, by the way." A mocking expression crossed the master's face, tinged with a hint of regret. "Before her demise, she kept uttering your name. Truly a lovesick fool, wasn't she? You should have seen her. It was a sight both pitiful and laughable. Ha ha." The master's boisterous laughter only darkened Yunk's demeanor further. How utterly disgraceful. Suddenly, the youth sighed softly. The master's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he frowned. "What did you just say?" A splash of crimson ignited in Yunk's eyes. Clang. The moment Yunk sheathed his sword, the master's head fell from above, his expression still one of bewilderment and death. Yunk lowered his gaze to the severed head on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction passing through his ink-dark eyes. "Master, fear not. Over these 3 years in the Wangu cave, I have learned nothing but the art of sorcery. I possess my own means for the death curse. Moreover, I am grateful to you for imparting your final lesson. In the future," Yunk gazed upon his master's head, raising his leg with a fierce glint in his eyes, "I shall never underestimate my foes." With a splatter, blood painted the ground. "Master, grant me your strength once more." After murmuring to himself, Yunk crouched, extending his palm toward the master's corpse. In an instant, the master's lingering cultivation was absorbed frantically through his celestial repair technique. His gaze was nearly frenzied, a stark contrast to 3 years prior. Moments later, Yunk stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Beneath his feet, a blood-colored insect, adorned with faint crimson patterns, feasted upon flesh. "Fortune favors me. This life shall be one of immortality." Yunk lowered his eyes, observing the blood-hued insect beneath him, ambition gleaming coldly in his depths. 3 years ago, he had stumbled upon this insect. Countless lives were taken to refine it, both cultivators and mortals alike. Not a single soul with even a modicum of fortune was spared, not even his fellow disciples. Coupled with the celestial repair technique, which allowed him to absorb others' powers, Yunk's cultivation surged dramatically. Now, even his master's cultivation at the god transformation stage had become his own. As for why he dared to betray his master and ancestral teachings, it was not solely due to the remoteness of this place, but because all 12 leaders of the Wangu cave had vacated. Only a few guardians and elders remained within the cave to oversee the disciples. These guardians and elders lacked the ability to comprehend the extensive circumstances of the vast Wangu cave. Suddenly, the sound of bells jingling echoed from afar. Yunk furrowed his brow and gazed out of the window. The place he inhabited was exceedingly remote, with scarcely any human presence. Why had the sound of ringing bells suddenly emerged? Just as Yunk was about to investigate, the blood-red insect beneath his feet suddenly took flight, soaring towards the window. "What?" Startled, Yunk swiftly activated his connection with the Hanyun immortal insect, bellowing, "Return." The ringing persisted, a cacophony echoing in the air. Thud! Yunk abruptly knelt, clutching his head as pain surged through him, his face contorted in agony. What is happening? Why has my connection with the Hanyun immortal insect severed? No. Yunk watched helplessly as his greatest reliance, the Hanyun immortal insect, flew out of the window. He, however, stood resolute. No one shall take the Hanyun immortal insect from him. Veins bulged on Yunk's forehead as he let out a low growl. Then, despite the excruciating pain, he charged towards the door. Bang! The door crashed open. Before him lay an empty expanse. No. My Hanyun immortal insect. Yunk reached out, as if to grasp something elusive, but the blood-red insect had long since vanished. Thief! You seize my fortune, may you meet a wretched end. In a forest 100 miles away, Qingqing strolled leisurely, a bell in hand, grinning as he declared, the last one is in my grasp. Achoo! Suddenly, he sneezed, wrinkling his nose. Which presumptuous lad dares to curse me? By Changwei, Lucio, or perhaps Chun Shengyang from the witching hour? Sighing, Qingqing lamented. It is not I who snatches your fortunes. I am merely a pawn in this game. In the western barbarian demon domain, within the ancient and sprawling wilderness, beasts roamed freely. Dressed in a black and gold battle robe, Liu Qingqing soared into the air. Surveying the distant location of the ancient ape clan, she stood with her hands clasped behind her, her gaze icy. After years of warfare, she was experiencing firsthand the formidable power that could be deemed as a true master during the tribulation phase. Even with the alliance of the ancient 3 clans and the foremost tribes, alongside the Gu cultivators from the southern border, the standoff persisted. Were it not for the support of the myriad Gu caves cultivators, they might have found themselves at a disadvantage. Although this gathering encompassed the majority of the demon clan's forces, none were willing to exert their full strength, each hoping to claim a portion of the spoils. The primary force willing to commit fully remained under her command, supplemented by the Gu cultivators from the myriad Gu cave. Particularly, the major powers found delight in watching her and the ancient ape clan remain at an impasse, as it promised them greater gains. Thus, the current situation dictated that whichever of the major powers lent their full support would determine the victor of this conflict. Yet, to secure the aid of these powers, the price paid was exorbitant, indeed, nearly unbearable. Consequently, both the ancient ape clan and the forces led by Liu Qingqing preferred to remain entrenched rather than bear such a burden. Clan leader Liu. A hoarse voice called from behind. What matters concern the second cave master. Liu Qingqing did not turn back, continuing to gaze into the distance. The celestial sovereign had issued a decree. Upon hearing these words, Liu Qingqing finally turned around, her gaze fixed upon the figure cloaked in black robes, the second cave master. Speak, she commanded. The celestial sovereign commands you to unleash your full might against the ancient ape clan. As for the Tianman demon sovereign, others will hold them in check. Today, it must come to an end, the second cave master rasped. Liu Qingqing narrowed her eyes but offered no objections, merely nodding in acknowledgement. This one understands. At present, she was but a piece upon the chessboard, devoid of the right to question or refuse. With a roar, Liu Qingqing transformed into a black dragon, howling towards the heavens. Roar, roar. Within the ancient Mang forest, the response of nearly 10 million demon warriors reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. Commenced the battle. In an instant, countless demon beasts soared into the sky, blotting out the sun as they surged towards the ancient ape clan. The sky darkened in a heartbeat. The battle cries erupted incessantly. On the mountains where the ancient ape clan resided, nearly 100,000 colossal apes pounded their chests and roared in fury. They observed the approaching tide of demon warriors from miles away, both agitated and restless. The immense army of nearly 10 million demons surged forth, wreaking havoc, stirring up clouds of dust. Wherever they passed, ancient trees fell to the ground. At that moment, the Tianman demon sovereign appeared in the skies above the ancient ape clan. His heart ablaze with rage. Damn that Liu Qingqing. He seethed. She attacks every few days, truly believing I fear you? He had long sensed the scent of conspiracy. Moreover, he had deduced who was orchestrating Liu Qingqing's sudden onslaught against the ancient ape clan. Thus, he had refrained from unleashing his full power to suppress her. As for the dragon clan's justification for attacking him, it was entirely fabricated, merely an excuse. He had never exterminated any prodigies of the dragon clan, nor did he recognize the so-called Qingnua. Chapter 77. Born high above in the distance, the setting sun resembled a colossal, blood-red amber, precariously hanging at the horizon. A few streaks of crimson light illuminated the mountains where the ancient ape clan resided, transforming the landscape into a vast battlefield. This war had persisted for several hours. The stream was stained a deep crimson, and the once verdant mountains were littered with the colossal corpses of monstrous beasts. Yet, despite the carnage, the creatures continued their fierce battle. Atop the mountain, a towering ape leapt into the air, capturing a phoenix and tearing it asunder, blood spraying into the atmosphere. However, in the next moment, it was besieged by a horde of dragons, its massive form being rent apart, flesh and blood scattering. Within mere moments, it collapsed with a resounding thud. This ape was a prodigy of the ancient clan, destined to become a formidable demon in the tribulation stage given time. Yet, now it lay helplessly on the ground, gazing at the blood-red sky, watching the silhouettes of the other creatures. Its battered body was being feasted upon by the lesser beasts surrounding it, its eyes gradually dimming. This was a chaotic feast of flesh and blood. The beasts, inherently fierce, were now driven by an insatiable bloodlust, fear and trepidation no longer influencing their actions. It must be acknowledged that the ancient ape clan, as a lineage of the celestial brutal demon, indeed possessed remarkable strength. Even when faced with an enemy force tenfold their number, they did not display a one-sided defeat. Despite sustaining grievous losses, they continued to roar defiantly, charging forward to engage the enemy horde. For them, this was their ancestral land. In the eyes of the ancient ape clan, there was no notion of retreating when the mountains were at stake. As for their guardian, the celestial brutal demon, it was currently unable to provide protection, being preoccupied with its own troubles. Not far from the mountains, a gargantuan ape stood tall, the true form of the celestial brutal demon. In previous battles led by Liu Qingqing, this demon had never revealed its true nature. Yet, at this moment, its immense form was apparent, indicating the magnitude of the threat it faced. Surrounding it were 11 figures cloaked in black, employing strange and arcane methods, summoning swarms of insects with a mere gesture. The sorcery they wielded was insidiously difficult to counter. What enraged the celestial brutal demon the most was that this was its ancestral ground. How could so many poisonous insects have manifested here? With a thunderous roar, the celestial brutal demon bellowed as the swarms of insect sorcery descended upon it, shaking the very air. Instantly, countless insects were annihilated. Although the 11 black-robed figures possessed formidable sorcery, the celestial brutal demon might shatter their spells. They merely managed to hold it at bay, but their lethal strike was yet to come. A crow soared through the blood-red sky, clutching a small black flag in its beak, wandering the battlefield. It was both inconspicuous and strikingly obvious. Amidst the ferocious combat of the titanic beasts, this crow appeared, yet no creature noticed its presence. Even the celestial brutal demon, whose consciousness extended over the ancient forest, remained oblivious to the dark crow. On the mountain, a blood-soaked black dragon, thousands of feet long, transformed into human form mid-air, landing beneath a shattered ancient tree. This individual was none other than Liu Qingqing. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the fierce battle between the heavenly barbarian demon Sovereign and the 11 leaders of the 10,000 Gu caves. Suddenly, a primordial ape charged at her. However, Liu Qingqing did not turn her head. She simply raised her hand into a fist and, with a mere gesture, crushed the would-be assailant from afar. Blood splattered at her feet. Once more, she resumed her stance, observing the tumultuous scene nearby, her brow slightly furrowing. If the heavenly barbarian demon Sovereign did not perish, this stalemate would inevitably lead to devastating casualties on both sides. Moreover, if she failed to consume the Sovereign's flesh and blood, the strength supporting her would be diminished. How could she ascend to the throne of the demon realm? Doubts began to creep into Liu Qingqing's mind. Was the ultimate intention of the immortal Sovereign truly to make her the ruler of the demon realm? Otherwise, why was the battlefield so mired in deadlock? Her gaze swept across the battlefield, akin to a meat grinder, where lives were extinguished at every moment. The air was thick with murderous intent and the stench of blood. To kill? Liu Qingqing's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the only advantage of the current fierce conflict was that, as she stepped into the path of slaughter, she could rapidly grow stronger amidst the chaos. The overwhelming aura of death served as nourishment, and the pervasive blood energy was the purest form of spiritual essence, her sanctuary for breakthrough. Kill. In an instant, her pupils turned a deep crimson, and she transformed into a colossal black dragon, plunging into the fray. She was acutely aware that many factions were keenly observing this battle, and unforeseen events could arise. At this moment, the only imperative was to grow stronger. Pondering further was futile. With a thunderous crash, the colossal black dragon that was Liu Qingqing shattered the skull of a primordial ape, her eyes flashing with astonishment. Why? The blood energy and murderous intent vanished in an instant. Even the freshly spilled blood lost its potency. Patriarch, 100-foot-long azure dragon soared in, both alarmed and furious, exclaiming, "A great terror lurks here. Just moments ago, my father's physical form was destroyed, and I was about to stop that primordial ape from devouring his soul. But the moment my father's soul emerged, it was devoured by some unseen force. It is identical to what transpired during our battle with the Golden-Winged Rock clan." What? Liu Qingqing transformed back into her human form, her expression drastically changing. This phenomenon had already occurred during the conflict with the Golden-Winged Rock clan. She had presumed it was their doing. But why was it reappearing now amidst the battle with the primordial ape clan? It was he. Liu Qingqing's gaze lost focus as she murmured to herself. "Who? Tell me, patriarch. I shall tear him apart to avenge my father." The azure dragon roared in rage. Liu Qingqing weakly lowered her hand, shaking her head. "This matter is beyond your control, and it is not." Yet, she could not bring herself to finish that thought. After all, as the leader of the dragon clan, she understood that the orchestrator was none other than the lofty immortal sovereign, who manipulated the chaos within the demon tribes. "Oh, immortal sovereign, for your own selfish desires. You have instigated a war among the 5 realms, consuming the lifeblood and souls of countless races, sparing not even the human race. Do you still consider yourself a celestial sovereign? The leader of the righteous path?" Huh. A mocking smile graced Liu Qingqing's face. Yet such thoughts were confined to her mind alone. A fierce cry pierced the air as a phoenix was ruthlessly torn apart by an ancient ape, flesh and blood scattering like rain from the heavens. Liu Qingqing stood resolutely amid the deluge, unflinching, allowing the tainted blood and dismembered flesh to splatter upon her visage. She closed her eyes and whispered softly, "Slay, slay." For the sake of reviving the dragon clan, she bore the brunt of all the carnage and chaos, becoming a grim reaper with bloodied hands, a refuge for her peers. "Yin Shao, may you truly be the fated one spoken of by my father. For you, I have become a wretched being. For you, a destined prodigy fell by my hand, a shield against a deadly arrow. For you, all the clansmen are engaged in battle. You tread upon a staircase soaked in blood, ascending step by step to a throne forged from bones, a pure-blooded body, a golden dragon form, an existence born to stand above all." Chapter 78. The meeting of the dual sovereigns at the Western Barbarian Great Wall. Dozens of colossal spirit vessels emerged from the clouds, their banners shimmering like the golden sun. Upon them stood the 3,000 golden guards, among whom was General Xianzhan. Yet, due to his station, he could only stand behind another. This person, clad in a white robe with a black background and adorned with a silver crown, was none other than the esteemed Qingxian Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanqing. However, the aura surrounding Jiang Xuanqing had undeniably transformed. It was no longer the ethereal calm of yore, but rather an enchanting charisma, increasingly striking in appearance, akin to the delicate balance of femininity and masculinity. Presently, Jiang Xuanqing was evidently heading towards the demon domain. Was the heavenly palace poised to intervene in the internal strife of the demon race? The ancient Mang forest. No, it should no longer be called a forest. At this moment, the ancient Mang forest lay completely flattened, with even the mountains inhabited by the ancient ape clan crumbling into ruin. It appeared as though it had suffered a devastating catastrophe. The wind howled like the wailing of spirits. The desolate earth was littered with towering mountains of corpses, rivers of blood washing away sins. Millions of demons had perished, with nearly half of their forces decimated. The ancient ape clan had been utterly annihilated. Even the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign found itself at a dead end. Under the encompassing formation, it bore countless wounds, its colossal body continuously bleeding. Despicable. You have allied with the human race to annihilate my kin. It is a disgrace to be a demon. The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign, standing in a pit of blood, pointed a massive finger at the ravenous demon army. Roaring with rage. And you, Liu Qingqing. Within the faintly golden pupils of the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign, a frigid gaze of 1,000-foot-long black dragon emerged. Even if I must die, I shall tear you to shreds. With that, the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign, dragging its battered form, advanced towards Liu Qingqing, each step leaving a deep impression in the ground. Press. In midair, 11 leaders formed seals with their hands. Boom. The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign felt a sudden heaviness beneath its feet, as the ground cracked like a web, spreading outward. It was confined, unable to move. Which? I curse your ancestors. The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign howled to the heavens, filled with fury. This formidable formation capable of suppressing it undoubtedly bore the mark of Wu Xianzuan. It knew that Wu was orchestrating from behind the scenes. Moreover, Wu Xianzuan possessed another ability, seldom known to others, obscured by his own brilliance, formation mastery. Attack. Liu Qingqing commanded. the sky suddenly brightened. Behind her, countless streaks of light surged towards the colossal form of the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign, bombarding it relentlessly. The many ants can bring down the elephant. Roar. The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign howled in pain, yet it was powerless, firmly bound by the formation. It could neither advance nor retreat. Its body, scarred and battered, was gradually worn down by the millions of demon soldiers, left to await its fate under the oppressive formation. 10,000 miles away, in the lofty expanse, the celestial palace's numerous spirit vessels accelerated rapidly towards the ancient Mang forest. The revered celestial elder of the ancient ape clan had been completely vanquished, leaving only the celestial demon sovereign in dire straits. On board the spirit vessel, General Xianzhan of the Golden Guards clasped his fists in respect towards the Qingqian celestial elder, Jiang Xuanxin, delivering his report. Indeed, Jiang Xuanxin responded with a measured tone. The purpose of the Celestial Palace's expedition was solely to prevent the demise of the celestial demon sovereign, for they discerned that this was a strategic maneuver orchestrated by the boundless celestial elder, a scheme aimed at usurping the demon realm. Although the ultimate intent of the adversary remained unclear, the Celestial Palace was determined to intervene. At the very least, it would be profoundly detrimental for the next generation of the demon realm's ruler to become a pawn of the boundless celestial elder. Suddenly, a formidable barrier of energy spanned across the heavens, obstructing the path of the Celestial Palace's spirit vessels. What is happening? The Celestial Palace's members were taken aback. Jiang Xuanxin, the Qingqian celestial elder, lifted his gaze, his expression sharpening in an instant. Boundless. Above the clouds, a solitary pavilion stood. The boundless celestial elder, hands clasped behind him, gazed down upon the Celestial Palace's congregation with his profound eyes. It is the boundless celestial elder. General Xianzhan's countenance shifted. How had their movements been revealed to the boundless celestial elder? Despite the presence of the Qingqian celestial elder accompanying them, how could they have been detected? Was the adversary omniscient? Qingqian, why not come up for a chat? The calm voice of the boundless celestial elder resonated, prompting the Celestial Palace's members to turn their attention towards the Qingqian celestial elder. Their mission was to prevent the celestial demon sovereign's demise. Could it be that they were to engage in nostalgic conversation with the boundless celestial elder? Moreover, it seemed there was little history between the two, having only met on 2 occasions. To the astonishment of the Celestial Palace's entourage, very well, Jiang Xuanxin replied with a smile. Indeed, soaring upwards to converse with the boundless celestial elder, leaving the Celestial Palace's members in bewilderment. Sighing, General Xianzhan lamented. With the presence of the boundless celestial elder, it appears we are powerless to intervene in the affairs of the demon realm. Surely, the Qingqian celestial elder would not engage in combat with the boundless celestial elder merely to save the celestial demon sovereign? That would be unwise. When deities clash, mortals suffer. Should celestial beings engage in battle, it would be they who would bear the brunt. They would certainly be unable to withstand even the residual forces. Above the clouds, as the Qingqian celestial elder entered the pavilion, he was met with the boundless celestial elder's gaze, tinged with surprise. Qingqian, my friend, it has been decades since we last met. You have become even more radiant. Jiang Xuanxin offered a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for your kind words, boundless. Upon hearing this, the boundless celestial elder raised an eyebrow. Were it not for their indistinguishable aura, he might have doubted that the figure before him was indeed the Qingqian celestial elder. Jiang Xuanxin cast a glance at the starkly contrasting black and white chessboard upon the stone table. You possess a refined taste. My friend, waiting for my arrival while engaged in a game of chess. Do you perhaps consider me a mere pawn? Not at all, the boundless celestial elder replied, taking a seat and placing a black piece beside a white one, forming an encirclement with 3 black pieces. For energies are completely sealed, the white pieces are doomed. The esteemed Qingqian gazed quietly, suddenly approaching the stone table to take a seat, smiling at Wu Jin. Is it not rather dull to play alone? The game had commenced. Wu Jin replied in a calm tone, I am not merely a piece upon the board. My friend, observe closely. With that, Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin, lifted a white piece. A flicker of surprise crossed Wu Jin's eyes, causing him to narrow them slightly. Might I inquire if you would care to engage in another match? Jiang Xuanxin smiled faintly and asked, how intriguing. Wu Jin chuckled, then let us play. In the ancient Mang forest, miles away, the once mighty Tianman demon sovereign, now weakened to the point of failing to maintain his true form, knelt half-heartedly upon the ground, veins protruding on his forehead. He raised his hands high, as if propping up something unseen. Surrounding him, all the great demons awaited the moment when Tianman could no longer endure. The instant a flaw emerged, they would surge forth. Tianyan, the demon realm is due for a change of masters, Liu Qingqing remarked, standing with arms crossed, her gaze cold and unyielding. Chapter 79. All for you. Upon hearing these words, the 10,000 demons sovereign, gritting his teeth, revealed a cold smile and spoke. Change of master? You, Liu Qingqing, are nothing but a puppet. How could the true master of the demon realm be decided by you? Even if by some twist of fate you were to sit upon the throne, the genuine ruler would never be you. At this juncture, the 10,000 demons sovereign erupted into a loud, mocking laughter. Could it be that a mere human puppet would preside over the vast demon realm? Ha ha ha. As these words echoed, many of the great demons behind Liu Qingqing cast her glances filled with profound meaning, while the expressions of the ancient four clans remained unaltered. Particularly among the younger generation of the Dragon Clan, there was unwavering faith in their matriarch, Liu Qingqing. No amount of provocation would sway their conviction. Creak. At that moment, the bones of the 10,000 demons sovereign emitted a sound of unbearable strain. His face flushed to the extreme. I can no longer wait. A fully realized great demon suddenly soared into the sky, charging towards the 10,000 demons sovereign, eyes glinting with a ravenous desire for his flesh. This movement seemed to incite a frenzy, as several other great demons followed suit, all eager to seize the flesh of the 10,000 demons sovereign. Almost all the great demons understood that consuming the flesh of the 10,000 demons sovereign would significantly enhance their power. Even a mere morsel would surpass any miraculous pill. Matriarch? The elders of the Dragon Clan noticed their leader, Liu Qingqing, still unmoving, and their expressions grew anxious. Even the other ancient clan's great demons rushed towards the 10,000 demons sovereign, yearning to partake in the spoils. In such a moment, how many would heed Liu Qingqing's words? Just watch. Liu Qingqing raised her hand and spoke calmly. As soon as her words fell, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Darkness was instantly dispelled, and golden light pierced through the clouds, causing all to squint. Who was that? The great demons rushing towards the 10,000 demons sovereign halted, gazing upwards towards the heavens. Beneath the vast sky stood a figure, behind him a blinding golden light reaching thousands of feet. Soon after, a colossal golden wheel began to emerge behind him, radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Break. The figure uttered a single word, and the immense golden wheel, exuding a scorching heat that distorted the very void, crashed downward. Quick! Evade! The great demons sensed the overwhelming might, and their expressions changed dramatically. They all turned to flee. At that moment, thoughts of consuming the flesh of the 10,000 demons sovereign were completely forgotten. For the terrifying descent of the great sun was aimed at the very spot where the 10,000 demons sovereign stood. Even the 11 masters of the Wangu cave dared not linger, abandoning the 10,000 demons sovereign to escape. Left alone, he was tightly bound by the formation, helplessly watching as the colossal sun bore down upon him. Boom! The nearly 1,000-foot golden wheel struck the formation, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. The entire ancient Mang forest trembled. The formation was breached. However, after shattering the formation, the terrifying great sun did not continue its assault on the 10,000 demons sovereign, but instead dissipated into the air. Was it out of power? Impossible. Several fully realized great demons clearly felt that this was the full force strike of a venerable being. Even though this formation possesses celestial powers, it is inconceivable that it could suppress one venerable being while simultaneously withstanding the full might of another. Yet, who is this newcomer? Tianyan, if you wish to preserve your life, follow me, came a cold voice. As the golden light faded, the figure gradually came into focus, clad in a flowing white robe, golden silk billowing like clouds. His demeanor was serene and ethereal, resembling a true celestial being. It was none other than the esteemed Qingxian Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanqing. Impossible. A pitch-black crow perched upon the shoulder of the second Dong Master, gazing in astonishment at the celestial figure hovering above. The second Dong Master was equally taken aback. Confusion flickered in his eyes beneath the hood as he inquired why Qingxian Xianzuan was able to arrive here, given that the Venerable had seemingly intercepted him earlier. In response, the crow incarnate, Heitian, shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Perhaps the Venerable has ulterior motives. Tianyan, what are you still doing there? In midair, Qingxian Xianzuan cast his gaze down upon the dazed Tianyan Yaozuan, frowning slightly. He then glanced in a certain direction, indicating that if he were to arrive, you would have no chance to flee. At these words, Tianyan Yaozuan gritted his teeth and soared into the sky towards Qingxian Xianzuan. Though he sensed that Qingxian Xianzuan's intentions were far from benign, he feared Wujia even more, for Wujia sought his life. Thus, He chose to coexist with Qingqian Xianzuan. Regardless of the latter's motives, at least in this moment, his life was assured. In this manner, before the watchful eyes of many, Qingqian Xianzuan took Tianyan Yaozuan away. With no creature daring to intervene, the 11 Dong masters opted to remain spectators. The expressions of the various factions were exceedingly grim. After exerting so much effort to annihilate the ancient ape clan, they allowed the greatest threat, Tianyan Yaozuan, to escape. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was akin to drawing water with a basket, only to find it empty. These formidable, having allied with Liu Qingqing, did so with the intent of confronting Tianyan Yaozuan and his formidable flesh and blood. Yet, in the end, their quarry had flown away. The one with the most dismal expression was undoubtedly Liu Qingqing. She was uncertain whether Qingqian Xianzuan's appearance was due to a miscalculation on his part or for some other reason. In any case, the consequences of Tianyan Yaozuan's escape were severe, at least for her. Liu clan leader, our clan has suffered grievously in this battle. If the resources of the ancient ape clan are not divided with my Tianlang clan to the extent of 30%, it would be utterly unreasonable, declared the leader of the Tianlang clan. 30%? Humph. In response, the leader of the Zishan True Tiger clan scoffed. If you Tianlang can claim 30%, then I shall demand 50%. For this great battle, our clan has summoned an ancestor who has perfected the tribulation stage, while your clan merely called upon an ancestor at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. How can your clan's contributions compare to ours? The two leading factions exchanged barbs, openly vying to divide 80% of the resources of the ancient ape clan. With so many wolves and so little meat, despite the catastrophic losses of this battle, these top-tier factions suffered minimal detriment. The ancient four clans have suffered devastating losses, particularly the Dragon clan, with even the Grand Elder perishing on the battlefield. The reason these top-tier forces express such sentiments is merely to seize the opportunity amidst chaos. If these two assert that the division of resources from the ancient ape clan should be based on the strength they deployed, what do you think, clan leader Liu? A chieftain proposed. Upon hearing this, all the great demons turned their gaze towards Liu Qingqing's silhouette, who stood with her hands clasped behind her back, silent and contemplative. The ancient four clans were livid with rage. Indeed, while the strength mobilized by these elite forces was considerable, it was nothing more than thunder with little rain. The true exertion came from the ancient four clans. They bore the brunt of the casualties, and if resources were allocated according to the dictates of these top-tier forces, what would be left for them? How could they possibly recover from such immense losses? It might leave them in a state of perpetual decline. Just as the remaining three ancient clans sought to argue their case, to everyone's surprise, Liu Qingqing acquiesced. She slightly turned her gaze, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Very well. All shall be granted to you. Chapter 80. None shall remain. Did the clan leader of the Liu agree? Ha ha. The noble spirit of the Liu clan leader. The other clan leaders were initially taken aback, but subsequently exhibited expressions of joy. Clan leader? Liu clan leader. What is the meaning of this? The leaders of the ancient three clans gazed at Liu Qingqing, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of anger. Even the members of the Dragon clan regarded Liu Qingqing with altered expressions, akin to witnessing one's hard-won domain, built at the cost of countless lives, being handed over to another. How could they be content with that? What is the reason behind the Liu clan leader's demeanor? The leader of the Tianlang clan, observing the frigid expression of Liu Qingqing, spoke with a mocking tone. The Tianlang clan harbored no fear of the Dragon clan. Intellect alone does not dictate supremacy in this world, where strength reigns supreme. Their ancestor had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, firmly surpassing Liu Qingqing in cultivation. Moreover, the desire for spoils was not confined to a single wolf. Should the Dragon clan take action against them, it would undoubtedly offend other forces eager for a share, and they would not stand idly by. Could it be that the Liu clan leader is merely speaking insincerely, unwilling to part with resources? The leader of the Zishan True Tiger also chimed in. Reluctance is irrelevant. It must be done. Another leader from a top-tier force scoffed. Why should we? The leader of the Phoenix clan interjected sharply, unable to contain her outrage. So many of our kin have perished in this great battle. Was it all in vain? Why should it be so? Because our fists are mightier. The leader of the Zishan True Tiger retorted disdainfully. Must I teach you the law of the jungle? If not. The gaze of the Zishan True Tiger clan leader turned icy as he swept his eyes over the ancient four clans. Should you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, we would not hesitate to annihilate the ancient four clans, having already vanquished the ancient ape clan today. You. The leader of the Phoenix clan was incensed. Not far away, the 11 leaders of the Wanku cave and the Crow of Black Heaven coldly observed the unfolding scene. Although Liu Qingqing was merely a pawn of the immortal sovereign, they would not intervene as long as the immortal sovereign remained silent. Liu clan leader, have you made up your mind? A brazen voice reached Liu Qingqing's ears, her expression growing ever colder as her fists creaked under pressure. A sense of frustration welling within her. Eliminate them. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Liu Qingqing's mind, laced with an inexplicable allure. This voice is... Liu Qingqing's expression momentarily faltered. Wipe them all out. Do you not wish to strengthen the Dragon Clan? Have you not already entered the path? Then, eliminate them. Not one shall remain. Liu Qingqing bowed her head, her body trembling. Meanwhile, the various demon clans nearby appeared to witness something that instilled fear within them. Their expressions shifting drastically. They looked at Liu Qingqing, initially displaying shock before instinctively retreating in terror. No, it was not Liu Qingqing they feared. It was what loomed behind her. The ancient three clans opposing them also sensed the anomaly and turned to look at Liu Qingqing. Upon this sight, they were instantly alarmed. Behind Liu Qingqing, an unexpected figure with white hair emerged. It was the supreme immortal of the infinite. The assembled demons gasped in astonishment. As the leader of the righteous path of the human race, the image of the supreme immortal had long been disseminated throughout the demon realm, making his identity immediately recognizable to them. What was happening today? First, a human called the celestial Xian Immortal arrived to rescue the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign. And now this foremost figure of the world appeared, lurking like a specter behind Liu Qingqing. The demons stared in confusion as the supreme immortal placed a hand on Liu Qingqing's shoulder and whispered in her ear, I grant you power, annihilate them all. From this moment forth, you shall be the sovereign of the demon realm. Sovereign of the demon realm. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing abruptly raised her head. Her gaze consumed by a crimson haze, her pupils unfocused. Kill, kill. She transformed into a blur and charged towards the demons, her blood-red eyes reflecting their terror. Liu Qingqing, what are you doing? Ancestor, save me. Impudent. The ancient clans, including the Dragon Clan, were left in shock, watching Liu Qingqing single-handedly assault the various demon tribes. The leaders of the Jinwu, Phoenix, and Qilin clans exchanged glances with the Supreme Immortal, lost in contemplation. Boom. With a resounding crash, Liu Qingqing, her face stained with blood, was repelled by a peak tribulation elder, returning to stand before the Supreme Immortal. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at him. The Supreme Immortal evidently understood her intent. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he slowly opened his palm. In his hand, a pitch-black flag materialized, emanating overwhelming ferocity and an endless chill. Take it. The Supreme Immortal tossed the flag to Liu Qingqing. Without hesitation, she caught it, and in that instant, her aura surged immensely. She lowered her gaze to the dark flag in her palm, feeling an unparalleled killing intent that resonated with her very being. It was as if they were destined to be together. A howl of wind and a wail of ghosts erupted as a wave of dark energy swept towards the demons. Where it passed, vegetation withered, instilling fear in even the celestial beings. What in the world is that? Run. Liu Qingqing, how dare you conspire with the leader of the righteous path to slay your own kin? Such treachery is unforgivable. With a leader like you, and a daughter like you in the Liu family, it spells disaster for the Dragon Clan. The disgrace of Liu City. The cries of agony and insults echoed in Liu Qingqing's ears, yet she remained expressionless. Kill. This voice did not belong to Liu Qingqing, but to the leaders of the ancient clans. It seemed they understood something, and with a command, they charged towards the various demon tribes with their kin. Led by the second elder, the Dragon Clan also surged forward, their eyes filled with bloodlust and ambition. The old master is dead, a new master must rise. The second elder of the Dragon Clan proclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. Indeed, the demon realm thrives on the survival of the fittest. Not only the demon realm, but the entire 5 domains as well. The fists of the great demon clans have grown larger and can act with impunity. Now, their fists are even mightier. What does it matter to unite with the immortal sovereign of the human race? What does it matter to slay one's own kin? It is infinitely preferable to the gradual descent into oblivion. The various demon clans, who previously disregarded the bonds of kinship, now speak of such ties with fervor. Are they truly sentimental? No, they are merely aware of their impending doom. In this battle, the Dragon Clan shall rise. The ancient 4 clans shall rise. The blood-soaked world has dimmed, leaden clouds shroud the moon, obscuring its gentle glow. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, surrounded by an aura of starry reverence, Liu Qingqing stands silently, her expression devoid of emotion. In this moment, she resembles a figure steeped in blood, her long, inky hair matted with gore, cascading over her cold, exquisite visage. There exists a breathtaking beauty in her horror. Covered in the blood of her kin and consuming their bones, she has now attained the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. One might say she stands at the zenith of the world. Yet, Liu Qingqing does not share this sentiment. Slowly, she raises her gaze to the white-haired figure suspended in the air, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. She has merely trespassed into the realm of the celestial. Chapter 81. The Avatar in the Celestial Realm. Amidst the ethereal sea of clouds, the esteemed Qingqian stands in contemplation. What is your intention? The formidable Tianyan, seated in the clouds, tends to his wounds while warily observing the immortal Qingqian within the pavilion. I seek nothing but to save you, Qingqian replies, his back turned to Tianyan, hands clasped behind him. Humph, do you truly possess such benevolence? Tianyan scoffs. Sighing softly, Qingqian, known as Jiang Xuanxin, continues. To spare your life is, in a way, a favor to myself. What do you mean? Tianyan furrows his brow. If it can be avoided, I would rather not confront him directly, Qingqian states as he turns to face Tianyan. Upon hearing this, Tianyan narrows his eyes. So, your intention in saving me is to use me as a target to attract his attention? It is clear to him that the him Qingqian refers to is the supreme immortal Wu Jing. Indeed, Qingqian affirms with a nod. Haha, Tianyan erupts in laughter. I never anticipated that the dragon clan would conspire with the human clan to eliminate me. And now, I find myself rescued by a member of the human clan. You humans are indeed intricately complex. With a subtle smile, Qingqian inquires, why does he wish to kill you? Tianyan is momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he grits his teeth in indignation. I have no idea. Could it be because I led an army to invade the central region? Humph. Does Wu Jing truly possess such righteousness? The thought of the calamity he has endured fills him with resentment towards the supreme immortal. Righteous or wicked, such earthly judgments have never held significance in our eyes. Qingqian replies calmly, then gazes at Tianyan. You, Tianyan, could ascend to greatness with a mere thought, and I, with a single thought, could descend into darkness. With that, Qingqian vanishes, leaving only his voice lingering in Tianyan's ears. Rest in the celestial realm. Wu Jing should not seek you in the short term. Should he truly come for you, then you must flee. Tianyan is perplexed. I shall enter seclusion. If I am not mistaken, he too will embark on that path. What path? Tianyan rises, questioning with confusion, but finds that Qingxuan's voice has faded away. That path? Tianyan ponders, looking skyward. He has long harbored suspicions about Qingxuan's delay in ascending to the higher realms. Now, with these words, he senses an underlying mystery. Is there a grave terror in the higher realms? He murmurs to himself. For so long, there has been no news from above, which inevitably raises his suspicions. He is indeed qualified for ascension and possesses the confidence to do so, though he struggles to relinquish his power. The presence of a formidable entity in the central region has caused him to contemplate ascension for quite some time, albeit with a desire to observe further. He does not wish to meet the same fate as the infernal Lord Yunxiao, whose millennia of cultivation were obliterated, perishing at the hands of that individual. As a result of this observation, the esteemed Qingqian did not ascend, which deepened his suspicions. Consequently, he found himself in his current predicament. In truth, he bore little regret. At the very least, he was still alive. What did Qingqian mean by another path? The formidable Tianyan pondered with narrowed eyes. After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the thought. He preferred the simplicity of engaging in a brawl rather than grappling with such complexities, even if it risked his life. Healing should take precedence. Tianyan once more settled into a cross-legged position, recklessly consuming pill after pill. These were the spoils taken from the human factions of the central domain, and he had to admit their effectiveness was remarkable. He often found himself wondering how, throughout history, the human race had conceived the art of alchemy, as well as the crafting of weapons and formations. Were humans truly favored by destiny? The demon race, despite their longevity and physical prowess, fell short in every other aspect compared to humans. As for the foolish demons, Tianyan couldn't help but think that the demon race was still superior to that brutish lot. They were incessantly focused on violence. Had it not been for the countless years of restraint instilled by Wu Jing, the demon race would have rendered the entire 5 domains far less peaceful. The mention of the demon race brought to mind the elusive Wenyang demon lord, whose absence had been notable. Tianyan mused. Could it be that Wenyang, like Qingqian, had chosen not to ascend, opting instead for concealment? But what could be the motive for such secrecy? He dismissed the rumors of Wenyang's demise. Such a notion was utterly implausible. The demon lord still possessed a lengthy lifespan and had not experienced a failed ascension, so there was no reason for him to simply fade away. Most critically, What was the alternative path that Qingqian had alluded to? The more Tianyan contemplated, the more frantic he became, his nostrils flaring as his robust chest heaved. In the celestial palace, within the grand hall, an empty high seat was suddenly graced by a figure clad in a flowing white robe adorned with golden silk, exuding an air of elegance. It was none other than the esteemed Qingqian, Jiang Xuanqing. He languidly propped his head on his hand, a flicker of delight illuminating his calm gaze, clearly in high spirits. At that moment, a figure approached slowly from outside the hall. To the astonishment of all, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the Qingqian seated above. Clad in a similar white robe, the golden silk fluttered about him. Yet, his aura was distinctly different, imbued with an otherworldly quality. Although he possessed the same visage, the newcomer appeared even more striking. Upon witnessing this doppelganger approach, Jiang Xuanqing exhibited no surprise. He regarded the face nearly identical to his own and inquired softly, "What did Wu Jing convey to you?" In response to the esteemed one, when Wu Jing obstructed us, he merely instructed me to observe his chess game. He did not elaborate further, the figure replied, lowering his gaze. Chess. Intriguing, Jiang Xuanqing mused with a smile. Does he perceive me as a mere piece on the board? Or perhaps as an adversary? Sighing softly. At this point, the esteemed Qingqian sighed, gradually rising to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. To save Tianyan, he had exposed his avatar, the immaculate body. The essence of thousands of prodigies, combined with the mastery of 5 perfected tribulation cultivators, should have enabled a seamless culmination. Yet, it still fell short of expectations. Even with all your might, you could at most rival Tianyan, if not even surpass him. However, if the avatar were to surpass the original, then who would truly be the original? Qingxuan's gaze, both amused and enigmatic, fell upon his own avatar. On the day he had first crafted this form, he had unexpectedly glimpsed a flicker of animosity in its eyes. This revelation astounded him, for it was inconceivable that the essence of those thousands of prodigies or the few perfected tribulation cultivators could leave even a trace of consciousness behind. Thus, this avatar should possess no awareness. Only through his own infusion of spirit could it attain sentience. Yet, it had manifested in such an unforeseen manner. This was an unpredictable variable, one that had caught Qingqian completely off guard, even prompting him to entertain thoughts of annihilating this very avatar. Yet, having sacrificed the lives of 5 venerable elders from the celestial palace for its creation, would it not be a grave loss to obliterate it now? Chapter 82. The Abyss. After considerable contemplation, he forcefully endowed this avatar with means to ensure unwavering obedience to his commands. Should there arise even the slightest hint of rebellion, he could effortlessly extinguish the essence of this incarnation with but a thought. Though referred to as an avatar, it had indeed become a life of its own, yet remained under his dominion. Otherwise, he would not have expended such effort to create such a formidable entity, one that possessed consciousness. In the grand hall, the avatar of the esteemed Qingqian listened to the words of its master, its expression remaining devoid of emotion, akin to a marionette. Qingqian felt a wave of ennui wash over him. It seemed that Wu Jing was on the verge of taking a significant step forward. The same could be said for himself. However, it would be preferable for him to act first. As for you, the avatar of Qingqian, Jiang Xuanqing, directed his gaze toward his creation. You shall remain in the central domain, overseeing the Tianyan. Understood, the avatar replied with a nod. And do not forget the Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness? A flicker of curiosity finally appeared in the avatar's eyes. What is there to observe? A mere lowly demon lord, albeit gifted, falls far short of the level of a true sovereign. Qingqian Jiang Xuanqing chuckled softly. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply adhere to my commands. Yes. Once the avatar departed, Qingqian Jiang Xuanqing smiled. Wu Jing, O Wu Jing, you are ultimately but a junior. The path I have traversed over these millennia surpasses the sum of your existence tenfold. He tilted his neck, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Do you believe that the path to transcending the heavens is known solely to you? Had the path ahead been clear, I would have already entered the realm of transcendence and left no room for your arrogance. The foremost being of this world? Huh. Qingqian Jiang Xuanqing let out a cold laugh. In the eastern wilderness, the demon domain lay a desolate expanse, marked by an unfathomable chasm that seemed to plunge into endless darkness. A chilling wind howled through the crevice, reminiscent of ghostly wails. For thousands of miles in every direction, life was conspicuously absent. This place was known as the Abyss. No one knew how this abyss had come to be, not even the ancient beings of the demon race. It appeared as though the mysterious abyss had existed since the dawn of the demon race. while none could ascertain what lay within its depths. There were always a few aging demons, desperate and at their wits' end, who would plunge into the abyss in search of a glimmer of hope. In the entirety of the eastern wilderness, this place remained shrouded in obscurity, leading many to believe that fortune awaited them. Yet, without exception, none returned alive. Thus, this domain was deemed a forbidden zone, and to this day, few dared to tread upon its ground. Several centuries prior, Wu Qingqing had ventured into this region, with the demons hoping for his demise. However, he merely observed for a brief moment before departing. Consequently, the demons harbored an even deeper apprehension towards the abyss. For even Wu Qingqing had not dared to enter. What hope did they possess? Deep within the abyss, darkness reigned supreme, an unfathomable void. A chilling cold lingered, echoing with distant, yet piercing wails. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black surroundings, a pair of blood-red eyes illuminated the darkness, devoid of any emotion. In the southern wilderness, at Wangu Cave, morning dawned. A series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Lying in bed, Yunke opened his eyes. "Senior brother, the cave master has summoned us back. It seems a significant event has transpired within the cave." Shadows cloaked in black robes stood outside, calling out loudly. "Coming." Yunke replied calmly as he rose from his bed. Within Yue Cave, one of the many caves in the southern region, nestled deep in the mountains and shrouded from sunlight, figures draped in black robes gradually entered. Yunke donned a black robe and followed several fellow disciples into the cave. Inside Yue Cave, the passage was lined with eternal lamps, quietly burning as they extended into the depths. After some time, Yunke arrived at the innermost part of the cave, navigating with ease to a clearing. This spacious area could accommodate hundreds. 2 rows of massive candle holders provided illumination, surrounded by Gu masters cloaked in black. Suddenly, a gust of eerie wind swept through, causing the flames on the candle holders to flicker ominously. In but a moment, a figure adorned with the emblem of Wangu Cave materialized at the altar. Salutations to the master of Yue Cave. The surrounding Gu practitioners rose in unison, expressing their reverence. "The soul lamp of the 7th elder has extinguished." The cave master's words sent shockwaves through the crowd of Gu practitioners, their expressions turning pale. "What? The soul lamp of the 7th elder is extinguished. Does that not imply what transpired? Who dared to slay our Wangu Cave elder?" The name of Wangu Cave echoed with renown in the southern region, and few would dare harm its members. Yet now, strange occurrences had unfolded, with numerous members of Wangu Cave meeting untimely ends, including the 7th elder's own son whose body had not been found. The soul lamp, a life-bound Gu nourished by the practitioner's own blood, housed a luminescent insect that resided within the cave where the lamp was placed. Each esteemed Gu practitioner possessed a corresponding soul lamp. Should the host perish, the Gu would follow suit. Thus, the extinguishing of the lamp signified the death of its owner. This matter would be thoroughly investigated by Wangu Cave. The cave master's voice was hoarse, betraying no emotion. However, tomorrow marked the trial day for Wangu Cave, and a replacement for the 7th elder was imperative. "Yunke, although your cultivation has yet to reach its peak, you are deeply favored by the 7th elder and possess exquisite Gu skills. You shall take the 7th elder's position. Do you have any objections?" Under the intense gaze of the cave master, Yunke appeared momentarily stunned and did not respond. "Second brother, the cave master is calling for you," nudged a fellow Gu practitioner beside him. Only then did Yunke regain his composure, looking towards the cave master, removing his hood, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Master, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply." "Why?" The voice of the Lord of the Moonlit Cave remained inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. "My master has treated me like a son, yet now he has fallen victim to treachery. As a disciple, I am no longer inclined to fulfill my duties. My sole focus is to uncover the perpetrator." Yunk clenched his fists tightly. Those beside him, the Gu cultivators, were profoundly moved by his words. Truly, the bond between master and disciple runs deep. Rest assured, this Lord of the Cave shall provide you with an explanation, as well as an account to all. The lives lost within the 10,000 Gu Cave shall not be in vain. At this moment, the voice of the Lord of the Moonlit Cave unmistakably carried a hint of murderous intent. However, he swiftly altered his tone, offering counsel. "Yet, the day of the trial is the most significant day of the year for the 10,000 Gu Cave. There must be no error. You must occupy the position of the 7 stewards." "I shall obey," replied Yunk, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 83. The heavenly tribulation. A resounding boom echoed as the heavens trembled. A colossal beam of light surged from the central domain, piercing through the fabric of the universe. Not merely confined to the central domain, This radiant shaft was visible to all across the 5 domains. What could this phenomenon signify? That such a light transcends the heavens, resembling a celestial imprint? Could it be that a momentous opportunity has emerged? I suspect otherwise. It heralds a great terror. The unnatural occurrence instilled a sense of panic among the cultivators of the 5 domains, particularly those of the central domain, as the source of this beam originated from their realm. However, while the majority of cultivators were engulfed in trepidation, the more formidable ones perceived it as a grand opportunity. They soared into the skies, their gazes ablaze with fervor as they raced towards the luminous beam. Rainbows of light streaked across the horizon. These cultivators, even if their spiritual senses could not reach the source of the beam and were aware of the perilous path ahead, possessed hearts daring enough to challenge the heavens. This resolve could lead them to the ultimate end, even if it meant death and obliteration, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The heavens showed no mercy, and even the flora vied for survival amidst such chaos. Who orchestrated such a tumult? The esteemed ancestors of the major sects awakened in unison, eager to extend their consciousness towards the source of the beam. Yet, within mere moments, they recoiled in alarm. One elder withdrew his consciousness, his heart pounding with apprehension, his face a mask of astonishment. What a terrifying force! Merely approaching with my consciousness nearly resulted in severe repercussions. What on earth is this? He resolved to witness it firsthand. If it were indeed a chance for fortune, it would be a grave loss to miss it. At the Tianyan Sect, tens of thousands of miles away, figures arrived in succession. They gazed intently at the solitary figure standing before the colossal beam atop a lone mountain, their brows furrowed. Had someone reached it first? No, that figure appeared to be the infinite celestial venerable. What? It truly is the infinite. What scheme is he up to this time to cause such an uproar? Some were astonished, while others felt disheartened. The astonishment stemmed from the mystery of what the infinite celestial venerable had done to provoke such a commotion, while the disappointment arose from the realization that this was not a mere opportunity. Moreover, even if it were, with the presence of the infinite celestial venerable, what right did they have to contest for it? Atop the lone mountain, the wind howled fiercely. The black banners planted in the earth flapped ominously. A figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes reflecting the accessible beam of light like a secluded spring under the moonlight. This individual was none other than the infinite celestial venerable. Thunder rumbled as dark tribulation clouds engulfed the sky. The mere power of the lightning contained within these clouds was enough to instill a sense of dread in all living beings. This is a tribulation cloud? By the heavens, this is no opportunity. It is a trial. We must flee or face certain doom. Many cultivators turned to flee. Yet, those who had previously observed in astonishment found their gazes igniting with renewed fervor. What if it were a tribulation? As long as they did not interfere, the tribulation would not target them. It was merely residual power, and they were capable of withstanding it. This is indeed ascension, a phenomenon rarely witnessed in 100,000 years. They are unwilling to miss this moment, yearning to bear witness. Moreover, for the majority, a lifetime may not suffice to reach this stage or behold such a spectacle. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying by evening. Some have fled, yet most choose to remain, eager to witness this tribulation. They must return to share this extraordinary sight with their disciples. After all, it is a sight seldom seen in 100 millennia. An elderly man flipped his wrist, revealing a recording stone in his palm, stroking his beard with a smile. Upon hearing this, the nearby cultivators' eyes brightened, finding the idea quite appealing, and began to produce their own recording stones. After all, it seemed that the esteemed Wuji immortal did not wish to drive them away and likely would not mind their documentation of this moment. Surely, this is the confidence of the world's foremost individual. Even amidst tribulation, they remain unafraid of petty threats. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed. The observing cultivators instinctively recoiled. What had occurred now? They turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. In the distance, another colossal beam of light surged towards the heavens, spanning the expanse of the sky and earth. They glanced back at the beam on the solitary mountain, then refocused on the distant one, murmuring in bewilderment. Could it be that today, not only the Wuji immortal is to undergo tribulation and ascend, but 2 individuals? Who might the other be? One cultivator calculated the distance of the beam, squinting as he spoke. This beam is also in the central region. Besides the Wuji immortal, only one other could possess such capability, the esteemed Qingqing immortal from the Celestial Palace. But why would these 2 venerable figures choose to undergo tribulation and ascend simultaneously? Such a coincidence seems unlikely. An elder from a sect spoke solemnly, his expression growing grave. This realm may soon experience an upheaval. Haha, old senior, What jest is this? How could something so ordinary lead to an upheaval? One person laughed. Yet as laughter faded, his expression soured. While it is true that ordinary circumstances wouldn't yield upheaval, the current situation is anything but ordinary. As both of the strongest venerables from the 5 regions are set to ascend today, although it appears to be ascension, after the elders' remark, they began to perceive it as an escape from this realm. Setting aside the Wuji immortal, who has previously undergone tribulation, his purpose for ascension is clear. However, the Qingqian immortal evidently possessed the capability for ascension long ago, yet chose today. Is it possible that the heavens are to be destroyed? Some minds wandered wildly, glancing at those around them. Under normal circumstances, such thoughts would attract derision. Yet today, the surrounding cultivators fell into a profound silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Without exception, their expressions were grim. Atop the solitary mountain, Wuji immortal Nian Wangwang cast a calm gaze towards the distant beam, his eyes deep and tranquil. Gradually, he extended his hand to touch the beam. Boom! A wave of energy surged forth, startling the flora and fauna alike. Thunder roared within the tribulation clouds, intensifying in ferocity. As the ominous aura spread, causing all to tremble. Amidst the swirling sands and stones, the infinite immortal sovereign, Nian Wangwang, raised his head, his half-bound, half-flowing white hair dancing wildly. His robe billowed with a resounding rustle, and the crimson silk ribbon fluttered with abandon. Moments later, he soared into the sky. What was the infinite immortal sovereign intending to do? He was actually flying towards the ominous storm clouds, choosing not to defend against the impending tribulation, but to take the initiative in attack. Some gazed in astonishment, their faces paling. Among them were a few who had witnessed the ancient recordings of long-ago cultivators transcending their tribulations to ascend. These cultivators were also revered as sovereigns. Yet, without exception, when faced with the crucial step of overcoming tribulation, they opted for a cautious approach to avoid the risk of death and the obliteration of millennia of cultivation. Never had there been a sovereign or a fully realized cultivator in the tribulation phase who chose to strike first. Such audacity was indeed the epitome of recklessness. Some were shocked and perplexed, while others were exhilarated. Chapter 84. The path awaits before our eyes. Such magnificent ambition, resonating through the ages, is about to unfold before their very eyes. Should he succeed, this supreme being will undoubtedly be recognized as the most formidable of all time, a true embodiment of greatness. Even in failure, he shall be immortalized in the annals of history, as the cultivators from the 5 domains bear witness. In midair, the Supreme One transformed into a striking black light, ascending towards the storm clouds, his handsome visage exuding an aura of tranquility. Yet, beneath the surface, a fierce flame flickered in his eyes. After a millennium of blood and tears, after traversing countless hardships, the path is now within reach. Boom! The heavens raged with thunderous roars. Brilliant golden light erupted, engulfing the world in a blinding white. All observing cultivators were compelled to shut their eyes, only to feel the earth tremble beneath them, as if 2 colossal forces collided in the air, causing the surrounding void to shudder. When they opened their eyes, they beheld the white-haired figure standing poised in midair, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. Is this it? A bystander gaped in astonishment. How could it be so effortless? Just as he opened his eyes, the thunderstorm vanished. What do you mean, is this it? Take a closer look at the space surrounding the Supreme One, an elder intoned solemnly. Upon hearing this, the onlooker focused intently. He noticed that the space around the Supreme One was riddled with cracks, resembling a shattered web. The space has been torn apart? The man gasped in disbelief. Indeed, while we cultivators possess the ability to rend space, it is merely a matter of opportunism. To shatter space through sheer personal strength, leaving it irreparable for an extended duration, is beyond our capabilities. Even collectively, we cannot achieve this feat in that fleeting moment. As the thunderstorm descended, the Supreme One must have acted, and their powers collided, fracturing the very fabric of space. As the elder spoke, cold sweat broke out on the man's brow. Had the thunderstorm been weathered? If not, would this realm itself be shattered? It is highly probable. The elder's expression grew grave. The clash of 2 supreme beings would indeed rend the heavens and earth. Now, this unparalleled Supreme One has chosen to confront the tribulations of ascension head-on. What an extraordinary spectacle it would be, as the mightiest of existences engage in conflict. At that moment, a graceful figure soared into view. It was the leader of the 3 late nights, the celestial maiden of the clouds. Indeed, it is she. Has she come to witness this epic-making event, just as we have? Perhaps, but have you forgotten that the celestial maiden harbors affection for the Supreme One? She may be concerned for him. Ah, yes. At this time, the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd. Her enchanting eyes reflected the white-haired figure. In her gaze, brilliance danced, and her heart raced with increasing intensity. He remains as captivating and radiant as ever. Meanwhile, another group of cultivators observed the Supreme One's tribulation and ascension, all hailing from the three sects. The master of the Sword Sect, Si Wuduan, the newly appointed leader of the Dao Sect, the true man Liu Qingqing, and the master of the Tianyan Sect, Nian Wangwang, were all present. The esteemed ancestor of Tianyan Sect, Liu Xiaoyao, was also there, accompanied by the saintess Liu Qingqing. Although he had hesitated to bring her along, he ultimately relented under her persistent pleas. He understood that Liu Qingqing was concerned for her master, especially after the recent events. Senior Liu, has my master already transcended the tribulation? Saintess Liu Qingqing inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on the ominous clouds of tribulation in the sky. Foolish girl, it is still too early, Liu Xiaoyao replied, shaking his head. He then lifted his eyes to the tribulation clouds, pondering why this ascension tribulation differed from the last, and why the recent display of power surpassed any he had encountered before. As a fully realized cultivator, Liu Xiaoyao was acutely aware of the force of the recent lightning tribulation. The heavens possess 9 layers, while the tribulations consist of 12. Surpassing the 9 layers signifies the first tribulation. The ominous clouds began to coalesce anew, gathering the might of thunder. However, the immortal of infinity, Nian Wangwang, could no longer wait. He slowly raised his hand, forming a fist. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantaneously consumed, transforming into a radiant light that accumulated in his palm. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a punch that shook the very heavens. Astonishingly, the vast clouds of tribulation were dispersed by more than half, and the contained power of thunder vanished along with them. Did the tribulation clouds just dissipate? The thunderous might is gone. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. Yet, the clouds of tribulation began to reform, and the contained power became even more terrifying. In an instant, the thunder tribulation descended with a thunderous roar. A myriad of golden lightning bolts rained down upon a single target, as if the heavens unleashed divine punishment upon Nian Wangwang for provoking their wrath. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the latest heavenly tribulation continued to be effortlessly repelled by Nian Wangwang, though the surrounding space fractured under the tremendous force. In that moment, he seemed to exist in a realm of nothingness. To the spectators, even though the immortal of infinity stood within their sight, he felt as though he belonged to an entirely different world. After half an incense stick's time, would it finally be over? The crowd appeared shaken, as one cultivator remarked. Goodness, how many bolts of lightning were unleashed? My ears are nearly deafened. He rubbed his ears, feeling an electric tingle coursing through him. During that brief interval, countless bolts of thunder had struck down relentlessly. Thankfully, they were not mere mortals. Otherwise, they would have surely been rendered deaf and blind. Wait, it may not yet be over. Look, the immortal of infinity still stands amidst the void, and the tribulation clouds have not dissipated, one cultivator observed with a frown. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators instinctively looked up. They saw that the previously calmed tribulation clouds had begun to flicker with lightning once more. Another round? The crowd gasped in surprise. However, this time the thunder tribulation appeared somewhat different. The once all-encompassing clouds of tribulation no longer shimmered with golden light, but instead, only one solitary beam of golden light flickered. One cultivator focused intently and remarked with furrowed brows, "That shape, does it not resemble a spear?" Suddenly, the ominous clouds that obscured the sun dissipated. The heavy gloom that weighed upon everyone's hearts lifted significantly with the dawn, no longer feeling so oppressive. However, as the storm clouds gradually cleared, a golden spear emerged, suspended in the heavens. If one did not look closely, the spear's dazzling brilliance made it nearly imperceptible. What is this? Has the heavenly tribulation transformed into a spear? The onlookers were filled with astonishment. Today, they had truly broadened their horizons. First witnessing the magnificent feat of the supreme immortal, and then observing the heavenly tribulation morph into a golden spear. How could this ascension tribulation experienced by the supreme immortal be so utterly different from what was documented in historical texts and recorded on stone? On a distant hill, Liu Xiaoyao gazed at the spectacle, murmuring, "Ah, supreme immortal, what path have you truly taken?" He discerned clearly that this was not the ascension tribulation at all, but rather a different kind of calamity, an overwhelming heavenly tribulation far more terrifying than the ascension tribulation. Chapter 85. The hypocritical mask. What remained unseen was the subtle shift in the gaze of the supreme immortal as he beheld the golden spear. His body trembled, a visceral reaction stemming from an instinctual awareness of impending death. Yet, this fear could not deter him. With his palm facing downward, he summoned the tiny immortal banner that was embedded atop the mountain, drawing it to his grasp in an instant. As the tiny banner unfurled, the heavens dimmed. Countless vengeful spirits swirled around the supreme immortal, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, shrouded in dark mist. What manner of entity is this? Such terrifying ferocity. This is likely no ordinary celestial artifact. The surrounding cultivators exchanged glances, each reflecting a sliver of trepidation in their eyes. They all sensed the menacing aura and murderous intent radiating from the pitch-black banner, a sight most alarming. Moreover, the skulls orbiting the supreme immortal, enshrouded in dark mist, were unmistakably harbingers of doom. Suspended in midair, the supreme immortal's pupils abruptly turned crimson, surrounded by swirling bones and billowing white hair. In their eyes, he no longer resembled the leader of the righteous path, nor an esteemed immortal, but rather a formidable demon lord. Why do I perceive the aura of my ancestor emanating from one of those skulls? A cultivator furrowed his brow, perplexed, but my ancestor perished long ago at the jaws of a beast. I too. Another cultivator intoned solemnly. I sense the presence of my master. Yet he has been long deceased. You as well? I thought I was hallucinating. The assembly of cultivators was rife with uncertainty. In truth, they were not alone in this. On the other side, the celestial master Nian Wangwang also sensed the aura of his ancestor. However, he understood the circumstances. Crackle. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, the golden spear in the sky began to tremble, crackling with electricity. Let us depart. The ancestor Liu Xiaoyao focused intently for a moment, his expression shifting slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, he whisked away all members of his sect. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Tianyan Sect vanished, leaving the Sword Sect and Dao Sect members exchanging bewildered glances. Yet, they reacted swiftly, emulating the actions of the Tianyan Sect's ancestor, hastily retreating with their own members. Although they were unclear as to the reasons behind the Tianyan ancestor's hasty departure, they understood that as long as this ascension tribulation was left undisturbed, it would not target observers like themselves. Nevertheless, the Tianyan ancestor was in the perfected phase of tribulation, and his actions were undoubtedly justified. Thus, the members of the two sects followed suit without hesitation. Why is someone fleeing? A cultivator on the other side pointed to the streaks of light racing across the sky, questioning in confusion, but no one responded. Turning back, he found his eyes sparkling with realization. Those cultivators who had once lingered in midair had transformed into streaks of light, departing swiftly. Only he remained, still in a state of bewilderment. Hey, you lot, how could you abandon me without a word? The exclamations of indignation erupted, and he too hastily transformed into a streak of light, fleeing the scene. At this moment, the vast expanse of heaven and earth was left with only the supreme being of infinity. His gaze was fixed upon the quivering golden spear in the sky, his countenance marked by gravity. The spear, resplendent in gold, emanated a heart-stirring radiance, as though it harbored boundless might. The supreme being of infinity furrowed his brow. It had been long since he had felt such a life-and-death crisis, even in the face of the tribulations of ascension. To prepare for any eventuality, he formed intricate seals with his hands. Ancient runes materialized in the air, swiftly converging to create layers of protective barriers around him. Just then, the golden spear moved. It descended with astonishing speed, akin to a narrow bolt of golden lightning. Simultaneously, countless vengeful spirits surrounding the supreme being surged forward, akin to a chorus of wailing phantoms. Propelled by a tide of dark energy, charging towards the golden spear. In an instant, the dark energy collided violently with the roaring thunder summoned by the spear. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens. Visible ripples radiated from the point of impact, swiftly expanding in all directions, seemingly endless. This force was not confined to the air. Even the ground below was struck, creating massive craters. Gulp! A group of cultivators several thousand miles away watched as cracks appeared in the earth beneath their feet, unable to suppress their trepidation. Fortuitously, they had managed to flee in time. Was it over? One cultivator looked up and murmured. At this moment, the sky was brilliantly illuminated, and the ominous clouds of calamity finally dissipated. It should be over now, right? Another cultivator in blue nodded, exhaling deeply. It was his first encounter with such a heavenly tribulation. Even if the lightning had taken form, the spectators had nearly suffered the consequences. Indeed, the tribulation of the Supreme Being was unlike any other. Supreme Being? Do you still dare to refer to infinity as a Supreme Being? Someone scoffed. At this remark, the blue-clad cultivator furrowed his brow and turned to the one who had mocked him. "What do you mean by that?" he inquired. The scoffer continued with a derisive smile. "Did you not see the malevolent artifact in the hands of infinity? Consider how those countless vengeful spirits came to be. What do you think that ominous black banner signifies? The essence of your ancestors resides within those spirits. Do you still believe it to be an illusion? But my ancestor perished at the hands of the demon race. What does that have to do with the Supreme Being?" Someone retorted. "What does it have to do with anything? Huh, you are truly pitiable in your ignorance." The scoffer sneered. "When your ancestor died, it was the physical form that was lost. What of the primordial spirit? Did you witness your ancestor's body and primordial spirit being devoured by the demon beasts? Do you not understand that we cultivators, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, can endure even the destruction of the physical body? As long as the primordial spirit remains, one can be reborn. Why continue to argue with me? It is clear that your ancestors' primordial spirits have been consumed by that ominous black banner in infinity's grasp. The one who brought death to your ancestors is none other than the leader of the righteous path, infinity." As the words fell, the surrounding cultivators were enveloped in a profound silence. What if? It was a stroke of luck bestowed upon the Supreme Elder Wuji. Someone muttered softly, clinging to a flicker of hope. Deep down, he was reluctant to believe that the Supreme Elder Wuji could be such a person. One who would use their ancestors as stepping stones for transcendence. Having defeated the demon race, dragging his injured body at the celestial gathering, opposing the heavenly palace, and rescuing various sects. How could such an individual commit such acts? Where could there be so many coincidences? The earlier speaker, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Will you only awaken to the truth when you become a vengeful spirit beneath that ominous banner? What utter nonsense about righteous leaders. The dichotomy of good and evil in this world has never been dictated by us. Do you not understand?" He could proclaim himself as the Supreme Elder Wuji, or even become the demonic Sovereign Wuji. Yet, even if the Supreme Elder Wuji were to act in such a manner, and even if he were not the righteous leader, what could we do? Upon utterance of these words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, including the previously indignant speaker, who now remained mute. Indeed, what could they do? Chapter 86. To surpass him, to tear off the mask of the Supreme Master of the Infinite? But what if, indeed, the Supreme Master transforms into the feared demon sovereign they speak of? What would that portend? The Celestial Palace's Liu Qingqing sovereign is already steeped in malevolence. If this Supreme Master joins him, would it not mean the collapse of the central domain? Why? Despairing, someone crouched down, clutching their head. Why is the power of authority in the hands of people like them? Is there still a path for us? Indeed, why should it be so? The arguments persist, the grievances continue. A graceful figure descended, casting a cold glance at the crowd. "In this world, what makes you virtuous? The celestial maiden of the clouds?" The onlookers looked up, momentarily stunned. It was the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing. You, she pointed at several cultivators, her voice icy. "Have your hands never been stained with innocent blood? Have you not trampled upon the paths of others to achieve your own glory? Why do you stand here now, complaining and cursing? It is because of the Supreme Master. It is he, the hypocritical Supreme Master you speak of. Without his presence in the central domain, you would still be battling monstrous beasts on the brink of death. Had he not appeared at the Talented One's assembly, you would have been nothing but fodder for the Celestial Palace. Now, you have the leisure to witness this tribulation. What right do you have to speak of him? To kill one is a sin, yet to kill one to save another is a virtue. How many has he saved, and how many has he slain? Have you considered the countless vengeful spirits? How many of them bear the essence of humanity? Are not the majority from the demon and fiend races?" At her words, most lowered their heads in shame. Yet, a few remained defiant, retorting, "The maiden admires the Supreme Master, naturally speaking in his defense. What if one day he turns his blade against us to protect those close to him?" Indeed, the surrounding individuals raised their heads in response. The celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, inhaled deeply, her expression growing cold, and slowly uttered, "Then you shall endure it. If you believe the world is unjust, if you feel that power should not rest in the hands of someone like the Supreme Master, then surpass him. Become the greatest in this realm, rather than merely complaining about injustice." But you, Liu Qingqing gazed down upon the crowd, her voice calm, yet dismissive. "You shall find it difficult to ever catch up." The disdain in her tone was unmistakable. The crowd's faces flushed crimson, yet they dared not retaliate. After all, the opponent's strength was formidable. At that moment, an aura manifested, surpassing any they had ever encountered, exceeding even the most accomplished of those in the tribulation phase. It was as if a mayfly were to compare itself to the vast sky, an inconceivable difference. They turned their eyes toward the distance, where the Supreme Master had previously faced his tribulation. Has the Supreme Master ascended? But where is the heavenly gate? As the crowd remained perplexed, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. A streak of luminous energy surged towards a specific direction, emanating an aura potent enough to make the heavens tremble. It was the primordial immortal, who had evidently succeeded in transcending tribulation. Yet, why was he not ascending to the celestial realm? Why did no celestial phenomena accompany him? Instead, he was racing towards a particular location. Had he failed in his tribulation? Such a notion seemed implausible, for the aura he exuded was unmistakably genuine, far surpassing that of an immortal at the pinnacle of tribulation. It was an entirely different realm of power. But what could be the reason for this? Look, the primordial immortal is heading towards that distant beam of light, someone exclaimed. As the crowd turned to look, they confirmed the assertion. The target of the primordial immortal was indeed clear. However, what was his intention? That beam of light was evidently the celestial Xian preparing to ascend. Could it be that the primordial immortal aimed to confront the heavenly palace and thwart the celestial Xian's ascension? Hurry, let us follow and witness the spectacle, cried the eager cultivators, eager for the thrill of the unfolding drama. If the primordial immortal indeed sought to challenge the heavenly palace, disregarding the celestial Xian for the moment, the palace would surely face annihilation. Although they were uncertain why the primordial immortal lingered in this realm after his successful tribulation, they believed that once he obliterated the heavenly palace, he would no longer remain. Even if he wished to stay, the heavens would not permit it, ultimately forcing him to ascend. Once he transcended to the higher realm, it would present an opportune moment for them to seize the remnants of the heavenly palace. The legacy left by this supreme power would undoubtedly propel them to new heights. High above the heavenly palace, thunder roared ominously. The celestial Xian stood in the void, employing every means at his disposal to withstand the terrifying heavenly tribulation. In the distance, the demon sovereign of the sky man rose, observing this scene with furrowed brows. Why was this ascension tribulation so different? The might of this tribulation far exceeded that of his ancestors' tribulation, representing an entirely different paradigm. In his youth, he had been merely a prodigy within his clan, fortunate enough to witness his ancestor ascend at the pinnacle of tribulation. It had seemed exceedingly fearsome back then. Yet now, confronted with the celestial Xian's tribulation, it appeared as though a mere novice stood before a master. What path were they traversing? The sky man demon sovereign focused intently for a moment before glancing back at the now vanished beam of light, his brow furrowing deeper. And that detestable primordial immortal had indeed succeeded in his tribulation, which infuriated him. However, deep within his heart, a flicker of delight emerged. For once the celestial Xian ascended and the primordial immortal departed this realm, the world would be vast, and he would reign supreme. Becoming the sovereign of the 5 domains was merely a matter of time. As for that insignificant little demon sovereign from the eastern wilderness, the sky man demon sovereign dismissed him entirely, nor did he harbor any fear of the enigmatic winning demon sovereign, considering him nothing more than a mere rodent. Could it be that this elusive winning demon sovereign possessed battle prowess akin to that of the primordial immortal? Such a thought was utterly preposterous. If this is indeed the case, then the celestial demon lord would not have perished at the hands of the boundless immortal sovereign. In his perspective, it is evident that the demon lord of Inquisition is fearful of the boundless immortal sovereign, hence the need for concealment. Alternatively, he may have already ascended. Regardless, once the boundless immortal sovereign and the Azure Xian immortal sovereign depart from this realm to become the sovereigns of the 5 domains, he is filled with confidence. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced the corners of the heavenly barbarian demon lord's lips. To become the sovereign of the 5 domains, an achievement unattainable by the formidable beings of past demon tribes, now appears within his grasp. Oh, the thrill of it all. Ha ha ha. The heavenly barbarian demon lord could not contain his laughter. Yet suddenly, the smile on his face froze. What is happening? The heavenly barbarian demon lord widened his eyes, gazing into the distance. For there, an overwhelmingly powerful presence was swiftly approaching the heavenly palace. A presence that surpassed even that of the boundless immortal sovereign, deemed the strongest in the world. Chapter 87. The death of a friend is not the death of a Taoist. The somewhat alarmed Tianyan Yaozuan tilted his head, perplexed, and murmured, "Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? No, this is undoubtedly the Wujixing Xinzuan." Tianyan Yaozuan was struck with terror, hastily concealing his own presence. Yet, this did little to assuage his anxiety. He, like an iron tower, strained to huddle within the sea of clouds, seeking a semblance of safety. Is he here for me? Surely not. But wait, why has he not ascended yet? Is he not facing the rejection of heavenly forces? Trembling, Tianyan Yaozuan remained hidden within the clouds. Nonetheless, even in human form, His towering physique was conspicuously apparent amidst the mist. Ah, is he truly here for me? Tianyan Yaozuan, in a fit of frustration, rose abruptly. This sensation was unbearable, akin to being a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. No, I cannot remain here. There is a saying among humans, the death of a friend is not the death of a Taoist. Tianyan Yaozuan gazed toward the direction of the heavenly palace, or rather, towards the beam of light emanating from it. Surely, Wu Qingqing would not take action there. If he did, would Qingxuan's ascension tribulation not be in jeopardy? Alas, Tianyan Yaozuan sighed. This would be profoundly unethical. He saved my life, and now I would harm him? That is not the conduct of a decent being. He shook his head. However, suddenly, he burst into laughter. But I am a demon, not a human. Ha ha. Qingxian, I truly feel sorry for you. With a feigned wipe of non-existent tears, Tianyan Yaozuan hastened towards the beam of light. In the heavenly palace, the disciples gathered outside the hall, gazing perplexedly at the beam of light piercing the heavens. With formidable foes approaching, why had Qingxian Xianzuan chosen to ascend? Was he abandoning them? If Qingxian Xianzuan departed, what would happen when Wu Qingqing Xianzuan came knocking at their door? Elders, if the Xianzuan ascends, how shall we contend with Wu Qingqing Xianzuan? Indeed. Several of our ancestors in the tribulation phase have inexplicably vanished. If the Xianzuan ascends as well, what shall we do? The disciples murmured amongst themselves, their faces etched with worry. Fear not, an elder of the heavenly palace said, stroking his beard with a smile. Did you see that distant beam of light? That signifies Wu Qingqing Xianzuan is also undergoing his tribulation to ascend. Now that the beam has vanished, it means that Wu Qingqing Xianzuan has either failed his tribulation or has successfully ascended. At this, the disciples of the heavenly palace could not find joy in the news. After all, Wu Qingqing Xianzuan had previously failed his tribulation and continued to thrive, even returning to his peak. What if Qingxian Xianzuan succeeds in his ascension, and Wu Qingqing Xianzuan fails again? The elder, sensing their concerns, reassured them, there is no need for excessive worry. The power of divine retribution is no trifling matter. If Wuji can withstand the wrath of heaven not once, but twice, without meeting his demise, then I shall take my own life right here and now. Upon hearing the elder's fervent declaration, the disciples of the heavenly palace breathed a collective sigh of relief. Does this not imply that after today, our heavenly palace shall once again reign supreme? One disciple exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, we have been too fearful to even step outside the heavenly palace during this time. At last, we shall be free. Elder, once Wuji departs, we will raise the Tianyan Sect and annihilate every last one of its members. Additionally, that disciple of Wuji must be subjected to a thorough humiliation. Ha! I find that quite agreeable. The mere thought of degrading a disciple of an immortal fills me with exhilaration. Moreover, that Liu Qingqing is rather pleasing to the eye. With an appearance so pure, I long to cherish her properly. I find her rather ordinary. Scoffed a female disciple of the heavenly palace. After all, she is merely a wild chicken that has flown up to perch like a phoenix. With the diligent cultivation of that Wuji and an abundance of elixirs, even a frog could become appealing. While the crowd of the heavenly palace remained lost in their fantasies, they were oblivious to the fact that Qingxian, the immortal sovereign, was drenched in sweat. As he resisted the heavenly tribulation, he cast a glance at the distant beam of light that had already vanished, cursing under his breath. How is it that this damned Wuji has managed to undergo the tribulation so swiftly? Just as he finished cursing, Qingxuan's expression suddenly stiffened, his eyes reflecting a sneaky figure. Tianman, what brings you here? Qingxuan's voice rang out coldly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Did he not instruct his avatar to keep an eye on Tianman? Why had the latter managed to sneak over? Hee. Tianman chuckled awkwardly, somewhat bashfully stating, I merely came to observe how the sovereign endures the tribulation. After all, it will greatly benefit my cultivation in the future. Humph. Upon hearing this, Qingxian scoffed disdainfully. He clearly did not believe Tianman's words and warned, you would do well to leave swiftly. Should you dare to disrupt this heavenly tribulation, you shall bear the same tribulation I endure. The consequences should be abundantly clear to you. Yes, I understand. Although Tianman nodded vigorously, he showed no inclination to depart, remaining rooted to the spot. You. Qingxuan's brows furrowed tightly. What is this sneaky Tianman up to? Does he not comprehend the grave repercussions of interfering with the heavenly tribulation? Moreover, he had not gone out of his way to offend him. Could it be that he wishes to perish alongside me? Thunder rumbled. In a moment of distraction, Qingxian was struck by a bolt of heavenly tribulation. The special fabric of his robe instantly charred. His expression darkened as he glared at Tianman, warning, Tianman, do not test my patience. Please. Tianman hastily waved his hands, I harbor no intention of disrupting your tribulation whatsoever. Then what is it that you truly desire? Qingqing retorted, his face a mask of impatience. As long as Tianyan remained in this vicinity, it would be impossible for him to focus on enduring the tribulation, let alone the excruciating pressure brought upon him by the infernal heavenly tribulation, which could easily lead to a devastating blow if he were not vigilant. He has arrived. The Tianyan Demon Sovereign exhaled a sigh. Who? The Qingqian Immortal Sovereign, Jiang Xuanxin, narrowed his eyes, momentarily perplexed as to the identity of the individual referred to by the Tianyan Demon Sovereign. Simultaneously, he communicated with his avatar, instructing it to expel this accursed Tianyan Demon Sovereign. However, before the avatar could respond, the expression of Qingqian Immortal Sovereign drastically changed as he gazed towards a certain direction. There, an overwhelming aura was rapidly approaching, one of unprecedented strength. Yet, Qingqian Immortal Sovereign was acutely aware of whose presence it was, none other than Wuji, who had successfully transcended the tribulation and ascended to the realm of the tribulation immortal. Amitba. To his astonishment, the Tianyan Demon Sovereign, a being of the demon race, was seen with palms pressed together in silent prayer, fervently wishing, please, do not let it be me. Chapter 88. See through Tianyan, you must stop him. The celestial sovereign Qingqian glared at the demon sovereign Tianyan. Me? Tianyan stammered, pointing at himself in disbelief. If this tribulation is disturbed by you, my situation will become dire, and you will not escape unscathed, Qingqian Sovereign said, his expression tinged with urgency. He never anticipated that the insufferable Wujixian Sovereign would navigate his tribulation with such swiftness, and even come knocking at their door. This was the Nine Heavens tribulation. Even he dared not show the slightest negligence. How had Wujixian accomplished this? That makes sense. Tianyan nodded earnestly, only to break into a mischievous grin. Qingqian, I am well aware of the difference between dying first and dying later. So do not think to use me as a shield. In fact, I am considering using you as a shield. If he comes for you. Tianyan extended a finger. In just a moment, you will no longer see me. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. He too was uncertain whether Wujixian had come for Tianyan or for himself. Yet, an instinct told him that Wujixian's arrival was most likely related to him. The mere perfected tribulation stage Tianyan was no more than a triviality in the eyes of Wujixian, who had already stepped into the realm of tribulation immortals. With a single hand, he could obliterate him. As Qingqian was on the verge of entering the tribulation immortal realm, he posed a threat, which was why Wujixian was in such a hurry. No, I cannot remain idle. Qingqian raised his gaze to the gathering tribulation clouds and slowly closed his eyes. All members of the heavenly palace, heed my command. A stern voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the elders and disciples still lost in their fantasies. Is that the voice of the sovereign? One elder pondered, momentarily stunned. Indeed, another elder confirmed with a nod. Then, Qingxuan's voice resonated in their minds once more, marked by grave seriousness. Everyone listen. At all costs, prevent Wujixian from approaching. The crowd of heavenly palace members was taken aback. What was the sovereign saying? What did it mean to stop Wujixian at all costs? Wasn't Wujixian supposed to have ascended? Why then did the sovereign still require them to halt his advance? Could it be that the sovereign had been struck senseless by lightning? As the elders of the heavenly palace remained perplexed, a vision of a blood-red mandala flower taking root and sprouting suddenly emerged in their minds. Subsequently, their consciousness was no longer under their control. Under the astonished gazes of the disciples, all the elders soared into the air, forming a great formation amidst the clouds. What are the elders doing? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be true, what the sovereign said? Is the ascended Wujixian approaching the heavenly palace? Among the disciples, only one seemingly inconspicuous figure, Liu Qingqing, took 2 steps back, retreating behind the crowd. He furtively glanced around, and seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he turned and fled. He did not look back, sprinting towards the outside of the celestial palace, showing no signs of stopping. What a joke! These foolish individuals have yet to realize that a great battle is imminent, and they continue to ask questions. It is akin to courting death. He had no desire to perish amidst the aftermath of such a conflict. He still had numerous dreams left unfulfilled. The only thought that consumed him was to flee, to run, and to run again. Of course, he could have alerted his so-called fellow disciples to escape, but he chose not to. Firstly, those arrogant disciples of the celestial palace might not believe him. Secondly, not all within the palace were virtuous. In short, they deserved their fate. It appeared that the infinite celestial sovereign was destined to confront the Azure Mystic Sovereign, though it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Should the Azure Mystic Sovereign triumph, he would return to the Celestial Palace. However, if the infinite Celestial Sovereign prevailed, he would join the Celestial Transformation Sect. The fleeing Liu Qingqing pondered quietly. In the southern wilderness, at the Wangu Cave, nearly all the Gu cultivators within the cave had ceased their training, gazing at the beam of light that pierced the heavens. Yet one individual remained undistracted, seemingly unfazed by the collapse of the heavens, focused solely on his tasks. In a modest dwelling halfway up a mountain, Yun-Kei surveyed the disorderly room with a gloomy expression. Damn it! His master had hidden things exceptionally well. He had searched the entire room without finding any trace of the fatal Gu technique. Although rumors spread that the world's foremost expert from the central domain was undergoing tribulation to ascend, it held no relevance for a minor character like him. If he could not find a solution to the fatal Gu, he would never witness anyone's ascension again. Yin Steward, what are you searching for? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Yun-Kei, causing him to freeze in place, his scalp prickling. Slowly, he turned to face the figure shrouded in black robes, whose stubbled chin made him break into a sweat. He had encountered the Lord of the Moonshadow Cave before. The visitor was none other than Miao Tianyu, the Lord of the Moonshadow Cave. The shadows of the hood obscured much of his face, and his voice bore a hint of raspiness. What are you searching for? He repeated. Yun-Kei forced himself to suppress his anxious emotions and explained, returning to the Lord. I feel discontented and wish to uncover any traces of the murderer within my master's chamber. Upon hearing this, a slight smirk curved Miao Tianyu's lips. Is Chunyan truly that significant to you? Chunyan was the name of Yun-Kei's deceased master. Indeed, Yun-Kei nodded without hesitation. Yet it seemed that Chunyan had. Miao Tianyu spoke slowly. Your master-disciple relationship does not appear to be as profound as you claim. Moreover, Chunyan often resorted to reprimanding you, did he not? At this, Yun-Kei furrowed his brow. Was he already suspected? Or had the Lord of the Moonshadow Cave caught wind of some subtle clues? Yun Steward, if you harbored resentment and killed Chunyan, feel free to admit it. No one would blame you. In the Wangu Cave, it has always been a survival of the fittest. He perished by your hand, a testament to his inadequacy. This position rightfully belongs to you. However, should it involve an outsider, the Wangu Cave will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. For a life must be repaid with a life. Once a mentor, forever a father. A master may occasionally reprimand his disciple, yet it is always for their benefit. And the disciple bears no resentment in their heart. Yun-Kei's voice betrayed a hint of displeasure. Should the Lord of Yuyue Cave harbor doubts about the disciple, he could very well employ the lying Gu. The lying Gu is a creature that, once embedded within the host, can discern the truthfulness of their words. Should one utter falsehoods, they would suffer the torment of being devoured by the Gu, not upon internally, a suffering unbearable for the average person. Please do not take offense. Elder Yun, it is merely the suspicions of this cave lord. Observing Yun-Kei's demeanor, Miao Tianyu, the Lord of Yue Cave, offered a gentle smile and some words of reassurance. He then approached Yun-Kei, placed a hand on her shoulder, and remarked, Elder Yun, your talents are commendable. Focus on your cultivation. As for the grievances with your master. Just as the words hung in the air, a flicker of incredulity flashed in Miao Tianyu's eyes, as if he had sensed something unfathomable. After a moment, he suppressed his astonishment and slowly spoke. The matter concerning your master will soon yield answers. With that, Miao Tianyu turned and departed. Chapter 89. The eavesdropping Gu Yunk stood motionless, observing the retreating figure of Miao Tianyu, the master of the Yue Cave. A cold glint flickering in his eyes. To think that the master would harbor suspicions about me. However, it is not entirely unexpected. Although my master appears stern on the surface, underneath. Having thought this, Yunk found himself lost in self-reflection, as if attempting to deceive himself. Alas, if I were to uncover the perpetrator behind my master's demise, I would ensure he meets a most gruesome end. Yet, why does the master harbor doubts about me? After a lengthy soliloquy, Yunk finally removed his dark robe, revealing a fitted black garment beneath. Indeed, he noticed, perched upon his shoulder, a Gu worm that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Miao Tianyu, this old wretch, is truly enigmatic. Although he feigned no suspicion, the subtle pat on my shoulder concealed a listening Gu. Thus, he had cleverly orchestrated this conversation for the benefit of Miao Tianyu. During his 5 years in the Wangu Cave, he had never engaged in physical contact with the master of the Yue Cave. In his recollection, Miao Tianyu was far from amiable. That shoulder pat seemed overly deliberate. Outside the wooden cabin, beneath a nearby tree, Miao Tianyu listened to the sounds relayed by the Gu worm, chuckling softly as he shook his head. With a single hand, he formed a seal, muttering a few incantations before making his departure from the scene. Deep within the Wangu Cave, 12 figures sat cross-legged, forming a circle, each shrouded in dark robes. 12. With Yang's qualifications, does it not seem somewhat inappropriate for him to assume the position of steward of the Yue cave? Upon uttering this, the gazes of the other figures converged upon one individual, Miao Tianyu. Aside from Miao Tianyu, the master of the Yue cave, the others were also masters of their respective caves. The speaker was the master of the Qingqing cave. Brother 11, it seems that matters concerning the Yue cave should not fall under your jurisdiction, should they? Miao Tianyu's visage was obscured by the shadows of his robe, rendering his emotions indiscernible, yet his words were sharp and pointed. Humph. The master of the Qingqing cave snorted coldly. I do not wish to meddle. However, the recent spate of deaths among your disciples, and now the demise of a steward, is indeed concerning. Is that so? Miao Tianyu retorted with a smirk. Have not several disciples from your Qingqing cave also perished this year? I find that quite distressing as well. Yet none have perished in such numbers as from your Yue cave. The master of the Qingqing cave's voice turned frosty. Perhaps you should simply relinquish your position as master, being unable to safeguard the lives of those within your cave. Very well, perhaps I shall hand it over to you. Let us see if Brother 11 can uncover the identity of the one who killed your own son. Miao Tianyu feigned indifference. At this, the master of the Qingqing cave, struck at his most sensitive point, rose abruptly, furiously pointing at Miao Tianyu. Miao Tianyu, you are aware that was my biological son? My son has perished while studying in your Yue cave. Very well, I shall not lay blame upon you for this matter. The master of Qingqing cave took a deep breath. Yet, why did you deny me, his father, the opportunity to intervene and pursue the murderer? Is it possible that this perpetrator is one of your own? Must you go to such lengths to shield them? Upon hearing this, Miao Tianyu's voice grew cold. The various caves of the 10,000 gu do not interfere with one another. This is the established rule. Shall we allow the death of your biological son to disrupt the protocols we have set? The master of Qingqing cave, upon hearing these words, became incensed. Miao Tianyu, do not attempt to pressure me with such tactics. Enough. At that moment, a voice resonated. The gaze of the Grand Cave Master swept over the two. And although his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority. This is not the time for such discussions. The immortal sovereign has successfully transcended the tribulation. And our task now is to await the downfall of the heavenly palace. Then, we shall unify the southern wilderness. Indeed, in the central domain, within the heavenly palace, a resounding crash echoed. The formation constructed by all the elders in midair was pierced by a streak of luminous energy. The ensuing shockwave obliterated their bodies. Blood rained from the sky, and chunks of flesh fell upon the astonished faces of the disciples of the heavenly palace. What is happening? A disciple stammered. Just moments ago, the elders were deliberating on how to annihilate the Tianyan Sect and dominate the 3 realms of humanity. Now, they have met with such a fate? The remaining disciples paled, staring blankly as the streak of light surged toward the direction of the beam. Beneath the beam, the celestial sovereign Qingqian looked up at the final bolt of tribulation forming above. He was but a step away from the realm of transcending immortality. Yet his countenance bore no joy. For Wu Ji had arrived. Qingqian. A chilling voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the celestial sovereign Qing, Xianjiang Xuanqing's expression stiffened, and he dared not turn to face the newcomer. He was acutely aware of who it was. Wu Ji, the immortal sovereign, was none other than Nian Wangwang. Just then, a figure soared into view. Qingqian. As the figure came into focus, the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be 2 Qingqians? This is dire. The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign's eyelids twitched, and he quickly covered his mouth, cautiously glancing at the immortal sovereign Wu Ji. Fortunately, the latter did not spare him a glance. The heavenly barbarian demon sovereign breathed a sigh of relief, turning his gaze toward the figure standing in midair, puzzled. Why are there 2 celestial sovereigns named Qingqian, and why does this newly arrived one appear so effeminate? The newcomer was indeed a manifestation of the celestial sovereign Qingqian. Upon arriving, he exchanged a knowing glance with the immortal sovereign Wu Ji, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the original Qingqian remained oblivious, though he sensed the presence of his doppelganger. Heavenly barbarian, if you can assist me in stopping Wu Ji, I shall share dominion over the 5 realms with you. The voice of the celestial sovereign Qing, Xianjiang Xuanqing, tinged with urgency, echoed in the mind of the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign. In response, the heavenly barbarian demon sovereign scoffed, transmitting back, Wu Ji is clearly targeting you. After he kills you and ascends to the higher realm, the 5 domains will still belong to me. Fool. The Qingqian celestial master scolded coldly. Wu Ji will not ascend. Nor will I. Furthermore, do you truly believe that after Wu Ji eliminates me, he will spare you? Upon hearing this, the Tianman demon lord furrowed his brows tightly and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by will not ascend?" Just as the Qingqian celestial master intended to explain, he suddenly heard an unusual sound emanating from the heavens and instinctively looked up. Above the sky, a golden spear appeared, radiating a terrifying power, surrounded by crackling lightning. Feeling the immense might contained within the golden spear, even Qingqian celestial master Jiang Xuanqing could not help but change his expression. Chapter 90. Three fists shatter the dream of ascending to immortality. Heavenly barbarian, we are but a step away. Lend me your strength. I swear to the heavens, should you assist me in thwarting the infinite, I shall reveal to you the path of transcending immortality. Moreover, it is not merely you who will face the infinite. That is my avatar, whose power is nearly indistinguishable from mine. Stopping the infinite is more than sufficient. With a fierce shout, the celestial sage Qing Xian declared, "The path to transcending immortality?" The heavenly barbarian demon lord cast a glance at the dissipating calamity clouds above, a flicker of hesitation stirring within him. Jiang Xuanqing, the celestial sage, seized the moment, urging, "The ascent to the upper realms leads only to death. It is only by stepping into the realm of transcending immortality that one may find a sliver of hope." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xuanqing turned to regard his avatar, only to be momentarily struck dumb. The gaze directed at him was no longer the vacant stare of a marionette, but bore an edge of mockery. "Are you courting death?" The celestial sage Qing Xian shot a cold glance at his avatar. The avatar, smiling, was about to respond when a commanding voice interrupted. "Infinite, take my punch." The heavenly barbarian demon lord charged forth, his determination unwavering. He refused to believe that, as a distinguished sovereign, he could not withstand the infinite alongside the celestial sage's avatar. Once a paragon of the demon clan, he too was a ruler who dominated his domain. Why should he fear his opponent? Infinite, witness this punch. The heavenly barbarian demon lord's muscles tensed, his raven hair billowing as he launched a punch imbued with unparalleled ferocity. In an instant, the air quaked under the force of his might, sending shockwaves rippling through the heavens. The infinite sage stood with hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the enraged assault of the heavenly barbarian demon lord. Bang! A burst of blood mist erupted in the air. Heavenly barbarian. Jiang Xuanqing's face paled in horror. Just moments ago, the heavenly barbarian demon lord had been brimming with confidence, only to be obliterated by a single punch from the infinite sage. This was a sovereign, a true pinnacle of power across the 5 domains. Could the realm of transcending immortality be so formidable? At that moment, a flicker of fear surfaced in Jiang Xuanqing's eyes as he regarded the infinite. In midair, the infinite sage withdrew his hand, standing nonchalantly, his gaze as indifferent as if he had just crushed an ant. The avatar of the celestial sage, witnessing the heavenly barbarian's devastating defeat, felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he was not in opposition to the infinite. A spiritual essence floated from the blood mist. It was the heavenly barbarian demon lord's primordial spirit, bearing a look of confusion, wondering what had transpired. Before he could react further, a raven with blood-red eyes swooped down, clutching a pitch-black flag. In an instant, the primordial spirit was seized by a terrifying force, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "What is this? No, do not kill me, do not pursue me." Moments later, only a wretched scream echoed through the air, and the heavenly barbarian demon lord's primordial spirit vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Jiang Xuanqing could not afford to dwell on the heavenly barbarian's demise so casually. As he gazed upon the imminent descent of the golden spear, he clasped his hands in a gesture of determination, his expression betraying an uncontrollable excitement. Should he successfully transcend this tribulation and enter the realm of the immortals, he would no longer fear the boundless immortal sovereign. "Come forth." The gaze of the azure mystic sovereign was fiercely fixed upon the golden spear, undeterred by the possibility of intervention from the immortal sovereign. For the course was already set. If he could withstand this final heavenly tribulation and endure the chaos wrought by the immortal sovereign, he would ascend to the ranks of the immortals. At that moment, the golden spear finally moved. Once it stirred, it shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Yet, the immortal sovereign was swifter still. In the blink of an eye, the immortal sovereign appeared beside the golden spear, his robes billowing, his countenance indifferent. Then, to the astonishment of the azure mystic sovereign, the immortal sovereign unleashed a punch directed at the golden spear. Boom! This was no mere light blow akin to that dealt to the celestial beast sovereign, but a strike that resonated with the very tremors of the earth. Crack! Under the despairing gaze of the azure mystic sovereign, the golden spear shattered, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Unforgivable. The Azure Mystic Sovereign seethed with rage, his eyes instantly aflame. The serene composure he once held was now replaced with an overwhelming aura of fury. The fruits of his thousands of years of cultivation evaporated under the force of the Immortal Sovereign's punch. How could he not be enraged? How could he not be furious? Immortal Sovereign, we are destined to be adversaries. Boom. A shockwave erupted forth. The Azure Mystic Sovereign, who had just been consumed by wrath, was instantly sent flying by a single punch from the Immortal Sovereign, plummeting towards the earth below. His eyes rolled back, blood spilling from his mouth. Centered around him, the air was compressed by an immense force, generating a scorching wave. Run! Run! On the ground, a figure was sprinting. This was Liu Qingqing, who had escaped from the Celestial Palace. Hearing the continuous thunderous sounds from above, he lamented that he could not grow 4 more legs to hasten his flight. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted. However, this time the source was not from above, but from behind Liu Qingqing. It was as if something plummeted from the skies at great speed, crashing violently into the earth. Liu Qingqing hesitated for a moment, yet did not look back, continuing his frantic dash. Curiosity may kill the cat, and he dared not turn around. Yet, a terrifying shockwave surged towards him from behind, lifting him off the ground. In a dizzying whirl, he caught a blurred glimpse of the rising clouds of dust not far away and the trees bending in the tumultuous wind. Damn it, is there truly no escape? Liu Qingqing muttered as he lost control of his body, hurtling through the air. Suddenly, a massive rock hurtled towards him. His vision darkened instantly. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal pit was formed, surrounded by a barren landscape. Coughing violently, the battered Azure Mystic Sovereign, Jiang Xuanxin, lay on the ground, continually spitting out blood. He weakly extended his hand, murmuring softly, "Heaven and earth nurture, heaven and earth nurture." Those who have traversed the tribulations may receive the blessings of the universe, thus stepping into a new realm. Yet, his tribulation was shattered, and with it, the nurturing vanished. The Supreme Immortal, with merely 3 strikes, utterly dismantled his aspirations of transcending. At that moment, as the swirling dust settled, a figure stood illuminated against the light in midair, gazing down imperiously upon the Qingqian Immortal Sovereign below. Jiang Xuanxin, the Qingqian Immortal Sovereign, let his hands fall weakly, and although the figure was silhouetted, his identity was unmistakable. At that juncture, another figure emerged. It was the avatar of the Qingqian Immortal Sovereign. "You shall perish." Jiang Xuanxin's gaze upon the avatar was laced with murderous intent, his thoughts poised to strike. Yet, there was no response. Why? The Qingqian Immortal Sovereign stood bewildered. He had planted a blood-red flower within the sea of consciousness of his avatar, capable of bringing about its demise with a mere thought. Yet now, he found himself unable to execute it. Chapter 91. The Mayfly observes the lotus, so be it. The esteemed Qingqian Xianzuan let out a soft sigh, gazing at the ethereal figure of Wujixing Xianzuan, Nian Wangwang. "Wujixing, you truly possess transcendent abilities," he remarked with a hint of bittersweetness. "My blood-red mandala flower is nearly insurmountable across the 5 domains, yet you alone have managed to breach it. However, there is one matter that eludes my understanding." Qingqian Xianzuan turned to his avatar and inquired, "Would you rather be his pawn than share in my glory?" The avatar of Qingqian Xianzuan shook its head. "It is not a matter of willingness, it is rooted in hatred." "Hate me?" Qingqian Xianzuan expressed his astonishment. "Your disdain for me is utterly absurd. I am not a mere consciousness born of nothingness," the avatar replied, its voice transforming into that of a woman. "I am one of the prodigies from the various sects you once sacrificed in blood. Of course, you do not remember me." Her tone was laced with profound resentment. "After all, you are the exalted Qingqian Xianzuan. How could you recall the stepping stones beneath your feet?" Upon hearing these words, Qingqian Xianzuan fell silent for a moment. "I see," he replied with a smile, but before he could articulate further, he suddenly noticed Wujixing Xianzuan raising his hand. "Wait." Qingqian Xianzuan's pupils constricted as he hastily called out, "You cannot kill me." "Why not?" Wujixing Xianzuan regarded him with indifference. "Because we are both pitiable souls." "Pitiable souls?" Wujixing Xianzuan's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" He understood that Qingqian Xianzuan was privy to certain secrets of the upper realm, which was why he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His earlier gesture had merely served to intimidate. At the brink of death, one often speaks much. Wujixing Xianzuan thought, unwilling to indulge in Qingqian Xianzuan's musings. As the sun gradually descended, Qingqian Xianzuan supported himself with his hands, seated on the ground, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as he began to speak. This realm has long been akin to dew upon the lotus, and we are but mayflies within it, frogs at the bottom of a well, forever ensnared. Having uttered these words, Qingqian Xianzuan tilted his head to gaze at the sky, his pupils mirroring the expanse of blue above, the billowing white clouds, and the lingering twilight. He finally comprehended why so many choose to look skyward in their final moments. It is because they remain attached to this world. The familiar scenery, visible in everyday life, becomes indescribably beautiful in the twilight of existence. Wujixing, Qingqian Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanxin, withdrew his gaze and turned to Wujixing Xianzuan, asking, "How did you come to know about the path of the calamity immortal?" From an ancient tome, Wujixing Xianzuan replied calmly. "Ah," Qingqian Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanxin, chuckled lightly, shaking his head in melancholy. "What remarkable fortune you possess. The sages of our celestial palace have endured countless lives and deaths to painstakingly uncover this path, while you, by mere chance of an ancient text, have gained such knowledge." At this juncture, Qingqian Xianzuan lowered his head, a hint of despondency in his demeanor. "Yet, we remain as frogs at the bottom of the well. The path of cultivation for our kind has long been severed. Achieving immortality? Eternal life? He. The celestial master Qingqian trembled, evidently in laughter. Suddenly, he raised his head and bellowed. "Eternal life has never existed. The celestial realm is not truly a celestial realm. The so-called celestial realm and eternal life are mere fabrications left behind by ancient cultivators. What endless paths? It's all nonsense." The sound of the celestial master Qingxuan's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, lingering endlessly, infused with a millennium of resentment and fury. Not far away, a group of cultivators, drawn by curiosity, also heard this furious proclamation. They were momentarily stunned. Was that the voice of celestial master Qingqian? Indeed, it was his voice. Some extended their consciousness, gravely nodding in acknowledgement. Eternal life and the celestial realm do not exist? Is he jesting with us? An old man nearing the end of his days lamented, his face shadowed with gloom. That was the dream and aspiration he had pursued his entire life. Now, as his lifespan approached its conclusion, someone dared to tell him that all his endeavors were futile. Eternal life and the celestial realm simply do not exist? How could he bring himself to believe such a thing? Why would celestial master Qingqian say such a thing? Hadn't the celestial palace always sung the praises of the celestial realm to the world? He, as the celestial master of the celestial palace, is he trying to disgust us in our final moments? Some were filled with confusion. Indeed, I refuse to believe it. The esteemed celestial master Wujia must know something. He certainly possesses evidence to refute celestial master Qingqian. I must see it with my own eyes. A cultivator gritted his teeth. Yes, I too wish to witness this. Let us see if celestial master Qingqian speaks nonsense in his final moments. Onward. At that moment, all the cultivators abandoned their petty schemes and soared towards the location of celestial master Qingqian. Petty schemes? If what celestial master Qingqian said were true, then what was the purpose of their hard-won opportunities? A throng of cultivators approached, their gazes filled with anger as they looked towards the pit where celestial master Qingqian sat. "Qingqian, what you just said, is it true?" Someone shouted. At that moment, celestial master Qingxuan's aura was weak beyond measure, yet he no longer feared them. However, he paid them no heed, sitting there with disheveled hair and a despondent expression. At this moment, he clenched his fists and murmured, "Wujia, even if I were to step into the realm of calamity, I would not take on the great responsibility of bringing peace to humanity. For far too many ancestors have perished in the upper realms. Among them were undoubtedly individuals of extraordinary talent, yet without exception. They all met their demise in the upper realms. They did not believe. They could not accept that the celestial realm was a bleak sky, with scorched earth beneath their feet. They believed that beyond the heavens, there were more heavens, beyond the realms, there were more realms. They continued to pursue the celestial realm and eternal life. But what did they gain? Moths flying into the flame, leading to their own destruction. Celestial Master Qingqian paused at this juncture, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. I lack the courage of my predecessors. Even if I were to step into the realm of tribulation, I would not ascend to the upper world in pursuit of the ethereal celestial realm, nor the so-called immortality. My sole desire in entering the tribulation is to extend my life, even if it ultimately leads to the depletion of my lifespan in this world. Upon uttering these words, the esteemed Qingqian Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanxin, suddenly pointed to his own avatar, which exists for the purpose of experiencing a second life. I refuse to follow in the footsteps of the sages of yore, who willingly embraced death in their quest for the elusive path to immortality. Why should I subject myself to such folly? After all, I have labored to reach this point. How could I not relish the fruits of my efforts? Moreover, it is a pursuit of something that does not truly exist. As Qingqian Xianzuan's fingers sank into the earth, his expression twisted in anger. You speak nonsense. A fellow cultivator, unable to contain his indignation, retorted, Qingqian, cease your unfounded claims and present evidence if you dare. According to your reasoning, did the cultivators who ascended to the upper realm after 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years do so merely to meet their demise? Do you believe that upon discovering the lack of paths in the upper realm, no one harbored thoughts akin to yours? Returning to this world, indulging in pleasures, forsaking the pursuit of an illusory immortality. Are you suggesting that you, Qingqian, are the only wise one among us? Tell me, why have none of the ascended cultivators ever returned to this realm? Is the upper realm so merciless that not a single soul among them wishes to come back? Pray, enlighten me. As he spoke, the cultivator grew increasingly agitated. Chapter 92. Are you not alone? Is there not a force of repulsion from heaven and earth? Those who have successfully ascended cannot linger in the mortal realm. A voice spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, everyone paused in surprise. Suddenly, Qingqian Xianzuan threw back his head and laughed heartily, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. He pointed at the previously agitated practitioner. Fool, he exclaimed. The once ecstatic practitioner's face turned crimson in an instant, glaring at the speaker with a mix of indignation and anger, as if reproaching the other for speaking out of turn. But wait, he directed his gaze towards Wuji Xianzuan. Why has Wuji Xianzuan successfully weathered the tribulation and yet remains in this realm, unscathed by the force of heaven and earth? Qingqian, he said, pray tell, why is it that Wuji Xianzuan can linger here, unbothered by the repulsion of heaven and earth? After a moment of silence, Qingqian Xianzuan coldly uttered, because the heavenly Tao is dead. What? The expressions of all the practitioners shifted dramatically. The notion that the heavenly Tao was dead, that the celestial realm and immortality did not exist, was utterly absurd. Are you still spouting nonsense? The previously agitated practitioner yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Qingqian Xianzuan. He took a deep breath and continued, if the heavenly Tao is dead, then how do the tribulations arise? How do we receive the heaven's bounty after successfully passing through? I have said, the heavenly Tao is dead. Qingqian Xianzuan suddenly became agitated, veins bulging on his neck, his voice hoarse and strained. Do you think that the beings of the upper realms cannot descend to this realm because the heavenly Tao is shielding itself, protecting the beings of the 5 domains for countless years? Have you not noticed how the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has grown increasingly thin? Have you not realized why there are fewer beings in the early, middle, and peak stages of tribulation, and more who have not yet achieved full mastery? It is because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is scarce. We, the full tribulation practitioners, have lived for tens of thousands of years, a time when the spiritual energy far surpassed that of the present. As for Wuji and that so-called little demon lord from the eastern wilderness, they rely on themselves. They seize the myriad things to forge their own existence. The path ahead will only become more arduous, for the will of the heavenly Tao was extinguished eons ago, leaving behind this masterless expanse. And what of the heaven's bounty you speak of? That was the final act of the heavenly Tao's will, evolving myriad things into the great path of life, sacrificing itself for the sustenance of life. The powerful practitioners who perished, their dissipated cultivation, would nourish this world, returning to sustain you. Yet this merely maintains a fragile balance. Unless you continuously kill, ceaselessly kill, one life must end for another to thrive. Only then can it cycle. But how is that even possible? Who would willingly sacrifice themselves for another? With that, Qingqian Xianzuan exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling a sense of lightness wash over him. As the master of the heavenly palace, this secret had weighed heavily on his heart for far too long, a burden he could no longer suppress. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators found their minds engulfed in a haze, their thoughts utterly disarrayed. Suddenly, the esteemed Qingqian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanqing cast a glance at the Wujixian Zun, a vindictive smile gracing his features. Ah, Wujixian, in your quest for supremacy, you must have sacrificed countless lives and seized many destinies, have you not? Yet, I can comprehend this, for the path of cultivation is one of relentless contention, contending with heaven, with earth, and with fellow practitioners alike. However, human ambition knows no bounds. You are aware of the tribulations on the path to immortality, cognizant of the dwindling spiritual essence of the world. Thus you have callously instigated the war of the 5 domains, leading to untold suffering for myriad beings, all to pave your own path to ascendance. In truth, you are far more ruthless than I, perhaps even 100-fold. Yet, I am not in a position to judge, for I too yearn to traverse the realm of tribulation, and so I have watched you orchestrate the chaos of the 5 domains, igniting the flames of war across the land. The so-called leader of the righteous path, Wujixian Zun? Ha. Qingxian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanxin covered his face, trembling with laughter, pointing at the impassive Wujixian Zun. You, Wujixian, are the greatest demon in this world. Upon hearing these words, the already speechless cultivators turned their gazes towards Wujixian Zun in unison. Is what this Qingxian Xianzuan stated truly the reality? The heavenly path has perished, and the immortal realm along with eternal life no longer exists. The road ahead will only grow more arduous, and the individual they have revered as the leader of the righteous path, Wujixian Zun, is indeed the world's most formidable fiend. To further his own journey, he has wrought devastation upon countless lives. The chaos from the War of the 5 Domains decades ago led to the demise of not merely millions. Is this overwhelming bloodshed and its repercussions truly the handiwork of Wujixian Zun Nian Wangwang? Can he bear such a burden? The gazes of the crowd towards Wujixian Zun were rife with disbelief, skepticism, contemplation, and even fury. Yet, Wujixian Zun Nian Wangwang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, revealing no emotion in his eyes. Esteemed Xianzuan, is what that scoundrel Qingxian said true? An elderly man inquired, trembling. Esteemed Xianzuan, we would rather believe the former claims of Qingxian than accept the latter implications. You could not possibly be such a person. A cultivator spoke with a forced smile, though beads of cold sweat had begun to appear on his forehead, clearly unsettled. Esteemed Xianzuan, please speak. If you merely utter a denial, we shall believe you. We will not heed the absurdities espoused by Qingxian. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Wujixian Zun rubbed his clasped hands and nodded slightly. I am. Esteemed Xianzuan, the crowd implored, please do not jest, for this is no laughing matter. Upon hearing the direct admission from Wujixian Zun Nian Wangwang, despair enveloped the multitude. Even this Paragon of Righteousness, the foremost figure in the realm, has been revealed as the greatest demon in existence. How shall they survive in the days to come? If one day the spiritual essence wanes once more, will Wujixian Zun not once again resort to bloodshed across the 5 domains to achieve his ascendance? The revered Qingxian Xianzuan has been defeated, while the limitless Wujixian Zun has ascended to an entirely new realm. Who in the 5 domains can stand in his way now? At this moment, the sun has long set, and the cold moon hangs high, casting a serene stillness over the world. An increasing number of cultivators gather in this place, including the powerful leaders of various sections. Among them are Yun Wuliang, the master of the Tianyan Sect, the leaders of the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect, and the esteemed Yunseng Xianzi, the head of the Sangung Tian. Even the ancient ancestors of numerous sects have arrived. Initially, they journeyed here due to the impending downfall of the supreme force known as the Heavenly Palace. However, en route, they received news, an announcement capable of shocking the 5 domains, yet they were reluctant to believe it. Thus, they came to witness the truth with their own eyes. Yet what they heard and saw seemed to align with the accounts of others. Their expressions grew obscure in the darkness, but the underlying fear was palpable. Ha! Qingxian Xianzuan laughed heartily as he beheld the composed Wujixian Zun. Wuji, indeed, you possess an extraordinary demeanor, readily accepting your fate. I cannot help but admire you. To achieve your goals, you spare no effort, acting with both poise and resolve. But tell me, as a seeker of the ultimate truth, do you not feel wearied by such a relentless pursuit? With no desires, only the quest for the Tao, do you not find solitude in your journey? The Tao is but an ethereal existence. Chapter 93. Then you should watch closely loneliness? The words of the esteemed Jiang Xuanxin, the celestial elder, left the infinite elder momentarily speechless. The ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, the saintess Yun Qingqing, and the celestial maiden Leng Qingwei, who were considered relatively close to the infinite elder, gazed at him with eyes filled with complexity. Deep down, they too wondered whether the infinite elder, who was known as Wu Wang, ever felt the pangs of solitude. After all, a person of his stature, seemingly surrounded by adoration and reverence, might very well experience the chilling isolation that accompanies great heights. The cost of attaining such a revered status is indeed steep. As the crowd anticipated the infinite elder's response, he simply stated, "You tell me, is it ethereal and elusive?" This remark left everyone momentarily stunned, as it appeared to be a non sequitur. The celestial elder, trapped in the pit, momentarily paused before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, Wu Wang, for someone like you to ascend to such a rank is truly deserved, yet it is indeed a pity." Jiang Xuanxin, the celestial elder, shook his head, asserting, "Even if your resolve is unparalleled, to have no path forward is but a mirage." At these words, the infinite elder's eyes narrowed slightly. The celestial elder continued, "The beings of the upper realm find it difficult to descend to the lower realm, and conversely, the lower realm cannot ascend to the upper. This is because, thousands of years ago, I severed the path with my master, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, and with Wentian. Utilizing fragments of the heavenly Tao's will, I established a barrier to restrain the divine and celestial, cutting off the passage between the two realms. Even now, despite your unparalleled might, Wangwang, it is utterly impossible for you to shatter this barrier. Can a celestial truly defy the heavens? The celestial elder's voice resonated with authority. Is that so? The infinite elder's gaze turned cold. Then you should watch closely. With that, the infinite elder soared into the sky, his white hair dancing wildly in the tempestuous winds, his figure racing toward the heavens. What does Wangwang intend to do? The celestial elder's expression shifted markedly. Boom. Before anyone could react, a tremendous sound echoed from above, sending shockwaves that scattered the clouds. What is the infinite elder doing? The crowd exchanged anxious glances. Curse it, that madman. The celestial elder struggled to rise, gritting his teeth. He aims to shatter the barrier and open the passage between the two realms. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was stricken with horror. If the passage were to be opened as the celestial elder had claimed, would it not mean that beings from the upper realm could descend into this realm? Would this not spell their demise? Those beings had proven insurmountable for all past descendants. Should they arrive here, who could possibly stop them? What shall we do? How do we resolve this? Go stop Wangwang. Me? Nonsense, who else would it be? Panic ensued as the crowd erupted into frantic disputes. Boom. The heavens trembled once more, the resounding crash echoing like a haunting lullaby in their ears. At that moment, someone turned to the silent members of the Tianyan Sect and urgently called out, Tianyan Jinren, an ancestor Liu, you must hurry and dissuade the infinite elder. Otherwise, when calamity strikes, the 5 domains will surely descend into chaos, and you shall find it difficult to preserve your own sanctity. Indeed, I implore the esteemed members of the Heavenly Transformation Sect to persuade the boundless immortal Lord. Matters can always be discussed at leisure without resorting to such radical measures. Yet, the only response from the assembly was the profound silence of the Heavenly Transformation Sect and its members. The immortal master Yun Wuyang remained taciturn, his gaze flickering. He too did not wish for the boundless immortal Lord to act in such a manner. However, he was not but a pawn. How could a mere pawn interfere with the intentions of the player? Alas, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao sighed heavily. He understood the temperament of Wu Jie and knew that he could not sway him. Yet, there was one who might hold the potential for influence, the saintess Yin Qingqing, who had been exceptionally accepted as a disciple by the boundless immortal Lord. But Liu Xiaoyao was uncertain. Furthermore, how could such a significant matter be entrusted to the resolution of a young girl like Yin Qingqing? At the eastern desolate Great Wall, a man clad in a crimson robe stood suspended in the air, gazing at the resounding heavens with a furrowed brow. What was happening? Wasn't that aberration Wu Jie annihilating the heavenly palace? Had he taken his battle to the skies against Qingxian? This would not do. He must investigate. It was peculiar that Wu Jie had not ascended after successfully transcending his tribulation. In the western barbarian demon domain, at Jifu Mountain, Liu Qingqing looked skyward, observing the residual waves emanating from the depths of the universe scattering the white clouds, her expression tense. After much hesitation, she transformed into a colossal black dragon thousands of feet long and soared towards the central domain. In the northern domain, the southern frontier, and indeed all beings across the 5 domains gazed up in bewilderment. The thunderous echoes reverberated as if the heavens themselves wept. The white clouds were engulfed by the residual waves, and countless birds plummeted from the skies, as though the day of reckoning had arrived. Panic flickered in their eyes. Streams of light surged from all directions, yet they all converged upon one singular destination, the central domain. Outside the great pit, a heated debate ensued among the crowd. Yet, none dared to confront the boundless immortal Lord, not from a lack of desire, but from sheer trepidation. Had it been in the past, they would have spoken boldly. They would have dared to voice their opinions to the boundless immortal Lord. But now, even the immortal Lord Qingxian had remarked upon Wu Jie's actions, to which the latter had openly acknowledged. Now, the boundless immortal Lord had transformed into the boundless demon Lord. Who would dare reason with a demon Lord? That would be akin to searching for filth with a lantern. What on earth was transpiring? A surge of formidable presences arrived at the scene, their brows furrowed as they observed the incessant squabbling. Go on. Why do you hesitate? You desire to live yet wish for others to act, while you seize every opportunity for yourself. The crowd continued their bickering, and the newly arrived cultivators could only listen in silence, their brows knitting tighter. At this moment, Liu Xiaoyao descended into the great pit, gazing at the upturned face of the immortal Lord Qingxian, and inquired, Can he break the barrier? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, turning their attention to him. No. The eyes of the crowd brightened. Is that so? Immortal Lord Qingqing chuckled, yet the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of perplexity. What did he mean by cannot? Must one truly gamble on whether the supreme immortal of infinity is capable? This matter concerns the 5 domains. Qingqing, should you continue to withhold your words here? Do not blame me for being ungracious. Lu Xiaoyao's gaze turned icy. Ungracious? The supreme immortal Qingqing raised an eyebrow, replying with a smile. If the supreme immortal has not declared an intent to slay me, do you dare to take my life? Boom. From the end of the heavens, a resounding echo emerged. Before the resplendent barrier of golden light, the supreme immortal of infinity stood with hands clasped behind his back, the essence of the Tao swirling around him. His hair was as white as snow and as pure as jade, adorned with a crimson ribbon. As he relentlessly struck the barrier, his expression devoid of warmth. Crack. The distinct sound of fissures echoed throughout the cosmos. The supreme immortal of infinity. Several figures hastily approached. As they beheld the golden barrier manifesting a delicate crack, their expressions shifted dramatically. Among these individuals were the venerable ancestors of various sects, including Liu Xiaoyao, the ancestor of the Tianyan Sect. Supreme immortal of infinity, please cease your actions. If the barrier is breached, the passage between realms will open, and beings from the upper realm will descend. Would this not spell doom for humanity? Chapter 94. The Infinite Path, the Boundless. At this moment, the celestial master Qingqing arrived late. Having narrowly escaped a devastating blow from the boundless celestial master, he was gravely injured, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. Thus, he naturally flew slower than the others. Observing a slight fissure in the barrier, his expression darkened. This barrier primarily served to defend against the upper realms. If one insisted on breaking through, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, the boundless celestial master remained silent, relentlessly bombarding the golden barrier, his countenance devoid of emotion. The ancestors of various sects exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Celestial Master, do not hold our disrespect against us. Upon uttering these words, they all took action. In an instant, a cascade of brilliance erupted. Faced with their onslaught, the boundless celestial master first waved his hand to disperse the attacks, then spoke in a calm tone. I am unbound, and the path is infinite. Do you not yearn for eternal life? Or would you prefer to remain trapped here, making no progress in your cultivation? After his speech, regardless of the intentions of the crowd, he once again struck the supreme formation with his fist. The faces of the assembled grew grim, yet they felt powerless. Their combined strike, with all their might, was effortlessly dismissed with a mere wave of his hand by the boundless celestial master. Boundless. I no longer seek the great path. I am already content to have lived this long. I only hope that the younger generations can live safely in these 5 domains and 2 heavens. Unlike you, who forsakes the lives of beings in the 5 domains and disregards humanity for your own selfish desires, we cannot do such a thing. One of the sect's ancestors exclaimed angrily. Hearing this, the boundless celestial master turned slightly, regarding the elder with a sidelong glance. You do not wish to pursue the great path? What of those who come after? Do you truly believe that 1,000 years or 10,000 years hence, those heroes will willingly live as frogs at the bottom of a well? Even if I do not act, there will still be others who will. With that, the boundless celestial master turned back to the barrier, his power growing rather than waning, and once more unleashed a fist towards the barrier. The shockwave surged forth, causing the garments of the crowd to flutter and their expressions to gradually grow solemn. Boundless, no matter how eloquently you speak, I absolutely cannot tolerate you leading the 5 domains and 2 heavens to destruction, shouted an elder of the Tao sect, who had achieved perfection in the tribulation phase, charging towards the boundless celestial master with resolute determination. Behind him, 2 other elders from the Tao sect followed suit, flying towards the boundless celestial master, their hands forming seals and their momentum fully unleashed. With a single hand gesture, the boundless celestial master chanted a word. In an instant, a vast and boundless chessboard unfurled behind him, imbued with supreme suppressive power. This object, known as the Heaven and Earth chessboard, rendered all who entered as mere pieces. It could also dominate the heavens and compress the earth. The 3 charging Tao sect elders were, in a mere moment, drawn into the immense chessboard. Trapped upon the massive white pieces, they exerted all their strength but found themselves unable to escape. What is this? They exclaimed, both astonished and furious. A single object restrained the 3 elders. The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Indeed, this boundless celestial master was truly a monster. At this moment, An elder of the Taoist sect, veins bulging on his forehead, turned back to the crowd and bellowed with all his might. What are you all waiting for? Beneath a collapsing nest, how can there be unscathed eggs? If you do not wish to await your demise, come swiftly to aid me in halting the infinite celestial sovereign. Upon hearing his words, the crowd appeared hesitant. Most among them were unwilling to let the infinite celestial sovereign breach the barrier and unleash the denizens of the upper realm to wreak havoc. Yet, there were also those who were reluctant and unwilling to languish in the lower realm until the end of their days. At this moment, an increasing number of figures soared into the sky, each exuding a more formidable aura than the last. There were numerous at the great ascension stage, with even the weakest among them being at the integration stage. Even the demon clan of the eastern wilderness and the beast clan of the western barbarians sent forth many powerful beings. In this instant, there was no distinction of race, for this was a calamity that threatened all 5 domains. With a resounding clang, a sword rang out, startling the heavens. A white-clad elder of the sword sect drew his sword from its sheath, his gaze sharp as he solemnly declared, "Do you not understand that united we stand strong? Even though he is of a different echelon than us, have you not heard that unity can shatter gold? Those willing to turn the tide, come forth with us. For the sake of future generations, let us carve out a clear and resplendent world." With that, the elder transformed his essence into the sword, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum towards the celestial chessboard. Damn it, death is inevitable, so I might as well die for the sake of my descendants. I shall assist you, shouted an elder from the northern domain, brandishing a long staff and striking down upon the colossal celestial chessboard. I come. So do I. Voices echoed one after another. Immediately, these individuals, like moths drawn to a flame, poured their utmost strength into delivering their most potent strikes against the celestial chessboard. Their figures appeared minuscule and insignificant beneath the immense chessboard conjured by the infinite celestial sovereign, akin to a host of celestial beings challenging the heavens. Nevertheless, the indomitable spirit they exuded was enough to shake the very foundations of the earth. Above them loomed the infinite celestial sovereign, the embodiment of the heavens. What is heaven, if not the pinnacle? Witnessing those who charged recklessly, without exception, they were all ruthlessly suppressed by the celestial chessboard, akin to pebbles cast into the sea, creating no ripples. Qingqing celestial sovereign Jiang Sun observed quietly, a hint of emotion surfacing in his eyes. Master, how astute you are. Even before the infinite had emerged, you foresaw those who would defy the heavens. Now, they have indeed appeared. Not far away, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign had come from the eastern wilderness. Observing the current scene, he found it somewhat absurd. The infinite celestial sovereign, the leader of the righteous path among humanity, had become the target of everyone's ire, intent on destroying the 5 domains. Truly, this was a reversal of cosmic order. Shouldn't such an act be his prerogative? Who, in truth, is celestial? And who is demonic? Suddenly, a furious roar emanated from within the giant celestial chessboard. Infinite Demon Sovereign, you are undeserving of your esteemed reputation. You do not merit the title of celestial. Now that sentiment is more agreeable, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign nodded in assent. At this moment, nearly everyone was assailing the colossal celestial chessboard with various tactics, while only a few remained as mere spectators. Among them were the esteemed Tianyan Wangwang, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, the celestial figure Qingqian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanqing, the ethereal fairy Yunseng Xianzi Lung Qingyue, and this particular young demon lord from the eastern wasteland, the Red Lotus Demon Lord, Nian Wangwang. Suddenly, the Red Lotus Demon Lord, who was observing the scene, noticed a figure soaring towards them and exclaimed softly, Liu Qingqing? The newcomer, clad in dark attire, exuded an air of striking elegance. It was indeed Liu Qingqing. Ah, the steed of the celestial sovereign. The Red Lotus Demon Lord greeted her with fervent enthusiasm. He had always harbored disdain for Liu Qingqing, who perpetually wore a frosty expression, believing herself to be of great significance. Now, as she basked in the glory of her association with the enigmatic Wujin Xinzuan, dominating the demon realm and claiming the title of its sovereign, his irritation only intensified. After expending immense effort to reach his current standing, he found it intolerable that she, Liu Qingqing, had attained such heights. Thus, upon spotting her, he could hardly refrain from delivering a few cutting remarks, harboring a deep-seated contempt for her. In response, Liu Qingqing turned to him with a cold acknowledgement, realizing it was the unpleasant fellow. At her words, the smile on the Red Lotus Demon Lord's face faltered, and an unforgettable scene from the Unregret Mountain resurfaced in his mind, lingering in his memory. Chapter 95, Toying with the Tower. Ning. Ice. The Red Lotus Demon Lord gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed upon the icy visage of Liu Qingqing as he spoke each word with palpable venom. The times have changed, and yet you dare to humiliate me so brazenly. Are you not afraid of death? Afraid of death? Liu Qingqing replied, her eyes drawn to the vast celestial chessboard, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. In such circumstances, do you truly believe you can survive? At her words, the Red Lotus Demon Lord felt as if doused in icy water. The flames of anger that had surged within him were extinguished in an instant. He too gazed at the celestial chessboard, observing the individuals struggling within the game, and fell into a contemplative silence. Boom. Crack. The sounds of tremors and fractures reverberated, striking the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer. The fissures in the golden barrier widened, and the expression of the Wujizhen Zun grew increasingly frigid. Wuji, are you truly willing to destroy the 5 domains and obliterate humanity for the sake of your so-called immortality? The trapped individuals on the celestial chessboard were filled with desperation. At that moment, it appeared as if the gigantic black pieces were teeming with shadows of countless figures, yet they remained powerless against the overwhelming suppression. Wuji, I beseech you, cease this madness, cried an ancestral elder of the harmonization stage, kneeling upon the black piece, his face a mask of despair, bowing repeatedly. You may consider our lives as mere weeds, but what of your only disciple? Are you so certain that they will remain unscathed when the beings of the upper realm descend upon this world? How could you, a beast with human visage yet heart of a fiend, forsake all for your own selfish desires? Came the biting retorts, please, and threats echoing in the ears of the Wujizhen Zun. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his fingers caressing a white piece as the luminescence surrounding him relentlessly battered the barrier. Suddenly, a voice, bearing a name that was intimately familiar to the Wujizhen Zun, pierced his ears. If Yang Shuzi had known he would raise such a madly obsessive disciple, he would surely die with regret. The Wujizhen Zun paused, his fingers clutching the black piece, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A gentle breeze swept in. The Wujizhen Zun stood resolutely before the golden barrier, his hair as white as snow, as the black piece fluttered from his fingers, carried by the wind. As the black piece danced upon the breeze, a sudden tempest arose within the celestial chessboard, surging forth towards the crowd like a raging tide. The individuals were buffeted, their garments flapping violently. In the next moment, a colossal black piece descended from above, hurtling directly towards the elder of the Dao sect who had just spoken. Puffed, blood and flesh splattered. A Dao sect elder at the completion stage of tribulation was instantly crushed beneath the black piece, his demise witnessed in horror by the crowd. Blood stained the white piece, a sight both shocking and ghastly. Monster, demon, someone shrieked, clutching their head, nearly driven to madness. At that moment, several figures soared into view, catching sight of the horrific scene and widening their eyes in disbelief. Among them was the saintess, Liu Qingqing. Master, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the unfolding calamity. Observing from the sidelines, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao immediately reprimanded the saintess Liu Qingqing, exclaiming, "Child, what brings you here? And you 3 as well." His gaze shifted to the trio beside Liu Qingqing, comprising Lu Xiao, Bai Chaoya, and the swordsman Pei Juechen. It was unclear how these 3 came to be together. Faced with Liu Xiaoyao's admonition, Lu Xiao and Bai Chaoya merely scratched their noses, hesitant to respond. They had only wished to ascertain the situation. Only the saintess Liu Qingqing dared to speak, urgently inquiring, "Senior Liu, what has happened to our master?" Upon hearing her words, Liu Xiaoyao fell into silence. After a moment, he instructed, "Child, come over to me." "All right," Liu Qingqing replied, glancing at the trapped individuals within the celestial chessboard, biting her lip before nodding in agreement. She then soared towards Liu Xiaoyao, followed closely by Lu Xiao and Bai Chaoya. Pei Juechen stood alone in midair, observing as both his ancestor and sect leader remained ensnared within the chessboard. Confusion and uncertainty washed over him. Should he have refrained from coming? Around him stood formidable figures, the ethereal fairy Lung Qingyue, the dragon clan leader Liu Qingqing, the mighty celestial elder Qing Xian, and the ominous red-robed man emanating dark energy. What was he? Merely a fool unafraid of death. Noticing Pei Juechen standing solitary, Liu Xiaoyao sighed and beckoned, "Young man, you should join us." "Yes, I am grateful." "Esteemed elder," Pei Juechen replied hastily, clasping his fists in respect before flying towards Liu Xiaoyao. Suddenly, the previously silent Qing Xian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha!" Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Was Qing Xian losing his mind? Many thought instinctively, wondering what had prompted such mirth. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Qing Xian continued to laugh, pointing towards the celestial chessboard, or rather, towards the golden barrier. The chessboard had vanished, and those trapped within now bore expressions of bewilderment, clearly unaware of the unfolding events. "Look, the fissures in the barrier are healing themselves," someone exclaimed. The crowd turned to witness the golden barrier, which had been marred by several cracks, now miraculously mending itself. In mere moments, it was restored to its pristine condition. Meanwhile, the Wujing celestial stood with hands clasped behind his back, silently facing the barrier. "It is real," one voice echoed. "Huh, this is splendid." The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. As long as Wujing could not break through the barrier, the 5 realms would remain safe, and they would escape death. "Wujing, it is truly rare to see you falter. I have awaited this moment for long." Qingqian laughed with unrestrained delight. Suddenly, a hand appeared before him. It was a long and powerful hand that swiftly grasped the throat of the celestial sovereign Qingqian, lifting him off the ground. With his face turning crimson, Qingqian, Jiang Xuanqing, caught sight of that exceedingly indifferent visage and managed to force a smile. Struggling to speak, he stammered, How is it that you, too, can become flustered?" The infinite celestial sovereign tightened his grip on Qingxuan's neck, his gaze chillingly cold. "Have you been toying with me all along? And if so, what of it?" Qingxuan's complexion deepened in hue, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes reflecting a pathological hatred. Suddenly, he seized the hand of the infinite sovereign, enunciating each word with conviction. "This time, it is I who has triumphed. The barrier is formed from fragments of the will of the heavenly path, sustained by the myriad forces of nature. What if you manage to create a rift in the barrier? The barrier can mend itself with the essence of the world. Do you truly believe you can obliterate it completely?" "Huh." Qingqian chuckled softly, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the infinite sovereigns as he growled. "Unless the heavens are devoid of spiritual essence. Ah, infinite, you yearn too fervently for victory, desiring to prevail endlessly. Thus, you are fated to lose. Just as you do now. You have succumbed to destiny, and to me." Chapter 96. Madness and Obsession. Suddenly, the supreme being of Wuji released his grasp, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon Qingqian. "Do you not understand? Those who aspire to victory do not falter along the way." With that, the supreme being of Wuji lifted his gaze to the heavens and added, "Since the heavenly Tao has perished, what fate remains?" Coughing violently, Qingqian, half kneeling in the void, was about to utter a response when the profound depths of Wuji's eyes suddenly turned towards him, sending a chill down his spine. "Qingqian, you claim the heavenly Tao is dead. Does that not render the river of time a masterless entity?" At these words, the pupils of Qingqian, Jiang Xuanqing, constricted. "Wuji, what are you intending to do?" "I have spoken. Keep your eyes open," Wuji commanded. As his voice faded, his white hair danced wildly, and he slowly raised his hand, grasping fiercely at the sky. With a tearing sound, the heavens were cleaved open, revealing an endless river of shimmering light that was forcefully drawn from the void. It was a breathtaking spectacle, transforming the sky into a tapestry of vibrant hues, reflecting in the eyes of the onlookers. "What is that?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. This is the river of time." An experienced elder, upon witnessing this marvel, recalled the historical records of the river of time, brilliantly colorful and infinite. "The river of time? This is the river that can return one to the past." Some exclaimed in disbelief. "The river of time, as chronicled in legends, has the power to alter causality, to reverse the past and reshape the future. It was governed by the heavenly Tao, rarely seen by mortal eyes. Yet now, it was being forcibly extracted from the void and laid bare before all. What does Wuji intend to do?" Someone shouted, pointing at the figure of the white-haired being soaring towards the river of time. The crowd remained ensnared in their astonishment until the utterance of this remark drew their gaze from the river to Wuji. In an instant, he stood at the river's edge, hands clasped behind his back, his sleeves billowing in the wind. What could be Wuji's purpose in unveiling the river of time? Did he seek to resurrect someone? How could that be possible? A person as cold and ruthless as Wuji would draw forth the river of time merely to revive an individual? Who would believe such a notion? As speculation swirled among the crowd, Qingqian gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "He wishes to alter the past. This barrier possesses the essence of all living things, and to shatter it, one would need the depletion of the world's spiritual energy. Yet, it appears that is not feasible now. This madman, Wuji, intends to step into the river of time, to return to the past, and change its course, rendering the barrier non-existent from the very beginning." As these words fell, the atmosphere turned deathly silent. All were frozen in place, their expressions tinged with disbelief and pallor. Has Wuji truly succumbed to madness? Such an obsessive pursuit of the Tao, willing to alter the course of history and create irrevocable circumstances, all for the sake of immortality? What would happen if things were to change? A voice trembled with uncertainty. It is difficult to say, replied an elderly man in green, his tone grave. To reverse the flow of time and the laws of causality is a grave taboo. Should such a reversal truly occur? He paused, his expression darkening. You and I might very well vanish from the annals of history, ceasing to exist in both the future and the present. Those around us could meet the same fate. Moreover, the esteemed Qingqing immortal, Jiang Xuanxin, clenched his fists and added, the heavenly way is already dead. The past has been altered. The laws of causality would collapse. Even if some manage to survive within the river of history, the memories of all living beings here will be distorted, not merely altered, but transformed, where the past self becomes the present self. In short, Jiang Xuanxin's face was clouded with gloom as he spoke solemnly. The consequences of altering the past will ripple through all. Unless, of course, you do not exist in the past. But how could any being here possibly lack a past? Upon hearing this, a mid-stage cultivator of the Great Ascension felt a wave of despair wash over him. If the past were to be reversed, even if he managed to survive, all that he had experienced, the events of a century ago, the people he encountered, would be rendered void? If that were indeed the case, then would we still be ourselves? Someone murmured. At this, everyone fell silent. Perhaps this is not so bad after all, mused the sword sect master, Si Wuduan, as he sheathed his sword. Not so bad. The others turned to him, puzzled by his words. A frowning individual inquired, what do you mean by that, friend? Do you not wish to return to the past? Have no regrets? Si Wuduan countered, suddenly weary as he sat suspended in midair. I do indeed. He gazed into the flowing river of time, his eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions. If the past were truly altered, then perhaps she would not have perished. So many had been lost along this journey. Regret? Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Jiang Xuanxin let out a light laugh, directing a scornful look at Si Wuduan. She will die? What did you say? Si Wuduan's eyes narrowed sharply. In a time of peace across the 5 domains, she still met her end. If this barrier were to fall, and beings from the higher realms had descended in the past, do you truly believe she would survive? Jiang Xuanxin's gaze turned icy. Consider the consequences for yourselves. No. A man in black shouted, his eyes fixed intently on the white-haired figure within the river of time. I have fought hard to reach this point. Regardless of whether my past self has shaped my present, I refuse to endure that suffering once more. Well said, came a voice as a figure appeared in the blink of an eye, clad in a red robe, handsomely enchanting. It was none other than the Red Lotus Demon Lord. He lifted his gaze toward the river of time, his eyes filled with loathing. After enduring countless trials to reach this point, how could he allow his suffering to be rendered futile, swallowed by a mere river? Why do we, as cultivators, pursue immortality? It is simply to seize our destinies in our own hands. Thus, how can we passively await our demise? With that, the Red Lotus Demon Lord surged toward the river of time, enveloped in an aura of dark energy. In this moment, he no longer feared the boundless. Even if he were to be effortlessly vanquished by that madman once more, he would not flinch. He would rather perish in this instant than let the breathtaking vistas he had encountered on his arduous journey dissolve into mere illusion. Countless individuals raised their heads to behold the figure of the Red Lotus Demon Lord, their eyes brimming with suppressed fury and resentment. How dare the boundless presume to dictate their fates? Let us go. We shall confront the boundless together. We cannot allow anyone to alter our destinies, even if it means obliterating the river of time. Better to die than to yield. One after another, figures surged toward the river of time, charging fiercely at the white-haired silhouette. Chapter 97. A single path overwhelms all others high above the vast expanse of the sky. The Red Lotus Demon Lord fixed his gaze fiercely upon the white-haired figure within the river of time, bellowing in rage, Wuji. His voice resonated through the heavens. However, Wuji, with his flowing white hair, remained unperturbed, engrossed in the shimmering spectacle of the river of time before him. You, the Red Lotus Demon Lord, feeling belittled, gritted his teeth in fury, daring to underestimate my presence. Today is not like the past. I am no longer the person I once was, and this place is no longer the unrepentant mountain of yore. Upon hearing the name Unrepentant Mountain, Wuji finally turned to look at the Red Lotus Demon Lord. As he discerned the latter's appearance, his brow furrowed slightly, and he queried with a hint of confusion, "Who are you?" "I am." The Red Lotus Demon Lord's demeanor deflated, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Wuji. "You do not remember me, should I?" Wuji's brow knitted tighter. "Ha ha ha. Very well, very well." The Red Lotus Demon Lord erupted into manic laughter, repeating his approval twice. revealing the depth of his ire. He had always considered Wuji a formidable adversary, yet here stood someone who could not even recall his name. After a brief moment, the Red Lotus Demon Lord's gaze turned piercing, and he declared emphatically, "Wuji, you are a forgetful man. It matters not that you do not remember my name. But today, I shall ensure you remember it, Red Lotus." With that, the Red Lotus Demon Lord charged toward Wuji, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent and hatred. Simultaneously, the dark energy enveloping him coiled like a dragon, clawing and roaring toward Wuji. Perfected tribulation stage? Wuji glanced back at the river of time, then in an instant, vanished from sight. The Red Lotus Demon Lord, witnessing this, extended his spiritual sense. Why can I not capture him? He halted, astonished. Before he could react further, Wuji suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The resultant shockwave was palpable. The once formidable Red Lotus Demon Lord was reduced to a mere shooting star, streaking across the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 100 miles away, the dazed Red Lotus Demon Lord pierced through several small mountains, creating an enormous commotion. Meanwhile, on the banks of the River of Time, the approaching crowd was momentarily stunned. Is that not the so-called unparalleled little demon lord of the East Wilderness? How could he be so easily defeated? All show, no substance. The venerable ancestor of the white-clad sword sect snorted derisively, squinting at the celestial Wuji as he brandished his sword. Everyone, whether we die early or late, we must embrace our fate, so why fear? With that, the ancestor resolutely ignited his lifeblood, surging forward toward Wuji with newfound vigor. The crowd exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. Let us go for broke. We have nothing to lose. Indeed, damn it. Let us take him down. A torrent of coarse language spilled from the lips of these cultivators, revealing their willingness to risk everything. In the face of such circumstances, not fighting with all their might was simply not an option. Wuji, heed the sword song. The venerable ancestor of the sword sect, engulfed in the fervor of his own essence, bellowed with fury, his lethal intent locking onto Wuji. Subsequently, a beam of resplendent white light pierced the heavens and the earth. The sword sect's ancestor transformed into a blade, emanating an aura that seemed capable of severing all worldly ties as he lunged towards the immortal Wuji. The speed of his strike was so formidable that even those of equal prowess at the peak of the tribulation phase would find it challenging to react. Yet, for the immortal Wuji, this sword strike appeared languorous. He merely inclined his body slightly and evaded the blow. Suddenly, a tempestuous gust of wind surged forth. Behind Wuji, an imposing figure of 1,000 feet, a majestic Dharma form, emerged, crashing towards him. Wuji, just as the immortal Wuji prepared to subdue this formidable entity, a voice brimming with rage resonated through the air. It was the Red Lotus Demon Lord, his face aflame with barely contained fury, surrounded by a roiling black mist. Gripping a long spear tightly in his hand, with a resounding whoosh, the Red Lotus Demon Lord infused his essence into the black spear and hurled it toward the immortal Wuji from a distance. Moreover, a multitude of attacks seemed to follow suit in perfect synchrony. In an instant, the sky and earth changed hue. Meditation, an elder from the Tao sect, with white brows flying, brought his fingers together, radiating brilliance as he pointed towards the immortal Wuji. In that fleeting moment, Wuji's body became rigid, just as a massive palm came crashing down upon him, accompanied by a myriad of lethal strikes. The terrifying assaults coalesced into a singular point, producing an intense radiance that obscured all visibility. Boom, boom, boom. The resonating sounds echoed through the cosmos, as if the endless river of time itself shuddered in response. Under the collective onslaught of the myriad attacks, even a venerable would succumb to demise. And though the immortal Wuji might not perish, he would undoubtedly be grievously wounded. Master. The saintly maiden Liu Qingqing, suspended in midair, gazed upward at this unfolding scene, her voice trembling as she sought to utter words. Yet only tears cascaded down her cheeks. The elder Liu Xiaoyao, standing before her, also raised his gaze, his expression grim. Why did he watch helplessly? Wuji sought eternal life, oppressing all beings. If he intervened, would he not betray humanity? Yet, to remain idle, his heart was equally troubled. In his eyes, he had long regarded the immortal Wuji as a disciple, a younger generation. Thus, Liu Xiaoyao's emotions were entangled, uncertain whether he wished for Wuji's triumph or downfall. Above, the hands of the 1,000-foot Dharma form dissolved into nothingness, not at the behest of the immortal Wuji, but rather as a result of the collective lethal strikes aimed at him. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the dissipating brilliance. Even as it blazed with blinding intensity, If this fiend, Wuji, emerged unscathed from such an onslaught, I shall take my own life here and now. An elderly man with a sinister smile declared. Just as his words fell, a 3-foot-long sword erupted from the blinding light. With a splatter, blood burst forth before the astonished gaze of the onlookers. In a shocking turn, the previously brazen elder was decapitated by a single strike. No need for you to take your own life. I shall assist you in that endeavor. A calm voice echoed, causing the crowd's expressions to shift dramatically. The light gradually faded. A slender figure with flowing white hair gazed down upon the crowd, as the 3-foot-long sword returned to his grasp, his garments fluttering with grace. This individual was none other than the unharmed Wuji. Remarkably, he appeared utterly unscathed. Witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively took a step back, their expressions tinged with despair as they gazed up at the exalted Wuji Xianzuan. How could he possess such formidable strength? Where is the justice of heaven? Some ground their teeth in frustration, their hatred simmering beneath the surface. How could a demonic figure, intent on wreaking havoc upon the world, wield such terrifying power? Elevating himself above all others? One force overshadowing myriad paths, a single individual dominating the lives of countless beings. When Wuji stood as the pinnacle of righteousness, they felt pride. Now that he has embraced darkness, all that remains is their resentment. Why must you struggle? Wuji Xianzuan inquired, his finger tracing the cold blade of his sword as he spoke softly. From the moment I ascended to the realm of the revered, even if the heroes of the 5 domains united, they would not be my match. Furthermore, I have now stepped into the realm of transcending immortality. With a raised hand, Wuji pointed his sword at the crowd. Chapter 98. The Temptation of the Mortal Realm. After a brief silence, one individual bellowed in fury, I refuse to believe it. I do not accept that the immortal of infinity is truly invincible. And even if he were, what does that matter? Shall we simply await our demise? Absolutely not. Another person, gritting his teeth, echoed his sentiment. He then turned to the crowd, veins bulging on his neck, his expression twisted with rage, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Comrades, let us join forces and vanquish him. Charge. In a moment of dissonance, the throng surged once more towards the immortal of infinity, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Yet, mere moments later, countless figures descended from the heavens, falling like rain. Still, others pressed on, undeterred in their relentless assault. No one was willing to relent. With a soft sound, blood splattered in the immortal's gaze. He sheathed his sword, impatience evident upon his countenance. Were it not for the concern that these individuals might disrupt the flow of time, he would have little inclination to engage with them. Seal. The immortal of infinity formed a gesture with one hand, uttering a single word. Upon hearing this familiar command, many cultivators who had previously been suppressed by the celestial chessboard changed expressions. Indeed, within moments, the vast chessboard re-emerged, descending upon the crowd with overwhelming force. At that very moment, the frenzied Red Lotus Demon Sovereign appeared near the river of time. An inexhaustible tide of black mist surged from his being, coalescing into a colossal palm that blotted out the sun. Without a hint of hesitation, he directed this massive hand towards the river of time. Seemingly indifferent to the potential destruction it might wreak, an embodiment of the notion that if he were to perish, he would take others with him. What was he intending? At this juncture, all present were taken aback. What consequences would arise from an attack on the river of time? They could not fathom it, nor did they dare to speculate. Damn it, yet another madman. Someone cursed. Meanwhile, the figure of the immortal of infinity had vanished from sight. Yet, it was uncertain whether he would arrive in time. No one could have anticipated that the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign would dare to strike at the river of time. Immortal, continue your eternal dream, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign proclaimed, his eyes reflecting utter madness as he beheld the colossal palm descending towards the river of time. Just as the shadowy hand was about to descend, a figure appeared above the river of time. This person stood with hands clasped behind their back, gazing directly at the impending palm. However, this individual was not the immortal of infinity. Liu Qingqing, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign's expression shifted, a mix of shock and fury flooding his features. Clad in a dark, imposing robe, she exuded an aura of fierce determination. It was indeed Liu Qingqing at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. With a commanding shout, Liu Qingqing summoned forth a ripple in the void beneath her feet, slightly bending her form as if embodying the very essence of the abyss against the towering peaks. Her hair danced wildly in the wind, her gaze sharp and unyielding as she launched a punch towards the colossal palm. Boom! A torrent of energy erupted forth. Astonishingly, the gargantuan hand, which had blotted out the sun, halted in its tracks beneath the force of Liu Qingqing's strike. The primal might of the ancient barbarian body. combined with the supreme physical power of the dragon clan, was displayed in all its glory at this moment. Liu Qingqing, why do you obstruct me? The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign roared in furious disbelief. Just then, he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his back. Gulp. The expression of rage on the face of the Crimson Lotus Demon Lord faltered. He swallowed hard and turned his head stiffly. To his astonishment, the Supreme Immortal was standing behind him, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were staring at a lifeless corpse. With a single punch, a mist of blood erupted. The force of this blow was exponentially greater than the previous one, and the Crimson Lotus Demon Lord was obliterated by the Supreme Immortal strike. As the Demon Lord's primordial spirit emerged from the blood mist, it was immediately drawn into the celestial chessboard, becoming ensnared upon a white piece. Once again, the Crimson Lotus Demon Lord lay upon the enormous white piece, his eyes hollow, as if he had lost all vitality. Surrounding him, many others were also trapped within this realm. At that moment, none could impede the Supreme Immortal. The towering hand had dissipated, and on the river of time, Liu Qingqing bowed respectfully as she watched the Supreme Immortal approach. You have done exceptionally well, he remarked as he brushed past her, continuing directly toward the river of time. The chessboard, reminiscent of a small universe, stood beneath the heavens, radiating an imposing majesty. Those who were subdued could only watch helplessly as the Supreme Immortal advanced step by step toward the river of time. Below, Senior Liu. The Saintess Liu Qingqing tugged at Liu Xiaoyao's sleeve, whispering, if the past were to change, would I cease to be the disciple of my master? And what of my father and mother? Would they perish before my eyes once again? Hearing her words, Liu Xiaoyao was taken aback. He turned to the Saintess Liu Qingqing and, upon seeing her reddened eyes, felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed, the actions of the Supreme Immortal had crossed a line. But were the words of the Qingxian Immortal and the Elder in Green truly accurate? Contemplating this, Liu Xiaoyao glanced at the Qingxian Immortal, and his expression shifted noticeably. Qingxian Yu. He beheld the Qingxian Immortal, Jiang Xuanxin, seated in meditation, while the Elder in Green was sacrificing his own cultivation to heal him. Who was this Elder, willing to endure such self-harm for the sake of the Qingxian Immortal? Confusion clouded Liu Xiaoyao's brow. At that moment, the Qingxian Immortal opened his eyes and looked at Liu Xiaoyao with a faint smile, a mere piece. There is no need for you to be astonished, my friend, he added. He then raised his gaze toward the figures ensnared on the chessboard, still struggling in vain. A smile graced his lips once more. After a brief interval, the Elder in Green visibly aged at an alarming rate, his aura waning. As the Qingxian Immortal rose, the Elder's body became akin to a lifeless husk, devoid of vitality, emaciated and frail. Subsequently, the Qingxian Immortal reached out, and a blood-red flower emerged from the Elder's sea of consciousness, settling in his palm. The Elder's body, bereft of its final support, plummeted to the ground. What a resplendent bloom, remarked the Qingxian Immortal, Jiang Xuanxin, as he gazed down at the floating blood-red flower in his hand, smiling. Liu Xiaoyao continued to frown, realizing that the Elder in Green had long lost his sense of self, now completely under the control of the Qingxian Immortal. If that is the case, were those two earlier merely performing for the audience? Liu Xiaoyao lifted his gaze to the figure on the chessboard, then turned to Qin Xianxianzun, speaking in a solemn tone. Your previous words were, in fact, false, intended to manipulate them, were they not? Indeed. Qin Xianxianzun Jiang Xuanxin nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyao's expression grew pensive. Yet, it is not entirely so. Qin Xianxianzun Jiang Xuanxin stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the shimmering river of time, murmuring softly. What is this river of time? It governs the flow of time and fate. The laws of cause and effect therein cannot be so easily shattered. All beings are but pieces on a chessboard, and I am the one who wields them. To use these individuals in an attempt to thwart Wuji is merely to vex him. Qin Xianxianzun Jiang Xuanxin smiled faintly. Can Wuji truly alter the course of history? Merely navigating the entanglements of the mortal realm may prove beyond his grasp. Chapter 99. The Descent into Time and the Temptation of the Mortal Realm, what does it mean? Liu Xiaoyao gazed upon the Qingxian Immortal, Jiang Xuanxin. Fellow Taoist Liu, observe closely. Should Wuji succumb to the river of time, then that river shall gain yet another esteemed presence, one of the mightiest in history. Jiang Xuanxin, the Qingxian Immortal, offered a subtle smile, appearing calm and composed, effortlessly navigating the situation. Yet, within him, turmoil brewed, for he was uncertain whether the enticements of the mortal realm could indeed ensnare Wuji. The fortitude of his Tao heart was, without doubt, formidable. However, he had exhausted all means at his disposal, now left to await the outcome. whether Wuji would be engulfed or dissipate into the annals of the past. In due time, the answer would reveal itself. Upon the river of time, a solitary figure strode forth, his hair as white as snow, his demeanor tranquil. Each step he took sent ripples cascading through the water, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. Thus, he persisted in his solitary resolve. Is this indeed the river of time? Wuji mused to himself. Suddenly, he perceived a figure ahead upon the waters. Were there others in the river of time, besides himself? Wuji squinted, advancing forward. Just a single pill, merely a pill. What wrong have I committed? No, I was mistaken. I should not have seized all the pills from his parents and threatened them, and that little girl no. They should be content to have lived nearly a century as mortals. A deranged old priest sat amidst the river of time, while behind him stood the expressionless Wuji. Is this an illusion? Wuji's gaze deepened. Abruptly, the mad old priest turned to Wuji, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Is it you? Wuji hesitated for a moment. You, the deranged old priest lowered his head in despair. Even now, do you refuse to spare me? I did not intend to harm your parents. In truth, they wished not to burden you. Mortals and immortals, the old priest's words trailed off as Wuji strode past him towards the river ahead. Behind him, the mad old priest faded into nothingness. As Wuji continued onward, another specter emerged from the river of time. An elder cloaked in a flowing black robe knelt before 3 green tombs, casting paper offerings into a fire pit. Alas, I wonder when the immortal master will arrive. It has been ages since I last beheld him. Zihui, I truly miss the immortal master. Upon reaching this point, Wuji gazed at the elder for a moment before continuing his path along the river. Suddenly, the elder rose, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he called out, Immortal Master. Is that you? Wuji paused momentarily. No, something is amiss. The elder scrutinized Wuji's retreating figure, then shook his head. The immortal master could not possibly be one with such white hair. An immortal master does not grow old. As the old man spoke, he sat back down, disregarding the figure of Wuji standing still, murmuring to himself. Alas, lacking the talent for cultivation, I cannot become a disciple of the immortal master. How splendid it would be to follow him, to witness his magnificent presence traversing the 5 realms. As he spoke, the old man seemed to envision that very scene, a foolish smile spreading across his face. Not far away, immortal master Wuji closed his eyes briefly and continued his journey along the river of time, making no pause. Soon, another ethereal figure appeared ahead, a boy who looked around 10, with delicate features. Strangely, although there was no one beside him, it seemed as if he were being led by an unseen hand, a radiant smile gracing his face. Immortal Master, can I become your disciple? I am willing to do anything, endure any hardship, as long as you accept me as your student. I too wish to become an immortal, to roam the heavens, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. Is that possible? Suddenly, the youthful boy, as if hearing something, lost his smile and cast his gaze downward, murmuring, So I lack the talent for cultivation. Yet, he quickly lifted his head again, a smile returning to his face, his eyes filled with hope. Then, may I still be by your side, immortal master? I do not need to be your disciple. I can help with chores. After a moment, the boy seemed to receive the answer he desired, and he began to leap with joy. Hooray! I can be by the immortal master's side. He released the non-existent hand and skipped past Wuji, his face alight with delight. This time, Wuji paused for a considerable while. He turned slightly, as if wanting to glimpse the boy once more, only to discover that the boy was gazing at him too. Immortal master, you have deceived me. You did not bring me along. The boy's face was filled with disappointment as he looked at Wuji. Wuji's hands, which rested behind him, trembled slightly. Suddenly, the boy let out a silly laugh, tears inexplicably streaming down his face as he wiped them away, sobbing. Yet, he understood that the immortal master had his reasons. That day, the master had bled profusely, his white robe stained red. The boy was deeply worried. It's all right, immortal master. I can wait for you in a certain place, no matter how long it takes. I do not wish to trouble you. Immortal master, you may go. The boy stood in the river, waving at Wuji, a smile emerging despite his tear-streaked face. You must persevere. I will be fine here. You need not worry. Take care of yourself. Very well. Wuji departed, not looking back. As expected, a familiar aged figure soon came into his view. Wang. The old man stood in the river, a kind expression on his face as he looked at Wuji, speaking softly. Now, do you harbor any regrets? Wuji gazed at the old man and replied, Master. Wang, I have no regrets. Upon hearing this, the old man's smile deepened. Wang, since you have chosen this path, there is no need to look back frequently. Hesitation is not the path you are meant to tread. Upon hearing these words, the revered immortal bowed respectfully. I shall heed your teachings, he replied. With that, he advanced forward, unperturbed even as he brushed past the elder, never pausing or glancing back. Suddenly, the elder's voice echoed, "Wang heir, you have always been one to feign strength with stubborn words. In the face of countless tribulations, can there truly be a lack of regret? Abandon the path of thunder and embrace the way of the Supreme. Are you truly without regret? Truly without shame for your master?" The immortal halted momentarily, yet did not turn around. What of regret? What of shame? They can be transformed. But how can one change? By remaining here, in our company. The immortal stood silently, hands clasped behind him. After a brief moment, he let out a light chuckle. "Ah, master, you truly grow more muddled with age. The realms of the celestial and mortal are distinct, and the great Tao is devoid of sentiment. From the instant all beings encounter one another, separation becomes inevitable. Destiny arises and fades, and cannot be forced. These were the very words you imparted to me, were they not? Could it be that the flicker of regret in your eyes back then was directed at yourself, rather than at your disciple?" His voice rang clear, reverberating through the river of time, momentarily stunning the elder. Then, the elder smiled. "Go forth, Wang heir. I have faith that you will persist on this path until you realize your aspirations." Chapter 100. The flowing sands of time along the vast river of time, Wuji, clad in a flowing black robe, traverses with a serene demeanor and an air of detachment. As he journeys, he encounters many old acquaintances, their expressions revealing a subtle indifference. Suddenly, he halts, gazing down at the shimmering river beneath him, his eyelashes resembling delicate crane feathers, embodying an aloofness. He reaches into the river, retrieving a handful of glistening golden sand, radiant and enchanting. Yet, even the most exquisite beauty is ephemeral. The golden grains slip silently through his fingers, merging back into the river of time. The sands of time flow by, and as the years pass, he reflects on the bittersweet memories of parting. In this moment, amidst the endless river, Wuji's figure appears profoundly solitary. A gentle breeze wafts from the distance, stirring the golden threaded sleeves of his robe like startled birds taking flight. He seems to relish this solitude, slowly closing his eyes, allowing the cool wind to caress his face as his white hair dances freely. Accompanying him is the magnificent, yet boundless river of time. At that instant, a frail hand gently brushes against his cheek, accompanied by a voice tinged with heartfelt concern. "Brother Wang, how have you aged so?" Wuji's eyes flutter open, revealing a woman of withered beauty before him, yet traces of her youthful allure linger. She gazes at his face, her eyes filled with tenderness as she reaches out, only to retract her trembling hand in hesitation upon touching a strand of his white hair. "Brother Wang," she asks softly, her eyes reflecting sorrow and compassion, "are you in pain?" Meeting her gaze, Wuji takes her trembling hand in his own, shaking his head gently. "It is not painful." In response, she smiles wistfully. "Brother Wang, you have never been one to share your burdens. This arduous journey must be incredibly lonely without anyone to confide in." Wuji remains silent. "In this lifetime, Zihui cannot accompany you. But in the next, may I walk beside you again, regardless of the mountains and rivers that lie ahead? Zihui will remain by your side, no matter how arduous it may be." "Very well." After a moment of silence, Wuji nods. Her face brightens with joy as she softly adds, "Brother Wang, this life has been fraught with hardship. Shall we not pause for a moment?" At her words, Wuji's eyes grow cold. To remain here with Zihui, she continues to speak to herself, yet suddenly, she is scattered into a myriad of starlight by the force of Wuji's aura. Such words should never escape her lips. Wuji, expressionless, resumes his journey. Time passes, and Wuji spots a tree, a peach blossom tree from his memories, standing resolutely by the river of time. Beneath its branches stands a figure. "Brother Wang." The young girl calls, her eyes sparkling with affection as she waves to him from a distance. Wuji gazed silently, his hands clasped behind him, unaware of when a surge of spiritual energy had begun to coalesce. "Wang, look at the sword." At that moment, a youthful voice resounded from behind Wuji, promptly followed by a gust of wind. Wuji furrowed his brow and subtly shifted his stance. The wooden sword grazed past him as the boy, gripping it firmly, raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Wang, your reflexes are still as sharp as ever." Minhui, a girl, emerged from beneath the peach tree, rushing forward to stand protectively in front of Wuji. With her hands on her hips, she frowned at the boy and declared, "Today, Wang is spending time with me. He has no time to practice swordplay with you." Her round cheeks and bright, lively eyes made her look endearing, even when she was upset. Yet, the boy remained unfazed. Scoffing at her, "What do you know, girl? I had promised Wang that when he became the greatest in the world, I, Min Hui, would be the second." Now that Wu Wang had indeed become the foremost figure in the world, it was only natural for him to teach me, allowing me to ascend to the second position. With a proud smile illuminating his face, the boy turned to Wuji and said, "Isn't that right, Wu Wang? That's not acceptable." The girl pouted, looking at Wuji. "Wu Wang also promised to teach me, Zihui. Teach me, teach me." The banter between the boy and girl echoed through the vibrant currents of time, both familiar and foreign. The intertwining of light and shadow left Wuji in a state of reverie. A couple appeared, their faces radiating warmth as they regarded Wuji. "Come home for dinner." The spiritual energy Wuji had gathered in his hand dissipated at that moment. Had he wavered? Should he remain lost in splendid illusions, or return to the harshness of reality? To dream without worry, yet awaken to pain. Suddenly, a transcendent female voice resonated. "Oh, seeker lost in the river of time. If you harbor a deep-seated desire, perhaps you may return to the past, amend regrets, and alter mistakes. But this opportunity is singular. How shall you choose?" Wuji looked up to see a near-ethereal figure materializing beside the river of time, towering almost to the heavens. She was exquisitely beautiful, with silver hair shimmering under the light, draped in flowing white gauze, resembling a goddess descending from the celestial realms. Though her brow bore compassion, her gaze was cold and indifferent, a detachment that regarded all beings with equal indifference. Wuji, standing on the banks of the river of time, furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar aura emanating from her, an essence that stemmed from the path of indifference. "Seeker, how shall you choose?" The ethereal figure spoke slowly, her voice resonating with a celestial quality. Her pale blue eyes reflected Wuji's minuscule form against the vastness of time, and her nearly celestial stature exuded an overwhelming presence that commanded respect. "Who are you?" "Seeker, I am the sovereign of the river of time, Qinglian." "Qinglian?" Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he regarded the divine figure with an unperturbed expression, declaring, "I am no mere seeker. Those who tread upon the river of time are indeed foolish, are they not?" Wuji smiled faintly. "And you too belong to this category? What do you mean?" A subtle tremor resonated in the voice of the goddess. "The celestial order has perished. In the river of time, who then holds dominion?" "Qinglian ah." Wuji let out a soft chuckle and spoke. "There exists upon you the traces of the unfeeling Tao of Taishang, also known as Qinglian. By coincidence, I was once a disciple of the Tao sect. In the annals of antiquity, there emerged a revered female figure from the Tao sect, who devoted herself to the path of unfeeling, suppressing the 5 domains. She nearly glimpsed the essence of immortality. As for her esteemed title, it is akin to yours. She was known as the immortal sovereign Qinglian. You, indeed, are that immortal sovereign Qinglian, are you not? It is astonishing that the mightiest female sovereign of ancient times has now become a mere fool within the river of time, submerged to this day." As Wuji's words fell, the pair of indifferent eyes within the goddess's ethereal form manifested a dramatic shift. Impudent. The goddess's apparition exhibited a slight loss of composure, her cold gaze raising a hand to strike down upon Wuji above the river of time. Enveloped by boundless shadows, Wuji lifted his gaze towards the descending colossal hand, raising his arm gently to point into the void. In an instant, the hand of the goddess disintegrated, transforming into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the cosmos. The goddess's apparition gazed at her vanished hand, and then turned her attention to Wuji, inquiring, "Are you also a sovereign?" Wuji nodded, folding his hands behind his back with a smile. "Since we are both sovereigns and practitioners of the unfeeling Tao of Taishang, why not engage in a contest? As for my title, it is rather unremarkable. I am simply called Wuji." Chapter 101. No regrets in death. The ethereal figure of the celestial sovereign of the azure lotus cast her gaze upon the boundless expanse of time, softly murmuring. After a brief moment, her expression returned to tranquility as she spoke. "Wuji, though you stand as a revered one beside me, you are, after all, a descendant of the Tao sect, while I am its progenitor. Therefore heed my counsel. Pray, speak." Wuji replied, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes serene. "Time is irreversible," the ethereal figure stated succinctly. "What is there that is irreversible?" Wuji inquired. "To reverse it is to meet death," she responded, her gaze flickering slightly. "Anyone who steps into the river of time becomes a fool. There are no exceptions. I am not an exception, nor will you be. Withdraw now, and you may preserve your path of cultivation." At these words, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Wuji, prompting him to ask, "May I inquire how you became a fool? How does one become a fool?" The celestial sovereign's eyes reflected a complex understanding as she glanced at the shimmering river of time. "My resolve was steadfast. I did not falter to the temptations of the mundane world. With that, she turned her gaze toward the horizon of the river. Yet, I was defeated in my pursuit of immortality. Upon hearing the term immortality, Wuji's interest deepened. The celestial sovereign continued, "You have now entered the realm of the tribulation immortal. Surely you are aware of the circumstances of the upper realm?" "I have not ventured there. I have only heard tales," Wuji stated candidly. The celestial sovereign's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. The methods of becoming a tribulation immortal should have been brought back from the upper realm by those who came before, benefiting the future generations. However, the state of the tribulation immortal ultimately only leads to prolonged life, not true immortality. I have calculated that even after enduring the 12 heavens tribulations, the path of the tribulation immortal culminates in a mere million years of life. Immortality remains a distant dream." With a sigh, the celestial sovereign continued, "Upon discovering that the path of the tribulation immortal could not lead to immortality, I sought other avenues. Upon hearing that there existed a method of immortality from the dawn of creation, I unhesitatingly stepped into the river of time. The heavenly Tao was powerless to obstruct me. Yet, after experiencing the temptations of the mundane world, I realized that the number of those seeking immortality was astonishingly vast." Her expression grew somber. "I was defeated, bested by the mightiest of generations past. They became fools within the river of time, vanquishing me and rendering me a fool as well. I do not know how they became fools, nor do I know how the first among them fell. In truth, I have languished here, losing track of the passage of time." At this point, the celestial sovereign let out a self-mocking smile. Perhaps this could be considered a form of immortality in its own right. After all, we fools drift within the river of time, lost and oblivious, with no thought of a natural end. "Wuji, return. The river of time is beyond our reach. The path to immortality must be sought elsewhere. Perhaps there still exists a way in the upper realm," the celestial sovereign kindly advised. She was initially lost in a haze, only to be roused back to a semblance of consciousness by a few words from Wuji. Being of the same human race, she naturally did not wish for Wuji to also become a fool, languishing in the river of time, unaware of the passage of years. After listening to the words of the Qinglian immortal, Wuji gazed ahead into the river of time, his expression remaining calm. Suddenly he spoke. "We cultivators should be like birds without feet." Qinglian immortal furrowed her brow slightly, questioning his obstinacy. "Do you not know what lies ahead?" Before she could finish, Wuji raised his hand to interrupt, his gaze tranquil as he looked at Qinglian immortal. "I do not fear the hardships of the road ahead. I would die without regret." At his words, Qinglian immortal was momentarily taken aback. In a daze, she seemed to see her own shadow reflected in Wuji, a shadow of those throughout history who had sought immortality. "Very well," she finally replied, shaking her head. "Shall we determine the victor with a single move?" The two great sages exchanged glances, each perceiving the sharpness in the other's eyes. Beneath the river of time, a chorus of gasps arose. "What is that? Could it be the manifestation of a sage? A manifestation? What kind of manifestation could rival the heavens? One must know that even the perfected cultivator's manifestation only reaches a height of 1,000 zhang. Yet this manifestation, it could be far beyond 10,000 zhang." The crowd, suppressed by the heavenly chessboard, gazed in astonishment at the ethereal figure towering between heaven and earth. In midair, Qingqian immortal observed this figure, her expression tightening. Wuji had actually met her gaze. It seemed the confounding illusions of the river of time could not deter this madman in pursuit of immortality. Beside her, Liu Xiaoyao turned to Qingqian immortal, his brow slightly furrowed. "Who is she?" Qingqian immortal smiled gently, not intending to keep him in suspense. "One of the founding ancestors of the Dao sect, the strongest female sage throughout the ages." Qinglian immortal. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoyao's expression shifted. "Qinglian immortal? I have heard her name thunderously resonate. Although she was a sage of ancient times, her reputation endures even now. But did she not transcend long ago? Why appears she now in this river of time? Could it be that Wuji returned to the ancient era? No. Qingqian immortal previously stated that this barrier was set thousands of years ago by fragments of the will of the heavenly path. Wuji entered the river of time solely to return to thousands of years past, to prevent this barrier from being established. How could he have gone to the ancient times? Liu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed deeply, his mind filled with confusion. However, his understanding of the river of time was limited. Only Qingqian immortal possessed profound knowledge of it. Thus, he inquired once more, did not Qinglian immortal transcend long ago? Why is she here now? "Fool," was Qingqian immortal's calm reply. "Fool? What does that mean?" Liu Xiaoyao pressed for clarification. Yet, Qingqian Immortal had no intention of elaborating further. She simply gazed up at the figure that stood as high as the heavens. I wonder if this most powerful female sage throughout history, Qingqian Immortal, will be able to stop you, Wuji. Qingqian Immortal's eyes burned with intensity. Buzz. The ripples began to reverberate. Upon the flowing river of time, the ethereal figure of the celestial Lotus Master stands majestically between heaven and earth, executing a hand gesture while silently reciting incantations. In an instant, a colossal azure lotus blossoms forth, emanating waves of azure radiance, brimming with spiritual essence. Yet above it, an even grander golden lotus materializes, akin to the sun suspended in the sky, dazzling and resplendent, rendering the azure lotus pale in comparison. Suspended atop the golden lotus is a slender figure, none other than the Supreme Master of Infinity. One is the most formidable female sovereign of all time, and the other, the current sovereign reigning over the 5 domains. Both hail from the same lineage and cultivate the same path, undoubtedly embodying the most potent existence in the world today. Yet, at this moment, they stand in stark opposition. The ethereal figure of the celestial Lotus Master thrusts forth the azure lotus towards the direction of the Supreme Master. In a heartbeat, a fierce collision ensues, creating a rift in space at the epicenter, with torrents of air surging and the winds and clouds tumultuously swirling. Those suppressed by the celestial chessboard all raise their heads to witness this profoundly shocking spectacle. Chapter 102. The reappearance of the honored one. The world has returned to tranquility. The ethereal silhouette of the blue lotus immortal, towering in harmony with the heavens and earth, slowly dissipates. Stars twinkle in the night sky, creating a mesmerizing beauty that captivates the soul. Just before her complete vanishment, she gazes at the elongated figure traversing the river of time and offers a gentle smile. My path is not solitary. As her words linger, a hint of relief graces the blue lotus immortal's eyes before her essence completely fades into the night. Beneath the river of time, a figure recognizes the origin of the silhouette, exclaiming in astonishment, I understand now. Understand what? The dissipated form was none other than the ancient female sovereign, the blue lotus immortal. What? Upon hearing this revelation, all those suppressed within the celestial chessboard turn their gazes toward a particular direction. There, 2 elders of the Tao sect are present. Upon witnessing their grim expressions, the crowd is convinced that it is indeed the blue lotus immortal. However, it seems that the blue lotus immortal has been defeated by the endless immortal? No, it should be said she was vanquished by the endless demon lord. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh erupts from a rugged man of the northern region. What is so amusing? Do you not find it hilarious? The northern man, suppressed upon a massive white piece, reddens in the face, yet manages to find humor in the situation. What is it that you find so funny? A nearby individual inquires impatiently. I am laughing at the Tao sect. The northern man glances at the 2 elders, unable to suppress the smirk on his lips. The Tao sect is truly pitiable and laughable. First, the previous sect master was slain by that demon, and now it is the founding ancestor. What kind of misfortune has befallen the Tao sect? The rugged man's mocking laughter reaches the ears of the 2 Tao elders, deepening their discontent. One of the elders takes a deep breath and narrows his eyes at the man. Young friend, what is it? We are both suppressed within this celestial chessboard, and the endless has entered the river of time. Whether we live or die remains uncertain. Am I not allowed a moment of levity? The northern man raises an eyebrow. No. The Tao elder shakes his head. I, a humble cultivator, do not intend to harm you. I merely wish to pose a question. What question? The northern man responds, somewhat perplexed. What do you call a tree that has lived for 100 years? The northern man ponders for a moment before replying. 100-year-old tree? No. It is called a 100-year divine tree. The Tao elder shakes his head. Upon hearing this, the northern man furrows his brow, wondering what the elder is getting at. Then, do you know what a tree that has lived for over 1,000 years is called? Though confused, the northern man tentatively answers, 1,000-year divine tree? Wrong again. Then, what in the world is it called? Feeling tricked, the northern man exclaims. The Tao elder smiles slightly at him and articulates clearly, it is called an age tree. The brash man, momentarily taken aback, soon found himself surrounded by a crowd that, after a brief pause, erupted in muffled laughter. What are you laughing at? He frowned, casting a questioning glance at the onlookers. Subsequently, the venerable ancestor of the Tao sect added, my young friend, before I embarked on the path of immortality, I was indeed a farmer. I merely wished to inquire about your final statement. What statement? The brash man turned his gaze toward the Tao ancestor. With a faint smile, the ancestor replied, how do you cultivate this? The tone was supposed to convey confusion, yet it emerged from his lips with a note of certainty. At this moment, The brash man from the northern region finally grasped the implication, his fury erupting like a tempest. Old fool, are you subtly insulting me? In the air, the esteemed Qingqian immortal, Jiang Xuanxin, let out a deep sigh, realizing that even the Qinglian immortal had succumbed. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyao remained silent. His eyes fixed on the river of time, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Behind him, the holy maiden, Yun Qingyi, mirrored his expression, her face a tapestry of complex emotions, her gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. As for the Tianyan Sect, Yun Wuyang, he appeared unfazed, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. A roar akin to a dragon's cry resonated from the distance. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Lu Ningbing frowned slightly, directing his attention to the western horizon. There, a fearsome black dragon soared towards them, its massive form stretching several thousand zhong, even larger than Lu Ningbing's own dragon form, exuding a terrifying presence. Behind it trailed a dense throng of dragons and various formidable demonic beings. Furthermore, from the east and north, powerful auras were converging upon this location, each formidable in their own right. How intriguing, mused the Qingqian immortal with a smile, sensing that they were all responding to an impending calamity. Lu Ningbing's expression grew icy as he regarded his kin. What brings you here? My dear sister, a calm voice interjected. The Wujia is currently wreaking havoc across the 5 domains. Does the demon clan intend to remain idle? A towering black dragon, now transformed into human form, stepped through the air. Adorned with a silver crown and flowing black hair as dark as ink, he wore a robe embroidered with gold and exuded striking beauty. His features bore a resemblance to Lu Ningbing's, yet she regarded this familiar visage with a cold glint in her eyes. Yun Xiao, this matter does not concern you. Yun Xiao, whose full name was Lu Yunxiao, was Lu Ningbing's half-brother, regarded by their father as the destined revered one, possessing the most potent physique among the ancestral demonic bodies. The heaven-devouring ancestral demon body. For the sake of her half-brother, Lu Ningbing had endured countless hardships. Becoming the steed of the Wujia immortal and safeguarding the weaker dragon clan for centuries, buying them time to breathe. Later, to protect the dragon clan, she had slain the rare talent, Qing En, and extinguished the will of the ancestor. Though her own talents were not lacking, her father's words held weight. Yun Xiao was the destined revered one, and thus she was compelled to devote everything to his cultivation. Thus, the resources allocated for the cultivation of Lu Ningbing, the son of the clan leader, pale in comparison to those bestowed upon his younger brother. Eventually, the ancestral wealth of the clan was wagered in a grand gamble, pouring everything into the nurturing of Yun Xiao. Among the 10 absolute bodies, the most formidable was the devouring ancestor demon body, capable of consuming all things and rapidly augmenting its cultivation. Almost half of the dragon clan's ancestral wealth was devoured entirely by Lu Yunxiao, this insatiable beast. Whether it was a transformation of initial resentment into obsession, or for some other reason, even Lu Ningbing, upon becoming the sovereign of the demon realm, continued to scour resources for this younger brother. Despite being of equal standing at that time. Good sister, I understand the hardships you have endured over these millennia. Yet now, I possess the strength to protect you. And the dragon clan. Lu Yunxiao smiled faintly, emanating a powerful aura. Remarkably, he had achieved perfection in the tribulation stage. Moreover, possessing the strongest physique among the 10 absolute bodies of ancestor demons, his combat prowess was unparalleled even among those of the same realm. A venerable one. At last, a respected figure has emerged from the dragon clan. This was born from fondness, and perhaps from daydreams of sudden wealth. Yet, ultimately, it remained mere fantasy. For I no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. Long ago, I ceased to indulge in such imaginings. I am acutely aware that I am a person devoid of talent, with ambitions that far exceed my capabilities. Due to the underwhelming performance of this book, I have experienced anxiety and sleepless nights. I have felt anger and resentment over unfavorable reviews, alongside a profound sense of defeat. But who can I blame? The fault lies solely with myself. Lacking in talent, I must persist through repetition. Conversely, I have also rejoiced and felt exhilaration over positive feedback, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions through my writing. Yet, in truth, I do not wish to surrender. I still await that day, for after all, one must harbor dreams, even if they are difficult to realize. Thus, I can only continually adjust my mindset, reduce internal strife, and optimize myself. To those who read these words, thank you for accompanying me on this journey. My gratitude is sincere and not merely lip service. Do human dreams ever reach an end? I believe not. I also hope that none of you allow life to dull your edges, but instead pursue your passions, seeking fulfillment without regret. lest you find yourself filled with remorse in old age. Ha ha. Chapter 103. The Devouring Sky Demon Sovereign. You have finally ascended to the rank of Sovereign. Liu Qingqing felt the overwhelming aura and was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon morphing into one of complexity. No wonder the members of the Dragon Clan disregarded her commands as their leader and ventured into the central domain on their own. No wonder various clans stood behind her brother. Such is the influence and prestige of a sovereign. And yet, clad in the dragon robe, she felt no semblance of a prince. Liu Qingqing's gaze lowered slightly, her eyes dimmed. For reasons unknown, she should have been elated at her brother's ascension to sovereign. Yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered in her heart. Sister, you may rest now. The burdens of the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan, I shall bear. Liu Yunxiao floated gracefully to Liu Qingqing's side, resting a hand upon her shoulder, his voice gentle as he smiled. Creak. Liu Qingqing's fists clenched tightly in response. Yet after a brief moment, she released them. Liu Yunxiao cast a sidelong glance at Liu Qingqing, offering a soft smile before turning to address those behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the calamity wrought by Wuji upon the 5 domains, we, the Demon Clan, must cast aside our racial prejudices and unite with the Human Clan to confront Wuji and rescue the 5 domains. Indeed, indeed. Liu Yunxiao raised his arm, rallying the demons in response. Long live the Devouring Sky Demon Sovereign. Suddenly, an unknown voice among the throng cried out. The crowd of demons paused for a moment before erupting into fervent shouts. Long live the Devouring Sky Demon Sovereign. Long live the Devouring Sky Demon Sovereign. The Devouring Sky Demon Sovereign? Upon hearing this honorific, Liu Yunxiao's face lit up with joy. Very well. Today, I shall declare to the 5 domains and to Wuji that the Demon Clan has produced another sovereign. It is I, the Devouring Sky Demon Sovereign. Liu Yunxiao stood tall, his spirit soaring as he unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Oh. Suddenly, Liu Qingqing smiled. Liu Yunxiao furrowed his brow, looking at Liu Qingqing. Dear sister, what causes your sudden mirth? Futile. Liu Qingqing shook her head, her gaze shifting to the celestial chessboard, pointing at the suppressed Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. Look, there lies another sovereign, obliterated by Wuji's single punch. And the celestial palace's Tianyan Sect sovereign, similarly ravaged by Wuji's might, rendered utterly defenseless. Even though you have now become a sovereign, know that Wuji has transcended the realm of sovereigns. He has entered a new echelon. Upon hearing this, Liu Yunxiao followed her gaze and was taken aback upon seeing the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign's obliterated form. Return now, my brother. No one can stand in his way. You are a sovereign now. Despite the changes of the past and the descent of beings from the upper realm to this realm, you shall endure. Liu Qingqing's demeanor regained its icy composure. Endure? Liu Yunxiao's brows knitted tightly as he turned sharply to Liu Qingqing. Sister, what of your former zeal? Have you forgotten our father's long-cherished wish? The rise of the Dragon Clan is not mere rhetoric. We have endured in silence for far too long. Now, faced with the peril threatening the 5 domains, must we retreat like timid tortoises? The anger within Liu Yunxiao surged as he spoke, igniting an inferno of fury within him. Indeed, I can survive. While you may not be a revered one, you possess the pinnacle of tribulation stage cultivation, merely a step away from perfection. You should also be able to endure. But what of the countless clansmen behind us? How will they survive? At this juncture, Liu Yunxiao's gaze sharpened with determination. I have emerged today not to cower like a timid turtle. To battle. With a thunderous roar, Liu Yunxiao's aura surged as he charged towards the celestial chessboard. His intent was to shatter the celestial chessboard and liberate those suppressed, uniting to confront the boundless void. Roar. The horde of demons, caught off guard, echoed his battle cry, rallying behind Liu Yunxiao as they surged toward the celestial chessboard, leaving only Liu Qingqing suspended in midair. We, the Demon Clan, shall lend you our strength. Voices rang out. From the east, a torrent of demonic flames surged forth, countless formidable auras barreling toward the celestial chessboard, including several high-level demons at the peak of tribulation. And from the north, powerful human cultivators were also arriving. Typically, these strong individuals might refrain from taking action, seeking self-preservation, but this moment was different. This was a matter affecting the 5 domains, and everyone felt the impending peril. It truly stirred one's blood. The celestial master Qingqian observed the figures charging towards the celestial chessboard with a faint smile. Cough, cough. Just after smiling, the celestial master Qingqian was seized by a violent fit of coughing, his complexion paling once more. Qingqian, Jiang Xuanqin, gathered his spiritual power to stabilize his breath, frowning at the damned boundless void. Just as he uttered these words, a gaze filled with murderous intent suddenly fell upon him. Looking over, he found his own avatar coldly regarding him, eyes brimming with hostility, as if unable to restrain the urge to kill him. At such a time, you still wish to take my life? Jiang Xuanqing questioned in confusion. Is it forbidden? The avatar retorted. You truly are. Jiang Xuanqing rubbed his forehead in exasperation, responding, although your demise is due to me, this is a matter of great consequence for the 5 domains. You still wish to focus solely on your own affairs? What? Is there no one you care for in the 5 domains? Upon hearing this, the avatar seemed to strike a nerve, coldly declaring, you seek death. With that, the avatar launched a direct assault on Jiang Xuanqing, showing no mercy. Trouble. Jiang Xuanqing's expression shifted slightly. He had intended to use his words to persuade the avatar to prioritize the greater good, only to find his own words hitting too close to home. Indeed, there was no one in the 5 domains that the opponent cared for. Boom. An attack thundered toward him, yet Jiang Xuanqing was no longer in his original position. Instead, he soared toward the celestial chessboard, glancing back to taunt the avatar, come chase me. Let us see if you possess the capability to kill me within the celestial chessboard. As soon as the words were spoken, the esteemed Qingxian Xinzuan, Jiang Xuanqing, was drawn into the celestial chessboard, imprisoned upon the white piece. I shall kill you, declared the avatar coldly, before pursuing. Within the celestial chessboard, as an increasing number of formidable beings joined the ranks of the white pieces, the force of suppression gradually weakened, as if the balance were slowly tipping. Do not falter, echoed the voices of the assembled. The suppressive power of the celestial chessboard is diminishing. We are on the brink of regaining our freedom. The expressions of all upon the white pieces twisted into grimaces, their spiritual energy surging forth recklessly to counteract the oppressive force. In an instant, the chessboard trembled, yet the countenances of the crowd grew ever more exhilarated. What did this signify? The celestial chessboard, employed by Wuji to subdue them, was on the verge of collapse. Outside the celestial chessboard, the avatar of Qingxian Xinzuan observed the true form being drawn into the celestial realm, while he remained untouched. What was happening? The avatar hovered in the air, his gaze filled with confusion. Was it possible that Wuji regarded him as an ally, thus excluding him from the celestial chessboard? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the force of attraction surged towards him. Chapter 104. The Evergreen Celestial Sovereign within the celestial chessboard. As the individuals on the white side basked in their excitement, a figure suddenly descended, not among them, but rather on the opposing black side. Who could that be? A cultivator squinted, taken aback, and looked back at the Qingxian Celestial Sovereign behind him. Wait, why are there 2 Qingxian Celestial Sovereigns? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, they felt once again the oppressive force intensifying. Damn it, how has it grown stronger again? The rugged cultivator from the northern region gritted his teeth. It must be that person. As soon as he landed on the black side, the suppression escalated. How can that individual look exactly like the Qingxian Celestial Sovereign? Who is the real Qingxian Celestial Sovereign? That is but my avatar. The Qingxian Celestial Sovereign Jiang Xuanqing, seated upon the white side, scratched his nose. An avatar? Then you ought to manage your own doppelganger. Someone urged anxiously. I cannot control it. Jiang Xuanqing shrugged. You cannot even govern your own avatar? Indeed. The Qingxian Celestial Sovereign nodded, his demeanor unperturbed. At this, silence enveloped everyone. Impressive. The rugged cultivator from the northern region gave a thumbs up to the composed Qingxian Celestial Sovereign. Regardless, it is but one individual. Friends, let us exert ourselves further. A voice boomed. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when another figure descended onto the black side, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. That is, the celestial master Tianyan. Here again, it is the leader of the dragon clan, Liu Qingqing. No, there is another person. Why are there more of them? The rugged cultivator from the northern region cursed vehemently. Do you mid-region and western barbarians possess so many traitors? Hearing this, a man clad in black pointed to a figure on the black side and scoffed. That person is not from the northern region? Nonsense. I from the northern region. As the rugged cultivator from the northern region raged, he glanced in the direction indicated, instantly rendered speechless. There, seated upon the black side, was a man draped in a white fox fur cloak, his stature imposing. The black-clad man chuckled coldly, saying, Oh, why not continue your discourse? Is he not from your northern region? Aye. The rugged cultivator from the northern region lowered his head. The imposing figure on the black side was none other than Liu Qingqing, the lord of Baidi City from the northern region. Thus, the rugged cultivator fell silent. Damn it. Are those cloaked figures from the southern region, Wangu Cave? Someone cursed. The crowd turned to look. On the black side, 11 more figures appeared, shrouded in black robes, exhibiting an air of mystery. Yet, this attire was easily recognizable. Those Gu cultivators from the southern region are known for their elusive nature. As these individuals joined the black side, the oppressive force of the celestial chessboard surged once more. The individuals on the white side were filled with both anger and anxiety. Unable to fathom why these figures chose to assist Wuji, despite the calamity it would bring to the 5 domains. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment they became pawns on the boundless chessboard, their choices were irrevocably forfeited. Meanwhile, the celestial being, Yunyun, exhibited signs of unease as he gazed towards the assembly gathered by Baizi, his brow furrowed, perplexed as to how he had been inexplicably drawn to this place by the celestial chessboard. Were there others? As he looked up, he noticed figures continuously descending from above. Among them, some mirrored his own bewilderment, clearly as ignorant of the situation as he was. Once again, the celestial chessboard had succumbed to a stalemate. In the river of time, the boundless entity was unaware of the distance traversed. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, his demeanor remained tranquil. Behind him, the phantoms of past enthusiasts gradually dissipated, all vanquished by his might. Along this journey, he had encountered countless fervent souls, some of venerable strength, others at the threshold of transcendence. Yet, all had fallen before him. The sole challenge that had caused him any disarray was an ancient dignitary who had ascended to the 2nd level of transcendence, but even he had succumbed to defeat. As the saying goes, no one can stand in the way of the boundless. On the path to immortality, he overwhelmed myriad adversaries. 5,000 years ago, at the edge of the heavens, if this barrier could be established, the 5 domains would know no strife. The celestial sovereign, Jiang Xuanxin, laughed heartily. He then turned to a black-haired man with crimson eyes beside him, exclaiming, "Wen Tian, I truly did not anticipate your presence. In matters concerning the 5 domains, how could I remain absent?" replied the cold and stern figure, Wen Tian, one of the 2 sovereigns of the demon race. He had long withdrawn from the world, remaining aloof from the affairs of the demon clan, leading some to speculate whether he had already perished. Yet, here he stood, emerging to confront the beings of the upper realm. Friend Wen Tian was invited by me, compared to the sovereign of the clouds. Friend Wen Tian possesses a deeper understanding of the greater scheme. A figure in green attire materialized. Master, Jiang Xuanxin bowed respectfully. Senior. Wen Tian acknowledged the elder in green with a gesture of deference, displaying considerable respect. This elder was not only a sovereign, but also the longest living among them. The everlasting sovereign, knowledgeable of both antiquity and modernity, and well-versed in the art of divination. Then let us commence. Jiang Xuanxin's gaze burned with intensity. As long as he could establish this barrier with fragments of heavenly will, the beings of the 5 domains would be spared from devastation, alleviating a significant burden from his shoulders. Throughout history, every ruler of the celestial palace had met their demise upon handing over the mantle to their successors, primarily due to the relentless beings of the upper realm obstructing their path to ascension. They sought to carve out a pathway, even if hope seemed bleak. They continued to press forward. However, Jiang Xuanxin did not desire such a fate. Too many had perished, though he too wished to forge a new path. He understood that he was not the exception. Rather than face death and dissolution, he preferred to remain in this realm as the sovereign of the 5 domains, striving to elevate the celestial palace to new heights. As for the path of cultivation ahead, let us speak of it in due time. After all, whether one can even reach that stage remains uncertain. Even his master, possessing the formidable cultivation of the 5th level of Tribulation Immortal, finds himself at a standstill, nearing the end of his lifespan without having discovered the opportunity to break through to the 6th level. Thus, it is wise to focus on the present. The esteemed Qingqian Immortal does not aspire to lofty ambitions. Hence, he collaborates with his master to establish this protective barrier. Alas, suddenly, the eternal green Immortal sighed. Why do you sigh, master? Both Qingqian Immortal and the Demon Lord of Inquiry asked in unison, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and curiosity. At this moment, they are engaged in a noble endeavor that benefits the 5 domains. So why does the eternal green Immortal appear so troubled? Disciple. The eternal green Immortal gazed at his pupil with a complex expression. What if you were to perish because of this? Perish because of this? Qingqian Immortal Jiang Xuanxin was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly die because of the barrier? The Demon Lord of Inquiry, standing nearby, also turned to look at Qingqian, pondering if the eternal green Immortal had foreseen a dire future. Chapter 105. From the River of Time after a prolonged silence. The esteemed Qingqian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanxin raised his gaze towards his master and spoke. Master, I will not have regrets. He understood that his master would not act without reason. Undoubtedly, he had foreseen some unforeseen calamity awaiting him. Yet, having made his choice, he felt no remorse. There is a saying that resonates well. Do not blame your past self, nor fret over your future self. If a wrong choice has been made, then so be it. After all, it is impossible to tread each step of life correctly. However, Qingqian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanxin found it perplexing. Given the current state of the 5 domains, what misfortune could he possibly encounter? The celestial palace exerted overwhelming power over the 5 domains, and his strength could undoubtedly be deemed the pinnacle of the earthly realm. Once the barrier was established, the upper realm would pose no threat. Who could possibly slay him? A prodigious newcomer? Yet, his own talent was equally unparalleled in the 5 domains, and his cultivation had now reached the zenith of the world. He could not fathom to what extraordinary extent a newcomer could surpass him. Was it to be the day when his vitality waned? Upon hearing his disciple's declaration of no regrets, the venerable Qingqing Xianzuan hesitated for a moment before ultimately sighing. As long as you harbor no regrets, then let this old body make its final contribution to the 5 domains. With that, Qingqing Xianzuan turned to his disciples, Qingxian and Wenyang Mozhen, and said, "Let us begin." "Very well," responded both Qingxian and Wenyang. "Rise." Qingqing Xianzuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he formed a seal with his hands. 5 fragments of the will of heaven floated in the air like stars, then surged towards the barrier. Once these fragments entered the barrier, the 3 of them would exert their utmost efforts to integrate them. With the will of heaven's fragments, the barrier would completely sever the passage between the upper and lower realms. Success was imminent. Jiang Xuanxin's gaze burned with intensity as he focused intently on the 5 fragments of the will of heaven racing towards the barrier. Wenyang Mozhen's eyes flickered, his heart tumultuous. Had he not witnessed the terrifying beings of the upper realm, his pride would have vehemently opposed this course of action. Yet, having seen it, his arrogance dissipated, and he could only accept the harsh reality. Indeed, they were severing the path to cultivation for the beings of the 5 domains. Yet they were also saving the 5 domains. Their thirst for immortality far exceeded that of any other, for they stood at the pinnacle of this world, closer to eternity. As for those ordinary and feeble cultivators who spoke of seeking immortality, of cultivating, of becoming supreme beings, these were merely their aspirations to ascend, akin to a person who may not climb a mountain but harbors one in their heart. Did the foundational cultivators yearn desperately for immortality? No, they yearned more for the breakthrough to the golden core stage. However, the 3 esteemed ones, Qingqian Xianzuan, Wenyang Mozhen, and Qingqing Xianzuan, were unlike the majority of humanity. For their paths of cultivation had reached the very end of this realm. They were the pioneers, the vanguards of the cultivation journey. Yet, this also meant they had witnessed the darkness that lay ahead, an endless abyss, a road strewn with the skeletal remains of past pioneers lying in the shadows. Their hearts are filled with desolation and helplessness. The bright future remains unseen, and the winding path seems interminable. Thus, they surrender. As for seeking to turn the tide in a desperate situation, they find it beyond their reach. How many in this world can achieve such a feat? Not to mention, they currently possess everything. Would they truly cast aside all for an invisible future? Who would be willing? In truth, though often regarded as immortals, they are fundamentally human. They still harbor attachments to the mundane, love, kinship, power, and myriad desires. Is one who forsakes everything and pursues eternal life without reservation truly human? As long as one is human, they are bound by emotions and desires, without exception. And so it is with all people. Therefore, they feel no guilt in severing the pathways between realms and obstructing the path of cultivation. Even if, in the end, this realm's spiritual energy were to dwindle, leaving no practitioners or immortals, and humanity remains mere mortals, they would have no regrets. Life spans a mere 100 years, like a mayfly living but a day, born in the morning, perishing by night. Yet, cultivators, too, share this fate, whether they live for 1,000 years or 10,000. It is not true immortality. The essence remains unchanged. Besides, to live is certainly preferable to death, is it not? Go forth, will of the heavens. The celestial master Qingqian suddenly proclaimed, for the 5 domains, for the future generations, we have committed no wrong. The celestial master Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. The demon master Wentian silently observed the fragments of the heavenly will shooting away, a flicker of regret stirring within him. Just as the heavenly will fragments were about to enter the barrier, a figure suddenly materialized before it. With long white hair cascading to his waist and an expression of deep coldness, he reached out and gathered all the fragments into his grasp. The path you dare not tread, I shall walk. His chilling voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Who are you? The celestial master Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin, was astonished. The demon master Wentian beside him felt the same shock, yet he did not notice the relief that washed over him. Meanwhile, the celestial master Qingqing furrowed his brow. According to his calculations, this should proceed smoothly. Why then did an unforeseen variable arise? The person he had predicted to appear against the heavens was meant to emerge millennia hence, not at this moment. What on earth is happening? Moreover, the aura of this individual was evidently formidable, not resembling that of any known sovereign of this realm. The celestial master Qingqing pondered deeply, struggling to comprehend how this person had traversed the river of time, arriving from thousands of years in the future. The celestial master Wujing, Nian Wangwang, exclaimed, "Enough." Recovering from his shock, Qingxian looked at the heavenly wool fragments in Wujing's hand and shouted furiously, "No matter who you are, should you dare obstruct us, you shall perish." With that, the celestial master Qingxian charged at Wujing, his eyes ablaze with unwavering confidence, intent on subduing him. In this realm, aside from his master, how many could truly rival him? The confidence of the world's foremost individual led Qingxian to strike with thunderous force, failing to gauge Wujing's aura beforehand. "Disciple, retreat." At that moment, the celestial master Qingqing urgently cried out. In midair, the figure of the esteemed Qingxian immortal momentarily paused, casting a bewildered glance at the white-haired man. His eyes reflected confusion. Turning to his master, the eternal green immortal, he inquired, "Master?" The eternal green immortal vanished from his original position, reappearing before Qingxian in the blink of an eye. With a penetrating gaze fixed upon the white-haired Wuji, he solemnly shook his head and declared, "Withdraw. You are not his match." "What?" Qingxian immortal was taken aback, disbelief washing over his face. Surely, his master was not jesting. The notion that he could be inferior to the white-haired man was utterly inconceivable. "Withdraw." The eternal green immortal glared at Qingxian. Sensing that his master was not indulging in a jest, Qingxuan's eyes mirrored a hint of terror as he turned to regard the imposing figure of Wuji, who stood with hands clasped behind his back. "Who exactly is this person?" "Fellow Taoist," the eternal green immortal addressed Wuji, his voice grave. "What is your intent?" "Immortality," was Wuji's succinct reply, a mere 2 words that caused the countenance of the 3 venerable beings to shift subtly. Had he come in pursuit of eternal life? Chapter 106. Fragments of the Will of Heaven. The 3 esteemed beings regarded the figure clad in a dark robe, Wuji, their expressions growing somber. For it was evident that he approached with ill intentions. They had convened here to sever the passage between 2 realms, effectively blocking the path to immortality. Yet now, it was clear that he had come to thwart their efforts. "Who are you?" inquired Qingxian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanqing, furrowing his brow. "Wuji." The 3 respected beings exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with confusion. Why had they never encountered this title before? His aura was unmistakably that of the human race, rather than the grotesque beings of the higher realms. However, how could there exist a presence unknown to them in this realm, especially one that even Qingqing Xianzuan was unaware of? "Fellow Taoist," Qingqing Xianzuan pondered for a moment before addressing Wuji. "Have you come to impede our efforts?" Wuji nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Qingqing Xianzuan appeared perplexed. "Why? This is a significant matter for the salvation of the 5 domains. Why would you obstruct us? Is it for the sake of immortality?" "Indeed," Wuji replied, nodding once more. Sighing deeply, Qingqing Xianzuan said, "Fellow Taoist, to be candid, I have lived for many years and encountered many seekers of the Tao like yourself, yet none have escaped the perils along the path. Heed my counsel, some things are unattainable, do not force them. The esteemed ones have reached the limits of this realm. Is that so?" Wuji lowered his gaze, observing the fragments of the will of heaven suspended in his palm, his expression deepening. "But I refuse to believe it. One must ultimately traverse their own path. How can one relinquish their journey based solely on the words of others?" Upon hearing this, Qingqing Xianzuan's expression grew complex. "Master, why waste words with him? When paths diverge, we must let our actions speak. When ideologies clash, let us see whose strength prevails." Qingxian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanqing declared coldly, then turned to Wen Mozen. "Wen Tian, let us unite and subdue him." To their surprise, Wen Mozen shook his head. Jiang Xuanqing's countenance shifted dramatically, demanding, "Wen, what do you mean by this?" With a stern expression, Wen Mozen gazed upon Wuji and spoke, "He speaks the truth. The path of cultivation is one of taking what the heavens do not grant. I have chosen to retreat at this juncture. Perhaps this decision is justifiable for my current self, but it betrays the youthful aspirations I once held. Having occupied a position of power for many years, he nearly forgot the lofty ambitions he vowed to uphold in his youth." Lowering his gaze to his palm, he clenched it slightly. "I am not like you. One is the sovereign of the heavenly palace, Another has lived many years with a compassionate heart as a human sage. What is power? Love? Kinship? You are all burdened by attachments. When Tian Mozen's eyes blazed with fury as he growled. But these attachments have long ceased to matter to me. 3,000 years ago, when the one I cherished most perished in my embrace, I had already forsaken everything. I began to acquiesce, yet I am reluctant to meet my demise, for I am in the throes of searching for a method of resurrection. Upon reflection, if I do not advance, how shall I grow stronger and bring her back? The formation cannot be established. My journey must continue. What nonsense about the descendants of the 5 domains. I have embraced my demonic nature. Why should I care for such trivialities? All I desire is her, even if the 5 domains were to perish. The imposing presence of the demon Lord of Asking Heaven surged forth, the aura of calamity permeating this realm, altering the very fabric of the skies. You have concealed your cultivation. The immortal Lord Qingqing, Jiang Xuanqing, was both astonished and enraged. This damned Asking Heaven should never have allied with these reckless demons from the outset. Wuji, the demon Lord of Asking Heaven, suddenly turned to the aloof Wuji. Destroy the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will, and I shall assist you. Destroy the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will? Wuji gazed quietly at the fragments floating in his palm, pondering the futility of such an act. What do you mean? The demon Lord of Asking Heaven's momentum faltered. This is not good. The immortal Lord of Evergreen suddenly shouted, charging towards Wuji. You are utterly audacious. Wuji's other hand gathered dark energy, his pupils transforming into a chilling crimson hue. He then directed his palm towards the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will, evidently intending to refine them. Cease at once. The immortal Lord of Evergreen thundered forth, his formidable aura causing the very heavens to tremble. Yet Wuji remained unfazed, continuing his refinement. At that moment, a figure materialized, intercepting the path of the immortal Lord of Evergreen. It was none other than the concealed demon Lord of Asking Heaven. Are you truly intent on this, Asking Heaven? The immortal Lord of Evergreen, exasperated, demanded. Indeed, the demon Lord of Asking Heaven replied, unyielding, utterly unperturbed in the face of the immortal Lord of Evergreen's might. He could momentarily obstruct the immortal Lord, having no concern for how long Wuji would take to refine the fragments behind him. Few would be foolish enough to reach this stage. Wuji's audacity to refine the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will in the presence of the immortal Lord stemmed from his underlying confidence. Stop this at once. The immortal Lord Qingqing, Jiang Xuanqing, suddenly emerged from behind Wuji, delivering a fierce punch imbued with murderous intent. In an instant, a chilling wind arose, and the wails of countless spirits filled the air. A sinister, cold aura enveloped Jiang Xuanqing, causing his expression to shift. However, recognizing the critical importance of the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will, he disregarded the source of this aura and continued to strike fiercely at Wuji's head. At that moment, a layer of dark energy encased Wuji. Observing this, Jiang Xuanqing intensified his assault. A resounding crash echoed as the force of the blast caused Jiang Xuanqing's robes to flutter, while Wuji remained immovable within the shroud of black energy. I cannot even break through this layer of black energy. Jiang Xuanqing's pupils widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the immortal Lord of Evergreen and the demon Lord of Asking Heaven were embroiled in a fierce battle, their might terrifying. The demon Lord of Asking Heaven attacked relentlessly, forcing the immortal Lord of Evergreen to respond to his every strike. Stop! Stop! I command you to cease. The Qingqian celestial master appeared almost deranged, relentlessly assaulting the layer of dark energy enveloping Wuji. Yet, this dark energy seemed inexhaustible. Any sign of weakening was swiftly followed by a complete restoration. Wuji, the eternal green celestial master, forcefully repelled the winking demon master and cast a grave glance at the shrouded Wuji. With your mere first level of the immortal tribulation, attempting to consume fragments of the heavenly Tao's will is nothing short of self-destruction. The energy contained within these fragments is immense. Do you wish to be exploded from within? You ramble on far too much, old fool, the winking demon master retorted, charging forward with a fierce countenance. Observing this, the eternal green celestial master's expression darkened, yet he could only brace himself against the lethal strikes of the winking demon master. His concern was not for Wuji being overwhelmed, but rather for the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will. Without them, the barrier would inevitably be breached by the beings of the upper realm. Chapter 107. Ascending to the cloud cataclysm with a thud. A figure plunged into the earth. Had it truly only been a brief moment? The disheveled Wentiang Emozun lay in the deep pit, blood still staining his lips, murmuring to himself, Emozun, cataclysmic immortal. Huh, A cold smile escaped Wenyang Imozun, soon replaced by two blazing fires of rage in his eyes, seemingly eager to incinerate the very heavens. Despite his utmost efforts and the full force of his lethal strikes, he had merely delayed the Qingqing immortal for a fleeting instant. Now, he was burdened with anxiety, uncertain if Wuji could successfully refine the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will and obliterate them. For in that moment when he was thrust into the ground by the Qingqing immortal, he had glanced at Wuji, who was still in the process of refinement. Why am I still so weak? Wenyang Imozun's neck bulged with veins as he howled skyward. Following his furious outburst, a sense of desolation washed over his face. I remain as powerless as ever. In the past, I could only watch helplessly as Qing'er perished before my eyes. Now, the sole hope of resurrecting Qing'er is on the brink of vanishing, and I am still impotent. He chuckled, but the laughter morphed into tears, streaming down his face in a pitiful display. He reached out towards the heavens, his eyes filled with reluctance. Wuji, you must succeed. Tears cascaded from Wenyang Imozun's sorrowful visage, mingled with a sense of unfulfilled longing, falling into the soil below. Would these bitter tears nurture resilient grass in the earth? Perhaps. Maybe the vitality within the soil would, alongside these drops of sorrow, give rise to tenacious wildflowers. But only heaven knows. Just as Wenyang Imozun remained oblivious to whether Wuji could indeed dismantle the heavenly Tao's will. At the ends of the heavens, after casting Wenyang Imozun into the earth, the Qingqing immortal immediately turned his gaze towards Wuji. But upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. Disciple? Before him stood the Qingqian immortal, who had previously been relentlessly assaulting the dark energy, now frozen in midair. He looked down at the hand that pierced through his chest, his pupils contracting violently. With a sudden gasp, the Qingqian immortal expelled a torrent of crimson blood, splattering like a fountain onto Wuji's sleeves. At that moment, the black energy that had once surrounded Wuji had vanished without a trace. Yet, on his ethereal countenance, fissures began to emerge, extending towards his neck. Faint glimmers of white light seeped through these cracks, as if they were on the verge of erupting. With a soft sound, Wuji, clad in black robes, slowly withdrew his hand, drawing forth a pool of scarlet blood, his expression devoid of emotion. Clearly, he had completely refined the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will, integrating them into himself. The fissures upon his face were the result of the immense power wreaking havoc within him, and his aura had grown increasingly formidable. The Qingqian immortal's gaze became vacant, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting swiftly towards the earth. Disciple. The Qingqing immortal's figure flickered, catching the Qingqian immortal midair, his consciousness rapidly sweeping outward. The eternal green immortal let out a sigh of relief, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming fury that surged from within. His disciple lay grievously wounded. Fragments of the heavenly Tao's will had been refined, and the barriers separating the two realms could no longer withstand the passage. All of this was due to one person, the child of the infinite. The eternal green immortal lifted his gaze to the figure of Wuji, his anger unabated, gritting his teeth as he uttered each word with venomous intensity. You have harmed my disciple and jeopardized the future of the 5 domains. You are beyond redemption. His roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, history and fate underwent a transformation. Below, in the depths of the pit, the demon sovereign Weni lay smiling, his joy unrestrained. Qing'er, wait for me. Even if I perish along the way, I have no regrets. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens as dark clouds gathered ominously. The eternal green immortal's expression shifted, initially thinking that beings from the upper realm were descending. But he quickly sensed something amiss. He looked up to see the tribulation lightning coalescing within the clouds, then turned sharply to the aloof figure of Wuji, astonished. Are you planning to undergo tribulation at this moment? Wuji regarded the eternal green immortal, the fissures on his face multiplying, yet his gaze grew ever more tranquil. Did you not say I could not withstand this power? Then I shall make myself even stronger. You madman. The force of the tribulation is inherently violent, and you harbor the tumultuous energy of the heavenly Tao's will within you. I fear that before you even endure the 9 heavens tribulation, you will be crushed between the 2 forces and perish in a cataclysmic explosion. Furthermore, even the 2nd stage of tribulation ascension is utterly insufficient to contain the power of the fragments of the heavenly Tao's will you seek to absorb. The eternal green immortal proclaimed gravely. Then let us see whether I ascend through the tribulation first or explode into oblivion. Wuji replied nonchalantly, as though such a reckless endeavor held little significance in his eyes. You dare to aim for the heavens in one leap. The eternal green immortal was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. There was no reply, only the figure, resolutely defiant. Growing smaller in the eyes of the eternal green immortal, the seeker of the Tao ascends toward the 9 heavens tribulation. At the ends of the heavens, a myriad of lightning flashed in unison. The eternal green immortal hovered in the air below, awestruck by the solitary figure before him. Wu Ji had now entered the 3rd stage of tribulation ascension, yet he did not halt, continuing his ascent. As he had proclaimed, Wu Ji sought to ascend to the heavens in one bold stride. However, the eternal green immortal understood that Wu Ji could not afford to stop. He was ensnared in a predicament, with no retreat. The fragments of the heavenly Taos will require a formidable vessel, and Wu Ji was forging himself into steel through the tribulation. To pause would mean certain death. He could only risk everything and persist through the tribulation until his corporeal form could fully withstand the power of the heavenly Taos will fragments. Beneath the storm clouds, Wu Ji harnessed the power of the heavenly Taos will fragments within him and unleashed a mighty punch, shattering the tribulation. Suddenly, there was a resounding bang. The boundless arm erupted into a mist of crimson, the scarlet stains adorning his cracked visage. Yet, his expression remained serene as he summoned his spiritual energy to mend the arm, facing the heavenly tribulation once more. In moments such as these, maintaining composure is paramount. With no retreat possible, one must forge ahead relentlessly. While human strength may falter, the resolve of the heart knows no bounds. The more arduous the path, the more it serves to refine the spirit. You may wonder why the journey is fraught with difficulty. It is because it ascends a steep incline. To endure the agony of rebirth is to embrace the beauty of resurrection. The skies rumbled ominously, dark clouds roiling and obscuring the heavens, while the thunder's deep resonance echoed ominously within the gloom, evoking a sense of suffocation. Beneath the tempestuous clouds, light was nowhere to be found. The white hair of the boundless figure danced wildly in the wind, his slender black robe fluttering with a sharp sound, his silhouette emerging from the shadows. One could scarcely discern his expression. His elongated form resembled a solitary lamp in the desolate night or an unsheathed blade of azure, poised to part the clouds and reveal the sun. Chapter 108. Ascending in one step at the world's end, the clouds parted to reveal the dawn. The suffocating tribulation finally dissipated. In midair, Wu Ji appeared somewhat disheveled. His black robe, crafted from the threads of the celestial realm, had been obliterated by the thunderous tribulation, leaving him bare from the waist up. Yet at this moment, his face bore no cracks, and his barely discernible aura was so formidable that it instilled terror, causing the surrounding void to tremble as if it were too powerful for the heavens to bear. Achieving the 10th level of tribulation, he had ascended in one leap. The once speechless Chongqing Xinzuan could only utter 2 words in shock: madman. Master. At this moment, Qingxian Xinzuan, whose injuries had been stilled by Chongqing Xinzuan, gazed at the figure suspended in midair, his eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. This seemingly mad seeker of the Tao had emerged like a monstrous apparition. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Qingxian Xinzuan and Chongqing Xinzuan turned to see Tianyan Sect stepping through the air. Whether the shards of the heavenly Taos will had been destroyed was evident in the scene before them, which elicited Tianyan Sect's boisterous laughter. In contrast, the expressions of Qingxian Xinzuan and Chongqing Xinzuan turned particularly grim. After all, a demon is still a demon. Qingxian Xinzuan Jiang Xuanxin regarded Tianyan Sect with a flicker of cold light in his eyes. You speak the truth. Tianyan Sect crossed his arms, hovering in the air, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He then turned his gaze to the bare-chested, white-haired man above and laughed heartily. Wu Ji, I shall remember this favor. Wu Ji, with his gaze cast down towards Tianyan Sect, responded calmly, there is no need. He then spread his arms, and a black robe floated out from his storage ring, which he subsequently draped over himself. Seeing Wu Ji's rejection, Tianyan Sect remained unfazed, chuckling, I understand that with your current strength, you do not require my assistance. But I will find an opportunity to repay you. Pausing, Tianyan Sect's eyes blazed as he looked at Wu Ji. You are heading to the upper realm, are you not? How about we travel together? No, not now. Wu Ji shook his head, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tianyan Sect's eyes. If someone of Wu Ji's caliber accompanied him, the dangers of the upper realm would be greatly mitigated. Moreover, they might truly discover a path to the future. Alas, it was clear that Wu Ji did not wish to bear the burden of his company. That is of no consequence. The road is mine to tread. Even if it proves arduous, I shall not falter. I must reach the upper realm and seek the means of resurrection. Qing'er, await my return. Tianyan Sect clenched his fist slightly, his gaze resolute. He had come seeking immortality, Yet now he hesitated to ascend to the upper realm. This realm bore no figures of such stature. Chongqing Xianzuan, who had remained silent, appeared lost in thought, suddenly contemplating where Wuji might have originated. However, how could that be possible? Throughout history, no esteemed figure had traversed the river of time. With this thought, Chongqing Xianzuan looked towards Wuji, tentatively inquiring, tinged with disbelief. "Are you, perhaps, a traveler from the river of time?" exclaimed the esteemed Qingxian Xianzuan, Jiang Xuanxin, in astonishment. "What?" The Tianma Zun initially appeared taken aback, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his gaze began to glimmer with intrigue. "The river of time. There are those who can traverse it." Upon hearing this, Wujia's eyes momentarily flickered with surprise as he remarked, "Truly, you are the illustrious Chongqing Xianzuan." Wujia, having perused countless ancient texts in pursuit of the path to immortality, was well aware of Chongqing Xianzuan's esteemed reputation. Acknowledging Wujia's recognition, Chongqing Xianzuan paused briefly, then shook his head with a rueful smile. "Oh, this world indeed teems with prodigious talents. Had I not encountered you, I would never have imagined that future generations could traverse the river of time. Alas, it is fate, intertwined with destiny." With a sigh, Chongqing Xianzuan brushed his sleeves, his eyes betraying a hint of weariness. The course of events had been irrevocably set. What will become of the 5 domains, and what will be our legacies? Let future generations be the judges. Having spoken, Chongqing Xianzuan turned to depart. "Master?" Qingxian Xianzuan Jiang Xuanxin was momentarily taken aback, casting a reluctant glance toward his mentor, questioning whether this was truly the end. Chongqing Xianzuan's figure hesitated slightly, yet he did not turn around. His tone remained neutral. "What more can be done at this juncture? Are you his equal? Can I, your master, stand against him? Let us depart." Before Chongqing Xianzuan could solidify his plans with his disciple, a cold voice interjected, "Gentlemen, are you already intent on leaving?" Chongqing Xianzuan halted once more, turning back with a weighted gaze directed at Wujia. "Do you intend to eradicate us entirely?" "Not at all," Wujia replied, his deep-set eyes fixed on the barrier. "For the sake of the 5 domains, I must implore you both to meet your demise." "You." Qingxian Xianzuan's complexion drained of color, a surge of indignation rising within him. "What do you mean, for the sake of the 5 domains, send us to our deaths? You are the one who has wrought destruction upon them." Qingxian Xianzuan was filled with righteous fury, while Chongqing Xianzuan furrowed his brow, questioning, "If you seek to eliminate us, why cloak your intentions in such grandiose rhetoric?" In his eyes, Wujia was nothing more than a complete villain, willing to forsake the 5 domains in his quest for eternal life. It was clear he held no regard for the opinions of others, and yet he chose to disguise his lethal intent with lofty words, leaving Chongqing Xianzuan perplexed. "Lofty rhetoric? I require none of that," Wujia stated, his penetrating gaze fixed upon the two. "I merely wish to use your lives to fill a void of my own making, to prevent any potential repercussions in the future." "What utter nonsense!" Qingxian Xianzuan lost his composure and erupted in outrage. "A void?" Chongqing Xianzuan pondered for a moment, then gazed at the barrier, his pupils suddenly constricting. "Do you mean to sacrifice our lives to sustain the barrier? Indeed, absurd." Qingxian Xianzuan erupted with laughter, incredulous. "How could my master and I possibly compare to the will of the heavenly Tao? Even if we were to sacrifice our lives, it would at most prolong it for a few millennia. It would still ultimately affect you." In Qingxian Xianzuan's perspective, the opponent had emerged from the river of time, presumably from tens of thousands of years hence, at the very least, a millennium away. Could it be that someone who has cultivated for merely a few millennia could ascend to heights equal to his own, or even surpass him? The esteemed Qingxian Xianzuan could scarcely believe such a notion. Yet, to his astonishment, Wuji, with an expression of serene composure, declared, "A few millennia is indeed sufficient." Upon hearing these words, Qingxian Xianzuan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Chongqing Xianzuan continued to furrow his brow, initially filled with skepticism, yet gradually swayed by belief. After all, at such an advanced stage, there was no need for the other party to exaggerate his abilities. It served no purpose. Moreover, anyone capable of emerging from the river of time must possess an astonishing presence that could reverberate through the ages. At that moment, after a brief pause, Qingxian Xianzuan scoffed. "Are you jesting?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Wuji's cold voice. "Silence." The spiritual energy within Wuji surged forth, transforming into a colossal hand that grasped Qingxian Xianzuan with force. Subsequently, under the astonished and furious gaze of Chongqing Xianzuan, the defenseless Qingxian Xianzuan was instantly crushed. Boom! A mist of blood erupted. Refine came Wuji's single utterance. The still lingering blood mist, along with Qingxuan's primordial spirit, coalesced into a blood orb. This orb encapsulated the entirety of Qingxian Xianzuan's lifelong cultivation, pure and devoid of any impurities. Chapter 109. Perhaps this is Destiny Disciple. The esteemed Chongqing Xianzuan gazed at the blood droplet floating before him, his eyes betraying a moment of dazed introspection. Moments ago, his disciple had stood at his back, and now had transformed into but a mere blood droplet. Haraha! Suddenly, the Chongqing Xianzuan threw his head back in manic laughter, exclaiming, "How unpredictable is the world! How unpredictable indeed!" Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing in silence, devoid of any semblance of compassion. The realm of cultivation was inherently fickle. After the Chongqing Xianzuan's laughter subsided, he sighed softly, his expression tinged with desolation. So be it, perhaps this is fate. Ultimately, no one can escape death. Moreover, my lifespan is already waning. If, in the end, I can contribute to humanity and the 5 domains, it would not be an unworthy demise. The Chongqing Xianzuan turned his gaze towards the barrier, a faint smile gracing his lips, then lifted his eyes to Wuji. Proceed. Bang. 2 blood droplets, one large and one small, surged into the barrier, visibly solidifying it. Not far away, the Wentiang Mo Zun observed this scene, his pallor evident, his thoughts inscrutable. At that moment, Wuji's deep-set eyes turned toward Wentiang Mo Zun, sending a chill down the latter's spine. You. Wentiang Mo Zun stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. You aided me earlier, thus, I shall spare you. Upon hearing this, Wentiang Mo Zun exhaled in relief. His fear was not of death itself, but rather of dying without purpose. If he were to perish, he desired it to be with significance. Farewell. Wuji cast one last glance at Wentiang Mo Zun, extending his hand towards the heavens, and the river of time manifested before them. Is this truly the river of time? Wentiang Mo Zun's pupils reflected the resplendent scene of the river, a flicker of intense longing crossing his features. If he could traverse the river of time, could he not return to the past and save Qing'e? With this thought, Wentiang Mo Zun hastily called out, "Wait." Wuji's figure, soaring toward the river of time, momentarily hesitated, turning to look at Wentiang Mo Zun. In response, Wentiang Mo Zun knelt midair, pleading, "May I ask you for a favor?" However, before he could articulate his request, he found Wuji's gaze fixed upon him, calm and unwavering. The river of time can only be traversed alone, and individuals like you would only become lost souls. With that, Wuji chose not to linger. Wentiang Mo Zun was taken aback, lifting his gaze to the receding figure, murmuring, "Lost souls." Thousands of years later, at the edge of the universe, all individuals on the celestial chessboard felt a sudden lightness, looking up in astonishment. How could the celestial chessboard be soaring towards the river of time? Could it be that Wuji has encountered great trouble? This would be splendid. As the crowd murmured, they witnessed the celestial chessboard, which had previously suppressed them, now flying into the river of time. Has the Xianzuan faced difficulties? Liu Qingqing sensed her brother's ominous gaze and furrowed her brows in concern. Could it be that she had lost her wager? The Xianzuan cannot fail. A man cloaked in black approached her side. He was the second master of Wangudong. "Xianzuan, you must not falter." Liu Qingqing furrowed her brows in deep concern. Should the immortal sovereign fall, those deemed traitors among them would undoubtedly face eternal damnation. Among those oppressed, there were indeed 3 venerable beings, while on their side. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, the Qingxian immortal sovereign Jiang Xuanqin gazed upwards at the river of time. Had he faltered? Suddenly, Jiang Xuanqin's pupils constricted. He lowered his gaze to his hands, which were gradually becoming ethereal, transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into nothingness. "Look quickly," shouted a cultivator who noticed the anomaly surrounding the Qingxian immortal sovereign. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, filled with shock and confusion. "Immortal sovereign, what has happened to you?" Someone inquired with genuine concern. Though initially dismissive of Jiang Xuanqing, they now found themselves worried due to the actions of Wuji. After all, regardless of past sentiments, Qingxian belonged to their faction. The enemy of their enemy is a friend. Those opposing Wuji were desperate for the Qingxian immortal sovereign to remain unharmed, given that the formidable foe had yet to be vanquished. Conversely, those who were mere pawns in Wuji's game wished fervently for Qingxian's demise. "Qingxian, what is happening?" The sky-devouring demon sovereign Liu Yunxiao approached, his voice grave. Meanwhile, the Crimson Lotus demon sovereign sat in a daze within the void, disheveled and vacant in expression. "Qingxian immortal sovereign, do speak." The crowd pressed on. Yet, Jiang Xuanqin remained silent, merely observing as his hands continued to fade away. Initially, his eyes reflected shock and reluctance, which gradually transitioned to acceptance. He lifted his gaze towards the river of time, seemingly perceiving a figure flowing against the current. A smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. In the end, you have triumphed, Wuji. What? What are you saying? What does it mean that Wuji has won? The expressions of those surrounding him shifted dramatically. The sky-devouring demon sovereign Liu Qingqing sensed something amiss and followed Jiang Xuanxin's gaze, becoming momentarily stunned. A figure with white hair stood atop the river of time, coldly surveying the multitude. Is that Wuji? Liu Qingqiang's eyes flickered with uncertainty, instinctively retreating a step. He had never encountered Wuji, having secluded himself within his clan for cultivation, thus he could not be certain. At that moment, everyone turned to gaze, and upon seeing the white-haired man on the river of time, their expressions transformed in horror. Wuji has truly returned. Despair washed over some faces. Damn it! This fiend did not perish in the river of time. What shall we do now? Panic ensued among the crowd. By your ancestors! Has Wuji truly resurfaced from the river of time? This is beyond sinister. Someone completely broke down, hurling curses. The crowd spiraled into utter despair. Initially united in purpose, they now found themselves powerless against Wuji, teetering on the brink of collapse. In the oppressive span of the celestial chessboard, their struggle had been met with repression, and the passage of time felt as though it stretched into eternity. Agony, impatience, and fear swirled within their hearts, yet they remained helpless. Only in the depths of one's heart can one harbor hope, yet the boundless expanse of time appears insurmountable, as if one were to perish within its currents. Today, witnessing the return of the infinite, how could despair not envelop them? Suddenly, a low, melancholic laughter echoed through the air. The Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord gazed upon the figure with white hair, laughing maniacally, as if afflicted by madness. The infinite Demon Lord had arrived, heralding death for many. Or rather, for all of them. Ha ha ha, no one shall survive. Upon hearing this, despair deepened among the crowd. If even a venerable figure succumbs to such hopelessness, what hope remains for them? Run. A young cultivator took a step back. Run? Where can we possibly flee? A middle-aged cultivator grimaced. Shall we simply await our demise here? As the crowd deliberated their fate, a figure had already retreated behind them. Those truly intent on escape do not seek the counsel of others. Chapter 110. Caution from the Dragon Clan. Run. If not now, when? To remain would be a path to certain death. Liu Qingqing dared not rend the fabric of space for a hasty escape, nor manifest his true form to flee at speed. Instead, he stealthily withdrew behind the crowd, step by step, before turning to flee. His movements were nearly imperceptible. Even as he descended, he sought to use the figures of others as a shield. This newly appointed venerable of the demon domain, Liu Qingqing, was in flight. No one knew that upon sighting the infinite, the horns upon his head nearly faltered in terror. Merely sensing a hint of his aura sent tremors through his being, akin to facing the Tao of heaven. Of course, he had never encountered the Tao, for it was impossible to articulate the overwhelming pressure exerted by the other. At this moment, he comprehended the vast chasm that lay between himself and the infinite. The Dragon Clan must rise. The Dragon Clan must rise. As he fled, the swallowing heaven demon lord, Liu Qingqing, recalled his father's last words, filled with doubt. Had he misunderstood the prophecy? This rise was not a rise at all. It was a matter of caution for the Dragon Clan. After all, with the existence of the infinite demon, how could the Dragon Clan thrive? Caution was indeed the appropriate sentiment. Lost in thought, Liu Qingqing was suddenly intercepted by a figure. A cold voice resonating. Brother, where has your former arrogance gone? Liu Qingqing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze piercing as she confronted Liu Qingqing. Did you not vow to protect the Dragon Clan? I have entrusted the burden of the Dragon Clan to you. I would even relinquish my position as the sovereign of the demon domain to you. Yet, why do you choose to abandon your kin? Did you not proclaim that the rise of the Dragon Clan was not mere rhetoric? The final words of Liu Qingqing were almost a shout, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. As the supreme demon lord, Liu Qingqing felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. He lowered his head in shame, his complexion pale. Supreme demon lord, will you abandon us? Please return, implored the voices of the demon clan. Fools, Liu Qingqing cursed inwardly, even with his presence. They could not contend with Wuji. Brother, answer me, Liu Qingqing pressed on. Is the phrase the Dragon Clan shall rise merely a hollow statement? Liu Qingqiang's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red before he hesitantly spoke. What if we misheard our father's final words? What if the rise of the Dragon Clan does not signify prosperity, but rather a warning? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing fell silent. While Liu Yunxiao himself felt the absurdity of his suggestion, his ears flushing with embarrassment. They had all witnessed the unyielding hope and resentment in their father's eyes before his demise. His reasoning was clearly a desperate attempt to justify his own cowardice. After a moment of silence, Liu Ningbing scoffed, her disdain unabashed. "Brother, I have truly overestimated you." Liu Yunxiao, though visibly pained, refrained from engaging in argument. "Sister, will you hinder me? If I perish here, the demon clan will lose its lord, and the dragon clan will be without its pillar." "The pillar?" Liu Ningbing's icy gaze fixed upon him. "You have never been the pillar. It is I, along with our kin who perished on the battlefield, who have sustained the dragon clan. Perhaps we have misinterpreted our father's intent. The revitalization of our clan does not rest upon you, but rather upon me, the eldest daughter." With fierce determination, Liu Ningbing raised her head towards the figure of Wuji in the river of time, bowing respectfully. "I implore the esteemed Wuji to eradicate our foes." Her voice reverberated through the heavens, causing every soul to tense and gaze upon the white-haired figure. Liu Yunxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as fear coursed through him, staring incredulously at his sister. When Liu Ningbing, noticing the lack of response, looked towards Wuji, confusion creased her brow. What does the immortal lord gaze upon? Wuji's attention was not directed at them, but rather at a particular point in the distance. Following his line of sight, Liu Ningbing beheld the barrier that severed the two realms. Crack! A sound echoed ominously. Could it be? Liu Ningbing's pupils constricted as she nearly forgot Wuji's purpose for entering the river of time. It was not just her who had forgotten, nearly everyone present. The moment Wuji appeared, had been consumed with thoughts of survival. Now, hearing the crack of the barrier, they were reminded of Wuji's true objective, to obliterate the barrier. Boom! Suddenly, the golden barrier resembled a mirror, pierced from within by a slender, ebony arm. The arm emanated an eerie, grayish-white hue, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. More chilling still were the blackened nails, reeking of decay and death. Whose hand could this be? Could it be a being from the upper realms descending upon them? The crowd gasped in horror, recoiling in fright. Almost immediately, another grayish-white arm emerged from the shattered golden barrier, exuding a stench of rot. Not just one, but numerous emaciated gray hands crawled forth from the barrier, akin to a horde of demons rising from the abyss. Even the mere hint of their corrupt presence was enough to instill dread and terror in the hearts of all. At long last, a figure surged skyward. With ebony hair and crimson eyes, he was engulfed in a tempest of demonic flames, trembling with excitement as he beheld the fractured barrier. It was the demon sovereign of the celestial question. A guardian of the demon clan, witnessing the dark-haired man, was struck with disbelief. What? The demon sovereign still lives? He has not perished. Why did he not appear when the demon clan was subjected to the ruthless suppression of the infinite? The crowd was both astonished and perplexed, and the members of the demon clan shared similar sentiments. Suddenly, a hefty gray hand emerged from the barrier, targeting an elder of the Dao sect. How audacious! The elder's gaze sharpened, and with a fierce shout, he formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a lethal strike towards the great hand. He could not believe that these upper realm beings were monsters akin to the infinite. He was a perfected tribulation-transcending elder. Could he truly be unable to withstand a mere hand? Ah, fellow cultivators, save me! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The crowd watched in horror as the elder was seized and pulled into the barrier. The gruesome sound of gnawing emanated from within, rendering the faces of all present ashen. That was a perfected elder of the tribulation stage, yet he could not even withstand a single hand. Was the five domains truly on the brink of annihilation? Chapter 111. The fractured barrier at the end of the world. Within the shattered barrier, grayish-white hands writhed and struggled, desperately attempting to escape the confines of their prison. Countless hands pressed together in a mass, inducing a spine-chilling sensation in anyone who dared to gaze upon them. They resembled malevolent entities imprisoned in a cage, yearning for freedom, craving flesh and blood. As time flowed on, the already terrified crowd retreated hastily, eager to distance themselves from this horrid scene. They had just witnessed a perfected elder of the tribulation stage being dragged into the barrier, utterly powerless to resist. The faint sounds of gnawing and the elder's agonizing screams still echoed in their ears. Ah, cursed fate! No! Another scream pierced the air as the last young cultivator, his face etched with despair, was seized by the great hand and pulled back into the barrier. This hand seemed to stretch for 1,000 feet. Even though they had retreated some distance, escape from its grasp remained futile. Why do these foolish beings from the upper realm ignore those closer to them, and instead pursue us? A cultivator from the northern region exclaimed in frustration. Who? Wuji. Upon hearing this, The fleeing crowd instinctively looked up to see Wuji standing motionless upon the river of time. Yet, those enormous hands remained fixated upon them, clearly intent on capturing them despite Wuji's proximity. Then, to their astonishment, Wuji moved, one person darting towards the shattered barrier. His speed was akin to a radiant comet streaking through the sky, crashing directly into the fragmented barrier, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The grayish-white hands that were emerging trembled visibly. As Wuji penetrated the ruptured barrier, the river of time vanished as if it had only appeared for him alone. Liu Qingqing was also fleeing, but her gaze remained fixed on the broken barrier. Watching Wuji charge into the shattered realm, a sense of absurdity welled up within her, soon followed by a realization of its inevitability. The absurdity lay in Wuji's reckless haste to enter the broken barrier and ascend to the upper realm, as if he cared little for the world around him. Yet, it became increasingly clear that Liu Qingqing had momentarily forgotten her distinct purpose from Wuji. She had endured for years to rejuvenate the Dragon Clan, her aspirations still grounded in this world. Wuji, however, had orchestrated his plans for this very moment, seeking the path to immortality, his goals long since abandoned in this realm. Thus, Liu Qingqing initially found his actions absurd, but later deemed them entirely justified. Wuji, I shall accompany you, roared the demon lord Wenxianshan, his face alight with excitement, as he too plunged into the shattered barrier. Accompany? The fleeing members of the demon race paused in disbelief. Could it be that Wenxianshan shared a connection with Wuji? The once despondent Honglian demon lord, who was also fleeing, now felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Even if his physical form was destroyed, the beings from the upper realm were descending. As long as Wuji did not harbor an intent to kill him, he undoubtedly could survive. Follow me, my kin, thundered the sky-eating demon, Lord Liu Yanshao, transforming into a colossal black dragon soaring through the air. With Wuji heading to the upper realm, he still held confidence in revitalizing the Dragon Clan and ruling the 5 domains, fulfilling his father's long-held ambitions. However, no clan member was willing to follow Liu Yanshao. They all regarded him with cold indifference. Follow you? Do you intend to abandon us once more? We are not fools, they retorted. Indeed, while our Dragon Clan values strength, you lack the virtue to lead us. What does it matter that you have attained the peak of tribulation? We would rather trust clan leader Liu Qingqing. Clan leader Liu, we shall follow you. The members of the Dragon Clan resolutely rallied behind Liu Qingqing, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Furthermore, the remaining ancient tribes echoed their sentiment, choosing to follow Liu Qingqing rather than the sky-eating demon, Lord Liu Yanshao. You all. Liu Yanshao's expression was one of disbelief. After all, he was a revered figure, a being at the apex of tribulation. The clan members surprisingly chose to follow their eldest sister rather than him. After all, Liu Qingqing had merely reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. If Wuji were still present, he would find it justifiable, as his eldest sister was aligned with Wuji. But now, why should it be so? Was it solely because he had previously abandoned his kin? Yet, was he not striving for the revitalization of the Dragon Clan? If even he, as the esteemed ruler of the Dragon Clan, were to perish, how could the clan hope to flourish? Child, cease your tears, urged ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, who held the weeping saintess Liu Qingqing in his arms as they hastily fled the scene. Senior Liu, has my master forsaken me? Saintess Liu Qingqing's voice quivered with sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, remaining silent. He glanced back at the shattered barrier. Although the ominous hand no longer emerged, it seemed to have encountered trouble. Yet, his heart was heavy with concern, for he understood that the immortal sovereign sought eternal life, not the annihilation of beings from the upper realm. The arrival of those beings was merely a matter of time. What shall be done? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's thoughts were a tangled mess. After years of cultivation, though not a man of great compassion, he detested witnessing the suffering of living beings. The immortal sovereign, the child, the Tianyan Sect, and the exquisite beauty of the world weighed heavily on his heart. Once the beings from the upper realm descended, all would be reduced to ashes, like fleeting smoke. Oh, immortal sovereign, why must you endure this? The path of greatness and the pursuit of immortality, are they truly so vital? Is it ultimately Wu Wang or Wu Ji? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a harsh, raspy sound broke the silence. The crowd looked up to see a pitch-black crow soaring toward the shattered barrier. Not only that, but the 11 leaders of the southern wilderness 10,000 Gu Cave also flew into the barrier without a moment's hesitation. What madness is this? Were they courting death? With the ominous hand no longer emerging from the broken barrier, many chose to pause and observe. As they watched the leaders of the southern wilderness enter the barrier without a shred of doubt, some were perplexed, while others exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. They understood Wu Ji's journey to the upper realm as they grasped his intentions. But what did the individuals from the southern wilderness hope to achieve? Knowing there was a tiger in the mountains, they nevertheless approached it. Those from the southern wilderness were merely pawns of Wu Ji, sent into the barrier by his command. Yet, why would Wu Ji send them? Did he require their assistance, though it seemed unnecessary? Surely he would not send the leaders of the southern wilderness to their doom. Could there be a grand opportunity awaiting them? Shall we investigate? You go first. No, you go first. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eager to discern Wu Ji's true intentions. Yet, they hesitated to risk entering the barrier, feeling a disquiet that was indeed unbearable. Chapter 112. You are no exception inside the shattered barrier. Darkness enveloped all. Rumbling. A colossal, faceless giant, towering 1,000 feet tall, collapsed thunderously at the feet of a solitary figure. Its head was shattered, blood pooling around it in a gruesome spectacle. A rasping, unpleasant sound broke the silence as a raven alighted upon the shoulder of the silver-haired man. Behind him stretched a trail of blood, forming what could only be described as a river of crimson. Several other faceless giants lay scattered on the ground, each nearly 1,000 feet high. Upon entering this realm, one could comprehend the constricted nature of the golden barrier, barely allowing a single giant to emerge. No wonder the earlier scene had been so chaotic. Immortal Sovereign, they have arrived, croaked the ebony raven, perched upon the silver-haired man's shoulder. As soon as the words left its beak, 11 figures soared into the barrier. All cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured. They were none other than the 11 leaders of the 10,000 Gu Cave. Immortal Sovereign. They bowed deeply to the silver-haired man, who was none other than Wu Ji. The raven upon his shoulder was none other than Tian, the patriarch of the Xuanya clan. Let us commence, Wu Ji declared, his hands clasped behind him as he strode toward the shadowy path ahead, the anguished roars of the faceless giants echoing from the depths. Yes, the 11 leaders of the 10,000 Gu Cave began to form seals, their voices resonating with authority, refined. In an instant, a surge of sanguine light erupted. The corpses of the fallen faceless giants began to emit a faint mist of blood, visibly coalescing into orbs in the air. The leaders of the 10,000 Gu Cave were indeed intent on refining these giants. However, there was another presence among them. When Tian, the demon sovereign, observed the scene with a look of realization. Upon entering the shattered barrier, he had witnessed Wu Ji subduing the faceless giants, and confusion had clouded his mind. Was Wu Ji not in pursuit of immortality? Why then did he seek to vanquish these giants? Surely, it could not be for the sake of the common folk, or the 5 domains. Only now did the truth dawn upon him. Wu Ji's actions were driven by a desire for greater power. When Tian understood clearly that Wu Ji was the unparalleled master of the path of refinement, his skills unmatched. After all, millennia ago, he had witnessed the madman Wu Ji even refining the will of heaven itself. It was also millennia ago that he foresaw a figure who would dominate the 5 domains emerging in the future, a truth known only to him. For he alone had survived those times. At that time, he had anticipated Wu Ji's return from the river of time to ascend to the higher realms. Now, that moment had finally arrived. Wait for me. When Tian cast a glance into the abyss, then pursued Wu Ji's retreating figure. Midway through his journey, he abruptly halted. Would he, in his foolishness, simply follow behind, only to find himself refined by Wu Ji as well? Refined. The voices of the 11 leaders echoed behind him, causing cold sweat to trickle down when Tian's back. It seemed a genuine possibility. Perhaps it was not necessary at present, as the path to the upper realm still held many faceless giants. But what if it proved insufficient? Now, I have attained the 2nd level of the immortal robber, and I suppose I must appear quite enticing in the eyes of Wu Ji. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the front. When Tian, you need not fear me. I once promised you, assist me, and I shall not take your life. The demon lord when Tian paused, extending his consciousness. Not far ahead, a white-haired Wu Ji stood, his profound gaze seemingly capable of piercing the darkness, unlike when Tian, who required a probing of his senses to perceive Wu Ji's figure. With a sigh of relief, when Tian clasped his hands in gratitude, his tone sincere, thank you. He then proceeded forward. Not far ahead, the raven perched upon Wu Ji's shoulder. Hey Tian, flickered his eyes and inquired directly, will the immortal lord spare him? Perhaps, Wu Ji replied placidly, if it comes to an absolute necessity, then certainly not. A harsh caw escaped He Tian, revealing an air of inevitability in his expression. Seemingly irked by the noise, Wu Ji added, you are no exception. The unpleasant cawing ceased abruptly. As the raven fell silent, bowing its head, Wu Ji smiled subtly, though He Tian remained oblivious. After a moment, it spoke again. The immortal lord would not do such a thing. I have followed you for a long time. Wuji could not help but smile faintly, though He Tian was unaware, continuing. For you, I would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. You cannot act thus. At that moment, a dull rumble echoed, or rather, an innumerable chorus of rumbles. The ground trembled beneath them, akin to a stampede of countless steeds, an overwhelming force. Wuji raised his gaze, witnessing an uncountable horde of faceless, long-armed giants charging toward them. Immortal Lord, the blood beads are coming. He Tian exclaimed with excitement. Wuji's expression remained calm as he slowly raised his hand. Not far behind, when Tian, sensing the immense momentum, could not help but change his expression. He looked toward the white-haired figure ahead, concern etched in his face. Can Wuji manage this? When Tian knew Wuji was formidable, exceedingly so, yet he remained uncertain of the true extent of his strength, which inevitably stirred some apprehension within him. Kill, kill, I shall refine. I will refine again. The dark corridor resounded with the mingled voices of He Tian and the 11 leaders of the Wangu cave. When Tian, witnessing the scene before him, stood in stunned silence. Under the silhouette of that extraordinary white-haired figure, the faceless giants were blasted down, their heads exploding. The raven upon Wuji's shoulder cawed excitedly. As soon as the giants fell, the inhabitants of Wangu cave swarmed them like mosquitoes, forming hand seals and beginning their frenzied refinement. This when Tian's expression became vacant, utterly astonished at how the reality diverged so drastically from his anticipated arduous battle. One would presume that Wuji should be simultaneously resisting the faceless, long-armed giant while absorbing and refining the blood orbs to grow stronger. How is it then that the situation appears so one-sided? Suddenly, a faceless giant, its head shattered by Wuji, collapses towards the demon sovereign Wentiang. A withered aura rushes forth. Wentiang swiftly evades, lowering his gaze upon the giant, whose aura approaches the third tier of the tribulation immortal realm, his eyes filled with astonishment. To what realm has he ascended? Wentiang gazes upward at the elusive figure with white hair, murmuring in a daze. With a thunderous crash, dozens of faceless giants fall, the weakest among them radiating the aura of a perfected tribulation stage. Kill, kill. The black crow on his shoulder continues to caw, while Wuji remains silent. A 3-foot azure blade manifesting in his hand. Observing the relentless tide of faceless giants advancing, his eyes gleam with cold intensity as he raises his hand to unleash a strike. In an instant, a beam of white light pierces the darkness. The world falls into silence. Chapter 113. The obsessive dark flower. A dense stench of blood permeates the dark surroundings, rendering one somewhat breathless. The demon sovereign Wentiang, wearing a numbed expression, treads upon the corpses of the faceless giants as he advances. He glances at the white-haired figure ahead, surveying the ground littered with the fallen giants. At this moment, he reflects, even witnessing Wuji shatter the heavens with a single punch would not evoke shock within him any longer. Millennia ago, he had seen Wuji effortlessly refine the long-lived Qingxian sovereign of the 5th tribulation immortal tier with a mere flick of his sleeve. He believed Wuji to be of the 7th or even 8th tier, yet now, it appears he has transcended those realms. For earlier, a faceless giant, whose aura neared the 7th tier of tribulation immortal, was easily subdued by Wuji. The power contained within the fragments of the heavenly Tao is astonishingly vast, propelling Wuji into a terrifying realm. However, if even the complete heavenly Tao can barely withstand the beings of the upper realm, how could Wuji, having merely consumed fragments of the heavenly Tao will, carve a path through blood? No wonder. Wentiang turns to glance at those behind him, refining the corpses of the faceless giants at Wangu Cave. A flicker of realization crosses his face. It becomes clear why Wuji seeks to refine the faceless giants to grow stronger. He had contemplated this long ago. Moreover, Wuji does not aim to resist all beings of the upper realm. Rather, he seeks the path to immortality. He need not possess the power to withstand all beings of the upper realm, but rather the ability to traverse freely between realms. Perhaps, from the moment Wuji stepped out of the inter-realm passage, he ceased all acts of slaughter, and the 5 domains would inevitably plunge into peril. Nonetheless, this bears no consequence for him. Without Qing'er, all in this world is devoid of meaning. Cultivating immortality? His relentless pursuit of cultivation is solely for Qing'er. Long ago, he was not known as Wentiang, but as Dong Huangbai. In a distant battle between the human race and the demon race, he was thrust into a great river by the residual forces of human cultivators, sustaining severe injuries in the process. As he fell into the river, he lost consciousness. Fortunately, he escaped death, saved by a youthful girl from a village. Indeed, she was of the human race. Qing'er is a remarkably kind-hearted young woman. Despite his identity as a member of the demon clan, she saved him. Qing'er radiates such kindness and beauty. During the period of his recuperation, he found himself falling deeply in love with her. Yet, due to the divide between their worlds, he, a demon, and she, a human, he concealed his affections, fearing to speak them aloud. When his wounds finally healed, he reluctantly bid farewell to Qing'er, sensing her own reluctance mirrored in her eyes. As he gazed upon her reddened eyelids, he experienced a fleeting impulse to confess his love. However, he did not wish to endanger her. Ultimately, his emotions transformed into a fleeting breeze that accompanied him through trials and tribulations, leading him back to the eastern desolate demon domain. The moment he stepped into this realm, he cast a final glance at the human lands, silently vowing to grow stronger, strong enough to shatter the societal conventions that separated humans and demons, strong enough that no one could hinder his union with Qing'er. The love he buried deep within himself became the greatest source of motivation. In just over a decade, he achieved remarkable mastery in his cultivation. Driven by his desire for strength, he resorted to any means necessary. Aware that Qing'er was merely a mortal who could not wait for him indefinitely, he pushed himself to extremes. Even as he engaged in unsavory acts, feelings of regret and guilt occasionally tugged at his conscience. Yet, the mere thought of Qing'er's smile filled him with a sense of righteousness. However, longing was like the wind, ever present in his heart. He constantly reminisced about the simple, unpretentious girl from that small village. In his eyes, Qing'er was unparalleled in beauty. He often pondered whether such a kind soul would be subjected to cruelty by others, and if she thought of him in return. After much inner turmoil, he resolved to infiltrate the central domain to see her once more. After enduring a series of challenges, he finally returned to that quaint village, where he beheld the woman he had yearned for day and night. Yet, tears streamed down his face. In the heat of battle, he had not shed a tear. Amidst fierce conflicts with his kin, he remained stoic. Even when he committed acts of treachery against his own people, guilt and remorse flooding his heart, he did not weep. But upon seeing Qing'er, he wept like a child. Time had etched its marks upon her face, and she had already married another. The two children by her side bore a striking resemblance to her. Concealed within the trees, like a shadowy rodent, he watched Qing'er's life unfold, filled with both bitterness and acceptance. The paths of humans and demons diverged irrevocably. They were fated to be connected, yet eternally apart. Just as he contemplated leaving, he overheard villagers whispering about Qing'er, tales from long ago. They spoke of how, over a decade prior, she had saved a peculiar young man with black hair, crimson eyes, and two horns, who had left an indelible mark on her heart. They even mentioned how she had waited 8 long years, only to be compelled by her father's threats to marry another. Stunned by these revelations, he found himself unable to take a single step away. Qing'er! Qing'er! A furious cry echoed through the woods. He burst forth from the shadows, standing before her, his face a canvas of guilt and restrained anger, and asked, "Qing, I have returned. Will you come away with me?" Upon seeing him, Qing'er too was moved to tears. The two children beside her appeared quite anxious, tugging at Qing'er's hand and exclaiming, "Mother, why are you crying?" One of them even stepped forward, playfully shoving him and pretending to be fierce, asking if he had bullied their mother. He allowed the child to push him, his gaze fixed on Qing'er's reddened eyes, filled with guilt. "Qing'er, come with me. We will take these two children with us. I will raise them as my own." "No." To his surprise, Qing'er shook her head, wiping the tears from her face and forcing a smile. "Fool, I am already married to someone else." "It doesn't matter," he exclaimed anxiously. "It does," she replied solemnly. "As a wife, I must fulfill my duties. As a mother, I must not fail my children." Upon hearing this, his face turned pale. Though Qing'er's appearance had changed, her inherent kindness remained unchanged. "Qing'er," he lowered his head, tears falling uncontrollably, filled with regret and self-recrimination. "Fool." Qing'er stepped forward, reaching out to touch his face, but her hand halted midair. She had not forgotten her identity. "Don't cry, fool. In our next life, I will marry you again, all right? This life is too late." Qing'er's smile was as radiant as it had been over a decade ago, warm like the gentle sun in winter, illuminating a dark corner of his heart. But her words left him weeping uncontrollably, regretful tears dropping onto the soil beneath him, seemingly giving rise to a twisted obsession. "No, it's not too late." He suddenly looked up, meeting Qing'er's gaze. "I will take you away, along with these two children. I will treat you well, 1,000 times better than your husband. I swear before heaven and earth. Come with me, and I will ensure your happiness. No one loves you more than I do." A rumble echoed as dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a storm was brewing, witnessing his vow. Chapter 114. Faithful Bond. Qing'er remained silent for a moment, gazing at him before finally speaking. It's too late, fool. I cannot do that. He too fell silent for a moment, then unwillingly asked, Then why didn't you try to keep me back then? I thought you didn't care for me and didn't want to stay. I thought you didn't care for me either. Qing'er. At that moment, a man's voice interrupted. Who are you? The ordinary-looking man eyed Dong Huangbai with suspicion. Husband. Qing'er froze upon seeing the man's arrival. Husband? The term, so distant yet deeply yearned for, tightened Dong Huangbai's heart. He looked at Qing'er's husband, who seemed so weak and unremarkable, yet had won the heart of the woman he cherished most. Qing'er, who is this man? Qing'er's husband remained on high alert, his brow furrowed as he questioned, Is it? Qing'er found herself at a loss for words. Observing his reaction, her husband abruptly turned, narrowing his eyes at her with a fierce glare. Could he be the man you saved all those years ago? Why has he returned to seek you now? Do you intend to elope with him? He had long listened to the village's whispers, storing them in his heart, which bred a deep-seated mistrust. Despite Qing'er's efforts to reassure him, he frequently erupted in rage, fueled by these rumors. Now, witnessing her in private conversation with the man only ignited his fury further. No, it's not what you think. Qing'er hastily waved her hands, a flicker of fear evident in her expression. The two children nearby remained silent, sensing the tension. Do you dare to deny it? You've brought the children out here, yet you claim you're not attempting to run away with someone else. Seeing Qing'er's frightened demeanor, her husband's anger escalated. I see you wish to provoke me. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to lash out at her. Suddenly, a towering shadow loomed over him. Are you seeking death? A chilling voice resonated. Qing'er's husband turned to find Dong Huangbai, towering over him with an intimidating presence. He was instantly taken aback, stammering, What are you doing? This is the village. Don't act recklessly. As Dong Huangbai observed the man's cowardice and Qing'er's timid demeanor, his fists clenched, producing a bone-chilling sound. Qing'er, shall I rid you of him? From this day forth, it will be just the two of us. With that, he raised his hand. Stop. At Qing'er's alarmed cry, Dong Huangbai swiftly snapped her husband's neck, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. As a member of the demon clan, human life held little value in his eyes. He was no stranger to bloodshed. Hubby. Qing'er's face drained of color as she quickly crouched down to shield the children's eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dong Huangbai, why have you done this? Qing'er. Witnessing her distress, Dong Huangbai felt a jolt in his heart, his murderous intent dissipating. You want to find happiness with him? Come with me. I will treat you well. His tone turned almost pleading. Leave. Qing'er pointed at Dong Huangbai, sobbing uncontrollably. You've killed their father before their very eyes. Do you have any idea how much trauma this will inflict on them? Dong Huangbai staggered back a step, extending his hand. Qing'er, please don't cry. Yet Qing'er's tears continued to flow, piercing Dong Huangbai's heart. At that moment, a furious shout rang out. You audacious demon! How dare you infiltrate the central region and slay innocent lives? In the sky, two monks descended, their gazes fierce as they fixed upon the towering figure of Dong Huangbai. Instantly, a menacing glint flashed in Dong Huangbai's eyes as he turned to face the two monks, unleashing the formidable aura of his transformation stage. Begone! His furious roar reverberated like thunder, leaving the two foundation stage monks pale with fear as they hastily redirected their flying swords and fled. Once the monks departed, Dong Huangbai turned to Qing'er, stepping forward and extending his large hand. Qing'er, will you come with me? His expression bore a hint of urgency, for he was acutely aware that this was the central region, the territory of the human race, and the two monks would undoubtedly call for reinforcements. Get lost. You get lost. Qing'er shouted amidst her tears, her words laced with fury. Dong Huangbai, his brow furrowed deeply, his hand suspended in midair. Seeing that Dong Huangbai was still unwilling to leave, Qing'er forcefully swatted his outstretched hand away, her expression resolute. If you do not leave now, I shall end my life before you. At her words, Dong Huangbai felt as if struck by lightning, rendered momentarily frozen, his expression vacant. Was Qing'er truly so unwilling to accompany him? Was she willing to resort to such extremes? Hurry and go, Qing'er urged loudly, seemingly desperate to avoid seeing Dong Huangbai, though her eyes held no malice, only a trace of anxiety and concern. Yet, Dong Huangbai could not perceive this, stumbling back in confusion, gazing blankly at Qing'er. Qing'er, do not act this way. I will go. I shall leave at once. After one last glance at her, he hastily took to the sky, fleeing the scene. Holding her two children, Qing'er watched Dong Huangbai's retreating figure, thinking, fool, run faster. Ensure you do not fall into the hands of the immortals. She was aware that Dong Huangbai belonged to the demon race, for her ancestors had once produced a cultivator who left behind an ancient tome detailing the appearance of the demons, humanoid in form, adorned with 2 horns. Her insistence on hastening Dong Huangbai's departure stemmed from a desire to avoid implicating him in her predicament. If she were to harbor any resentment, it would be directed at Dong Huangbai's impulsiveness, for he had taken the life of their children's father before their very eyes. As for her feelings towards the father of her children, they were rather indifferent, as he had often resorted to violence against her. Despite her diligent efforts in performing household duties, her kindness had not dispelled his biases. Without her 2 children, she might have long since succumbed to despair, or perhaps simply wished to see him once more. In the midst of the air, Dong Huangbai's figure came to an abrupt halt after having dashed several dozen miles away. If he were to leave just like that, what would become of Qing'er? Would those so-called righteous monks harass her, demanding to know his whereabouts? The thought of this filled him with a sense of urgency akin to ants on a hot pan. Torn between the fear of endangering Qing'er by returning and the anxiety of leaving her behind. Enough. His gaze hardened. He resolved to take Qing'er with him. Previously, his hesitation and reluctance to express his affections had led to Qing'er marrying another. Now, if his indecision were to result in never seeing her again, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Chapter 115. The injustice of heaven within the village. A cacophony of voices filled the air, while Qing'er found herself bound to a grand tree. The imposing figure before her, adorned with horns, was none other than the demon from the tales of the immortals. How dare you consort with demons, conspiring to slay the villagers, including your very own husband? An elder of the village huffed, his beard bristling with indignation. I did not. Qing'er, tethered to the tree, repeatedly lifted her head. Beneath her disheveled hair lay a visage marked by despair. Still denying it, another villager interjected. Over a decade ago, you rescued that demon man. Many witnessed your act. We simply did not know then of his true nature until the immortals enlightened us. Otherwise, how many lives would you have cost us? Kill her. Kill her. The villagers glared with malevolence. You wretched woman, you colluded with demons and caused my son's death. My life is so wretched. An elderly woman cradled the lifeless bodies of her 2 grandchildren, weeping inconsolably over her son's corpse. Kill her. That demon came seeking her. I witnessed that demon slay her husband with my own eyes. If we do not kill her now, once the immortals depart, that demon will surely return. Please, do not bully our mother, cried Qing'er's children, sobbing piteously. Oh, my foolish grandchildren. It is your mother who has brought about your father's demise. The elderly woman lamented, pounding her chest in despair. In that moment, she turned her frantic gaze towards the 3 immortals hovering in the air and beseeched, Immortals, immortals. It is this vile woman who conspired with the demon and caused my son's death. I implore you to bring justice to my plight. Suspended in the air were an elder and his 2 disciples. The elder cast a glance at Qing'er, then at the corpse, and sighed deeply. Decide amongst yourselves. Upon hearing this, the female disciple expressed her reluctance, asking, Master, should we not investigate further? The elder shook his head. What purpose would that serve? Prejudice has already taken root, and it is difficult to alter. Furthermore, this woman saved an undeserving soul over a decade ago, and today she reaps the consequences. The cycle of cause and effect is inescapable for mortals. The female disciple furrowed her brow, pondering, but she appears benevolent. Surely it was merely an act of kindness. Indeed, the male disciple concurred. Acts of kindness can oftentimes lead to unforeseen calamities. To speak harshly, her demise serves as a lesson to humanity, who should not be saved and whom one ought to rescue. Had that demon been a relentless killer, her intervention could have endangered the entire village. In the event of a great battle between humans and demons, where countless cultivators perished, it could result in a demon lord nearing death, only to be saved by a compassionate mortal. Yet, that demon lord, having a clear sense of enmity, would not harm the one who spared his life, departing once healed. However, in subsequent confrontations between humans and demons, that very demon lord, who should have perished, returns to lead to humanity's defeat. Thus, the practitioners of the human race fell victim to a gruesome massacre. Have you too considered the implications of such an outcome? The elder spoke gravely. Upon hearing his words, the 2 disciples were momentarily startled. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. Wretched woman, I shall end your life. A frenzied matron brandished a pair of scissors and lunged, plunging them into Qing'er's chest. Mother! Everyone was taken aback. No! A heart-wrenching cry echoed from afar. The elder, suspended in midair, felt a shift in his gaze towards the source. Could it be that this fiend from the demonic race had willingly walked into the snare? The newcomer was none other than Dong Wangbai. He observed as Qing'er's garments became increasingly stained with crimson, his scarlet eyes turning a deeper shade of blood. "You vile crone, I shall rend your body to pieces." Dong Wangbai's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his glare upon the grotesque matron wielding the scissors, roaring in wrath. Such insolence! The elder intervened, his cultivation at the void illusory stage pressing down like a mountain, rendering the air heavy and stifling. "Get back!" Yet, in that instant, Dong Wangbai disregarded all caution, charging towards the elder like a ferocious beast. Heavenly Gang Seal. The elder, far from alarmed, felt a surge of delight as he began to form seals with his hands. The recklessness of his opponent would make it effortless for him to subdue him. Boom! Under the brilliance of spiritual might, a figure burst forth. Qing'er. Dong Wangbai braved the elder's killing strike, drenched in blood, rushing towards Qing'er with a desperate force. The moment he landed, the scissors-wielding matron was swept away by the overwhelming aura and met with her own demise. "Qing'er." Dong Wangbai stood before her, at a loss, gazing at her face paling gradually. His pupils constricted violently. Bang! The bonds were shattered, and Qing'er collapsed weakly, yet Dong Wangbai caught her securely. A solitary tear fell upon Qing'er's face. Fool! With a pallid countenance, Qing'er gazed at Dong Wangbai, whose eyes were red and bewildered, and she mustered a faint smile. She reached out, gently caressing his cheek. "Do not weep, it will be all right." "How can it be all right?" Dong Wangbai trembled, tears streaming down his face. "Hurry and escape." Qing'er lay in Dong Wangbai's embrace, summoning her last vestige of strength to look at her two children. "Once you flee, take care of them. I cannot bear to leave them. And, in the next life, do not harbor your feelings in silence. I will await your proposal." As her words fell, the hand that had tenderly caressed Dong Wangbai's face fell lifelessly. The one in his arms closed her eyes. "No. Why? Why must it be this way for me?" Dong Wangbai howled at the heavens, demanding justice. In youth, many refrained from expressing their affections for various reasons, perhaps striving for self-improvement, desiring to achieve greatness, or countless other motives. Yet, I wish to convey this. Life demands courage. Do not leave behind regrets. Even in failure, at least I have made an effort. Much like the bond between Dong Wangbai and Qing'er, where both harbored deep affection for one another yet refrained from expressing it, leading to an inevitable outcome. Life, after all, is rife with regrets, and I am no exception. However, I wish for others to escape this fate. It is reminiscent of childhood idol dramas, where the protagonists, despite their mutual love, twisted their feelings and refrained from speaking the truth. In my youth, I could not comprehend this. Only as I matured did I come to experience it firsthand. The characters in the story are not unlike ourselves. They, too, love each other yet choose to speak insincerely, ultimately missing their chance. This is lamentable. We must not dwell on what the future holds. Time is relentless and grants no reprieve. Once a moment is lost, it is irrevocably gone. After all, we are not the cicadas of spring and autumn. Failure is inconsequential. At least when we reflect on it later, we will not be haunted by the what-if. Only the knowledge that we did our best. Lastly, I implore you, do not twist your feelings. I dedicate this passage to all. Chapter 116. Endless in the pitch-black passage of the second realm, a serpentine line of everlasting lamps stretched forth, yet darkness loomed ahead. Is this truly without end? At the forefront, Wu Ji's shoulder bore the gaze of Xianye Tian, who revealed a hint of unease and spoke. The oppressive atmosphere here is stifling. Apart from their voices, there is not a sound to be heard. Even the faceless giant is nowhere in sight. They have journeyed for an indeterminate length of time, relying solely on the lamps behind them to gauge their distance. The darkness ahead remains interminable. Even the 11 masters who arranged the everlasting lamps behind them appear anxious. Only Wu Ji and Wen Tian Mo Zun continue to advance in silence, one with a calm gaze and the other with resolute determination. At the end of the world, the number of cultivators observing has grown. Even those who initially intended to depart have remained. The barrier has fallen into silence. How much time has passed? The barrier remains still, and the colossal hand has vanished. What has transpired within? Could it be that Wu Ji has exterminated all those beings? Would such a benevolent act come from Wu Ji? A being whose only desire is immortality would, for our sake and for the 5 domains, annihilate the upper realm's denizens? Indeed, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation. Suddenly, a crimson streak of light flew into the shattered barrier before the astonished eyes of many. It was the Red Lotus Demon Lord. Why would he enter the barrier? Previously, he had been obliterated by Wu Ji's punch and was gravely wounded. Now, he ventures into an unknown situation. Given his current condition, is he not courting death? The crowd was left in shock and confusion. utterly unable to decipher the Red Lotus Demon Lord's intentions. Yet, some displayed knowing expressions. As a respected figure, he was no fool. The seemingly reckless actions of the other party are not a harbinger of demise, but rather serve a greater purpose. At the forefront of the demonic faction, Liu Qingqing stands with hands clasped behind, observing the scene with a flicker of intrigue in her gaze. Nearby, the ominous expression of the Devourer of Worlds, Liu Yunxiao, is directed towards his sister, concealing a hint of murderous intent within his eyes. However, after a mere moment of observation, he diverts his attention to the shattered barrier, evidently eager to comprehend the circumstances within and to decipher the intentions of the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign. In the upper realm, there must undoubtedly exist grand opportunities. A black-clad man, possessing the cultivation of the merging phase, gazes at the fragmented barrier, his hands itching with anticipation and his eyes ablaze with fervor. In his estimation, the current tranquility within the barrier indicates that the previous entrant, Wuji, had thoroughly cleared it of any threats. Thus, the barrier is presumed to be devoid of danger, a notion clearly shared by the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign, should he manage to traverse the passage to the upper realm. With the prior group diverting the attention of the beings there, he might seize the opportunity to ascend to unprecedented heights. With this thought, the black-clad man also soars towards the barrier, his eyes gleaming with excitement and hope. He can almost envision himself discovering great fortunes in the upper realm, basking in the glory of becoming a sovereign. "Shingu, what are you doing?" inquires a fellow cultivator, recognizing the black-clad man as he darts towards the barrier, his brow furrowed in concern. Hearing this, several others glance over. The black-clad man remains silent, accelerating his pace, clearly fixated on his objective of entering the barrier. The world is never short of those seeking shortcuts, and this man is evidently among them. Observers, puzzled, grow increasingly bewildered, while those with contemplative expressions reveal flickers of excitement in their eyes. On the side of Tianyan Sect, the saintess, Liu Qingqing, notices yet another individual flying into the barrier and turns to her elder, Liu Xiaoyao. "Elder Liu, should we not also take a look?" she suggests softly. "I cannot help but feel concerned for our master." At her words, Liu Xiaoyao's brow furrows slightly. He, too, wishes to investigate. Yet he doubts his ability to protect Liu Qingqing if they venture inside together. Elder Liu, a cool voice interrupts, belonging to the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing. Elder Liu glances at her, his brow still knitted, yet he nods in acknowledgement. "What is it, celestial maiden?" Liu Qingqing meets his gaze, her eyes glinting with brilliance. "Elder Liu, do you harbor any thoughts of probing further?" Celestial maiden Liu Xiaoyao's brow furrows deeper. "Rest assured, Elder Liu, my concerns are not unfounded. Rather, I wish to witness what the upper realm truly holds. The very notion of ascending to the upper realm is the lifelong aspiration of us cultivators, is it not? Do you not wish to see it for yourself?" Liu Qingqing counters. At her words, Liu Xiaoyao falls into silence. Whether for the sake of Wu Wang or for his own sake, the upper realm indeed warrants exploration. Yet, what if misfortune befalls him there? What would become of Tianyan Sect? Elder Liu Qingqing seems to sense the trepidation in his heart and slowly speaks. "In every generation, there exist tasks to be undertaken, and we, as mere guides, cannot shield them for eternity. Worry and anxiety bear no fruit. The outcomes of future events can only be discerned in due course." Hearing these words, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao cast a complex gaze upon the trio, Bai Chaoya, Liu Xiao, and Liu Qingqing. These three shall, in time, become the pillars of the Tianyan Sect. Although Liu Qingqing possesses only modest talent, she is still qualified for cultivation and is a direct disciple of an immortal master. Given time, she is bound to emerge as a formidable figure. Yet, the diminishing aura of spiritual energy in the world renders the future of the Tianyan Sect uncertain. "Master," a voice suddenly resonated. The venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, for it was the sect leader Yun Wuyang who gazed earnestly at him and spoke. "Master, rest assured, the Tianyan Sect is in capable hands with your disciples. Nothing will go amiss." The term master felt both familiar and foreign to him, stirring a pang of nostalgia in Liu Xiaoyao's heart. Ever since he had brought his disciple Nian Wangwang into the Tianyan Sect, it had been quite some time since he had heard such words. One cannot be devoid of emotions, even if one is not made of wood or grass. Liu Xiaoyao mused. It would be disingenuous to claim he held no feelings for Yun Wuyang, his disciple. "Elder Liu, let us depart. With Tianyan Jinren present, you should find solace," chimed in the ethereal fairy Yun Shang. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. "Very well." He then turned to the downcast saintess Liu Qingqing and, with a grave expression, addressed her. "Child, I cannot take you with me on this journey. Your reluctance to bear responsibility is noted, but I must insist that he be accountable. You are his disciple." Upon hearing this, the saintess clenched her garments, ultimately whispering, "All right. Qingyi understands." Lu Xiaoyao exhaled a heavy breath and placed a reassuring hand on the saintess's shoulder. "Child, should any misfortune befall me or your master, do not let sorrow consume you. Life and death are but the natural order of existence. In the days to come, do not tarnish your master's renown." Elder Lu, the saintess Liu Qingqing, looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Alas, let us be off." Chapter 117. I am who I am. Look. Even the venerable ancestor of the Tianyan Sect and the ethereal fairy Yun Shang have soared towards the barrier, exclaimed an onlooker, pointing at the two figures. Indeed, it was as they said. We cannot miss this. They must be seeking great fortune. A rugged man from the northern domain declared through gritted teeth. He then propelled himself towards the barrier. Curse it. If so many are going, I shall follow suit. I have nothing to lose. Should I perish, I shall soar to the heavens. Another followed suit. Our demonic clan fears neither heaven nor earth. I too shall venture forth to uncover the truth. Several guardians of the demonic clan took flight. Soon after, as if stirred by a hornet's nest, countless figures surged towards the barrier. Even the formidable demon sovereign of the demon clan, Tun Tian, was seen soaring towards the barrier. As he journeyed, he glanced back at Liu Qingqing, who stood with her arms crossed, her gaze flashing with a glimmer of coldness. "Good sister, when I return, I shall be stronger. Even with the support of your kin, it will be of no consequence. I will devour the corpses of those upper realm beings slain by Wuji, leaving not a trace behind. One step, and I shall ascend to the heavens." However, standing resolutely before the assembly of dragons, Liu Qingqing observed the cold light in Liu Yunxiao's eyes. A hint of mockery surfaced within her gaze, as if she were deriding Liu Yunxiao's fanciful ambitions. She understood his thoughts. He merely wished to ascend by harnessing the formidable energy of the celestial devourer's body. After all, the essence of those upper realm beings was immensely powerful, each corpse a vast source of nourishment. Yet, what manner of being was the celestial sovereign? Would he allow Liu Yunxiao to seize such opportunities? Along his path, Liu Yunxiao perceived the derision in his sister's eyes, but he remained unfazed. "Let us proceed." Liu Qingqing's demeanor was indifferent as she turned to leave. The assembly of dragons paused, watching their clan leader's retreating figure. One inquired, "Clan leader, are we departing just like this?" "Those individuals are competing for opportunities." "Opportunities? What opportunities could there possibly be?" Liu Qingqing halted, casting a cold glance at her kin, a chilling light crossing her eyes. "The greatest opportunity lies before us." An elder of the dragon clan, puzzled, queried, "May I ask, clan leader, what opportunity is present at this moment?" "The demon clan has no sovereign, nor does the beast realm. The human clan is similarly unguarded. As for my peak cultivation at the tribulation stage, I am more than capable of dominating. Now that the various realms are in disarray, why not seize this chance to expand and strengthen the dragon clan's power?" Upon hearing this, the dragon kin's eyes brightened with realization. The clan leader is indeed correct. The resources left behind by those factions are exceedingly profound. Why not take advantage of the chaos? Moreover, those formidable cultivators had virtually all flown towards the barrier. Absorbing their powers would be remarkably effortless. "Clan leader, which faction shall we absorb first?" "The 5 domains." Liu Qingqing stood with arms crossed, her words succinct, radiating an aura of devouring the world. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as resources were available, she held immense confidence in achieving the consummation of the tribulation stage and becoming a sovereign. At that time, even if those individuals returned seeking vengeance, they would find themselves powerless against her. As for the celestial sovereign? Liu Qingqing chuckled softly. In the eyes of the celestial sovereign, there exists only immortality. This journey will undoubtedly not lead to death, but rather, from death to rebirth. Once I become a sovereign, aside from the celestial sovereign, who in the 5 domains could dare to challenge me? "Father, it shall be I who revitalizes the dragon clan." Liu Qingqing slowly raised her hand, observing the patterns in her palm, then suddenly clenched it into a fist, her gaze sharp and resolute. "Not the so-called fate. I do not believe in the direction of the patterns in my palm. I only believe in the power of my clenched fists." Amidst the shattered barrier, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign followed the path illuminated by the eternal flame, observing the withered corpses of the faceless, long-armed giants beneath his feet. His expression darkening as he muttered, "Damn it. All were inexplicably drained. Is this the doing of Wuj? And what do these ever-burning lamps signify on this path? Are they meant to guide us?" The Red Lotus Demon Lord raised his gaze ahead, suddenly reflecting a tall figure in his eyes. He was momentarily taken aback. Qingqian? Before him, in front of 10 ever-burning lamps, stood a black-haired man with his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a flowing white robe with golden threads. It was evidently the attire of the celestial lord Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin. But wait, the Red Lotus Demon Lord's expression sharpened. This was not the celestial lord Qingqian, for he had witnessed his demise with his own eyes. There could be no mistake. This individual is the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian. When had he entered the barrier? The Red Lotus Demon Lord furrowed his brow. Logically, he should have been the first to enter after those brought by Wuj. Why had the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian arrived ahead of him, unnoticed? Could it be that the corpses of the faceless long-armed giants had been drained by the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian? Yet, that seemed implausible. The path he cultivated was righteous and did not possess the ability to drain these bodies. At this moment, the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian seemed to have noticed him and turned to look back. Observing that even more exquisite visage, the Red Lotus Demon Lord relaxed slightly. It indeed was the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian. However, he felt a greater trepidation towards the true body. No, the Red Lotus Demon Lord's pupils constricted. If the true body is dead, why does the avatar persist? It is the Red Lotus fellow, a calm voice resonated. The avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Red Lotus Demon Lord with a smile in his eyes. The Red Lotus Demon Lord was momentarily startled and took a step back. He was still injured, and the aura of the avatar seemed exceedingly strange. He could not afford to let his guard down. The Red Lotus Demon Lord opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian took a step forward. Do not come any closer. The Red Lotus Demon Lord was instantly on high alert. The avatar paused, looking at the Red Lotus Demon Lord with confusion. Why do you act this way, fellow? Are you human or ghost? No. Are you the true body or merely an avatar? The Red Lotus Demon Lord regarded the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian with utmost vigilance, his palm gathering crimson energy. The true body is dead. I am the true body. The avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, the Red Lotus Demon Lord's heart sank. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. The strangeness of the avatar was unsettling, and the smile upon its face sent chills down his spine. No. Suddenly, the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian clutched its head with both hands, appearing to be in excruciating pain, resembling a madman. I am not the avatar of the celestial lord Qingqian. I am not the true body. I am me. I am the celestial lord Qingqian, Jiang Xuanxin. The roar echoed within the dark space. Witnessing the avatar's sudden madness, the Red Lotus Demon Lord instinctively stepped back once more, his brow furrowing in concern. Is he unwell? Chapter 118. Bones, so many corpses. What is the significance of the ever-burning lanterns along this path? Look ahead, there appears to be someone. Is it the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign? At that moment, a sound emanated from behind the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, suggesting that a multitude was approaching. Turning around, he beheld dozens of figures progressing along the path illuminated by the lanterns. Observing this, a sense of relief washed over him. To be frank, amidst the oppressive darkness, facing the suddenly frenzied avatar of the Qingqian immortal sovereign had instilled a palpable dread within him. Now, with so many others arriving, he felt a newfound sense of security. Contemplating this, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign turned his gaze once more towards the location of the Qingqian immortal sovereign's avatar. However, upon doing so, his eyes widened in shock. Where had it gone? The spot where the avatar of Jiang Xuanxin had been was now utterly devoid of presence, as if everything had been but a figment of the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign's imagination. A chilling breath escaped him as he shivered at the eerie scene, realizing the impossibility of it being mere illusion. A cold, harsh voice broke the silence. The Swallowing Sky Demon Sovereign, Liu Qingqing, pushed through the crowd and took his place behind the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. With an unfriendly gaze fixed upon him, he inquired, "Did you drain these corpses?" "No." The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign replied without turning, his brow furrowed, clearly still reeling from the earlier encounter. Yet, his denial did little to assuage Liu Qingqing's suspicions. Narrowing his eyes, he focused ahead. The truth would soon reveal itself. If there were still corpses ahead that had been drained, then it was not the doing of the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. Conversely, if none were found, then the blame would rest squarely upon him. In such a precarious situation, he had no desire to confront another sovereign unless provoked by a contest of supremacy. "Let us proceed," Liu Qingqing stated, observing the motionless Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. To his surprise, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign stepped aside, gesturing for him to go first. What is your intent? Liu Yunxiao's expression turned contemplative. Fear. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign answered candidly. At this, Liu Yunxiao's demeanor shifted to one of skepticism as he scrutinized the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. Fear. You charged into the barrier unafraid. Yet now, having come so far, you feel trepidation. What scheme are you plotting? After a moment of reflection, Liu Yunxiao scoffed and strode forward with determination. Let the soldiers meet their foes. Let the earth conceal the waters. I stand as strong now as in my prime. Surely I have no reason to fear a wounded Red Lotus Demon Sovereign's trickery. The 5,650th lantern. The master of the 7 halls of the Wangu cave cradled the lantern, placing it upon the ground and channeling his spiritual energy, causing it to radiate brilliance. Upon hearing that 5,000 lanterns had already been set, Wu Ji, perched upon the shoulder of the black sky, could no longer contain himself. Immortal Sovereign, when will this end? At his words, Wu Ji hesitated slightly, while the asking Heaven Demon Sovereign behind him also paused, turning to gaze at the seemingly endless line of ever-burning lanterns. A look of perplexity crossed his face. Until now, he still could not comprehend why Wu Ji insisted on placing everlasting lamps along the way. What significance did it hold? Was it a fear of losing the path back? Yet, for a madman like Wu Ji, would he willingly return without discovering the path to immortality? Immortal Master, why have you paused? Suddenly, Wu Ji came to a halt, causing the dark crow perched on his shoulder, Xiantian, to be momentarily taken aback. Though it feigned annoyance, deep inside, it yearned to witness the Immortal Master unveil the path to eternal life. Light. Wu Ji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze reflecting the faint glimmers ahead. Light? At his words, everyone turned their eyes forward, and indeed, amidst the previously enveloping darkness, a faint radiance emerged. Quickly, Xiantian instantly felt a surge of excitement. After traversing this long journey, they had finally glimpsed something extraordinary. Aside from the initial commotion caused by the faceless giant, there had been nary a ghostly shadow to be seen. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as if this realm contained only their group. A stifling atmosphere that was truly unsettling. Let us proceed. As they drew closer, they finally discerned the source of the dim light, a crystalline bone. Upon it were inscribed several words. Latercomers, do not halt. Clearly, this was a message left by the sages of yore. There is more ahead. Xiantian soared forward, landing on another translucent bone, peering down to find yet another inscription, seemingly indicative of identity. The second leader of the Miao Sect, Moe. Wu Ji approached, lowering his eyelids. There was no residual aura of the original owner, and it was evident that the words had been etched by another's hand. The Miao Sect? It was once a prominent sect in the southern wilderness, rivaling my Wangu cave. However, due to the mysterious disappearance of its second leader, its lineage had been severed millennia ago. Upon hearing this, the second leader of the sect stepped forward, reflecting with a tinge of regret. Who would have thought it would end here? The other leaders fell into a contemplative silence, a sense of melancholy rising within them. Who could have foreseen that the heart would lie in the Tianshan? After countless years of arduous cultivation, one becomes mere bones. Let us move on. Wu Ji retracted his gaze, pressing forward. More bones await. This one as well. The first lord of Baidi City in the northern domain. The third leader of the Tianyan Sect in the central domain. The second elder of the heavenly palace. As they continued their journey, the ground became increasingly littered with translucent bones, as if scattered everywhere. Each bone belonged to a figure once mighty across the 5 domains, now laid to rest in this lightless abyss, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Look, this bone bears different characters. Though the inscription is small, it remains discernible. After speaking, Xiantian gazed at the bone and recited, Latercomers, press onward, do not lose your way. We all perish with purpose. Move forward, continue onward. Even if the path seems endless, it will eventually lead to an end. After finishing his words, Xiantian took a few more steps forward, gazing at another bone, and spoke. The path must not be severed. It must not be severed. You must continue onward. You must persevere to carve a way for the 5 domains. We, as cultivators, shall never yield. With that, Xiantian fell into silence. The second cave master shook his head and sighed. They were all sages who perished in the pursuit of exploration. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Even the revered Wenyang Mo Zun was no exception. The third cave master chuckled, speaking in a jesting tone. If we were to die here, would those who come after us view us in the same light? As his words hung in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the atmosphere. Sensing several disapproving gazes upon him, The third cave master scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I was merely joking. It was not amusing at all. All right then. Chapter 119. The Sea of Bones. In this dark realm, time had lost its significance. Wuji and his companions were unaware of how long they had been walking. The path, lined with crystal-clear bones, seemed to guide the way for those who followed. At last, amidst the boundless darkness, they beheld a brilliant light, resembling a resplendent sea of stars. Was that the destination? Wuji and his companions quickened their pace, but when they finally arrived, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. This was not a sea of stars, but a sea of bones. An expanse of bones unfolded in the darkness, vast and shimmering. The surrounding darkness was completely dispelled. Did this comprise the remains of the sages of yore? The second cave master murmured in a daze. Among them, one skeleton still exuded a residual aura, as if it had not perished for a millennium. Draped in a tattered Taoist robe, could it be a sage of the Dao sect? A celestial venerable? Xian exclaimed in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Wuji appeared amidst the sea of bones, gazing at the skeleton clad in the tattered robe beneath his feet. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes deepened. Have you fallen here as well, Wuliang Xinzuan? Wuliang Xinzuan, the founder of the Dao sect. When Wuji first joined the Dao sect, he had been regarded by Wuliang Xinzuan as a petty thief of divine powers. Young and full of aspirations, Wuji had once looked up to Wuliang Xinzuan, yearning to become a figure of such extraordinary stature. Yet, he never anticipated that the tides of fate would be so unpredictable, and that such a remarkable person would meet his end in the Sea of Bones. However, as Wuji stood amidst the Sea of Bones, he surveyed the endless expanse before him. Which of these remains did not belong to a once-renowned figure of the five domains? The air was thick with a sense of desolation, born from the passage of time and the extinguishing of life. In this Sea of Bones, while one could sense the melancholy and grandeur, there was no trace of regret. Countless heroes and legends, throughout the ages, had perished for the sake of their own paths. Without a hint of remorse, they had pursued their convictions at all costs, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. In their hearts, there was no regret, only an unwavering dedication to their beliefs and an unrelenting pursuit of their dreams. This is not a sea of bones, but rather a path marked by the indelible traces of countless heroes and legends from both ancient and modern times, a path of eternal life. The remains of the sages cannot extinguish the resolve within, and the unwavering gaze of the eternal is solely fixed on immortality. The distinguished figures of the past are best observed in the present. The inability of others does not signify one's own limitations. The expression in Wuji's eyes once again returned to tranquility as he stepped unflinchingly upon the bones of the venerable. With each deliberate stride, he advanced towards the fissure ahead. His elongated silhouette appeared diminutive amidst the vast expanse of skeletal remains, akin to a single grain in the ocean. Behind him, the 11 leaders of the caves, the demon sovereign of questioning heaven, and the black sky of Xian Crow seemed momentarily stunned. The sight of so many fallen sages converging into a sea of bones left them profoundly shaken. Am I truly capable of succeeding? The demon sovereign of questioning heaven's pupils quivered as he scrutinized his hands. You likely cannot, but the immortal sovereign will. The black sky of Xian Crow, regaining composure, directed his gaze towards the advancing figure amidst the bones and spoke. Upon hearing this, the demon sovereign raised his gaze. Observing the slender figure persistently moving forward within the sea of bones, he found himself once again overwhelmed. How has Wuji cultivated such a mindset that remains unshaken by such a scene? Is it due to his invincible strength, or the unwavering belief in immortality that empowers him? Let us proceed. To become a mere skeleton, or to forge a future? The answer shall soon be revealed. The black sky of Xian Crow soared towards the Sea of Bones. As Wuji and his companions entered the fissure, others gradually arrived in this realm of skeletal remains. Upon witnessing the sea composed of countless ancestral bones, most stood frozen in place. Are these the predecessors who ascended through the ages? Indeed, it appears that the upper realm, as mentioned by Qing Xian, is indeed a trap, and the reality is now apparent. The lingering aura of the faceless, long-armed giants sends shivers down my spine. Alas, how unpredictable the world can be. Some expressed regret, while others sighed in contemplation. The elder Liu Xiaoyao and the celestial maiden of the clouds, Liu Qingqing, stood one before the other, silently observing this scene, a hint of sorrow evident in their eyes. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign and the Devourer Demon Sovereign exhibited expressions of discomfort. Once believing that attaining the status of a sovereign would grant them dominion over the five domains, it now appeared as a mere jest. Heroes of the world are as numerous as the carp crossing the river, while the sages in the sea of bones are but a grain in the vastness. Who leads at the end of the great path? Look, could that golden fissure be the entrance to the upper realm? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. At this, all eyes shifted from the sea of bones towards the golden fissure at the forefront. It must be the upper realm. The upper realm. The previous desolation among the crowd dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented excitement. The upper realm, once a fervent dream, now lay before them. What wonders await us in the upper realm? We are about to witness it firsthand. Why do you linger? A cultivator's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a bone appeared to be hurled from the fissure, landing amidst the vast sea of bones. What is happening? The expressions of the crowd shifted noticeably. Before the crowd could grasp the situation, another piece of bone was cast forth from the crack. It fell into the sea of bones like a splash of cold water, dousing their fervor, cooling excitement, and spreading fear. Was this a human bone? Obviously. The residual aura confirmed it belonged to our kind. The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainty hanging heavily in the air. Could it be that the likes of the supreme immortal had met with misfortune? Suddenly, one voice broke the silence. Throughout their journey, they had only encountered the corpse of the faceless giant and had not caught sight of the supreme immortal or his companions. Clearly, they had ventured into the fissure. But now, with bones being expelled from it, who else could it be but them? No, that cannot be. Another voice trembled with apprehension. If even the formidable supreme immortal faced peril in the upper realm, would they not be walking to their demise? Yunshang's celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, felt a shift in her gaze, yearning to soar towards the crack, but was restrained by the venerable ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao. My dear maiden, do not act rashly, he cautioned, shaking his head. He will not perish so easily. At his words, Liu Qingqing regained her composure, her focus fixed upon the golden fissure. She was determined to witness the truth of the upper realm and to ascertain the fate of the supreme immortal. Humph! What pretentiousness! At that moment, the devourer of heaven, Liu Yunxiao, let out a cold snort and flew directly towards the golden crack. The red lotus demon monarch, without hesitation, followed suit. Both of them resolute in their path as esteemed beings, knowing there was no turning back. Moreover, the road ahead remained shrouded in mystery, not necessarily a path of death. Chapter 120. How could one fall with a soft thud? A piece of flesh fell at the feet of Liu Yunxiao, who had just emerged from the crack. Instinctively, he glanced down, his pupils constricting. A peculiar sound echoed through the air. Liu Yunxiao quickly raised his gaze, only to find a faceless giant crouched before him. It clutched a corpse in its massive hand, its tongue incessantly licking, barbed hooks tearing away morsels of flesh. In mere moments, the body was reduced to a clean skeleton. The faceless giant then carelessly tossed the bones back into the golden fissure. Just as the red lotus demon monarch emerged, a shadow lunged towards him, prompting an immediate sidestep. The fleshless bones brushed past him, cast into the golden chasm. Was that a skeleton? The red lotus demon monarch turned to scrutinize the golden fissure, his expression intensifying. Do not speak. The voice of the devourer of heaven resonated in his mind as he turned to see the faceless giant, now facing them. Its mouth stained with remnants of flesh and blood. Though it possessed but a single mouth, the red lotus demon monarch could distinctly sense its gaze upon him. Suddenly, a massive hand swung towards them. Damn it! Liu Yunxiao cursed, swiftly dodging aside. Boom! The ground, scorched and barren, instantly bore a deep crater. The speed of the Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign was no less impressive, soaring into the air and evading capture by the long-armed giant. As both ascended, they beheld the horrifying spectacle of the world beneath them, momentarily frozen in shock. The ground resembled a scorched earth, engulfed in darkness, while the sky appeared to be drenched in blood, a vivid crimson hue. The enchanting celestial realm described in storybooks was nowhere to be found. Instead, they faced a hellish upper realm. Caw! In the distance, a pitch-black crow emitted a hoarse cry, pursued by a faceless, long-armed giant. Was that not the pet of the infinite? Cold sweat broke out in the palms of the Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign. The swallowing sky demon sovereign, Liu Yunxiao, surveyed the surroundings, noting the towering faceless giants akin to small mountains. His expression darkened instantaneously. Where is the infinite? How should I know? The Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign's countenance was equally grim. He glanced down at the golden fissure below, a flicker of retreat crossing his mind. There was no other option. Remaining here meant certain death. Yet, from the golden fissure, figures emerged. It was ancestor Liu Xiaoyao and the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing. Before they could react, another individual emerged from the fissure, followed by a steady stream of figures until nearly 100 had gathered. Ancestor Liu, save me. cried Xianya Heitian. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao wasted no time and soared toward Xianya Heitian. Although the pursuing long-armed giant was colossal, it exuded an aura only at the perfected stage of tribulation. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao was confident in rescuing Xianya Heitian. In a flash of rainbow light, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao reached Xianya Heitian, and upon surveying the surroundings, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired? Where are the celestial sovereigns? What about the people from the Wanggu cave?" Xianya Heitian stood atop Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's shoulder, his pupils tinged with fear. "They are dead." "What?" Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao was momentarily stunned in midair. The people from Wanggu cave and the celestial sovereigns were all dead? Just as Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao was lost in shock, a sound of rushing air echoed behind them. As a massive hand reached out, it was the long-armed giant chasing Xianya Heitian. Regaining his composure, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao transformed into a streak of rainbow light. Soaring higher into the sky, he noticed that while these faceless giants were enormous, they lacked the ability to fly. As long as they ascended beyond the reach of the giants, they would remain unharmed. The others evidently came to the same realization, transforming into streams of light and rising to heights beyond the threat of the long-armed giants. Soon, nearly 100 individuals congregated, gazing down at the myriad giants below with grave expressions. "Dead Crow, what has happened?" The swallowing sky demon sovereign, Liu Yinshao, glared at Xianya Heitian atop Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's shoulder, his voice low and serious. "You are the crow, blind to your own ignorance." "I am Xianya." Xianya Heitian erupted in fury, unafraid of the swallowing sky demon sovereign, hurling insults without hesitation. "You!" Liu Yinshao, incensed, could hardly contain his anger. At such a dire moment, this wretched crow still clung to matters of species. At this moment, the venerable Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao furrowed his brows and inquired, "Pray tell, what exactly transpired?" Xianya Heitian remained silent for a brief moment before revealing to the assembly, "Initially, we were engaged in refining these giants. However, out of the blue, an enormous faceless giant, towering to the heavens, came charging at us. With each stride, the ground trembled beneath its weight. Even another faceless giant that dared to obstruct its path was crushed with a mere swipe of its hand." As he continued, a flicker of terror emerged in Xianya Heitian's gaze. All 11 masters of Wanggu cave perished, slain by that titanic faceless giant. It truly stands at the height of the heavens. He cast his eyes toward the blood moon in the firmament, noting that its head nearly reached the same altitude as the lunar orb. Even the celestial sovereigns were no match for it. A single confrontation sent a celestial sovereign flying, never to be seen again, their fate shrouded in uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Wuji was struck down and his fate remains unknown. Their disbelief was palpable. In the 5 domains, Wuji had instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure, far surpassing that of any other. Could someone of his caliber truly be defeated? And so tragically, unable to withstand even a single blow? "What of the giant you speak of?" questioned the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, her brow furrowed. "It has gone to pursue the celestial sovereign," replied Xianya Heitian. "How long ago did this occur?" Liu Xiaoyao asked, his voice grave. "It was not long ago, less than a quarter of an hour. Its speed is astounding, traversing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye." Upon hearing this, the devourer demon sovereign contemplated aloud. If Wuji is being pursued, he must still be alive. Suddenly, the Red Lotus demon sovereign bellowed, "What nonsense is this? How could he possibly be defeated? How could he fall? In the 5 domains, he is unrivaled. How could he become a mere weakling in the upper realms? Is this not a jest?" Afterward, the Red Lotus demon sovereign fixed a fierce gaze upon Xianya Heitian and growled, "Where is he?" The crowd was taken aback. What could have incited such a fierce reaction from the Red Lotus demon sovereign? Had he lost his senses? Xianya Heitian, under the intense scrutiny of the Red Lotus demon sovereign, hesitated briefly before instinctively responding, "To the east." Without a moment's hesitation, the Red Lotus demon sovereign transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing toward the eastern horizon. Why such a strong reaction? The crowd could only watch in bewilderment. Chapter 121. The Barrier of Qi. A robed practitioner clad in black scoffed, "What does Wuji matter to me? I am off to seek my own fortunes." "Fool." The celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, retorted coldly. "If Wuji is defeated, what good will your fortunes do you?" "What do you mean?" The black-clad practitioner frowned. "Whether Wuji is defeated or slain, what concern is it of yours? Have you forgotten that the barrier no longer exists? When beings from the upper realms descend upon the 5 domains, do you truly believe you will survive?" Liu Qingqing's voice was icy. "Let alone the 5 domains." The demon sovereign, Liu Yinshao, folded his arms, and spoke in a grave tone. If among these beings there exists an entity that even the limitless cannot contend with, it is likely that neither realm would offer us sanctuary. Upon hearing this, the dark-clad cultivator scoffed dismissively. You truly are a fool, to think these immobile giants pose any threat. Liu Yunxiao's gaze turned towards him, and he replied with a cold smile. If it were indeed this simple, the Bone Sea would not exist. The dark-clad cultivator was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if these faceless, long-armed giants could not even threaten him, then why had countless sages perished here? Setting aside other matters, just the aforementioned giant, towering alongside the heavens, would render your ability to fly meaningless. The Xuanya black sky interjected abruptly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd darkened once more. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A violent gust of wind swept down from the firmament, heralding the descent of a 1,000-zhang tall, faceless giant from the sky. Its immense shadow enveloped the crowd. Run! A furious shout echoed through the air. The crowd scattered like shooting stars, fleeing in all directions. Yet the giant's colossal form was overwhelming, and several cultivators were ensnared. Crack! The sound of bones succumbing under pressure accompanied the chilling cries reverberating through the crimson world. The one screaming was none other than the dark-clad cultivator, a harmonization stage practitioner. Boom! The 1,000-zhang tall, faceless giant crashed into the earth with a tremendous force, creating a deafening noise. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the giant, seemingly unscathed, emerged from the deep crater. What a formidable physique! Liu Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock. They had just been situated at an altitude of 10,000 zhang. The greater the mass, the more terrifying the impact upon descent. Yet this giant remained unharmed. Some regained their composure and looked up, questioning how such a faceless giant could fall from the sky. Let us investigate. Liu Yunxiao shot into the sky. Only by personally exploring could the truth be unveiled. We shall join you, several curious souls declared, following Liu Yunxiao towards the heavens. However, the celestial maiden, Qingqing, and the elder, Liu Xiaoyao, chose not to follow, instead heading eastward. Their interest lay more in the situation concerning the limitless than in exploring this realm. A quarter of an hour later, a large hand, tinged with evident anxiety, cautiously pressed against the invisible energy wall. Noticing no abnormalities, the hand exerted all its strength forward, yet the seemingly fragile energy wall remained utterly immovable. A deep growl escaped Liu Yunxiao as the veins on his neck throbbed, and he intensified his efforts. Still, the energy wall remained steadfast. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed. The demon race had always prided itself on its physical strength, especially with Liu Yunxiao hailing from the dragon lineage. Now, having exhausted all his might, the immovable energy wall defied belief. In the realm of the 5 domains, those who have sought to forcibly breach the boundaries have invariably faced divine retribution, meeting their demise and vanishing into oblivion. Yet, in this particular expanse, the heavens have shown no wrath, nor is there an all-encompassing barrier obscuring the sky. An elder clad in a cloud-patterned robe furrowed his brow and spoke, feeling an unsettling sensation. It was as though he were a frog confined to the depths of a well, exerting every effort yet unable to escape this realm. If this barrier is so difficult to penetrate, why then do we witness a faceless giant with elongated arms descending from the heavens? Someone inquired, perplexed. However, soon enough, an answer materialized. From the eastern direction, a faceless giant appeared to have been cast down from afar, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. My goodness! Is it truly being thrown down? Exclaimed a rugged man from the northern domain. Once more, it originated from the east. The demon sovereign, Liu Yunxiao, narrowed his gaze. It seemed that to uncover the truth, they must venture eastward, one suggested. It appears we have no choice but to proceed, the others concurred. Initially, their purpose was not to unravel the secrets of the upper realm, but rather to seek fortune and ascend to greatness. Yet, under the current circumstances, perhaps it was best to reconsider. After approximately half an hour, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, causing a sense of unease. Nearly 100 streaks of light traversed the sky. It was the party of the demon sovereign. At that moment, they suddenly froze as if ensnared by a spell. Their eyes fixated ahead, for within their line of sight loomed an extraordinarily colossal figure, towering as if it could indeed align with the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight beyond words. Not far in front of them stood 3 more figures: the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, the celestial maiden Liu Qingqing, and the crow, Haitian. Was this the faceless giant capable of matching the height of the heavens, as the crow had claimed? Such a being truly existed. The onlookers gazed at the faceless giant with astonishment. Beneath this towering entity, several other giants, each 1,000 feet tall, wandered aimlessly, appearing minuscule in comparison and entirely devoid of the imposing presence. Such beings could not possibly be challenged by mere mortals. Suddenly, a thunderous laughter reverberated through the skies, leaving the crowd in shock. Who laughed so boisterously? They exchanged bewildered glances, scanning their surroundings in search of the source of the laughter. Wuji, your strength is formidable, and I hold you in high regard. Yet, this is our fate, unchangeable. Surrender, a deep voice resonated, the mere sound waves causing the earth to tremble. Wuji? Who was conversing with Wuji? The crowd was engulfed in confusion, utterly baffled. They had arrived in the upper realm as a solitary group. Could it be that others had also ascended? Yet who possesses such a thunderous voice that it can cause the very earth to tremble? The devourer of heavens. Lord Liu Qingqing furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness forward, 1 mile, 100 miles, until it reached 1,000. In an instant, his pupils constricted sharply. It was that long-armed giant who was speaking. What? The giant can utter words? How is this possible? These beings from the upper realm clearly appear devoid of intellect. Could the demon sovereign be jesting? I jest not. At this moment, do you think I have the leisure to engage in banter? The devourer of heavens, Lord Liu Qingqing, replied coldly. He was not jesting. It was indeed the faceless long-armed giant that spoke. The red lotus demon sovereign intoned solemnly. Boom. Suddenly, the ground quaked. The towering faceless long-armed giant took a step toward them, covering nearly 100 miles in a single stride. Why is it approaching us? The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. Boom. Another step, another 100 miles traversed. Should we flee or not? Should we retreat to the lower realm or escape elsewhere? The crowd hesitated, their bodies leaning back, instinctively preparing to run. Boom. With yet another step, their anxiety intensified. Suddenly, both the devourer of heavens, Lord Liu Qingqing, and the red lotus demon sovereign ascended into the sky in unison. What is their intention? The onlookers gazed upward, puzzled. Rather than flee, these two revered figures soared higher in the air, seemingly intending to confront the giant directly. To their surprise, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao and the celestial maiden Qingyue also took to the skies. The crowd exchanged glances. Let us see. In the lofty heights, the onlookers focused intently, their faces a tableau of astonishment. On the shoulder of the faceless long-armed giant stood a figure. It appeared to be Wu Ji. What could this mean? Do they know each other? No, that cannot be. Have you forgotten the crow's tale of how this giant annihilated Wu Ji's subordinates? Indeed, but what is unfolding now? Boom. As the imposing presence of the faceless long-armed giant drew closer, the crowd's vision became clearer. They beheld the towering giant, who indeed possessed facial features, though they were remarkably peculiar. Its pitch-black eyes were as unfathomable as an abyss, starkly contrasting with the other faceless giants. Its colossal form was marred by gruesome scars, each one penetrating to the bone. A sight most harrowing. Standing upon the giant's shoulder, Wu Ji appeared somewhat disheveled, his white hair in disarray, obscuring much of his face. His sleeves seemed to have been violently torn apart, revealing pale arms that bore witness to a fierce battle. Yet, what puzzled the onlookers was the seemingly amicable demeanor shared between Wu Ji and the long-armed giant. At that moment, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao and the celestial maiden Qingyue flew toward the faceless long-armed giant, accompanied by the crow, Xianya. Were they unafraid of death? A pair of eyes widened in astonishment. The towering figure known as the long-armed giant loomed before them, and yet they felt an inexplicable fear. Is that your friend? It murmured, observing the two diminutive silhouettes that approached. Indeed, replied Wu Ji, standing with hands clasped behind his back, nodding slightly. Celestial Sovereign, Wu Wang. What is the situation? The venerable ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, and the ethereal maiden, Qingyue, both inquired simultaneously. Upon uttering their questions, they dared not lift their gazes to meet the eyes of the long-armed giant, appearing utterly apprehensive. Setting aside the sheer size of the giant, the oppressive aura it exuded was immensely daunting. However, upon the realization that Wu Ji stood nearby, their anxieties eased. Though they still refrained from making direct eye contact with the behemoth, their eyes remained fixed upon Wu Ji. Even the dark raven perched upon Liu Xiaoyao's shoulder dared not look away. Hearing their inquiries, Wu Ji cast his gaze toward the blood-red moon, hanging ominously in the sky. Narrowing his eyes slightly, let us discuss this further once we arrive. In the crimson sky, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A long-armed giant, towering as high as the heavens, traversed the earth, trailed by nearly 100 glimmering figures. These figures dared not approach the giant too closely, yet they remained unwilling to part ways, determined to follow. Among them were the likes of the Devourer of Heaven Demon Sovereign and others, including the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign. Where are they headed? The Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign questioned, frowning as he gazed at the three figures upon the giant's shoulder. Why not inquire directly? Suggested the Devourer of Heaven Demon Sovereign, Liu Qingqing, raising an eyebrow. I would not dare, replied the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign, a wry smile crossing his lips. He was not Liu Xiaoyao or Qingwe. The long-armed giant might spare them due to Wu Ji's presence, but he feared that if he approached, he could easily meet his demise at the giant's hand. Suddenly, the entire group halted midair, not by their own volition, but because the towering long-armed giant had come to an abrupt stop. It then lifted its colossal leg and stomped down with tremendous force. The ground trembled with a deafening roar. As they focused, they saw a pool of crimson blood forming beneath the giant's foot. Had it crushed a long-armed giant? Liu Yinxiao was taken aback. Oddly enough, although this giant appeared distinct from the others, they should belong to the same race. Why would they turn upon one another? The Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign was perplexed, noting a sense of deliberate intent in the act. It seems intentional, remarked a nearby cultivator. The long-armed giant continued its march, as if it had merely squashed an insignificant insect. A quarter of an hour later, the long-armed giant came to a halt, and the throng that had been following it also ceased their movement. Yet, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. The blood moon, which had hung in the air, now appeared to be within arm's reach, as if they could touch it with a mere outstretch of their hands. How peculiar. This blood moon was indeed tangible. The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. In the 5 domains, the moon is not a tangible entity but rather an ethereal manifestation derived from the celestial order. The moon embodies the essence of yin, while the sun encapsulates the essence of yang, both of which hold immense significance for the beings of the 5 domains. For these beings, aside from absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, it is imperative to also draw nourishment from the essence of the sun and moon. Yet, in this realm, the moon has taken on a physical form, which baffles the onlookers. Although the spiritual energy in this world is somewhat denser compared to the 5 domains, it is still insufficient to sustain such a multitude of formidable beings. A notion that defies all logic. Could it be that these beings possess innate strength? At this moment, the long-armed giant spoke, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, causing the air to tremble. This is the shackles. Shackles? The crowd was perplexed, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words. When the giant extended his enormous hand to gently caress the blood-red moon. We are all sinners, and you are the descendants of sinners. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the realm. The crowd, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Sinners? Descendants of sinners? Is this giant referring to us? Chapter 123. The Spirit Realm. Everyone was engulfed in confusion. Yet none dared to inquire about the meaning behind the giant's utterance, except for one individual, Wu Ji, the most powerful venerable of all time. Indeed, in the next moment, Wu Ji spoke up. What does it mean to be the descendants of sinners? Wu Ji stood upon the shoulder of the long-armed giant, casting a sidelong glance at his flawless visage. It is as it is stated. The giant lowered his arm and slowly turned his head, his pitch-black eye sockets meeting Wu Ji's gaze. Just as at first, your cunning strike nearly left me grievously wounded, awakening the remnants of my consciousness. Before the giant could finish his sentence, the crowd stared at the deep wounds etched into his being, their expressions turning peculiar. Is this what you call a near-fatal injury? It is indeed quite perilous. You nearly met your demise. The long-armed giant, oblivious to their thoughts, continued. Then I commanded you to cease. It was not out of fear, but rather because we need not engage in mutual slaughter. You are our descendants, the progeny of sinners, the offspring of those devoid of consciousness. As for why we are deemed sinners, the giant slowly raised his head, his hollow black eyes fixed upon the heavens. It is solely due to our weakness. Pausing momentarily, the giant seemed to struggle to recall events from a time long past. Meanwhile, the crowd found themselves ensnared in a tempest of thoughts. Descendants of sinners. The implications of the giant's words suggested that they were indeed the offspring of these long-armed giants. Even Wu Ji, typically composed, exhibited a flicker of change within his profound gaze. As time trickled by, the long-armed giant finally spoke again, his empty eyes still gazing at the sky. Long, long ago, we resided in the spirit realm, under the dominion of the celestial realm. We, the cultivators, devoted our lives to the pursuit of the great Tao, yearning only to ascend to the celestial realm. For it was a realm of unparalleled beauty. Indeed, the realm was truly enchanting, orderly, and harmonious, devoid of any celestial beings who would wield their immense power to recklessly slaughter the feeble. The spiritual essence within the celestial realm was extraordinarily rich. I still recall vividly the very first breath of spiritual energy I inhaled upon ascending to the celestial domain. No, it should not merely be referred to as spiritual energy. It was almost akin to celestial essence. It even bestowed upon me the illusion that with just a few more breaths, I could transcend my current limitations. The first individual I encountered was a genuine celestial being, radiating immense strength. I sensed that with a mere flick of his sleeve, he could obliterate my very existence. My spirit annihilated. Yet, he was remarkably kind. Not just he. All celestial beings exhibited kindness, treating me with utmost civility and warmth. It was so beautiful that I found it hard to believe, for typically, where there are people, there exist conflicts and the turmoil of desires. Could it be that celestial beings were not human at all? However, one day, a tempest swept through the celestial realm. The heavenly court underwent a regime change. The celestial beings transformed, shedding their kindness, engaging in fierce battles for opportunities, leaving one another bloodied. Some even resorted to slaughtering the weak in pursuit of their own paths, leaving countless corpses in their wake. The malevolence within them, once suppressed by the previous celestial emperor, was now unleashed. Under the decree of the new celestial emperor, all realms under their dominion were collectively referred to as the lower realms, a term laden with disdain. Most of these lower realms became mere playgrounds for the celestial families, with all living beings groveling at the feet of the celestial beings. The spiritual realm was no exception, perhaps even worse. Male cultivators were reduced to servitude, laboring to construct opulent palaces for the amusement of the celestial beings, which, while unfortunate, was not the gravest of offenses. Yet, the palaces they forged were intended to cater to the whims of countless celestial concubines, some of whom were even their own partners. You cannot fathom the sight of thousands of beautiful female cultivators relegated to serving a single celestial being, condemned to a lifetime within the palace walls, lest those around them face slaughter at the hands of the celestial being. Any trace of kinship was ruthlessly extinguished, more terrifying than extermination of entire clans. In the eyes of the lofty celestial emperor, the spiritual realm was deemed a realm of sin, and we, its inhabitants, were labeled as sinners. This judgment stemmed from the presence of an exceptionally gifted individual in the spiritual realm who ascended to the upper realm, enduring 1,000,000 years, only to perish in the subsequent heavenly court war. Absurd, isn't it? I too find it absurd. Why? Why must the innocent be dragged into this turmoil? The voice of a towering giant resonated, filled with unmistakable, barely contained fury, shaking the very heavens and earth. Why must the innocent suffer? History has shown that victors and vanquished are defined by the outcomes of war, solely because of one individual. Our spiritual realm is branded as a realm of sin by the celestial emperor, and we are deemed sinners. Even those of us who ascended to the celestial realm without participating in the heavenly court war were relentlessly hunted. As we returned to the spiritual realm and beheld our homeland, now insulted and tarnished, a surge of fury compelled us to unite and slay the celestial being responsible, extracting its soul and subjecting it to punishment. Yet, once our rage had subsided, the grave implications of our actions dawned upon us. The spiritual realm, inherently a domain of transgressions, now bore the weight of our sins, having slain a celestial with formidable connections. How could the spiritual realm withstand the wrath of the celestial families? It was simply untenable. Once discovered, the spiritual realm would undoubtedly face annihilation, not merely a few of us paying with our lives, but the entire realm would be obliterated by the celestial families. After much contemplation, we resolved to flee, taking all the beings of the spiritual realm with us. The mightiest among us, the celestial lord of the Azure, utilized his cosmic power to transport all souls from the spiritual realm. Beyond the confines of the realms lay an endless chaos. We traversed this void in search of survival. Some succumbed to the corrosive essence of chaos, perishing along the way, yet we were powerless to intervene, consumed by our own struggles. Even the celestial lord of the Azure was not exempt. His act of transporting the souls had already drained a significant portion of his strength, and now, navigating through chaos proved arduous, as he too faced the onslaught of chaotic energies. Ultimately, we discovered a refuge, which is now the domain you inhabit, the 5 domains. As he spoke, the towering giant appeared weary, settling his immense form upon the ground, reminiscing with the others as if conversing with old friends. Yet, in this nascent realm, all was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of spiritual energy. We found ourselves unable to continue, for the chaos was too overwhelming. The giant continued to gaze skyward. Even seated upon the earth, he resembled a mountain of immeasurable height. Chapter 124. a great dream with no alternative. We had no choice but to rest here. However, without spiritual sustenance, survival became increasingly difficult. In the end, the celestial lord of the Azure made a profound decision to transform himself into the essence of the Tao. He became the heavenly principle of this realm, dedicating his entire life as cultivation to nourish it. The celestial lord of the Azure thus established a new spiritual realm. Upon hearing this, all were engulfed in astonishment. The spiritual energy of the cosmos, including the Tao, was birthed from the sacrifice of a celestial lord. The celestial lord of the Azure, the very embodiment of the heavens. What manner of terrifying existence was he to accomplish such unfathomable feats? The crux of the matter was that even this formidable being, in the face of the celestial realm, could only flee. Just how fearsome were those within the celestial realm? At that moment, Wuji spoke, questioning, "Since the celestial lord of the Azure has carved out a sanctuary, why have you all transformed into this state?" Upon hearing this, the towering giant slowly lowered his head, gazing at the faceless, long-armed figures traversing the charred earth, his eyes reflecting both pity and disdain. Why have we come to this state? It is because, despite the celestial sovereign having devoted his entire life as cultivation to provide the spiritual essence of this realm, it remains insufficient for us. Among us are numerous true immortals, heavenly immortals, and earthly immortals, each requiring an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. If we were to draw from the spiritual essence of this realm, it would not endure for long. Soon, it would dwindle to almost nothing. What then would become of future generations? Thus, after leaving behind a legacy, we conferred with the celestial sovereign, who has become the way of heaven, to establish a separate realm, a realm where we shall await our demise. The mere utterance of the words await death cast a pall of desolation over our hearts. The towering giant continued, stating that we, as cultivators, find ourselves akin to fish deprived of water. We may survive without drinking, but we cannot live without it. Ultimately, as time passes, we have sat here in desolation, becoming what we are now. Yet, it may not solely be the absence of spiritual essence that has led to this state, for no one has ever experienced such a method. It could also be due to the encroachment of chaos. In any case, we have gradually lost our senses, devolving into mere husks, relying solely on instinct. We slaughter one another in this realm, all for the meager remnants of spiritual power clinging to each other. I stand as the most formidable being after the celestial sovereign, a true immortal. Yet, I too have succumbed to this state. Fortunately, I have retained my consciousness. I have perceived that, after losing their senses, they have developed thoughts regarding the abundant spiritual essence of the realm below. They have begun to fervently assault the seals laid by me and the celestial sovereign, driven by a desperate yearning for the spiritual essence below, akin to fish floundering to return to water. If they were to breach the seals, all our efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, I commenced the hunt against them, slaying former comrades. However, after eliminating merely a fifth of them, I too swiftly lost my senses and became one of them. Thankfully, you remain alive, and even more so. You have emerged as a powerful presence, just as the celestial sovereign and I envisioned. Just as the celestial sovereign envisioned you? What does that mean? Wuji inquired. For the sake of future generations, we voluntarily exiled ourselves here. Yet, the celestial sovereign and I are well aware that the spiritual essence of the 5 domains will inevitably run dry. We do not wish for future generations to find themselves without a path. Therefore, we left behind the method of celestial tribulation in the upper realm, awaiting someone capable of breaking free from the confines below to discover a way forward. We hope that this individual will one day find a chance for survival for the 5 domains, a means to continue existing. Of course, such a feat is daunting. Even at the pinnacle of celestial tribulation, one cannot hope to rival the celestial sovereign at the height of his power. For without the support of spiritual essence to break through realms, one is left with merely the strength of the physical form. True combat prowess, at best, reaches only the level of true immortals. And what hope is there of traversing chaos from the realm of true immortals? No one can accomplish this. Even I, once at the pinnacle of true immortality, exhausted every means, nearly perished in the process. Moreover, even if one were to transcend, they would ultimately succumb to the insidious encroachment of chaos, an affliction nearly impossible to eradicate. Thus, I have left behind only the method to transcend calamity. And you? Have you not already stepped into the realm of transcending calamity? Upon hearing this, Wuji nodded slightly. Indeed. However, Wuji soon sensed a dissonance, furrowing his brow. You claim that this realm lacks spiritual energy? Yet, why do I perceive that the spiritual essence in this confined expanse is even more abundant than in the 5 domains? What? The voice of the long-armed giant shifted, his dark eyes fixating on Wuji. Is this truly the case? Indeed, it is, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign replied solemnly. The others nearby nodded in agreement, their faces etched with confusion. Meanwhile, the long-armed giant fell into a profound silence. It is astonishing that the spiritual energy in this realm has dwindled to such an extent. How long has it been? Are we destined to forever elude annihilation? A note of desolation tinged the long-armed giant's voice. A profound gloom enveloped the faces of the gathered, their expressions shrouded in despair, eyes filled with uncertainty. If what the long-armed giant asserts is true, many among them may witness that moment firsthand, the moment of the 5 domains' demise. Perhaps it is feasible to merely erase the path of cultivation, allowing the mortals of the 5 domains to survive. Yet, this hinges on the complete extinction of those giants in this realm, alongside the cultivators among them. But would they acquiesce? Would they be willing to refrain from seizing the spiritual energy of others to prolong their existence, even after the essence has run dry? Perhaps some might claim they would, but they would accept this fate. However, when that moment truly arrives, who would dare gamble with human nature? The notion of immortality is indeed ethereal. A bitter laugh escaped someone's lips. Immortality? Now, even survival poses a challenge. A remarkably gifted young cultivator bore an expression of despair, his spirit completely dissipated at that moment. He once harbored lofty aspirations, yearning to ascend to the mountaintop. Yet, now it seems, what significance would such an ascent hold? The Dragon Clan must rise. The Dragon Clan must rise. The sky-swallowing demon sovereign, Liu Qingqing, cradled his head in his hands, murmuring softly, his visage revealing signs of breakdown. His father's long-held wish, the Dragon Clan's enduring patience, his own dormancy, his sister's submission. The intrigues and rivalries among the clans of the 5 domains now appeared as nothing but a farcical joke, a grand jest. He could accept Wuji, this demon, dominating the 5 domains, unrivaled beneath heaven. He could also accept Wuji successfully embarking on the path of immortality, elevating himself beyond their level. Yet, he could not reconcile with this present outcome. It felt as though their relentless striving for power, their arduous training, had culminated in naught but empty rhetoric. All for nothing. Is life merely a grand dream? Chapter 125. The convergence of 3 flowers is but an illusion. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign lowered his head, gazing at the earth beneath him, his eyes vacant and bewildered, murmuring, the convergence of 3 flowers is but an illusion. The auspicious clouds beneath my feet are not real. Alas! Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao sighed, his expression forlorn. Perhaps, such an ending is acceptable. The struggle has long since exhausted him. The path of cultivation has been completely severed, and further practice has become futile. Slowly awaiting the end of life, spending the remaining days with those around him, could be considered a decent choice. Thus thought the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. Casting a glance at the expressions of the gathered crowd, he could not help but shake his head. He might be able to accept it. But what of these proud individuals? Would their hearts crumble, or would they fully relinquish the myriad desires and sinister thoughts within? What transformation would the 5 domains undergo after this? It was uncertain. Beside him, the ethereal fairy, Liu Qingqing, gazed at the cold, exquisite profile of Wuji, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. Upon hearing the words of the towering giant, despair initially engulfed her heart. Yet within that despair lingered a morbid thought. Would he forsake immortality? If he abandoned eternity, would he be willing to accompany her in the twilight of their lives? Are you finished? A chilling voice resonated. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes towards Wuji. Even the towering giant was struck with astonishment, unsure of Wuji's intentions. I shall not cease this path. Wuji's expression was impassive, one hand resting behind his back, as the surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, his white hair billowing. With a roar, the cries of the faceless giants echoed from all directions, rushing towards this place, much like wolves drawn by the scent of blood. What do you intend to summon them for? The giant turned his gaze towards Wuji on his shoulder. To refine. As the words fell, Wuji vanished in an instant. Boom. Not far away, a colossal faceless giant, charging forward, suddenly erupted into a shower of blood mist. Before the blood mist could dissipate, it was transmuted into a crystalline blood orb. The orb floated gently down into Wuji's palm, his pale arm stained with the thick crimson. It was evident that this rampaging faceless giant had been obliterated by his single blow. Subsequently, Wuji's figure disappeared once more. He transformed into a crimson streak, darting towards the nearest giant, his gaze sharp and frigid. Boom. The faceless giant was pierced through by the red streak, collapsing onto the earth. Soon after, the 3rd and 4th giants. Under the blood moon, the crowd watched in wide-eyed astonishment as the faceless giants fell one after another. Could it be that Wuji, feeling thwarted in his quest for immortality, was venting his frustrations on these faceless giants? Some speculated within. No, Wuji is not a bloodthirsty being. It soon became apparent to others that every time Wuji annihilated a faceless giant, he would refine it into a pearl. It turned out that those giants drained within the passage were his doing. The Red Lotus Demon Lord's eyes flickered. He did not believe that Wuji was slaying these faceless giants out of anger. However, at this point, what significance remained in refining blood orbs to grow stronger? The giant, towering alongside the heavens, had stated that even at the pinnacle of the immortal tribulation realm, it merely meant an enhancement of the physical form. It is but a hollow shell imbued with power, and to traverse the chaos is nothing more than a folly of the deluded. Could it be that the Blood Lotus Demon Lord's pupils constricted? For the path to immortality, would the boundless willingly embrace death to endeavor? Even in the face of countless living examples, even as despair enshrouded all, would he, boundless, still dare to attempt? With nearly 100 faceless giants lying lifeless upon the scorched earth, Boundless appeared as a figure drenched in blood, surrounded by hundreds of blood orbs. He clasped his hands, and in an instant, the blood orbs coalesced into a singular, massive blood sphere. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the crowd, ultimately resting his eyes upon the giant's form. Bear witness, a millennium of scheming was not for stagnation. How could mere chaos taint the path to immortality? The chill of Boundless' gaze shone like a cold star, his resolve unmistakable. His icy visage, illuminated by the sanguine glow, exuded an air of ruthless indifference, his hair as white as snow. Having spoken, he parted his lips slightly. The gathered blood sphere oozed fine streams, which he consumed. Refining it within, his aura surged violently. Thunder rumbled as the calamity clouds began to gather. Boundless gazed directly at the tempest, delivering a powerful punch that dissipated the clouds. Calamity, immortal, 11th layer. With a resounding roar, an even more formidable tempest materialized. Boundless struck again, warping the surrounding space into visible ripples of distortion. The calamity clouds dispersed. Calamity immortal, 12th layer. In that moment, Boundless had ascended to the pinnacle of the calamity immortal realm. At last, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Boundless soared to the zenith. With his back to the crowd, he slowly raised his hand, then drew it across the sky. In an instant, the firmament was cleaved open. Crack! The blood moon hanging in the heavens shattered like a mirror, fractures spreading until it was utterly destroyed. The blood moon had served as the final shackle. As it shattered, a fierce wind surged forth from the gash in the sky, bone-chillingly cold. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the void beyond. An endless abyss of darkness, devoid of light or warmth, was the initial impression. This was soon followed by a visceral fear, an instinctual dread that enveloped the hearts of all present. So cold, a cultivator of the great ascension stage trembled uncontrollably, as did those around him. What manner of wind was this? They, seasoned practitioners, felt an unearthly chill. Even the application of spiritual energy proved futile against it. Such a terrifying wind. The critical question remained. What must the Boundless, confronting this frigid gale head-on, be experiencing? As the crowd endured the cold, they looked up to see Boundless' figure, unwavering, his gaze fixed upon the boundless darkness beyond. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the elongated brows of Wujia have crystallized with frost, as if they might be frozen solid in the next heartbeat. Suddenly, a striking flash of red cascades down. It is the crimson silk hairband, half bound in Wujia's white locks, now swept away by the wild winds from beyond. Upon witnessing this, the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, feels a tremor in her heart. Has he encountered misfortune? The thought instinctively crosses her mind, for she has never seen Wujia relinquish that red silk band before. Now it flutters away freely. Wujia, do you truly intend to traverse the chaos? Even if it leads to your demise, you harbor no regrets? The giant with long arms speaks solemnly. Regret? What is this notion of regret? Life is akin to a game of chess. Each move is made without remorse. Chapter 126, Prelude to Unexpectedness. Just as Wujia steps into the void beyond, a hand suddenly clasps his, which had been resting behind him. Delicate fingers entwine tightly, unwilling to let go, as if fearing that a single release would send Wujia spiraling away like the hairband, vanishing without a trace. She even exerts a little strength, attempting to use the warmth of her palm to dissolve the obsession within Wujia's heart. Wujia pauses, yet does not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the chaotic void beyond. The voice of the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, drifts to him, faint yet clear amidst the roaring winds. It carries a hint of reluctance, a touch of fear, and an indescribable sorrow. Is eternal life truly worth this? She questions, her cultivation far less profound than Wu Jie's. Her complexion gradually paling in the tempest of chaos. Frost gathers upon her beautiful visage, her eyes redden, tears welling within, yet she struggles to suppress them. Deep down, she knows that once Wu Jie takes this step, he may never return. She is also aware that mountains and birds must follow different paths. Yet, she cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. She is not greedy. From their first encounter, ripples of affection stirred within her, unforgettable through the years. Though she never sought to impose her desires. The falling flowers have intentions, yet do not demand reciprocation from the flowing waters. It is said that longing pales in comparison to meeting. To catch a fleeting glimpse of his brows and demeanor is already a profound satisfaction. But now, they are on the verge of parting ways, facing the vastness of eternity. How can she accept this? How can she acquiesce? The depth of her love breeds a fierce resentment. She resents Nian Wangwang for his obsession with immortality, for becoming maddened and blind, unwilling to pause for the beauty along the path. She resents that Nian Wangwang holds no place for her in his heart. She resents that Nian Wangwang has transformed into Wu Jie. The memories of yesteryears are but fleeting clouds in his eyes. She resents that the red silk hairband, once cherished, now drifts away unheeded. In the hazy night, a woman with ink-black hair clings tightly to the hand of the white-haired man, unwilling to release him. The black-haired woman's eyes brim with reluctance, while the white-haired man's gaze remains tranquil, one black, one white, now destined to become eternal. Their silhouettes in the twilight resemble a beautiful painting, evoking a reluctance to shatter this moment of serenity. Nian Wangwang, the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, holds the red silk hairband in one hand while tightly grasping Wu Jie's hand behind him with the other. Her beautiful eyes glisten with tears, her voice trembling. Speak, Qingqing. We shall meet again in another life. Wu Jie's voice remained tranquil, devoid of any fluctuations. Having spoken, he withdrew his hand as if extracting the last trace of emotion from his heart, slowly closing his eyes. When will that day come? In the next life. Listening to his words and gazing at her empty palm, the celestial maiden, Qingqing, felt her heart skip a beat. Her gaze gradually dimmed, her body grew weak, and she allowed the tempest to carry her away. The winds of farewell ultimately swept her far away. Your heart does not mirror mine. Let there be no love lost in the next life. The whispers of the celestial maiden, Qingqing, were carried off by the wild winds, failing to reach Wu Jie's ears. When Wu Jie finally opened his eyes, he found nothing but boundless silence. He uttered no words, resembling a fish swimming against the current, stepping into chaos amidst the fierce winds. Darkness slowly engulfed his figure. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Had the immortal Wu Jie really departed just like that? Not a single word left behind. No grand declarations, no lingering glances. With unwavering resolve, he stepped into the chaos. Foolish child. The ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, dispelled the frost from Qingqing, shaking his head with a sigh. It was uncertain whether he lamented for Qingqing or for the infatuated youth, Nian Wangwang. Alas, in this not-so-expansive realm, the sigh of the giant echoed, resonating with the weight of ages. The crowd, silent, turned to listen, only to suddenly notice a peculiar smile upon the giant's face. At this sight, their eyelids involuntarily twitched. What could be the cause of such an eerie smile? Suddenly, they realized something significant. With Wu Jie's departure, the most formidable presence in this realm was now the giant before them, and no one could contend with him. The fact that he smiled so strangely was indeed unsettling. Could it be a conspiracy? What are you laughing at? The Red Lotus Demon Lord frowned, a surge of power bubbling within. Others regarded the giant with apprehension, acutely aware of his overwhelming strength. Should he harbor any ill intentions, they would be powerless to resist. The giant, sensing the wariness and trepidation in their eyes, shook his head. There is no need for fear. What I say is the truth. I shall not harm you. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained skeptical. Then what was the reason for your laughter? Why did you sigh only to suddenly smile? The swallowing sky demon lord, Liu Yunxiao, regarded the giant with suspicion, particularly after Wu Jie's plunge into chaos. The giant lifted his gaze toward the rift in the heavens and laughed once more. The plan of the celestial lord Songshang has succeeded halfway. Another scheme from the celestial lord Songshang? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What plan could the giant be referring to? Moreover, had he not already perished? Whether as the celestial lord Songshang or as the embodiment of the heavenly path, he had met his end. What could this plan possibly be? The abyssal demon sovereign, Liu Yunxiao, spoke in a deep voice. A plan that emerges from the depths of despair. The long-armed giant slowly continued, then lowered his gaze upon the crowd, stating, for your future. What does it truly mean? The Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign narrowed his eyes. The emergence of Wujia is destiny. No, the long-armed giant shook his head again, asserting that those who tread into chaos are the destined ones. We have left behind such abundant opportunities and legacies solely to await the arrival of individuals like Wujia, those formidable enough to stand unrivaled in the world, strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The fortune-enhancing immortal goo, the celestial repairing technique, the method of robbing immortals. These opportunities and techniques serve merely as stepping stones, the very foundations for emerging from despair. They are also the prologue. Wujia is our coordinate. He is likely to perish in the chaos, for he is directionless and besieged by the tumult. Yet, possessing a physique comparable to that of an immortal king, he should traverse a considerable distance on our behalf. Even in death, he will drift through the boundless chaos for decades, perhaps a century. His remains will become our guide. At that time, the long-armed giant paused, seemingly oblivious to the dazed expressions of the crowd, and continued, I shall take the final step. For you, for the beings of the 5 domains. In the midst of despair, I shall seek a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence, each individual rendered speechless, their pupils constricted in shock. Prologue Coordinate, Chapter 127. Playing against the heavens, the long-armed giantess words were exceedingly clear, yet the crowd, upon hearing them, could scarcely believe their ears. Was it truly the arrangement of fate that Wujia would step into chaos in search of immortality, a scheme devised by the Celestial Lord? Could someone like Wujia truly be ensnared in such a plot? No, that could not be right. A Taoist obsessed with the pursuit of enlightenment, like Wujia, would not be deterred even if he realized he was being manipulated, for before him lay the path to eternal life. Rather than being a pawn in a scheme, it could be more aptly described as a mutually beneficial collaboration. A coordinate, a prologue. After Wujia traverses the chaos, regardless of whether he finds the immortal realm or a place of refuge, he shall become the coordinate, the reference point for the 5 domains. As for how this towering long-armed giant will accomplish such a feat, that remains his concern. After all, from beginning to end, the crowd remained oblivious to the circumstances and had no right to intervene. Wonderful. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with exuberance, shattering the silence with joy, we will not have to perish. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. Indeed, they need not face death. No, the situation, while still dire, now held a glimmer of hope. Do not celebrate too soon. Should Wujia cross the void only to perish in a place devoid of refuge, we would still struggle to survive. The abyssal demon sovereign Liu Qingqing crossed his arms, gazing at the long-armed giant. Is that correct? Indeed, the long-armed giant nodded, showing no intent to conceal the truth. If the infinite immortal could locate the immortal realm, would the 5 domains be rendered completely secure? The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign turned towards the long-armed giant. It is impossible. Even if the infinite possesses the body of an immortal king, traversing the chaos to find the immortal realm is utterly unattainable. The long-armed giant instinctively countered, pausing before adding, of course, if he were to succeed, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. This implied that the hopes of all beings in the 5 domains rested upon the shoulders of this madman. The infinite? How ironic. The infinite immortal. The infinite demon sovereign. The leader of the righteous path suppressing the 5 domains. The great demon destined to save the 5 domains. Suddenly, the long-armed giant, seated like a towering mountain upon the earth, extended its hand forward. To the eyes of the onlookers, it grasped a colossal figure charging towards it and brought it to its lips. The chilling sound of crunching resonated. Once this faceless giant was torn apart and consumed entirely, the spectators experienced a fleeting illusion. It seemed to have grown even larger. Wait. The long-armed giant wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth and gazed up at the cleft in the sky, murmuring, I have already waited this long. A moment more will not matter. Having said that, its obsidian eyes turned toward the crowd. You shall return to the 5 domains and await. There is no need for you to do anything further. We will take care of it. We? The crowd furrowed their brows at this statement. What could we mean? When it appeared that only the giant was present. We brought you to this realm, and thus we shall return you. With flesh and bone. We shall forge a path back. The long-armed giant smiled faintly, an inexplicable sincerity glimmering within its dark eyes. Observing this, the crowd felt a stir of emotion. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is your name? The ancestor Liu Xiaoyao suddenly spoke up. At this juncture, the long-armed giant had no need to deceive them, as it served no purpose. In the face of absolute power, what need is there for schemes? Thus, the words of the long-armed giant should be taken as truth. And if they are indeed true, then it is entirely appropriate to address the giant as an elder. The long-armed giant pondered for a moment, as if the passage of time had rendered its memory hazy. After a brief interval, it finally recalled. Tiangong. Tiangong, the true immortal, the inaugural ruler of the heavenly palace. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again struck with astonishment. The inaugural ruler of the heavenly palace. The very figure who established the unparalleled power and left behind a legacy. No wonder they encountered numerous ancient remains along their journey, even witnessing the second-generation ruler of the heavenly palace, yet they had never encountered the first. Who would have thought that now it stood before them? Nearly 100 streaks of light traversed the sky, heading towards the passage of the 5 domains. The long-armed giant, towering amidst the scorched earth, walked with purpose, lowering its gaze to survey the surroundings as if in search of prey. Along the way, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord glanced back at the rift in the sky, pondering silently. Wuji, you madman, you must succeed. The others harbored various thoughts, yet shared 2 common sentiments. Firstly, they hoped for Wuji's triumph. As none wished to bear the immense risks associated with failure, it would be most favorable if Wuji could return to the celestial realm. Secondly, their aspirations for dominance had waned, for in the current circumstances, striving for supremacy bore no significance. They could only await the arrival of a fortuitous opportunity. Good sister, I have returned. This position as the ruler of the dragon clan shall remain mine, and I will guide the future of our kin. After all, you are but a woman, lacking even the courage to seek the truths of the world. The sky-swallowing demon lord, Liu Qingqing, glimmered with cold intensity in his gaze. Bear witness. Suddenly, someone murmured softly, recalling Wuji's words before stepping into the chaos. Witness it with your own eyes. How do we perceive this? He stepped into the chaos. Who among us can truly witness it? It is indeed a paradoxical statement. Yet now, it seems we may truly bear witness. Can he succeed? The individual's pupils dilated, surveying the crowd. Do you think Wuji has already foreseen this? Foreseen his own scheming? Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily stunned, suspended in midair. For so long, Wuji had been the one orchestrating the game, plotting across the 5 domains, scheming for immortality. After hearing the words of the giant, they felt a mix of shock and a peculiar thrill. Wuji could be deceived, ensnared in a trap. But now, as this person spoke, an icy dread seeped into their bones, fear spreading throughout their beings. The individual continued. Do you remember the rumors that Wuji often played chess alone, with no one to compete against? At that time, no one paid it any mind, not even I. We thought it was simply because no one was worthy to challenge him. Yet now it appears his opponent was none other than the Celestial Lord, who embodies the heavenly Tao, entering the game, contending with the heavens. With his life as the pawn, he gambles against fate, in pursuit of immortality. He embraces a death without regret. Upon finishing, the speaker felt a chilling terror creeping into his thoughts. His gaze filled with dread as he observed the crowd lost in contemplation. They were all struck speechless, grappling with the notion of a being like Wuji existing in this world, his power and temperament terrifying beyond measure. Only heaven knows. Suddenly, the ancestral figure, Liu Xiaoyao, recalled a phrase from Wuji. Initially unclear, it now resonated with profound understanding. Chapter 128. Perishing on the path to immortality in the boundless chaos. A solitary figure trudged forward, each step a struggle. This individual was Wuji. Frost continually formed upon his face and body, and each breath he exhaled manifested as white mist. He was unaware of how long he had been walking, only that he was drifting further from his homeland. Abruptly, Wuji halted and turned back. Behind him lay nothing but an endless void, and the once vast realm had shrunk to an insignificant speck in his vision. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the memories of Yer, Ziguei, Zigwai, Ming Buhui, beloved parents, and the Master, along with many others. The poignant question posed by the celestial maiden of Cloud Mountain during the bittersweet farewell, is eternal life worth it? I ponder this answer. I believe that a majestic eagle ought to soar through the vast skies, reveling in its freedom while surveying the world below. As a human, one must face the tempests and thunderstorms without fear, forging ahead until dawn breaks. Much like many who are compelled to leave their homeland, driven by the fear of uncertainty and solitude, engulfed in confusion about the path that lies ahead. Yet, once they embark on this journey, they find the courage to persist, unyielding in their resolve, for there is no turning back, as they are left with no choice. They will not forget the taste of despair, nor the agony brought by failure. They will remember the tears that soaked their pillows as they cried out for validation, striving for success. The road may be arduous and fraught with challenges, devoid of shared experiences and guiding lights. The trials along the way are known only to oneself. Yet, the most difficult paths often lead to the most rewarding destinations, for they are the uphill climbs. Those who drift with the current are but fish. Only by swimming upstream can one glimpse the dragon gate. Dreams do not languish beneath pillows. One does not halt, allowing discontent to shatter all prejudice and doubt. Without enduring the flames, how can one attain rebirth? After a considerable time, Wuji withdrew his gaze, harnessing his spiritual energy to shatter the frost enveloping him, continuing his solitary journey with an air of composure. Darkness, like a tide, enveloped his solitude, submerging his form within its depths. The path to immortality is one that will not cease even in the face of darkness. Loneliness, perhaps, yet it is a solitary path of his own choosing. With grand ambitions in his heart, he remains undaunted by the trials of time. The darkness remains boundless. Wuji traverses the chaos, his spiritual energy nearly depleted, frost nearly engulfing his entire being. In his current state, he has reached a dead end. The chaotic forces gnaw at his body, while the frost invades him relentlessly. Yet, Wuji does not relent. Rather than lamenting his plight in darkness, he chooses to illuminate his path. In the next moment, a resounding explosion erupts from his shoulder, blood blossoming forth. Almost immediately, another explosion sounds as blood bursts from his leg, causing him to stagger, his form wavering in the abyss. Eternal life. After a whispered murmur, he clenches his fist tightly, using the last remnants of his spiritual energy to dispel the encroaching chaos. His gaze is weary, yet the flicker of desire for immortality remains unextinguished by the darkness. However, he is at the end of his tether. His spiritual energy is exhausted, and the frost spreads visibly from his neck to his face. Eternal life. Another soft murmur escapes his lips. Wuji reaches out into the darkness, as if attempting to grasp something elusive, yet his hand finds nothing. In the next instant, he transforms into a lifelike ice sculpture, his expression frozen at this moment. Time passes unmeasured, and the lifelike ice figure remains utterly still, standing resolutely in the endless darkness, still holding the gesture of reaching forward. After countless years of scheming and accumulating, it ultimately amounts to naught. This venerable figure, the most formidable across the ages, the pinnacle of the 5 domains. Has he truly reached the end of his journey? Has he perished on the path to immortality? Time flows inexorably. A century has slipped away. It is once again winter. In the central domain, at the Celestial Dawn Sect, the Hall of Celestial Ascension now bears no trace of celestial beings. Only an elderly man and a young woman remain. The elderly figure is naturally Liu Xiaoyao, while the woman is the saintess, Nian Wangwang. Within the Hall of Celestial Ascension, the saintess Nian Wangwang sits quietly at the entrance, the cold wind gently caressing her flowing tresses. At this moment, the youthful innocence she once possessed has faded, revealing a beauty that captivates the soul. Her enchanting gaze is fixed upon the pavilion outside, as if she yearns to behold the silhouette of her master from days gone by. Yet, all that greets her are falling snowflakes, with no sign of the white-haired figure observing the snow from within the pavilion. When the wind blows, it carries with it the faint scent of distant plum blossoms, almost imperceptible. As the wind departs, it takes with it her longing, entwined with the snowflakes, making it difficult to escape. Longing is a cage that binds her to this very spot. Over the past century, she has often found herself reminiscing about her master. Senior Liu had once advised her to seek another place for cultivation, for the Hall of Celestial Ascension is steeped in memories of her master. She had declined the suggestion. Perhaps she could have chosen to flee, to forget. Yet the memories etched in her mind are indelible. From the moment her master took her as a disciple to the time they sought vengeance together, the seed of emotion had taken root deep within her heart. Was it admiration or the bond of a master and disciple? She could not discern. Her master had once remarked that she was but a mere pawn. She accepted this willingly. However, when her master embarked on the irreversible path, she, as a pawn, was ultimately left unutilized by him. Child, a voice resonated. The ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the snow-laden ground. Senior Liu has returned. The saintess Nian Wangwang hastily rose, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope as she gazed upon Liu Xiaoyao. The ancestor had departed from the Hall of Celestial Ascension to seek news of her master from the mouth of that colossal being. Now that Liu Xiaoyao has returned, there might be tidings of her master, which is why Nian Wangwang felt a surge of excitement. However, Liu Xiaoyao shook his head. He spoke. There is no news of the celestial being. The true immortal of heavenly craft claimed he knows nothing. Upon hearing this, the saintess Nian Wangwang's expression dimmed. Yet, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Did not the true immortal of heavenly craft say that my master was the coordinate? Why then does he lack knowledge of my master's situation? Liu Xiaoyao sighed, clarifying that he was not the master of the coordinates. The one who established them is someone else entirely. Someone else? The Saintess Nian Wangwang questioned, perplexed. Did you not previously state that he was the only one? What we encountered was indeed this truth. The ancestor Liu Xiaoyao nodded solemnly before stating, but he initially spoke of they, not he. Perhaps there truly is another. At this point, Liu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed, and his form seemed to grow increasingly formidable. The faceless, long-armed giants of the upper realm seemed to have been entirely vanquished by him. However, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao shook his head. This is not a matter for us to concern ourselves with. After all, we are but ants awaiting the favor of fate. Chapter 129. Who dares not to submit in the central domain? At the witching hour, within the grand hall, the ethereal fairy, Cold Qingwei, the sect leader, remained seated upon her lofty throne. After the truth of this world was revealed, one would have expected the dawn of an era of peace. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. In a century's time, only a decade of tranquility was granted. A decade later, the 5 domains ignited in conflict once more. However, this skirmish was not as fierce as the last Great War. It was merely a series of minor disturbances. The only intense strife emerged from the Western barbarian demon domain. The Dragon Clan's leader, Liu Qingqing, and the Devourer of Heaven, Liu Yanxiao, siblings who instigated turmoil within the demon realm, have been embroiled in chaos for decades without a resolution. Yet, Cold Qingwei remained indifferent to these affairs. Her concern lay with Wu Ji, who was destined for the path of immortality and the future of the 5 domains. If the 5 domains could not discover a glimmer of hope, what significance would it hold to become their ruler? Once the spiritual energy is depleted, one cannot escape becoming mere dust. At that moment, a figure approached, the elder of the Midnight Council. He bowed before the exalted fairy, Cold Qingwei, and spoke. The Devourer of Heaven has been defeated. Liu Qingqing has ascended to the rank of a revered one. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Cold Qingwei's eyes, though her expression remained composed as she replied. I understand. You may withdraw. Yes. The elder retreated. After his departure, Cold Qingwei narrowed her eyes and murmured, how intriguing. Liu Qingqing, who was once merely a mount beneath me, has now risen to become the master of the demon realm, a figure of great renown. A female hero, perhaps? How trivial. Gradually rising, Cold Qingwei felt the surge of spiritual energy within her, transforming into a small serpent that coiled around her fingers. In those days, I regarded you with disdain. Who would have thought you would surpass me now? A self-deprecating smile graced her features as she gazed at the serpent entwined around her fingers, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Unbeknownst to all, the once diminished Cold Qingwei, now regarded as the second female cultivator of the realm, had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation phase. When she carved out her formidable reputation in the demon realm as a woman, she became a subject of ridicule. Many believed her progress had stagnated and her talent was inferior to Liu Qingqing's. Otherwise, why would the latter have outshone her? Yet, Cold Qingwei understood well that although Liu Qingqing possessed undeniable talent, the crux of her success lay in her reliance on Wu Ji. Without him, the Dragon Clan would have remained stagnant for millennia. In the western barbarian demon domain, at Jifu Mountain, this towering peak loomed into the clouds, majestic and imposing, resembling a slumbering dragon sprawled across the earth. Atop the mountain, draped in a black robe adorned with golden armor, Liu Qingqing stood with her hands behind her back, her posture regal and unwavering, akin to a pine tree defying the snow. The ferocious winds howled from the distance, swirling around her, tangling her hair into a wild dance. Yet, she appeared oblivious to it all, remaining steadfast as an unyielding mountain. Behind her soared a legion of dragons, including a dark-haired man bound by dark iron, a vanquished foe, and her brother, the once mighty Tianyan Sect, Liu Yanxiao. Sister, why do you not slay me? The disheveled Tianyan Sect inquired calmly, gazing at the figure before him. The madness and resentment that had once consumed him after his defeat had dissipated. In this moment, he accepted the harsh reality. The victors write history, and the vanquished must bow to their fate. Am I truly ruthless? Liu Qingqing's voice resonated. Tianyan Sect paused, taken aback, and furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that, sister, at this juncture? The demon realm has always thrived on the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Fratricide and the betrayal of blood ties are commonplace. Where has this not been demonstrated? How curious. Tianyan Sect chuckled softly. Has my sister grown soft-hearted now that we have reached this point? Yet, as the thought lingered, he fell silent, realizing that his sister could never be so merciful. In the demon realm, There is only one son, and no clan can serve two masters. Your survival prevents my peace of mind, for you have ascended to a revered status. Liu Qingqing's gaze stretched far beyond, as if she could pierce through the veils of mist and behold the groveling tribes of the demon realm. At her words, Tianyan smiled, a sense of acceptance washing over him. Very well, then. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable release throughout his body and blinked in confusion. Looking down, he was astonished to see the dark iron chains that bound him. Raising his gaze, he met the silhouette of his sister. Sister Yu. Foolish brother. Liu Qingqing replied without turning, her serene voice echoing in his ears. I have come to understand. All along, I sought not to extinguish your life, but my own. The adversary I have vanquished is the version of myself from the past. It was proven that the strength of a clenched fist could shatter the bonds of so-called destiny. Their father had always proclaimed that he was the destined sovereign, the one fated to lead the dragon clan to greatness. However, that mantle now rested upon me. Destiny? A jest indeed. Liu Qingqing closed her eyes, savoring the caress of the wild wind, her hair whipping against her resolute visage. Do you not fear the discontent among the clans, the dissent from your own kin? Tianyan queried, brows knit in concern. Discontent? Liu Qingqing laughed lightly. I am the sovereign of the demon realm. Who dares to defy me? Who dares to refuse allegiance? Her captivatingly fierce countenance radiated the essence of a conqueror, as if the very realm of demons lay within her grasp. In the southern region, at the Wangu Cave, the news of the demise of all 11 cave masters had already spread, plunging the various caves into chaos. Yet, no one dares to plunder the resources of Wangu Cave, for the circumstances of the enigmatic cave master remain shrouded in mystery. Although he has never been seen in person, an underlying fear lingers in the hearts of many. A century's passage has not diminished the formidable reputation established by Wangu Cave. At the edge of Wangu Cave, a sudden gust of malevolent wind arose, sweeping away the sand and fallen leaves, startling the birds into flight. Fine grains of sand found their way into the eyes of a young girl clad in green, adding to the panic etched upon her already distressed visage. She ran while rubbing her eyes, as if pursued by ferocious beasts, fearing that a mere moment's pause would spell her doom. Young lady, do not flee. If my young master becomes displeased, he might bestow you upon us rough men. At such a time, I fear you shall not endure, came a raucous laughter from behind. Upon hearing this, the girl's trepidation intensified, and in her inadvertent escape, she burst forth from the woods. A house came into view. Though it appeared to be an ordinary sight that warranted no pause, atop the roof sat a man. He reclined on the green-tiled roof, tilting his head back to savor the osmanthus wine, his white silk headband flowing gracefully in the breeze. The girl's eyes brightened at the sight, and she called out, "Senior, could you possibly lend your aid?" Her voice resonated loudly. Yet the man on the roof seemed oblivious, continuing to indulge in his drink. The girl's countenance dimmed, and she finally comprehended the meaning behind her parents' words. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. Chapter 130. Fearless of heaven and earth. Just as she contemplated fleeing again, a large hand emerged from behind, seizing her hair. The girl cried out in pain. Yet the dread of her impending fate eclipsed the physical agony. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she turned and delivered a fierce kick to the vulnerable spot of her assailant. Ah! The man recoiled, releasing his grip. Just as the girl felt the liberation and sought to flee, she realized she was not being pursued by a single foe. With a resounding thud, she was sent flying by a kick, tumbling helplessly across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Zhangxi, do not be so rough with a delicate flower. If our master were to lay blame upon us, we would not fare well, one of the men cautioned. And what of it? We can simply say she stumbled while trying to escape. Besides, we are the master's men. This young lady, though pleasing to the eye, is merely a bedfellow, a plaything unworthy of mention. Perhaps when the young master tires of her, we might enjoy her ourselves. Another responded, laughter lacing his words. Several brutish men encircled the girl, their speech rife with lewdness. Hey, there is someone on the roof. Suddenly, one of them noticed the man above. The others turned their gaze, astonished. Kid, it's dangerous up there. Don't fall, come down quickly. One called out, concern etched on his face. Another shot him a peculiar glance. Since when did you become so benevolent? With a sly grin, he murmured, that man is quite remarkable. He stirs my heart even more than this green-clad beauty. Upon the utterance of those words, a chilling silence enveloped the companions. Although they were not virtuous souls, they held no affinity for the unsettling proclivities of the man before them. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble and remove her, commanded the leader, casting a glance at the sword lying beside the man atop the roof. Very well, replied the burly man. shrugging with reluctance as he cast a lingering glance at the figure above before making his way towards the young woman in the green attire. In that instant, the man on the roof sprang into action. With a sharp sound, the leader, who had been fixated on the young man, unsheathed his sword with a menacing glare. I advise you to tread carefully, boy. We are not without our own cultivation. The man with the tied hair turned his head, regarding the leader with a scornful laugh. Just a few ants in the body refinement stage. The leader's complexion flushed with indignation. Nevertheless, the allure of an easy meal was too tempting to resist. Your feeble cultivation shall be mine, he declared. Standing atop the roof, the man's hair was tousled by the wind, adding an air of malevolence to his demeanor. With a swift motion, a splash of crimson erupted before him. The young woman in green sat on the ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the headless giants. Her eyes quivered with a hint of fear as she gazed upon the man with the white silk-bound hair. Thank you, esteemed sir. No need for thanks, he replied, wiping the blood from his blade with an expressionless gaze fixed upon her. They sought their own demise. Noticing his cold detachment, the young woman pursed her lips but managed to speak. I am Xianxianhao. I have yet to inquire your name, so that I may repay your life-saving grace in the future. Yanke, he replied curtly. As for repayment, it is unnecessary. You are far too weak. Upon hearing this, Xianxianhao opened her mouth to respond, but she understood the truth in his words. A caged bird like herself could hardly offer anything in return. She lowered her gaze, and the sound of his voice broke the silence. It is about to rain. We should leave and find shelter. At his words, she looked up, meeting his cold and distant eyes, and could only nod in agreement. Farewell. With that, Xianxianhao struggled to rise. The previous kick from the giant had nearly shattered her frail form. Just as she took a step forward, a gust of wind swept through, tangling her hair. Soon after, fine raindrops began to fall, like pearls upon her vision. After a moment of silence, she pressed onward, the sound of rain echoing in her ears. Yanke stood beside the corpses, gazing through the curtain of rain at the figure that gradually faded from view, devoid of any compassion in his eyes. Although he had saved her life, he was not benevolent enough to accompany her to the very end. The meager cultivation of those giants was utterly insignificant in light of his current void stage prowess. He even deemed it unworthy to expend energy to absorb their cultivation with the celestial restoration technique. Over the course of a century, he ascended to the pinnacle of the void realization stage, leveraging both his innate talent and the art of mending the heavens, a feat both formidable and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a presence emerged. Who? Yer Yunk, sensing the disturbance, spun around sharply. There stood a man clad in black amidst the downpour, yet untouched by the rain. An invisible force repelled the droplets, and his gaze upon Yer Yunk bore the predatory excitement of a hunter. Do you also practice the art of mending the heavens? Upon hearing this, Yer Yunk's expression shifted momentarily. Who are you? I, Gu Jiuge. The moment the words fell, a murderous intent was palpable. Gu Jiutian struck, his aura surging forth, revealing his complete mastery at the void realization stage. With a crash, a disheveled figure tumbled into the rain. Your strength is commendable, but alas, the gulf between us is insurmountable. Gu Jiutian descended slowly, casting a condescending gaze upon the mud-covered Yer Yunk. Yer Yunk spat a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid mingling with the rain, exuding a foul odor. He glared at Gu Jiuge, his voice laced with venom. Who exactly are you? Gu Jiutian frowned slightly. Did I not just tell you my name is Gu Jiuge? Can you not hear? Then why, having no grievance or enmity, do you seek to kill me upon our first meeting? Yer Yunk demanded with a deep voice. Is a reason necessary for murder? Gu Jiutian scoffed. As cultivators of the demonic path, we traverse the thin line between life and death. You kill me, I kill you. Does this not seem entirely natural? In truth, I have come to the 10,000 insect cave to seek out extraordinary insect spirits to augment my own capabilities. I did not expect to encounter you. Your profound void realization stage, imbued with such energy, is precisely what I need to step into the integration stage. With that, Gu Jiutian brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, smiling. It seems heaven has favored me. Once I have absorbed your cultivation, entering the integration stage will render the 10,000 insect cave a mere trifle. A cave that exists in name only, alongside a master whose presence is unknown. Others may fear, but I, Gu Jiuge, do not. After all, I am a practitioner of the demonic arts, unafraid of heaven or earth. Gu Jiutian's gaze grew increasingly frigid, dark energy swirling in his palm, exuding an aura of profound negativity. Is that so? At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. Chapter 131. Drunk in solitude. Gu Jiutian's pupils constricted, and he reacted swiftly, the dark energy in his palm striking backward. Yet the figure behind him moved faster. A mountain-like presence pressing down, forcing Gu Jiutian to the ground. A great ascension stage. Gu Jiutian, pinned to the earth, felt the strain of the overwhelming aura. His expression shifting dramatically. The 10,000 insect cave harbors a being of the great ascension stage? He strained to look up, only to glimpse a face obscured by the hood of a black robe, bristling with stubble. Kid, the cloaked figure declared, placing a foot upon Gu Jiutian's face. He is not someone you can challenge. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiutian erupted in fury, uncertain whether it was the disdain in the words of the man in the black robe or the fact that he was trampling on his face. He struggled like a stubborn mule, exerting all his strength against the foot pressing down upon him, and roared, "Am I not allowed to touch him? On what grounds am I forbidden? Is it merely because he possesses connections and a powerful backing that he is exempt from death?" His furious cries pierced through the curtain of rain, resonating in the forest. After a moment of silence, the man in the black robe replied, "Indeed." As the rain ceased and the day began to fade, the distant peaks glimmered under the setting sun, adorned in golden splendor. The man in the black robe stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance, removing his hood to reveal a weathered face marked by the passage of time. In his eyes, the captivating hue of gold reflected back, while the evening breeze caressed his face, and the crimson leaves atop the mountain swayed gently. A ripple stirred within his heart. "Yunk." The man in the black robe slightly turned to glance behind him. Upon seeing his face, Nian Yunk was immediately struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "Titong Master." The man in black was none other than the presumed deceased Master Miao Tianyu of the 11th Tong, the master of the Yue Tong. Beside him, Gu Jiutian, bruised and bound by spiritual energy, furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he had thought this man in the black robe was the elusive Grand Master of the Wangu Tong. Yet, judging by Nian Yunk's reaction, it was evident that he was not the unknown Grand Master of the Wangu Tong, but rather a master who had long been declared dead. Could it be that all 11 masters of the Wangu Tong had merely faked their deaths and had not perished in the world above? "Yunk, should I call you that? Or Nian Yunk?" Miao Tianyu's voice fell. Nian Yunk's expression shifted dramatically. Uncertainty etched across his face as he stared at this master. "You, Nian?" Gu Jiutian seized upon this crucial detail. His brow furrowed deeply. Having previously been a disciple of the Tianyan Sect, he was intimately familiar with the character Nian, the unrivaled immortal venerable, who stood above all, bore the surname Nian, Nian Wangwang. Why then did this disciple of the Wangu Tong also share the surname Nian? Did it imply some connection to the immortal venerable? Gu Jiutian observed the astonished expression on Nian Yunk's face, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Did you believe you were concealing this well?" Master Miao Tianyu turned away. Sighing, he gazed upon the breathtaking scenery, yet a discordant sigh escaped his lips. Moments later, he retrieved a gourd of wine from beneath his robe and tilted it back, drinking deeply. The pale yellow liquid was harsh on his throat, yet it brought Miao Tianyu immense satisfaction. To share spirited drinks with you in this twilight, returning home intoxicated and alone. Our Wangu Tong adheres to strict rules, yet perhaps we are overly bound by them. Wiping the remnants of wine from his lips, a bittersweet smile graced his face. 11 departed. 1 returned. With another gulp of the strong liquor, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Miao Tianyu's eyes, his tone tinged with reminiscence. In truth, back then, we, the Wangu Cave, are not mere pawns of the immortal sovereign. Rather, it is the immortal sovereign who has become a pawn in our strategic involvement in the central domain. However, as fate would have it, the pawn has transformed into the player, and we have been relegated to mere pieces on the board. At this juncture, the cave master, Miao Tianyu, crushed the wine gourd in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fury. If it were not for the second cave master's adherence to tradition, would we find ourselves in such a predicament? It is solely because the immortal sovereign, by a twist of fate, acquired the true teachings of the Grand Cave Master years ago, and that old fool, the second cave master, steadfast in his antiquated ways, dares to elevate a pawn to the position of the next Grand Cave Master. Huh. Miao Tianyu's chest heaved with unbridled rage. A breach of tradition had led to the demise of the 10 cave masters of Wangu Cave, leaving our establishment in a state of mere existence. Yes, the immortal sovereign did indeed ascend to the role of Grand Cave Master, bringing a fleeting glory to Wangu Cave. But at what cost? Upon hearing this, Nian Yunk and Gu Jiugao exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes wide with astonishment. Just as they were about to speak, a powerful force struck them, plunging them into darkness. And they collapsed. Thud. They fell to the ground. The cloaked cave master, Miao Tianyu, approached, gazing at the two. "Rest for now. I have no inclination to converse with you. I simply wish to indulge in intoxication." with a sword in hand, riding the winds. I shall depart once my affairs are settled. Burp. In the forest, cave master Miao Tianyu, clutching a wine jug, swayed drunkenly as he walked. With wine, I am carefree. Without it, I am mad. I shall drink to the mountains and rivers, then drink to swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups shall not render me senseless, for I am the drunken sword immortal. Ha ha. Miao Tianyu laughed heartily, his long black hair cascading behind him, exuding an air of delightful disarray. Dingling. The sound of a bell echoed as dense fog enveloped the mountains. Living beings, retreat. The howls of ghosts and wolves startled the birds in the woods. Miao Tianyu seemed unfazed, the intoxication still evident in his eyes, maintaining a rather whimsical demeanor. With a gust of chilling wind, the fog parted. Behind him, several shadowy figures emerged, as if burdened with some weighty cargo. Boom. The sound of a gong reverberated through the air. Living beings, retreat, cried a pallid man, banging the gong. The sight behind him sent shivers down the spine. Several ghostly figures, with ashen faces and vacant eyes, bore a sedan chair, their movements stiff and slow. The sedan was entirely black, draped in white veils, obscuring the visage of its occupant. How intriguing. Miao Tianyu turned around, his drunken haze lifting slightly as he smiled at the scene. So, even the corpse-bearers have ventured to Wanggu Cave? A voice, close at hand, spoke. Miao Tianyu's pupils constricted as he turned once more. With his level of cultivation, how could someone approach him so stealthily? Before Miao Tianyu stood a gentleman clad in elegant white robes, holding a blood-stained flute. A benevolent smile graced his face, and his long, dark hair cascaded gracefully down his back. Miao Tianyu's gaze sharpened as the effects of alcohol faded, scrutinizing the white-clad man and inquiring, "Who are you?" "A nameless individual, not worthy of mention," replied the silver-haired man with a slight smile, his features resembling a painting. His eyes sparkling like stars, adorned in a moon-white brocade robe, exuding an air of grace. Chapter 132. Memories are deceptive. Do you know where this place is? Miao Tianyu's eyes narrowed slightly. They were deep within the heart of the Wanggu Cave, and the presence of another person was indeed perplexing. I do. Nanjiang, Wanggu Cave, the gentleman in white replied with a smile and a nod. What brings you here? Miao Tianyu continued, his hand subtly curling within his sleeve. The white-robed man lowered his gaze to Miao Tianyu's sleeve and then offered a bow, still clutching the blood flute. Might I request a favor from you? Perceiving the evasive response, Miao Tianyu shook his head. Regardless of your intentions, Wanggu Cave is not a place for you to act recklessly. Is that so? The white-clad gentleman lifted his gaze, his demeanor still refined. What if I insist on testing that? As his words fell, a chilling wind swept through the forest. Poisonous insects emerged from the ground, and swarms of venomous creatures filled the air. Then do test it, Miao Tianyu said, discarding the wine jug aside. As night deepened and the cold moon hung high outside, within the wooden cabin, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced across two anxious faces in the corner, Gu Jiuge and Nian Wangwang. Bound by magical ropes, their cultivation sealed, they found themselves helplessly tied to the bed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the silence. Creak. Before they could react, the door swung open. Upon seeing the visitor, Nian Wangwang's eyes widened in surprise, while Gu Jiuge appeared perplexed. Standing at the threshold was a figure draped in moon-white brocade, possessing striking features and a faint smile. However, what drew their attention most was the gruesome sight of a bloodied head grasped in his hand. Thud, thud. Blood dripped onto the wooden floor, creating a chilling sound. Isn't that Miao Tianyu? Nian Wangwang's pupils constricted. Gu Jiuge, unfamiliar with the man before him, sensed the eerie danger that enveloped Wanggu Cave. Had a chieftain truly met his demise so abruptly? Yet Nian Wangwang recognized him. The white-robed man was none other than Qingqing, who had previously bestowed upon him the technique of mending the heavens. But why had Qingqing chosen to slay Chieftain Miao Tianyu? Senior Qingqing, Nian Wangwang murmured. Beside him, Gu Jiuge's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Nian Wangwang. You know him? It has been a while. Qingqing smiled gently from the doorway. Nian Wangwang met his gaze, lost in the depths of those smiling eyes. Why did you kill him? In response, Qingqing tossed the severed head to the ground, where it rolled ominously before the two. Those who are disloyal deserve death. Gazing upon the severed head below, a flicker of disdain emerged in Qingqing's eyes. Disloyalty? Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang's brow furrowed slightly, feeling as though he had stepped into a dense fog. Miao Tianyu, the master of Wanggu Cave, why would Senior Qin accuse him of treachery? Wait. Nian Wangwang's pupils constricted as he recalled Miao Tianyu's earlier words, where he had claimed to be a pawn of the immortal lord. Could it be that Senior Qin is also affiliated with the immortal lord of Wuji? Otherwise, Why would he assert that Miao Tianyu was unfaithful and deserved death? The swan soars in the clouds, while the sparrow perches upon the branch. Nian Wangwang. With a smile gracing his face, Qingqing articulated each word deliberately, causing Nian Wangwang's complexion to grow increasingly pallid. Why does it seem that everyone knows his name? Everyone is aware of his identity. Nian Wangwang gritted his teeth, deeply displeased with the feeling that his fate was seemingly orchestrated by others. Who am I, truly? What connection do I have with the immortal Lord of Wuji? Nian Wangwang roared in frustration. At this, Gu Jioga, standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression. This Nian Wangwang does not even know who he is? How is that possible? Has he only remembered his name since birth? In truth, Nian Wangwang could indeed recall only his name and nothing else. Even his surname had attracted considerable ridicule, prompting him to live in obscurity to this day. There is a connection. Qingqing spoke calmly. Not merely a connection, but you also share a blood relation. It would not be an exaggeration to call him your brother. Of course, at most, he would merely be a distant relative. As these words fell, Gu Jioga's expression shifted, staring blankly at the dazed Nian Wangwang. Good heavens, this fellow has such a remarkable lineage. The brother of the immortal Lord of Wuji? A brother? What jest is Senior Qin making? Nian Wangwang was momentarily taken aback, then questioned incredulously. How could the immortal Lord of Wuji be my brother? How long has he lived? And how long have I lived? He has existed for nearly 10,000 years, whereas I am but an ordinary cultivator who has practiced for a few hundred years. How could he possibly be my brother? In response, Qingqing's tone grew somber. Do you recall how long you have lived? Nian Wangwang's expression froze. How long have I lived? Indeed, the only memory he possessed upon arriving in this world was his name, Nian Wangwang. Age, origin, he knew nothing of it. Yet, he is an otherworldly demon, a soul that has crossed into another's body, devoid of memories. Is this not the typical plight of an otherworldly demon? But now, everything seems meticulously arranged, orchestrated by his so-called brother, the immortal Lord of Wuji. Yet he is an otherworldly demon, transcending this realm, free from the constraints of fate and heavenly laws. Why then is his destiny seemingly predetermined? This cannot be. The more Nian Wangwang pondered, the more bewildered and terrified he became. Could it be that all his memories are fabricated? He still vividly recalls the memories of his past life. He remembers them even now. Year Lark cradled her head, her pupils slightly widening as she began to immerse herself in the memories of her past life. It was a world of tranquility, distinct from the realm of cultivation, yet still marked by a clear hierarchy. The powerful indulged in hedonism, while the weak struggled for survival. In her previous life, Year Lark was an utterly inconsequential figure, lost in the serenity of that world. The cold moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the decrepit residential building below, the sound of a heavy object crashing down. A young man lay in a pool of blood, repeatedly coughing up crimson droplets, his eyes betraying a mix of resentment and reluctant surrender. A slideshow of memories flickered through his mind. A father who perished from overwork. A mother who abandoned him. These were the burdens that weighed heavily upon him, like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. And tonight, that final straw had arrived. My name is, never mind, it no longer matters. I am merely a small, insignificant individual, a man of no talent, living an unremarkable existence. Indeed, just a small person, lacking ability and ambition. My father left when I was 13, and my mother, unable to bear the pressure, followed suit. Raised solely by my grandmother. My 18th birthday marked the day of my last remaining relative's passing. Was it painful? Yes, it was. I toiled in the world, bowing and scraping, barely surviving, simply existing. I thought life would continue in this dismal manner until, at the age of 20, I encountered a girl, my current girlfriend. Our first meeting was delightful. She was incredibly understanding. Though I was ordinary, I fancied myself exceptional due to my talent in gaming. I believed that if I devoted myself wholeheartedly to gaming, I might one day achieve fame and fortune, sparing my girlfriend from suffering alongside me. Thus, with her support, I resigned from my job, purchased computer equipment, and began my arduous journey. This endeavor spanned 3 years. It became evident that I possessed some talent, albeit limited. I could only become a mere gaming coach, sitting before the computer day and night, doing tasks for others, preserving the last vestiges of my dignity as a man. During these 3 years, my girlfriend transformed from being understanding to a source of constant conflict between us. Why the quarrels? Because I was clinging to the remnants of my pride, trying to shield myself from the pangs of inadequacy. She too desired her own sense of dignity. I did not blame her. It was my lack of ability that caused this strife. Often, late at night, after completing my tasks, I would sit at the computer, gazing at my girlfriend's serene sleeping face, overwhelmed with guilt. This cramped rental space was inadequate to contain my love for her. I watched her, like a canary, possessing a striking beauty, yet tethered to a man of such humble standing. Ultimately, I suggested we end our relationship, but it escalated into a fierce argument without any resolution. Neither of us had the heart to part ways. However, each time I witnessed her envy towards others' lives, I was reminded of my own financial struggles. That unbearable shame was something others could hardly comprehend. Yet tonight, I completed my tasks early and climbed into bed, embracing my girlfriend as we drifted into sleep. Yet, just before drifting into slumber, she jestingly remarked, "Following you means there's no food to eat." She had made similar quips on countless occasions before. In the past, I would feign ignorance or dismiss her words, but this time, I silently turned away. Perhaps she was fatigued from work. After uttering that playful comment, she succumbed to sleep without noticing my emotions. Whether it was the night amplifying my feelings or something else, I lay with my back to her and wept for an eternity. Eventually, she awoke from hunger, sleepily pouting, "Darling, I'm hungry." I remained silent, merely illuminating my disheveled face with my phone screen. Before long, the takeout arrived. I called her to rise and eat. Her sleepy visage was endearing as she wiped the drool from her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. "You're the best, darling." I smiled gently, stroking her head. "Is it tough following me, my poor little one?" She said nothing, resembling a greedy kitten as she got out of bed to fetch the takeout. Making her way to the dining table, I watched her retreating figure, lighting a cigarette. Moments later, her voice floated back to me. "Darling, why didn't you order anything? Aren't you hungry?" I extinguished my cigarette, replying, "Not hungry." At 4 a.m, she fell back asleep. I glanced at the ashtray filled with cigarette butts, then leaned down to kiss her forehead. "Don't think of me." With those words, I departed, not just from the rented room, but from this world. In that fleeting moment of falling, a flicker of regret crossed my mind. Would she weep? Would she feel fear? If only I could start anew. Alas, there are too many ifs in this world. I am merely a coward fleeing reality. Perhaps it takes a certain courage, one that ordinary people lack, to confront death. If given another chance, I would strive to ascend higher, to the very pinnacle of this world. Not for any other reason, but to overcome the mountain within my heart. Perhaps there lies another mountain beyond that. Yet, I would never cease, never. With grand aspirations, I would stride forward. Standing atop the peaks, I would gaze down upon the mundane valleys. In the wooden cabin, Nian Wangwang clenched her fists, her knuckles whitening from the strain, for memories are not falsehoods. Liu Qingqing fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Memories are illusory. Your recollections are bestowed by the celestial sovereign." What? Nian Wangwang's pupils dilated, her conviction shattering in an instant under those words. "Let me recount an ancient tale." Liu Qingqing approached the square table, drew out a stool, and seated herself. The celestial sovereign was raised in the southern frontier, in a small village at the foot of Qingxian Mountain. Long ago, in Manman City, there existed a clan by the surname of Nian. By chance, the Nian clan rose to prominence. After hundreds of years of development, their numbers swelled. Yet, one branch of the clan was notably mediocre, having never produced a cultivator. Consequently, this branch was banished to the outskirts of the city. This branch then wandered, eventually finding refuge and sustenance in a small village at the foot of Qingxian Mountain. After a series of events, this branch of the family gradually dwindled in numbers, leaving only one surviving member. That lone survivor is the esteemed immortal. As you are aware, after departing from the southern wilderness, the immortal's reputation steadily ascended. However, at that time, he had yet to attain his revered status. He was merely a prodigy known throughout the realm. Meanwhile, as the Yin clan in Manman City faced decline, they discovered that the immortal shared their surname. Thus, they began to entertain ulterior motives. Not long after, an elder of the Yin clan, armed with the family genealogy, sought out the immortal at the Tianyan Sect. He endeavored to have the immortal return to his roots, espousing righteousness, loyalty, and propriety. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. Upon seeing the name of the discredited branch within the genealogy, the immortal's gaze turned frigid. In the face of the elder's astonished and enraged expression, the immortal tore the genealogy to shreds and forcefully expelled the elder from the sect. The elder, filled with rage and indignation, could not confront the immortal due to his formidable power and the backing of the Tianyan Sect. He dared not pursue the matter further, muttering curses of disloyalty and ingratitude as he retreated in disgrace to the southern wilderness. Had events unfolded differently, perhaps the Yin clan would not have met their own ruin. However, emboldened by the immortal's name, the Yin clan resorted to tyranny within the city, oppressing both men and women alike. They forgot a vital truth. Before the immortal had achieved his exalted status, he was surrounded by adversaries. The only reason no one dared to provoke him was the protection afforded by the ancestral guardians of the Tianyan Sect. In stark contrast, the Yin clan found themselves the target of the wrath of those who despised the immortal, leading to their near annihilation. In truth, their fate was akin to extinction, leaving only a handful of the elderly, weak, and children alive. Among them was you, Yin Yunxiao. You belonged to a lineage of considerable seniority. Though at the tender age of merely 3, you could be regarded as a younger brother to the immortal who had lived for centuries. Qingqing gazed at the dazed Yin Yunxiao and continued. Eventually, the immortal did visit the Yin clan and encountered you. At that time, you were but 3 years old. Yet following a traumatic experience, you had regressed into a state of bewilderment, devoid of spirit and intellect, akin to the flora and fauna. The immortal took you under his wing, nurturing your soul with his own essence and employing various extraordinary techniques to cultivate you, an ordinary child, into an entity of longevity. Time has proven the immortal's success. Qingqing's eyes reflected a glimmer of admiration and fervor, not directed at Yin Yunxiao, but rather at the unparalleled immortal. Chapter 134. The medicinal catalyst as a simple-minded child without any cultivation. Yin Yunxiao has astonishingly survived for such an extended period. The immortal's endeavor to create a being of eternal life has indeed triumphed. Qingqing's heart surged with excitement. It is often said that mortals and immortals are worlds apart, the most significant difference being lifespan. Yet, the immortal has transcended this boundary, shattering the ancient adage. The immortal is truly a prodigy of celestial design. Ha! Upon this reflection, Qingqing erupted into a hearty laughter. In contrast, Nian Yang's countenance darkened like a storm-laden sky as he muttered to himself, "Am I truly an immortal being? All my memories are but fabrications. I am merely a foolish child, a simpleton bestowed with life by that so-called brother, the infinite celestial sovereign. No, I refuse to believe it." Rage surged within Nian Yang. "I am who I am, and I shall never be a mere wretched immortal. He is dead. The world whispers that the infinite celestial sovereign has perished in his pursuit of eternal life. My brother is no more. No dead man's will shall dictate the course of my life. Not now, not ever." Nian Yang's despair was palpable. In stark contrast to Nian Yang's hysteria, Gu Jioga grew increasingly silent as he absorbed the gravity of the revelations. This is a complete disaster, an utter calamity. If he were to survive this, it would be nothing short of a miracle. He was merely a lowly demon cultivator at the void stage. How had he come to hear of matters concerning the sovereign? Cursed fate. I wish to block out every single word. Gu Jioga clenched his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Qingqing observed Nian Yang's outburst with quiet composure. After a brief moment, he spoke. "I cannot ascertain whether the sovereign is alive or dead, but I am bound to fulfill his command." With that, Qingqing rose slowly, his gaze upon Nian Yang devoid of any mirth. "What do you intend to do?" Nian Yang's face blanched in fear. "Do you still not comprehend?" Qingqing's expression remained stoic as he regarded Nian Yang. "You are merely a catalyst for the immortal Gu." With that declaration, he raised his hand, and a green butterfly fluttered to his fingertip, shimmering with vibrant emerald light. It was breathtakingly beautiful, full of life. Thud! A lifeless corpse collapsed beneath the bed. Gu Jioga, trembling, stared in horror at Nian Yang's body, then turned his gaze toward the figure at the doorway. Creak! The door swung open. Qingqing glanced back at Gu Jioga. "The sovereign is not a being of senseless slaughter, and neither am I. Strive to live well." With those words, Qingqing departed, his hands clasped behind him, the butterfly upon his shoulder seemingly more vibrant than before. Outside the wooden cabin, caw! A jet-black crow descended from afar, landing gently on Qingqing's shoulder. It tilted its head, observing the green butterfly, and slowly spoke. "Have you succeeded?" This crow was none other than the enigmatic Xianya. "Oh, it is Xianya." "Indeed." Qingqing nodded, then furrowed his brow. "Yet, the other catalyst poses quite a challenge. The immortal Gu, a creation of the infinite celestial sovereign, requires both an yin and yang catalyst to fully mature. The yang catalyst has been acquired. Now, only the yin remains. With that old man guarding it, this will indeed be difficult." Xianya nodded in understanding. Qingqing was taken aback, looking at Xianya. "You have no means?" The black crow, Xianya, tilted its head in confusion. "You are unable to help either?" "Indeed," Qingqing replied, his brow furrowed. The two, one person and one crow, stared at each other in bewilderment. After a moment, Xianya spoke. "I assumed your earlier difficulties were merely a facade. I had thought you possessed a solution, considering that the immortal sovereign did not disclose any resolution before his departure." Qingqing's lips twitched slightly. Silence enveloped Xianya, and Qingqing soon followed suit. The pair stood outside the wooden cabin, lost in thought. Inside, Gu Jiugu, who had just managed to crawl to the door, was taken aback to see Liu Qingqing still present. He quickly recoiled like a caterpillar, his eyes filled with uncertainty. What shall we do? I do not know. Shall we resort to reason? Should we gamble on whether that old man values the immortal sovereign more or the woman? That seems unwise. Then what shall we do? Forget it. Let us proceed with determination. The conversation between the pair outside drifted in, causing Gu Jiugu to cover his ears in an attempt to feign ignorance. In the heavens above, a colossal long-armed giant sat upon the scorched earth, resembling a statue as it gazed up at the rift in the sky. Its size was beyond imagination, merely sitting on the charred ground. It reached the heights of the heavens. In this realm, apart from it, there were no other faceless long-armed giants in sight. At that moment, a figure approached, clad in a white robe adorned with golden silk, exuding an ethereal presence. It was none other than the celestial sovereign, Jiang Xuanxin. No, it should be referred to as a manifestation. The true celestial sovereign had already perished. Has it arrived? The long-armed giant appeared unfazed by the newcomer. Indeed, Jiang Xuanxin nodded, then raised his gaze towards the rift in the sky. This fated individual has made a swift entrance. Yes, indeed, earlier than we anticipated. The long-armed giant slowly turned to Jiang Xuanxin, questioning, why does this vessel appear so peculiar? Jiang Xuanxin smiled wryly. This is merely a manifestation. My true self has met its end at the hands of that fated individual. Ah, I see, the long-armed giant replied, enlightened. It seems this manifestation has developed a separate consciousness. Fortunately, I have implanted the blood-red mandala within it. Otherwise, it would pose quite a predicament. Jiang Xuanxin sighed, shaking his head. A predicament? Is not the blood-red mandala your own creation? There are so many in the heavenly palace who practice it. Does the celestial sovereign fear the lack of a vessel? The long-armed giant questioned, puzzled. The blood-red mandala technique was indeed conceived by the celestial sovereign of Ur, capable of being implanted within others for one's own use. It was passed down by this very long-armed giant, the first master of the heavenly palace, the true immortal of heavenly craft, to the subsequent masters of the heavenly palace for cultivation. Of course, this is merely the surface. In truth, the blood-colored mandragora technique is but a contingency left behind by the celestial sovereign. When the need arises, the long-armed giant employs secret methods to awaken the residual consciousness, utilizing it through a vessel. Thus, those who have been implanted with the blood-colored mandragora or those who practice this technique can borrow a body for their purpose. Therefore, the figure before us is neither the celestial master Qingxian nor a mere avatar of him, but rather the celestial sovereign himself. The heavenly palace has been annihilated, and all practitioners of this technique have perished. The celestial sovereign shrugged his shoulders, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor, stating, the last remaining mandragora blooms within this very vessel. Chapter 135. The startled young beast, the long-armed giant, was taken aback and inquired, could it be the doing of that Wuji? Indeed, the celestial sovereign nodded in affirmation. The long-armed giant fell silent for a moment, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he remarked, we nearly turned a clever ruse into a blunder. Had the practitioners of this technique, along with those harboring the blood-colored mandragora, all met their demise, then the celestial sovereign, even if his consciousness were awakened, he would have no vessel to inhabit. After all these years, the celestial sovereign can still, through the remnants of his consciousness, borrow a body, which is already a defiance against the natural order. Nevertheless, the long-armed giant raised his gaze once more to the rift in the sky. At least we have traversed this far. Whether we shall succeed or not, let fate decide. Suddenly, the celestial sovereign spoke with profound significance. Now that so many years have elapsed, has the celestial realm undergone no changes? Alas, that would be akin to stepping into the wolf's den and falling into the tiger's maw. The long-armed giant sighed, shaking his head. He then shifted his tone. But it is better than waiting idly for death. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. We have already done enough. I am weary. The long-armed giant's dark eyes turned to the celestial sovereign. You must be weary as well, celestial sovereign. Indeed, I am, the celestial sovereign replied with a faint smile. We remnants from the old era are akin to a sinking ship, long overdue to be cast aside by the tides of time. Yet, we refuse to allow the vessels of the new era to be submerged in the ocean. Perhaps we cannot halt the surging waves, but we can, in our own manner, enable the ships of the new era to brave the tempest. We are the remnants of the old era, yet we are also witnesses and catalysts of the new age. The outcome, let it be determined by those who come after us. Indeed, the long-armed giant sighed, then added, now that a century has passed, he should have ceased his endeavors. The celestial sovereign can now ascertain his position. The celestial sovereign nodded slightly, then began to weave intricate gestures with his hands. But soon his expression shifted dramatically. Why is the Hongyun immortal Gu still present in this realm? No, it should be said to reside in the lower realms. What? The long-armed giant's countenance also changed drastically. The Hongyun immortal Gu, the art of mending the heavens, the cosmic chessboard, the method of catastrophic immortal. These treasures and secret techniques are all coordinates. It is a legacy left by the celestial lord of Tsang. With it, he can sense the whereabouts of those who possess extraordinary treasures and secret arts, even amidst chaos. Yet now, the celestial lord of Tsang has stated that the fortune fairy Gu still resides within this realm. Could it be that, before the long-armed giant could finish his thoughts, he witnessed the celestial lord of Tsang altering his gestures, once again sensing a certain object? After a moment, the celestial lord of Tsang exhaled in relief. Thankfully, I have sensed his position. Aside from the fortune fairy Gu, all other extraordinary treasures and secret arts are located within the chaos. Upon hearing this, the long-armed giant felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He had almost believed himself deceived by Wuji. Fortunately, their efforts had not been in vain. However, the long-armed giant expressed his doubts, questioning why the fortune fairy Gu would be found in the lower realm, for it is no ordinary object. Perhaps there are ties in the lower realm that bind it. The celestial lord of Tsang replied without hesitation. In the past, while in the spirit realm, those who ascended to the celestial realm often left behind some legacy for their disciples. Thus, in his eyes, Wuji's actions were not strange. Yet the long-armed giant held a different perspective. He had witnessed Wuji in person and had seen him step into chaos. Would someone like Wuji have attachments? Ah well, the goal has been achieved. He chose not to dwell on these matters any further. The long-armed giant turned to the celestial lord of Tsang and inquired, "When shall we commence?" "Let us begin now," the celestial lord of Tsang replied slowly. "I will reshape your body." "Very well." In the Tianyan Sect, within the Hall of Celestial Ascendants, the saintess Liu Qingqing curled up in a corner, her gaze filled with despair, resembling a frightened young beast. Standing before her was the ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. Guarding the saintess Liu Qingqing, he addressed the pair before him, a person and a raven. In a grave tone, "Is what you say true? There is no falsehood." Qingqing clasped his fists in respect, and the raven, Heitian, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, ancestor Liu Xiaoyao displayed a troubled expression, while the saintess Liu Qingqing trembled slightly, her complexion as pale as paper. "Master, has she always been regarded as a mere catalyst? A catalyst on the path to immortality?" She wished to reject this notion, yet recalled her master's earlier words. The master had said, even as a pawn, one should willingly accept. She had replied, "I am willing." It turns out that all along, she had been deluding herself. She was indeed nothing more than a chess piece. From the very beginning, when the man in white and the raven approached her, she had been filled with joy, believing it was news from her master. Little did she know, the man in white and the raven had bluntly stated their intent to use her as a catalyst, and it was a command from her master. Had it only been the man in white, the saintess Liu Qingqing would have naturally dismissed it, yet the raven, Heitian, corroborated this claim. She recognized this raven. It was her master's pet. "What proof do you possess?" Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao suddenly interjected. He too was reluctant to believe that Wuji had become so deranged in pursuit of immortality as to use his own disciple as a catalyst. Could it be that Wuji has truly succumbed to madness? "Let us observe," Ancestor Liu contemplated. Before them, Qingqing slowly unfurled his palm, revealing a blood-red butterfly that materialized within his hand. The Hongyun immortal Gu? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's pupils immediately constricted. Upon witnessing this, Saintess Liu Qingqing's complexion turned even more pallid. The presence of the Hongyun immortal Gu, which belonged to her master, in the hands of this man clad in white, confirmed their worst fears. It was indisputable. Sighing deeply, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao opened his mouth to speak, only to fall into silence, overwhelmed by the weight of the moment. On one side stood Wuji, and on the other, a young girl. To him, both were equally precious, making it hard to choose. After a prolonged silence, Saintess Liu Qingqing, who had been curled up in a corner, rose and offered a sorrowful smile toward Qingqing. "I am willing. Without my master, I might have perished at the hands of my enemies and would never have witnessed their demise engulfed in flames." She lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she fought to keep them at bay. "Without my master, there would be no current version of me. I am willing to sacrifice myself for my master, for I have already pledged to him. Even as a mere pawn, I harbor no regrets." "Child." Liu Xiaoyao turned to gaze at the seemingly resilient Saintess Liu Qingqing, his heart aching for her. This girl had accompanied him for hundreds of years. With a hint of reluctance, Qingqing shifted his attention to the black raven perched on his shoulder. Is there truly no other alternative? Is there no other longevity herb? You ask me? The black raven replied, exasperated. You are the goo-raising expert of the immortal sovereign. How would I know if there are other methods? I only know of 2 longevity herbs. One is the yearly lark, and the other is her. Although I am the immortal sovereign's goo-raiser, I remain unaware of how many longevity types the sovereign has cultivated. If the other longevity goo is not a disciple of the sovereign, would that not spell disaster? Qingqing swallowed hard. That has nothing to do with me, the black raven quipped. Qingqing responded with a perplexed expression. Saintess Yun Qingyi glanced at the silent ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, and then turned her gaze to Qingqing, who appeared troubled. There is no need to be so distressed. Even if it were not me, I would still be willing. I am my master's disciple and a pawn. Since my master requires it, I willingly offer myself. She forced a smile, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of her dignity. Upon hearing this, Qingqing remained conflicted. Do not hesitate. This is a mutual agreement. I believe the immortal sovereign would not hold it against you, the black raven interjected. I understand. Qingqing inhaled deeply, looking at Saintess Yun Qingyi. I am sorry. With that, he stepped toward her, his palm coalescing with crimson energy. However, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao stood resolutely in front of her, showing no intention of yielding. Ancestor Liu? Qingqing regarded him, his brow furrowing. Could this so-called herb jeopardize her life? The venerable ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, inquired in a solemn tone. This? Qingqing shook her head, her gaze faltering. I am uncertain as well. Liu Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, keenly detecting the evasiveness in Qingqing's expression. Are you truly uncertain? Frustrated, Qingqing suddenly erupted, exclaiming, I ask you, Senior Liu, will you choose the immortal sovereign or this young girl? You might as well give a straightforward answer. Liu Xiaoyao was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Qingqing's sudden outburst. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I wish to inquire if there exists a way to achieve both outcomes. Is there truly such a method in this world? Qingqing retorted. Senior Liu, having lived for so long, do you not comprehend that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw? Senior Liu, I will speak plainly. I know of only 2 beings of eternal life. The immortal sovereign is evidently unable to communicate with us, and I do not know where to seek another being of eternal life. If you wish to obstruct me, please say so. Qingqing appeared resigned to her fate. Before Liu Xiaoyao could express more, the saintess, Yun Qingyi, stepped forward, shaking her head. Senior Liu, my master requires Qingyi. I beseech you not to hinder her. For Qingyi is willing. I am grateful for your care towards me all along. After uttering these words, the saintess Yun Qingyi bowed deeply to Liu Xiaoyao. Child. Liu Xiaoyao's brows furrowed, his expression torn, as if he were in a dilemma. Yet, the saintess no longer regarded him but turned her gaze to Qingqing. Smiling as she said, let us proceed. Very well. Qingqing slightly opened her hands, the crimson energy in her palms still lingering, and then with a resolute glare, she declared, forgive me. A gust of wind surged forth, prompting the saintess Yun Qingyi to close her eyes. Nearby, Liu Xiaoyao's spiritual power surged subtly. As the saintess shut her eyes, tears that she had long suppressed silently cascaded down her exquisite face, falling upon the cloud dress that her master had once bestowed upon her. The breath of death loomed near. She clutched the hem of her garment tightly. She understood she would not survive. Yet, the shadow of death had not fully enveloped her. Then, several gasps echoed. Immortal sovereign. The heart of Saintess Yun Qingyi trembled, and she opened her eyes. She beheld the familiar figure with white hair before her delicate nose tinged with sorrow, and tears burst forth uncontrollably. Master. The saintess embraced the white-haired man tightly, her voice laced with grievance and choking emotion. At that moment, she disregarded all notions of teacher-student propriety, yearning only to cling to her master as if he were her last bastion of support. Meanwhile, Qingqing, kneeling on the ground, was already drenched in sweat, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Why had the immortal sovereign appeared? Had she truly made the wrong choice? It should not be so. Yet, if she had not erred, why had the immortal sovereign manifested, albeit not in his true form, but as a mere projection of his will? Yet the will of the celestial sovereign manifests through the body of the saintess, Yun Qingyi. The celestial sovereign seeks to protect her? Celestial sovereign. Qingqing raised his head, gazing at the indifferent visage, his voice quivering slightly. Did I choose the wrong person? The boundless will paid no heed to Qingqing, merely turning his gaze slightly. Let go. Upon hearing this, Yun Qingyi released her grip, her nose reddened from weeping. She had always been obedient to her master. The boundless will turn towards Yun Qingyi. Do you harbor hatred? The saintess, Yun Qingyi, immediately shook her head. No hatred. Do you feel regret? No regret. The saintess shook her head once more. You are indeed a mere catalyst. The boundless will stated calmly. At these words, Qingqing, kneeling on the ground, let out a sigh of relief. Upon receiving her master's direct answer, the expression in Liu Qingqing's eyes instantly became vacant and dazed, as though her heart had shattered. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, as if all vitality had been drained from her, her gaze unfocused. Only the two streams of clear tears on her face testified to her continued existence. After a moment, a hand gently caressed her cheek. If you are unwilling, I can select another. The boundless will slightly bent down, casting a gaze upon the saintess, his long fingers softly brushing beneath her eyelids, as if wiping away her tears. Liu Qingqing lifted her gaze to meet her master's indifferent face, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her voice trembled involuntarily. Master, am I truly just a catalyst on your eternal path? Indeed, the words fell lightly. The boundless will withdrew his hand and stood still. Upon hearing this, a sudden pang of pain shot through Liu Qingqing's heart, an indescribable ache spreading throughout her being. After a moment of silence, she hugged her knees, bowed her head, and closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Master, do it. She attempted to suppress her inner collapse, striving to maintain a calm tone, yet the traces of anguish were difficult to conceal. The boundless will stood quietly before her, reaching out once more. A warm sensation enveloped her head. Liu Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the familiar cloud-patterned white boots. This scene felt all too familiar to her. In the past, the celestial being's hand upon her head was a blessing. Now, the celestial being's hand upon her head was a reclamation. In but a moment, Liu Qingqing's once lustrous hair began to turn white, her entire being visibly aging. Child. The ever-silent ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, could no longer contain himself at this sight. He abruptly turned to the boundless will. Enough. If it is what you desire, I shall grant it. Chapter 137. The destiny of the Tianyan Sect. Hearing these words, the hand above Liu Qingqing's head saw the dark energy within dissipate instantaneously. Child. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao swiftly moved to support the saintess as she began to fall, his eyes filled with concern. Are you truly willing? The boundless will's deep gaze fixed upon Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao fell once more into hesitation, yet gazing at the young girl in his arms. He gritted his teeth. I am acutely aware that, given your nature, it is utterly implausible for you to have nurtured merely 2 longevity species across the 5 domains. The reason for targeting the girl, and by extension your disciples, is nothing more than an attempt to compel me to exchange goods for life, is it not? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao gazed at Wu Ji, observing the cold indifference etched upon the latter's countenance, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Wu Ji remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. After a brief moment, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao inhaled deeply and intoned with authority, Wuliang, disciple is present. A figure strode into the grand hall, none other than the sect master. Tianyan Zhenrenyun Wuliang. With hands clasped behind his back, he cast a glance at Wu Ji's essence and nodded respectfully, greetings, immortal sovereign. He then turned his gaze to Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, addressing him with profound reverence. What commands do you have, master? However, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao did not return the courtesy. His voice cold as he commanded, hand over the token. Upon hearing this, Tianyan Zhenrenyun Wuliang appeared prepared, presenting the sect master's token without hesitation. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao summoned it with a mere thought, cradling the token in his palm as he regarded Wu Ji's essence. I shall entrust you with the entirety of the Tianyan Sect's accumulated fortune over the millennia. Will you cease your actions now? Indeed, Wu Ji's essence nodded in affirmation. To the side, Xianya and Qingqing exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment. How had the situation taken such an unexpected turn? Wuliang, I must confess I underestimated you. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao cast a penetrating gaze at the unfazed Tianyan Zhenrenyun Wuliang. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal, a luminous aura manifesting at his fingertips as he touched the ancient sect master's token. An invisible gust of wind surged forth. A roar echoed. The sound of a dragon reverberated throughout the entire Tianyan sect. What was that noise just now? It resembled a dragon's roar. A dragon? Indeed. It is a dragon. Look, there is a golden dragon amidst the clouds. Within the sect, countless disciples looked up, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. How is it possible for a golden dragon to appear within our sect, seemingly not far from the Chaosian Hall? Could it be that the immortal sovereign's mount has returned? Impossible. The immortal sovereign's mount is a black dragon, and now they are the sovereign of the demon realm, a venerable one. How could it possibly return? Then what is this dragon? It is a dragon indeed. I certainly know it is a dragon. What I wish to know is, who is this golden dragon? Dragon, indeed. You are the one who is deaf. Inside the Chaoxian Hall. Go, Wuji commanded, standing with hands clasped behind his back, as a blood-red butterfly soared toward the golden dragon amidst the clouds. I understand now, murmured Qingqing. What do you understand? Xinya Black Heaven inquired hastily. Individual fortune cannot be compared to collective fortune. What the immortal sovereign seeks is the fortune of the entire Tianyan Sect, aiming to elevate the Honyun immortal Gu to new heights. After all, what the immortal sovereign requires now is not merely the longevity Gu, but also the Honyun immortal Gu. Upon hearing Qingqing's explanation, Xinya Black Heaven was somewhat perplexed. Then why does the immortal sovereign not simply seize it by force? Given the immortal sovereign's strength, there is no need for such elaborate schemes, nor to coerce that young girl into submission. Simply seizing her would suffice. Qingqing shook her head, expressing that manipulating such a powerful entity was not as straightforward as one might presume. Should a forceful abduction occur, the 5 domains would already be in disarray. With a sigh, she lamented that the immortal sovereign had yet to regard her as one of his own. Even though she could not defy his commands, it was evident that his nature inclined him to trust only himself, never others. By revealing only 2 candidates for the eternal life seed, he merely intended to ensnare Liu Qingqing in dire straits, thereby invoking the sovereign's will. The ensuing game would be orchestrated by him personally. Qingqing chuckled softly. Indeed, the immortal sovereign had meticulously plotted every detail from the outset. As for the eternal life seed, there were likely other candidates. The catalyst was merely a prelude. Qingqing gazed at the unconscious Liu Qingqing. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from outside the hall. This time, however, the sound carried a hint of anguish, causing Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's expression to darken. Yet, he refrained from taking action. For the 10,000-year fortune of the Tianyan Sect to be expended solely to save a young girl seemed utterly absurd. Yet, in Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's eyes, the continuity of their realm was still in question. If this world were on the brink of annihilation, how could one speak of the future of the sect? Furthermore, should Wujia manage to carve a path forward through the sect's fortune, would that not also signify a form of continuity? Perhaps the Tianyan Sect would cease to exist, but as long as someone could survive, that too would be a form of continuation. Thus, this was a voluntary act. At this moment, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao felt no regret. Suddenly, a furrow appeared on Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's brow, as if he had lost something of great significance. He lifted his gaze and beheld a blood-red butterfly returning to the hall. It appeared even more enchanting and otherworldly, delicately landing upon Wujia's shoulder with an air of intimacy. Meanwhile, the golden dragon of fortune within the sea of clouds had completely vanished. This sensation was not felt solely by Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. All disciples and elders of the Tianyan Sect shared this sentiment, including the esteemed Tianyan real person, Yun Wuliang. However, he maintained a placid demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Shortly thereafter, Wujia extended his hand, and a green butterfly fluttered to his fingertip. Instantly, waves of energy surged from beneath his feet, creating a tumultuous storm. Outside the hall, a bird flew by, suddenly caught in a gust, and plummeting toward the earth below, its body deflating. Inside the hall, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's consciousness captured this scene, his expression shifting as he turned to Wujia's will. What do you intend to do? Wujia lowered his gaze slightly, observing the green butterfly perched on his finger, clearly intending to feed it. Feed it? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low and grave. You plan to nourish it with the very life of the entire Tianyan Sect? No, it is the entirety of the world. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao was both astonished and enraged. Rest assured, life permeates all things. I have no intention of refining the beings of the 5 realms, for those too will not remain indifferent. The boundless will spoke calmly. Below, within the Tianyan Sect, the winds surged over the mountains, causing the flora to wither in an instant. The disciples of the Tianyan Sect gazed upon this terrifying spectacle, their expressions shifting dramatically. What is happening? Elders, elders. Someone is absorbing the vitality of the surrounding plants. One elder discerned the anomaly and spoke in a grave tone. Chapter 138. A mere array at the foot of the Tianyan Sect. A handsome young man was about to return to the sect when a sudden gust of wind struck him, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he was momentarily taken aback. He beheld the immediate surroundings where all vegetation had withered in an instant. Thud! A withered bird fell at his feet. What is this? The young man widened his eyes. His name was Liu Qingqing. After the destruction of the heavenly palace by the boundless immortal, he had joined the Tianyan Sect and was now a disciple of the 6th Hall. What on earth is happening? Liu Qingqing furrowed his brow and turned to look. He saw the tempest still sweeping across the land, causing all flora to bow in submission. 100 miles, 10 miles, 1,000 miles. In the wake of the tempest, all vegetation withered, and the creatures of the earth and sky became desiccated. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Liu Qingqing felt a chill run down his spine and cursed under his breath, wondering why every time he arrived somewhere, strange occurrences ensued. Within the Tianyan Sect, in the Chaoxian Hall, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the ground, tending to the injuries of the Saintess Liu Qingqing. Although the Boundless Will had ceased its onslaught midway, it had still inflicted irreparable harm upon Liu Qingqing's body. After a while, the Saintess Liu Qingqing finally regained consciousness. The first sight that met her eyes was that of her aloof master. The boundless figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, white hair flowing in the air. The red butterfly upon his hand had become even more resplendent, while the energy fluctuations beneath his feet continued to sustain the tempest that ravaged the world. "Master," the Saintess Liu Qingqing instinctively murmured. But soon, she realized that her hair had turned completely white, resembling her master's silvery mane. "What is happening to me?" The Saintess touched her silvery strands, her pupils quivering slightly. "Child, it is nothing to worry about." The elder Liu Xiaoyao retracted his hands, his complexion noticeably paler. He forced a smile to reassure her, saying, "White hair can also be quite beautiful." The Saintess Liu Qingqing turned to look at the elder Liu Xiaoyao, noticing his weakened state, and hurriedly inquired, "Senior Liu, was it you who saved me?" "Yes and no." Elder Liu Xiaoyao shook his head. During the time spent healing the young girl, he had come to understand many things. From the beginning, the Boundless may never have intended to harm his own disciple. It was merely a means to an end. Had the Boundless truly wished to kill the young girl, he could have simply used her as a pawn after exploiting her utility, and he would have been unable to intervene. Alas, Elder Liu Xiaoyao sighed. Wuji is indeed ruthless. The damage inflicted upon the young girl is irreparable, even at the cost of his own lifespan. In truth, he harbors uncertainty within, pondering whether, should he choose not to willingly relinquish his fortune to Wuji, the latter might not feign his intentions. Upon hearing the response from Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, the Saintess Liu Qingqing could not help but glance at her white-haired master. Could it be that her master has softened? A fleeting thought arose in her mind, only to dissipate almost immediately. How could her master possibly show weakness? The expression in her eyes betrays no deception. She perceives it with utmost clarity. "Liu Xiaoyao." At that moment, a loud voice echoed from outside the hall. "Liu Xiaoyao, what are you scheming? Why are you recklessly absorbing the vitality of the heavens and earth?" Within the clouds, an elder from the Sword Sect, clad in flowing robes, approached. Among the three major sects, the Sword Sect is nearest to the Tianyan Sect. While other sects might have sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the Tianyan Sect and dared not investigate, the Sword Sect was undeterred. A Tianyan Sect without Wuji's presence posed no threat to them. Thus, the elder from the Sword Sect hastened to confront them. Moments later, another figure soared through the clouds. It was an elder from the Dao Sect, albeit at the peak of the tribulation stage. Upon seeing the elder from the Sword Sect, he hastily inquired, "Fellow Taoist, what brings you here?" Seeking accountability, the elder from the Sword Sect replied coldly. At these words, the Dao Sect elder exhaled in relief, thankful that the elder from the Sword Sect was present. Otherwise, his own resolve might have faltered in facing them alone. The Sword Sect elder suddenly turned, sensing another presence. How intriguing! Apart from the Sword and Dao sects, who else would dare approach the Tianyan Sect for accountability? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Sword Sect elder's expression shifted. It was none other than the Celestial Lady of the Clouds. The visitor was indeed the Celestial Lady, Liu Qingqing. However, she did not come to seek accountability but to ascertain what had transpired within the Tianyan Sect that compelled it to absorb the vitality of the world so voraciously. Having encountered the two elders, the Celestial Lady nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor strikingly calm. The Sword Sect elder and the Dao Sect elder exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. The Celestial Lady's demeanor irked them both. Although she too was at the tribulation stage, her apparent equality with them was disconcerting. The Sword Sect elder retracted his consciousness, astonished as he regarded Celestial Lady Liu Qingqing. "Fellow Taoist, have you truly reached the pinnacle of your realm?" "What?" The Dao Sect elder was taken aback. "Liu Qingqing has attained the peak of the tribulation stage, as the vitality of the heavens and earth gradually dwindles, making advancement exceedingly difficult. How has her cultivation surged so remarkably?" The Dao Sect elder was perplexed. Meanwhile, Celestial Lady Liu Qingqing merely stated, "I have made progress due to a resonance of the heart." A most intriguing notion of resonance. The Sword Sect elder's lips twitched. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice, not forgetting the purpose of his visit, and directed his gaze toward the morning celestial hall, his voice resonating with authority. Lu Xiaoyao, do not feign ignorance within. Within the entirety of the Tianyan Sect, who else could possibly stir such a commotion besides you? Do not feign ignorance. Emerge promptly and provide an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Yet, the Chaoxian Palace remained silent, with no response from anyone. The ancestors of the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect could not help but darken their expressions. Suddenly, the ethereal maiden of the clouds, Liu Qingqing, let out a soft chuckle. The ancestor of the Sword Sect furrowed his brow and turned to her, inquiring about the reason for her laughter. Do you know to whom this place belongs? She asked, casting a glance at the Sword Sect's ancestor with a calm smile. Of course I know. Is it not the abode of that nefarious figure, Wuji? The Sword Sect ancestor replied, his brow still tightly knitted. What is the meaning of this question, knowing full well? If you are aware, why speak so grandly? Am I speaking grandly? The Sword Sect ancestor retorted, his eyes wide. This Chaoxian Palace is fortified by formations set by Wuji. If you wish to force your way in, it shall be quite difficult, Liu Qingqing stated. Preposterous. The Sword Sect ancestor scoffed at her words. What if it is a formation set by Wuji? When he established it, we were of the same realm. Is it conceivable that I cannot breach it? At this point, the Sword Sect ancestor seemed incited by Liu Qingqing's utterance, his fingers coming together. Sword arise. A streak of white light surged forth, slicing through the air towards Chaoxian Palace. It is merely a formation. How dare it compel my retreat? Even if Wuji were present, I would not yield. The Sword Sect ancestor stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Chapter 139. It has only just begun. Half a stick of incense later, the Sword Sect ancestor stood outside the Chaoxian Palace, panting heavily, yet the palace remained unmoved. He could feel two piercing gazes upon him from behind, inducing a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. He longed to sink into the ground. Previously, he had boasted with great confidence, but now he was reduced to breathlessness. To have made such grand claims only to be met with stark reality. His face flushed a deep crimson. Cough. He cleared his throat, awkwardly stating, the formation set by that nefarious Wuji is indeed formidable. Yet behind him, no one responded, intensifying his embarrassment. Cough. Another forced cough escaped him, as the Sword Sect ancestor, struggling to maintain his composure, added, grant me another half a stick of incense's time, and I shall surely break it. Suddenly, the golden barrier of the Chaoxian Palace vanished. The Sword Sect ancestor was taken aback. Why has the formation's barrier suddenly disappeared? Could it be? Ha! He erupted into laughter. I see now. Under my vigorous assault, the formation appeared steadfast, yet it was on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, why would it suddenly dissipate? Turning to Liu Qingqing and the ancestor of the Dao Sect, he felt a surge of relief. His face had been saved. However, the Dao Sect ancestor and Liu Qingqing paid him no mind, but instead gazed behind him. The Sword Sect ancestor, puzzled, turned to follow their gaze. 3 esteemed ones. The Celestial Sovereign requests your presence. Dressed in flowing white robes, the enigmatic Qingqing appeared outside the Hall of Celestial Ascendants, standing with hands clasped behind his back. A faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed the 3 visitors. The Celestial Sovereign has summoned you. The first thought that crossed the mind of the Sword Sect's elder was whether the venerable Liu Xiaoyao from the Tianyan Sect had attained the status of a celestial. The Dao Sect elder shared the same contemplation, while the ethereal fairy, Liu Qingqing, narrowed her gaze slightly. She had visited the Tianyan Sect numerous times, yet had never encountered a figure such as the one before her. Inside the Hall of Celestial Ascendants, Qingqing led the trio, their faces marred by confusion. Into the chamber. Upon catching sight of the white-haired figure, the Sword Sect elder's countenance shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, in no. Wuji. The Dao Sect elder instinctively took a step back, clearly contemplating a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, the fairy Liu Qingqing stood frozen in place, gazing vacantly at the tall figure, one she had longed to see, with a face so cold and distant. Wuji turned his gaze slightly towards the 3, the energy emanating from him continuing to ripple outward. At that moment, the 2 elders from the Dao and Sword Sects were drenched in cold sweat. A century had passed, and in their eyes, Wuji had perished on the path of immortality. Yet now, had he truly returned from the dead? Or had he emerged from the void of chaos? Both possibilities seemed utterly implausible. No, it is merely a fragment of will. The Sword Sect elder quickly discerned the anomaly. Even if it is just a will, you cannot contend with it. The Dao Sect elder muttered. Upon hearing this, the Sword Sect elder's lips twitched. Facts are facts. Yet why must you articulate them? The ethereal fairy, Liu Qingqing, locked eyes with Wu Ji's essence, unwilling to divert her gaze. However, Wu Ji merely exchanged a fleeting glance with her before shifting his attention to the two elders. Instantly, the pressure upon them intensified. Setting aside their previous grievances, they had come to confront him, particularly the Sword Sect elder, who thought to himself, "It is merely a formation. How dare you command me to retreat? Even in Wu Ji's presence, I shall not yield." The Sword Sect elder recalled his earlier words, his face heating with embarrassment, while anxiously wondering if Wu Ji's had overheard. Surely, it must have. "Gentlemen," Wu Ji took a step closer to the two. "Oh, it is a pleasure to meet the Celestial Sovereign." The two elders instinctively retreated a step, awkward smiles plastered on their faces. The pressure is mounting. The pressure is mounting. The Black Crow, Xinya, observed this scene with uncontainable excitement. It relished the sight of the Celestial Sovereign exerting immense pressure upon others, particularly the expressions etched upon their faces, which were truly a spectacle to behold. "The Celestial Sovereign?" Wu Ji inquired with a calm tone. "Have you truly set aside past grievances?" "Lamentably, there are no grievances to speak of," the Sword Sect elder replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "There was merely a misunderstanding. The Celestial Sovereign has traversed the chaos for the 5 domains, seeking a sliver of hope. Such selfless love is truly commendable, deserving of the title of the rightful leader of the righteous path." Beside him, Qingqing could not help but roll her eyes at the words spoken. She mused that the elder of the Sword Sect had indeed become quite cunning with age, deftly weaving falsehoods to preserve his own life, fabricating tales with effortless ease. At that moment, the ethereal fairy, Cold Moon of the Cloud Realm, spoke up. Her beautiful eyes gazed intently at the essence of Wu Ji, tinged with a trace of concern. "How are you faring now?" she inquired, referring to Wu Ji's true self rather than the current manifestation of his will. Wu Ji's essence regarded her calmly and replied, "I am hindered at every turn." Upon hearing this, Cold Moon's heart quivered. "Yet I shall not cease," Wu Ji declared, taking a step forward and instantly finding himself amidst the sea of clouds. The energy beneath his feet surged with increasing intensity, and the winds and waves grew ever more tumultuous. He slowly closed his eyes, his white hair dancing in the breeze. After a moment, a light laugh escaped his lips. The path to immortality has only just begun. With a heart filled with yearning, what fear is there in the face of adversity? Let us commence. On the pitch-black earth, a towering giant suddenly rose. It extended its massive hand, relentlessly tearing apart the rift in the sky, expanding it until the chaotic torrents of destiny surged madly into this realm. "Humanity, boundless is your strength," the giant bellowed, echoing the indomitable roars of countless beings defying fate. As the chaos began to encroach through the rift, darkness engulfed the entire firmament, threatening to erase this realm from existence. Chain, the Celestial Sovereign of the azure sky, formed an intricate seal with both hands and commanded with a resounding voice. His entire being radiated a blinding brilliance before transforming into an endless iron chain that pierced through the heavens to the realms below. Lifeless, the chain bore witness to the Celestial Sovereign's essence dissipating entirely within this realm. The towering giant looked up, gazing into the endless abyss beyond, where a glimmer of light flickered within its dark eye sockets. That light signified the location of Wu Ji's true self amidst the chaos. Then, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The giant grasped the iron chain, pulling the realms below, resolutely stepping forth from this world. In the boundless darkness, the giant clung tightly to the chain, traversing the chaos. Though it was being eroded by the tumult, a brilliant light shone in its eyes. This time, they had a purpose, no longer wandering aimlessly through the chaos. It believed that the spark of the spirit realm would never extinguish. The torrents of destiny may be difficult to withstand, yet the heart still possesses the courage to move forward. Chapter 140. The rise and fall of an era. At this moment, all beings across the 5 domains could witness the colossal chains spanning the heavens, simultaneously feeling the tremors resonating through the air. The very fabric of the universe quaked. In the eastern wilderness demon domain, the demon lord was confronted. "What are you doing? Why are you senselessly slaughtering your kin?" Within the clan's territory, rivers of blood flowed. The Blood Lotus demon lord, adorned in a robe as red as blood, walked through the mound of corpses, a look of delight gracing his face. Surrounded by 2 agitated and furious demon guardians, he was met with a sharp inquiry. "Demon Sovereign, what on earth are you doing?" Just moments before, these guardians had returned to their clan to witness a horrific scene. The ground was littered with corpses, the bodies of their kin piled high, blood pooling like a river. Initially, they assumed their clan had been attacked by an outside force. Yet, to their astonishment, it was their own demon sovereign who was slaughtering their people. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of explosions echoed as a group of demon youths, no older than their teenage years, were engulfed in a crimson mist as they attempted to flee. Stop! The Guardians, their eyes wide with rage, charged towards the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign. How could the Sovereign show such ruthlessness, not sparing even the children? Was the Demon Sovereign intent on annihilating their entire race? The Guardians advanced ferociously, only to be swiftly subdued by the overwhelming presence of the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign, who seized one by the throat. "You wish for me to cease?" he inquired with a mocking smile, hoisting the Guardian high. "Sovereign, why have you descended into such madness?" The Guardian's face reddened with despair. "Sovereign," another Guardian bellowed, "we are of the same kin. Why must we turn against one another?" "Kin?" The Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign chuckled softly. "Are we truly of the same blood?" In a sudden, brutal motion, he tore the Guardian in two, blood spraying across his pale visage. "Have you forgotten?" He turned his gaze towards the other Guardian, his bloodied face appearing even more ghastly and morbid. "I am merely the offspring of human and demon, a being caught between worlds. What kinship do I possess?" Upon hearing this, the other Guardian's face drained of color. He stepped back, staring at the blood-soaked Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign, his pupils constricting violently. "Even so, why do you slay us? We have all served you faithfully. You are our sovereign, our leader." In response, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign lowered his head, his cascading long hair obscuring his expression, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Haraha!" He was laughing. "In this world, anyone can perish. You are no exception, nor am I. The law of nature prevails. The strong devour the weak. Of course, had the 5 domains not been on the brink of destruction, I would not resort to such actions. Yet, it is precisely this calamity that compels me. I require your assistance to ascend the path of blood." At this juncture, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open. A chilling ferocity emanating from his gaze, more ferocious than that of a wolf. To refine the entire eastern wilderness demon domain. Into the abyss. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered in the darkness. Moments later, a figure surged forth from the unfathomable depths, with 2 horns atop his head and a commanding stature. This was none other than the Demon Sovereign of Inquiry. He had not perished in the celestial realm above. Rather, he had returned to the 5 domains. Upon his initial encounter with the towering long-armed giant, he beheld the devastating sight of the leaders of Wangu Cave being obliterated by a single punch. Even the formidable Wujixian, who inspired dread in his eyes, was sent flying with ease. The might of this long-armed giant transcended all comprehension. Thus, he fled, fully aware that Wujixian would not fall easily. Yet, he lacked the prowess and capabilities of Wujixian. Should he attract the attention of the giant, his fate would undoubtedly mirror that of the leaders of Wangu Cave. Therefore, he opted for retreat, choosing to observe from a distance. Later, concealed in a hidden place, he listened intently to the words of the long-armed giant and witnessed Wujixian step into the boundless chaos. After absorbing the giant's revelations, he watched as Wujixian ventured into the endless void. While he hesitated, deep down, he understood that if he recklessly plunged into the chaos, only death awaited him. Yet, he was torn. If he withdrew, the hope of reviving Qing'er would vanish forever. Amidst his turmoil, the secrets divulged by the giant ignited a spark of excitement within him. Reviving Qing'er was still a possibility, and someone was willing to take that step on his behalf. Thus, he awaited his moment in the abyss. At last, the time had come. "Qing'er, wait for me." As the Demon Sovereign raised his gaze to the heavens, a fierce determination shone in his eyes. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. In the west, at the Dragon Clan's hidden mountain, Liu Qingqing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, surveying the trembling sky and quaking earth. The surrounding flora had withered, as if drained of vitality, yet Liu Qingqing had no time to concern herself with such matters. Let the turmoil of the central domain wreak havoc across the 5 domains. This moment was paramount. This day had finally arrived. She murmured, her gaze growing solemn. The rise and fall of the Dragon Clan, the fate of the 5 domains, it all hinged on this very day. Would humanity prevail over destiny? Or would destiny triumph over humanity? The world would soon bear witness. In the north, a once ferocious land now stood in silence, halting its struggles. In the south, a place distant from conflict, prayers echoed in quietude. Over the past century since the news spread, many had succumbed to madness, despair, and blame. Yet, others cherished the present, refusing to squander their time. And now, they trembled with anxiety, awaiting the outcome. In the central domain, outside the hall of celestial ascendants of the Tianyan Sect, Wujixian stood with hands clasped, gazing up at the azure sky. The energy beneath his feet had stabilized, and the two exquisite butterflies perched upon his shoulders. Not far away, a throng of onlookers lifted their heads in anticipation, their numbers swelling as they gathered to witness the imminent moment. They were both unfortunate and perhaps fortunate, for this marked either the dawn of a new era or the twilight of an old one. No one knew, no one could ascertain. In this moment, disputes, grievances, and deceit held no significance. The beings of the 5 domains collectively awaited the outcome, with many eyes drawn to a solitary figure suspended in midair, Liu Qingqing. They pondered, they speculated. At this very moment, what thoughts occupy the mind of the most formidable sovereign in history, the foremost figure of the 5 domains? Does he, like the others, harbor feelings of trepidation? Does he, akin to them, experience a sense of foreboding regarding the future? Alas, they are all destined to perceive nothing and to conjecture nothing. For those profound eyes remain perpetually tranquil, and that impassive visage reveals not a flicker of emotion, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. Chapter 141. The Bone Passage at long last. It has arrived. Within the boundless chaos, the towering giant appears remarkably diminutive, akin to a speck of dust. This includes the realm tethered behind him by chains. Yet, upon closer inspection, both are grand beyond measure. Has he come to a halt? The giant's voice rumbled softly as he gradually bent down, his visage, eroded by chaos to reveal white bone, drew nearer to a floating humanoid ice block. Within this ice block, a lifelike countenance resided, as though it might emerge from the ice at any moment. Ultimate nothingness, the giant murmured softly, his tone imbued with a hint of lamentation. Although he had utilized ultimate nothingness, deep within, he still wished to witness its success rather than its demise in this chaos. Thud! Amidst the silence, he suddenly discerned a faint heartbeat. The giant paused, his gaze igniting with brilliance as he fixed his eyes intently upon the humanoid ice block. You are still alive? No. It was more akin to a living corpse. The giant shook his head once more, sighing. You have been entirely eroded by the forces of chaos. Your vitality extinguished to an irretrievable extent. Even with the formidable physique of a celestial king, without a surge of immense life force, awakening is impossible. At this juncture, the giant slowly raised his gaze to the distance, where darkness had given way to a resplendent galaxy. So close at hand, I must take that final step. Otherwise, I shall assist you. Though tinged with regret, your journey must conclude here. Ultimate nothingness. With these words, the giant's body, ravaged by the chaos, began to shed its decayed remnants, revealing vast expanses of white bone. Bone shall pave the way, the giant whispered, the last glimmer in his eyes gradually extinguishing. The 5 domains. An unexpected upheaval transpired as the heavens were once more pierced. A colossal bone passage descended from the firmament to the earth, a single bone surpassing even the mightiest of mountains. The spectacle was utterly awe-inspiring. Following this, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the 5 domains. Future generations, my journey concludes here. Yet, yours has not been severed. Go forth. Unveil the dawn of a new era along the bone passage. The denizens of the 5 domains stood in shock. Witnessing this extraordinary sight and absorbing these words, an inexplicable sense of melancholy stirring within their hearts. In the Western Barbarian Demon Domain, followers, come with me. A black dragon soared into the sky, heading toward the bone passage, trailed by a multitude of dragons in its wake. Not limited to the dragon clan. Various races from the demon realm hastened towards the bone passage, a throng of beasts surging forth. In the 3 realms of humanity, the sound of breaking air resonated incessantly. Figures of cultivators, each displaying their unique abilities, exerted every ounce of strength to reach the bone passage, fearful of falling behind. Below them, the cities of mortals had descended into chaos. The air was filled with cries and wails that echoed through the heavens. People fled in a panic. The once bustling streets now overcrowded with frantic souls pushing and trampling one another, creating a scene of utter carnage. In this critical moment of life and death, the darker aspects of human nature were magnified infinitely. In such times, power held no value, only brute force mattered. The robust mortals callously shoved aside those in their way, even resorting to violence to carve a path, all in pursuit of reaching the bone passage more swiftly. A corpulent merchant attempted to clear his way with wealth, but was brutally shoved to the ground, trampled to death. Women, the elderly, children, none were spared in the collapse of order. Perhaps there were those who felt compassion, yet they were too preoccupied with their own survival. Those who resorted to any means necessary to preserve their lives were numerous. Were they wrong? Not at all. When confronted with the end, one can only think of oneself. The struggle for existence, the survival of the fittest, was vividly displayed in this moment. Before the vast expanse of the bone passage stood a figure with white hair, the embodiment of the infinite will. Among the 5 realms, he was the first to arrive. As always, the strong arrived first, with bones laid beneath their feet. The infinite reached out, caressing the bones before him, truly a monumental act. He withdrew his hand and stood with arms clasped behind his back. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of figures descended from the sky, ancestors from various sections. The ancestors of the 3 sects stood foremost, accompanied by their hopeful descendants, including the saintess of the Tianyan Sect, Liu Qingqing. Could they truly withstand the chaos from beyond the realm? The ancestor of the Dao sect furrowed his brow, expressing some skepticism. Indeed, an elder from the northern domain arrived, initially failing to notice the infinite will, instead gazing at the opening of the bone passage. One must not underestimate the chaos. Even that demon, the infinite, had perished. Cough, cough. The elder from the northern domain was interrupted mid-sentence, slightly frowning but not dwelling on it, continuing, surely everyone is aware that even that wretched demon, the infinite, met his end amidst the chaos. This bone passage. Cough, cough. Another cough interrupted him. The elder from the northern domain, repeatedly interrupted, glared at the one coughing. What on earth are you coughing about? Are you going to choke on your own spit? As his words fell, his peripheral vision finally caught sight of the white-haired figure at the forefront, and his expression transformed dramatically. The reactions of those around him were equally vivid. Some stifled laughter, others shook their heads. Wug? The elder from the northern domain stammered, his lips quivering uncontrollably. No wonder so many people were clustered together, unwilling to advance. At the outset, everyone was in a fierce pursuit, soaring faster than the rest. However, upon arrival, they found themselves stagnant. Initially, he presumed that the crowd was concerned about the reliability of the bone passage. Little did he realize that a formidable deity stood at the forefront, audaciously criticizing the very one he was addressing. Was he not, in essence, illuminating his own path to the king of hell, inscribing his name in the book of life and death? Yet, he had not anticipated the appearance of Wuji here. Wasn't Wuji supposed to be deceased? Ah, esteemed immortal, please allow me to explain. The elder from the northern domain chuckled awkwardly, but just as he began to clarify, he witnessed Wuji stride boldly into the bone passage, seemingly unperturbed by his presence. Witnessing this, the elder from the northern domain exhaled in relief. His eyes, devoid of anger from being disregarded, filled instead with the gratitude of having survived. Friends, do not dawdle. Regardless of whether this bone passage can withstand the chaos beyond, we have no other choice but to advance, proclaimed the celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing. With that, she too entered the bone passage. Hearing her words, the crowd exchanged glances. The celestial maiden spoke wisely. They had no alternatives left, only the path forward in search of a glimmer of hope. Let us proceed, urged the elder Liu Xiaoyao, accompanied by the saintess Liu Qingqing. As they ventured into the chaos, no one dared to rush ahead, for Wuji's presence loomed large. They understood that both elder Liu Xiaoyao and celestial maiden Liu Qingqing shared profound ties with Wuji. Moreover, one of Wuji's disciples was among them, which deterred any reckless advance. Surely, at such a critical juncture, they would not risk their fortunes based on their fleeting connections with the immortal. Having lived this long, none were fools. Chapter 142. United strength can break gold. A torrent of people flowed through the bone passage into the boundless darkness. They reached the boundary. Surprisingly, this vast bone passage indeed managed to fend off the chaos from beyond. Yet, the scene inside the passage was rather peculiar. The expansive bone passage was filled with bustling heads, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, a dense throng lingered at the rear, hesitating to quicken their pace solely due to the presence of a figure with white hair, Wuji's will. Even the celestial maiden Liu Qingqing, who had entered before anyone else, kept a distance of several meters from Wuji's will. When Wuji paused, they halted. When he moved, they followed. It appeared both absurd and comical. What could this devil be doing? Strolling aimlessly or searching for something? Who could say? Damn it, if I could contend with him. My impatience would have led me to silence him long ago, one voice among the crowd lamented. I wish we could, but alas, we can only wish, came the reply. In the throng, two individuals exchanged thoughts, attempting to vent their pent-up fury. Suddenly, Wuji came to a halt once more, and the crowd followed suit. The powerful figures at the forefront scrutinized Wuji's movements, their eyes betraying confusion. What exactly was Wuji intending to do? As the crowd gazed in astonishment, the will of Wuji struck a certain point in the bone passage with a mighty punch. Boom. The entire bone passage trembled instantaneously. Immortal Lord, what are you doing? The onlookers exclaimed in horror. The bone passage was their sole hope for survival, yet Wuji's was assaulting it. Did he desire to bury them all? Only a few ancestors in the tribulation stage displayed contemplation. They understood that the white-haired figure before them was not the true essence of Wujis, but merely a fragment of his will. The true body of Wujis remained in the chaos. Observing the actions of this will, could it be that he was searching for his true self to resurrect it? Should they intervene? The ancestors of the Dao Sect and the Sword Sect exchanged glances. Wujis' actions endangered everyone. Should they rise against him? Perhaps they would garner the support of the masses. Moreover, this was merely the will of Wujis, not his true form. The odds seemed favorable. Boom. The will of Wujis continued to strike the bone passage. It appeared he had located the position of his true self, and his assaults grew increasingly decisive. Immortal Lord, please cease at once. If a breach occurs in the bone passage, the chaotic energies from beyond may surge forth, leaving no one alive. Someone shouted in desperation. Yet, the will of Wujis remained silent, relentlessly delivering blows. Thud, thud. Each reverberation struck at the hearts of the crowd, as the shadow of death loomed closer. Madman, the Sword Sect ancestor cursed under his breath, turning to the Dao Sect ancestor, gritting his teeth as he communicated telepathically. If we do not act now, when shall we? Hearing this, the Dao Sect ancestor hesitated. If they rose against Wujis and the others refused to assist, their fate would be dire. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. Let us go, he declared resolutely. Seeing the determination in the Dao Sect ancestor's gaze invigorated the Sword Sect ancestor. Yes, we shall go together, he affirmed. Ho! The Sword Sect ancestor bellowed, stepping forward. Wujis, you fiend. At this juncture, you still seek to bring calamity upon us all. Today, I shall wield my 3-foot azure blade to slay you. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. However, the Sword Sect ancestor failed to notice that he stood alone, posturing heroically in his declaration. Everyone, lend me your strength. United, we can sever the villainous Wujis. With that, he brought his fingers together, signifying his resolve, and unleashed a sword energy towards Wujis, then turned to face the crowd. But upon doing so, he was struck dumb. The once furious expressions of the crowd had all bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Even the Dao Sect ancestor, who had initially agreed to stand with him, now appeared indifferent, as if the matter did not concern him. You all? The Sword Sect ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief as he retreated repeatedly. Why? At such a critical moment, did the crowd remain unmoved? Had he underestimated their fear of Wujis? Are you eager to meet your demise? A chilling voice resonated from behind. The elder of the Sword Sect felt his breath catch, cold sweat saturating his back. The thud of the skeletal passage continued to tremble. The once restless hearts of the onlookers, witnessing this scene, were doused like flames with a splash of cold water, extinguishing their agitation. They beheld the will of Wujia grasping the near-lifeless elder, relentlessly striking him against a certain point of the skeletal passage, blood spilling profusely. With a crack, a fissure finally appeared. Anxiety gripped their throats as they contemplated what might transpire next. Fortunately, Wujia's will came to a halt. With a thud, the half-dead elder was cast to the ground. Subsequently, Wujia's will penetrated the newly formed crack, extending a hand outward, only to retract it moments later. Indeed, it could not breach the barrier. Wujia's will lowered its gaze, observing the severed arm that had vanished, murmuring softly. The cold winds from beyond began to seep into the skeletal passage, yet thankfully the surrounding chaos had not yet encroached. The crowd stood in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a brief moment, 2 butterflies materialized within the palm of Wujia's other hand, one green and the other red, a sight of exquisite beauty. Then, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Wujia's will stepped into the chaos without hesitation, accompanied by the 2 butterflies. No way, master! Cries of alarm erupted. Some expressed concern, yet the greater sentiment was one of exhilaration. Everyone, let us go? If he seeks death, let him. We must not concern ourselves with that demon Wujia. Move, move, move. As Wujia's will departed, the crowd surged forward like untethered horses, desperately pushing ahead. The scene became chaotic. No one wished to linger. A cold snort pierced through the air, an imposing aura emanating forth. The elder of the Dao Sect turned to the crowd, narrowing his eyes. Do not think that with Wujia gone, you may act with impunity. If you wish to pass, let strength speak. Upon hearing this, the individuals at the rear regained their composure. When the tiger is away, the monkeys claim supremacy, one muttered in disdain. Let us proceed. Elder Liu Xiaoyao sighed, shaking his head, then took the hand of the saintess Liu Qingqing as they moved forward. Along the way, he cast a glance at the darkness beyond the fissure. Not a whisper stirred. Wujia's will had vanished as if sunk into the depths of the sea. Elder Liu, the saintess Liu Qingqing also gazed at the darkness outside the passage, her worry for her master still palpable even at this juncture. This is beyond our intervention. We must heed fate, or perhaps place our faith in your master. Chapter 143. Invasion in the realm of eternal green. In the far east, figures descended from the heavens, scrutinizing the skeletal passage that penetrated from the outside world. Each presence exuded formidable power, including those of the great ascension and tribulation stages, all of whom were formidable entities within the eternal green realm. Is this a skeletal passage? One tribulation stage cultivator squinted. Clearly, the newcomers bore ill intentions. If practitioners from other realms were to visit, how could they traverse the chaos through a skeletal passage? Another voice interjected. What do you mean by this? Could it be that someone intends to invade our evergreen realm? It is quite possible. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze sharpened. To cross the chaos undoubtedly indicates an entity not to be trifled with. It appears that significant events are on the horizon for the immortal realm. Ancestor Baiyun, what do you suggest we do? Someone turned to an elder and inquired. This elder is the most formidable being in the evergreen realm, having perfected the tribulation phase. Ancestor Baiyun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before replying solemnly. The celestial realm has decreed that no realm shall traverse without permission. The arrival through the skeletal passage is evidently not sanctioned by the celestial realm. This matter bears immense significance. I must communicate with my predecessors in the celestial realm. At these words, everyone nodded and clasped their hands in respect. We trouble you, ancestor. We trouble you, ancestor. Although the immortal realm possesses numerous factions, only a few hold sway in the celestial realm. Those sects whose ancestors ascended to the celestial realm have established roots and maintained contact with the lower realms. You are all too kind. Ancestor Baiyun waved his hand, reminding them that they all reside in the evergreen realm, and should calamity strike, they ought to unite in their struggle. The ancestor speaks with great righteousness. The ancestor speaks with great righteousness. The crowd enthusiastically echoed. Just as Ancestor Baiyun prepared to return to his sect to reach out to the celestial realm, a sound emanated from the skeletal passage. It was the sound of footsteps. No, many footsteps. And they appeared to be in a great haste. The evergreen realm practitioners outside the skeletal passage fixed their eyes intently on the exit. A tall figure was the first to emerge. Qing'er, I have finally succeeded. The demon lord Wenyang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he could not help but roar. An exceptionally powerful aura swept across the heavens and earth, leaving the evergreen realm practitioners astounded. This person's aura is even more formidable than Ancestor Baiyun. No, it far exceeds it by several folds. Following him, another figure burst forth. Is this the essence of freedom? Such a rich spiritual energy. The newcomer, clad in a crimson robe with his collar partially open, had long black hair cascading to his waist, exuding an otherworldly beauty. This person was none other than the demon Lord Honglian. He closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, and laughed heartily, this time. I am like a dragon entering the sea. Who can obstruct my path to ascension? At this moment, the demon Lord Honglian had also entered the tribulation of immortality, and he was at the second level. The practitioners of the evergreen realm felt the intensity of these two auras, their expressions shifting wildly as they could not help but step back. Soon after, another figure appeared. She was clad in a black and gold battle robe, standing with her hands clasped behind her, her cold gaze sweeping across the realm. This place is quite remarkable. It is suitable for the dragon clan to inhabit. This person was Liu Qingqing, and her first words reflected a strong sense of aggression, showing little regard for the practitioners of the evergreen realm. Likewise, she had entered the tribulation of immortality at the first level. Finally, a series of figures emerged from the skeletal passage, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Yet, without exception, they all exhibited an intense yearning for this realm. These individuals, could they be the malevolent beings of the great freedom heaven? The gaze of the venerable Baiyun shifted subtly. He had once heard from predecessors who ascended to the celestial realm that there are 5 domains in the immortal world, each governed by 2 heavens. Each grand domain is vast and boundless, while the heavens looming above the 5 domains are represented by 2 entities. The first is the celestial court, standing tall through endless ages, overseeing the myriad heavens. The second is the great freedom heaven, which has suddenly risen, exerting pressure on the 5 domains, directly challenging the celestial court. The inhabitants of the great freedom heaven are referred to as the malevolent outsiders, for they are invaders. None among them are beings of the immortal realm. All have emerged from the lands of exile and near extinction. The celestial court governs the heavens, while the great freedom heaven plunders them. Since the appearance of the great freedom heaven in the immortal realm, the lower realms have frequently been disturbed by these malevolent beings. Some have embraced the path of slaughter, decimating entire realms. Others have followed the path of blood, conducting blood sacrifices on a grand scale. This cannot stand. These individuals are beyond our capacity to confront, and we must return to our sect immediately to contact the elders of the upper realm. The expression of Baiyun shifted dramatically, and after a moment's resolve, he soared into the sky, departing from this place. Baiyun. The cultivators of the evergreen realm gasped in astonishment. The mightiest among them, Baiyun, had abandoned them and fled? As more figures surged forth from the skeletal passage, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The two factions exchanged glances, each harboring hostility. At this juncture, the elder of the Dao sect stepped forward, addressing the cultivators of the evergreen realm, eager to speak. He understood that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although there seemed to be no particularly formidable presence among those gathered, this was ultimately someone else's territory. It would be best if they could coexist peacefully. We should depart. Suddenly, a tribulation stage cultivator from the evergreen realm shouted fiercely, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The other cultivators of the evergreen realm swiftly followed suit, each hastily fleeing the scene. Observing this, the elder of the Dao sect felt his forced smile freeze in place. Alas, Elder Liu Xiaoyao shook his head, sighing. It seems that a great battle is unavoidable. The elder of the Dao sect furrowed his brow. We are not fully aware of the circumstances in this realm. We may suffer losses. There is no alternative. Elder Liu Xiaoyao spoke solemnly. These individuals harbor great hostility towards us. Peaceful coexistence is unlikely. If war is to come, let it be. What is there to fear? Nature selects the fittest, and survival is for the strong. Liu Qingqing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her tone cold. Just right. The Red Lotus Demon Lord revealed a smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have been troubled by the difficulty of advancing along the path of blood. If they seek their own demise, it is all the better. It must be so. Elder Liu Xiaoyao nodded, then turned to the Red Lotus Demon Lord and Liu Qingqing, saying, in light of the current situation, we must all cast aside past grievances and strive to survive together. Otherwise, we shall be unable to support ourselves. I concur, the elder of the Dao sect replied solemnly. The words of Ancestor Liu are indeed reasonable. I concur. So do we. Voices echoed in agreement. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao turned his gaze towards Liu Qingqing. The clan leader has no objections. Liu Qingqing nodded slightly, her expression calm. Subsequently, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao looked towards the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. And what is your esteemed opinion? I too have no objections. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign shrugged. Seeing that both had acquiesced, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. As for the most formidable among them, the whinnying Demon Sovereign, he had long since vanished, whereabouts unknown. At that moment, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao turned back, puzzled. Where are the members of the demon clan? Behind them, the expanse was already crowded with figures, comprising both the beast clan and the human clan. Yet, conspicuously absent were the figures of the demon clan. I have eradicated them all. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign smiled slightly, his tone casual. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Another madman. All eradicated? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao was taken aback. Chapter 144. Fearless within the chaos. A lifelike humanoid ice sculpture floated towards the evergreen realm. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that this vivid figure was being drawn by a red butterfly. In the evergreen realm, the Far East. Esteemed guests, the Taoist sect ancestor addressed the assembly. Let us first seek a secluded place to deliberate. As the others nodded in agreement, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao suddenly furrowed his brow and declared, that will not do. At this, everyone turned their attention towards him. Remaining here would place us at a disadvantage, for the enemy lurks in the shadows while we are in plain sight, and we would surely suffer great losses. They are approaching. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao cast his gaze towards the bone passage. Before them, several young cultivators at the Void Realm emerged from the bone passage, bewildered as they were observed by the crowd. Whether from the Beast Clan or the Human Clan, we should not abandon them. For the bone passage paved by our predecessors is not solely for you and me, but for all of us. We must wait. Wait until there are no more who come, until everyone can survive. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. Ancestor Liu's righteousness. An elder of the integration realm felt a pang of emotion, bowing deeply to Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. He was the ancestor of a certain sect, and faced with such a great calamity, he found himself powerless to bring others along. He could only venture forth alone. Yet, even so, his journey through the bone passage had been arduous, as a young cultivator of the nascent soul realm had managed to forge ahead of him, simply due to their connections. After arriving in this realm, he felt joy in his heart, yet also concern for his disciples. He worried whether those disciples within his sect could traverse the bone passage to reach this realm. Ancestor Liu's righteousness. Another middle-aged cultivator bowed deeply to Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, his voice sincere. He was a loose cultivator, possessing early integration realm cultivation, and had exerted considerable effort to arrive here. Though he had no living relatives, his heart remained tethered to the village of his birth. If fate allowed, he wished for the mortals of that village to endure, to survive this ordeal. The venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao displayed noble virtue. One after another, individuals bowed deeply before Ancestor Liu. They too harbored deep concerns, yet were compelled to tread the perilous path of bones alone. Witnessing this, those who had contemplated voicing dissent fell silent, rendered speechless. The gazes directed at Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao were imbued with complexity, nostalgia, and profound emotion. Perhaps this was the true demeanor befitting the orthodox sect of the mystic path. The Taoist ancestor stroked his white beard, addressing the crowd. In light of this, I too lend my support. I stand in agreement, remarked the celestial maiden, Qingwei, her focus unwavering on the path of bones. She too yearned for a wait, yet not for anyone else, but for Nian Wangwang. She longed to witness Wuji emerge from the path of bones, even if his heart held no place for her. For her sole desire was to see him thrive. She accepted the transient nature of their connection, acutely aware that feelings are often unfulfilled, much like the relentless passage of time that eludes our grasp, regardless of our attachments. Her only lament was the timing of their encounter. Too late, too bitter. Had she met Nian Wangwang sooner, perhaps she could have more genuinely perceived the affection nestled within her heart. If only she had encountered him earlier, she might have been the one to bestow upon him that crimson silk headband. Perhaps, had she met him sooner, she would not have fallen for him. Half an hour later, a distinct crack echoed through the air. The crowd's gaze sharpened. They beheld minute fissures forming along the path of bones, which swiftly expanded. At last, the path collapsed, sending a tremor through every heart present. Even now, the last to emerge were cultivators, with no mortals in sight. The common folk remained trapped in that realm. Nature's ruthless selection prevailed. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao sighed, his expression somber. His lament was not solely for the mortals, but also for the white-haired figure, the immortal Wuji Nian Wangwang. That white-haired immortal, with whom he had shared many moments, ultimately could not traverse the path of bones, remaining forever ensnared in chaos. Nature's ruthless selection, survival of the fittest, harsh yet undeniably real. The onlookers silently beheld the collapse of the path, a sense of unease settling within them. Indeed, survival of the fittest held true. Yet, in the eyes of mightier beings, how did they differ from mere mortals? Perhaps, one day, they too would face elimination, cast aside like those common folk. Such is the sorrow of the rabbit's death and the fox's lament. Wang. Qingyue's fingers clenched tightly, her eyes misting at that moment, rendering her vision unclear. A deep breath escaped the Red Lotus Demon Lord, as a wave of relief washed over him. The weighty burden that had loomed over him had finally lifted. The reason for his prior reluctance to see Wuji perish was now evident. However, it is a reluctance to witness the towering mountains of oppression looming over oneself, wishing to remain beneath the heights of others. Now, he is akin to a fish in the vast ocean, no longer constrained by these imposing peaks. Hence, at this moment, he does not desire to see Wujin emerge alive. Surely, Liu Ningbing harbors similar thoughts. The Red Lotus Demon Lord cast a glance at Liu Ningbing, fully aware that she had been the one truly burdened by the mountain that was Wujin for nearly a millennium. He understood her sentiments. Yet, to the Red Lotus Demon Lord's surprise, he discerned a flicker of an unusual expression on Liu Ningbing's typically impassive face. Was it sorrow? But it vanished as quickly as it appeared, returning to her usual indifference. Perhaps he had simply misjudged the situation. The Red Lotus Demon Lord shook his head in disbelief. No, where's that deceased crow? Suddenly recalling something, he extended his consciousness, sweeping across the gathered crowd in an instant. However, there was no trace of the dead crow. The Red Lotus Demon Lord's expression darkened momentarily. A streak of light traversed the sky. Has the immortal sovereign arrived in this realm? A hoarse voice infused with excitement echoed. The Xian crow, perched upon Qingqing's shoulder, unfurled its wings in a display of exhilaration, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Indeed, Qingqing nodded. I once nurtured the fortune immortal goo for the immortal sovereign. In this realm, I can sense its presence. Woohoo! The Xian crow emitted an excited cry. In this unfamiliar territory, devoid of the immortal sovereign as a stronghold, it had indeed felt a twinge of panic. But now, the immortal sovereign has arrived. It fears nothing anymore. The eternal life realm comprises 300 states, yet none harbor the demon race. Only the demon and human races coexist. Qingzhou Lanzong. Ancestor, what has transpired? Within the grand hall, a middle-aged man stood with arms clasped behind his back, brow furrowed as he gazed at the elder before him. This man was the leader of Lanzong, while the elder was none other than the esteemed Baiyun ancestor. Chapter 145. To die first as a mark of respect in the grand hall, Baiyun ancestor paced back and forth, his demeanor betraying a sense of anxiety. Ancestor, the leader of Lanzong called out once more. Baiyun ancestor halted, turning his gaze towards him, and solemnly declared, "The eternal life realm has been invaded." At these words, the leader of Lanzong was taken aback. The eternal life realm has been invaded? Could it be due to the bone passage? The leader inquired. He was aware of the bone passage, yet had refrained from investigating due to pressing matters within the sect. Witnessing the ancestor's hurried return, laden with worry, he found it perplexing. In his eyes, nothing in the eternal life realm could elicit such a response from the ancestor, for he was the foremost figure in the world. However, ever since the ancestor ventured into the bone passage to investigate, he had returned in this agitated state. Hence, he questioned whether it was indeed related to the bone passage. Yes, Baiyun ancestor replied gravely. And it is highly likely that it involves the foreign malevolent beings from the immortal realm. Foreign malevolent beings from the immortal realm? The leader of the Lan sect was taken aback. How could they possibly withstand someone from the celestial realm? The old man Baiyun furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of displeasure. In his flustered state, he hardly resembled a sect leader. The corners of the Lan sect leader's mouth twitched. Good heavens! Your demeanor just now was even more chaotic than mine, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Yet now you criticize my composure? Very well, you maintain your composure. When those individuals come knocking, do not lose your poise. The Lan sect leader silently scoffed, knowing he would never dare voice such thoughts. However, he had a plan. Alas, Baiyun shook his head with a sigh and began pacing back and forth, muttering incessantly. He wondered how long it would take for the message to reach the celestial realm and for the seniors to respond. The Lan sect leader remained silent. Baiyun continued his ramblings, expressing concern that if it was too late, the eternal green realm would face calamity. There was a woman in black robes, a man in red, and a bull-headed figure with horns, each radiating an increasingly powerful aura that even the old man found daunting. After some time, Baiyun noticed the Lan sect leader's uncharacteristic silence. Frowning, he questioned, "Why do you remain quiet? Speak." The Lan sect leader adjusted his attire, adopting a solemn demeanor as he replied, "When soldiers come, one must take up arms. When water flows, the earth must conceal it. To dwell solely in worry is to lose one's grace." Baiyun's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, "You little rascal. Are you insinuating that I am the one lacking composure?" "Not at all," the Lan sect leader quickly clarified. "I meant no such thing. You are merely being overly sensitive." He continued, shaking his head. "As a formidable elder, you must not allow yourself to be so easily provoked. It is unbecoming." Initially, Baiyun fell silent, but then erupted in wrath. "You little rascal, say that again. Do you believe I won't strike you dead with a single blow? That would be unbecoming." The Lan sect leader replied. Suddenly, a figure shot out of the hall like a meteor. Mid-air, the battered Lan sect leader gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing, "You old fool. You can't take a joke." Outside the mountain gate, the Lan sect leader struggled to steady himself, wiping the blood from his nose as he muttered, "That old man hits hard." Just then, a cough echoed. The Lan sect leader turned in surprise. Behind him stood various leaders of significant factions, all gazing at him with peculiar expressions. You all," he stammered, his swollen face giving him a somewhat comical appearance. An elder who had coughed earlier touched his nose and inquired, "What happened to your face?" Alarmed, the Lan sect leader quickly channeled his spiritual energy to heal his injuries, then laughed heartily. "Oh, I merely had a little mishap earlier." The crowd fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixed on the leader of the Lan sect with an expression that seemed to suggest they felt insulted. How could a distinguished master of the great ascension stage stumble outside his own mountain gate, emerging with a bruised visage? Coughing softly, the Lan sect leader appeared to recognize the implausibility of his own justification and deftly shifted the conversation. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "We have come to discuss the matter of the bone passage," one individual responded. Upon hearing this, the Lan sect leader's countenance brightened with understanding as he stepped aside, saying, "Ah, I see. Please, proceed." The assembly nodded in unison, tacitly agreeing to refrain from revisiting the topic of the leader's injuries. Indeed, Ancestor Baiyun stands as the mightiest among us, making him the most suitable leader. Otherwise, without a head, we risk becoming a scattered mass, easily vanquished one by one. This sentiment resonated with reason, and given the Lan sect's status as the foremost sect of the Xianmen, it was only fitting for them to take the lead. Ancestor Baiyun, what say you? In the Grand Hall, the rulers of various factions cast hopeful glances towards Ancestor Baiyun, who was inwardly tumultuous, gripping the armrest tightly. His expression darkening. What folly was this? They expected him to lead the disparate forces against the invaders? He understood all too well the adage about the bird that sticks its neck out getting shot. If he acted on this, he might find himself meeting his demise long before the elders of the celestial realm could intervene. This matter requires further discussion. Ancestor Baiyun finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. There can be no further deliberation. Ancestor Baiyun, one voice interjected. The stakes are too high. If we continue to remain inactive, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, even if we must wait for the celestial beings to arrive, we must prepare ourselves to avoid being caught unawares. We implore you, Ancestor Baiyun, to take charge and lead us against the external invaders. The leaders of various factions echoed in concert, seemingly intent on pushing Ancestor Baiyun into action. It was evident they were looking for someone to shoulder the burden amidst their collective despair. However, with the Lan sect being the premier orthodox sect of the Evergreen realm, and Ancestor Baiyun being the most formidable among them, it was not surprising that the factions sought his guidance. Just as Ancestor Baiyun was lost in contemplation, a flicker of response emanated from the communication token linked to the celestial realm. Elation surged within him as he cleared his throat to quiet the clamorous assembly. We have received news from the celestial realm. With that proclamation, he turned his palm over, revealing an ancient token. As he infused it with his spiritual energy, a spectral figure gradually materialized. Having wandered through the mortal realm, I sing the sorrow of the world. I am the wandering singer. What business do you have with me? Descendants? Chapter 146. The Old Hag, Malefactors of the Great Freedom Heaven? Upon listening to the venerable Baiyun Lao Zu's eloquent narration, a flicker of unease unmistakably crossed the gaze of the ethereal figure of the Pianchang Taoist. After a moment of silence, the Pianchang Taoist turned to Baiyun Lao Zu and spoke. Young Yunzi, this matter is of great significance. I must report it to the heavenly court. Given that the Pianchang Taoist occupies a venerable position as Baiyun Lao Zu's ancestral master, it is not surprising that he would address him as Young Yunzi. In response, Baiyun Lao Zu, with great respect, inquired, May I ask, Master, how long will it take? The Pianchang Taoist stroked his white beard and replied, This, I cannot ascertain. I must first inform the sect leader, who will then find a way to contact the celestial envoy of this realm, and from there, the envoy will report to the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped everyone present. The layers of reporting and approval seemed tedious. If they were to wait for the process to complete, it would be as if the moment had passed. Master, Baiyun Lao Zu said solemnly, the malevolent beings from beyond have already arrived in the Chongqing realm. If we merely wait, it is likely. I am aware, the Pianchang Taoist interjected. Nodding his ethereal head, he continued, however, the matter of the great freedom heaven is indeed of grave concern. This force, composed of countless fiends, instills terror throughout the celestial realm. Not even I, your master, would dare to provoke them lightly. Master, it may not necessarily be the malevolent practitioners of the great freedom heaven. This is merely my conjecture. Baiyun Lao Zu's eyes flickered momentarily, a brief moment that did not escape the keen observation of the Pianchang Taoist. With a grave tone, he advised, Young Yunzi, do not attempt to obfuscate matters with me. It is not that I am unwilling to assist the Chongqing realm. The terror of the great freedom heaven is beyond your comprehension. Upon hearing this, Baiyun Lao Zu fell into a contemplative silence, subsequently releasing a barely perceptible sigh. Indeed, relying on others may not yield the desired results. Perhaps those who cultivate immortality are inherently detached. Moreover, the Pianchang Taoist had ascended to the celestial realm for countless years. Even if his initial affection for the Chongqing realm was profound, it had surely diminished over time. Would he risk himself for the Chongqing realm? Baiyun Lao Zu, contemplating from the perspective of the Pianchang Taoist, realized he would likely not take such risks either. Sighing, the Pianchang Taoist observed Baiyun Lao Zu's silence and understood his thoughts. He sighed deeply. Young Yunzi, very well. I shall send someone to investigate whether it is indeed the malevolent practitioners of the great freedom heaven. This shall soon be revealed. If they truly are, you will have no choice but to await the heavenly court's emissaries. Upon hearing this, Baiyun Lao Zu immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. No need for thanks. The Pianchang Taoist waved his hand. The Chongqing realm is, after all, my homeland. In the Chongqing realm, there flows a river that traverses the world, known as the Tongxing River. The river's length is astonishing, seeming to stretch endlessly, and its width is equally remarkable. With no sight of the opposite bank, The waters surge relentlessly, tumultuous and roaring, producing a deafening cacophony. At this moment, a lifelike ice sculpture in the shape of a human floated upon the Tongxing River, carried along by the currents. 2 streaks of light dashed past. Suddenly, a streak of light came to a halt. Master, please look. A figure of an ice sculpture resembling a human floated on the surface of the river. A soft, melodious voice rang out. There, suspended in midair, was a young girl clad in blue, pointing at the water of the Tongxing River. Her large, sparkling eyes gleamed as if she had discovered a treasure. Upon hearing her words, the luminous streak paused as well. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, an enchanting visage, so beautiful that it could eclipse the heavens, emerged. Her hair was as white as snow, and a flowing black robe could not conceal her graceful figure. While a beauty mark beneath her eye accentuated the emotion in her gaze, which sparkled like autumn waters. Master, that seems to be a person, the girl in blue exclaimed. Indeed, it is a person, the woman in black nodded. How pitiable, frozen into an ice block, the girl in blue remarked with a hint of compassion. Turning to her master, she pleaded, Master, he looks so unfortunate. Shall we help him? The woman in black furrowed her brow and replied, Ling, our purpose in descending to this realm is to seek a certain object, not to interfere with the fate of this world. The blue-clad girl appeared puzzled. Master, we are merely saving a person. How could that relate to fate? The cycle of cause and effect is predetermined, the black-robed woman stated. Oh dear, the girl in blue said, her large eyes blinking innocently as she sweetly implored, Master, please, please. Seeing this, the black-robed woman sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. I truly cannot resist you. You are the best, Master. The girl beamed. Let us go and take a look. The woman in black said as she flew toward the ice figure. Upon reaching the surface of the river, she observed the ice sculpture and sensed something unusual, her eyes flashing with surprise. This person bore an aura of chaos, and it appeared that he had been corrupted by chaotic energy, transforming him into an ice figure. The blue-clad girl, taking note, gazed intently at the ice figure, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Master, he is quite handsome. The white-haired woman in black was taken aback. She had not anticipated her disciple to express such a sentiment after her lengthy explanation, realizing that her words had gone unheard. This ice figure was indeed Wuji. The girl in blue continued to stare at Wuji's face within the ice, murmuring, Master, let us hurry and save him. Very well. The woman replied fondly, shaking her head slightly. However, she added, it may be somewhat troublesome. If he is already dead, then melting this chaos-formed ice would be in vain. I shall first ascertain whether he still possesses life. Yes. The girl in blue nodded eagerly, her gaze filled with anticipation. Subsequently, the woman in black brought her fingers together, a halo of light appearing at her fingertips as she prepared to touch the ice figure. Just then, a streak of light was seen rushing toward their location from a distance. What is happening? How could it be that some arrived before us? From a distance, Qingqing spotted 2 women, and his brow furrowed. The raven, Tian, perched upon his shoulder, noticed the black-robed woman manifesting a radiant aura at her fingertips, seemingly poised to interfere with the icy figure of the immortal. Alarmed, Tian exclaimed, Halt! Withered-haired crone, do not lay a hand on my immortal master. The words echoed from afar, causing the white-haired, black-robed woman, who was about to act against the icy form, to freeze in her tracks. A glimmer of disbelief flashing in her eyes. A withered-haired crone? Is she truly a withered-haired crone? Wait, an immortal master? The black-robed woman's gaze shifted, doubt creeping into her mind. Could it be that she misheard? Was the white-haired man encased in ice indeed an immortal master? Chapter 147. The spirit-connecting elixir. What manner of being is an immortal master? Such an existence transcends countless celestial beings. How could they be reduced to this pitiful state by chaos? The black-robed woman's expression turned skeptical as she scrutinized the 2 figures she suspected to be the immortal master's subordinates. A crow in the late stages of tribulation, and a white-robed man at the pinnacle of tribulation. Could they truly be the immortal master's followers? Before long, Qingqing approached the pair. Upon getting a clear view of the white-haired woman's visage, a fleeting moment of astonishment crossed his eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. Halt! Withered-haired crone, keep your distance from my immortal master. Meanwhile, the raven Tian spread its wings, glaring fiercely at the black-robed woman. At these words, even the most temperate black-robed woman felt a twinge of irritation. Yet, before she could respond, the young girl in blue, hands on her hips, scolded the raven, saying, Impudent! You foolish crow dare to show disrespect to my master. Foolish crow? Tian was taken aback. It was the first time someone had scolded him in such a manner. The young girl in blue's reprimand was unexpectedly gentle. No, you are the crow. I am Tian, the raven. It retorted indignantly. You are a crow. The blue-clad maiden shot back, hands still on her hips, her eyes glaring defiantly. I am Tian. Crow. Raven. Crow. As this exchange unfolded, akin to children arguing, both Qingqing and the black-haired, white-robed woman exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Tian. Linger. Both spoke simultaneously, prompting the squabbling duo to fall silent, though their eyes remained locked, each refusing to concede. Are you in service to him? The black-robed woman inquired, directing her gaze toward Qingqing. Compared to the raven, this white-robed man appeared relatively composed. Yes, Qingqing nodded, before asking. May I inquire as to your identity? A passerby, the black-robed woman replied coolly. Then may I ask what you intended to do earlier? Qingqing narrowed his eyes, pressing for answers. This black-robed woman was not to be underestimated. He could not discern her cultivation level at all. Nothing of consequence. Since you have arrived, I shall not intervene any further. Farewell. With that, the black-robed woman ascended into the air. The girl in the blue attire was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze towards her master. Master, are we not going to rescue him? Rescue? Qingqing exchanged a glance with Tianyan. Just moments ago, the woman in the black robe and white hair intended to save the immortal sovereign. Could it be that they had misunderstood each other's intentions? Do not save him. After all, I am an old hag. They do not trust me. The woman in the black robe and white hair spoke in a calm tone. Her words evidently reflected her lingering resentment towards Tianyan's earlier insults, thus leading her to refrain from intervening. It is a matter of trust, Tianyan remarked abruptly. The white-haired, black-robed woman trembled slightly with anger. Bah! The girl in blue spat in Tianyan's direction, exclaiming, a dog bites El Dongbin, yet fails to recognize a good person. After saying this, the girl cast a lingering glance at the human-shaped ice block containing Wu Ji, then flew toward her master. Ultimately, her master took precedence. Although her master was indulgent towards her, she was well aware of the gravity of the situation, discerning when to act coy and when to hold back. Let us depart. Hom. The white-haired, black-robed woman glanced at the human-shaped ice block, then led the girl away into the distance. Once their figures faded from view, Qingqing finally relaxed his guard. His attention turned to the immobilized ice block. His brow furrowed. Where is the Hongyun immortal goo? I can clearly sense its presence nearby, yet I cannot see it. Are you asking me? Tianyan replied. Looking at him, Qingqing's lips twitched. He had not intended to inquire of her. Forget it. It is of no consequence for now. We must first evacuate the immortal sovereign from this place. In the immortal realm, within the northern desert immortal domain, at an inconspicuous Taoist temple, the elegant Tianyan Sect approached a door, holding a whisk. Knock, knock. Who is it? A voice called from within. Feng Xiaoyu. It is I, Tianyan Sect responded. Upon hearing this, the door opened. It was none other than the esteemed elder Tianyan. The person inside wore a slight smile. His long black hair cascading down to his waist, clad in a flowing white robe, with a face as radiant as jade, and deep, bottomless black eyes. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit, esteemed elder? He inquired slowly, a hint of mirth in his gaze, though the smile did not reach his eyes. Ahem. Tianyan Sect cleared his throat and began. It is as follows, Feng Xiaoyu. Today, a junior from the lower realms suddenly contacted me, saying there are disturbances occurring down there. However, at this point, Tianyan Sect's expression grew troubled. He had been preoccupied with pressing matters these past few days and could not spare the time to descend to the lower realm. Is it that esteemed elder wishes for me to go? The black-haired man addressed, as Feng Daoyu maintained his smile, inquiring further. May I ask if you are available? My young friend? Tianyan Sect nodded, smiling as he posed the question. Feng Daoyu pondered thoughtfully. Seeing this, Tianyan Sect turned his palm, revealing a radiant immortal pill within his hand, then smiled and said, Feng Xiaoyu, I kindly ask for your assistance. This elixir is no ordinary substance. It is a meridian elixir capable of enhancing the vitality and cultivation of celestial beings, even for the nascent true immortal known as the Wandering Chant. Parting with it is a painful endeavor, yet it is a necessity for the sake of the eternal green realm. Before his master passed away, he had instructed him to look after the eternal green realm and the disciples of the Tianyan Sect. His respect for his master compels him to comply. As for the young man before him, known as Feng, he is a formidable being at the pinnacle of celestial power, offering a meridian elixir in exchange for his assistance. It seems a fair trade. Furthermore, should the invading force threatening the eternal green realm truly be the nefarious practitioners of great freedom, this young man would surely meet his demise within its borders. Thus, It is tantamount to a life-saving bargain. Having cultivated to this point, he is reluctant to take such risks, especially given the recent surges in power of great freedom. The black-haired man, referred to as Fong, gazed at the meridian elixir in the palm of the wandering chant, his eyes flickering with a hint of suspicion. How unexpectedly generous of this old fellow. Could there be treachery afoot? His eyes narrowed slightly, fingers gently stroking behind his back. Noticing the black-haired man's seemingly indifferent demeanor, the wandering chant inwardly cursed him as a cunning fox. With a smile, he inquired, "What say you, young Fong? I am willing to assist my esteemed predecessor, but—" Before he could finish, the wandering chant revealed another meridian elixir in his palm, 2 in total. "It is settled." With a swift motion of his sleeve, the 2 meridian elixirs vanished from the wandering chant's hand. Observing this, the wandering chant couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Young Fong, you truly are a person of character." He laughed heartily. "In that case, I must request you to undertake this journey. Here is the passage token." As he turned his palm, a token leading to the eternal green realm appeared within his grasp. The pathways to the lower realms are controlled by the celestial court, and without a passage token, one would be obstructed. All cultivators ascending from the eternal green realm must obtain this token to traverse to the lower realms. However, possessing a passage token does not grant one the liberty to act without restraint in the lower realms. Every word and action remains subject to the oversight of the celestial court. Given the current turmoil in the eternal green realm, the wandering chant produced the transmission token as part of the charade. It would be unthinkable for him to declare, "The eternal green realm is possibly under invasion by great freedom, and the pathways may be compromised. I shall not fail my predecessor's request." The black-haired man, known as Fong Siyuan, clasped his hands in respect and reached for the transmission token. His full name is Fong Siyuan, and he serves as a guest elder at the Tianyan Sect where the wandering chant resides. Until recently, he was but a wandering immortal, only recently appointed as a guest elder of the Tianyan Sect. "Very well, I shall await your good news, young Fong." The wandering chant stroked his beard and smiled. "Rest assured, my esteemed predecessor." Fong replied with a faint smile. The wandering chant nodded and added, "I have other pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, farewell." As the ethereal figure of the celestial bard faded into oblivion after imparting his final words, the smile in Fong Suan's eyes dissipated as well. He narrowed his gaze, lost in contemplation. In the northern desert celestial domain, at the passage to the eternal green realm, a sentinel stood guard. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Fong Suan beheld a formidable celestial general stationed at the entrance, his brow slightly furrowed in surprise. Initially, he had approached merely out of curiosity. Had the passage been unguarded, he would have turned away, opting not to return to the White Lawn sect as a guest elder, but rather to continue his existence as an unassuming wandering immortal. The absence of heavenly guardians at such a critical juncture, particularly with the disturbances arising from the eternal green realm, was indeed a matter of great import, one beyond the capabilities of a mere celestial being like himself to resolve. The location of the passage to the eternal green realm was indeed quite remote. Fong Suan cast a glance around him. Aside from the passage and the vigilant celestial general, the surroundings were desolate and barren. Suddenly, to his astonishment, he witnessed the sentinel departing, doing so with an air of nonchalance, as if he bore no fear of being observed. Was this a dereliction of duty? Fong Suan paused, feeling an unsettling sense of entrapment wash over him. "No, that cannot be," he mused. Would the celestial court orchestrate a scheme against someone as inconsequential as I? Though inherently cautious, he recognized his own limitations and understood he lacked the significance to warrant such attention from the heavenly realm. Nevertheless, he decided to remain vigilant. Half an hour passed, then an hour, and even several hours later, the celestial general had yet to return to his post. With furrowed brows, Fong Suan pondered the situation until clarity dawned upon him, causing his expression to relax. He almost forgot that the lofty beings of the celestial court were indifferent to the fates of the lower realm's denizens. The guardianship of the various celestial passages was merely a faade, especially since the eternal green realm was considered weak among the lower realms, devoid of any formidable ascendants. Thus, the lives and deaths of its inhabitants were of no concern. The so-called passage tokens were merely instruments to remind the ascendants of the celestial realms that dominion lay with the heavenly court. "Very well, I shall venture forth," he resolved. "There are matters I wish to address, and the eternal green realm presents an ideal opportunity. Even if complications arise, they are unlikely to implicate me." With this thought, Fong Suan approached the passage. Suddenly, a voice echoed forth. "Who approaches?" Fong Suan halted, rooted in place. Was that the voice of the sentinel? Had he not departed? "Speak, or face your end." The four terse words were laden with murderous intent. The celestial court truly exhibited an astonishing arrogance. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Fangsuan's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained composed as he replied, "Esteemed lord, I come at the behest of another. Do you possess a token?" "I do." Fangsuan opened his palm, revealing the token that materialized within it. Upon seeing this, a towering figure instantly appeared before him. It was none other than the celestial general tasked with guarding the passage. He did not even glance at the token in Fangsuan's palm. The aura of the celestial being was somewhat imposing as he spoke in a low voice. "Are you aware of the rules?" "Rules?" Fangsuan furrowed his brow. "Isn't the rule simply the token itself? A spiritual grade elixir. If you wish to descend to the lower realm and summon my presence, you must surrender a spiritual grade elixir, otherwise." The divine general's words trailed off. Yet the threat was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Fangsuan's expression darkened. He inwardly cursed the cunning old man, the wandering celestial, for his trickery. Out of the two meridian opening elixirs he had been given, he would now have to part with one before even reaching the lower realm, as the meridian opening elixir was indeed a spiritual grade elixir. Understood. The token in Fangsuan's palm vanished, replaced by a meridian opening elixir. "Very astute of you." The divine being smiled with satisfaction, drawing the meridian opening elixir from Fangsuan's hand with a wave. "You may proceed." The divine general stepped aside. "Thank you, my lord." Fangsuan smiled slightly, clasping his hands in gratitude. In the eternal green realm, within a cavern 200 miles from the Tongxing River, Qingqing and Xianya, a man and a crow, gazed at the frozen figure of the celestial master encased in ice, their faces etched with regret. They were unable to melt the ice block, despite exhausting all their means. Had they known it would come to this, they would have let that woman take action. "What now, you ask me?" The man and the crow exchanged bewildered glances. "In my opinion, we should seek assistance from that old man of the Tianyan Sect. After all, he is at the peak of the tribulation stage. He might have a solution," Xianya suggested. Upon hearing this, Qingqing nodded. "It seems we have no other choice." But what? Where do we find him?" The man and the crow once again exchanged perplexed looks. "Let us find a way. It's better than sitting here idly." Indeed. An hour later, Qingqing and Xianya, relying on their memories, flew towards the original bone passage, attempting to trace the whereabouts of those individuals. Behind them, a vividly lifelike ice block followed as well. "We have arrived. This is the place." However, the bone passage had vanished. After landing, Qingqing examined the traces on the ground, frowning. Chapter 149. The Great Samaritan in the main hall of the Tianyan Sect. The leaders of various factions were seated within, including the venerable Baiyun. All were silently awaiting news. This anticipation stemmed from the earlier message from the wandering celestial of the celestial realm, stating that a powerful figure at the heavenly immortal level had been dispatched. This news invigorated the various factions. Although the invaders had yet to cause any disturbances, they had also disappeared without a trace. However, the presence of those invaders made it impossible for anyone to rest easy. An hour passed. The expressions of the crowd subtly displayed their growing anxiety. 2 hours passed. The crowd had grown increasingly restless. After several hours, someone could no longer contain their impatience. They turned to the esteemed Elder Baiyun and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed Elder Baiyun, why has that revered figure from the celestial realm yet to arrive?" "Let us wait a while longer," Elder Baiyun replied, eyes closed, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet, within, he too felt a twinge of unease. The notion that the invaders might hail from the realm of the great freedom had lingered unshakably in his mind. He worried that the eminent figure from the celestial realm may have encountered unforeseen circumstances, leaving them in ignorance. Meanwhile, 100 miles away at Tianyan Sect, the anticipated celestial figure, Fangsuan, was strolling leisurely. In truth, he had already arrived in the evergreen realm, but upon his arrival, he concealed his aura and set about investigating the state of this world. Despite the presence of the divine generals guarding the passage, caution was still warranted. After all, prudence begets longevity. As Fangsuan walked, he pondered the dual matters of the bone passage and the invasion from the outer realms, both of which had taken him by surprise. Initially, he had believed that the Tianyan Sect, as advised by the wandering immortal, was facing hostility from local factions, with the risk of annihilation looming. Instead, it appeared that the entire evergreen realm was in peril. The fact that the evergreen realm sought aid from the celestial realm indicated the existence of formidable forces it could not withstand. However, the mightiest beings in this realm were merely at the perfected tribulation stage. Even a humble earthly immortal could render them powerless. Perhaps I should observe a while longer. Fangsuan mused to himself. Yet, he recognized that the old man had clear ties to the lower realm. Should he remain passive, it could lead to complications. What if I were to annihilate the Lian Sect? That would sever the old man's connection to the lower realm and obscure the situation from his view. After all, in times of invasion, the loss of life is not uncommon. His gaze flickered, fingers idly toying with the folds of his robe. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of the Lian Sect, as the restlessness among the assembly grew unbearable, a figure finally descended from the skies. Clad in a flowing white robe with wide sleeves and standing upon a pristine cloud, the individual boasted long, jet-black hair cascading to their waist and deep, dark eyes that gazed down upon the assembly. The celestial being's presence was profoundly commanding. Is this the revered figure from the celestial realm? They mused. Such an aura indeed suggested it. How splendid, we are saved. The entire assembly rose in unison, captivated by the ethereal grace of the newcomer, their hearts illuminated. Even Elder Baiyun was awestruck, feeling a powerful aura emanating from the visitor, which calmed his spirit as if he had found a steadfast anchor. The one who had arrived was none other than Feng Siyuan. There are quite a few people here, he remarked, narrowing his eyes while perched upon his cloud. Let us go greet the celestial being, Elder Baiyun declared, rising and making his way toward the entrance. The others hastily followed suit, unwilling to show any sign of negligence. As Feng Siyuan descended, the crowd respectfully stepped forward, clasping their hands in greeting, chanting, "We pay our respects to the immortal, we pay our respects to the immortal." Yet, beneath their outward reverence, a flicker of apprehension lingered among them, for they were uncertain of how approachable this immortal might be. However, their unease was soon alleviated as Feng Siyuan's countenance blossomed into a warm smile, a gentle aura enveloping him as he returned their salutation. "There is no need for such formality," he said, embodying the phrase that one's demeanor reflects their heart. This celestial being from the upper realm was indeed strikingly dignified, with a visage as radiant as jade, exuding grace and politeness. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging his admirable qualities. Feng Siyuan surveyed the assembly, capturing their expressions with a keen eye before inquiring with a smile. "Might I ask who among you is Taoist Baiyun?" At this, the venerable ancestor Baiyun stepped forth promptly, smiling as he stated, "Immortal, it is I." Feng Siyuan nodded. Returning the gesture, "I have the honor of meeting you, Taoist. There is no need to address me as immortal. Simply call me Feng," he replied with a gentle smile, his tone devoid of arrogance. Yet, the venerable Baiyun dared not overstep, hastily responding, I could not. To refer to Feng Xianren as an immortal is only fitting." To this, Feng Siyuan chuckled lightly. "Then let us adhere to local customs, haha." The venerable Baiyun laughed heartily, then gestured, "Please, Feng Xianren, enter the hall for further discourse." The crowd parted, creating a clear path for him. "Very well," Feng Siyuan nodded, striding forward confidently. Within the grand hall, Feng Siyuan was invited to take the principal seat by the venerable Baiyun. He listened intently as the others recounted their tale. "So that is the situation," he acknowledged with a nod. Under the expectant gazes of the assembly, Feng Siyuan rose slowly. "In that case, let us engage in battle directly. With my presence, you need not worry." At his words, the crowd erupted in joy, rising to clasp their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Feng Xianren. Thank you, Feng Xianren." With an immortal from the upper realm backing them, their fears of the invaders dissipated. "It is merely a trifling matter. There is no need for such thanks." Feng Siyuan waved his hand dismissively. The crowd beamed with smiles, thinking him a truly benevolent immortal, helping them to rid themselves of the invaders while refusing their gratitude. Yet unbeknownst to them, Feng Siyuan spoke the truth. It was indeed a mere trifle, for he had no intention of assisting them. His desire to instigate a conflict was solely to nurture a small entity, one that would aid him in transcending to true immortality. At that moment, the communication token of the venerable Baiyun reacted. "Is it the master ancestor?" Baiyun retrieved the token, and shortly thereafter, a spectral figure materialized. It was the celestial singer. Feng Siyuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. This old fellow was evidently concerned about him. "Little Yunzi, I wonder." As the celestial singer began, he caught sight of Feng Siyuan, and a smile instantly illuminated his face. "It turns out that Feng Xiaoyu has already arrived." The esteemed Piao Changxian stands with his hands behind his back, nodding in acknowledgement. "Master Ancestor, this venerable Feng Xianren is indeed a remarkable individual." Upon hearing these matters, he immediately expressed his intention to assist us in purging the invaders. The venerable Baiyun praised him profusely. Chapter 150, My sincere apologies, O. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Piao Changxian. Indeed, this Feng Xianren, upon his arrival, declared his willingness to aid us. He is truly a benevolent soul. The crowd echoed in agreement. Hearing such words, The smile in Piao Changxian's eyes deepened as he turned to Feng Siyuan, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Upon your return, I shall prepare a sumptuous gift for you. You are too kind, senior, Feng Siyuan replied with a smile. I await your good news, Feng Xiaoyu. With that, the ethereal figure of Piao Changxian gradually faded away. Let us proceed, everyone. We must seek out those invaders and leave no one behind. A cold glimmer flashed in Feng Siyuan's eyes. In the far eastern lands, the Tongxing River traverses the terrain. Although it is referred to as a river, its breadth far exceeds that of the sea. The Tongxing River resembles a vast blue silk ribbon, winding through the expansive landscape, its waters surging with great force and majesty. At a certain point along the Tongxing River lies a colossal solitary island, akin to an isolated paradise. This island, shrouded in mist, appears ethereal. The vegetation is extraordinarily dense, making it nearly impossible to find a place to set foot. However, a monumental transformation has recently occurred. Where once only dense foliage prevailed, houses have seemingly emerged from the ground, appearing before one's eyes as if conjured from thin air. These structures are scattered in an orderly fashion. Even more astonishing is the grand complex of palaces that stands majestically at the center of the island. These palaces, adorned with ornate eaves and intricate carvings, are breathtakingly beautiful. This island serves as the refuge for the denizens of the 5 domains, and it is not the sole island of its kind. Every 20 miles, another island exists, totaling 10 islands in all. Among these, the demon race occupies 4, while the human race claims 6. Previously, only 1 island was known to exist. The remaining 9 have evidently been summoned through extraordinary means. In the 5 domains, the population exceeds hundreds of millions, yet only 2 million, including members of the demon race, emerged from the skeletal passage. Tianyan Island, the stronghold of the Tianyan Sect, is home to nearly 300,000 individuals seeking refuge, along with various other factions. Interestingly, the formidable Honglian Mosen, one of the most powerful beings, has chosen not to govern an island but instead resides on Tianyan Island. Within the central palace complex of Tianyan Island, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao stands with his hands clasped behind his back in a pavilion. Ancestor. The Honglian Mosen has departed from Tianyan Island. A figure approaches the pavilion. It is Tianyan Zhenren Wuliang. Indeed, the venerable ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao, nodded. His restless spirit found a certain liberation in departing from Tianyan Island. Since learning that the Scarlet Lotus Demon Sovereign had consumed the entirety of the demon clan, he harbored a profound trepidation towards such a madman. It was unsettling to have such a volatile presence lingering on Tianyan Island. Suddenly, Liu Xiaoyao turned to Yun Wuliang and said, "You should still refer to me as your master." At these words, Yun Wuliang's expression shifted in surprise. Although he had previously reconciled with his master, the distance had reemerged due to the celestial sovereign's influence. Now, his master was voluntarily softening, seeking to mend old grievances. "I have come to understand," Liu Xiaoyao sighed, "that you are not entirely at fault. Rather, it is I who have been overly pedantic. This journey from the bone passage to this realm raises questions about its continuation. Why cling so tightly to the past? The sect's fortunes have waned, and the legacy left by our predecessors is now in jeopardy under my stewardship, yet I do not harbor regret. Some obsessions, if they become fetters, will only bind oneself and hinder those who come after. If one does not stride forward boldly, they shall remain forever ensnared in a cage. Life, after all, necessitates a forward gaze." Yun Wuliang listened in silence, a peculiar sensation stirring within him, as though he had witnessed his master age in an instant. Previously, despite their disagreements and his estrangement from another elder, his master had remained steadfastly at Tianyan Sect. Though he appeared carefree, he would never neglect the sect in times of crisis, for he understood its significance. Alas, Wuliang Liu Xiaoyao was about to utter more when an abrupt change occurred. Boom! A beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing the island, causing it to tremble violently. "Invaders from beyond, your demise is nigh." A chilling voice resonated through the sky. Within the swaying pavilion, Liu Xiaoyao's expression shifted. He turned to Yun Wuliang, commanding him to swiftly notify others for support. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the air. Damn it! How did they arrive so swiftly? Yun Wuliang cursed inwardly, his countenance darkening. In midair, shadows swarmed densely, each figure exuding a formidable presence, casting their disdainful gazes upon Tianyan Island. "Kill, leave none alive," commanded the elder Baiyun, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Yes, countless streaks of light surged towards the island beneath them. How intriguing! In midair, a figure stood upon a pristine cloud, surveying the surroundings. Under the vast expanse of his divine consciousness, he discerned 10 islands within 100 miles, estimating a population of around 1 million. Strangely, he also noted the presence of demonkind, which hardly suggested they were invaders. Rather, they appeared to be fleeing. As he had never heard of invaders seeking refuge without making a significant move, suddenly, anguished cries erupted from below. An elderly man with white hair soared from the island, effortlessly dispatching dozens of cultivators from the evergreen realm with a mere wave of his sleeve. The aura of a perfected tribulation transcendent enveloped the area. This man was none other than the venerable ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao. He observed the relentless stream of assailants rushing towards the island, even in the presence of his formidable self. And his heart sank. Clearly, these individuals had come prepared. They were perfected tribulation transcendent. 2 cultivators from the evergreen realm at the integration stage hastily retreated. Perfected tribulation transcendent? We shall meet you in battle. In midair, 3 peak perfected tribulation cultivators from the evergreen realm, who had been observing, united in their assault against Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. Imprint of the universe. As the 3 charged, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao formed a seal with his hands, and his internal spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal imprint of the universe towering 1,000 feet high. With a single push of his hand, he directed the imprint towards the attacking peak perfected tribulation cultivators. This individual possesses considerable strength. Even for me, it would be challenging to resolve this matter swiftly, the White Cloud Ancestor remarked, gazing at Liu Xiaoyao. Upon hearing the implication in the White Cloud Ancestor's words, Fang Xuan offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. "Do not kill me," cried one of the assailants. "You are the invader. Who else should I slay?" came the response. "Save me." The anguished cries and wails echoed from the island. Chapter 151. Slaughter without hesitation. Hearing the cries of despair, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao intensified his assault, compelling the 3 peak perfected tribulation cultivators to retreat step by step. Arrogant, the White Cloud Ancestor could no longer tolerate the situation and struck fiercely. A massive hand formed of spiritual energy descended towards Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao. Liu Xiaoyao sensed the attack. Instead of retreating, he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, and a tempest erupted. In the aftermath of this clash, both combatants were taken aback. "This individual possesses the strength of a revered one," Liu Xiaoyao mused, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, an expression of surprise crossed the White Cloud Ancestor's face as he marveled. Such profound cultivation. "Master!" A loud shout erupted from the island. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao froze. It was the voice of Nian Wangwang. He slightly lowered his head, extending his consciousness. Below, the palace complex had been reduced to ruins, and Nian Wangwang was surrounded by several attackers, bloodied and battered. Yet, this was not the reason for his call to Liu Xiaoyao. The true cause was the peril faced by the Saintess, Liu Qingqing. A cultivator from the evergreen realm at the integration stage wore a sinister grin as he grasped the Saintess Liu Qingqing by the neck, seemingly intent on snapping it. Quite the looker, but alas, I shall ruthlessly crush this flower. The integration stage cultivator laughed maniacally. Girl. Upon witnessing this scene, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao erupted in fury. His eyes widened in rage as he unleashed his spiritual energy recklessly, channeling it into a fierce attack aimed at the island below. However, the 3 peak perfected tribulation cultivators would not allow him to succeed, collectively intervening to block his assault. "Still daring to divide your focus?" A cold voice rang out. Suddenly, the venerable Baiyun appeared behind Liu Xiaoyao, seizing the opportunity to deliver a full-force strike. With a resounding thud, Liu Xiaoyao was struck hard, blood gushing from his mouth. At that moment, 3 peak tribulation crossing cultivators charged in simultaneously, plunging Liu Xiaoyao into a dire predicament. Just then, reinforcements finally arrived, radiant beams of light approaching the island. On the island below, a cultivator at the combined stage was about to seize Saintess Liu Qingqing when he was abruptly crushed by a formidable pressure, blood splattering across the terrified face of the Saintess. In a daze, she gazed up to see the celestial fairy Liu Qingqing, who had appeared without notice. Her gaze filled with a chilling murderous intent as she surveyed the assailants surrounding Nian Wangwang. Peak tribulation crossing. The cultivators from the evergreen realm were struck with terror upon seeing the celestial fairy and immediately ceased their attack, attempting to flee. However, with a mere gesture, Liu Qingqing obliterated the several great vehicle stage cultivators. She no longer concealed her cultivation. The overwhelming aura of a peak tribulation crossing cultivator instilling fear in the evergreen realm cultivators wreaking havoc around her. Yet soon after, a peak tribulation crossing cultivator from the evergreen realm charged at her, shouting, "Witch, do not be so arrogant." In midair, Lu Xiaoyao was rescued by Liu Qingqing, who stood before him, arms crossed, locking eyes with a white-clad man atop a cloud. The three-peak tribulation crossing cultivators she had repelled, and another at the perfected tribulation crossing stage, did not pose a threat to her. But the seemingly harmless white-clad man evoked a sense of looming danger. Suddenly, Liu Qingqing's pupils constricted. Yinxiao, a colossal black dragon materialized behind Fangsuan, opening its gaping maw, intent on devouring him whole. This dragon was none other than the abyssal demon lord, Liu Yinxiao. Yinxiao, retreat. Liu Qingqing's expression changed drastically. If she found this opponent formidable, how could her brother hope to contend with it? However, it was too late. Fangsuan merely raised his hand, and the great abyssal demon lord was immobilized as if ensnared by an invisible force. How is this possible? Liu Yinxiao's vertical pupils widened in shock. As a revered being, how could he be suppressed to the point of immobility by merely a gesture? At that moment, Fangsuan's figure vanished from atop the cloud. Liu Qingqing sensed impending disaster and rushed toward her brother, but she halted midway. With a tearing sound, blood erupted as a massive dragon head plummeted towards the island below, its wide-open eyes reflecting a trace of bewilderment. Following that, a gigantic corpse cascaded down. Brother. Liu Qingqing stood frozen in midair, staring in disbelief. The fallen dragon head was that of the abyssal demon Lord Liu Yunxiao, severed by Fangsuan with a mere wave of his hand. Run! Cries of panic erupted from the island. As the crowd looked up, they were engulfed in darkness as a colossal corpse plummeted towards the island like a meteor. Run! With the descent of the immense black dragon's body from the skies, the island lurched violently, the aftershocks obliterating everything in their vicinity. In an instant, chaos ensued. What did you just call that beast, brother? In midair, Fangsuan glanced at the dazed Liu Qingqing and inquired with a hint of detachment. Liu Qingqing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. I truly apologize for slaying your brother, Fangsuan said, landing on a cloud with eyes that reflected remorse. Creak. Liu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Noticing this, Fangsuan smiled faintly. It seems you do not accept my apology. In that case, I shall send you down to reunite with your brother. With that, he raised his hand once more. Brother Bai? In a distant part of the island, a disciple of the Tianyan Sect cried out in despair. It was evident that Bai Chaoyue, who had been engaged in fierce battle, had ultimately succumbed to a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief. This disciple, renowned for his extraordinary talent, met a tragic end far from home, invoking a deep sense of lament. Yet, in the current circumstances, talent had become utterly useless. Without growth, one remained no different from the ordinary. Those with backgrounds and abilities fared no better. The cultivators of the everlasting green realm showed no mercy. They struck down anyone in their path, regardless of status. Whether one pleaded for mercy, was weak, or elderly, they were met with ruthless violence, for in their eyes, they were defending their homeland against invaders. Damn it, I cannot die here. The beleaguered Liu Xiao, witnessing Bai Chaoyue's fall, instantly lost his will to resist and sought only to flee. Senior Liu, save me. A Tianyan disciple implored. However, Liu Xiao paid no heed, transforming into a streak of light in an attempt to escape, only to be intercepted. Where do you think you're going? Two cultivators from the everlasting green realm barred Liu Xiao's path with malicious grins. I cannot die. Liu Xiao's eyes were wild as he retaliated fiercely. Chapter 157. Is this your old acquaintance? Why are you crying? The celestial maiden, Liu Qingqing, having just slain a disciple from the everlasting green realm, turned to the saintess Liu Qingqing behind her, her brow furrowed. I do not wish to cry. Yet, I cannot help it, the saintess Liu Qingqing sobbed, continuously wiping her tears with her sleeve. She gazed at the hellish scene around her. Familiar faces from the past falling one by one into pools of blood, unable to contain her sorrow. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a cheerful female disciple greet her, only to be decapitated by a single sword strike. Saintess, crying is futile. The injured sect leader, Nian Wangwang, spoke up. I know that crying achieves nothing. I have never believed tears could resolve problems. Yet, I am powerless, forced to watch helplessly. The saintess, Liu Qingqing, spoke with a quivering voice, her eyes swollen and red from tears. Suddenly, she uttered a poignant thought. If only my master were here, would so many have perished? Would we have been subjected to such torment? At her words, both the sect leader, Nian Wangwang, and Liu Qingqing, the celestial maiden, exchanged startled glances. If the immortal master were truly still present, it was indeed a possibility, mused Nian Wangwang. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing firmly believed that had he been here, none of this would have transpired. Deep within her heart, she held on to the conviction that behind his seemingly indifferent gaze, there resided a tender core. Despite the overwhelming dominance of Wujia across the 5 domains, casting a shadow over all, he too was, in essence, the heavens of the 5 realms. When the heavens fall, there are those tall enough to bear the weight. Yet, this is contingent upon the heavens collapsing, otherwise, the burden remains with the heavens. People may lament the injustice of fate, grumbling about the unyielding weight upon their heads. Yet, they refuse to acknowledge the imminent collapse of the heavens above them. For once the heavens shatter, it is the people who will suffer, bereft of celestial protection. Of course, many remain oblivious. They simultaneously pray for favorable winds and a peaceful world while complaining that the heavens do not bestow rain upon them. They allow drought to prevail and the world to remain tumultuous, forgetting that without the heavens, tranquility is forever elusive, and harmony will never grace their lives. At that moment, a cry pierced the air, "Saintess, please save me." Instantly, Liu Qingqing's tears ceased as her instinct urged her to rush to the aid of the distressed voice, only to be halted once more by Nian Wangwang. "Saintess, at this juncture, you cannot act recklessly." His expression had turned resolute and severe. Meanwhile, not far from the island, a man and a raven hovered above, observing the chaos unfolding below. They exchanged glances, astonished that a conflict had erupted. Qingqing's expression darkened. In such circumstances, how could he summon assistance? The key was that those with the strength and willingness to help were few, perhaps only Liu Qingqing and the ancient ancestor, Liu Xiaoyao. "Let me ponder this," the black raven, Xianya, mused thoughtfully. Qingqing cast a surprised glance at the raven perched upon his shoulder, thinking that this once lethargic creature had finally decided to devise a plan. After a moment of contemplation, Xianya abruptly lifted its head, eyes glinting with newfound wisdom. "I have a solution." "What is it?" Qingqing inquired. "Let us observe the unfolding events," replied Xianya. Qingqing's lips curled in frustration. "How does that differ from inaction? Do you not see?" Qingqing gazed at Xianya. "What?" Xianya returned the gaze. "You exude an air of cunning, yet your thoughts remain elusive," Qingqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Xianya leaped in indignation, rasping, "Then you devise a plan. Must I wait for you to think of one?" Qingqing retorted, exasperated. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance as a dark shadow hurtled toward Qingqing and the raven. "Quick, evade. Husband and wife are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they each take flight." The dark crow flapped its wings and soared away from Qingqing's shoulder, who swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. One person and one crow moved left and right, narrowly escaping the shadow. "It is you." When Qingqing discerned the identity of the shadow, she was taken aback. "It is you." The injured Liu Qingqing was equally astonished to see Qingqing. Was this not a subordinate of the immortal sovereign? Why was she here? Could it be? As Liu Qingqing's thoughts raced, her pupils constricted, and she quickly scanned her surroundings. Soon, she spotted the figure encased in ice. Wuji. Liu Qingqing's heart trembled, her face reflecting shock. The immortal sovereign Wuji had not succumbed to the encroaching chaos from beyond the realm, and had arrived in this world. However, why had Wuji transformed into a figure of ice? A flicker of confusion crossed Liu Qingqing's eyes. "What is happening?" Liu Qingqing turned to Qingqing. "It is a result of the chaos's corruption," Qingqing replied candidly. "There is no other option now. We must take desperate measures. Perhaps the former mount of the sovereign might lend assistance." "Dead?" Liu Qingqing inquired again. "How can he possibly be dead?" The dark crow swooped in, flapping its wings, exclaiming indignantly, "Even if you were dead, the sovereign would not perish." Upon seeing the crow that had once struck her, Liu Qingqing's gaze turned frosty. Yet she chose not to engage in conflict at that moment. "I cannot break this ice. If the ice shatters, the sovereign should awaken," Qingqing explained. At these words, Liu Qingqing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. At that moment, a figure appeared in the blink of an eye. His expression was calm, clad in a flowing white robe. Standing upon clouds, his abyss-like gaze resting upon Liu Qingqing as he spoke slowly. "My bird, where do you wish to go?" Liu Qingqing's countenance soured instantly. This person was none other than Feng Xiyuan. He cast not a glance at Qingqing and the dark crow, completely disregarding them. It was Feng Xiyuan who had previously injured Liu Qingqing. "Your bloodline is purer than your brother's. Just what I need for a medicinal catalyst." Feng Xiyuan remarked with a faint smile. "You shall not have it." Liu Qingqing's eyes narrowed fiercely, her figure vanishing from sight as she appeared before the figure of ice, delivering a decisive punch without hesitation. With Feng Xiyuan's attention now fixated on her, releasing Wu Ji, this anomaly, was her only chance to create chaos and secure a sliver of hope. Although she was unsure if Wu Ji could contend with the man in white, she had no alternative. Boom! The shockwave erupted in the air. Liu Qingqing, however, stood frozen, staring incredulously at the intact figure of ice. Her full-force strike had no effect. Beside her, the Dark Crow and Qingqing were equally dumbfounded. If even Liu Qingqing, who had entered the realm of tribulation immortals, could not break the ice, then the Sovereign was surely. What is this? Fang Xiyuan's expression held some confusion as he glanced at the figure of ice, then back at Liu Qingqing. Is this your old acquaintance? Chapter 158. Wuji? Never mind, it matters not. In a moment of stillness, the 5 fingers of Fang Xuan loosely grasped, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy along with that which resided within, coalescing in the palm of his hand, radiating a brilliance that rendered one unable to open their eyes. Before long, a torrent of spiritual power surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming and destructive force, barreling towards Liu Qingqing. Upon witnessing this, Liu Qingqing steeled her resolve and placed a human-shaped ice block before her to shield against the impending onslaught. The expressions of Qingqing and Tianyan shifted dramatically. Boom. The ferocious aftermath erupted in the air. What? A flicker of surprise crossed Fang Xuan's gaze as he beheld the unscathed human-shaped ice block, his brow furrowing in confusion. What on earth was this? Fortunately, both Qingqing and Tianyan breathed sighs of relief simultaneously. Moments ago, they had feared that the attack from the man in white would shatter the ice block along with the celestial being. Thankfully, that was not the case. Yet, how incredibly resilient this ice block proved to be. The man in white had driven Liu Qingqing to such desperation, clearly the most formidable existence in this realm. If even he could not break the ice block, did that not imply that no one in this world could? Suddenly, Qingqing recalled the white-haired woman in black robes. At that moment, her tone had conveyed a great confidence in her ability to shatter the ice block. Who exactly was she? Since this is your reliance, then I shall. Fang Xuan slowly raised his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as he vowed to personally dismantle what you deemed your support. As his words fell, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. A colossal manifestation of law began to materialize behind Fang Xuan, its visage benevolent yet shrouded in dark energy, resembling an apocalyptic, malevolent Buddha. To save all beings, Fang Xuan declared, pressing his hand downwards. The towering malevolent Buddha mirrored his movement, extending its hand to overshadow the sun as it descended toward Liu Qingqing. The air around them was instantaneously compressed. As fate would have it, in the face of imminent peril, Liu Qingqing found herself unable to evade the calamity. At that critical moment, a figure materialized behind her. Turning to glance back, she saw it was Qingqing, along with Tianyan perched upon his shoulder. We're here to evade. Qingqing managed a sheepish smile, but before he could finish, the colossal hand that eclipsed the heavens came crashing down with terrifying might. Bang! Crack! The two sounds resonated almost simultaneously, the terrifying shockwave sweeping across the expanse, even stirring up great waves upon the river below. Splash! 3 shadowy figures plummeted into the river. Yet, it was not long before they surged forth from the water's surface, instinctively flying toward the island. Why isn't it shattering yet? Qingqing, drenched and disheveled, trailed behind Liu Qingqing, who clutched the human-shaped ice block, looking utterly despairing. Tianyan on his shoulder mirrored this state, feathers matted together, presenting a comically unfortunate appearance. Liu Qingqing, equally disheveled, glanced at the ice block, still showing no signs of fracturing, her expression darkening. Unbeknownst to them, a faint crack had already appeared on the surface of the ice block, hidden from their view due to their angle. Bird, do you still wish to escape? From high above, Fang Xuan pursued, riding the clouds. Damn it, he is so fast. Qingqing glanced back, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Beneath their feet, a cloud of auspiciousness seemed to possess an inexplicable power, enabling them to be overtaken in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a brilliant light surged from behind, enveloping them in a renewed sense of impending doom. Whoosh! A slender beam of light shot forth from the fingertips of the figure atop the cloud, hurtling across the river's surface towards Liu Qingqing and her companions. This attack was directed squarely at Liu Qingqing. Without hesitation, she turned, positioning a human-shaped ice block before her in an attempt to intercept the narrow beam. Bang! The beam failed to penetrate the ice block, but the recoil sent both the ice formation and Liu Qingqing hurtling towards a nearby island. Boom! 2 shadows plummeted like meteors onto the island, stirring up a cloud of dust and creating a tremendous commotion. Curse it! Fang Xuan couldn't help but exclaim as he resumed his pursuit. The residual shockwave sent Qingqing and Tianyan colliding with each other, prompting them to hasten towards the island as well. On the island, the fierce sounds of battle momentarily halted due to the disturbance, only to quickly resume with renewed vigor. At the center of the chaos, several figures were shrouded in the swirling dust. Among them, a graceful silhouette waved her sleeve, dispersing the haze. Clarity returned to the scene, revealing the figures of the Taoist ancestor, the ethereal cold moon of the cloud, Nian Wangwang, and the saintess Liu Qingqing, alongside several formidable beings in the tribulation stage. Meanwhile, ancestor Liu Xiaoyao remained embroiled in a fierce aerial duel, contending against three peak tribulation stage adversaries and the fully realized Baiyun ancestor, clearly at a disadvantage. It was Liu Qingqing. The cloud fairy, cold moon, gazed towards the crater where a figure slowly rose, bloodied and battered. It was Liu Qingqing, with arms hanging limply. Both of her limbs were broken from the recoil. At this moment, Fangsuan arrived, casting a glance at Cold Moon and the others before fixing his gaze on Liu Qingqing. Speaking in a languid tone, "Why must you make such a spectacle of yourself? You cannot escape the palm of my hand." Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing, with her head bowed, suddenly trembled, then threw her head back and laughed maniacally, as if driven mad. Fangsuan frowned, thinking madness? Whether genuine or feigned, it matters not. You are destined to serve as the catalyst. Ha ha. Liu Qingqing continued her raucous laughter, for she had heard a faint sound, one that was gradually growing louder. So, you are formidable, are you? Liu Qingqing lifted her gaze to Fangsuan, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Then allow me to find an even stronger opponent for you. With fierce determination, she forced her arm upward, spinning around to strike down into the deep pit below, once more raising a cloud of dust. Thud, crack, crack. The sound rang clearly in everyone's ears, reminiscent of a mirror shattering into countless pieces. The dust remained thick, yet within it, everyone could distinctly see a tall figure emerging beside Liu Qingqing. Humph, what a display of tricks. In a moment of contemplation, Fangsuan furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort that sent a wave of energy sweeping through the air, scattering the dust around him. As the dust settled, the crowd fixed their gaze upon the scene. The celestial maiden, Qingwei, initially widened her eyes in astonishment, her gaze gradually reddening, and although she opened her mouth, no words emerged. It was the celestial sovereign master. Could it be Wu Jing? He is still alive, except for Nian Wangwang and the saintess Liu Qingqing. The rest, including the venerable ancestor of the Tao sect, were equally astonished by that familiar visage. How wonderful it is that he lives. Perhaps our own demise is not inevitable. However, without exception, after the initial shock, a flicker of delight and a sense of relief passed through their eyes. Only Fangsuan, amidst the clouds, wore a puzzled expression. Wu Jing? Chapter 159. The crimson thread. The figure that appeared had long white hair cascading down to his waist. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, resembling a still ink wash painting, steeped in centuries of solitude. It was none other than the celestial sovereign Wu Jing, Nian Wangwang. Greetings, celestial sovereign. Liu Qingqing suddenly knelt before Wu Jing, surrender unmistakably evident in her demeanor. Greetings, celestial sovereign. Greetings, celestial sovereign. The assembly from the 5 domains echoed in unison, bowing respectfully, their intentions to ingratiate themselves painfully apparent. At that moment, Fangsuan sneered and spoke. I expected a grand figure. Yet it seems he is merely an unrefined practitioner of the physical body. Under his profound celestial sense, Wu Jing's cultivation was laid bare, appearing rather unremarkable, akin to Liu Qingqing. The only distinction was that his physical form seemed to surpass hers. However, in response to Fangsuan's provocation, Wu Jing appeared unperturbed, his obsidian gaze sweeping across the surroundings before settling on the azure sky. A subtle smile graced his deep-set eyes, seeing Wu Jing's nonchalance, as if he regarded Fangsuan with indifference. The latter narrowed his eyes and remarked, not bad in demeanor. Yet the disparity in strength is evident. As his words fell, a murderous intent gleamed in Fangsuan's eyes. Just as he raised his hand, a figure suddenly appeared before him, with hair billowing in the wind. Wu Jing's expression remained tranquil as he launched a punch without uttering a single word. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated outward, and to Fangsuan's horror, he was propelled away by Wu Jing's punch, transforming into a white comet hurtling into the distance. The onlookers on the island stared in disbelief. He remains as formidable as ever. The celestial maiden, Qingwei, blinked in surprise. Meanwhile, Liu Qingqing, having risen from her kneeling position, watched the scene of Fangsuan being struck away with a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. What is happening? In midair, Baiyun Laozu, who was engaged in combat with Liu Xiaoyao, happened to catch this moment, his eyes widening in disbelief. A celestial from the upper realm was actually sent flying by a single punch? Baiyun Laozu halted, fixated on the white-haired man below, incredulity etched across his face. Could this group truly be the malevolent cultivators of the great freedom heaven? And is that white-haired man the strongest among them? Previously, during the unilateral massacre of these individuals, Ancestor Baiyun believed he might have misjudged the situation. These people could not possibly be the wicked practitioners of the great freedom heaven, for such beings could not be so feeble. Yet, it now appeared. Had the immortal truly been defeated? Ancestor Baiyun gazed at the massive waves crashing upon the distant river's surface, but no further sounds emerged, causing his expression to darken. In midair, the disheveled ancestor Liu Xiaoyao, free from Ancestor Baiyun's suppression, repelled 3 peak tribulation stage cultivators with a single palm strike. Upon spotting the figure of Wuji below, he momentarily froze, then exhaled a long breath. Quite unexpected, was it not? Liu Xiaoyao smiled at Ancestor Baiyun. Just then, Wuji, who had just sent Fang Xuan flying with a punch, suddenly stepped forward, as if an invisible force surged beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, a colossal chessboard unfolded beneath him, instantly enveloping the entire island. The lines of the chessboard crisscrossed, with black and white pieces meticulously arranged within. However, before anyone could react, an overwhelming force, potent enough to sweep across the heavens and the earth, erupted from the chessboard. Again with this move, the Taoist ancestor's eyelids twitched as he instinctively took a step back, followed by the others. They all shared a reflexive response. Each of these individuals had been subdued by Wuji before. Thus they were acutely aware of the nature of this immense chessboard. In midair, a voice of astonishment and fury rang out. What in the world is this? Ancestor Baiyun, both alarmed and enraged, felt his body stiffen. He sensed the terrifying pull of this force and exerted all his strength to resist it. Yet, regardless of his struggle, the outcome remained unchanged. With a resounding thud, a shadow crashed heavily upon the white pieces of the celestial chessboard. This shadow was none other than Ancestor Baiyun himself, firmly pinned beneath the immense power on that colossal white piece, rendered utterly immobile. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, shadow after shadow fell from the sky like raindrops, crashing onto the chessboard. What was happening? Just as I was about to slay that accursed brat, why was I suddenly drawn here? A cultivator from the evergreen realm surveyed the surroundings, his murderous intent still palpable, clearly confused by the situation. I too was in the midst of a confrontation. Moments ago an elder was weeping and bowing in desperation to save his disciple. The sight of those wretched individuals struggling and begging for mercy before their demise was truly grotesque. Ha ha ha. Many reveled in the thrill of the recent slaughter. But as more and more shadows descended upon the chessboard, their expressions turned grim. The situation seemed to exceed expectations. Even those evergreen realm cultivators, who had been wantonly slaughtering on the island, were drawn into the chessboard's overwhelming force, becoming subdued within. Look, Ancestor Baiyun is also among them. A cultivator from the evergreen realm exclaimed in astonishment. At the sound, all the cultivators on the chessboard turned their gazes, and to their utter shock, they found that the revered Elder Baiyun was also present on the board. Elder Baiyun, what is the meaning of this? Why are you here? Where is the immortal? Why is there no sign of him? Who has unleashed this divine power? Could it be the invading forces? The crowd incessantly pressed Elder Baiyun with anxious queries. However, Elder Baiyun did not respond, instead fixating his gaze intently upon the figure with white hair above. If the immortal had truly been defeated, then the evergreen realm. On the island, beside the Taoist ancestor, another individual observed the dire circumstances faced by the evergreen cultivators on the chessboard and could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude. Was it not the same for him when he was once suppressed on the board? Confusion, terror, and helplessness. Above the chessboard, Wuji's pupils suddenly transformed into a mesmerizing shade of crimson. A stream of red energy coalesced in his palm, exuding a sinister and malevolent aura. What an exceedingly wicked presence. The Taoist ancestor murmured, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed the pure, malevolent power contained within the red energy emanating from Wuji's hand. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled demonic art, and judging by Wuji's demeanor, he had evidently mastered it to a profound degree. Immortal and demon, demon and immortal, the Taoist ancestor reflected. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the chessboard. No, my cultivation. What the hell is this line? Absorbing my spiritual energy. Damn it. Wuji's fingers danced in the air as the red energy in his palm transformed into countless densely woven crimson threads that surged forth. Chapter 160, Refining Man, Refining Heaven. Building eternal life, the crimson threads ensnared the cultivators of the evergreen realm on the chessboard, rendering them akin to marionettes, unable to resist despite their desperate attempts. Their bodies rapidly withered as they helplessly watched the red threads coil around them, ravenously consuming their internal spiritual energy. Immortal, save me. Elder Baiyun cried out hoarsely. finding himself ensnared by the most crimson threads among the crowd. His aura was swiftly diminishing, and it was evident that Elder Baiyun, as the mightiest being in the Evergreen Realm, was destined to be the first to be refined by Wuji. Gulp. On the island, the Taoist ancestor swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, the immortal did not employ this tactic against us back then, a nearby individual stammered. The immortal is benevolent, sparing those he knows, another echoed. At that moment, everyone sensed the spiritual energy of this realm wildly converging, or rather, being drawn in. It was the immortal Wuji. He slightly parted his lips, and in a manner akin to a mighty whale, he voraciously inhaled the gathering spiritual energy, drawing vast quantities into his being. The spiritual energy consumed by the crimson threads was also frantically fed back to Wuji, causing his aura to swell dramatically, like a swirling vortex engulfing all in its path. A figure hovered above the surface of the Tongxing River, not far from the island. How careless I have been, Fang Xuan thought, glancing down at his drenched form. Shaking his head, he then harnessed his spiritual energy to evaporate the moisture clinging to him. That opponent's strength surpassed that of the Dragon Maiden by tenfold, nay, 100-fold. Raising his gaze towards the distant island, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Yet, despite possessing such formidable physical prowess, had he not been so negligent earlier, he would not have found himself in such a disheveled state. Nonetheless, he had gleaned a clear understanding of Wujia's capabilities, a mere shell of power, devoid of true substance. Defeating him should pose no challenge. Suddenly, Fang Xuan sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards the island, his brow furrowing in confusion. What was happening? Before he could unravel the mystery, he felt a powerful aura surging from the island. It was that white-haired man. Had he become so ravenous that he sought to devour spiritual energy in a frenzied attempt to break through in such circumstances? Abruptly, a tremendous commotion erupted from the direction of the island. Boom! A wave of energy surged towards him with overwhelming force. Earth Immortal? Had he already reached the realm of the Earth Immortal? The fierce winds left Fang Xuan somewhat disoriented, his pupils slightly dilating. Mid-Earth Immortal, peak Earth Immortal. He was on the cusp of the celestial immortal realm. The continuous fluctuations emanating from the island left Fang Xuan utterly bewildered. What manner of creature was this? Was it truly possible to break through simply by possessing sufficient spiritual energy? Did he not fear bursting from overexertion? Cultivation is a gradual process. With each breakthrough, one's physical form strengthens alongside. Spiritual energy flows like water, while the body is akin to a vessel. Should the energy exceed the body's limits, the outcome is unequivocally catastrophic. Intriguing. Fang Xuan's eyes narrowed. The white-haired man might harbor some earth-shattering secret or immense fortune. Otherwise, such abnormality would be inexplicable. However, for now, he was merely at the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm, and with his current strength, Fang Xuan could easily seize that opportunity. With that thought, a cloud of auspicious vapors appeared beneath his feet as he soared towards the island. Whoosh! Another gust of wind swept outwards from the center of the island. Fang Xuan, suspended on his cloud, halted mid-flight. His lips twitched. In such a short span, he had reached the peak of the celestial immortal realm? Fang Xuan murmured in disbelief. With his mediocre talent, he had struggled for nearly 100,000 years to attain the peak of the celestial immortal realm. Yet that white-haired man had effortlessly ascended to the same height. How could this not astonish Fang Xuan? After a prolonged silence, he turned to leave, as if having made a resolute decision. The white-haired man was undeniably a monster, and he could never hope to contend with such a being. Thus, retreat was his only option. But suddenly, a force of attraction struck him. Trying to keep me here? In your dreams. Fang Xuan scoffed, his fingers dancing as he struck out with a palm. A powerful surge of energy collided with the force of attraction. The force of traction abruptly dissipated. Fang Xuan flicked his sleeves and cast a cold gaze upon the figure with white hair on the island, declaring, "Though I may not match your strength, do not presume you can detain me. As long as I wish to depart, no one can impede my path." His voice echoed across the expanse to the island. Yet there was no response. "Have you surrendered?" Fang Xuan pondered, turning once more to leave. At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, resonated throughout the heavens. "The river of time confounds the heart. The path to immortality is elusive. Fate is a game, life and death a scheme of the heavens. When one first glimpses the cosmos, one must forge oneself and the heavens to attain eternity." Upon completing his long chant, Wuji slowly opened his eyes. He raised his gaze to the azure sky. His usually tranquil eyes sparkled with an exceedingly rare fervor. He beheld, since his arrival in this realm, he had seen it. Above the heavens, there were more heavens. The path to immortality lay before him. He could not falter nor hesitate. He must ascend to the skies. Wuji trembled with exhilaration, flicked his sleeves, and brought his fingers together, crimson energy soaring skyward. Bang! The scarlet energy erupted in the air, akin to fireworks. Following this, a myriad of red threads blossomed in the sky, breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a resplendent tapestry unfurling before his eyes. These threads intertwined and entwined, as if animated, reaching every corner of the world. Yet this was not a beautiful tapestry. It was one that would soon weave the purgatory of the world. Not far away, Fangxuan stared, entranced by the spectacle, until the red threads surged toward him, snapping him back to reality. Fangxuan seized the encroaching red threads, feeling them absorb his internal spiritual energy, causing his pupils to constrict. This madman intends to. He sharply turned his gaze toward the indistinct figure of white hair on the island, disbelief flickering in his eyes. A thunderous roar erupted from the island. "You beast! What do you intend to do?" Within the cosmic chessboard, the emaciated figure of the white cloud ancestor strained against his bonds, his eyes bulging with fury. He had been awaiting death, relinquishing hope for survival. Yet upon witnessing this man, known as Wuji, unleashing a tempest of red threads toward the heavens and earth, he became agitated. He understood what the red threads represented. They were malevolent entities that absorbed the spiritual energy of cultivators, for he was suffering from it. This madman intends to refine the entire evergreen realm. Stop! To refine all beings of the evergreen realm, the bloodshed and its consequences are burdens you cannot bear. The white cloud ancestor's visage twisted in rage as he struggled to rise, even as the oppressive force made his bones creak. Chapter 161. Half compassion, half wrath, all beings? Fear not, I do not slay mortals. They are but useless beings. Wuji's expression remained serene as he admired the myriad red threads soaring toward the heavens and earth. "You beast, you are unworthy of being called a son of man." The white cloud ancestor continued to hurl curses. Subsequently, a barrage of invectives ensued. "You cannot act in such a manner. My companion possesses formidable cultivation, and you must not take her life. Such acts of slaughter will inevitably bring retribution upon those around you. Individuals like you are unworthy of existence. Not only are you unworthy of life, but someone with such a callous and unfeeling disposition must have been born to a father but raised without one. Perhaps your family has long been destroyed, resulting in the emergence of a creature such as yourself. Await your fate. Sooner or later, you shall meet the same end, forced to watch as those dear to you perish, powerless to intervene." In the grand chessboard of the universe, the myriad beings of the evergreen realm utter an unending stream of curses. Yet, Wuji remained silent, listening intently. What do the insults of others matter to me? To traverse this path is to embrace solitude. He has long endured the misunderstandings of those around him and the mockery of bystanders. Yet, what does it matter? His decisions are resolute, and his journey relentless. Why would he halt his progress or regret his choices due to a few careless words? Thus, Wuji remains tranquil, his profound gaze unruffled by the tides of emotion. He has never considered himself a virtuous individual. His soul is a tapestry woven of compassion and wrath. In moments of anger, he may use the lives of beings as pawns, whereas in moments of compassion, he extends a helping hand to those in distress. In his youth, he encountered a stray puppy at the foot of the Qingqing mountain and, moved by pity, brought it home. However, faced with the affection of a young girl, he refrained from taking her home. Perhaps it was due to his abilities or simply a lack of courage. Decades later, he possesses immense power, yet remains cold and indifferent, willing to spill blood for a longevity elixir. Yet, his sole desire is for those around him to thrive. A century later, in his relentless pursuit of strength, he resorts to unscrupulous means, becoming increasingly heartless. Yet, when he witnessed the death of his master, tears still fell from his eyes. A millennium later, he believed himself to be impervious to worldly sorrows, his heart untouched by the plight of others. However, upon hearing the final words of Ziguei, his deep-set gaze once again stirred with a tempest of emotion. Is his heart kind? No. Is it cruel? Neither. Perhaps humanity cannot be easily defined, nor should it be. Wuji is simply Wuji, both the immortal sovereign and the demon sovereign. He is also the reckless youth beneath the red silk scarf at Qingqing Mountain. He has never changed. He remains eternally innocent in his quest for truth, embodying both compassion and indifference. On the island, the ethereal figure of the cold and serene moon of the Cloud Fairy, along with the elders of the Tao sect, were momentarily taken aback by the voice of the elder of the White Cloud. At this moment, as the evergreen realm was suppressed, the gathering of people grew increasingly numerous. However, Upon hearing the Elder of the White Cloud articulate the significance of the Immortal Sovereign's previous actions, all were rendered momentarily speechless. The Immortal Sovereign intends to refine all the cultivators of this realm? How could this be? Master, the Saintess Liu Qingqing covered her mouth. Unable to suppress a step back, gazing at the white-haired figure in midair, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. How could her master have changed so drastically? She shook her head, murmuring to herself. Has she ever truly understood her master? Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the person beside her, startling the already apprehensive Saintess Liu Qingqing. She turned to see a fierce expression on his face, his fists clenched, as he proclaimed, "This is the best outcome. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens will bring ruin upon the earth. The Immortal Sovereign, after all, does not intend to refine us. What harm is there if all the cultivators of this realm are refined? We can simply survive here. There is but one rule in this world, encapsulated in a single word: kill, kill, and kill again. No one is beyond death. Everyone is subject to it. They wish to slay us, and we, in turn, desire to slay them. The strong shall prevail." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. However, is such a course of action not excessively brutal? Ventured a cultivator of the Tao sect at the integration stage. Brutal? The earlier speaker glared at him, growling, "This world is inherently cruel. Do you still not comprehend this? I ask you, if the Immortal Sovereign had not appeared, who would have perished? It would have been us. Your partner, your master, your disciples, everyone you hold dear. My only disciple met his end at their hands not long ago. Should they not be punished for this? And my disciple was deserving of death, was he? Yes. They perceive us as invaders, thus seeking to exterminate us without mercy. They are not wrong. But are we at fault? We merely wish to survive. The current situation is starkly clear. Either they die, or we do. If you refuse to accept this, then join them in death. You may even annihilate us all, including the Immortal Sovereign. Such a fate would preclude this scenario. Alternatively, before stepping into the path of bones, you could block our way, allowing us to await our demise in the 5 domains, securing peace for this realm. Would you be willing to do so? The man bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The Tao sect cultivator was rendered speechless by his words. And you? He suddenly turned his glare upon Saintess Liu Qingqing. She instinctively recoiled in fear. What do you mean by questioning why your master has become this way? What right do you have to enjoy the safety bestowed upon you by your master? Forged from a sea of corpses and blood, while lamenting their transformation. The Immortal Sovereign has not refined you. The Immortal Sovereign has not refined us. The fact that we both continue to exist is more than sufficient. What more do you desire? The man pressed relentlessly, causing Saintess Liu Qingqing to retreat in confusion. Visibly shaken. What if your master has turned to darkness? What of the transformation from the infinite Immortal Sovereign to the infinite Demon Sovereign? The Immortal Sovereign, from the beginning, never intended to refine us. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. And you all? The man swept his gaze over the silent crowd, exuding an air of reckless abandon, heedless of the offense he might cause, and shouted, regardless of the nature of the Immortal Sovereign or how others perceive him. Let us not forget that without the Immortal Sovereign, our present existence would not be possible. Whether the esteemed sovereign acts with intention or inadvertently, it is undeniable that we have arrived at this juncture thanks to him. In other words, as long as we can live beneath the radiance of the Immortal Sovereign and ensure the safety of those around us, I, Feng Huayu, am more than willing to serve as a mere pawn, especially you. The man named Feng Huayu cast a fierce gaze towards the Saintess Liu Qingqing. Even if myriad voices condemn your master, as long as he treats you well, you must acknowledge it. Anyone may speak ill of him, but not you. Chapter 162. How can a dragon be confined in shallow waters? At this point, Feng Huayu let out a cold laugh. If I recall correctly, before encountering the Immortal Sovereign, the Saintess was but a mortal, burdened with deep-seated grievances, was she not? In the southern wilderness, the Immortal Sovereign personally avenged you, did he not? Were it not for the Immortal Sovereign, you would have long since become mere dust, and the blood feud would remain unresolved for eternity. Well said. A hoarse voice interjected, accompanied by the arrival of a person and a crow. It was Qingqing and the black crow, Xianya. Xianya perched upon Qingqing's shoulder, flapping its wings and casting a disdainful glance at the Saintess Liu Qingqing. Truth be told, it harbored little fondness for the Immortal Sovereign's disciple, as she was rather too kind-hearted. However, out of respect for the Sovereign, it refrained from expressing this sentiment. Fortunately, given the Sovereign's temperament, he would not be hindered by her. Enough of this chatter, Qingqing interjected, furrowing his brow. Initially, he had no particular fondness for the Saintess Liu Qingqing, believing her to be excessively benevolent. However, That perception shifted the day she willingly sacrificed herself for the immortal sovereign. Kindness can manifest in two forms, genuine and feigned. Those who wield morality to manipulate others yet falter when it comes to their own sacrifice are truly distasteful. Yet, the saintess is not one of them. She is willing to sacrifice herself and possesses the discernment to avoid burdening others with her kindness during critical moments. Why shouldn't I speak? Protested the Black Crow, Xianya, incessantly chattering. Silence. Qingqing's expression hardened as he turned his gaze to the saintess, Liu Qingqing. At that moment, under the scrutiny of the crowd and the accusations from Feng Huayu, she stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. She attempted to voice her thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. Enough. A voice rang out. Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao stood before the saintess, observing her dazed expression, his gaze lingering on her head of white hair. Alas, Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao sighed softly. He then turned to Feng Huayu. She is not as inadequate as you presume. The immortal sovereign's kindness towards her has never been forgotten. When the sovereign requires her, she will act without hesitation. She is simply of such a disposition. As he spoke, the venerable ancestor Liu Xiaoyao turned and gently caressed the head of the saintess, Liu Qingqing. Child, we remain but ordinary people. The circumstances of this world are immutable, and all we can do is adapt. Liu Qingqing lowered her head, her voice faint and trembling. Senior Liu, I understand. Suddenly, Liu Qingqing, who had been silently meditating to heal, coughed up blood, yet her complexion improved significantly. She gazed skyward, pondering whether such actions by the immortal sovereign might attract the attention of beings from the upper realms or even the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, the others also looked up. Indeed, it was no trivial matter for an immortal sovereign to attempt the refinement of all sentient beings in the eternal green realm. Such a commotion surely could not go unnoticed. No, wait. Liu Qingqing shook her head again. If there were a heavenly Tao in this realm, we, as outsiders, would have long been rejected. Are you implying that? Ancestor Liu Xiaoyao furrowed his brow. Does this realm lack the existence of the heavenly Tao? Very likely. Liu Qingqing nodded. Perhaps the immortal sovereign has already discerned or speculated this, which is why he dares to act so boldly. She gazed at the figure with white hair in the sky and mused, or perhaps the immortal sovereign is simply a madman, unperturbed by such considerations in his pursuit of the Tao. In the air, each quivering red thread resonated, causing the boundless aura to intensify. In the eternal green realm, in certain locations, city after city fell to slaughter, not due to the myriad red threads, but because of one individual, the Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign. He stood suspended in the air, his long black hair cascading to his waist, his red robe partially open, eyes gleaming with a hint of unhealthy exhilaration. Below, visible streams of blood coalesced around the Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign, whose aura had evidently reached the realm of Earth immortals. Is this what it means to be an immortal? He mused, lowering his gaze, fingers curling in a gesture of triumph, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his breakthrough. The 5 domains, would ya, Liu Qingqing? Huh. The Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign looked down upon the struggling masses in the city below, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Soon, we shall no longer inhabit the same world. All beings of this realm will become nourishment. He burst into raucous laughter, then, as if struck by inspiration, began to chant aloud. How could the deep-sea dragon be confined? When the winds and clouds arise, it soars to the heavens. As his words echoed, the city below fell silent, devoid of life or the sounds of desperate struggle. The aura of the Crimson Lotus Demon Sovereign surged once more. One more city for blood sacrifice should suffice. Haste could lead to undesired consequences. His eyes gleamed. He longed to conduct a blood sacrifice of all living beings in this realm, but alas, his body could not bear it. Though he had entered the realm of the Calamity Immortal, he could distinctly feel the bottleneck as he approached the Earth Immortal stage. When water fills to the brim, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. The matter of blood sacrifice cannot be rushed. However, the myriad beings of this realm are exceedingly feeble. Despite having slaughtered several cities, he has yet to encounter anyone capable of obstructing his path, which signifies something profound. It indicates that this is his sanctum, a sanctuary where no one can impede him, and in due time, he shall conduct a blood sacrifice of all living things, ascending to unparalleled heights. Contemplating this, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign smiled and subsequently departed, soaring towards another city. A dragon confined in a well awaits its moment. On the morrow, the blood of the common folk shall be sacrificed. How exhilarating indeed. Ha ha ha. The triumphant voice of the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign echoed far and wide, resonating through the heavens and earth, persisting endlessly. Even the surrounding trees were affected. seemingly swayed by an invisible force, quivering slightly, their leaves rustling as if rejoicing in unison with the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign. As the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign approached a city, countless red threads suddenly flew towards him from behind. Sensing something amiss, he turned to look. But the red threads were not aimed at him. Instead, they surged downward towards the city below. Before long, anguished screams erupted from the city. What in the world is this? This is bad. The spiritual energy within me is being devoured by these red threads. Damn it, why can't I sever them? Someone help me. I'm ensnared by the red threads as well. How can I save you, damn it? Who is responsible for this? Run, run. Witnessing the chaos, some individuals took to the skies, attempting to flee the city, but those red threads seemed to possess a life of their own, trailing closely after them. Chapter 163, Meddlesome Interlopers. Ah no. With a piercing scream, a cultivator was instantly ensnared by the red threads, bound tightly in midair. The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign hovered above the city, surveying the carnage within. He glanced at the straight red threads nearby, pondering what they were and why they posed no threat to him. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he reached out to touch one of the red threads. Perhaps emboldened by his skill or sensing no malice from the threads, he decided to investigate who dared to compete with him for the blood of the city. As the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign muttered to himself and made contact with the red thread, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Oddly, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with the essence of these red threads, as if he had encountered them before? Could it be that the one wielding this power was someone he knew? The Red Lotus Demon Sovereign initially frowned, but then his pupils gradually widened in realization. Could it be him? Whirling around to gaze in a certain direction, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. How could this be possible? He should have perished in the chaos. Why is he alive again? Has he risen from the dead? Or is it merely his will? No, that's not right. His will doppelganger also entered the chaos, and I witnessed the collapse of the bone passage with my own eyes. If even his willful doppelganger can traverse the chaos, then his true self should not perish within it. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that this madman, Wuji, is truly immortal? The Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord furrowed his brow, greatly perplexed. This cannot stand. It appears that Wuji intends to refine the beings of this realm. I must hasten to the next city. With this thought, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord cast a glance at the dense web of crimson threads surrounding him and soared towards the next city. Yet, midway through his flight, he paused, his expression darkening. For beneath his divine perception, he saw another city consumed by the overwhelming tide of red threads. After a prolonged silence, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord clenched his teeth, defiantly refusing to yield. Undeterred, he continued his flight, eventually locating yet another city under his divine scrutiny. However, the outcome was regrettably the same. A lunatic, indeed, a true lunatic. Is it your intention to refine every living being in this realm within a single day? The Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord's chest heaved with frustration. No, please, save me. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. My cultivation, my lifespan, my very body. The anguished cries of the cultivators, deemed mere nourishment, echoed in his ears, igniting an inferno of anger within him. This accursed Wuji. Why must he impose his will upon him at every turn? Wherever he goes, this is the reality he faces. If this continues, will he forever walk in the shadow of Wuji's madness? After a long moment, the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord let out a despondent sigh, gazing up at the azure sky, murmuring, "Heaven above, Tao of heaven, and all those celestial beings, I implore you, swiftly take this aberration away. Otherwise, life as I know it is untenable." As soon as his words fell, the heavens seemed to respond, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Like a great sun suspended in the sky, this formidable presence enveloped the entire realm, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze upon that resplendent flash of light. Who could it be? Could it be the Tao of heaven? Or perhaps a celestial being from the higher realms has descended to investigate the disturbances below. This aura appeared unabashedly, casting its influence over every corner, allowing the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord to keenly perceive the immense power of its source. Unprecedented, indeed. Even Wuji the madman could scarcely compare. Then, the brilliant light vanished, yet the Scarlet Lotus Demon Lord could still sense its lingering presence, directed towards the island. Has it come for Wuji? His eyes glinted with determination, and he swiftly transformed into a streak of light, racing back to the island where he had originally been. Above Tianyan Island, Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tall figure radiating a terrifying aura, unmistakably at the initial stage of true immortality. Yet, it was still not enough. Wuji's hands idly caressed one another behind his back, The essence of the red silk threads emanating from every corner has slowed considerably. At this rate, even if all the cultivators were refined, it would only amount to the mid-stage of the true immortal realm. However, this was within his expectations. After all, when compared to the cultivators in this realm, they were even less formidable than those from the original 5 domains. Yet, it is better than nothing. Wu Jie had no intention of halting, allowing the myriad red threads to gradually drain this world. Below, on the celestial chessboard, the cultivators of the evergreen realm had all become lifeless husks, each with eyes wide open in death. Suddenly, a sigh echoed through the heavens and the earth. Wu Jie's hands, which were resting behind him, paused slightly, and his deep gaze turned toward a particular direction. Then, under his scrutiny, a figure slowly coalesced, as if materializing from thin air. Young friend, cease your actions. As fellow members of the human race, why resort to such slaughter? The karma brought forth by the massacre of beings in this realm far outweighs any gains you may acquire. As his words fell, an invisible gust of wind, imbued with a terrifying aura, swept forth, seemingly to instill fear. Wu Jie's garments fluttered as he regarded the appearing elder in black with composure. Who are you? I am merely a passerby, the elder replied, his voice resonant like a great bell, his posture unwavering and dignified. I do not wish to witness the devastation of life in this realm, hence my descent to dissuade you from your course. A passerby? Wu Jie responded coolly. Do those from the immortal realm delight in meddling? Or is there perhaps a descendant of yours in this world? No, young friend, you misunderstand me. The elder in black shook his head. I have no descendants in this realm. I am solely a passerby. However, it is true that I have a penchant for meddling. Upon finishing, the elder smiled slightly, flicking his finger, unleashing an unseen pressure that instantly shattered the myriad red threads. Wu Jie's gaze turned frigid, dark energy swirling around him as his fingers curled slightly, clearly poised for action. Young friend, hold on. The elder in black gestured with his hand. I do not wish to engage in combat with you, for rather than fighting. His gaze drifted to the celestial chessboard beneath Wu Jie's feet. I would prefer to settle matters through a game of elegance. Wu Jie followed the elder's gaze towards the chessboard, his brow furrowing. What do you mean? A game of chess? The elder replied. Having delved into the art of chess for many years, I have seldom encountered a worthy opponent. Today, seeing your artifact is a chessboard, you must also possess a mastery of the game. Why not let the outcome of our match determine the victor? If you win, I shall not interfere further. If I win, you will cease your actions. What say you? The elder in black smiled faintly. I win, and you continue to refine the beings of this realm. If you win, I will relinquish my efforts. Are you wagering the lives of this realm's beings? Wu Jie inquired calmly. Ah, young friend. The elder waved his hand dismissively. It is not as you suggest. I merely wish to save them. Perhaps. Wu Jie remained noncommittal, then remarked. But why should I engage in a match with you? Regardless of the outcome, you will not suffer. Upon hearing this, the old man in black nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the young man's words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Very well, let us proceed in this manner. I shall wager an additional stake. If you prevail, I will bestow upon you a gift that will surely satisfy you. With that, Wu Jie concluded, positioning the black piece on the celestial chessboard, seated cross-legged, and gestured toward the old man in black. Please. The old man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha, young friend, how refreshing. I am Liu Qingqing. He settled on the white pieces with a slight smile. Please. Wu Jie nodded slightly. Please. 10 days elapsed, the moonlight cool and serene. The inhabitants of Tianyan Island had long since healed from their injuries, gazing somewhat numbly at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. Intriguingly, the previous white-clad immortal who had aided the practitioners of the evergreen realm, known as Fangsuan, had not departed, instead choosing to watch alongside them. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Fangsuan intently observed the dynamics of the celestial chessboard, his eyes alight with fervor, occasionally voicing genuine admiration. Clearly, he too was an aficionado of the game. This match had persisted for a full 10 days, each move expanding Fangsuan's horizons, rendering the experience unprecedented. He prided himself on his own skills. Yet witnessing these two players made him acutely aware of the vastness that lay beyond his own capabilities. The black pieces resembled crows, while the white pieces were akin to swans. With a flourish of his sleeve, Wu Jie moved the black piece once more, a seemingly ordinary move that concealed a deadly intent. Young friend, Liu Qingqing, the old man in black, waved his hand, blocking the impending threat with a white piece, smiling slightly. Do not let impatience cloud your judgment. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. Wu Jie scrutinized the board, his brow furrowed. Liu Qingqing observed Wu Jie's demeanor, maintaining a calm smile. though a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. He could not deny the exceptional prowess of the white-haired youth, compelling him to take the game more seriously. However, he had no intention of gifting anything to this young man, for he was confident of his victory. His initial path was not one of enlightenment, but of the game itself. Having faced numerous defeats in his youth, he now found himself in a streak of triumph. After so many years without tasting failure, Li Guanxi brimmed with confidence, yet a subtle anticipation lingered in his heart, a longing for the day he might encounter defeat. Stars adorned the chessboard, traversing 19 lines. After much contemplation, Wu Ji made his move once more. This move would shatter the stalemate, reversing the dire situation and turning the tides. Li Guanxi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he stared intently at the black piece, seemingly unable to comprehend how the stalemate could be broken in such a manner. After a prolonged silence, a spark ignited in Li Guanxi's eyes, a smile blossoming on his face as he raised his hand to place his piece, once again thwarting the evolving strategy. Initially, Wu Ji had exuded brilliance, while Li Guanxi had taken a cautious approach. Yet now, it was Wu Ji who found himself in a precarious position. Young friend, the outcome is already determined. Li Guanxi lifted his gaze to meet that of the white-haired youth, stroking his beard with a smile. Wu Ji gazed silently, unmoving as time gradually slipped away. The circumstances demanded precision. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Thus, Wu Ji was deep in contemplation. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the old man in black, Li Guanxi, for he perceived that the current situation was not as dire as it seemed. Had he been the one to play the black pieces, this predicament could easily be resolved, never succumbing to a stalemate or indecision. An hour passed, and Wu Ji remained still. Li Guanxi shook his head, his gaze drifting to a specific point as he murmured, if only it could land there, retreat would be secured. The implication was clear. Wu Ji's eyes followed suit, yet to Li Guanxi's surprise, he remained unmoved. Furrowing his brow, Li Guanxi pondered if this young man with white hair possessed such a fierce nature that he had become overly aggressive, thus ensnaring himself and neglecting his escape route. Oh, the folly of youth. Li Guanxi let out a soft sigh. On the 12th night, clouds partially obscured the moonlight. Wu Ji, seated like a statue in the black pieces, remained utterly still. On Tianyan Island, the onlookers exchanged glances, questioning whether the immortal master was on the verge of defeat. Indeed, the master had not made a move in 2 days. Could he have fallen asleep? Surely, you jest. The immortal master has closed his eyes, one remarked. What do you know? He is meditating, contemplating, another retorted. Meditating with eyes closed? The board is right here. Why close his eyes? Meditation does not hinder. Every move on the board is made by the immortal master himself, who would not need to rely on the board for contemplation. The situation has reached a deadlock. Any rash move would result in total loss, which explains the master's inactivity for 2 days. At this moment, the elder Liu Xiaoyao spoke up to clarify. Among those present, only a few could discern the true nature of the situation, and he, Liu Xiaoyao, was one of them. Wu Ji's exceptional chess skills were well known, and thus he often played against him in the pavilion. Although he had never won, he had gained much from the encounters, significantly improving his own skills. Immortal Master? Fang Xuan looked over in confusion. You refer to him as the Immortal Master? Elder Liu Xiaoyao frowned, questioning the issue. Fang Xuan paused, then burst into laughter. Truly, a frog at the bottom of a well. What concern is that of yours? To us, Immortal Master is merely a title. Elder Liu Xiaoyao snorted dismissively. A title? I understand that, but from whence comes the term immortal? An immortal who refines an entire realm? The true demons lie elsewhere, Fang Xuan chuckled. Elder Liu Xiaoyao's expression darkened, yet he chose not to engage further, his gaze returning to the celestial board with unwavering determination. The Immortal Master will not lose. He has already lost. Fang Xuan replied with a subtle smile, adding, the old man in black advances with meticulous caution, each move calculated to perfection. Once a game reaches its conclusion, there is no possibility of reversal. The present moment serves as the finest testament to this truth. Beneath the moonlight, the soft glow illuminates Wu Ji's flowing white hair. Shimmering, yet his figure remains motionless in the silvery light. You speak nonsense. The black raven perched on Qingqing's shoulder squawked vehemently. The outcome is yet undetermined. How dare you make such bold claims? With the presence of an immortal, it harbors no fear of the white-robed sage. Meanwhile, Fang Xuan remains unperturbed. For your ignorance of the game renders you blind to the terrors of this elder. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, you can only gaze at the sky. Should you learn the game, you would see this elder as a mere speck of dust against the vastness of the heavens. Let us await the unfolding events. Thus spoke, Fang Xuan lifted his gaze. Chapter 165. Replay in the rain on the 13th night. A cold moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in like ink, and a faint blue light flickered amidst the tumult, accompanied by thunder that shook the heavens. A fierce wind arose, swirling up fallen leaves and fine sand from the ground. The onlookers on the island had just raised their heads when the crisp sound of pearls falling onto a plate echoed in their ears. It was raining. The celestial maiden, Qingwei, lifted her gaze, her clear pupils reflecting the somber sky, murmuring softly. At that moment, Wujis, seated cross-legged upon the celestial chessboard, finally stirred. He slightly inclined his head, extending a long hand from his flowing sleeve to grasp the air. His snow-white hair danced in the gale, and a black piece floated beside him. Raindrops, like pearls, fell onto the chessboard, accompanied by the descent of a black piece. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated as a splash of water erupted. The situation transformed instantaneously. The black pieces surged forth like a dragon into the sea, striking with tremendous force and rendering the white pieces utterly defeated. The black-clad elder, Liu Qingqing, felt his pupils constrict, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? He fixated on the chessboard's layout, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself, oblivious to the rain soaking his black robe. Marvelous, truly marvelous. A voice of astonishment rang out from the island. Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As if witnessing a divine hand at play, he had never anticipated that this single move could reverse the dire situation. See, I told you so. The black raven on Qingqing's shoulder flapped its wings in delight, casting a triumphant glance at Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan remained speechless, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. You have lost. Suddenly, Wujis rose, directing his attention towards the drenched Liu Qingqing, his tranquil eyes betraying a hint of arrogance, infused with spirited vigor. He had already perceived his escape route. Needing no reminder from Liu Qingqing, his refusal to retreat was solely to conceive this very move. What he sought was a reversal against the winds of adversity. Wujis remained untouched by the rain, in stark contrast to Liu Qingqing, who was drenched and in disarray. Like an obsessed fool, he remained fixated on the impending defeat upon the chessboard, his lips moving in whispered incantations. It's time to leave. Wujis no longer paid heed to Liu Qingqing, slowly ascending into the air. A single move made all the difference. Perhaps the elder in black had intentionally allowed for leniency or underestimated his opponent. Yet a defeat is a defeat. The red threads once again blossomed in the air, and a hellish scene unfolded anew. Liu Qingqing merely glanced up before returning his gaze to the chessboard, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and a hint of regret. Amidst the torrential rain, the elder in black, Liu Qingqing, remained seated at the celestial chessboard, motionless like a withered pine tree, undeterred by the storm. If I had started this way, would I have lost? No. How about this? Still not. The elder in black closed his eyes in contemplation, replaying the previous match in his mind, muttering incessantly. On the island, the onlookers observed this scene with confusion. Was it merely a lost game of chess? Why did the elder in black linger in such despair, sitting through nearly a night in the downpour? Was it out of defiance or discontent? A single misstep in chess can leave anyone feeling unsatisfied, mused Feng Xuan, who had not yet departed. However, Feng Xuan lifted his gaze towards a figure with white hair in the sky, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He could win. A fact he had not anticipated. Had he faced the elder in black, he would have lost long ago and would not have been able to turn the tide. At that moment, two streaks of light rushed in from the distance, arriving in the blink of an eye. Is it them? On the island, Qingqing and Tianyan exchanged glances of bewilderment upon recognizing the newcomers. What could have brought them here? The arrivals were a woman in a black robe with white hair and a young girl in green attire. Indeed, the same two women Qingqing and Tianyan had encountered earlier. They appeared to be in search of someone. The gaze of the woman in black robes fell upon the elder in black, noting he was drenched, her brow furrowing slightly. Master, what are you doing here? There was no response from the celestial chessboard. The elder continued his mental replay, seemingly lost in his own world. Why isn't the master speaking? The young girl in green inquired, tilting her head. The white-haired woman shook her head, then looked towards the celestial chessboard, her expression shifting to one of shock and bewilderment upon seeing her master's white pieces in disarray. Had her master lost a match in this realm? Who was this opponent? She was all too familiar with her master's prowess in chess, a skill rarely challenged even in the celestial realm. To think that in this small domain, her master had fallen to another? No wonder her master bore such a countenance. It must be incomprehensible to her. The woman in black contemplated as her gaze swept around, seeking the one who had brought her master to such defeat. Not him. This one surely isn't. Could it be him? Ultimately, her eyes landed on the figure with white hair in the sky, a flicker of recognition in her gaze. Upon discerning the features of the man, she was momentarily taken aback. Was it him? The very same white-haired man who had been encased in ice along the Tongxing River? He had emerged now. Yet, it bore no consequence to her. Beyond the astonishment that this white-haired man could best her master in the game of chess, she felt no other emotions. Master, the young girl in the azure attire also spotted Wuji in the sky and exclaimed with excitement, "It's that person. The one who looks remarkably like an ice block." An ice block? The woman in the black robe with white hair rubbed her forehead, bemused by her disciple's description, which was somewhat. However, it was indeed reminiscent of an ice block. As the woman scrutinized Wuji, she noted the indifference etched on his face, coupled with an intangible aura that exuded a sense of detachment. To call him an ice block was, in truth, not an exaggeration. It turned out that the crimson threads were manifestations of his divine abilities. Observing the myriad of red strands, the white-haired woman murmured to herself. Earlier, she had perceived the intent of refinement conveyed by these crimson threads and had wondered which formidable being from the higher realms had descended upon this world. In the celestial realm, it was not uncommon for a great demon to refine an entire realm. As long as the price was sufficient, the heavenly court would remain indifferent, particularly towards the lower realms that lacked backing. Was he a true immortal? Then why did that person and the crow previously refer to him as immortal sovereign? Could he be a manifestation of some immortal sovereign from the higher realms? The white-haired woman furrowed her brow. Never mind. What was the point of pondering these matters? Dispelling her distracting thoughts, she turned her gaze towards the elder in black, Liu Qingqing, who was immersed in the celestial chessboard, and spoke. Master, we have found what we were looking for. It is time to return. However, although the elder opened his eyes, his gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, seemingly ignoring the woman. Master. Seeing this, the azure-clad girl shouted loudly. The elder abruptly came to his senses, looking at the white-haired woman and the azure girl. Initially taken aback, then smiling. Ah, it is my disciple and dear grand-disciple. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the white-haired woman found herself at a loss for words. Master, you were the one who mentioned wanting to see who was refining the beings of this realm. We found what we sought and came to find you. All right. The elderly Guanxi patted his head, realizing, look at my memory. I truly am getting old. It is time to return, the white-haired woman stated. Upon hearing the intention to return, Liu Qingqing fell silent. You may go back first, he said after a long pause. Master, the white-haired woman frowned slightly. Liu Qingqing lifted his gaze to the young man with white hair and then glanced at the white pieces floating in the puddle, murmuring, there is an unwillingness in my heart. Ever since I was young and began playing chess, I knew I would one day master the art without equal. I challenged various experts, seeking perfection. Time has passed, and it has been long since I tasted defeat. Now, I have finally achieved my wish to lose again. Yet this time, I lack the spirit I once had, for even though I anticipated a great defeat, deep down, I did not truly believe I would succumb. Yet, I have still lost, defeated by a youth. As he reflected on this, the expression of the aged figure in black, Liu Qingqing, bore a tinge of bitterness. How ironic to be bested by someone so young. Countless efforts could not withstand a single, decisive blow. Youth. Is this what they call talent? Liu Qingqing sighed deeply, memories of his own youth flooding his mind, those moments when he outmaneuvered his predecessors. Witnessing their expressions of regret and frustration. In hindsight, how different was he from his present self? The new generation brims with talent, while he can no longer return to his youthful days. Alas, defeat is inevitable. Slowly, Liu Qingqing rose, his black garments soaked. Throughout the night, he replayed the match in his mind, analyzing every move until he finally recognized a familiar pattern. The path taken by this white-haired youth was one he had often traversed in his own reckless youth, bold and singularly focused on victory. He had lost. He had been vanquished not only by this white-haired young man, but by the youthful spirit of his former self. Yet, despite this, Liu Qingqing remained. Master, it is time to return, urged the woman in black robes, her brow furrowed. Liu Qingqing remained silent. Observing his demeanor, the woman shook her head in confusion before departing with the girl in green. Plop! A droplet fell, splashing onto the chessboard. In a moment of reverie, Liu Qingqing seemed to glimpse a pair of tender hands disrupting the game, accompanied by a joyful laugh. Senior, your chess skills are remarkable. Your junior, am in awe. However, I wish to play another game. The ethereal figure flickered in the rain, overlapping with his memories. Liu Qingqing stood frozen. That was the semblance of his younger self. Another game. He murmured softly, suddenly lifting his gaze to the white-haired figure above and calling out, young friend, may we play again? I refused to concede. Laughter erupted from Liu Qingqing amidst the rain, his voice resonating with vigor. Looking down, Wu Ji perceived a familiar spark of determination in the eyes of the drenched elder, a glimmer of perseverance. The most precious and fervent times in life are those devoted to one's passions, requiring no validation from others, and needing no understanding from the uncomprehending. Some revel in life amidst the rain, while others squander time under the sun. Very well, came the response. Wu Ji gradually took a seat, remaining untouched by the rain. Please, proceed. The young man and the elder exchanged a knowing smile. As the game commenced, the elder no longer played cautiously, his aura surged, exuding an air of imminent danger, striking with the intent to penetrate the heart of the opponent. Yet, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. The white-haired youth deftly countered every attack, maneuvering with ease. Was defeat again on the horizon? The elder refused to believe it. He was not afraid of losing. With piercing determination, he grasped a white piece and, without hesitation, slammed it down, causing ripples to dance across the board. Behind him, a flickering shadow of youth seemed to materialize. Knowing he was outmatched, he fought valiantly to the end. The downpour persisted. You have lost. The silver-haired young man suddenly rose and swept away, leaving the old man alone amidst the rain curtain. Yet this time, there was no trace of resentment or regret in his eyes, only a sense of relief. At that moment, the rain finally ceased. The old man lifted his gaze, and as the clouds parted to reveal the dawn, he murmured, another defeat. Had I known I would fall into such a predicament, I would have overturned the chessboard. Ha ha. The old man in black rose and laughed heartily, his heart already unburdened, as the gloom within him dissipated with the dawn. In this world, heroes are indeed as numerous as fish crossing a river. The path of chess is never solitary, indeed never solitary. Ha ha. The old man in black gazed at the chessboard, his emotions surging, and exclaimed with a robust laugh, In my youth, I understood the difficulties of chess. In my later years, I forgot the ambitions of my youth. A single misstep seals one as fate. Countless struggles must be overcome anew. The road ahead is long, yet what of it? An old steed still aspires to gallop, awaiting the clouds to part and the sun to shine. Who says one cannot regain their youth? As his words echoed, Li Guanxi looked up at the clear sky, slowly closing his eyes, reflecting, Indeed, life is like a game of chess. And what are the gifts you have given me? At that moment, Wu Jin appeared before him, his aura now unmistakably akin to that of a true celestial being at mid-stage, having fully refined the powers of this realm's practitioners. Suddenly, Wu Jin let out a muffled groan, his complexion visibly paling, as the power he had absorbed turned against him. Even with a celestial king's physique, to harness such immense power in a single day was bound to provoke a backlash. Observing this, Li Guanxi smiled slightly. In truth, I have prepared nothing. Yet once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. How about this? Today, my young friend imparts wisdom to me, and I shall bestow upon you a technique. What say you? Wu Jin forcibly suppressed the surging power within and inquired, What technique? A method of breath control, perfectly suited to soothe the turbulent energy within you. Li Guanxi replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Truly, a timely gift. Then I thank you. Wu Jin clasped his hands in gratitude. Come closer. Li Guanxi extended his hand. Wu Jin remained still, observing him quietly. This technique cannot be conveyed in words. It must be done this way, Li Guanxi said enigmatically, a hint of mirth in his eyes. Wu Jin was puzzled, but took a step closer. Bow your head, Li Guanxi instructed, the smile in his eyes deepening. Wu Jin fell silent, realizing the old man in black's intention to pat his head and impart the technique. But must it truly be this way? After a moment, seeing the unwavering expectation in Li Guanxi's eyes, he ultimately chose to lower his head. Li Guanxi, upon seeing this, gently placed his hand atop Wu Jin's head. The warmth radiating from above made Wu Jin feel quite uncomfortable. Chapter 167. The Art of Yin Yang 9 Transformations. The celestial touches my crown, granting me longevity. The onlookers on the island gazed at this peculiar scene in midair, feeling an indescribable sense of absurdity mixed with wonder. In their eyes, the celestial master was the very immortal who had once supported me, yet now, I had become that very being. Observing this transformation felt undeniably peculiar. The essence of Qi settled into the yellow quartz sea, while divine light illuminated the white jade capital. The 9 transformations, traversing through myriad orifices, harmonized yin and yang throughout 1,000 bones. This technique was known as the Yin Yang 9 transformations, its subtleties requiring personal comprehension. Yet one must remember to keep it from being divulged. Li Guanxi's voice echoed in Wu's mind. The essence of Qi settled into the yellow quartz sea, divine light reflecting off the white jade capital. The 9 transformations traversed through myriad orifices, as the universe flowed effortlessly. Wuj silently recited the words, as if touched in spirit, and then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in midair, suspended within the void. His expression remained serene, his breath elongated like a silkworm spinning its cocoon, revealing azure veins beneath his skin, akin to serpent scales weaving through. After 9 breaths, Wuj slowly opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering within. In but 9 breaths, the power within him had stabilized considerably. This technique was indeed profound and remarkably intricate. Even when compared to the heaven-mending technique, it fell short. He was well aware of the origins of the heaven-mending technique, having learned from the celestial artisans that it was a method created by the revered celestial monarch. Yet now, it paled in comparison to this breathing technique bestowed by the enigmatic elder in black robes, indicating that the elder's origins were not trivial. Wuj's gaze flickered. Young friend, this technique must not be revealed. Otherwise, it could invite peril to your life, Li Guanshi reiterated with caution. I understand, esteemed elder. Thank you for bestowing this method upon me, Wuj replied with a respectful gesture. He recognized that this breathing technique was far from ordinary, undoubtedly a rare and precious skill within the celestial realm. Moreover, Li Guanshi closed his eyes to attune to the surroundings before speaking again. If you slay indiscriminately within a realm, you may very well attract the attention or pursuit of the heavenly court. Exercise caution and best consider departing from this realm promptly. The heavenly court again. Thank you for your warning, esteemed elder, Wuj said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, Li Guanshi waved his sleeve. And in an instant, his garments and hair were dried completely. He then adjusted his robe and gazed upward. I must take my leave now. Looking at Wuj, a smile graced his face. Young friend, I trust we will meet again in the future. Farewell. Farewell, Wuj nodded in response. Subsequently, Li Guanshi vanished without a trace. On the island, Xianya, perched on Qing's shoulder, glanced at Fangsuan. Aren't you going to flee? The celestial master has concluded his business. Flee? Why would I run? Fangsuan replied with a faint smile, countering the inquiry. How bold? Xianya nodded in admiration. At that moment, Wuj, suspended in midair, cast a penetrating gaze towards Fangsuan. A smile appeared on Fangsuan's face, as he intended to convey goodwill, but suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. Wuj's 2 fingers slightly converged, and the essence of heaven and earth coalesced between them, forming a chess piece, which he flung directly at Fangsuan. Wait! Fangsuan shouted, extending his hand. However, fate was indifferent. The chess piece stirred a wave of energy as it surged forward, the intent to kill unmistakably evident. Damn it! Fangsuan cursed under his breath and shouted. Clouds come. A billowing cloud appeared beneath him, and with a grim expression, Fangsuan stepped onto it, swiftly soaring away from the scene. Is that all? The dark celestial crow perched on Qingqing's shoulder observed Fangsuan's hasty retreat with a tilted head. Damn it! Why does it still pursue me? In midair, the ethereal Fangsuan glanced back, only to see that piece still relentlessly chasing after him, prompting an outburst of curses. You damn dog! Subsequently, Fangsuan formed hand seals, accelerating the cloud beneath him, which quickly distanced him from that piece. Nothing more than this. Fangsuan cast a glance behind him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, the cloud inexplicably halted. What is going on? Fangsuan was startled and turned back. Upon seeing, his face paled instantly. The white-haired Wuji stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, his calm gaze regarding Fangsuan as one might regard a mere jester. As Wuji raised his hand, Fangsuan hastily waved it away, saying, not like this, hear me out. I have no ties to this realm. My assistance is purely for profit, indicating no fundamental conflict between us. If I wished to flee, I would have done so long ago. My decision to remain stems from a desire for collaboration. After hearing me out, you can decide whether to strike or to pursue mutual benefit. How about it? Upon hearing this, Wuji retracted his hand, standing with arms crossed, and regarded Fangsuan. Speak. Fangsuan exhaled in relief and began to elaborate to Wuji. In the upper realm, there lies. On New York Island, the onlookers beheld Wuji and Fangsuan flying in tandem, appearing remarkably harmonious, leaving them dumbfounded. What is happening? The immortal aiding the cultivators of the Chongqing realm is trailing behind the immortal sovereign? Could it be that feelings have developed amidst the pursuit? Someone murmured. You all ought to leave this realm and head to the immortal realm. I will deal with the celestial general guarding the passage, Wuji stated expressionlessly. And after delivering these words, he departed with Fangsuan, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Immortal sovereign, wait for me. The dark celestial crow called out hurriedly, then turned to Qingqing. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Oh, One person and one crow hastily pursued. Master. A sudden pain shot through the heart of Saintess Liu Qingqing as the gaze of her master swept over her, showing no flicker of emotion, as if regarding a stranger. Old ancestor Liu Xiaoyao observed the dejected Saintess Liu Qingqing and sighed, stroking her head. Do not fear, my child, for I am here. Suddenly, Feng Huayu's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the gradually fading figure with white hair, a smile breaking across his face. The immortal sovereign indeed holds us in mind. The crowd was taken aback by this statement. What does it mean to hold us in mind? We at least share the same world as the immortal sovereign. Yet he has merely left a single sentence and turned his back on us. Someone voiced their indignation. You know nothing. As Feng Huayu once again glared, he questioned. If the immortal lord disregards us, why then does he utter such words? And why has he vanquished the celestial generals guarding the passage? Perhaps your mind is clouded, rendering you incapable of perceiving these straightforward truths. What purpose do you serve in this existence? The individual addressed felt their face flush. Yet having encountered the sharp tongue of Feng Huayu before, they could only fume in silence. In the heavens, Wujia and Fangzuan's sword, one following the other. Are those individuals from your homeland? Indeed. And you simply abandon them? I owe them nothing. Chapter 168. The Celestial Jade Capital. A gentle spring breeze caressed the fields. A young girl rode a green ox, gazing up at the azure sky. Master, what lies above? The elder looked up, stroking his beard with a smile. There are immortals. But aren't you an immortal, master? The girl tilted her head, puzzled. Indeed, I am an immortal. The elder nodded, then shook his head. Yet above the immortals, there exist other immortals, and beyond that, there is the realm of the heavens. The celestial beings reside above, in the Jade Capital. The girl, upon hearing this, gazed upward in a mix of comprehension and confusion, softly murmuring, Celestial beings, Jade Capital. As the moon ascended, within the ethereal sea of clouds, a snow-capped mountain, veiled in silvery moonlight, emerged, exuding a chilling radiance. It was both hazy and awe-inspiring. On the sacred mountain, delicate snowflakes danced. Master, why does our revered ancestor linger in the mortal realm? Even when I call for him, he refuses to return. In the snow, a girl clad in green followed a stunning woman in a black robe with white hair, chattering incessantly. Before long, they arrived at a resplendent hall, at which point the woman in black finally spoke. Your ancestor is quite stubborn, having lost to a young challenger in the game of chess. He feels an unwillingness to depart. Disciple, do not conspire against your master behind their back. A figure suddenly appeared, none other than Li Guanshi. Am I not speaking directly to you? It is still improper, the woman in black replied nonchalantly. Is it not embarrassing for your master? What will my dear disciple think? Your ancestor is indeed quite obstinate. The girl in green raised an eyebrow. Li Guanshi sighed softly. Master, he began, when the woman in black unexpectedly inquired. What is the origin of that white-haired man? What origin? Li Guanshi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am unaware of his background, and his physical form is peculiar. Despite being merely at the true immortal level, he possesses strength comparable to that of an immortal king. It seems. Li Guanshi squinted. This young man likely follows an ancient cultivation system known as the realm of catastrophic immortals. The realm of catastrophic immortals? The woman in black turned to Li Guanshi. Isn't that method obsolete, its drawbacks outweighing its benefits? Indeed, he has been eliminated. Li Guanshi nodded and remarked. The method of transcending calamity can only refine the body and cannot elevate one's realm, although it may enable one to contend with foes of the same level. The spiritual energy required for the realm of calamity has long been sufficient to break through several stages. Thus the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. Nonetheless, within the vast celestial realm, there are always a few martial enthusiasts who pursue ultimate power and choose to practice the method of transcending calamity. However, without exception, these individuals possess substantial backing to sustain such consumption. Otherwise, they could not endure the strain. As for the white-haired man named Wuji, he evidently does not belong to this category, nor does he seem to be a denizen of the celestial realm. He appears entirely ignorant of the celestial realm and the heavenly court, lacking even a trace of reverence. Upon hearing this, the white-haired woman in black robes exhibited a flicker of surprise. Does Master imply that he is merely a person from the lower realm? I am uncertain myself. Li Guanshi frowned and replied, if he truly hails from the lower realm, how could the spiritual energy of that realm sustain a being of true immortal status? Did he not refine cultivators from the eternal green realm? The white-haired woman in black robes reminded him. Indeed, Li Guanshi exclaimed, patting his head. Forgive my forgetfulness. Playing chess with Master has left me a bit befuddled. However, he continued, shifting his tone, this young man is rather peculiar. He claims to be from the celestial realm, yet seems utterly oblivious to it. He asserts he is not of the celestial realm. Yet the techniques he practices are distinctly celestial, not those of the common lower realms. Can Master discern the origin of his techniques? The woman in black inquired. Not yet. Li Guanxi shook his head. In any case, this young man is not simple. He adjusted his beard. Even if he is not simple, it should have no bearing on Master in the future, correct? The woman in black replied nonchalantly. No, Li Guanxi said with a mysterious smile. There will indeed be a connection in the future. What do you mean? The woman in black was puzzled. Although Master lost the game against him, she is a renowned figure in Baima and the entire celestial realm. How could a mere true immortal like that white-haired man possibly have any future ties with Master? In our game, there was a wager. If I lose, I shall bestow upon him something, Li Guanxi explained. What is it? The 9 transformations of yin and yang. As Li Guanxi's words fell, the eyes of the white-haired woman in black robes widened in astonishment. Master is granting him this technique? Indeed, Li Guanxi nodded, his expression composed. However, the woman in black was left speechless. The 9 transformations of yin and yang was a technique established by the first generation of immortal sovereigns of Baiyujing, renowned even in the celestial realm. Without being an elder or one of the most core disciples of Baiyujing, no one would possess the qualification to practice it. Yet now, Master is so casually giving it away. Is it not somewhat inappropriate? The woman in black frowned and remarked, that white-haired man has a rather ruthless disposition. He may very well veer down a treacherous path in the future. If there is entanglement with such a person, it could pose risks to Baiyujing. Risks? Li Guanxi, in disagreement, remarked that it was merely a matter of poor reputation surrounding Baiyujing. However, Baiyujing was unperturbed by the opinions of others. Furthermore, what constitutes a misguided path? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the path one treads is the rightful one. At this point, a hint of amusement sparkled in Li Guanxi's eyes. From his observations, it was evident that the future progeny would certainly be extraordinary. Perhaps today they remained unnoticed. Yet in time, they might very well attain renown throughout the celestial realm. The Yin-Yang 9 transformations technique is merely an inanimate object. But if it could one day yield a significant favor, why not embrace it? What makes one exceptional? Is it solely due to the practice of the robbery of immortals? The woman in the black robe with white hair frowned and questioned. No, for I perceive something else in his eyes, replied Li Guanxi. What is it? An ultimate seeker of the path, along with unwavering persistence. Li Guanxi chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, the woman sighed imperceptibly, murmuring, Master's insight is truly remarkable. Able to discern so much. Li Guanxi understood his disciple's veiled sarcasm, but chose not to dispute it, instead smiling faintly. Let us await the outcome, my disciple. Even if he fades into obscurity, I have nothing to lose. With that, Li Guanxi gazed up at the moon, reflecting, the era always belongs to the newcomers. And the land is ever replaced by new talents. I may be aging, but you and your diligent disciple are still youthful. If a mere Yin-Yang 9 transformations technique can secure a future safeguard for you and your diligent disciple, what is there to lament? Upon hearing this, the woman in the black robe with white hair was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 169. The cat swaps the prince in the northern desert, celestial domain. Outside the passage of the evergreen realm. The golden-armored heavenly general guarding the passage yawned, appearing rather lethargic. Even in the realm of cultivation, one could still feel drowsy. A voice, half smiling and half mocking, resonated. Who goes there? The golden-armored heavenly general was suddenly startled and turned to look. What met his gaze, however, was a long, pristine white hand that swiftly approached, seizing his face in an instant, then applying force. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth. Wuji let his arm drop. The thick crimson liquid dripping from his fingers onto the ground. Thud. The golden-armored heavenly general collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Is it truly over so quickly? The figure behind Wuji, Fengxuan, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had envisioned countless scenarios of how Wuji would eliminate this heavenly general, but never did he anticipate it would be executed with such ease. Merely a hand squeeze, and the skull was shattered. The strength exhibited was exceedingly monstrous, Fengxuan thought. Gazing at Wuji's silhouette, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, a soul emerged from the corpse of the heavenly general. You insolent wretches! How dare you assault a heavenly general from the celestial court? Do you comprehend the gravity of this transgression? The spirit was both alarmed and enraged. Yet what awaited him were several crimson threads that swiftly ensnared him, beginning the process of refinement. No, please. If you kill me, you will face relentless pursuit from the celestial court, and there will be no place to hide. Cease. No. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the celestial general's soul vanished entirely. With an expressionless demeanor, Wu Ji methodically wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth, displaying no concern for the threats posed by the celestial general. Pursuit? He was already targeted for extermination by the so-called Heavenly Court. What difference did it make if his crimes were compounded? Ahem. Fang Siyuan cleared his throat and stepped forward, smiling at Wu Ji. Welcome to the Celestial Realm. Indeed. Let us proceed. Wait for me, Celestial Sovereign. One person and a raven hurried after him. Outside the Chongqing passage, a group of figures emerged, momentarily silent as they gazed upon the corpse of the Celestial General. I presume he was responsible for this. One mused. Is this truly the Celestial Realm? The spiritual energy here is so dense that a single breath feels like an instant path to immortality, another exclaimed with excitement. At last, we have arrived in the Celestial Realm, a third remarked, filled with sentiment. What awaits us is a bright future. Laughter erupted among the group, their faces alight with joy. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice interrupted. Esteemed guests, let us part ways here. A large gathering attracts attention, and as outsiders, we might be deemed trespassers. We are uncertain if the rules of this celestial realm permit such transgressions. It would be prudent to avoid drawing too much notice. The Taoist patriarch stroked his beard as he made his suggestion. Agreed. Agreed. The others nodded, with no dissent. The patriarch spoke the truth. Despite the vastness of the celestial realm, a large group was indeed conspicuous. As we part, who knows when we shall meet again, or if fate will bring us together. I wish for each of you to remain safe, and may your celestial fortunes flourish. Patriarch Liu Xiaoyao gazed at the gathered crowd, clasping his hands in salute. Safe travels. May your celestial fortunes flourish. Safe travels. May your celestial fortunes flourish. Safe travels. May your celestial fortunes flourish. Everyone bowed in unison, their expressions sincere. After a tumultuous journey, regardless of past grievances, all were now set aside. In this unfamiliar celestial realm, none wished to be alone, hoping instead for the well-being of those back home. Until we meet again. Farewell. After parting ways, the group began to disperse, each individual's eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and unease, like scattered birds taking flight in various directions. In this world, no gathering remains unbroken. They all understood that this farewell would make future encounters, from south to north, exceedingly rare. Before long, only Patriarch Liu Xiaoyao and the holy maiden Liu Qingqing remained outside the Chongqing passage. At that moment, a voice filled with uncertainty and confusion emerged from behind Patriarch Liu Xiaoyao. Senior Liu, where shall we go? Turning, he saw holy maiden Liu Qingqing clutching her garment's edge feebly, her gaze akin to that of a lost child. He spoke soothingly. Do not fear, my dear. I am here. Together, we shall explore the wonders of this celestial realm. Senior Liu, the holy maiden, Liu Qingqing, could no longer contain her tears and threw herself into the embrace of her master, the venerable Liu Xiaoyao, weeping inconsolably. Master, do you no longer want me? Sighing, Liu Xiaoyao gently patted her back and offered solace. Child, your master does not forsake you. He is merely preoccupied with pressing matters. He has slain countless beings in the lower realms for our sake, and is sure to become a target of the celestial forces. How could he risk bringing you along and endangering you, my foolish girl? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingqing lifted her head, her reddened eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Is it true? Indeed, Liu Xiaoyao affirmed with a nod. Deep within his heart, he too could not ascertain the true feelings of Wu Ji. But such words were all he could offer. The little girl appeared utterly pitiable. In a secluded mountain of the Chongqing realm, an eerie scene unfolded. The remains of colossal dragons, emaciated and desiccated, lay scattered across the mountainside, their hollow eye sockets seemingly retaining the echoes of fear and despair from their former existence. These were not the dragons led by Liu Qingqing, but rather the native dragon clan, entirely refined by Wu Ji, perishing in this forsaken mountain. At this moment, Liu Qingqing arrived with her kin to the desolate site, standing with hands clasped behind her back, quietly surveying the sea of dragon corpses. Chief, are you truly abandoning us? A large white dragon of the ascension stage inquired, anxiety evident in its gaze. No, Liu Qingqing replied without turning. The situation in the celestial realm is uncertain. If I were to recklessly lead you there, we might face annihilation. Thus, it is best for you to remain here in place of the native dragon clan. But if you leave, who will guide the dragon clan? The white dragon expressed its concerns. I shall continue to lead you. Liu Qingqing slowly turned to face her kin, her eyes resolute. I, Liu Qingqing, shall not abandon the dragon clan, nor my people. Once I establish a foothold in the celestial realm and gain sufficient strength, I will bring all of you with me. Therefore, my kin, please place your trust in me. With that, Liu Qingqing placed a hand over her heart and bowed deeply to her people, her voice resonating with conviction. Chief, you mustn't perform such a grand gesture. We trust in our chief. We shall remain in the Qingqing realm, awaiting your return. Indeed, we believe in our chief. Go with peace of mind. We shall wait for you. Chapter 170. The distinction between celestial and mortal in the cave. The crackling campfire emitted sounds of life. The silhouettes of 3 figures flickered in the firelight. You are a celestial being. How can you subject us to such hardships? Xianya, the Black Crow, complained with a sullen expression. Fangxuan, engrossed in roasting a wild chicken, did not glance at him and replied, What would you have me do? I came to the lower realm at someone's behest, received rewards, yet now I find myself entangled in this predicament. Tell me, where could I possibly go? Are you leading the sheep into the tiger's den? Upon hearing this, Xianya Haitian fell into silence. Would you like to eat? At that moment, Fangxuan offered a golden-brown roasted wild chicken to Wujia, inquiring. No need. Wujia's pupils reflected the flickering flames of the campfire, his profound gaze lost in thought. Noting Wujia's refusal, Fangxuan shrugged and, disregarding Qingqing and Xianya Haitian, began to eat on his own. Let us discuss the state of the celestial realm. Wujia directed his gaze towards Fangxuan. Fangxuan paused in his chewing, swallowed the morsel, and replied, In truth, the celestial realm is not vastly different from the mortal realm. There are mortals here, just as there are ordinary beings. Mortals? Qingqing asked in confusion. How can there be mortals in the celestial realm? The spiritual energy here is exceedingly rich. How could there possibly be beings without cultivation? Even a pig, if it were to absorb a breath of the world's spiritual energy, could attain enlightenment, could it not? Fangxuan chuckled. Why shouldn't there be? Most of these mortals are natives of the celestial realm. What? Qingqing exclaimed in shock. The natives of the celestial realm are mere mortals without any cultivation? Not entirely. Fangxuan's expression turned contemplative. Long ago, the celestial realm was not known as such. It was akin to the ordinary mortal realm. However, an extraordinary figure emerged, the first ruler of the heavenly court. The realm came to be known as the celestial realm entirely because of him. He established the heavenly court, conquered the heavens, and wielded supreme powers to unite 5 domains into one, thus rendering the celestial realm vast and boundless. To unite 5 domains into one? Qingqing and Xianya Haitian exchanged glances, both astonished at the sheer magnitude of such strength. Thus, the presence of mortals is not surprising, those without any talent for cultivation. No matter how rich the spiritual energy, will remain unchanged. They thrive in the celestial realm, so there are not only a few, but many mortals, more than you can imagine. Yet, the expanse of the celestial realm is simply too vast. Fangxuan gestured below. The northern desert celestial domain, where we currently reside, is even more expansive than the entire evergreen realm. Northern desert celestial domain? Wujia inquired. How many domains are there in the celestial realm? 5 domains. Fangxuan held up 5 fingers, then lowered 3, leaving 2 upright, and added, plus the 2 days. The 5 domains are the northern desert celestial domain, southern frontier celestial domain, eastern sea celestial domain, western residence celestial domain, and the central state celestial domain. East, south, west, north, and central. A flicker of realization crossed Qingqing's eyes. This was not unlike their former world, which also named its regions based on cardinal directions. Surely, those ancestors who departed the celestial realm adopted a similar naming convention, albeit with an additional 2 days. Curiously, Qingqing asked, what do the 2 days signify? 5 domains, 2 days, the 5 domains are distinct. While 2 days is a separate matter, Fangxuan replied with a faint smile. For the heavenly court and the eternal life heaven are the 2 great suns that hang above the 5 domains. Whether in an era adorned with the brilliance of stars or one teeming with heroes, these forces have perpetually loomed over the 5 domains, illuminating both the past and present. Spanning the vast expanse of the heavens, all worldly powers may eventually fade into the annals of history, yet these 2 remain, unyielding and eternal. Upon hearing this, Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, while a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Wu Ji's eyes. Is there, indeed, a force that exists beyond time? What could be the reason? Could it be the method of immortality? A spark of realization ignited within Wu Ji. Indeed, it is only through such means that a power could persist through the ages. Only immortality could ensure that the entire 5 domains remain under its dominion. All right. Fangxuan seemed to recollect something and spoke. In the celestial realm, there exists a minor sun, radiant and resplendent, though it pales in comparison to the 2 great suns of the heavenly court and the eternal life heaven. Yet recently, it has garnered much attention, standing in stark opposition to the heavenly court, and has even adopted its approach, plundering resources from the heavens to fortify itself. Interestingly, despite the heavenly court's suppression, this great freedom heaven has not perished. Rather, it has sparked a fire that may yet blaze across the land, drawing an increasing number of adherents. The great freedom heaven welcomes all, regardless of strength, whether weak or formidable. In this era where the eternal life heaven remains reclusive, some newcomers or the uninformed believe that the so-called two heavens of the five domains are the heavenly court and the great freedom heaven, rather than the heavenly court and the eternal life heaven. Why does the eternal life heaven remain hidden? Wu Ji inquired. I am unaware of the reasons, Fang Xiyuan replied, shaking his head before shifting the topic. However, in the hearts of the northern desert's people, the eternal life heaven has never truly vanished. The eternal life heaven continues to protect every citizen of the northern desert. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji turned his gaze toward Fang Xiyuan. Are you a citizen of the northern desert? No, I am not. Fang Xiyuan smiled gently. I hail from the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness? Wu Ji was taken aback. Why then have you come to the northern desert? Because there is no place for me in the southern wilderness, Fang Xiyuan replied, spreading his hands. Why not? I have slain 200,000 people, 100,000 mortals, and 100,000 cultivators in the southern wilderness. As these words fell, Xianya and Qingqing exchanged startled glances, looking at the lightly smiling Fang Xiyuan, a chill running down their spines. How could he speak of such a thing with such ease? Why did you kill 200,000 people? Wu Ji asked again. To refine poison. There is a distinction between immortals and mortals, Fang Xiyuan answered with a faint smile. I see, Wu Ji nodded in understanding. Noticing Wu Ji's calm demeanor, Fang Xiyuan's smile deepened. Fellow travelers on the same path, indeed. Qingqing and Xianya exchanged glances, observing their serene celestial master and the gently smiling Fang Xiyuan. They couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind for both the person and the crow. In collusion? No, no, no. How could one speak of their celestial master in such a manner? It should be termed as like-minded companions. Both quickly dismissed the errant thought from their minds. At this moment, Qingqing posed the question that had long lingered in her heart. What lies beyond the tribulation stage? Fang Xiyuan was taken aback. You do not know? Should I? Qingqing replied, somewhat bewildered. Although you hail from the lower realm, it is hard to believe that you are unaware of the cultivation stages. Fang Xiyuan frowned slightly. Chapter 171, Yel Bei. Qingqing began to speak, but was interrupted by Wu Ji, who turned to Fang Xiyuan and said, Speak plainly, why all this unnecessary chatter? Upon hearing this, a glimmer sparked in Fang Xiyuan's eyes. After the tribulation, there are 8 significant realms: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, Immortal Monarch, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. Each major realm is akin to a vast chasm, exceedingly difficult to traverse. Moreover, the time required to break through each major realm is unimaginable. It can take millennia to advance even a single stage, particularly in the later stages. Thus, if one encounters a being of a higher realm, it is wise to flee with utmost haste, lest one meet an untimely demise without understanding how it happened. Do not be misled into thinking that your unparalleled talent and unmatched combat prowess in the lower realm will allow you to traverse realms and vanquish foes in the immortal realm. In the realm of immortals, there is no shortage of prodigies. Whether you are 1 in 10,000, or 1 in a century, or even 1 in a millennium, such distinctions are mere illusions. Particularly in Zhongzhou, a veritable gathering of monsters, even the most extraordinary talents are deemed insufficient to even touch the threshold of Zhongzhou. There, the exceptionally gifted serve merely as stepping stones for those beasts. Even if I were to ascend to the true immortal realm, I would not dare to set foot in Zhongzhou. The strength of those monsters is truly terrifying. Remember, there is no place for mortals across the 5 domains, except in Zhongzhou, where powerful beings abound, alongside the truly immortal. Therefore, do not place excessive importance on your own talents and combat abilities when contemplating crossing realms to slay enemies. At this juncture, Fang Xiyuan glanced at Wu Ji, saying, Even you, despite your formidable physical prowess, should realize that attempting to cross realms to engage in battle is nothing short of folly. Even if you are invincible within your own realm, you must maintain a sense of respect and humility. Millennia ago, there existed an immortal king who was truly invincible within his realm, having bested all challengers across the 5 domains for 2 celestial cycles without encountering an adversary. However, he later offended an immortal emperor, who effortlessly obliterated him from afar, without breaking a sweat. What is an immortal king? It is a being capable of traversing chaos and annihilating an entire realm. Yet, in the eyes of an immortal emperor, he was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Thus, in the realm of immortals, placing undue importance on oneself leads only to one outcome: death and obliteration. Upon hearing this, Qingqing's face was filled with astonishment. A being capable of annihilating an entire realm was effortlessly erased from existence, and this was an invincible entity within its own realm. In their former world, a being of the integration stage, who was invincible within its own realm, had once been pursued by a tribulation stage expert. Not only did it survive, but it ultimately escaped. Yet here, an invincible immortal king could not even manage to escape death, being directly obliterated by an immortal emperor from afar. What a staggering disparity. The methods of the Celestial Emperor are indeed terrifying. The Celestial King. Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing down at his palm. He was unconcerned with the trivialities spoken by Fangxuan. What truly mattered to him was the overwhelming might of the Celestial King, capable of traversing chaos and annihilating entire realms. Yet, why did this so-called Celestial King's body appear so frail? Enduring 12 heavenly tribulations should grant one the body of a Celestial King. Is this so-called method of tribulation truly a genuine Celestial King's body, or merely a counterfeit? It seems that the method of tribulation is somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, it does not deter him. As long as there is a path ahead, there is nothing to fear. What does it matter if the road is long and obstructed? He can accept failure, endure the flames of adversity, and possesses the courage to start anew. For life, after all, offers nothing. Rather than becoming entangled in doubts about the difficult paths ahead, it is far better to stride forward boldly. Will stagnation lead to an easier journey? Certainly not. Suddenly, Wuji rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and walked toward the cave's edge, his figure gradually slipping away from the glow of the fire. Bit by bit consumed by darkness. Standing at the cave's entrance, his gaze fell upon the distant horizon where a cold moon hung high. The chilling moonlight cascaded upon Wuji, as he detached from the warmth behind him, only to be cloaked once more by the moon's ethereal glow. Like a solitary wanderer, he lingered on the precipice between darkness and light, searching for his own path. In his eyes, the cold moon reflected, while a biting wind stirred his hair. Listening to the howling winds around him, he heard the sound of wings flapping above. Wuji looked up to see a free bird soaring over his head, gliding gracefully across the night sky. Its powerful wings sliced through the darkness, as if intent on surpassing the very mountain upon which Wuji stood. Observing the bird, a smile flickered in Wuji's eyes. He thought to himself that he, too, should emulate the bird, unafraid of clouds obscuring the sun, undaunted by the cycles of decay and rebirth, advancing relentlessly toward his own mountain. Suddenly, Wuji turned his gaze back to Fangxuan. When will the person you mentioned arrive? No sooner had the words left his lips than a deep, resonant sound echoed from the forest outside the cave, imbued with an indescribable aura of intimidation. A loud wolf howl shattered the silence. They have already arrived. Fangxuan rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Wuji looked toward the vast forest and saw a shadow darting forth like lightning, heading straight for the cave. At that moment, Qingqing approached with the curious Xuanya. Squinting, he discerned that it was a wolf. A ripping sound echoed, claws tearing at something solid, and with the tremor of the cave, a long, massive black wolf climbed atop it. Qingqing gasped in surprise, instinctively taking a step back. Yet, Wuji remained motionless, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The black wolf lowered its head slightly, its bronze-like eyes filled with untamed ferocity and piercing coldness, scrutinizing the white-haired man before it. A low growl emanated from its throat, as if poised to strike. As the vast expanse of the wilderness unfolded before him, Wuji observed the imposing figure of the black wolf, or more precisely, the robust man seated upon its back. This man, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger's strength and a bear's mass, possessed a rugged appearance. Clad in a robe of animal skin, his long hair cascading chaotically down his back, muscles rippling beneath the surface. He exuded an aura of primal power. The black wolf, named Xiaohong, was unusually quiet. The burly man extended a large hand, gently stroking the wolf's neck, which instantly calmed the creature. Witnessing this, Qingqing could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Such a majestic wolf bore the name Xiaohong? Please do not take offense, my friend. Xiaohong behaves this way in the presence of strangers. The burly man offered an apologetic smile towards Wuji. With that, he leapt gracefully from the wolf's back, his towering 9-foot frame looming over Wuji like an iron tower. He then placed a hand on Wuji's shoulder, slightly bending at the waist in a gesture of politeness as he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Yel Bei. This is Wuji. Before Wuji could respond, Fangxuan interjected, gesturing towards the entrance. Given the fierce winds of Beima, Let us retreat inside to converse. Very well, Yell Bei nodded, then affectionately patted the wolf's head. Xiaoong, go hunt when you are hungry. This forest belongs to you. With a resounding howl, the black wolf's bronze eyes gleamed with a fierce excitement before it leapt down from the cave and dashed into the depths of the forest. Chapter 172. The Heavenly Realm Wuji. This is the son of the chieftain of the Molong tribe, one of the 5 great tribes of Beima that I mentioned to you. Inside the cave, Fangsuan sat beside the crackling fire, a smile adorning his face as he provided Yell Bei with a thorough introduction. The tribes of Beima were numerous, yet only 5 held significant standing in the celestial realm. Molong tribe was among them. Pleasure to meet you, Yell Bei said, turning to Wuji and nodding, his demeanor devoid of any arrogance. Wuji returned the gesture with a nod and then inquired of Fangsuan, when shall we depart? Fangsuan glanced at the sky outside the cave. We shall wait for dawn. Why? Wuji asked. Because the time is not yet right. The secret realm will only reveal itself at the rise of the moon tomorrow. Fangsuan reclined on the ground, resting his hands behind his head, a hint of fatigue crossing his features. So let us rest for now. There is no urgency. Upon hearing this, Wuji furrowed his brow. Where is this secret realm? Why not venture there first? My friend, the secret realm lies directly beneath our feet. Yell Bei explained with a smile directed at Wuji. Directly beneath our feet? Wuji's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Fangsuan interjected. The location agreed upon with Brother Yell is our destination. However, the qualifications to enter this secret realm are not limited to just the 2 of us. Many others will likely arrive as well. It is destined to be a fierce battle. Thus, we must rest well and gather our strength. Fangsuan chuckled lightly. Qualifications for the secret realm? Wuji turned to Fangsuan, his brow furrowing. Are there specific conditions for entry? Yes, my friend, Fangsuan confirmed. Yell Bei nodded and then said, however, my friend, rest assured, we shall assist you in securing the qualification to enter the secret realm. How to achieve this? In a word, seize. A benign smile graced Yell Bei's face, while Fangsuan, lying on the ground, smiled knowingly. Outside the passage to the Chongqing realm, a figure descended from the heavens. Clad in a crimson robe, he gazed intently at the corpse of the celestial general below, murmuring, is this the work of those from the great freedom heaven again? Slaughtering realm after realm. With a sudden tightness in his grip, the man in the crimson robe produced a creaking sound, his expression darkening as he contemplated the audacity of the heavenly court. After a long pause, he sighed, I must first ascertain the situation. 3 lower realms have already been slaughtered. It is imperative to return to the heavenly court to report this to the heavenly emperor. In the central continent, above the clouds, a magnificent palace stood, known as the heavenly court. Like a radiant sun spanning the vast sky, it illuminated the 5 domains. To enter the heavenly court, one must first pass through the gate of desire and proceed along the path to immortality. The path to immortality, constructed of white jade with golden pillars, featured a surface as smooth as a mirror, where one could gaze down to see clouds swirling beneath, giving the illusion of walking on air. At this moment, a figure hurriedly traversed the path to immortality, wearing a grave expression and quickening his pace. At the end of the path stood a formidable man in golden armor, wielding a long spear, standing like a statue in vigilant guard. Noticing the anxious demeanor of the newcomer, he could not help but inquire with a smile, why the haste? Esteemed celestial envoy? It was not that he relished the spectacle. Rather, for the heavenly court, no event should incite even the slightest panic. Even if the heavens were to collapse, it should not cause alarm. The celestial envoy in the crimson robe remained silent, using a technique to shrink his form. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the golden-armored man. The latter was taken aback and turned to look. Could it be that the heavens have truly fallen? And yet, even if they had, it would not warrant such urgency. Upon hearing this, the celestial envoy suddenly paused, slightly tilting his head, his face clouded with gloom as he solemnly stated, for lower realms have suffered slaughter. The living are in despair, and countless souls roam the earth in anguish. Is such a scene not equivalent to the heavens collapsing? What? Who possesses such audacity to defy heavenly edicts and privately slaughter the lower realms? The great freedom heaven is still shrouded in uncertainty. The golden-armored man was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the celestial envoy in the crimson robe had vanished. Alas, what a righteous celestial envoy indeed, he sighed. Casting a glance at the intricately arranged celestial palaces, he shook his head, pondering, what does it matter if the heavens fall? It is not as if they have attacked the heavenly court. With so many lower realms, is it not rather normal for a few to be slaughtered? Who among us cares for the vile demons of the great freedom heaven? And if the heavens were to collapse, surely it would be the taller beings who would step forward, Must I take their place? Upon uttering these words, the golden-armored man was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation. The celestial envoy is indeed perplexing. Moments ago, he gazed at me with such disdain, reminiscent of a pedantic scholar. Is he truly expecting me to rescue those individuals and confront the malevolent cultivators from the great freedom heaven? Remaining a passive observer is futile, and I am not alone in my inaction. What can you, a mere envoy assigned to patrol the northern desert celestial domain, possibly change? The golden-armored man muttered to himself incessantly. He had stood guard at the celestial path for nearly 10 millennia, never once lowering his gaze to the mirror-like ground. Perhaps it was a fear of encountering the youthful idealist who once aspired to vanquish demons and safeguard humanity. Within the Qingshao Palace, ethereal melodies wafted through the air. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, enchanting celestial maidens danced barefoot, their movements as graceful as startled swans and as fluid as swimming dragons. The esteemed guests from all directions were captivated, applauding in delight. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, the celestial envoy Li Sunin requests an audience." Yet, before an allowance could be granted, a crimson figure disregarded the celestial guard's obstruction and strode directly into the grand hall. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." The celestial music came to an abrupt halt, and the celestial maidens paused mid-dance. Upon the throne sat a formidable figure, clad in a golden-threaded dragon robe, his hair adorned with a crown. His deep-set eyes resembled a profound abyss, and his sword-like brows pierced through his temples. Upon seeing the visitor, his expression soured. "Envoy Li, what prompts such an abrupt intrusion? Do you not see that this emperor is hosting esteemed guests?" His voice was neither warm nor cold, yet it carried an undeniable weight. Nevertheless, Envoy Li Sunin stood resolute, bowing slightly and responding gravely. "I do not wish to disturb your Majesty's enjoyment, but the matter is of great significance." The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. "What is it?" "The lower realms have been slaughtered, and billions of lives have perished." Envoy Li Sunin articulated each word with precision. Upon hearing this, the assembly fell momentarily silent, yet no greater reaction ensued. Particularly, the exalted Emperor Wu Lianqing exhibited not a flicker of disturbance in his eyes. Due to the turmoil instigated by the great freedom heaven, chaos had already erupted in the lower realms, encompassing the 5 domains. But what concern was that to them? The 5 domains are distinct, and the heavens are separate. Pray tell, what year is it in the celestial palaces? Who is responsible? Emperor Wu Lianqing, seated upon the throne, lazily lifted his eyelids to regard Envoy Li Sunin, his countenance indifferent. "Your Majesty, 3 of the lower realms fell victim to the great freedom heaven, and the status of another realm remains uncertain," Envoy Li Sunin promptly reported. However, upon hearing this, Emperor Wu Lianqing maintained a stoic expression, simply stating, "I see. You may leave now." "Your Majesty?" Envoy Li Sunin raised his gaze, his brow furrowing deeply. "Are we to stand idly by as realm after realm is mercilessly slaughtered? Billions of our kin brutally slain?" "Leave," the emperor declared, closing his eyes. "Your Majesty." Envoy Li Sunin, filled with indignation, attempted to rise. Yet a towering figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye. This individual bore a stern expression, adorned in dark armor, and seemingly offered counsel to Envoy Li Sunin with a semblance of concern. "My lord, it would be wise to recognize your place." As the words hung in the air, he seized the shoulder of the celestial envoy, Li Sunin, and forcefully hurled him out of the palace. The heavenly emperor Wu Lianqing opened his eyes, his golden pupils reflecting the chaotic figure outside the hall. He lightly tapped the gilded armrest, and then cast his gaze upon the esteemed guests. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not let your spirits be dampened. Let us continue." However, yet again, a disheartening voice echoed from outside the palace. "Your Majesty, today we stand idly by. But if calamity were to befall us in the future, would anyone extend a helping hand? Though we are celestial beings, we too are human. And humans are not mere grass or wood. How can we be so heartless?" "Esteemed envoy, please refrain from speaking further." A heavenly soldier outside quickly intervened, fearing that if the emperor were to lose his temper, this usually gentle envoy might lose his life. "Refrain? Today I must." Before Li Sunin could finish his words, a sudden flash caught his eye, and a tremendous force struck him. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, his gaze becoming vacant as he landed heavily several yards away from the palace. "How tiresome." The man in the dark robe outside the palace clapped his hands, his brows furrowing in evident impatience. He then turned to the frightened heavenly soldier beside him and asked, "What's the matter? Can't even do your job as a watchdog?" The soldier, upon hearing this, lowered his head, not daring to retort, and could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Yes, you are correct. Lord Xianming. Xianming, one of the four great celestial kings of the heavenly court, possessed perfect cultivation at the celestial king level, just a step away from the realm of celestial respect. If there is a next time, I shall take your life in place of the Golden Guard celestial king. With that, Xianming turned and entered the Qingxiao palace, not even casting a glance at Li Sunan. Once Xianming had departed, the heavenly soldier finally dared to lift his gaze toward the envoy not far away, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Xianming was known for his ruthless demeanor, and how could Li Sunan, with only the cultivation of the Xianxian realm, withstand a single punch from him? Even if Xianming had not intended to kill, it was likely that Li Sunan had sustained severe injuries. Not far outside the palace, Li Sunan sat on the ground, his hair disheveled and his appearance quite pitiful. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing overtook him, and he instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. After the fit subsided, he opened his palm to reveal the shocking blood staining his hand. A bitter expression crossed his face as he slowly shook his head. Li Xian, how is it that you find yourself in such a state? A voice called from behind. Turning to the sound, Li Sunan's eyes brightened upon recognizing the newcomer. It was the Golden Guard Celestial King, adorned in resplendent golden-scaled armor, radiating authority. Like the earlier Xianming, he was also one of the four great celestial kings, responsible for commanding one of the heavenly armies, the Tianjin Guard, and safeguarding the heavenly court. His integrity was well known. If Li Sunan were to share the grim tidings of the three massacred realms with him, perhaps he could persuade the emperor to take action regarding the affairs of the lower realms. The Golden Guard Celestial King was vastly different from this minor envoy tasked with patrolling the northern desert. His influence carried significant weight. Soon after, the celestial envoy Li Sunan hastily recounted the entire situation to the king of Jinwu, his expression fraught with urgency. For every moment of delay, countless beings from the lower realms might perish at the hands of those nefarious cultivators. However, upon hearing the account, the king of Jinwu fell into a profound silence. Observing his stillness, Li Sunan was first taken aback, then his gaze dimmed with despair. If even the king of Jinwu displayed such an attitude, could it be that the lower realms were destined to become a graveyard? Sighing deeply, the king of Jinwu shook his head and remarked, Li Sunan, whether it be you or I, we find it difficult to alter the will of the heavenly emperor. Our voices are but whispers in the grand scheme of things. Li Sunan, in a daze, lowered his head and murmured, if even the king of Jinwu says this, to what lengths must one go for their words to carry weight? Unable to bear the sight of Li Sunan's despondency, the king of Jinwu devised a plan and spoke, Li Sunan, at this juncture, we must seek the assistance of that individual. That individual? Li Sunan lifted his head in confusion. The king of Jinwu pointed skyward. The heavens? Li Sunan was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if struck by a revelation, he forced himself to rise, despite the pain. Are you referring to the one on the divine mountain? The king of Jinwu nodded, affirming, indeed, that very individual. A smile broke upon Li Sunan's face. The realm beyond the heavens is the celestial court, and above it lies the divine mountain, where resides a being of great significance, the second sovereign of the celestial court. If that sovereign were to speak, the issues of the lower realms would surely be resolved. Yet how could a mere envoy like myself have the privilege to ascend the divine mountain and beseech that individual for aid? Li Sunan lamented bitterly. Not only was he unqualified to request assistance, but he also lacked the necessary credentials to enter the divine mountain. There were only three means to gain access. First, to obtain permission. Second, to bear the decree of the celestial court. Or third, to forcibly breach the mountain's formations. Yet, he found himself incapable of fulfilling any of these requirements. King of Jinwu Li Sunan gazed imploringly at him, well aware that the latter possessed a decree of the celestial court. However, the king of Jinwu remained silent and turned to leave. Li Sunan was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned to reach out to stop him, only to let his hand fall in despair. He understood the significance of the decree. How could the king of Jinwu possibly grant it to him without dire repercussions should it fall into the wrong hands? Suddenly, a token clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Li Sunan turned towards the noise, and upon seeing the words decree of the celestial court inscribed on the token, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is the decree of the celestial court. Li Sunan, I can assist you no further. But do consider the consequences carefully, the king of Jinwu cautioned. The decree is of great import. If it were to be stolen, I would undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon the culprit. Furthermore, there are consequences for contravening the will of the heavenly emperor that you must also contemplate. As for whether this lower realm is dead or alive, it all hinges on the fleeting thought of the celestial envoy, Li Sunan. The voice of the Golden Guardian Celestial King echoed in the ears of envoy Li Sunan. Yet, Without the slightest hesitation, Envoy Li Sunan stepped forward and bent down to retrieve the Chaodian order lying on the ground. He grasped the order tightly in his hand, as a gentle breeze caused his crimson robe to flutter. His silver strands danced wildly in the wind. The insignificant, how could they fear silence? Li Sunan cast one last glance at the Qingxiao Palace, then resolutely swept his sleeve and departed. His slender figure appeared so diminutive amidst the jade towers, akin to a blade of grass, small yet resilient. Chapter 174. The Sea of Celestial Slaughter in the Northern Desert, amidst the vast wilderness and forest. A thud resounded as a lifeless body fell onto the grass. This surely granted them the qualification to enter the secret realm. Here, a figure clad in white, Fangxuan, tossed a bloodied token to Wuji. Wuji caught the token, feeling its coolness in his grip. An inexplicable faint malice seemed to linger around it. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a single character intricately carved upon it, Slaughter. At that moment, the moon began to ascend. As the first beam of moonlight illuminated the mountaintop, the small hill where Wuji and the others stood suddenly began to tremble violently. Boom, accompanied by a series of deafening sounds. The hill appeared to be shaken by an invisible hand, with rocks cascading down like shedding skin. As the last stone fell away, the once humble hill transformed into a colossal mirror. This mirror, smooth as glass, reflected the moonlight, resembling a silver platter. With the emergence of this immense mirror, the previously tranquil forest erupted with countless sounds of rushing air. "Let us go," Fangxuan exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he soared towards the mirror. A howl echoed as Yel Bei, riding his black wolf, charged towards the mirror with such swiftness that he even outpaced Fangxuan ascending above. "Friend, hurry up," Yel Bei called back to Wuji. With a hum, the mirror rippled as Yel Bei, Fangxuan, and Wuji almost simultaneously entered the secret realm. As for the one person and the crow, due to their inadequate strength, they wisely chose not to follow their celestial master into the realm. One realm, one world. As Wuji, Yel Bei, Fangxuan, and the wolf stepped through the mirror, the scene before them instantaneously transformed. The azure sky and the sea beneath their feet were so clear that one could see the bottom. Strangely, they stood on the surface of the sea as if weightless, showing no signs of sinking. Wuji took a step forward, sending ripples across the surface. Wow, so this is the Sea of Celestial Slaughter secret realm. Indeed, it's truly marvelous. Standing on the sea feels no different than standing on solid ground, and the water is remarkably clear. It resembles a mirror. Just a glance down reveals my handsome face. "Ha, handsome?" came a voice from the other side. "We are not blind. Your taste must be lacking." Hearing the commotion, Wuji and the others turned to see a few individuals standing not far away, gesturing towards the secret realm. It appeared that the locations of transmission upon entering the realm varied. Fangxuan spoke up. "Friend, what you are saying is mere platitude." Yel Bei, while stroking the wolf's head, remarked, "There are those who entered before us, yet upon our arrival, there was no one present. This already indicates that the transmission points differ." Wuji, with his hands clasped behind his back, then turned to Fangxuan and inquired about the formation of this secret realm. "It was formed in the postnatal era," Fangxuan explained. "It is a secret realm left behind by an ancient celestial king. In any world, secret realms can form in only two ways. The first is a prenatal secret realm, a small space naturally condensed during the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were fully formed. The second is a postnatal secret realm, typically created by powerful beings as their own paradise. If it is a prenatal secret realm, it contains naturally formed spiritual treasures. Conversely, a postnatal secret realm may hold heavenly materials and earthly treasures left behind by mighty beings or serve as a conduit for inheritance. Of course, if a secret realm has existed long enough, it may also give rise to spiritual treasures. The current Tianyan Sect secret realm was not only established by a celestial king, but it has also existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. The opportunities within are sufficient for one to achieve enlightenment in a single moment. However, the dangers of this postnatal secret realm far exceed those of a prenatal one, although the latter can also pose threats. A postnatal secret realm, opened by a powerful entity, may be fraught with peril if that being is of a bloodthirsty nature. Fortunately, specific conditions are required to enter the Tianyan Sect. Otherwise, Fangxuan and the others would not dare to venture near. In the 5 domains, whether in the heavens or beneath the earth, everything is controlled by a select few. Even if they do not require it for themselves, those below do. This ancient celestial king is said to have attained immortality through the path of slaughter. Hence, this secret realm should be immensely dangerous. We must tread carefully, Yel Bei cautioned. Upon hearing this, Fangxuan's expression grew solemn. "I understand. This secret realm is named Jianxianxi, which surely indicates great peril. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the brave. Without experiencing great storms, how can one witness the clear skies? Let us proceed. Wuji, hands still behind him, began to walk forward. Yel Bei and Fang Xuan paused momentarily before following him. The figures of the three men and the wolf gradually faded into the distance across the surface of the sea. After an indeterminate amount of time, the seemingly endless sea came to an abrupt end. The entire expanse of the sea was partitioned, revealing three mirrors before Yel Bei, Wuji, and Fang Xuan. What is this? Yel Bei reached out with his hand, yearning to touch it. Do not touch it yet, Fang Xuan interjected. Yel Bei's hand hovered in midair as he looked at Fang Xuan in confusion. Why not? The sea has been cut off, and only these three mirrors remain. There must be something amiss with them. Even so, there is no need to put oneself in danger. With a flick of his sleeve, a shadow darted towards the mirror, revealing itself to be a goo worm. This was the Tianyan goo, capable of allowing Fang Xuan and the worm to share vision, enabling the exploration of the mirror's interior without harm. Soon, a soft sound echoed as the worm entered the mirror's surface. Fang Xuan slowly closed his eyes. After a brief moment, Yel Bei furrowed his brows, glancing at the unmoving Fang Xuan. Have you fallen asleep? Wu Jia also turned to Fang Xuan. As time passed, Fang Xuan remained motionless, unable to contain himself. Yel Bei approached and gave Fang Xuan a gentle push. Yet, with that nudge, Fang Xuan seemed to lose all strength, collapsing directly. This. Yel Bei stared at the figure sprawled on the surface of the sea, momentarily taken aback. It appeared he had fallen victim. Wu Jia cast a glance at Fang Xuan before shifting his focus to the mirror. Friend, what shall we do now? Yel Bei's brow remained furrowed. Do you wish to give up? Wu Jia inquired, looking at Yel Bei. Of course not. Yel Bei shook his head resolutely. He had approached this situation knowing the risks, unwilling to retreat in the face of adversity. Then we shall enter the fray, Wu Jia declared, stepping into the mirror with a composed demeanor. Friend. Yel Bei's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to dissuade him, yet Wu Jia had already vanished into the mirror. This friend truly possesses courage. Yel Bei stared in astonishment. He had always thought himself quite brave, but this seemingly frail Wu Jia was even more audacious than he. Chapter 175, The Unexpected Guest. Very well. Yel Bei squinted at the nearby black wolf, Xiaohe. As if understanding his master's intent, the massive creature transformed into a shadow and entered Yel Bei's body. Subsequently, he cast one last glance at the unconscious Fang Xuan before resolutely stepping into the mirror, his expression steadfast. In a secluded mountain village, one could gaze up to behold the verdant hills and flowing waters. Within the village, wisps of smoke curled upwards, accompanied by the sounds of barking dogs, chirping birds, and the laughter of children. Outside the village gate, a tall figure resembling an uninvited guest emerged. Wu Jia, with his long white hair cascading to his waist, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep-set eyes surveying the familiar scenery, glinting with a cold light. Another illusion? Wang, Xianyue, come for dinner. A familiar voice drifted from afar, the voice of his mother echoing in Wu Jia's memory. Xianyue? Wu Jia narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing in his habitual gesture of rubbing his hands behind his back. He felt no surprise at hearing the name Wang, for he understood this illusion was crafted specifically for him. Yet, who was Xianyue? In his recollection, he was the sole child of his parents. Dinner calls had always been directed solely at him. Why then did this illusion conjure a name so foreign? One must investigate. Wu Jia's gaze flickered as he stepped into the village, his stride no longer burdened but instead light, calm, and serene. Upon entering the village, Wu Ji encountered many familiar faces from his past. However, those individuals seemed oblivious to his presence. It was not until he reached a grand tree that he paused. With a head full of white hair, he quietly observed two figures beneath the drooping willow. One of them was his youthful self, while the other was an unfamiliar little girl. Yeah, stop playing and come home for dinner, he called gently as he watched his younger sister, who was engrossed in the mud. Her hair fluttered lightly in the breeze, and a smile adorned his face as he looked at her. The girl, named Yeya, remained silent, focused intently on her task, her little hands molding the mud. With a raised brow, he playfully tugged at her collar, lifting her into his embrace. Nian Xianyue, come home for dinner. But I don't want to eat. I want to make little figures. The 3-year-old protested, her chubby legs kicking excitedly, her dusty face adorably charming. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but smirk, silently acknowledging the innocence of childhood. Nian Wangwang and his 3-year-old sister were exceptionally handsome, their unassuming attire failing to conceal their inherent grace. Nonetheless, this often attracted the scrutiny of the villagers, who were well aware that both were orphans taken in. Over the years, He had grown accustomed to such whispers. As long as he had a home, he felt content. Oh, aren't these the two abandoned waifs of the Nian family, born but not raised by their father? A group of roughly 10-year-old children mocked, making faces at Nian Wangwang and Nian Xianyue, their taunts laced with derision. Wangwang paid no heed to their childish jibes and continued his way home with his sister in his arms, wishing to avoid further trouble for their adoptive parents. After all, one could not simply eliminate every rude child they encountered. Not far from the willow tree, Wuji silently observed the figures growing distant and followed them. In the humble abode, filled with the warmth of daily life, his mother feigned anger as she placed her hands on her hips. "Yeah, have you been playing in the mud again?" With wide eyes, Xianyue waved her muddy hands, insisting, "No, yeah hasn't he?" His mother sighed, exasperated yet affectionate. Wangwang, with a gentle smile, watched the interaction. "Children, I'm home," came the robust voice of his father from outside the courtyard. Wuji, standing nearby, regarded the familiar man with calm eyes. Yet, the man seemed entirely unaware of Wuji's presence, striding into the courtyard with his catch. Inside the house, their mother playfully patted Xianyue's bottom. "Quickly, go greet your father." Obediently, Xianyue scampered outside, followed closely by Wangwang. Their father, a tall and sturdy figure holding a bent bow, had evidently just returned from a hunt. Upon seeing his little daughter approach, his face lit up with joy. "Ah, my darling girl." Upon seeing what father had brought back, he raised his hand, which was carrying several rabbits, and shook it. "Wow, rabbits!" exclaimed Nian Xianyue, her large eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Nian Wangwang, the 3-year-old younger sister, had a great appetite and loved to eat everything, but her favorite was rabbit heads, while Nian Wangwang adored rabbit legs. "Let us have a feast tonight." "Hooray!" The little girl bounced joyfully into the house, followed closely by the man and the youth, all wearing smiles of contentment. Outside, Wuji quietly observed their departing figures. Resembling a passerby captivated by the scenery, yet also like an uninvited guest standing on the periphery. This place felt like home, yet it also felt foreign. After a long moment, Wuji stepped into the courtyard. Inside, the dim glow of an oil lamp illuminated the 4 figures around the square table, each occupying a side. Perfectly balanced. Suddenly, father set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Nian Wangwang, who had already finished her meal. "Wangwang, do you truly wish to become a Gu master?" Nian Wangwang pursed her lips and eventually nodded. "Yes, father." "Wangwang, why do you want to become a Gu master?" "It is perilous. Isn't it better to stay close to your father and mother?" Mother asked, her face filled with concern. Although they lived in the mountains, they were from the southern region and had heard of the brutality associated with Gu sorcery, using humans to raise Gu, killing to nourish them. They were all aware of these dangers. Indeed, to become a Gu master requires not only talent, but also the experience of life and death. A cruel fate, father interjected, looking at his child with deep concern. "We shouldn't pursue this path. I want to protect you, father and mother," Nian Wangwang said, her hands tightly clenched beneath the table. "And little sister." Hearing their child express such sentiments, father and mother exchanged startled glances. Initially, when she spoke of wanting to learn Gu sorcery, they thought she was simply ambitious, wishing to venture beyond the mountains. They had not anticipated. Father and mother exchanged silent looks. After a moment of contemplation, father smiled gently. "Wangwang has grown up, but I am still not old." As he spoke, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it down in one gulp before slowly rising. He approached Nian Wangwang, patting her shoulder with earnestness. "Wangwang, to leave this vast mountain range, one need not necessarily learn Gu sorcery. The martial way is also a viable path. Gu sorcery is simply too dangerous." Upon hearing this, Nian Wangwang hurriedly clarified. "Father, you misunderstand me. I do not wish to leave the mountains. I genuinely want to protect you and mother, as well as little sister. I do not want to see you go hunting every day, often returning with injuries. I aspire to achieve something in the future to alleviate your burdens." Chapter 176. Questioning Father. Beyond father, Nian Wangwang looked at father with a serious expression. "Father, I have contemplated this matter thoroughly. In the southern frontier, only those skilled in the art of Gu can truly thrive, while the pursuit of martial arts requires an abundance of resources. The essentials for physical training are exceedingly costly. Even if one were to dig 3 feet into their own home, there would be no remedy." Upon hearing this, father fell silent once more. Subsequently, with a complex expression, he gazed at Nian Wangwang and said, "Ah, Wangwang, you have grown. It would be selfish of me to confine your flourishing youth within these vast mountains. If there is blame to be placed, it rests solely on my lack of ability." At this juncture, father's eyes reddened, his voice trembling as he continued. "Take your mother and you all, and escape this land teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Nian Wangwang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though he was witnessing this side of father for the first time. In his memory, father had never shed a tear, nor had his voice faltered. This sight stirred a poignant ache in his heart. He had never reproached father for his shortcomings. On the contrary, he understood father possessed great capabilities. He knew that in his youth, father must have yearned to rise and support the family even more than he did now. Indeed, father had accomplished that. Nian Wangwang pondered. Should he be the one to uphold this family in the future? He lacked the confidence to do so. He was well aware that he too would one day become a father. Thus, he aspired to rise, to create a vast sky of his own. Just as his father had done. In every role, it is only children who are easy to grow. All right, Wangwang, father said, his broad hand resting gently on Nian Wangwang's shoulder. Pursue your dreams without worry. The world is vast. Live fully, and that will suffice. You owe no one an explanation. Father wished for him not to become what others desired him to be. Walk the path you wish to tread, without concern. Today, with your father here, nothing will collapse. In the corner of the room, Wuji stood as an outsider, silently observing the unfolding narrative. The following night, under the gentle moonlight that caressed the branches of the courtyard trees, Nian Wangwang stepped out of the gate, burdened with a package. His dark hair elegantly tied with a red silk ribbon. Father, mother. In his deep-set eyes reflected the figures of his parents standing at the doorstep. A sense of reluctance washing over him. Wangwang, go without worry. Your father and I will always await your return at home. If the outside world does not treat you well, you may return. Father, usually a man of few words, spoke more tonight than mother. Meanwhile, mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze fixed on Nian Wangwang's somewhat youthful face, remaining silent. Nian Wangwang understood. He bowed deeply. Beneath the peach blossom tree outside the courtyard, Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at his youthful self, a slight furrow of concern crossing his brow. What truly does this illusion measure? Nian Wangwang departed. He stood halfway up the mountain, lowering his gaze to quietly observe the small village he had inhabited for over a decade. As for why he ventured out in the depths of night, it was because Nian Xianyue had fallen asleep, and he wished to depart without a word. Bidding farewell to a child is, after all, a challenging endeavor. Suddenly, several beams of rainbow light streaked across the sky. Nian Wangwang tilted his head back, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. How beautiful! Yet, scarcely had he spoken when those beams of light abruptly halted, then plummeted directly towards the village below. Nian Wangwang furrowed his brow, pondering whether these beams of light were not mere phenomena, but rather celestial beings. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a cacophony erupted from the village below. A sound so deafening it felt as though the entire village trembled. Nian Wangwang's pupils constricted sharply, an ominous premonition surging within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast aside his burden and raced towards the village at the foot of the mountain. Behind him, Wuji observed the scene within the village and glanced at the frantic figure, thinking that the moment had finally arrived. Father, mother, Nian Wangwang cried, his heart racing with overwhelming fear. However, as he sprinted, he inadvertently misstepped, his foot slipping into nothingness. In an instant, his body lost balance and tumbled down the mountainside. Time passed unmeasured until Nian Wangwang awoke at the mountain's base, his head throbbing painfully. Instinctively, he touched his head, finding it smeared with blood, but at that moment, he could think of nothing else. He struggled to rise and dashed towards the village. Father? Mother? The disheveled Nian Wangwang knelt amidst the chaos of the courtyard, gazing at the severed limbs scattered on the ground. His pupils narrowed to the size of pinpricks, his face ashen. Outside the courtyard, Wuji quietly observed this scene, his expression devoid of any emotion, calm and collected. Just then, voices of gossip arose. Alas, we warned the elders. This world is chaotic. Do not adopt children of unknown origins. The couple had stubbornly dismissed their warnings, insisting that failing to assist the dying was inhumane. Indeed, one adoption might have been bearable, but this little lad is strikingly handsome. His parents must have been remarkable figures, likely inviting trouble in the future. Ignoring our advice was one thing, but then they adopted that Nian Xianyue. Now look, they brought calamity upon themselves. We are fortunate it did not involve us. How could it not? Such a ruckus nearly frightened me into illness. Outside the courtyard were the pointed fingers and murmurs of the villagers. This village was not known for its kindness. The people were far from innocent. A truth Nian Wangwang had long since recognized. Suddenly, the kneeling Nian Wangwang covered his face with his hands, laughter trembling through his body. Yet, something seeped through his fingers, dissipating into the wind. This child must be mad, a woman remarked with disdain, stepping back a few paces. Oh, Let us refrain from speaking such cold words. An elderly man sighed. Are we not allowed to speak at all? Does he intend to devour us? Someone retorted dismissively. Indeed, it is these enigmatic individuals who have summoned calamity upon themselves. Perhaps the demise of the elderly couple was a consequence of their decision to adopt these mysterious children. Several villagers echoed this sentiment. Enough is enough. The white-haired elder could no longer bear it and withdrew, hands clasped behind his back. The clamor persisted. Nian Wangwang abruptly lifted his head, tears still staining his visage, yet his gaze had transformed into one of utter madness. He rose slowly, blood streaming down his forehead, obscuring the traces of sorrow on his face. He surveyed the grotesque expressions of the crowd, his pupils gradually turning a shade of crimson. You noisy lot. I shall eradicate every last one of you. A tempest surged from within Nian Wangwang, a fierce wind rising to whip his dark hair into a frenzy. Chapter 177. Brothers. As dawn broke, silence enveloped the village, a scene of desolation with corpses strewn about, the stench of blood thick in the air. Nian Wangwang sat amidst the cadavers, his gaze vacant and devoid of life, his hair matted with blood, thick and foul. Such a bloodthirsty youth. In the air above, a figure descended gracefully, clad in red gauze and barefoot, her inky hair cascaded like a waterfall, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Her luminous eyes sparkled with mischief as she beheld the despondent Nian Wangwang below. Have you slain the entire village? Slowly, Nian Wangwang raised his head, his gaze unfocused as he regarded the figure above. His voice emerged hoarse. Are you a celestial being? A celestial? Oh, I am no such thing. The woman in red chuckled, but rather a demon feared by all. A demon? You must possess great power then. The red-clad woman arched an eyebrow, then gracefully descended without touching the ground. She leaned closer, observing Nian Wangwang's handsome features with a radiant smile. You are indeed striking, she remarked, drawing nearer still. Her exquisite visage was almost pressed against his, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping him. She delicately lifted his chin with a finger, bringing her lips close to his ear, her voice laced with allure and mirth. Do you wish to cultivate demonic power? As she spoke, she playfully nipped at his ear, causing him to freeze momentarily. This technique is known as the sky repairing art, a demonic skill. Be cautious not to let the righteous discover it, or your life will be forfeit. By the way, I am called Liu Qingqing. Having stroked Nian Wangwang's hair, the enchanting figure vanished into thin air. In the distance, Wu Ji, who had been observing the scene, remained furrowed in thought. What was the true essence of this illusion? It was evidently not his memory. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The cold moon hung high. Lanterns swayed precariously from the eaves. Beneath the eaves stood a solitary figure. An illusion? Dressed in a voluminous white robe, his gaze flickered. This man was Feng Siyuan. The quaint cottage bore an uncanny resemblance to the one etched in his memory. A chilling breeze swept in, prompting Feng Siyuan to peer through the window. Inside, a feeble oil lamp cast a warm, yellow glow, illuminating the silhouettes of two figures, one large and one small. A tremor coursed through Feng Siyuan's heart, and instinctively, he reached out to touch the wooden door, only for his hand to pass through as if he were but an ethereal entity. After a brief moment of astonishment, Feng Siyuan's gaze hardened, and he muttered to himself, You wish to ensnare me with an illusion? Very well, let me see if this phantasm possesses such power. With that, he stepped through the door. Within the room, a delightful little boy sat upon a bed. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. The youth, clad in coarse linen, turned to the child and chuckled softly. Are you hungry? To his surprise, the boy hastily waved his hand, insisting, Brother, Asheng is not hungry. He possessed a pair of large, sorrowful eyes and wore a patched-up outfit. The child's name was Feng Sheng, and he was the younger brother of the youth, Feng Siyuan. Hearing his brother's feigned bravado about hunger, Feng Siyuan's gaze fell, and he clenched his fists. Their parents had unexpectedly departed, leaving him to care for his 7-year-old sibling. The belongings left by their parents had long been taken by villagers under various pretexts, and he lacked the means to retain them. Witnessing his little brother's hunger, masked by bravado, filled him with guilt. Then, Feng Siyuan rose and looked at his brother, whose dark, pure hair concealed a wound. Wait for your brother to return, he said, referring to the injury he had sustained while hunting. No. The words seemed to strike a nerve in Feng Sheng, causing him to shake his head vigorously. He jumped from the bed and hurried towards Feng Siyuan, his cheeks puffed out. I don't want you to go, brother. Feng Siyuan bent down and scooped up his little brother, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You must grow strong. You cannot go to bed hungry, or you won't grow tall. I don't want to grow tall. Feng Sheng reached out, cautiously tracing the scar on his brother's forehead. I don't want to see you get hurt again. A pang of emotion struck Feng Siyuan as he gazed at his obedient and understanding brother, his throat tightening. All right, brother One-T, go. I will stay with you. He carried his sibling back to the bed and sat by his side, softly coaxing him to sleep. Half an hour passed, and Fang Sheng had succumbed to slumber. Fang Xuan, seated by the bed, watched his brother's serene visage, gently pinching his small face. The moment he did so, the sleeping child furrowed his brow, mumbling something in his dreams. Perhaps of delectable treats. Fang Xuan's gaze deepened as he turned to a gleaming dagger resting on the table. Just as he intended to rise, he discovered his brother's hand tightly clasping his, as if fearing his departure. With a sigh, Fang Xuan meticulously pried his brother's fingers open. The sound of creaking would echoing in the stillness. At the entrance, Fang Xuan glanced at the small figure resting on the bed, its silhouette engulfed by darkness. The dense forest was shrouded in a starless, moonless night. After searching for an extended period without success, Fang Xuan decided to sit upon the ground, leaning against a tree to rest momentarily. Suddenly, the chirping of insects and the calls of birds ceased abruptly. Instantly alert, Fang Xuan sprang to his feet, gripping his dagger tightly while surveying his surroundings with a wary expression. A chill wind swept by, sending prickles down his spine, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a shadow standing nearby, a pair of cold eyes fixed upon him. Startled, Fang Xuan swiftly turned around, dagger at the ready, confronting this shadowy figure. Quite bold, aren't you? The shadow scoffed. A mere mortal wandering into this dense forest at night. Do you not fear being carried away by a great beast? Hearing the voice, Fang Xuan felt a slight relief and responded. I did not mean to disturb you, esteemed one. I have been hungry for a long while and sought to hunt for sustenance. This time, the shadow remained silent, scrutinizing Fang Xuan for a moment before turning to leave. You have now become the prey, the voice echoed from a distance. Creak. Just as Fang Xuan pondered the meaning of those words, a branch snapped behind him. A roar followed, a roar belonging to a great beast. Fang Xuan's pupils constricted, his body freezing in place. He had heard this roar from a distance while following his father. His father had warned him that upon hearing this sound, he must flee without looking back. Now, the sound was alarmingly close. Thoughts raced through his mind as his heart pounded violently. He took off running without a second thought. However, in mere moments, a claw struck his back, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. A low growl resonated nearby. The massive beast, over 10 feet long and powerfully built, with a coat of black and yellow fur, approached slowly. Fang Xuan, blood streaming from his back, quickly rose despite the pain. Clutching his dagger tightly, the beast's gaze bore down upon him, fierce and intimidating, sending shivers down his spine. I cannot die. My brother is still waiting for me. Gasping for breath, Fang Xuan's expression hardened. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air. Drops of crimson splattered across the boy's astonished face as the great beast before him was suddenly decapitated, blood spraying like a fountain, its head soaring through the air. Following this, a graceful figure descended to the ground. She sheathed her sword, clad in immaculate white, her beauty striking yet her demeanor somewhat haughty, perhaps dismissive of mere mortals. Such a handsome youth, the woman in white remarked, her eyes widening in surprise at Fang Xuan's youthful appearance, ripples of admiration glimmering within. Fang Xuan, his eyes glistening with envy, pondered. Is this what a cultivator looks like? Bowing respectfully, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed immortal. Immortal? The white-clad woman seemed pleased by his words, her expression brightening slightly as she tilted her chin. Young man, what is your name? Fang Xuan, he replied, in a moment of surprise. The woman in white repeated the name Fang Xiyuan before swiftly appearing before him and seizing his hand. You possess talent, she remarked, nodding with satisfaction. Gazing at Fang Xiyuan, she inquired, would you be willing to become my disciple? The young Fang Xiyuan was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, Is it true that you wish to take me as your apprentice? Do you not desire this? I do. He fell to his knees, bowing deeply before her, as if grasping at a final lifeline. His demeanor was one of utmost humility. Noticing his submissive posture, the woman in white smiled, a glimmer of something profound in her eyes. You are quite clever. Do you still have attachments in the mortal realm? She asked with a playful tone. Yes, Fang Xiyuan replied, raising his head. His sole concern was for his younger brother. Who? She queried. My brother, he answered. Then let him die, she said nonchalantly. What? Fang Xiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I was merely jesting, the woman chuckled, turning away with her hands clasped behind her back. Go, and see your brother. Yet, Fang Xiyuan remained motionless, kneeling on the ground with a troubled expression, fear and unease flickering in his eyes. The woman paused, glancing back at him with a radiant smile. What is the matter? Do you take me seriously? Seeing her playful demeanor, Fong Siyuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, I would not dare. Then rise. She instructed, let me see if your brother possesses any aptitude for cultivation. If he does, I shall take both of you as my disciples, which would be a delightful affair. At her words, Fong Siyuan's eyes sparkled with hope, and he bowed gratefully, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. You are truly kind-hearted. Like Guanyin in the world, rescuing those in need with the utmost compassion. Now, stand up and stop kneeling, she said with a smile. Yet, as she turned away, the warmth in her eyes vanished without a trace. Not far off, a figure clad in a flowing white robe observed his younger self kneeling in reverence before the woman. His gaze turned cold and distant, tinged with a hint of malice directed at her. In his youth, upon first encountering the woman in white, he had naively believed she was a living embodiment of Guanyin. In truth, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The moonlight remained dappled. Outside, two figures approached. One after the other, the young Fong Siyuan and the woman in white. The door creaked open. Fong Sheng was still deep in slumber, though his brow was furrowed, betraying an unsettled sleep. The woman in white glided to the bedside and reached out to touch Fong Sheng. After a moment, she sighed, what a pity. He possesses no aptitude for cultivation. Upon hearing these words, the youthful visage of Fong Siyuan underwent a transformation. His heart sank as he realized that his younger brother possessed no aptitude for cultivation. What fate awaited his brother? If he were to accompany his master on the path of training, how could his little sibling fend for himself? The youthful Fong Siyuan found himself ensnared in a web of turmoil and conflict. On one hand, he yearned to cultivate in order to secure a better life for his brother, while on the other, he was loath to part from him. After a moment of silence, Fong Siyuan tentatively gazed at the woman in white, his master. May I bring my brother along? The woman, standing at the foot of the bed, turned to him and inquired, Do you comprehend the dangers of the world beyond? The perils outside far surpass those of this mountain. Are you certain you wish to bear the burden of an encumbrance? The word encumbrance struck Fong Siyuan's heart like a sharp arrow, rendering him momentarily speechless. Am I not an encumbrance to my master? He murmured, lowering his gaze. You possess the talent for cultivation. You are not an encumbrance, the woman replied. Despite her words, Fong Siyuan continued to hang his head, his fists clenched tightly, unwilling to abandon his brother. Observing his distress, the woman sighed. Alas, seeing you in such a state stirs my compassion. Allow me to assist you. Really? Fong Siyuan's head snapped up, his eyes alight with astonishment. The woman slightly raised her hand, then gradually formed a fist. With a resounding crash, Fong Siyuan watched in horror as his younger brother was crushed by an inexplicable force, erupting into a mist of blood. The entire bed was stained crimson. Wah! What is happening? No. Was not my master here to help me? Why has my brother perished? Fong Siyuan stood in a daze, his gaze becoming unfocused. As he muttered incessantly, Let us go, the woman said, approaching the stunned Fong Siyuan, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she spoke gently. Go. Go where? My brother is dead. Fong Siyuan muttered to himself, suddenly drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at the woman with fierce intent. You killed my brother. I shall take your life. What appeared to be a desperate strike to Fong Siyuan was nothing more than a jest to the woman. She did not even need to intervene. As Fong Siyuan thrust forward with the dagger, he found himself immobilized by an invisible force. How infuriating. You dare take my brother's life. I will avenge him. Fong Siyuan's face flushed with rage, his eyes burning with a desire to consume her whole. Kneel, the woman commanded, looking down at him with an icy demeanor. With a thud, Fong Siyuan fell to his knees, like a puppet obeying its master. This is for your own good, she said. When your heart is burdened with too many attachments, they will inevitably impede your progress. The woman clad in white bent down, gently caressing the face of Fong Siyuan, which was filled with hatred, and chuckled softly. The dagger clattered to the ground. Fong Siyuan, his face ashen, gazed at the woman, pleading, Kill me. Without my brother, I have no desire to live. What is the point of existence? Even if I were to become an immortal, what significance would it hold? A solitary immortal is devoid of meaning. Chapter 179. What kind of fiend is this? Is a solitary immortal devoid of meaning? The woman in white scoffed at his words. In the end, who is not alone? We arrive in this world alone and depart from it alone, without exception. From the beginning to the end, from birth to death, the only constant companion you have is yourself. Do you truly believe anyone will accompany you to your death? At this, the woman slowly rose, casting a cold glance at Fong Siyuan. I have truly underestimated you. Only a fool would live for another. A fool? And what of it? What is wrong with living for others? Fong Siyuan retorted, his voice rising as tears streamed down his face. People are free, and each person pursues their own desires. What gives you the right to forcibly alter another's beliefs? The youthful Fangsuan raised his head and shouted. Hearing this, the woman narrowed her eyes. So, do you seek revenge? Suddenly, she bent down again, flashing a captivating smile at the young Fangsuan. What do you mean? He asked, furrowing his brow tightly. I offer you a chance. Once you have fully matured, return to kill me and avenge your brother. The woman's smile grew increasingly enchanting. But, before that, you must endure humiliation and bear burdens. Bow to me and respectfully call me your master. At her words, Fangsuan was utterly stunned. What did the woman in white intend? Her actions were so bizarre. She wanted to train him, only to have him kill her later? Should he bow or not? I present you with an opportunity, a chance to be your true self. The woman said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fangsuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, as if he had come to a realization, he lowered his head deeply. With a resounding thud, he declared, Disciple, pays respects to master. Fangsuan buried his head in the ground, seemingly attempting to conceal his humiliation and resentment. Oh, my disciple is truly obedient, the woman in white laughed. Outside, the cold-faced Fangsuan observed the scene with an impassive expression, his wide sleeves billowing in the chilly wind. Even upon witnessing his brother's death once more, his heart remained unperturbed. At that moment, the scene shifted. The wind rustled the grass, revealing cattle and sheep just beyond the vast tribe. The burly Yell Bei surveyed this familiar sight, his brow furrowing. Is the mirror revealing an illusion? Trying to test me with an illusion? Humph, merely a trifle. With a cold snort, Yell Bei strode into the tribe. Roar. On the training grounds, a small black wolf emitted a threatening growl. Before him stood the youthful and mischievous Liu Bei. It must be said that despite his tender years, he already possessed an imposing stature. Xiaohei, do not bare your teeth, the young Liu Bei said, extending his hand toward the black wolf, wearing an innocuous smile. Become part of my family. Roar. The little black wolf, seeing Liu Bei reaching out, immediately opened its mouth, ready to bite. Liu Bei seemed to have anticipated this, swiftly retracting his hand, though the smile on his face faded. One does not drink the toast, but rather the penalty wine. It seems a good beating is necessary for you to behave. With that, Liu Bei rolled up his sleeves. At that moment, a figure approached. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair and beard, yet he moved with remarkable agility, showing no signs of age. His name was Qi Feng, a figure of profound cultivation, respected by all in the tribe, even by Liu Bei's father, the chieftain of the Mo Wolf tribe, who held Qi Feng in high esteem. However, this respect did not extend to the young chieftain, Liu Bei. Since Liu Bei's birth, Qi Feng had been assigned to watch over him by his father, but due to Liu Bei's reckless behavior, Qi Feng had often found himself managing numerous troubles on his behalf. In the training grounds, upon seeing Qi Feng, the youthful Liu Bei's eyes flickered with complexity, and he suddenly called out, Qi Lao. Hearing this gentle summons, Qi Feng paused in surprise. In his memory, the young chieftain had never addressed him with such a title, always opting for his name instead. Young chieftain, watching Liu Bei grow, Qi Feng felt his eyes moisten upon hearing the respectful address. Oh no, it seems I've let something slip. The youthful Liu Bei's expression subtly shifted, and he feigned calmness as he inquired, What is the matter, Qi Lao? It's nothing, young chieftain. It's just the wind. Sand got in my eyes, Qi Feng replied, rubbing his eyes before waving his hand with a smile. The youthful Liu Bei pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Not far away, another Liu Bei observed this scene, a smile creeping onto his face. He understood why he had called Qi Feng Qi Lao in his youth. It was an involuntary response. Why the involuntary reaction? Because he had been reborn. In his previous life, the tribe had faced a great calamity, and he had witnessed Qi Feng perish for him. Despite possessing the finest resources for cultivation within the tribe, he had squandered his potential, relying on his background. Consequently, when disaster struck, he could do nothing but watch helplessly. In this life, he was determined to alter the outcome. On the training grounds, by the way, young lord, Qi Feng seemed to recall something. The young chieftain of the Chi tribe has invited you to attend a musical performance at the brothel? Liu Bei interjected. Yes, Qi Feng rubbed his nose. The young chieftain had formed a close bond with the young chieftain of the Chi tribe, sharing similar aspirations. They often frequented the Zuyu Tower, indulging in revelries, though Liu Bei remained a spectator amidst the flowers, never partaking. As for the young chieftain of the Chi tribe, his notoriety has long since spread far and wide. The mere thought of the rumors surrounding this young leader caused a twitch at the corner of Old Qin's mouth. The young chieftain of the Chi tribe, who indulged in debauchery 7 times in a single night, was known for his unwavering prowess, captivating all like a flourishing garden. The chieftain had often expressed his fury at his own young leader for associating with such a figure. Alas, a mother's affection often leads to a son's downfall. The young chieftain's mother had always shown him favoritism, and the chieftain was notoriously subservient to her whims. "I shall not go," a voice declared. Old Chi, startled, struggled to believe his ears and inquired, "What did the young chieftain say?" "I shall not go," Yelbei reiterated. Old Chi was taken aback, tentatively asking, "Is the young chieftain saying he wishes to rest today?" Yelbei shook his head. "I shall not go in the future." Upon hearing this, Old Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. The young chieftain had declared he would no longer partake in such activities. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west? "Inform my father. I intend to journey to the North Mang Plain." Yelbei met Old Chi's bewildered gaze. After a moment, Old Chi furrowed his brow. Logically, the young chieftain's decision to abandon his frivolous pursuits should be seen as a positive development. Yet, the abruptness of it all left him unsettled. It was as if the young chieftain's return from the drunken revelry of the previous night belonged to a different era. Nothing had transpired. So why had the young chieftain transformed overnight? Something was amiss. Old Chi's brow remained knitted, his lips murmuring in contemplation. In a flurry, he departed. Yelbei stood silently in the pavilion, observing Old Chi's retreating figure, acutely aware of the burgeoning suspicion in the air. After all, such a drastic change in a single night would raise doubts in anyone close. Perhaps he could gradually alter his demeanor without arousing suspicion. But time was not on his side. He would inevitably have to confront the reality. "Hey, which demon has possessed my son?" A booming voice echoed from outside the training grounds. Inside, Yelbei beheld his imposing father striding towards him with a thick rope in hand, flanked by the stern-faced Old Chi, who carried a bucket of black dog-esque blood. Yelbei couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Were they here to exorcise a demon? Chapter 180. A filial bond within the yurt. Yelbei found himself bound tightly to the bed. A silk scarf stuffed in his mouth, his body splattered with black blood, and numerous scratch marks adorning his face. His father, the chieftain, had mistakenly believed that his son was impersonated by someone donning a human skin mask. However, despite a brutal attempt to tear away the so-called mask, they had failed to reveal any such disguise. A thorough examination of Yelbei's body had yielded no peculiarities, indicating he was not possessed or impersonated. Nonetheless, this did little to assuage the chieftain's suspicions. After all, a father knows his son best. Upon arriving at the pavilion, a mere glance was enough for the chieftain to ascertain that the person before him was no longer his beloved child. "Who are you truly?" The patriarch, Yemo, with fierce tiger-like eyes, stood at the bedside and sternly questioned Yi Luin. Muffled sounds escaped from Yi Luin, whose mouth was covered by a silk scarf, leaving him unable to express his grievances. "Damn it, you little beast. Speak like a human instead of making those ghostly sounds," Yemo exclaimed, wielding a riding whip and glaring intensely. Beside them, Elder Qing, holding an empty bucket, looked worried and remarked, "Patriarch, you've silenced the young clan leader." "How can he speak?" Yemo paused, momentarily taken aback. He awkwardly scratched his nose and then removed the scarf from Yi Luin's mouth, stating seriously, "Are you truly my son? If I say I am, would you believe me, father?" Yi Luin replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hearing the word father caused Yemo's brow to furrow even deeper. "I do not believe you. When I was 7, you hid some private savings, and mother found out." Yi Luin continued. "In the end, you knelt." Before he could finish, Yemo's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly covered Yi Luin's mouth. "I believe. Father believes." Elder Qing's mouth hung open in astonishment, gazing at the patriarch. "How could you believe just like that? Isn't it too hasty?" Yemo took a deep breath and turned to Elder Qing. "You worry too much. There is no issue with my son." The incident of Yi Luin discovering his father's hidden savings when he was 7, known only to his wife and son, had led to the patriarch kneeling beside his wife's bed for several hours. Meanwhile, 7-year-old Yi Luin was enjoying snacks, clapping and laughing heartily at the spectacle. Recalling this, Yemo looked at his eldest son, bound before him, and felt a significant alleviation of guilt. In fact, a hint of vindictive amusement surfaced on his face. Suddenly, a beautiful woman entered, and upon witnessing the affectionate scene, she paused in surprise. "Yi Luin?" This woman was none other than Yi Luin's mother, Lady Serena. Upon her arrival, Elder Qing's face turned pale, sensing impending doom. As for Yemo, usually unflappable, he appeared flustered. He hurriedly waved his hands. "My lady, allow me to explain." Outside the felt tent, Yi Luin stood alone, observing the unfolding scene with a smile. Fortunately, there was still a chance to change things. In this life, he would never allow his clan to face calamity again, nor would he stand by and watch his parents meet a tragic end. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Beneath the azure sky, Yi Luin gazed at the vast ocean before him, momentarily stunned. Isn't this the sea of immortality? Could it be? This is the end? His eyes reflected confusion. It is over. A figure clad in a flowing white robe emerged unexpectedly, standing to the side and speaking. You have come out as well? Yel Bei inquired, glancing at Feng Suan. I arrived earlier, Feng Suan replied nonchalantly. Then what is the purpose of this secret realm? Yel Bei's brow furrowed in concern. I do not know, Feng Suan shook his head. By the way, where's brother Wu Jin? Yel Bei turned to look at the 3 mirrors behind him. Wu Jin had entered the mirror before him, logically suggesting he should have exited first, especially since this illusion posed no danger. Why are you looking behind you? Feng Suan questioned, puzzled by Yel Bei's actions. What do you mean? Yel Bei turned back to Feng Suan, scratching his head. Look ahead, Feng Suan sighed. Upon hearing this, Yel Bei curiously focused forward. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed a faint figure on the boundless sea. Is that brother Wu Jin? How could he have ventured so far? Yel Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. I do not know. When I emerged, I saw Wu Jin already ahead of me. I am unsure why he exited so quickly, Feng Suan shrugged. Then why aren't you moving? Yel Bei asked. I was waiting for you, to prevent you from foolishly standing there, oblivious to our departure, Feng Suan remarked coolly. Hearing this, Yel Bei felt a surge of gratitude. Brother Feng, he exclaimed, touched. Oh, do not be so dramatic. Feng Suan retreated a step, slightly disdainful. Let us go and catch up with him. With a flick of his sleeve, Feng Suan advanced forward. Observing this, Yel Bei hurriedly followed suit. What is this? There is a cave upon the sea. A massive cavern floated motionlessly on the surface, captivating the attention of the onlookers from all directions. Wu Jin, Yel Bei, and Feng Suan arrived at the site, scrutinizing the cave. Shall we venture inside? Someone proposed. I think that is a good idea. Perhaps you should go first, fellow cultivator? No. You go ahead. No, you. The exchange of humility continued. Everyone is quite courteous. I shall enter first. If there is danger, I will alert you all from within. Should I encounter difficulties, I would appreciate your assistance. A robust and honest-looking man stepped forward to speak. The crowd regarded the man with unexpected surprise. His genuine demeanor reflected his character, exuding sincerity in both appearance and conduct. Your righteousness is commendable, fellow cultivator. One person saluted him. Your righteousness is commendable, fellow cultivator. Echoed another. Your righteousness is commendable, fellow cultivator. The others followed suit. Do you believe it? Feng Suan directed his gaze toward Wu Jin. What do you think? Wu Jin retorted. Haha. Feng Suan laughed heartily. What is happening? Yel Bei observed their interaction with curiosity. Do you trust that robust man? Feng Suan glanced at Yel Bei and inquired again. Indeed. Yel Bei nodded, thumping his chest as he declared. His appearance clearly indicates he is one of our northern desert folk. His actions are bound to be honorable and straightforward. He would never engage in nefarious deeds or harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Feng Suan shot a glance at Yel Bei and retorted, Then why are you an exception? Because I. Yel Bei's words trailed off as he abruptly closed his mouth. Chapter 181, Collusion HM? Because you what? Feng Suan observed Yel Bei with a teasing smile. Nothing. Yel Bei hastily waved his hand. He could not divulge the secret of his rebirth, not even to his parents. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. At that moment, the robust man clasped his hands together in salute to the crowd. Rest assured, fellow cultivator, should danger arise, simply call out, and we shall undoubtedly come to your aid. Indeed. If we were to stand idly by while you faced peril, it would be a disgrace to our honor as sons. We will certainly not remain passive. Please go with peace of mind, the crowd chimed in, each expressing their solidarity in a manner befitting noble spirits. Very well. The robust man bowed once more and then resolutely leaped into the cave. Fool. Just as the robust man entered the cave, laughter erupted from the crowd. Cough. An elder of celestial realm cleared his throat and stated with utmost seriousness, Friend, your words may be a tad excessive. He is indeed considering our welfare. Considering our welfare? A man scoffed. He merely seeks to seize opportunities ahead of us. His words are nothing but superficial. Mark my words, if he does not cry out in the cave, it will certainly mean there is no danger, and he will undoubtedly monopolize the opportunity. If there is no commotion from the cave after a while, I shall personally venture in to investigate. How pretentious he must be to think he can deceive me. If he intends to claim the opportunity for himself, he should not expect me to be courteous. Humph. With that, a murderous glint flashed across the man's eyes. Possessing peak celestial realm cultivation, he was among the strongest in the group, and his words carried weight. Wu Ji, observing from behind the crowd, noted that the most formidable among them were merely at the true immortal level, which struck him as peculiar. Hearing the man's remarks, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Only a fool would consider others to be foolish. After years of cultivation, how many true fools could there be? That robust man was likely putting on a fade. It was possible that regardless of danger, he would charge ahead, seeking to monopolize the opportunity. As for his claims of alerting others should danger arise, it was undoubtedly a tactic to buy time, hoping to seize the opportunity and then find a second route for escape. In essence, it was a gamble. As time passed, the expressions of the crowd began to flicker, for the cave remained eerily silent. The robust man vanished into the cavern as if he had been swallowed by the very earth. Humph. I am curious to discover what lies within your mysterious intentions. At that moment, the elegantly dressed man who had previously spoken could no longer contain himself. With a cold snort, he leaped into the cave. After a brief interlude, the cavern erupted with a tremendous commotion. The entire structure trembled, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Damn the beast, perish. A voice rang out. What is that? A treasure. It was unmistakably the voice of the earlier gentleman, now tinged with excitement. Observing this spectacle, the onlookers outside could barely maintain their composure. Let us investigate, urged two individuals who appeared to be brothers, both of whom hastily entered the cavern. Indeed, there is treasure. How unexpected, they exclaimed, their voices filled with exhilaration. This seemed to shatter a peculiar stillness, as figures began to leap into the cave in eager haste, though a few cautious souls remained rooted in place, including Wu Ji, Yi Lu Bei, and Fong Siyuan. The clamor within the cavern intensified once more. Curse it, where did this treasure come from? A voice, laden with curses, abruptly ceased. Clearly, the treasure has been seized by those individuals. We must pursue them. We cannot allow them to hoard it all. Yes, let us hurry, echoed voices, harmonizing in urgency from within the cavern. Where are the beasts? There is evidently no danger here. Where have those people gone? Fools. They must have ventured further in search of treasure. We must follow swiftly. Excitement and fervor reverberated through the cavern, only to be followed by an eerie silence. It seemed that all those who had leaped into the cave were now deeply engrossed in their quest for treasure. Enough of this. With so many having entered, how could they all have perished? I too shall venture inside, declared a man clad in black, before leaping into the abyss. However, upon his descent, he fell silent, as if he had sunk into the ocean's depths. Observing this, Fong Siyuan turned to Wu Ji, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Should we enter or not? To him, the reactions of those who had gone before seemed strangely peculiar, almost as if, we shall enter. Before Fong Siyuan could complete his thoughts, Wu Ji strode confidently towards the cavern, devoid of any hesitation. In Wu Ji's eyes, to unearth the secrets of this celestial realm, the enigmatic cavern was an essential passage. Very well, let us proceed together, Fong Siyuan acquiesced. Brother Fong, why do you not consult with me? Yi Lu Bei queried, perplexed. Your thought process diverges from ours. Fong Siyuan replied with a smile, making his way towards the cave. What do you mean by a different thought process? Yi Lu Bei stood bewildered, contemplating the phrase. Subsequently, he called out, chasing after Fong Siyuan. The wind howled fiercely, sweeping past their ears. As Wu Jia, Fong Siyuan, and Yelv Bei leapt into the cave, their expressions instantly transformed. Within this cavern, an inexplicable force of confinement sealed their cultivation, rendering their inner spiritual energy utterly inaccessible, including their divine consciousness. The cave was enveloped in darkness. Without the ability to probe with their senses, the trio felt as blind as bats. The howling winds roared past them, and as they plummeted downward, they finally discerned a faint sound. Another presence had arrived. It remained uncertain if anyone within possessed formidable physical prowess. Otherwise, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. With 3 splashes, Wu Jia, Fong Siyuan, and Yelv Bei did not land upon a solid surface, but rather sank into what resembled a quagmire. Upon entering the mire, they immediately felt the arduousness of movement. Even lifting a leg required immense effort. The noxious stench that enveloped them prompted Yelv Bei to retch involuntarily. Yet he found himself unable to seal his senses due to the absence of spiritual energy. Wu Jia and Fong Siyuan also wore grim expressions, as they were ensnared in the foul mire, unable to extricate themselves. This group of miscreants indeed knows how to endure, Fong Siyuan mused, casting a frosty gaze ahead. He observed that those who had previously jumped into the cave were now also mired in the swamp, including the seemingly simple-minded burly man. Fong Siyuan's understanding dawned. These individuals had chosen silence upon entering the cave, merely to lure others in. Their predicament was shared, and they clung to the notion that greater numbers equated to greater strength, hoping to ensnare anyone else who dared descend. Even the well-dressed man, who had previously shown disdain for the burly figure, chose to collude with him, displaying an even more despicable nature by theatrically enhancing the deception. Chapter 182, United in Purpose. Cough, cough. Someone cleared their throat, addressing the assorted expressions of the crowd. Esteemed friends, at this juncture, we must collectively devise a plan. What plan is there to consider? The seemingly innocuous, burly man struggled forward through the mire, now leading the pack. Clearly, this was a test of physical strength. Only those with robust physiques could hope to navigate the swamp, while the feeble would meet their demise here. The burly man turned back, grinning menacingly at the others. His physicality was not weak, and with a substantial lead, he felt confident in being the first to escape the mire. As for offending everyone, he cared not. From the moment he had deceived them into this predicament, he had already incurred their wrath, even if none acted upon it yet. However, once they escaped their plight, he knew trouble would surely arise. Friend, the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty. Do you truly believe you alone can monopolize the treasures of the immortal's secret realm? An elder glared at the burly man with disfavor. How can one know without attempting? The burly man retorted with a cold laugh. If you were in my position, would you not seek to seize the opportunity for yourself, rather than find a way to advance with these strangers? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd darkened. Yet, deep down, they comprehended the veracity of the stout man's statement. Anyone would undoubtedly choose to seize the opportunity for themselves rather than rescue a group of strangers. Moreover, these unfamiliar individuals, upon encountering a tremendous fortune, would inevitably become competitors. In the face of immense opportunity, gratitude holds little significance. How many benevolent souls exist in the realm of immortals? Perhaps a few, but they have long since turned to dust. For kindness devoid of strength is folly, ultimately harming both oneself and others. Onward, everyone. The robust man at the forefront smiled, striding forward with determination. Meanwhile, Fang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Yelu Bei, pondering if this was the Na'vi man from the northern desert. Yelu Bei fell silent for a moment before responding. He is not from the northern desert. Upon hearing this, Fang Xuan's lips twitched slightly. The physical body. Suddenly, Fang Xuan seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards Wu Ji. Speaking of physical strength, was not Wu Ji's corporeal power exceptionally formidable? No, there was also Yelu Bei. The tribes of Yelu Bei specialized in beast mastery, capable of commanding myriad beasts and channeling their strength, thus enhancing their own physiques to an unparalleled degree. This meant that among the three, his physical prowess was the weakest. At that moment, Wu Ji moved. He took a step forward, followed by a second and a third, each stride seeming effortless. Ahead of him, two Earth immortals were laboriously trudging along, expending all their energy to barely advance a single step. Suddenly, a figure breezed past them with ease, leaving them momentarily stunned. How could he? What on earth was happening? They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend. The arduous path they found so challenging was traversed effortlessly by another? Excuse me. At this juncture, another towering figure, as robust as an iron tower, strode past the duo. Though not as swift as the white-haired man, his pace was still commendable. Please make way. Suddenly, a voice rang out, as a smiling man in white robes glided past them. In comparison to the white-haired man and the burly man, he moved with relative slowness. However, he still outpaced them. What was going on? Was there no restriction at all? One of them attempted to harness their spiritual energy, but to no avail, their expression darkening immediately. Could it be that the marsh had transformed? The other tentatively lifted his leg, but despite his face turning crimson, he could not advance even a single step. Damn it! Expletives erupted from behind. Huh, what is wrong with these three? Why are they unaffected? Damn it, why is that? The chorus of grievances continued. Meanwhile, Wu Ji, Fang Xuan, and Yelu Bei moved ever further away. Up ahead, the stout man, focused on his own path, heard the faint cursing from behind and mistakenly believed it was directed at him, choosing to disregard it entirely. Curse away, let them vent their frustrations. As I emerge from this mire, I wonder if any of you will still harbor the urge to curse. A band of fools. The burly man let out a cold chuckle, lifting his gaze ahead where the cave had narrowed considerably, barely allowing passage for a single individual. He was confident that it would not be long before he reached the shore. In the race for fortune, seizing the initiative is paramount. If he could gain an edge, he would be leaps ahead of the rest. When he finally reaches the shore first, should any perils remain, he might even have the opportunity to turn the tables on the others. Just as the burly man was lost in his fantasies, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Move aside. Startled, the burly man turned, astonished to find a cold-eyed, white-haired man standing just behind him. You. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had not seen this white-haired man when he had glanced back, which meant the latter had approached from the rear. But how had he moved so swiftly? Will you move or not? The white-haired man regarded the burly man with indifference. This was Wu Ji, with Fangsuan and Yel Bei not far behind. The burly man remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how this white-haired figure could traverse the distance so quickly. Suddenly, without warning, he was shoved into the mire. Gurgle, gurgle. The burly man was completely submerged, his mouth filled with mud and water, producing only indistinct sounds. Perhaps cursing Wu Ji, but barely audible. Wu Ji did not spare him a glance as he continued forward. Shortly thereafter, Yel Bei approached. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of indistinct sounds caught Yel Bei's attention, prompting him to look down and see the burly man, stout and trapped in the mire. What are you mumbling about? Yel Bei furrowed his brow. He then disregarded the burly man entirely, stepping directly over him to advance onward. Gurgle, gurgle. The struggling burly man was pressed back down underfoot, his muffled sounds growing louder. After a moment, he finally lifted his head, his face smeared with filth, radiating fury as he glared at Yel Bei's retreating figure. You two scoundrels. Don't wait for me to rise, otherwise. Yet before he could finish, a foot came down once more, pinning him back down. The newcomer was Fangsuan. What are you babbling about? Go take your bath, Fangsuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles erupted from the mire. The burly man, now thoroughly enraged, lifted his head again, glaring fiercely at Fangsuan. I will make you. But his words were cut short as Fangsuan chuckled. That little girl really has boundless strength. With that, Fangsuan raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the burly man, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 183. The Supreme Fairy King. After a while, Wu Ji, Yel Bei, and Fangsuan all made their way ashore. Before them lay a vast mirror, large enough to accommodate several individuals simultaneously. Fangsuan glanced around, noting that apart from the narrow cave walls, no other paths were available, and then turned to Wu Ji, saying, Let us proceed. This time, he dared not utilize the Tongyan Gu to scout the way, for this secret realm was indeed rather peculiar, rendering the Tongyan Gu utterly ineffective. Wu Ji and Yel Bei nodded in agreement, and together the three of them stepped toward the mirror. The scene shifted once again. Wu Ji, Yel Bei, and Fangsuan found themselves in a fragmented world. The sky was dark, yet emanated a faint purple light. As they looked up, they beheld countless islands composed of colossal stones. Floating in midair, the constraints on spiritual energy had vanished. Fangsuan lowered his gaze, fingers splayed as if grasping at the air. This was indeed an improvement. Yel Bei chuckled softly, glancing at the 5 mirrors nearby, his expression sharpening. This realm of the slaughtering immortals undoubtedly belongs to the three of us. We must not let our guard down. Fangsuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, Although the swamp we encountered earlier was challenging, it was not lethal. It cannot be deemed dangerous. In contrast, the slaughtering immortal realm and its master, its very name suggests a formidable lethality, will not yield its treasures so easily. Perhaps the true dangers are only just beginning to emerge. Fangsuan squinted at the fragmented sky. Indeed, Yel Bei nodded, then turned to Fangsuan and inquired, by the way. The master of this secret realm is that ancient fairy king. What is his title? Taiyu, Fangsuan pronounced deliberately. Taiyu? Yel Bei paused, his brows knitting together, for this name seemed familiar to him. The origins of this ancient fairy king were far from ordinary. He had once been one of the 4 great fairy kings of the celestial court, but due to transgressions against heavenly laws, he nearly perished. Nevertheless, he was remarkably powerful, managing to escape the siege of 2 celestial kings. However, his desperate flight from the celestial court resulted in the complete destruction of his cultivation, ultimately leading him to sit in meditation in the northern desert. Fangsuan reflected. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji observed the contemplative Fangsuan with a deepening gaze. Realizing that Fangsuan possessed an impressive amount of knowledge, it was indeed curious for a solitary cultivator without a notable background to be so well informed. In contrast, Yel Bei, the son of the chieftain of one of the 5 great tribes, held a high status yet appeared to know less than Fangsuan. Taiyu, Yel Bei murmured, suddenly relaxing his furrowed brow, astonished as he looked at Fangsuan. This realm of slaughtering immortals actually belongs to that madman? Indeed, Fangsuan nodded affirmatively. Are you not afraid? Yel Bei gazed at Fangsuan with wide eyes, realizing that the name Taiyu was one he had heard from his father, who had mentioned this ancient god of slaughter. Taiyu, one of the 4 great fairy kings of the ancient celestial court. In pursuit of ultimate transcendence, one would not hesitate to slay his own master, the venerable Baigu, an ancient celestial king of the heavenly realm. Subsequently, he extinguished the lives of countless beings overnight. The celestial realm of ancient times was markedly different from the present. Across the 5 great domains, none dared to engage in widespread slaughter. Even the practitioners of dark arts were acutely aware of the dire repercussions of such mass extermination. Yet, this individual, one of the 4 celestial kings of the heavenly realm, the ruthless Tai Yu, not only betrayed his master, but also engaged in heinous carnage. The calamity befell all 5 domains, as he transgressed the heavenly laws by annihilating an elder celestial king, thereby provoking the wrath of the celestial hierarchy. Thus, following this madman's rampage, as he prepared to attain enlightenment, 2 celestial kings descended with divine edicts, intent on directly vanquishing Tai Yu without inquiry. Ultimately, Tai Yu managed to evade their lethal pursuit, yet he subsequently vanished from existence, never to be seen again. It was later revealed that he had already attained a state of eternal rest in the northern desert domain. Brother Fong, Yelbei remarked gravely as he regarded Fong Siyuan. This is no mere case of bloodshed leading to enlightenment. Tai Yu is a true psychopath with an insatiable thirst for slaughter. This forbidden realm is fraught with peril. What defines a madman? A madman disregards all rational interests. Even if Tai Yu sought to achieve transcendence, he could have taken his time. Why then the urgency to devour everything in one gulp? This signifies that Tai Yu is utterly deranged. Who would dare to venture into the domain of a lunatic? Had Yelbei known that this was the lair of the deranged Tai Yu, he would never have set foot here. Who knows what lurks within? After all, his actions defy all conventional wisdom. What if it is a death trap? No, it is not a mere possibility. It is highly probable. Yell. There is no turning back now, Fong Siyuan shrugged. From the moment they entered the sea of slaughtering immortals, their path of retreat had been severed, leaving them with no means to withdraw even if they wished to. Yelbei's expression darkened at this revelation. After painstakingly living a second life, to perish here. Damn it, he cursed silently. It was not fear of death that plagued him, but the memories of his previous life, which afforded him knowledge of numerous secret realms. With steadfastness, he believed he could rise again. Yet now, due to a moment of avarice, he found himself ensnared in this perilous domain. Regret washed over him, and he turned to Fong Siyuan, asking, Brother Fong, since you were aware, why did you not inform me? Would you have still come had I told you? Fong Siyuan replied with a faint smile. Yelbei was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, my friend? Sighing, Fong Siyuan spoke in a tone reminiscent of Yelbei. Had I divulged the origins of the master of this realm, you would not have arrived. Yet, what if your absence meant missing a monumental opportunity? Would that not be an even greater source of regret? My friend, this opportunity, I would gladly forego. Yelbei shook his head resolutely. There was no necessity for him to gamble. He possessed ample means to grow stronger. At this juncture, further discourse proved futile. It was then that Wujia spoke. He turned to Yelbei, articulating that there was no longer a path of retreat, and that Yel, in his incessant lamentation and debate, was achieving nothing. It would be far more prudent to advance. Wujia's words resonated profoundly. Fong Siyuan nodded in agreement with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yelbei fell silent for a moment, then gazed up at the several mirrors before him, letting out a sigh. Very well, let us proceed, he conceded. Wujia is correct, since I have come this far. Wallowing in regret serves no purpose. Onward we go. After all, there is no turning back, and this opportunity must not be squandered. Yelbei clenched his fist, a feral glint igniting in his eyes. Let us move. The 3 of them reached a silent accord and approached the mirrors. At that moment, none had yet emerged from the swamp behind them, not even the burly man. Chapter 184. The thunderous roar. Wujia, Yelbei, and Fong Siyuan arrived before 5 mirrors. At which point Yelbei inquired, shall we enter together, or each take a mirror? Let us each take one, Fong Siyuan suggested. There are 5 mirrors, which should suffice for our group. Yelbei nodded in agreement, and then asked, how shall we choose? Choose freely. Let us opt for the 3 mirrors in the center. Very well, let us proceed. Upon passing through the mirrors, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Wujia found himself upon an ethereal island floating in the void, enveloped in utter silence. Suddenly, a massive purple rift materialized, towering to a height of over 100 feet. Following this, an enormous claw emerged from the rift, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. The entire island trembled in response. Soon after, a colossal white beast, adorned with purple markings, emerged, standing at a height of 100 feet. It bore a resemblance to a tiger, yet its neck was crowned with a mane of white fur, exuding an aura of formidable majesty. It approached Wujia step by step, its armored body radiating immense pressure. Beneath its towering form, Wujia appeared diminutive, almost fragile. With a thunderous roar, the white beast unleashed a wave of terrifying sound, sending debris flying and stirring violent winds. Wujie stood resolute amidst the tempest. Gazing at the beast with a focused expression, he could distinctly sense that the creature's aura reached the mid-stage of true immortal, a realm akin to his own. I am the thunderous roar. This domain is not one you may trespass upon. Depart at once, the white beast declared, its voice commanding. Depart? Wujie's eyes gleamed as he regarded the creature. Are you suggesting we can leave? Indeed, the thunderous roar replied in a deep tone. Yet, scarcely had the words left its mouth when Wujie charged forward, his slender figure emanating an indomitable presence. With a sudden uproar, two figures emerged from the five mirrors, tumbling awkwardly onto the ground. As they exchanged glances, both were acutely aware of the embarrassment etched on their faces. These two were Fang Siyuan and Yi Lu Bei. What brings you here, Brother Fang? Yi Lu Bei inquired, dusting himself off as he regarded Fang Siyuan. I encountered a monstrous creature and was unable to defeat it. Fang Siyuan replied, regaining his composure as he rose to his feet. Yi Lu Bei raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Could it be that you also encountered a giant white beast? You too? Fang Siyuan's expression mirrored surprise as he turned to Yi Lu Bei. Indeed. Yi Lu Bei scratched his head, recalling how, shortly after entering the mirror, a colossal white beast had emerged from a crack and sent him flying with a single swipe. Though he had intended to resist, the creature was a mid-stage true immortal, possessing overwhelming physical strength, while he was merely at the initial stage, rendering him no match. Recognizing the creature's intent to drive him away, he had resigned himself to being struck and expelled. Perhaps we should attempt to switch to another mirror, Fang Siyuan suggested, clearly aligning with Yi Lu Bei's thoughts. Is it possible for us to enter together? Yi Lu Bei pondered, frowning. After a moment's consideration, Fang Siyuan replied, let us give it a try. Yi Lu Bei nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Meanwhile, a burly man, with a grim expression, surveyed his surroundings. Soon spotting the five mirrors. What is this? 5 mirrors. Those damned 3 must have already entered, he thought, his teeth grinding with rage at the memory of the trio. Suddenly, 2 figures once again burst forth from the mirrors, crashing to the ground in disarray. The burly man stared in astonishment as he recognized one clad in white robes and the other in animal skins, Fang Siyuan and Yi Lu Bei. It's you. Upon recognizing them, his fury ignited. Yi Lu Bei casually brushed off the dust from his garments and, upon glancing back, remarked with a raised brow, well, if it isn't you. What? Seeking revenge? Fang Siyuan regarded the burly man with a cold gaze. The man's anger momentarily faltered as he scrutinized the two before him, one at the peak of celestial immortal and the other at the initial stage of true immortal. He narrowed his eyes. Had it been just the man in white, he would have certainly struck out in vengeance. However, with the one in animal skins, equally a true immortal at the initial stage, engaging both was a gamble he was not willing to take. Ultimately, the burly man scoffed, opting not to attack and instead turned his attention to the 5 mirrors. After a brief moment, he directed his gaze at Fang Siyuan and inquired, why did you both emerge from that mirror? Why should I divulge that to you? Fang Siyuan retorted. The burly man appeared agitated. If you wish to know, why not enter and see for yourselves? Yel Bei remarked with a smile. Please, Fang Siyuan gestured, stepping aside. Observing their demeanor, the burly man hesitated. These two certainly harbored ulterior motives. If there were opportunities within, they would undoubtedly attempt to thwart his entrance. Hence, the current situation suggested danger rather than fortune. At that moment, another figure approached, one of the elegantly attired men who had followed the burly man. Soon after, more figures emerged from the marsh. As Fang Siyuan and his companions had anticipated, it was merely a matter of time before everyone exited the swamp. There was no inherent danger. What was the situation now? 5 mirrors stood before them. Could it be that they were to traverse through these mirrors once again? It seemed so, yet the nature of what lay within remained uncertain. The mirrors traversed previously had either been illusions or marshes, suggesting that peril lurked within these mirrors as well. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Suddenly, the burly man chuckled with a somewhat sinister undertone, turning to the crowd. If you wish to know, why not inquire of these two? They are undoubtedly quicker than any of us, and I just witnessed them emerge from the mirror. At his words, all eyes turned to Fang Siyuan and Yel Bei. Fellow cultivators, might you enlighten us? An elder stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Enlighten you? Do you intend to place your trust in others once more? Have you forgotten how we were deceived into the marsh? Fortunately, there was no real danger in the swamp, but the current situation was far less certain. In my opinion, it would be prudent to eliminate these two and probe their souls to avoid further deception, the elegantly attired man remarked with a cold laugh. Observing this, Fang Xuan narrowed his eyes, while Yel Bei's expression darkened. The burly man, however, wore a smug grin. Chapter 185. The enormous arena. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? The elegantly attired man inquired, his murderous intent unmasked as he addressed the crowd. Indeed, it is a sound proposal. Who is in favor, and who opposes? No one voiced dissent. Let us act. Sensing the escalating tension, Fang Xuan's expression grew solemn as he quickly communicated with Yel Bei. Let us enter the mirror of Wujing. Yel Bei nodded in agreement. This was their only course of action. Moreover, Wujing had yet to emerge, suggesting that his mirror might not pose any danger. Let us proceed. With that, Fang Xuan and Yel Bei soared toward the central mirror without a moment's hesitation. The crowd had yet to react when Fang Xuan and Yel Bei vanished into the mirror, the very one Wujing had initially entered. Follow them. Their unhesitating entry into the central mirror indicates it is safer than the others. Indeed, let us hasten, lest we encounter unforeseen changes. Everyone quickly realized the situation and rushed towards the central mirror, with the stout man at the forefront. The scene shifted abruptly. The first sight to capture the attention of Fang Xuan and Yel Bei was a colossal white beast, lifeless and sprawled on the ground. Yel Bei's gaze shifted slightly as he turned to Fang Xuan, pondering whether Brother Wuji had been the one to slay this magnificent creature. It seemed plausible. Fang Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise. This beast was undeniably formidable. Approaching the corpse of the thunder roar, Yel Bei turned back to Fang Xuan and remarked with a sense of awe. After speaking, he reached out toward the head of the thunder roar. He is stronger. Fang Xuan, hands clasped behind his back, observed Yel Bei's actions with a furrowed brow. What are you doing? There is no beast soul. Yel Bei retracted his hand from the creature's head, his expression shifting thoughtfully. What do you mean? Fang Xuan inquired, perplexed. This beast has long since perished. It is merely a shell, devoid of life, Yel Bei elucidated. Are you suggesting that this white beast is simply a controlled vessel? Fang Xuan regarded Yel Bei intently. Exactly, Yel Bei affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xuan shook his head, declaring that this was not the time for exploration. They should proceed. With that, he gently ascended, noticing another mirror beyond the corpse of the white beast, and spoke. That should be the exit. Let us go. Very well. The two soared towards the mirror ahead. Shortly after Fang Xuan and Yel Bei departed, the stout man, now on high alert, arrived at the scene. This is a mid-stage true immortal beast? The sight of the enormous corpse of the thunder roar stunned him momentarily. Who could have done this? The stout man's brow furrowed. He could not fathom that it was Fang Xuan and Yel Bei. Such a feat was utterly implausible, with one being a nascent true immortal and the other at the pinnacle of celestial immortal. How could they have slain a mid-stage true immortal beast in such a brief span? Could it be that white-haired man? A figure flashed through the stout man's mind, an individual clad in black robes with flowing white hair, undoubtedly the first to arrive here. It seemed likely that the white-haired man was responsible. He is remarkably powerful. A glint of realization crossed the stout man's eyes. To vanquish a mid-stage true immortal beast is a feat that few among those entering the immortal slaying secret realm could achieve. Could the three of them be allied? The stout man fell into contemplation. Previously, he had not noticed these three individuals until they effortlessly surpassed him in the marsh, particularly the white-haired man in black robes. At that moment, many others also arrived at the scene. What is happening? Is that a mid-stage true immortal beast? Who did this? I have no idea. Hey, you there? The stout man who appears simple and honest. Do you know what happened? Fang Xuan and Yel Bei stepped through the mirror, arriving on a floating island. The surroundings were devoid of any human presence, save for a colossal arena. What does this mean? Are we to engage in combat? Yel Bei inquired with curiosity. I do not know, Fang Xuan replied after a brief moment of contemplation, deciding to circumvent the arena. Yet, unexpectedly, a force of attraction enveloped both Fang Xuan and Yel Bei, drawing them uncontrollably onto the stage. Kill. A voice brimming with murderous intent reverberated in their minds, akin to a thunderclap. In unison, a blood-red glint flashed in their eyes, filled with an overwhelming urge to destroy one another, as if they would soon resort to self-slaughter. In a moment of urgency, Fang Xuan flicked his sleeve, unleashing a talisman that erupted in a burst of green radiance, enveloping the two of them. Instantly, the bloodlust dissipated. Yel Bei, with a grave expression, turned to Fang Xuan. Whose voice was that? It seemed capable of directly influencing our minds. Just moments ago, I nearly struck you down. Fang Xuan shook his head, expressing his ignorance. What an insidious place this is. Yel Bei furrowed his brow as he approached the edge of the arena, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. A golden barrier flashed momentarily, remaining unaffected. Yel Bei's countenance darkened, a barrier obstructed their path. Clearly, the force that drew them to this arena would not allow them to depart easily. Fang Xuan exhibited no surprise. What shall we do? Yao Bei queried. We wait, Fang Xuan replied, settling into a meditative posture. Wait, I have no desire to linger. Yao Bei prepared to strike the barrier once more. Do not waste your strength, Fang Xuan advised. If you exhaust yourself now, it will spell trouble when our adversaries arrive. Adversaries? From where do they come? Yao Bei questioned, puzzled. It remains uncertain, but given that this is an arena, there will surely be opponents, Fang Xuan asserted, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Yao Bei relented. Why have we yet to see Wujizi? He asked, scanning their surroundings, which revealed nothing but the arena beneath their feet, devoid of even a shadow. Fang Xuan sighed. Perhaps he has ventured far. Why? Yao Bei inquired, greatly perplexed. Although Wujizi was stronger than the two of them, it seemed improbable that he would be unbound by this place. How could he have traveled so far? Could they not even catch a glimpse of him? Look, they are over there. Suddenly, a clamorous voice broke through. Fang Xuan and Yao Bei turned to see a group of individuals pursuing them from behind. Why are they on the arena? They wondered, frowning and hesitating to advance. The arena is, of course, for combat, a man in splendid attire remarked. He then noticed that the arena did not obstruct all paths ahead, and a sardonic smile crept upon his face. Truly, two fools. They could have circumvented this. Yet they insist on adhering to the rules and stepping onto the arena. Chapter 186. The unassuming duo. The others, upon hearing his words, looked to the side and indeed saw a path beside the arena, their faces instantly brightening with amusement. Ha ha, these two celestial friends are truly honest. Honest? Perhaps foolish would be a more fitting description. Ha ha ha. The mocking tones reached the ears of Fang Xuan and Yao Bei from above the arena. Just as Yao Bei was about to retort, he suddenly saw Fang Xuan spring to his feet, vehemently scolding him. You brutish fool. I clearly stated that we could circumvent this. Yet you insist on adhering to that nonsensical rule to step into the arena. And now look what has happened. If they had all chosen to bypass, there would be no one to challenge us in the arena, and how would we escape? Me? Yao Bei was taken aback, pointing at himself. Has Fang Xuan been possessed by a spirit? Otherwise, why would he inexplicably berate him? Just as Yao Bei was perplexed, he suddenly noticed Fang Xuan slyly winking at him, conveying a secret message. Initially bewildered, Yao Bei's expression shifted as he grasped the implication, retorting back at Fang Xuan. How was I to know? This is a secret realm. What do you think the consequences of disregarding the rules would be? Would you dare to test it? If you are so fearful, why not step into the arena yourself instead of dragging me along? Fang Xuan wore an expression of immense grievance. I do not wish to quarrel with you. Yao Bei snapped, turning away in frustration. Do you think I desire to bicker with you? Fang Xuan huffed coldly, also turning his back. The onlookers outside the arena observed the two squabbling intensely, their amusement deepening as they witnessed the spectacle. Truly, two fools, still engaged in infighting despite the circumstances. Ha ha ha. The man in the elegant attire laughed triumphantly, thinking to himself that his predictions had proven correct. These two simpletons had chosen not to take the detour. Having concluded this thought, the man in fine clothing confidently approached the edge of the arena, intending to circumvent the massive structure. Midway, however, he suddenly halted and turned back to the crowd, his eyes reflecting confusion. What were these people still doing, standing there in a stupor? Although they were laughing, none chose to follow him in taking the detour, which caused him to feel a pang of unease. Even the burly man ahead remained motionless. Humph, a bunch of timid turtles. Ultimately, the man in fine clothing scoffed and continued on his way. In his view, the crowd merely feared the repercussions of breaking the rules. Yet he felt no trepidation. Firstly, since entering the celestial slaying secret realm, he had witnessed various rules, akin to navigating through levels. Is adherence to rules necessary for overcoming challenges? Not at all. As long as one can surpass the obstacles, victory is assured. Secondly, he had gleaned some understanding of the patterns within this secret realm from the swamp. To forge ahead, one must be audacious. The burly man exemplified this principle. Had it not been for those three individuals who emerged unexpectedly, the burly man would undoubtedly have been the first to arrive. He understood the maxim. A swift step leads to swift progress. Take, for instance, the first white-haired man who emerged from the swamp. He has since vanished without a trace. If one must adhere to the rules of fighting in the arena, how could the first white-haired man have disappeared? Among the four individuals ahead, Wuji, Fang Xuan, Yao Bei, and the burly man, only three remain present now. Where, then, did the white-haired man procure his combatant? It is evident that the silver-haired man did not adhere to the so-called rules, but instead sought a shortcut as he desired. Contemplating this, the gentleman in brocade grew increasingly confident. As he approached the arena, the smile on his face abruptly vanished. Damn it. A voice, filled with both surprise and rage, echoed. The brocade-clad man seemed to lose control, drawn onto the stage, where he found himself locked in a fierce gaze with Feng Xuan and Yel Bei. You. He pointed at the smiling Feng Xuan and Yel Bei, trembling with fury. Were you two colluding? Indeed, Feng Xuan nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a sound akin to a war drum reverberated through the air. The brocade gentleman's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent as he spat. Dare to mock me? I shall slay you. With that, he charged at Yel Bei and Feng Xuan as if he had lost all reason. However, he was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, while both Feng Xuan and Yel Bei were at the same level, with Yel Bei even possessing the early stages of true immortal. To fight two opponents alone was akin to seeking death. He has lost his senses, Feng Xuan remarked calmly, his hand concealed within his sleeve, gathering spiritual energy. Then let us see if he can escape the arena, Yel Bei replied with a chuckle. Boom. The spiritual energy ravaged the vast arena. The onlookers outside witnessed this scene with solemn expressions. It was clear that there was no way to circumvent this arena. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting rashly. Had they, like the brocade gentleman, been thrust onto the stage without understanding the situation, facing two formidable opponents, their fate would be death. Soon enough, the outcome of the battle on the arena became apparent. The brocade gentleman, outnumbered, spilled blood upon the stage, with crimson flowing beneath Feng Xuan and Yel Bei's feet. The spectators outside wore grim expressions, realizing that the contest within the arena was decidedly unfair. Strength and numbers were irrelevant. Only the victor mattered. At that moment, two gaps appeared in the barrier at the back of the arena, just wide enough for two individuals to pass through. Is it over? Can they leave the arena? The crowd looked on in confusion. Let us go, Feng Xuan said. All right. Feng Xuan and Yel Bei exchanged a glance before they walked towards the openings. Unimpeded as they descended from the stage, a mirror materialized before them once again. This time, Feng Xuan and Yel Bei exchanged no words, directly approaching the mirror, clearly accustomed to the process. The mirror flickered, and their figures vanished. Outside the arena, the burly man in the early stages of true immortal observed this scene, his gaze shifting. How about we join forces? Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. The burly man turned to see an elder approaching, also at the early stages of true immortal. Join forces? The burly man pondered for a moment. Indeed, let us. The elder nodded with a smile, adding, those two were able to face one against two because they must have entered the arena simultaneously, thus not being deemed opponents. Had you and I fallen upon the arena at the same moment, we would undoubtedly not be regarded as adversaries, but rather as allies. Should victory be ours, we would both descend from the stage. Upon hearing this, the burly man squinted his eyes, questioning your certainty. There are not many formidable beings in the realm of true immortals, and with his early stage true immortal cultivation, winning could indeed be simple. However, should he find himself pitted against this elder of the same early stage true immortal rank, it could very well lead to a fierce battle. Thus, he preferred to remain solitary, awaiting weaker opponents. My friend, do not dwell on such thoughts, the elder intuited, continuing to convey his thoughts through sound transmission. We are not fools. No one would willingly step forth to meet their demise. If you stand upon the arena, it is certain that no celestial beings will challenge you. Therefore, it is wiser to join forces. At least we would have assurance. I surmise that should we stand together on the arena without anyone daring to challenge us, we might be directly declared victors, much like that white-haired man who first emerged from the marsh. Otherwise, how could it be explained? Or perhaps, they will forcibly draw opponents into the arena. Upon hearing these words, the burly man fell into contemplation. The elder's conjecture held considerable weight. Otherwise, how had that solitary white-haired man managed to exit the arena? Before him stood only three others, and both Feng Xuan and Yel Bei had only just emerged. Let us proceed then. This is indeed favorable. The burly man and the elder exchanged glances, striking a harmonious agreement. Subsequently, the two synchronized their steps towards the arena. As anticipated, upon nearing the arena, they both felt an irresistible force pulling them onto the stage. The war drum did not sound. Indeed, the burly man and the elder exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces. Kill. Suddenly, a voice erupted within their minds. The burly man and the elder remained locked in gaze, yet the mirth in their eyes dissipated, replaced by an aura of murderous intent. In the next moment, the two engaged in fierce combat. Boom. The burly man unleashed a punch, the air crackling with force. Old fool, you still wish to ally with me? The victor shall be none other than myself. The burly man's expression twisted into a snarl. Did you think I desired to partner with you? Prepare to die? The elder unleashed his lethal techniques, showing no mercy. Outside the arena, onlookers watched in shock as the two clashed violently upon the stage, their expressions turning grim. Many had discerned hints of the unfolding drama, their thoughts mirroring those of the elder. They believed that if they both ascended to the arena simultaneously, they would not become adversaries, thus uniting against those who would come after. Yet, the scene before them was starkly different. I just saw them smiling. Why have they suddenly turned on each other? One person voiced their confusion. There must be some influence at play. Otherwise, such a sudden shift would be inexplicable, remarked a man clad in green, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor was calm, bolstered by his own formidable strength. One of the only two true immortals of mid-stage cultivation present in the arena. The other was a cold, imposing figure dressed in black brocade. As long as he does not share the same arena with the man clad in black brocade, victory in the duel is assured, allowing him to descend from the platform unscathed. The prospect of a prodigious talent crossing borders to engage in combat does not concern him in the slightest, for he too is a genius. Moreover, the man in black, also at the mid-stage of true immortal, is certainly no fool and would not choose to confront him on the same stage. This is why he remains so composed. After the passage of half a stick of incense, the outcome of the contest is determined. Surprisingly, yet predictably, the more physically robust man meets his demise on the stage, vanquished by the elder. It is evident that, unrestricted by limitations on spiritual energy, the elder proves to be superior, even though the man's physical prowess far exceeds that of the elder. On the stage, the elder gazes at the lifeless body of the strong man, his eyes regaining clarity. He lingers not, consuming a healing elixir before departing the arena, leaving no words or warnings for the onlookers. Shortly after his departure, the mid-stage true immortal clad in green turns to his counterpart of the same cultivation level, inquiring with a smile, "Shall you go first, or shall I?" "I." The man in black brocade declares coldly, stepping forward and, in the blink of an eye, arriving beside the arena, subsequently being drawn onto the stage. "Who dares?" The man in black surveys the crowd, which falls into an eerie silence, no one daring to step forward. Besides the mid-stage true immortal, the rest are either at the initial stage of true immortal or mere celestial beings. Who would dare to ascend? What shall we do? Let us wait and see. There is no danger for now, no need to rush. But what of the opportunities? What if they seize them first? Opportunities? If one cannot protect one's life, what use are opportunities? The crowd buzzes with speculation. Half a stick of incense later, the arena remains occupied solely by the mid-stage true immortal in black. Still, no one dares to approach. The man in green furrows his brow, growing increasingly impatient. "How about you come up?" Suddenly, the cold man on the stage turns his gaze towards the man in green, seemingly perceiving his irritation, and extends an invitation. "My friend, you seem quite confident." The man in green narrows his eyes. "Indeed. Yet I too am growing somewhat weary of waiting. It cannot be that the opportunities within the secret realm are snatched away by a few petty thieves. What do you think?" The cold man states calmly. Upon hearing this, the man in green ponders for a moment. Moments later, a smirk graces his visage, and he vanishes from sight. Then, with a resounding crash, a mid-stage celestial cultivator is hurled towards the vast arena like a kite with its string cut, propelled by none other than the mid-stage true immortal in green. "No, stop!" A scream of terror escapes the lips of the mid-stage celestial as he is inexorably drawn onto the stage. Boom! The sound of a war drum reverberates once more. The mid-stage celestial being landed on the arena, casting a fearful glance at the stern man opposite him, before cursing the man in green robes outside the ring. "You are truly ruthless." The man in green outside merely smiled faintly, remarking, "To avoid wasting everyone's time, I must send you to your demise." At these words, a chill swept through the crowd, sensing that the rules had shifted once more. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the arena, with a flash of crimson light. A head fell to the ground. It was the head of the mid-stage celestial being, slain in an instant by a single stroke. The cold and fierce man on the stage sheathed his sword and walked towards the back of the arena, where a gap appeared in the barrier. Once he disappeared from sight, the man in green, as the last mid-stage true immortal, naturally ascended to the stage. "Esteemed guests," he began, surveying the crowd with varied expressions. "If you wish to avoid further delay, kindly send the weak ones forward." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers shifted once again, their eyes filled with vigilance, their bodies tensed. Meanwhile, on another island reflected in the mirror, Fangtsuan and Yel Bei stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Before them lay a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a true mountain of corpses and sea of blood. High mounds of bodies towered in front of them, while thick blood pooled at their feet, soaking the soles of their shoes. These are not monsters? Yel Bei's pupils constricted as he beheld the scene, for the bodies were those of humans, not the remains of creatures from the secret realm. Fansuin's expression mirrored his confusion. Why were there so many human corpses within the secret realm? Could they be the remains of the cultivators who had previously ventured into the slaying immortal secret realm? Yet, they should have long since turned to bones. As far as Fansuin knew, the slaying immortal secret realm opened only once every 50,000 years, and only those holding the slaying immortal order could enter. Where could all these fresh corpses have come from? Furthermore, even if the bodies had not decayed, there should not be so many. Just like this instance of the slaying immortal secret realm, there were no more than 100 individuals holding the slaying immortal order. Yet the scene before them suggested a count far exceeding that, certainly more than 1,000. Suddenly, Fansuin bent down to touch a corpse at his feet, and the warmth that met his fingertips caused his expression to change drastically. They had only just died. What? Yel Bei exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. How is this possible? He approached another body, crouching down to reach out and touch it, and as he did, his complexion similarly shifted. It's true they have all just perished. Yel Bei muttered to himself. Fansuin's eyes flickered with concern. Where had these individuals come from? Clearly, only they had entered the secret realm in the North Desert. I don't know. Yel Bei's gaze was wild with turmoil. He could not afford to die in this cursed place. He had to save his tribe and alter the fate of this world. Where was Brother Wooly? Yel Bei cast a glance around, finally settling his gaze upon the towering mountain of corpses. Could it be that Brother Wuji perished here as well? If even Wuji had met his end, then this place must be exceedingly perilous, and his own survival would be utterly impossible. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury echoed forth. You monster! Behind the mountain of corpses! Yel Bei turned to Fansuin. Let us investigate, he urged. Just as Fansuin was about to move, Yel Bei grasped his arm. Shall we not wait for the others? He inquired, his brow furrowed. The atmosphere here was undeniably unsettling. The two of them exploring alone stirred a sense of trepidation within him. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind them. An elder at the initial stage of true immortality. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the elder was rendered speechless, much like Yel Bei and Fansuin. What is the meaning of this? He asked. We have no knowledge. We arrived to behold this very sight, Yel Bei replied, shaking his head. I cannot extend my divine sense. The elder remarked, his brow knitted in concern. To uncover the truth, we must traverse this mountain of corpses, for it is from beyond that sounds can be heard. Fansuin suggested. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, squatting to touch the bodies beneath his feet before rising to face Fansuin. These individuals, they have only recently met their demise? He queried. Indeed, Fansuin nodded. It is truly peculiar, the elder remarked, his expression solemn. Let us proceed. Unlike the hesitant Yel Bei and the elder, Fansuin soared into the air towards the mountain of corpses, eager to discern the situation. Observing this, Yel Bei hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. The elder did likewise. Moments later, the trio hovered steadily above the mountain of corpses. Upon beholding the scene before them, their pupils constricted in horror. Before them loomed mountains of corpses, soaring skyward, an endless expanse stretching beyond sight. The bodies lay haphazardly piled, their faces still etched with the despair and terror they had experienced in life. Such expressions were chilling, as if these souls had endured an unimaginably horrific slaughter in their final moments. Is that Brother Wuji? Yel Bei exclaimed, spotting a white-haired figure seated atop a nearby mound of corpses, his eyes widening in shock. Fansuin focused intently, quickly dismissing the notion. No, that person is not Wuji. Wuji's hair is unbound, while this individual's hair is partially tied back. Then who could that be? Yel Bei furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of Wuji's trace. Soon, he noticed a figure kneeling at the base of the mountain, pierced through by a long spear. Could that figure be Brother Wuji? Yel Bei stammered, pointing toward the white-haired figure at the foot of the mountain of corpses. Fansuin followed Yel Bei's, and upon seeing it, he too was struck dumb. It is him, Fansuin murmured. Beneath the mountain of corpses, a figure stood with its back to them, cloaked in a blood-stained black robe, cascading white hair flowing like a waterfall behind, glimmering with a chilling luminescence. That head of white hair and the ink-like black robe could only belong to Wuji. Yet, Wuji's condition appeared dire, kneeling atop the heap of bodies, impaled by a golden spear. What to do? Yel Bei cast a glance at Fansuin, a flicker of trepidation manifesting in his eyes. If even Wuji had succumbed here, what fate awaited them if they pressed on heedlessly? Yet, retreat was not an option. Fansuin inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. We must wait for the others to arrive. There are no other alternatives at this moment. Yelbei glanced at the white-haired man on the distant corpse mountain, instinctively swallowing hard, and then turned to Fang Xuan, inquiring, should we descend? Standing here is quite conspicuous. It is no longer necessary. He has already taken note of us. Fang Xuan replied, his expression grave as he gazed towards the summit of the corpse mountain. There, the half-draped, half-tied white-haired figure sat at the edge of the mountain, his gaze fixed upon Fang Xuan and his companions. The stillness of the environment, the scattered corpses, and the pungent stench of blood wafting through the air created an inexplicable air of oppression. Yelbei, Fang Xuan, and the elderly man in the early stages of true immortal felt the weight of pressure intensify, as if facing a formidable enemy. At that moment, a newcomer finally arrived behind Fang Xuan and the others. It was the formidable man in the mid-stage of true immortal, wielding a dagger and adorned in black brocade. His eyes scanned the surroundings before lifting to regard Fang Xuan and the others atop the corpse mountain. He spoke little, instead leaping gracefully into the air above the mountain. The ghastly scene unfolded before him, and after a brief moment of astonishment, the cold and fierce man smiled slightly, a glimmer of intrigue in his expression. Have we arrived at the land of purgatory? Yelbei was taken aback, glancing at the cold man. What kind of mindset did this individual possess to exhibit such interest upon witnessing this horrific sight? Soon, the mid-stage true immortal turned his attention to the figure atop the distant corpse mountain, asking, who is that? I do not know. Perhaps you should investigate? Yelbei, Fang Xuan, and the elderly man spoke in unison. The cold man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the three. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Intending to use me as a pawn? No, my friend, you misunderstand. Yelbei hastily waved his hands, explaining, we, the people of the northern desert, do not engage in such cunning and deceitful schemes. It is simply that we are of modest strength and dare not probe further, while you are far superior to us. Hence, indeed, before Yelbei could finish, he was interrupted by the cold man raising his hand. You are indeed weak, and your cowardice is evident. Having gained an advantage, you now hesitate due to this scene and an unknown presence, halting your progress. Fortune is not meant for the unworthy. With that, the cold man's gaze sharpened as he peered towards the figure on the distant corpse mountain. I shall see who dares to play tricks. Chapter 189. Li Shu, a figure swiftly drew his blade, soaring towards the distant mountain of corpses, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. This individual was a formidable man in the mid-stage of true immortal. He did not perceive the scene before him as a reality, but rather as an illusion akin to the sea of slaughtering immortals. At that moment, a figure atop the mountain of corpses also stirred. The white-haired man slowly rose, extending his palm. Suddenly, a spear materialized from the void, piercing through the mid-stage true immortal's body and pinning him to the heap of corpses. How could this be? The mid-stage true immortal pressed his hands against the ground, lowering his head to gaze at the spear that impaled him, veins standing out on his forehead. His expression fraught with terror, blood gradually soaked through his ornate robe. The white-haired man had merely waved his hand, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to comprehend the origins of his adversary. On the mountain of corpses, Liu Bei glanced at Fang Xuan, who wore a contemplative expression. The strength of the white-haired man was unexpectedly formidable, having rendered a mid-stage true immortal powerless with a single move. At this rate, who could possibly contend with him? This must be an illusion. Suddenly, a low growl erupted. Fang Xuan and the others turned to see the pinned mid-stage true immortal, his expression twisted in rage. Roaring fiercely as his power surged, he planted his hands on the ground, gritting his teeth, and remarkably pulled himself free, allowing the spear to pass through his body. Such commendable courage. At that moment, the white-haired man at the edge of the mountain finally spoke. Do you think you know who I am? The mid-stage true immortal slowly raised his head to meet the gaze of the figure on the mountain, blood flowing from his wounds, yet his aura remained undiminished. I hail from. Suddenly, a golden spear materialized once more, impaling him again into the heap of corpses. A large pool of blood splattered onto the ground, draining the color from the mid-stage true immortal's face. A mayfly shaking a tree. No matter your origins, in my eyes, you are no different from an ant, the white-haired man declared slowly. He then cast his gaze towards the white-haired figure below the mountain, stating, your strength is even inferior to his, and he is already suppressed here. What can you possibly achieve? The white-haired man's voice echoed from afar. Suppressed? Wu Ji is not dead? Fang Xuan and Liu Bei immediately turned their attention to the figure beneath the mountain. Upon seeing Wu Ji's previous state, they had assumed he had been slain by the mysterious white-haired man. Who are you? The mid-stage true immortal growled. blood oozing from his chest and dripping onto the pile of corpses. "I am Tai Yu," came the chilling reply, plunging the arena into a profound silence. Fang Siyuan and Liu Bei's pupils constricted, while the elder beside them furrowed his brow in thought, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the name. "Brother Fang." Liu Bei stared blankly at Fang Siyuan, as if inquiring about the situation. How could the master of the secret realm still be alive? Fang Siyuan's expression mirrored uncertainty and disbelief. How could the self-proclaimed Tai Yu still be alive? If he were indeed alive, then why were those who entered the secret realm able to emerge unscathed? At this moment, the elder cast a glance at Fang Siyuan and Liu Bei. It seemed that the two celestial friends were aware of each other's origins. "I don't know." Liu Bei hastily shook his head, a naive expression adorning his face. "I just think this title is rather ostentatious." Fang Siyuan nodded in agreement. "Oh." The elder regarded the two with suspicion but opted not to inquire further, instead continuing to furrow his brow in deep contemplation. At the edge of the corpse mountain, the white-haired man, identifying himself as Tai Yu, sighed when no one responded to him. His gaze tinged with melancholy. Ultimately, he had been forgotten by the long river of history. Reflecting on the past, never mind. The self-proclaimed Tai Yu's eyes turned towards the figure below, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "This prison can no longer contain me. After all, Li Shu has arrived." As his words fell, the self-proclaimed Tai Yu's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the kneeling Wu Ji. At this moment, Wu Ji bowed his head, his disheveled white hair obscuring his expression, rendering it unreadable. Yet he was alive. "So, have you made your decision?" The self-proclaimed Tai Yu inquired with a gentle smile. "Do I have a choice?" Wu Ji's voice, devoid of warmth, responded without lifting his head. "Indeed," the self-proclaimed Tai Yu chuckled softly. "Rest assured, you shall not perish. Merely, you may experience a sense of solitude. As for the duration of that solitude, it is entirely a matter of fate. Perhaps a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Who can say?" The self-proclaimed Tai Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking slowly. After a pause, he continued, "However, if you manage to escape, it would indeed be a remarkable transformation. By your words, should I thank you?" Wu Ji slowly turned his gaze to Tai Yu, his eyes calm. "Oh, no need for thanks." The self-proclaimed Tai Yu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as if he had not detected the sarcasm in Wu Ji's tone. Shortly after, he extended his hand towards Wu Ji. "Come, let us depart." As his words echoed, the golden spear piercing Wu Ji's body began to dissipate gradually, ultimately transforming into faint shards of light. "I can walk on my own," Wu Ji said as he slowly rose. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Fang Siyuan and Liu Bei from afar, Wu Ji and the self-proclaimed Tai Yu ascended into the air, departing in succession. "What is the relationship between Brother Wu Ji and that self-proclaimed Tai Yu?" Liu Bei asked, bewildered. Could they possibly know each other? Fang Siyuan shook his head thoughtfully. "That seems unlikely. If Brother Wu Ji truly had a connection with this self-proclaimed Tai Yu, he has concealed it exceptionally well." Moreover, Fang Siyuan recalled their meeting in the lower realm. Although Wu Ji had spoken little, it was evident that he was entirely uninformed about the celestial realm. Thus, Fang Siyuan believed that Wu Ji was unlikely to have any connection with the white-haired man who claimed to be Tai Yu, nor any ties to the celestial realm. "What is the matter then?" Liu Bei inquired, perplexed. "Brother Wu Ji must be under some form of control," Fang Siyuan replied, narrowing his eyes as he observed the direction in which Wu Ji and Tai Yu had departed. "What shall we do now?" Liu Bei asked again. "Let us follow and investigate," Fang Siyuan suggested. Follow and investigate. Liu Bei hesitated at this notion. "At present, there are no other options. Do you suppose you can locate the exit to this secret realm?" Fang Siyuan turned his gaze toward Liu Bei. "Indeed." Liu Bei sighed. Just then, a man clad in azure robes soared down. Upon spotting the cold and stern figure who had been pierced, his expression tightened. What has transpired here? He wondered. For this cold figure was also at the mid-stage of true immortality, and now he found himself in such a dire state, which naturally caused his countenance to grow grave.